Jiang Si woke up from a nightmare in which her fiancé conspired with another woman to push her into a terrifying group of monsters. Despair and betrayal overwhelmed her consciousness like a tide, and the pain was so real it made her tremble. When she woke up, she was drenched in cold sweat, breathing heavily, but realized it was still early and the tragedy had not yet truly happened. She still had time to change everything. Looking at her still young self in the mirror, she silently clenched her fists. In this life, she would never walk the same old path again, nor would she let those two succeed. The wheels of fate had just begun to turn, and she had already opened her eyes to see the truth. Chapter 1. Night of the Aurora. Jiang Si dreamed again of a nightmare where the planet was attacked by meteors from outer space, leading to the resurrection of the dead and mutations in humans. Overnight, life changed, civilization collapsed, and the remaining normal people had to master evolutionary abilities to fight against all dangers to survive. When she woke up, the outside was already filled with auroras. The bizarre and colorful hues cast down made her feel uneasy. Her heart raced inexplicably, as those auroras had also appeared in her dream, as if marking the beginning of all tragedies. Geographically, the city she lived in, the Magic City, was not supposed to have auroras. Yet, such an extremely abnormal celestial phenomenon had now appeared. She got up and washed her face with cold water, then grabbed her phone to check the news in just a few minutes. Both the websites and her social media were buzzing about this indescribable spectacle of colors. And this situation was not limited to the Magic City. It seemed the whole world was experiencing the same. She hoped it was just a dream. She consoled herself. After several sleepless nights, finishing the company's annual planning proposal, all she wanted was a good rest. But just as she lay back down, her phone vibrated. She didn't want to answer, but the caller on the other end was persistent. Reluctantly, she pressed the call button. The call connected, and her friend Yin was shouting excitedly on the other end. Recently, Jiang Si had started wearing braces, making her a bit unclear in her speech. It took her a while to understand that Yin wanted her and her fiancé Lin Chung to go to her rooftop to admire the auroras, for which Yin was planning to open a bottle of expensive champagne to celebrate. Mentioning Lin Chung made Jiang Si's heart sink. She had seen him plotting with another woman in her strange nightmares more than once. Even though she knew those were just dreams, it still felt odd, and she couldn't suppress the resentment in her heart. Once could be taken as a joke, but she had dreamt of this many times, each time painfully heart-wrenching and despairing. Sometimes, she would talk to Yi Chung about it, and he would gently comfort her. "Are you too tired?" This made Jiang Si feel like she was overthinking it. At this moment, suppressing her emotions, Jiang Si replied, "He's not here." "Not here again?" Yin exclaimed. "You should keep a closer eye on him. He's always on business trips. Who knows if there's something shady going on?" She was just casually saying this. Influenced by the recent melodramatic shows she had been watching in the past, Jiang Si would have casually responded, yes, you're right." Today, under the ominous splendor above, she thought for a moment and asked a question. "In what situation do you think he would kill me?" Yin burst out laughing, clearly recalling Jiang Si had mentioned her nightmare more than once. "You two are getting married after the new year. Can you really take dreams seriously?" "Ha ha ha, darling. Do you have pre-wedding anxiety?" Jiang Si emphasized. "I'm serious. You need to be serious." Yin was even more excited. "Don't be suspicious and bully the honest man. Otherwise, I won't support you first." Lin Chung had used a little trick to win Jiang Si's heart. To conquer her, he first conquered the stomach of her best friend. As a result, whenever Jiang Si had a slight dissatisfaction with Lin Chung, Yin would immediately defend him like a protective mother hen. Jiang Si shook her head, feeling she had chosen her friends poorly, saying she needed to keep an eye on her man, and also saying she shouldn't doubt him. She helplessly said, "Philosophers have said that dreams are omens." "Nonsense. His feelings for you are deeper than the sea and higher than the sky. Don't you remember how he braved the rain to bring you an umbrella? If there was a third party, would he still write you love poems every 3 days? He's such a good man. We all envy him so much, and you're still suspicious? Just keep acting," Yin said. Jiang Si couldn't help feeling ashamed. Lin Chung had indeed treated her well. Even before they got married, he had already handed his salary card to her, and both the house and car were in her name. Setting aside those recurring dreams, she truly believed she was one of the happiest people in the world. All right, enough talking. Even though he's not here, I'm still here, right?" If I go by myself, will you welcome me or not? Isn't that a stupid question? Lin Chung, doesn't matter. Hurry up and come over. It's been weeks since you've come to hang out with me. Yin Yin was a local from the Magic City, with a wealthy family background, running a small online shop. She had no other hobbies, just loved to stay home and play games. She was a somewhat plump and cheerful girl. Before Jiang Si and Lin Chung confirmed their relationship, she had lived with Yin Yun and had experienced her open-air balcony and swimming pool. This girl really knew how to enjoy life, sunbathing in an air-conditioned room in the summer and cooking hot pot in a warm room in winter. After Jiang Si and Lin Chung moved in together, her visits to Yin Yun's place had decreased. Okay, I'll get a taxi. It should take about 15 minutes. You wait for me on your rooftop. Jiang Si smiled and hung up. Although it hadn't started snowing yet, the night was cold to the bone. She put on a heavy cotton coat and caught a glimpse of the fruit knife glimmering coldly on the table for some unknown reason. She casually put it in her pocket. While waiting for the elevator, a family of 3 from the opposite door also came out, seemingly preparing to take the stairs. Since this was a high-rise building, they were likely also going to the rooftop to admire the auroras. Seeing her, the little girl in that family excitedly called out, "Sister!" "Jun Jun, hello!" Jiang Si quickly responded. This apartment building was rented out to outsiders, which made the little girl's parents somewhat wary of her. Because of this, even if they liked her, Jiang Si usually only greeted the girl from a distance to avoid being seen as having ulterior motives to AT that moment. She hurriedly said a quick word just as the elevator door opened, with 2 people standing inside. Not wanting to make others wait, she waved her hand and stepped into the elevator. As soon as she entered the elevator, Jiang Si instinctively looked up and met a pair of strikingly clear black and white eyes. Those eyes were incredibly transparent, as if hiding a landscape ink painting, making one unable to help but be captivated. In an instant, her heart raced, and alarm bells rang in her mind. She instinctively turned sideways and grabbed the handrail beside her. That almost intoxicating attraction suddenly shattered, and she swayed slightly, thinking it was just a reaction to low blood sugar. Had she hallucinated? She was too busy and hadn't even eaten dinner. She took out a candy and put it in her mouth, feeling annoyed. Even so, Jiang Si couldn't help but sneak a glance at the owner of those eyes, belonging to a boy who was dressed in a way that was unremarkable and could even be called shabby. She thought to herself, what was wrong with her? Was she really blinded by her desires, not letting even a small boy go? If Yin Yin found out, she would definitely exclaim, "What a pity!" However, this boy's chin was indeed delicate, just like a girl's. Thinking this, she pressed the button for the first floor. Did these 2 not press the floor number? She took a step forward, not noticing the look of surprise and suspicion on the face of the 14 or 15-year-old boy looking at her. The boy wanted to do something, but was pulled back by the man behind him. He pouted and then maintained an indifferent expression. Soon they arrived at the first floor. As the elevator doors opened, Jiang Si was about to step out when suddenly a few mice, about the size of adult cats, darted in from outside. Seeing the mice about to entangle her feet, Jiang Si was so frightened that she nearly screamed. In that moment, she jumped, unexpectedly bouncing forward with a speed she herself did not anticipate, leaping towards the elevator door. Seeing a figure rushing towards him, the young man at the entrance, who was about to enter with his phone, quickly sidestepped. However, despite his agility, his phone was still knocked out of his hand by Jiang Si. "Are you okay?" As Jiang Si was about to fall, he quickly steadied her. As they came closer, Jiang Si saw the young man's oval face, fair skin, slightly arched eyebrows, and a slightly prominent nose. In a city filled with beauty, such a face was indeed rare. Suddenly, his slightly cold expression flushed red, and his ears also turned warm. He opened his thin lips. "Is it you, Si?" His voice was gentle, as if calling out to a beautiful dream he had never wanted to give up. He undoubtedly recognized Jiang Si. But at that moment, Jiang Si had no idea who he was. They're mice, really big mice. She turned back in terror, only to be stunned. The empty elevator was slowly closing because no one was entering or exiting. The mirrored walls inside reflected only her and this young man. The other 2 passengers were nowhere to be seen. They hadn't walked out, nor could they have switched to another elevator. They had completely vanished. Her mind went blank, and she dizzily asked, "Huh? You? No, me." Her face turned even paler, and her lips trembled uncontrollably. I must be mistaken. She couldn't help but feel weak in the knees. clearly having encountered something unbelievable. No, it couldn't be. She must be hallucinating due to lack of sleep and low blood sugar. Those two people were illusions, and those mice were also illusions. She reassured herself and took out a piece of candy to put in her mouth. The young man still held her arm, looking somewhat worried. "Are you all right? You don't look well." The sugar slowly dissolved in her mouth, giving her strength and gradually bringing her back to her senses. Jiang Si regained her composure and smiled apologetically. "Sorry, Oh no, is your phone okay?" The person in front of her was tall and unexpectedly handsome, but he naturally had a cold demeanor, especially with his tightly pressed lips, making him seem unapproachable. "It's fine," he replied, then went to pick up his phone, which had fallen several meters away on the marble floor. Jiang Si felt even more apologetic and followed him. "If it's broken, I'm willing to pay for it in full." "We don't need to be so polite," the young man said lightly. As they were talking, two men and a woman entered from the lobby door, and all three's eyes turned towards the pair, captivated by their striking looks. This apartment building had 2 elevators, and at this late hour, despite the alluring aurora, there were very few people coming and going, and no one pressed the elevator button, and Jiang Si's elevator had stopped on the first floor. As the three approached, they heard a crisp ding sound, and the door opened as if everything was perfectly normal. Seeing this, Jiang Si couldn't help but blush. Her low blood sugar had become quite serious, and she was starting to hallucinate. She tucked her loose hair behind her ears and didn't think much of the young man's familiar tone. "If your phone really is broken, I'm willing to cover the cost. Here's my phone number. If there's any problem in the future, you can reach me anytime." The young man furrowed his brows slightly, staring at the business card in her hand, seemingly displeased. "Is this how you always are? What do you mean? Do you easily give your information to others? Aren't you afraid of meeting bad people?" Jiang Si instinctively looked at him, her eyes showing confusion. Chapter 2, Meteorite Attack. He was just a stranger. There was no need for her to expend too much energy dealing with his attitude. She was only worried that this delay would make Yin Yun anxious at home. "If your phone has a problem, just call me. I have to go now." She didn't argue with him and shoved the business card into his hand. What he did with it was his own business. "Wait, you don't remember me?" He called out to her, with a hint of a vein pulsing on his forehead. "I'm Zhao Zhishuan." "Zhao Zhishuan?" Jiang Si was taken aback, but still politely sized him up, showing a thoughtful expression. Clearly, she did not remember this name. People with the surname Zhao were not only few, but even those whose names she remembered did not match the appearance of this man, that if she had seen this man, she would not have forgotten. This man was indeed handsome, but now was not the time to be infatuated. She shook her head apologetically. "I'm really sorry, but you must have the wrong person. I truly don't know you." With that, she quickly walked towards the concrete path in front of the apartment building. The apartment building she lived in was in the most remote northwest corner of the area, and to get a taxi, she had to walk a circle to the entrance of the park. Zhao Zhishuan pressed his lips together, his dark eyes fixed on Jiang Si's back, clearly annoyed. This woman, he couldn't help but clench his fists, only to release them after a long while, striding after Jiang Si. Jiang Si apologized to Yin Yun for wasting time, and, after listening to the other party's complaints, hung up that a glance back revealed that the man who claimed to be Zhao Zhishuan was right behind her. He was tall, and with his cold demeanor, he looked quite intimidating. She unconsciously quickened her pace, jogging until she stood under a streetlight. Zhao Zhishuan stood not far from her under a ginkgo tree, still looking unapproachable. Was he also waiting for a taxi? Jiang Si instinctively moved a little farther away from him. Although he was handsome, he felt strange. Seeing her movement, his expression darkened even more, almost dripping with anger. Jiang Si naturally didn't care about his expression. While waiting for a taxi, she couldn't help but look up at the aurora filling the sky. Setting aside the nightmare, the ethereal aurora was indeed refreshing. However, at that moment, the night sky suddenly brightened, and a low rumbling sound faintly echoed. She instinctively squinted to see more clearly. In the dark sky above the aurora, numerous red dots gradually appeared. As the rumbling grew closer, those dots became clearer. Her face showed surprise, and before she could scream, a girl passing by shouted, "Meteor shower?" Oh my God! But this was no meteor shower. It was clearly a group of flaming meteorites. In just a few breaths, the sky seemed to ignite completely. Countless meteors formed a fiery net, Rushing towards the Earth, a not very large meteor, trailing flames, struck a speeding car on the opposite road first. The car immediately exploded. One of its tires, engulfed in flames, flew towards the nearby greenbelt, where the cold-resistant green plants ignited instantly. The explosion and commotion confused the cars behind, and before the previous one could brake in time, it was rear-ended. Just as they were trying to react, another large freight truck came rushing around the corner, crashing into the fire and causing even more intense explosions. Panic, chaos, and screams continued as lives that were vibrant just a moment ago were snuffed out by this unstoppable natural disaster. The girl screamed and ran away. Jiang Si felt a chill all over and wanted to leave quickly, but the visual shock had her feet nailed to the ground, unable to move. The scenes overlapped with her nightmares. She couldn't help but tremble. How could this be? How could this possibly happen? You silly woman, what are you dazed about? Suddenly, a reprimanding voice broke through her thoughts, and Jiang Si felt herself being lifted off the ground. Coming to her senses, she realized Jiang Si had scooped her up just where she had been standing. A van with a shattered windshield crashed into the spot. The driver inside was covered in blood, cursing loudly, and spat at the two of them. He not only did not stop, but accelerated towards the park, crashing into the barrier and slamming on the brakes before climbing down with a grim expression and running toward an apartment building in the park using both hands and feet. Behind him came another loud explosion. Jiang Si turned her head back from Zhao Zhishuan's arms and saw a ball of fire erupt against the glass wall of the mall across from them, with a distance wide enough to accommodate 8 cars side by side, along with green belts on both sides and a sidewalk. A thick cloud of dust and heat rushed towards them. Seeing something emerge from the fire and about to crash towards them, Zhao Zhishuan quickly stepped forward. That object smashed into the concrete floor, creating a dent, and it turned out to be just a worker's helmet. If that force had hit her, Jiang Si didn't dare to think too deeply, her face flushing red as she said, "Put me down. Don't make a scene." The man was both cold and domineering, striding forward with an impatient expression as he spoke. But for Jiang Si, being held by a man other than her ex-fiancé felt too much like a joke. She struggled fiercely, and Zhao Zhishuan stumbled and let her go, looking somewhat annoyed. Just from the ease with which he had carried a grown woman while running, it was enough to prove his impressive physique. With him protecting Jiang Si, things would only be easier. But how could Jiang Si possibly entrust herself to a man she didn't know at all? Such stubborn behavior made Zhao Zhishuan think that Jiang Si hadn't changed at all. She still knew no better. Zhao Zhishuan didn't have time to scold Jiang Si when another loud bang sounded behind him. A ball of fire exploded in the fountain they had just passed, hitting a person. That person screamed in agony and rolled on the ground, soon being covered by fallen rubble and losing all signs of life. Jiang Si was not far from the man and saw that the entire upper half of that person was crushed under the stones, with various parts of their body charred black, followed by another scream. This should be the first time she had been so close to death. Zhao Zhishuan had thought Jiang Si would be scared into a corner, but unexpectedly, in her panic, she changed from her usual demure demeanor and agilely climbed over the flower bed wall, slipping through a broken piece of glass into the nearest apartment building. Running towards the stairs leading to the underground garage, it seemed that her desire to survive had temporarily won over her fear. Zhao Zhishuan smiled faintly. At that moment, another sound whooshed overhead, and the entire building seemed to light up as if the top floor had been hit by a giant rock. The explosion reverberated downwards, causing the building to shake. Zhao Zhishuan wanted to chase after Jiang Si, but suddenly thought of something and abruptly stopped, glancing back at the staircase where Jiang Si had disappeared, a somber expression crossing his face. After a moment, he made a decision and strode outside. People looking for various hiding places widened their eyes at this. With meteorites falling and destruction everywhere, this seemingly pale-faced, handsome young man chose to go outside. Was he out of his mind? However, in this life-and-death moment, no one had time to advise a stranger who was clearly lost in the chaotic crowd. Jiang Si noticed that Zhao Zhishuan was not nearby, and a flicker of worry crossed her mind. Although he made her feel suffocated, he had just saved her. She looked towards the corridor of the underground garage, where many people were already sitting among the gaps between vehicles. Perhaps due to being underground, the booming sounds outside seemed very far away, giving a false sense of safety, but Jiang Si's heart continued to pound. At first, she thought it was due to too much exercise. She had never been physically strong, especially since her heart was missing a piece compared to a normal person's. But nearly 10 minutes had passed, and the intense beating had not calmed down. It wasn't her body that was unwell. It was anxiety that was taking its toll. Why was she anxious? Her subconscious flashed the nightmare she often had. But even as the nightmare began to overlap with reality, she kept telling herself that it was all too absurd. She took out her phone and discovered that Lin Cheng had called her several times. Her ex-fiancé was worried about her. Jiang Si's nose felt sour, a sense of grievance washing over her. She quickly called back, only to hear the message, "Sorry, the number you dialed is currently busy. Please try again later." After waiting a moment, she finally got through, but the other end suddenly burst into exclamations before quickly hanging up. At that moment, a sharp cry from a child about 6 or 7 meters away reached her ears. She saw a very small child crawling on the ground. Beside him was presumably his mother, wearing a large red home sleepwear with a blood scar the size of a bowl on her forehead, her face ashen, hair tousled, and her gaze vacant. An older man nearby was trying to comfort the young mother, saying, "There's still the child." Before he finished speaking, tears rolled down the woman's face, falling onto the child's soft yellow coat as he reached out. It was as the saying goes, trouble comes from the sky. When one is at home. 20 minutes ago, a small meteorite had flown into this woman's house. After her husband pushed her and the child out while she was half asleep, he went back to get the bank card and was trapped inside by the fire caused by the meteorite, never to come out again. Suddenly, Jiang Si shivered with fear, realizing that if it weren't for her meeting with Yin Yun, she would still be sleeping in her room on the 22nd floor. Any meteorite could crash in, and she might end up like that woman's husband. Thinking of Yin Yun, she felt an uncontrollable gratitude in her heart. But then, her expression changed again. Yin Yun was usually quite clever. If she saw something wrong in the sky, she should have hidden away at the first opportunity. But what about next? Jiang Si could choose not to believe in her nightmare and fantasize that Yin Yun was safely at home waiting for government rescue right now. But once everything in her nightmare turned out to be true, wouldn't Yin Yun, who lived alone, be in extreme danger? She remembered that behind Yin Yun's villa was a nursing home, and due to religious beliefs, the cemetery next to the nursing home had always implemented burial. In her nightmare, after the meteorite, the dead would come back to life. That burial ground would likely become the first zombie paradise in the apocalypse. Jiang Si trembled all over. At this moment, the sound from above had completely stopped. She had to take advantage of this moment to go out and find Yin Yun. But what about these people? Should she tell them to quickly find a closed place to hide because there would be zombies outside? Would they believe her? At least until the zombies actually appeared, they would definitely think she was crazy. She thought of another problem. With such a large-scale meteor shower, the National Observatory couldn't possibly have failed to detect it in advance. But why was there not a single report on the news? The reasons behind this thought were terrifying. Indeed, it had reached the end of the world. Chapter 3. Unfamiliar Monsters. Yin Yun's residence was not close to here, and walking there would be too slow. Who knew how many changes might occur along the way? Fortunately, she had taken the spare car keys with her when she left. Taking a taxi was out of the question. She quickly found her red Santana in the underground garage. As she started the car, some people showed terrified expressions, clearly puzzled by her intention to go out. Even though they were underground, people's anxiety and fear seemed to have faded considerably. In most disasters, the state and government were the first to rush to the front. They seemed to have forgotten one thing. Amidst such a commotion, the sirens had never sounded. Those people looked at Jiang Si with pity, thinking that this girl had no choice but to leave the underground for some extremely important reason. Perhaps for her parents? For her lover? For her child? For her friends? In short, for someone she had to risk everything for. And Jiang Si looked at them with equal pity. They had no idea what they were about to face. Such an open public place, not enclosed and filled with many people, would be the best place to attract zombies. But what would happen to these people's fates was beyond her control. The car shifted gears and sped out of the underground parking garage, the scorching air hitting her like a wave. Looking ahead, the entire city seemed to be burning in hell. The streets still bore the marks of a car accident, but thankfully it was midnight, so it wasn't completely blocked like during peak hours. Even so, navigating through the wreckage of various burning vehicles required some effort. As she approached Yin Yun's residence, Jiang Sha turned off the main road and onto a side street when a man suddenly jumped out, almost lunging onto the car. Please help my wife. She's pregnant. Jiang Si quickly slowed down and rolled down the window to look. Lying on the ground by the roadside was an unconscious woman, her belly prominently swollen, obviously 8 or 9 months along. However, one of her arms was severely burned, smoke still rising from her clothes, and a large pool of blood was spreading beneath her. Anyone with sense could tell that she was beyond saving. Moreover, Jiang Si wasn't a doctor. That I'm sorry. Jiang Si suppressed her pity and pressed the clutch. Seeing the car not stop but rather speed up, the man turned red with rage, picked up a heavy object from the ground, and threw it at her, cursing, "Damn you! Why don't you just die? You piece of junk!" Jiang Si understood his feelings and chose not to engage, retracting her gaze with an apologetic expression. She wasn't a saint. She couldn't save everyone. All she needed to do was quickly meet up with Yin Yun and confirm her friend's safety. 10 minutes later, the headlights illuminated the sign for Yaji Tiandi. This area was a high-end villa district reserved for the wealthy, with well-maintained greenery and generally low-rise buildings, each with its own small courtyard. Normally, the security here was strict, requiring identification for entry and exit. However, now the iron gate was wide open, 3 cars had collided and were billowing thick smoke, and the security booth was empty. Jiang Si parked farther away and made her way through the pile of cars that could explode at any moment, running into the community. The building where Yin Yun lived was not far from the entrance. After following a winding path, she saw a circle of pinkish-white walls, the anti-theft iron railing entangled with dry vines. If it weren't for the large black hole in the swimming pool, everything looked the same as usual. She turned to the iron gate of the small courtyard, and on the third-floor balcony, she could vaguely see a figure leaning over the railing. Jiang Si couldn't help but shout, "Yin Yun! Yin Yun! Are you okay?" At that moment, a nearby streetlight buzzed twice and suddenly went dark. Looking again, not just the third floor, but the entire building was dark. The power was out. Jiang Si's heart dropped to her throat. Darkness was always connected to the primal fear of humanity. In a panic, she pulled out her phone for light, calling out to the third floor while continuously knocking on the iron gate. Yin Yun, it's Jiang Si. Open the door. Please open the door." But the house was silent. No one came out, and there was no response. Without the light, the figure she had seen on the top floor was now hard to distinguish, as if it had left or had never been there at all. In desperation, she tugged hard on the railing, and with a crack, she realized that this intelligent iron gate could be opened simply by pulling it if the power was cut. However, just a few steps into the courtyard, she suddenly heard a scream from upstairs, and a figure fell down, rolling onto the ground. She didn't need her phone's light to know who it was. Yin Yun's cousin, Zhang Rui. In the past, Zhang Rui had relied on his aunt's favoritism to take advantage of his cousin, frequently coming to ask Yin Yun for living expenses. As Yin Yun would say, if it weren't for not wanting to upset her mother, she would have wanted to stab this social parasite to death with a pair of scissors. Of course, Jiang Si disliked him as well. Every time Zhang Rui saw her, he looked at her as if he wanted to devour her. Once, she couldn't take it anymore and found a chance to teach him a harsh lesson, making him act like a mouse when he saw a cat from then on. But now, despite the fact that the one screaming was someone she deeply despised, Jiang Si was still taken aback. Who had done this to him? She crouched down and asked, "What happened to you?" All she received in response were 2 low, sob-like growls. Zhang Rui was clearly agitated. When he fell, he was no longer in a normal human shape, his legs and arms twisted in a grotesque manner, as if he had been brutally tortured. Yet he hadn't died immediately. At least at that moment, he still had a strong awareness, his body heaving like a bellows, his eyes rolled under his swollen, purple eyelids as if he wanted to say something. When he opened his mouth, a chunk of bloody flesh slipped out. His tongue was partly severed. "Who did this to you? Where is Yin Yun?" Jiang Si asked urgently. However, in his current state, she didn't expect him to say much. She recalled the blurry figure she had seen on the third floor and raised her phone to shine the light in that direction. But all she could see was the surrounding wall. Nothing else was visible. Salt. Dizzy. Monster. House. Zhang Rui's words were slurred due to his half-severed tongue, and he coughed up blood, his whole body twitching as if he were being electrocuted. Jiang Si felt scared and quickly pulled out her phone to call the police. But unfortunately, like the emergency services, the police line was busy. Even the usually rational Jiang Si couldn't help but curse. "Damn it. Run. Zhang Rui was still saying something when suddenly he seemed to see something extremely terrifying, and his body twisted even more violently. There was a commotion from above, and an agile shadow jumped out of the window, landing on a pine tree. The movement was so quick it didn't seem human. "Who is it?" Jiang Si shone her phone light over, and the figure had already slid down from the tree, moving around the back of the building like a T that moment. Jiang Si should have been scared, but in a fit of impulse, she suddenly jumped up and chased after it, shouting, "Don't run." The shadow, although quick, had to rely on the tree to land, so its jumping ability might not be extraordinary. Moreover, the back of the house was adjacent to a hillside covered in wallpaper, rising 3 to 4 meters high, covered in vines. Previously, Jiang Si had worried about snakes hiding inside, but now she only thought about how the figure had run into a dead end, with no way to retreat. Taking a deep breath, she could imagine that as soon as she ran over, something extremely terrifying would pounce on her, and if she wasn't careful, she would end up with the same fate as Zhang Rui. But having come this far, she absolutely wouldn't back down. She crossed her phone and fruit knife in front of her and cautiously moved forward. In the light of her phone, something was curled up in the corner formed by the hillside and the building on all fours, facing away from her. Its back was showing various mixed colors, looking at first glance like it was wearing a special skin made from a mix of wild animal furs. Noticing the movement, the creature suddenly turned its head and roared at her. As its face came into view, Jiang Si noticed two long, sharp canine teeth protruding from its furry face. It wasn't human. What was this thing? Jiang Si's pupils instinctively constricted, and she hurriedly took 2 steps back. With the self-defense techniques she had diligently practiced for a long time, she could occasionally gain the upper hand against a muscular adult male if she launched a surprise attack. But if what was in front of her was a quick-moving beast with exposed weapons, and it seemed to have some intelligence, her confidence felt somewhat hollow. Almost simultaneously, the creature charged at her. Despair flashed across Jiang Si's face. It was so fast. Instinctively, she steadied her mind. As the creature leaped high towards her, she crouched down and thrust her knife into its abdomen. The blade felt resilient, but it didn't penetrate its skin. However, this action seemed to provoke the creature. It jumped back 3 or 4 meters away from her, letting out a low, angry growl. Jiang Si's mind was in chaos. The blade was too short and too dull to be lethal to this creature. There wasn't enough time to think about her own weaknesses when that thing lunged at her again with even greater speed. This time, Jiang Si didn't have time to raise her knife and was bitten on the shoulder. She let out a cry of pain and dropped the fruit knife, only to be slammed down by a heavy force on her back, rolling into the bushes nearby. It turned out that she had managed to hit her opponent the first time only because they had underestimated her. Moreover, when Jiang Si hit the ground, her forehead struck a rock, making her feel sluggish all over. She should have fainted by now. Serves you right for being stubborn, she thought, trying to muster a mocking smile for herself. But her consciousness continued to slip slowly into darkness. Yet, deep in her subconscious, a voice kept reminding her, danger, danger. She knew there was danger, but now she was buried in the bushes, hidden from everyone. It was certainly easier than going out to fight that monster again. She was thinking this until she heard a more piercing scream, which jolted her awake. It was Zhang Rui. Chapter for the death of Yin Jiang Si suddenly opened her eyes. Not far away, the flashlight function of her phone was still on, and the fruit knife was still there. She quickly grabbed both and ran over. The creature, which did not resemble any animal she was familiar with, was leisurely raising a paw, seemingly wiping the blood from the corner of its mouth with elegance. It turned to look at Jiang Si, and in that instant, her heart leaped to her throat. She thought it would pounce on her again, but instead, it turned and darted away, disappearing from sight. Jiang Si collapsed on the ground. Glancing at Zhang Rui, who had a large hole in his neck, blood gurgling out, he was beyond dead. Yin. She suddenly remembered her purpose here and, disregarding her exhausted body, quickly jumped up. First floor, no one. Second floor, no one. Then it must be on the 3rd floor. Jiang Si's heart raced as she slowly ascended the stairs. On the top floor, there was a dent of fist-sized meteorite embedded within it. The floor scorched black from high temperatures. Not far from this pit lay a person, their body charred and oozing dark blood. In this state, she could not tell who they were, only that a metal band was tightly wrapped around their wrist. Jiang Si recognized this bracelet. She had helped Yin Yun choose the lotus flower design on it. "Yin Yun?" she called out. As if in response, the dark figure stirred, slowly rising to its feet in a very eerie posture. The dead truly had come back to life. But in nightmares, the resurrected would only feel hunger, endlessly obeying their instinct to hunt. And their food was always fresh human flesh. They could no longer be called humans. They were zombies. Yet even as a zombie, this one was Yin Yun. Jiang Si bit her lip, grabbing the plastic lounge chair beside her and swinging it with all her might. Damn it. Yin Yun was already dead. The not yet fully transformed zombie crashed to the ground. Taking advantage of the moment it had not yet gotten up, Jiang Si leaped forward, plunging the fruit knife into its ear and into its brain. She did not forget about Zhang Rui in the yard, and she hurried down the stairs. Upon seeing the scene in the yard, she gasped. Zhang Rui, now standing, slowly turned around. His appearance had changed drastically. His once slightly chubby figure of about 1.7 meters had grown to nearly 1.9 meters. His eyes had turned murky white, and his mouth was split open, revealing dark, sharp teeth. The nightmare scenes had told her that once transformed into a zombie, they would not age or die, lacking intelligence, forever pursuing flesh without fear of pain. Unless their brains were destroyed, all other actions would be futile. Moreover, as time passed, the more zombies consumed, the larger they grew. With this increase in size came explosive boosts in strength, agility, and recovery, posing a lethal threat to humans and other species. The reason she was able to take down the zombie on the rooftop was merely because it was in a state of transformation and had no resistance to the outside world. She wanted to do the same with Zhang Rui, but Zhang Rui was mutating too quickly by the time she reached the bottom of the stairs. He had clearly transformed into a zombie. Although zombies in their early stages moved slowly, they would unleash tremendous strength when close. And with exaggerated arm strength and sharp teeth post-transformation, it would be hard to escape. Once bitten, even those with special abilities would assimilate into zombies in no time. The terrifying part was that this assimilation was irreversible. This was also why it was called the apocalypse. Imagine a world plagued by a cannibal disease with no effective cure. And this disease was highly contagious. The number of infected would only increase until there was one person left. Of course, life always finds a way out. So, next, some would awaken special abilities, gradually gaining the capital to fight against the anomalies. But in Jiang Si's nightmares, she had always been portrayed as weak, seemingly an ordinary person until death. A person who had not gained strength or agility, engaging closely with a zombie, was simply courting death. Hearing the noise, Zhang Rui's nostrils began to flare as he took in air, the most common hunting state for zombies. Their vision was almost zero, relying on smell and hearing to find food. Just from a brief encounter, at a distance of about 10 meters, Jiang Si could already smell the stench of decay emanating from the zombie, an odor that could attract others. Thus, encountering one zombie meant being prepared to fight a horde. Jiang Si had lost the best opportunity to take him down, suppressing the impulse to turn and run. She took 2 steps forward, closing the door just before Zhang Rui entered. Then she darted into the kitchen, finding a boning knife, longer, sharper, and more lethal than the fruit knife. She swung the blade, producing a faint swishing sound, her eyes revealing steely determination. No matter what, she had to take down this zombie. Close quarters combat was not an option. She needed a better plan. Her gaze fell on the security window on the first floor, and an idea sparked. She scoured the room for additional materials needed for her plan. 5 minutes later, a piece of beef was dangling from the security window, suspended by a rope. The bloody smell of the beef was not particularly stimulating for humans, but would immediately attract a zombie's sense of smell. The zombified Zhang Rui lacked the intelligence to comprehend this new, enticing scent. He instinctively moved, staggering towards the window. If he had tasted human flesh, he might not have found the frozen meat appealing, but unfortunately, he was not that fortunate. Just as his hands reached through the security window's gap, desperately stretching towards the source of the scent, he suddenly felt something bind him. Instinctively, he tried to break free, but the material held him tightly, preventing him from retracting his arm. Jiang Si watched as Zhang Rui, whose arms were tightly bound with layers of tape, was stuck at the security window, letting out a sigh of relief. To restrain the zombie's arms, she had used up 2 rolls of heavy tape. The outcome was smoother than expected, largely thanks to the newly transformed zombie's lack of intelligence and its failure to draw energy from flesh yet. The liquid oozing from Zhang Rui's mouth was black, emitting a nauseating stench. She had restrained him, but seeing the remnants of his humanity, she still felt fear as she approached with a boning knife. Sensing food's proximity, Zhang Rui twisted his body continuously. The immense force rattled the security window, as if he could break free at any moment. Of course, if he did escape, it would only be a matter of time. Jiang Si gritted her teeth and plunged the knife down hard. The pain in her palm was sharp, but at this moment, she could not afford to think about that. Many truths in this world are the same. Being soft-hearted towards others is cruel to oneself. With that thought, she used the same method she had employed on the zombie on the rooftop, stabbing the knife into Zhang Rui's brain. To be safe, she twisted it vigorously. Only when Zhang Rui's body went limp and stopped moving did she rush into the bathroom, beginning to vomit violently. But unfortunately, her stomach was empty, and all that came out was yellow bile. Due to the power outage, she could only hastily wash off with the remaining water from the heater and change into Yin Yun's clothes. When she emerged from the bathroom, her eyes were already severely swollen, and she quickly nestled into Yin Yun's blanket, falling into a deep sleep. That night, outside, the world was filled with wailing and chaos. A world undergoing tremendous changes. Yet in her dreams, it was peaceful. She dreamed of an endless sea of flowers, where her stepfather, as before, leisurely gazed at the blue sky. When he saw her approaching, a warm smile spread across his face. When she woke up, it was almost noon. She pulled back a corner of the curtain and saw that it was a rare good day, with clear skies and no clouds. The aurora, meteors, and zombies from last night seemed like a nightmare. However, in the sunlight, the world was filled with thick smoke and chaos. Reality left no room for her to harbor any illusions. She stepped out of her room and went to the living room on the first floor. She remembered that Yin Yun's home medical kit was on the bookshelf in the study on this floor. Yesterday, she had been bitten by the monster that tormented Zhang Rui, and although it was through a thick cotton coat, the wound was not shallow. Fortunately, the wound looked like just a scrape, appearing normal pink. Otherwise, she would have had to cut herself. Having just applied some anti-inflammatory liquid to herself, she suddenly heard some noise coming from the kitchen. Instinctively, she grabbed a nearby feather duster and walked over. She saw a rabbit stretching its legs and pawing at the refrigerator door. When it saw her coming, the rabbit lifted its chin. This was Yin Yun's pet rabbit, named Xiaoyu. It usually stayed in its cage, but somehow it had gotten out. Jiang Si opened the refrigerator, thinking that rabbits usually eat carrots, and casually tossed one on the floor. However, Xiaoyu turned its body and hopped back to the living room, snuggling into a corner of the sofa. Jiang Si suddenly found it amusing. It seemed to be angry. Was it upset that the food had fallen on the floor? Fine. She picked up the carrot and rinsed it under the faucet, then placed it back in front of it. Xiaoyu still turned its head away. Did it want her to peel it for it? She vaguely remembered Yin Yun complaining about this before. Xiaoyu seemed to understand, its red eyes sparkling, and its little head nodding rapidly. This rabbit had become quite clever. Jiang Si couldn't help but twitch her lips, took a couple of steps, and suddenly thought of something, turning around sharply to stare at Xiaoyu. On its long ears were orange-style earrings, and a string of pearls was fastened at the base of its ears. Its eyes were dusted with a light purple eyeshadow, and its cheeks were faintly pink, perhaps even sprayed with perfume, emitting a lavender fragrance. Jiang Si knew Yin Yun well. She would never be crazy enough to dress up a rabbit, so there could only be one explanation, but that explanation was too bizarre to comprehend. She stared at Xiaoyu, who blinked innocently, seemingly confused as to why this human was looking at it with such a terrified expression. Was it jealous of its beauty? Yes, it must be that. Thinking this, Xiaoyu puffed its chest even higher. Jiang Si let out a cry and rushed to the nearest room. Although she had seen this scene in her dreams, how could she accept it when faced with reality? After a long while, she finally opened the door crack. Xiaoyu was still calmly sitting on the sofa, clearly puzzled, as if asking, "What's wrong? Where did my carrot go? Faced with its fluffy body and harmless little eyes, Jiang Si still surrendered. In the nightmares, many animals evolved while still adhering to their primitive attributes to some extent. For example, a herbivorous cow, once it gained abilities, wouldn't immediately start eating meat. Thus, most herbivores were still very peaceful in the early stages. The obviously evolved rabbit's gentle attitude towards her perfectly proved this point. However, as time passed, biological evolution required more energy, and humans, who stood at the top of the original food chain, inherently contained immense power, becoming the first choice on the menu of mutated plants and animals. One day, this rabbit would eat her. A flash of murderous intent crossed Jiang Si's mind. Power. She had never desired power so much. She didn't want to become food. She didn't want to die. Chapter 5. Superpower. She reached out to touch Xiaoyu's ear. Even after evolving, long ears were still the rabbit's Achilles heel. She wanted to catch it, and then, at the moment of contact, a piece of information suddenly rushed into her mind. Name. Xiaoyu species. Rabbit evolution level. Primary evolution direction. Agility talent. None skills. Invisible legs. Carried weapon. None killing power. 21. What is this? Jiang Si instinctively withdrew her hand as if she had been electrocuted. Before she could recover from her shock, her expression instantly changed to one of disbelief. Just now, she had unintentionally read her own information. Name. Jiang Si species. Human evolution level. Primary evolution direction. Agility talent. Alertness skills. Identification technique. Primary. Identification technique. Primary can obtain basic information of targets within 0.1 meters. Carried weapon. Fruit knife. Primary. Killing power. 20. God. She, who carried a fruit knife, was actually weaker than a rabbit. The rabbit with a killing power of 21 looked at Jiang Si, who was startled with confusion, clearly unable to understand why it took her so long to peel a carrot. It snorted disdainfully at this clumsy human and then wiggled its butt, carrying its food, hopping into the room, and pushed a stool in front of a full-length mirror to jump up. Jiang Si watched its narcissistic behavior, quietly wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. The creature with a higher killing power than hers was actually this thing? She then returned to her special ability and felt a wave of despair. Running over to touch everyone before a fight? Wasn't that courting death? What a useless ability. Fuming, she opened a refrigerator, intending to drink a carbonated beverage to calm her nerves. As she reached out, a thought crossed her mind. Moments later, she revealed a disappointed expression. She had just wanted to read the refrigerator's information, but there was no response. She then touched the sofa blanket in the room, confirming her earlier conclusion. However, speaking of which, both Xiaoyu and she were alive. But what about the lifeless dead objects? Zhang Rui, whose head had been pierced, lay under the security window, his completely zombified face looking extremely hideous, mouth wide open, the inside pitch black, and his teeth glimmering with a faint black sheen. Jiang Si understood that she must not touch those teeth. Just a few hours later, the smell from the corpse was even more intense than before death. The areas where the body touched the wooden floor showed a faint black rot color. Zombies not only have infectious capabilities, but the bodily fluids that flowed from their bodies also have a certain level of corrosiveness. Fortunately, her identification technique was still effective at a very short distance. She raised her hand, cautiously getting close, concentrating to read, and moments later, information came through. Name. Zhang Rui species. Human devolution level. Primary evolution direction. Strength talent. Infection skills. None carried weapon. None killing power. 220 ding. You have comprehended a special skill. A realization suddenly echoed in her mind. The magician's secret can card special unowned items within a 0.1 meter range, only visible to the magician themselves. Something white flashed in her consciousness. Huh, what is this? She was intrigued, and just as she was about to explore what that white light was, a series of screams came from outside, startling a flock of birds on the roof. Each bird was the size of a basketball, flapping its wings all at once, as if they were about to block out the sun. This is sparrows? A possibility crossed her mind, and her expression changed instantly as she turned and ran upstairs. Breathless, she reached the rooftop on the 3rd floor. only to be stunned by the sight before her. About 10 to 20 sparrows with red eyes pecking at Yin Yun's corpse. Jiang Si felt a surge of rage rising within her as she grabbed a bamboo pole by the door and wildly waved it at the flock of sparrows. "Get away! All of you, get away!" The sparrows, evidently still retaining some fear of humans, screeched and scattered. At this point, the corpse was already missing a large part, exposing the internal organs, with only the head remaining relatively intact. This part was charred black by fire, obscuring its original appearance, and one eyeball had been pecked out, leaving a gruesome sight of bloody flesh. Jiang Si couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Her best friend was dead, and even the body couldn't be preserved intact. "Don't be sad. Now is not the time to cry," a childish voice said. She turned to see the rabbit Xiaoyu tugging at her pant leg, its eyes red. "Birds can eat humans. What's so remarkable about a talking rabbit?" She squatted down, and at that moment, a piece of information entered her mind, causing her to widen her eyes again. Special item? Wait, it seemed she had comprehended a new skill. Survivor's Collection Room. A space cabinet that can store special items. Accessible only by the holder and the special items. With a flash of thought, Yin Yun's corpse completely vanished. At the same time, the space around her rapidly became intangible. And a massive circle of cabinets stood around her, with the top shelves completely empty, but the three positions at the bottom glowed with a milky white light. She reached for one of the glowing spots, and a card the size of a playing card flew into her hand. Special item. Remains of a human devolution. Incomplete. Effect. Very low probability of increasing bodily functions usage. Consume note. This item has a high probability of increasing the risk of biological devolution when consumed, and the effect is irreversible. Please be cautious when consuming. Would you like to unseal? With a thought, the card reverted to a corpse before her. Even having mentally prepared herself, she was still startled. As her mind wavered, the cabinets in the void instantly collapsed. She came back to her senses, and the rabbit Xiaoyu stared at her in horror, clearly unable to understand how this foul-smelling thing could disappear and then reappear in place. However, Jiang Si saw a glimmer of hope. Even if she was inherently deficient in physical abilities, as long as she collected various effective special items, she wouldn't have to worry about surviving in the apocalypse. But Yin Yun was dead. Why did Yin Yun have to die? She smiled through her tears, which began to spill over, and after a while, she squatted down and began to sob uncontrollably. The rabbit Xiaoyu trembled and tugged at her pant leg, saying, "Stop crying. Those things are going to come and eat us." Jiang Si finally snapped back to reality. Yin Yun was already dead. What good was crying now, right? I want to live. For Yin Yun, I will live well. With that thought, she wiped her tears, restored the corpse card, and locked the rooftop door behind her before running down the stairs. Earlier, she had seen 3 cards in the space, besides Yin Yun's corpse. There were 2 other special items. With a thought, the 2 cards appeared in her hands. They looked like ordinary children's recognition cards with simple doodles, yet they shimmered with a dreamlike glow. Special item, bodily fluids of human devolution effect. Very low probability of increasing bodily functions usage. Consume note. This item has a high probability of increasing the risk of biological devolution when consumed, and the effect is irreversible. Please be cautious when consuming. Special item, golden bracelet effect, can digitize biological blood data, restoring health at a rate of 0. 2 per minute special effect. Mother's guilt additionally increases the restoration rate by 0. 5 per minute. Activator. Wearer is Yin Yun. Usage. What is this? As she focused her thoughts, the card depicting a simple bracelet transformed into a golden bracelet adorned with lotus patterns. Anyone who looked at it would think it was just a piece of jewelry. This is Yin Yun's golden bracelet. Jiang Si put on her left wrist, and in an instant, she saw that the rabbit beside her had something resembling a game character's health bar on its head, displaying a health value of 80. She shifted her gaze to the mirror, where her own reflection also had a health bar on top with a value of 150. So, this so-called special item only reveals its special abilities after use. She took off the bracelet, and the health bar indeed disappeared. Of course, she realized that the key aspect of this item wasn't the health bar, but the recovery. Jiang Si couldn't help but swallow. This was a good item. Then she thought of something and quickly found a cloth strip to wrap the bracelet and put it back on her wrist. Next, she pondered. If the damage data corresponds to the health bar data, does that mean this rabbit could deplete her health bar with 8 full-force attacks? And an empty health bar would represent game over? No. According to the game settings, there should generally be defense and resistance. Her thoughts lingered at the beginner level behind the identification technique. Perhaps she was too low level for these aspects to be revealed. She looked out the window at the sparrows resting on the trees, each with a health bar of 120. Were they not flying away because they knew she and Xiao Yu were inside, plotting to break in one day and eat them? This was not a place to stay. Are you leaving? Rabbit Xiao Yu asked as she saw Jiang Si packing her things. It's not safe here. The earlier scream had been so horrific that it made her very uneasy. Although it was just one scream, based on the direction from which it came, it was clear that the owner of the sound was nearby. The reason for the scream was likely encountering something dangerous. The lack of a second scream could mean two things. Either the threat had evaded or it had died. Regardless of whether the danger was the sparrows around or something else that hadn't revealed itself, this place was not suitable for staying long. But where to go? She couldn't help but think of her stepfather. She hadn't seen him for many years, and didn't know how he was surviving alone in the suburbs of the Magic City. In this apocalypse, did he have the ability to protect himself? First, she needed to get out of the city and find him. Rabbit Xiao Yu followed her, saying, "Why don't I come with you?" Animals are inherently more sensitive to danger than humans, which is why it sought out Jiang Si. Banding together for warmth is an instinctive behavior. Jiang Si thought to herself, "I'm afraid one day you might eat me." However, at this moment, she had no right to refuse. She was afraid that if she did, she wouldn't be able to get out of the villa's door. "All right, then you should hurry and pack too," Jiang Si said. Xiao Yu immediately took out the small backpack it had prepared, which was part of the Barbie toys collected by Yin Yin. Upon opening it, she saw it was filled with all sorts of small combs and mirrors. Yet, Xiao Yu treated them as treasures. Jiang Si immediately recognized that this rabbit was actually unplanned, so she had to pack some carrots in her own backpack to ensure that it wouldn't get hungry and turn on her. Sigh, plotting with a rabbit is exhausting. Just as she was still stuffing things into her backpack, several screams came from outside, mixed with alarming explosion sounds, causing the flock of birds to flutter up again, creating quite a commotion. She froze because she heard gunfire. Chapter 6, surrounded by zombies, there was a time when she often heard this sound. When was that? She quickly realized it wasn't the time to dwell on this, and couldn't help but curse fool. Although the pistol was powerful, there would inevitably come a moment when it ran out of bullets. Once that happened, she would face a horde of zombies drawn by the sound. It was a suicidal act akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. She initially wanted to run outside, but stopped immediately. Right now, the surroundings were filled with zombies drawn by the noise. Jumping out would mean crashing straight into them and seeking her own death. No, she had to hide. She first pulled the curtains of the house, locked the door, and sealed all the gaps with tape. She thought for a moment and saw the open fridge and the scattered instant food. Yin Yin was a homebody and had stored quite a bit of food at home, which now came in handy. "I remember there's an underground wine cellar. Let's hide half of this stuff in there." As she spoke, she took the lead in moving, just as she managed to block the broken window on the first floor. She caught a whiff of the increasingly strong and pungent smell in the air. It was disgusting. The rabbit, Xiao Yu, was quite delicate and simply shoved 2 rolled-up napkins into its nostrils. "You'll get used to it." Jiang Si ran upstairs and took a moment to peek through the curtains. As she expected, hundreds of zombies were pouring into the community entrance, and even further away, many more zombies were wandering around. Even though the screams coming from the direction of the gunfire were now sparse, the zombies still gathered overdue to their keen hearing. This was the most terrifying part. Jiang Si lowered her eyelids and listened for a while longer. The screams from the direction of the gunfire had turned into wails. The people over there had likely been caught by the zombies. It was self-evident what would happen to those caught by zombies. Of course, she wasn't naive enough to go save anyone. She didn't even have the curiosity to find out more. After a sigh, she took Xiao Yu and crawled into the underground wine cellar. About half an hour later, the outside was completely silent. Even the sound of sparrows flapping their wings seemed to have disappeared. They probably died. A pang of sadness flashed through her heart. The sorrow of sharing the same species. "No one knows if today is you. Will tomorrow be me?" She touched the rabbit in her arms, and relying on its body heat, she slowly calmed down. All right, just to be safe, let's sleep in the wine cellar tonight. Thus, for several days in a row, most of Jiang Si and Xiao Yu's time was spent in the underground wine cellar. The zombies drawn by the gunfire did not disperse immediately. They wandered aimlessly around all day, sometimes attacking and intimidating each other, even consuming parts of each other's bodies that had fallen off. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like a survival method of biological tribal groups. Aside from their hideous appearance, they didn't seem much different from the animal world. Jiang Si, however, knew it wasn't that simple. This was just the beginning of the apocalypse. For the species that had just become zombies, their food supply was still relatively sufficient, so they could coexist peacefully with each other. But after some time, as the non-viable humans were gradually eliminated, the entire human species would evolve, becoming more aggressive and better at hiding. These zombies would discover that their food was gone. Their stomachs could never be filled. And in the absence of food, how could a species continue to extend its existence? The answer was to eat their own kind. Historically, during famines, wars, and disasters, there are stories of cannibalism. Humans can abandon moral ethics when desperate. What more can be said for a group of zombies devoid of reason? They would undoubtedly follow their instincts to feed. This suicidal behavior will be a good thing for humans. Unfortunately, it was not. In Jiang Si's nightmares, after zombies consumed each other, there was a certain probability that more advanced zombies would emerge. Those more advanced zombies would be stronger in both power and agility, with even more terrifying senses of smell and hearing. By that time, they could easily rip off securely nailed security windows and find ordinary people hiding in a secret room, living off canned food, then like sardines, shove them all into their mouths. Jiang Si's heart felt heavy. Surviving in the apocalypse was extremely difficult for someone like her, who had not improved physically. Even with Xiao Yu's help, it probably wouldn't be enough. She had previously been confident about relying on collecting special items to get by. Now, the situation outside indicated that her small frame might not last until that time. Her phone had long since died from lack of power. The day after entering the cellar, the entire city began to experience power outages. On the sixth day, the water flowing from the tap had completely turned brick red. The only consolation was that it was winter and the weather was not hot, so there was no need for frequent bathing, making the demand for water less urgent. Despite Jiang Si's inner anxiety, life in the cellar was not as hard as she had imagined. If she were alone, she would indeed feel lonely and easily overthink. Fortunately, she had Xiao Yu. Initially, Jiang Si was wary of this talking evolved rabbit, but after spending time together, she discovered that this rabbit was equivalent to a 5- or 6-year-old child in terms of intelligence. The two of them ate and drank together, and their interactions were extremely friendly. Even at night, when they slept, Xiao Yu would actively snuggle up to her, burrowing into her clothes, only willing to sleep after warming itself with her body heat. This continued for almost half a month until one day, Xiao Yu returned from a stroll outside with news that the horde of zombies seemed to have dispersed. Jiang Si stared blankly for a while, finally realizing that she had to leave. That's how people are. Even though living in the underground wine cellar was stifling, she had enough to eat and drink, without worrying about making a living. Outside, it was uncertain how difficult things might be. But she quickly shook her head and said to herself, Jiang Si, you useless one. Don't you understand that waiting like this is like a frog in warm water? If you continue to languish like this, you won't even have to wait 3 years to be pushed into a horde of zombies. Just half a month more, and those evolved zombies will find you. With that thought, the urgency to leave here emerged. She picked out some compressed food and bottled water, searched the room for many tools and parts, and stuffed Xiao Yu into her backpack. Jiang Si steeled her courage and pushed open the big door. The yard was filled with dry leaves swirling in the cold wind. Though only a few days had passed, it felt like a different world. Her gaze shifted to the enormous figure deep in the woods. In just half a month, the originally chirping sparrows the size of basketballs in the woods had vanished, leaving only one that was about the size of an adult. It no longer had the delicate appearance of a sparrow and looked imposing. Xiao Yu had once picked up a feather that had fallen from it, which had become a sharp blade. During this time, Jiang Si had roughly figured out its patterns. This adult-sized sparrow had to feed every hour. Sometimes it was a living person, and if it couldn't find one, it wouldn't refuse zombie meat. The zombies wandering around the garden were almost all cleared out by it. Sparrows were originally very lively creatures, but after evolving, their temperament seemed to have undergone a drastic change. When not foraging, it would fold its wings and stand motionless on a branch, appearing to doze or waiting for a better opportunity. Originally, zombies were a major threat. Now, it seemed that some evolved animals were also quite terrifying. She exchanged glances with Xiaoyu, who bounced out like a lookout, glancing around, and soon jumped onto a stone stump to raise its paw to her. This was their agreed signal that it was temporarily safe. Only then did Jiang Si carefully step outside, while keeping an eye on the sparrow. Everything was very quiet. Even the sound of the wind was serene, the leaves swaying, reflecting the cold light of winter without warmth. The sparrow lazily opened its eyelids, then lazily closed them again. So calm it was almost unbelievable. Jiang Si let out a sigh of relief, weighing the bone-cutting knife in her hand, and began to jog along the stone path. The originally clean and white gravel road was now stained with blood and scattered limbs. For a moment, Jiang Si felt as if her heart was about to give out, pounding so hard it seemed ready to burst from her mouth. In the bushes, a corpse lay in a pool of blood, dressed in the security uniform of the area, its eyes wide open, still showing the fear and despair from its last moments. This was a normal person's body. It had suffered a direct blow to the head at the time of death, which was why it had not turned into a zombie. She took a quick glance and quickened her pace to the gate. Not far away, several zombies were wandering around a car in the street. The car had made a loud noise when touched, which kept the zombies from noticing her. Even knowing that zombies had no vision, Jiang Si still stopped and hid behind the wall of the courtyard. Through the gaps in the grass and trees, she saw her own red Santana parked nearby. The distance wasn't far, but her car was quite close to those zombies, just a matter of crossing the road. Jiang Si swallowed hard, feeling a bit nervous. She encouraged herself for a moment. Then, suddenly, she dashed out, immediately leaping toward her car. As expected, the zombies did not turn around right away. But just as she got into the car, she suddenly noticed that the passenger seat window was completely shattered. Someone had smashed her car. Instinctively feeling something was wrong, she was about to jump out and leave when a sudden wave of foul odor rushed at her from behind, and a zombie lunged from the back seat, viciously biting at her neck. Chapter 7. Repeated Death. Jiang Si suddenly sat up, gasping for breath. She had no time to think about what she had just experienced when the rabbit, Xiaoyu, returned from a stroll outside, wearing a new garland made of pine branches around its neck, and told her that the horde of zombies outside had dispersed. She was momentarily stunned, feeling that this scene was somewhat familiar. Dazed, she packed her belongings, and, when reaching for her car keys, a thought flashed through her mind. No, there's zombies in the car. But if she couldn't drive, how would she leave this place? Hesitating for a moment, she suddenly remembered that Yin seemed to have brought back a new car a few days ago. She didn't know where the keys were. Thinking this, she hurriedly ran to the room on the second floor to search. Before she could find the keys, a loud crash suddenly came from outside, the sound of the community's iron gate being knocked down. People? She hadn't seen a normal person in days. Jiang Si couldn't help but feel joy and quickly peeked through the second floor window. She saw 6 or 7 pickup trucks crashing into the community. They were divided into 3 groups, and 2 of the trucks were heading her way. The people in these 2 trucks had tattoos half-painted on their faces, resembling coiled green snakes. In the front passenger seat was clearly a small leader, whose tattoo was darker and featured more details than the others. He said something, and the driver laughed in response. At that moment, they suddenly became alert, jumped out of the car, and raised their guns to shout at the bushes nearby. Moments later, a girl, looking about 17 or 18, trembled and walked out from behind the bushes. The 2 men exchanged glances and laughed. One of them stepped forward to brush the girl's disheveled hair away from her face. From Jiang Si's perspective, that angle seemed particularly lewd. The man said something to the girl, who looked horrified and kept retreating. He forcefully grabbed her arm, and the small leader stepped forward to say a few more words, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Then, the small leader dragged the girl to the back of the truck, and soon screams and pleas for mercy could be heard from inside the vehicle. The man who had spoken to the girl earlier seemed impatient. giving instructions to the other two before jumping into the car to join them. The two outside, keeping watch, snickered, appearing eager despite their dissatisfaction. It was easy to imagine what was happening inside the truck. Jiang Si's expression darkened. She didn't know what her expression was. Beasts, a bunch of beasts. Should she take them out? How could she? She had to run. But where to? She thought of the wine cellar and quickly shook her head. She didn't want to be trapped like a turtle in a jar. Instinctively, she looked at the trees, where a sparrow had opened its eyes, shining ominously. Just then, a man's scream came from the truck. She hurriedly looked over, and the girl had been kicked out like a rag. She was completely naked from the waist down, her hair a complete mess, rolling on the ground and convulsing, a fatal wound on her neck, blood gushing out. The small leader, while zipping up his pants. Didn't he forget to kick her? The girl screamed and flipped over, lying motionless. He wanted to kick her again, but was stopped by the two lookout men, one of whom pointed in Jiang Si's direction, and the four of them started cursing as they walked over. Had they been discovered? Jiang Si instinctively grabbed Xiao Yu by its ears and threw it into the woods across from her, just as it was about to hit a tree trunk. Xiao Yu twisted its body and activated its evolved special skill, Shadow Legs. The powerful force from its legs burst forth with a muffled explosion, snapping a tree branch as thick as a bowl. The commotion drew the two men's attention, and before they could see clearly what it was, they felt something fuzzy rush toward their faces. The four panicked and waved their machetes. One even pulled out a handgun, which made a sharp sound. "Who told you to shoot?" the leader yelled. The man who had fired froze for a moment, then his eyes bulged. "Brother Cohen, look out." He didn't finish his sentence before the small leader screamed. The girl he had assaulted and killed had turned into a zombie and, without them noticing, crawled over and bit his calf. At the same time, the sparrow finally flapped its wings and rushed out, striking one person's head at lightning speed. Panic spread instantly. Before the small leader could say anything, he pulled out his gun and started shooting in all directions. Jiang Si stared in shock at the scene. Clearly, this was a country with strict gun control. How could these people all have guns? Such a loud noise would surely attract more zombies. How long would it take for the gathered horde to disperse again? She watched the approaching zombies, which were larger and showed signs of evolution, and rushed down the stairs. The mutated sparrow's wings stirred up a cloud of dust, blurring her vision. Taking advantage of the chaos, Jiang Si jumped into the nearest pickup truck. Just as she was about to start the car, she noticed that the small leader, who had been shooting like crazy, was still not a zombie. Her eyelids twitched violently, and she instinctively turned to look. The sparrow's large shadow drew near, its sharp claws breaking through the glass, and at that moment, a bullet shot toward her at a speed visible to the naked eye, penetrating her brow and plunging her into endless darkness. A strong sense of despair filled her chest as Jiang Si sat up again, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. At that moment, the rabbit Xiao Yu returned, dragging a thin carrot, and casually informed her that the zombies around had mostly dispersed. This time, she hesitated not at all and quickly packed her belongings. This was not a place to stay for long. She couldn't drive her own car, and she couldn't find Yin Yun's keys. All she needed to do was leave this community. Without waiting for Xiao Yu to jump out and scout, she glanced at the dim sparrow deep in the woods. Her heart filled with lingering fear. Its power was fresh in her mind. It was definitely a terrifying presence. However, having gone through the previous two experiences, Jiang Si knew it wouldn't attack living beings for the time being. She quickly walked to the bushes where the girl had been found and whispered, "Is anyone there?" After a moment of silence, a timid female voice replied, "Are you calling me?" Jiang Si pushed aside the bushes and saw that the person was indeed the girl who had been killed in the omen. "The zombie horde has dispersed quite a bit. I'm planning to leave here. What about you?" she asked. "I don't know." The girl hesitated and nodded. "But where are we going?" The two of them jogged to the entrance of the community. Jiang Si didn't even look for her car, directly avoiding the zombies, and ran towards the eastern road where there seemed to be fewer zombies. A couple of zombies lunged at her, but she quickly dispatched them by stabbing into their skulls. Fast and precise, even if it wasn't a fatal blow, it wouldn't take time to get entangled. This was the safest method when encountering zombies. Currently, the zombies' weaknesses were obvious. As long as they weren't surrounded, they could be easily outpaced. After running for a while, they spotted a cloud of dust not far away. Several pickup trucks were speeding toward them from around the corner. Jiang Si quickly pulled the girl into an alley, hiding among some bushes. Just as they settled in, they heard the sound of approaching vehicles and many people shouting. One of them yelled, "I just saw two women come this way." "Brother Cohen, has it been so long since you've smelled flesh that you don't even want to let the female zombies go?" While speaking, several footsteps approached. Suddenly, one person laughed loudly. "Didn't T see the big-breasted woman? But here a female zombie." With a gunshot, a zombie fell, facing their hiding place. The girl jumped in fright, but she knew she absolutely couldn't make a sound at that moment and tightly covered her mouth. Wasn't it said that shooting was prohibited? What does it matter? We are not staying here. Isn't the destination just ahead in the neighborhood? Until the pedestrians got back in their car and drove away. The girl almost collapsed to the ground. Jiang Si knew what the gunfire would attract, and didn't dare to linger there. The girl understood this too, gritting her teeth and following her out. As soon as they stepped out, they saw zombies gathering from the movements of a tailing pickup truck on the main road. There was no way back. They could only head deeper into this alley. On both sides of the alley were high walls, with withered vines hanging down from the other side, clearly indicating that this was an old residential area. Seeing that they were about to reach a dead end, they turned back and saw a few swaying zombies following them, so they hurried to push open a nearby door. Fortunately, they were lucky and entered a small room. The two realized they were in a nearby elementary school. Considering the time, winter vacation had already started, and the entire campus looked empty, with a playground likely under renovation. Many areas uneven, exposing the concrete and soil beneath the rubber carpet. They were in the security room at the entrance, where a police baton lay horizontally on the ground, seemingly abandoned. Jiang Si looked around and felt something was off. Confirming her suspicion, suddenly the ground shook. An earthquake? She quickly grabbed the girl and ran out, stepping carefully. Just as they were about to run toward the teaching building, they were horrified to discover that the entire school playground resembled a boiling soup. Many tentacle-like appendages, as thick as baby arms, emerged from the ground, making a rustling sound as they disturbed the mud and sand. There was no time to see what they were, when the girl let out a scream behind her. A tentacle had emerged from the ground, wrapping around the girl's legs. The tentacle was incredibly strong, and the girl couldn't break free for a moment. Jiang Si immediately turned around and slashed at the tentacle several times. But it was very resilient and not so easy to cut. After finally chopping it into two segments, more and more tentacles converged toward them, bringing a nauseating earthy smell. Jiang Si stumbled, and her whole body fell to the ground. Two tentacles quickly wrapped around her. At the same time, the girl screamed again. When she looked back, a tentacle about the thickness of a bucket was tightening around the girl's slender waist. The girl struggled incessantly, and the tentacle suddenly tightened, causing her face to turn red, followed by a stream of blood pouring from her mouth. Those tentacles had no teeth or claws, relying solely on brute force to tightly bind their prey. Name: Qin Meifei species, human evolution level, primary evolution direction, intelligence talent, none skills, teleportation, primary, weapons, none attack power, 14 teleportation, can teleport a target within 10 meters to any location within 100 meters. Cool down, 4 hours. Help me. Qin Meifei's voice grew fainter, gradually becoming inaudible amidst the tightening movements of the giant worm. Jiang Si suddenly felt dizzy. When she came to her senses, a rushing wind filled her ears, and a strong cold air blew from below, causing her eyes to sting as she fell through the air. In just a few breaths, without even the time to scream, Jiang Si suddenly felt her body stiffen, and all her bones shattered upon impact. On the rooftop of the teaching building, before dying, blood spilled from beneath her, flowing into her eyes as she lay on the ground. What she could see was the scene of the girl being completely consumed by the underground creature. Chapter 8. Survival in the Gap of Death. Jiang Si woke up to find it still dark outside. She opened her eyes wide and gasped for air. Even after her breathing stabilized, her hands and feet still felt icy cold. Fate gripped her throat like a powerful hand, and if it tightened just a little more, she would fall into an abyss from which she could never return. Just now, was it a dream? Was her life really threatened? The rabbit, little Yu, sleeping on her shoulder, let out a soft whimper, clearly unhappy about suddenly losing its heat source. However, it only raised its paw and flailed it in the air a couple of times before turning around and instinctively burrowing back under the blanket to continue sleeping. The more time Jiang Si spent with it, the more she felt it resembled a human child rather than just a pet rabbit. Jiang Si got up, lifted the entrance to the wine cellar, climbed the stairs, and opened the door to the top floor. In the silent darkness, the sparrow's eyes locked onto hers. In that moment, every detail of death from her dream magnified in her mind. Each choice would lead to a different fate, but ultimately, all resulted in death. If she could avoid these factors of death, would she be able to escape this calamity? Taking a deep breath, she felt grateful for her ability to foresee danger. In her premonition, she had died 3 times, each method of death so clear as if it were real. Death itself was not terrifying. It was the endless darkness that came with it, where nothing remained. She subconsciously glanced at the sparrow again, but in the dark woods, she could see nothing. It was as if that brief moment of eye contact had been a figment of her imagination. The biting cold wind made her shiver, snapping her back to reality. She had no time to dawdle. Jiang Si hurried downstairs to grab paper, a pen, and a flashlight, then crawled back into the wine cellar. Given the current situation, she needed to analyze the known information before dawn. Firstly, the sparrow in the woods would not attack living beings unless startled. After scouting the area, Little You needed to leave this park within about 10 minutes. The sooner, the better. Her car had its passenger side window smashed, with a zombie lurking in the back seat. Those thugs in pickup trucks would come from the Eastern Street. They would not spare women and were armed. The school on the Eastern Street was off-limits due to the presence of evolved earthworms, sturdy creatures with strong regenerative abilities that could move quickly underground. Additionally, there was Qin Mei Fei. As for her ability, she had been cautioned not to use it recklessly. Although the teleportation skill was powerful, 100 meters could refer to horizontal or vertical distance. She vividly recalled how she had died from a fall from a height, which was quite tragic. However, this ability could be quite useful against enemies. Jiang Si not only listed the various death factors shown in her dream, but also made an effort to recall every trivial detail of the death events. To that end, she drew a simple map, marking each location and noting the possible time of the events. Confirming that she hadn't overlooked any information, Jiang Si fell into deep thought. First, leaving here couldn't rely on her legs. She needed a vehicle. The situation with the evolved earthworms reminded her that many times humans could not outrun animals. Moreover, those were just underground worms. Even if mutated, they would only win through sheer numbers, using their bodies to strangle their prey. They also needed to move through the soil, which limited their movement space in a densely constructed area. Jiang Si marked an X on the school's location. Then, regarding Yin Yun's car keys, she marked a question mark. She had no idea whether they existed or not. At least she hadn't seen any cars parked near this house. There was a small underground parking lot to the southeast of the community, but exiting it would require passing through the park's main gate, taking even more time, especially since that direction was where the gunshots originally came from, and she was still unaware of the situation inside. As someone weak, she didn't need to risk potential vehicles. Moreover, during the apocalypse, everyone was panicking. If the timing was right, she should be able to find a vehicle on the road. More importantly, if she altered her actions or trajectory, would other events occur? Other crises were unknown, but what she had experienced, what dangers might appear, was already clear. In reality, there was only one life. She had to be cautious, very cautious. She quickly jotted down some side details, integrated all known information, and confirmed that there were no other oversights. She turned off the flashlight and mentally replayed all the events that had occurred. Until dawn broke and the morning light streamed into the room, she exhaled a breath of stale air and opened her eyes. "I see, what's wrong with you?" Little You the rabbit finally woke up, sitting up with a confused tone as it saw Jiang Si sitting on the makeshift bed made in the wine cellar. "If we were to separate, you could still live just fine, right?" Jiang Si picked it up and rubbed her face against its soft fur. Rabbits were inherently clever animals, and Little You was particularly quick. Even if it couldn't fight, it could always escape far away and avoid trouble. In comparison, she felt utterly useless. Little You didn't understand why Jiang Si would say such things. To it, humans were just trouble. I said I would protect you. I wouldn't abandon you. It smiled innocently. Yes, you will protect me. Jiang Si affectionately ruffled its fluffy head. However, Little Yu disliked this action very much and always thought it would mess up its appearance. It resisted, jumping onto the vanity, brushing its eyelashes a few times to ensure its eyes looked beautiful before telling Jiang Si, I'm hungry. Let us go find something to eat. Then it hopped out of the cellar. Jiang Si watched it leave and smiled wryly to herself. You should be grateful that the first few times were just tests. This is the real hellish battlefield. She quickly packed her backpack. Holding the bone knife in her hand, she quietly sat in the hall, chewing on biscuits and drinking water. Jiang Si had never felt time drag so painfully. Yet her expression remained remarkably calm. Half an hour later, a white shadow appeared in her line of sight. Little Yu squeezed in through a gap in the cardboard under the window, looking dejected. What bad luck. I almost ran into a dog just now. If I hadn't reacted quickly, it would have ruined my looks. Jiang Si stiffened. A dog? An evolved dog or a zombie dog? Where did you see it? The former would be hoped to still have a friendly attitude toward humans, while the latter, she held no hope, if encountered. She would have to either be faster than it or risk a near-death experience. More importantly, this information contained change. Who knew what impact a dog would have on her fate? It truly confirmed the saying that plans couldn't keep up with changes. Fortunately, it wasn't ugly. I was planning to eat some fresh carrots. That dog was just sitting there, so scared I hurried back. Little Yu tilted its head, pondering. In the previous 3 death warnings, Little Yu had indeed brought back a carrot once. But could that provide sustenance? Jiang Si couldn't figure it out. She didn't dare take the risk. Now was reality, no longer a dream. She had experienced the true pain of being on the brink of death. It was precisely this pain that filled her with a certain reverence for survival. Where was that dog? Did it follow you back? Jiang Si quickly looked outside, her view still calm and quiet. From a house at the end of that road, there was a patch of vegetable garden. Little Yu blinked. No. I specifically took a detour to come back. Even taking a detour, it wouldn't matter. Dogs were animals with a keen sense of smell. If it truly wanted to follow, they wouldn't be able to hide. After all, the entire community was just a small area. Jiang Si suppressed her anxious heart. I understand. All right. I can't worry about so much anymore. We need to hurry. As she spoke, she tossed the beloved backpack of the rabbit Xiaoyu to it. The rabbit Xiaoyu nodded. Yes. I was just going to say that the zombie horde seems to have dispersed. Did you already know? Jiang Si only smiled faintly. But her mood was very heavy. As long as Xiaoyu told her that the zombie horde had dispersed, it indicated that the plot had already begun. Whether she could survive or not was still uncertain. Following the original trajectory, Jiang Si took the car keys. This time, she didn't need Xiaoyu to scout. She directly pulled Xiaoyu's ear and stuffed it in her backpack pocket. Without hesitation, she hurried to the place where Qin Meifei was hiding. It was a thicket, with pine and cypress trees interspersed, perfectly concealing a small wooden house inside. Sensing someone approaching, a face appeared behind the canvas curtain of the wooden house. And a panicked voice said, Who are you? Don't come over. As she spoke, a girl emerged from behind the wooden door, holding a shoe as a weapon. She was wearing a beige coat, her face pale, and her hair disheveled. It was Qin Meifei. Jiang Si got straight to the point. I've been hiding in that house, and I've almost run out of food and water. I'm planning to change places. Do you want to come with me? Qin Meifei looked at Jiang Si uneasily and hesitated. But, I don't know you. My name is Jiang Si. Jiang Si approached and reached out, brushing the weaponized shoe away. Now do you know? Do you want to come with me? Time is precious. I can't wait too long. Think carefully. Qin Meifei clearly didn't know this could be done. A look of confusion appeared on her face, but after a moment, she made up her mind. Then, wait for me. I'll be right there in a minute. No, half a minute is enough, she said as she quickly ran into the wooden house, coming out with a small bag of rice, which she poured all onto the ground. After doing this, she clapped her hands, revealing a relaxed smile. All right, let's go. Seeing Jiang Si's puzzled expression, she quickly explained, My grandpa bought a lot of food specifically to feed the birds. Now that I'm leaving, if those birds come back, they can eat the leftovers. It's all that's left. What about your grandpa? Jiang Si asked. Qin Meifei showed a sad expression. Died. But this was not the time for sadness. Jiang Si nodded and asked another question. The birds, the kind like that? She pointed to a shadow not far away in the woods, roughly the size of a person, appearing and disappearing. Han Meifei was startled and quickly waved her hands. No, they're small, the kind that can hop around a lot. That big bird, it eats zombies. As she spoke, a look of fear appeared in her eyes. It was strange to say that, although this big bird terrified her every day. She had to admit that it was also because of this bird that the zombies could not approach the small wooden house. The small, nimble birds were just sparrows, right? At this moment, Han Meifei probably didn't realize that one of the sparrows her grandpa had raised would become a terrifying existence. How did you know I was here? Han Meifei asked. Jiang Si didn't have time to chat. She quickly walked to the entrance of the park and indeed saw a few zombies wandering near a car with the alarm going off. Can you drive? I can. But Han Meifei stuck out her tongue and, after a while, said, Sister, can I call you sister? You're really beautiful. You're beautiful too. Jiang Si replied nonchalantly, tossing her the car keys. There's a zombie in the back seat of that car. I'll go distract it first. Then you take the opportunity to start the car and be ready to pick me up. We'll turn left and go down the first alley and stop there for a while. Do you understand? Chapter 9, Survival in the Gap of Death 2, if all goes well, according to the speed of the car. The group in the pickup trucks would just be turning the corner as they entered the alley, perfectly avoiding an encounter. Of course, Jiang Si had thought about taking the road and turning left. After all, the road on the left connects to the coast and leads directly to an elevated highway across the inland sea. It was the quickest way out of the city. But if Jiang Si could think of it, wouldn't others think of it too? Everyone in the city was converging on the same place. The denser the chaos, the more zombies there would be, ultimately like a tumor on a major artery, making it impossible for anyone to escape. Moreover, since ancient times, water has always been a breeding ground for life, with a diversity of organisms and peculiar evolutionary capabilities that land organisms cannot compare to. Over the past half-month, the evolution speed of land organisms has been astonishing, not to mention the aquatic creatures under the bridge. Thus, in Jiang Si's dreams, there was never a good impression of places close to large water sources. In comparison, the route those thugs took, while not completely safe, at least had smooth roads that allowed the cars to pass through easily. With a car, it was easier to escape even when encountering zombies or evolved cat and dog-like creatures. Jiang Si reiterated her emphasis on the direction. I understand, but why do we have to do this? Han Meifei asked in confusion. She was just a minor, still a minor with a head full of questions. Just do as I say, and I'll explain later, Jiang Si said, a bit impatient, mostly nervous, afraid of missing the opportunity. The two walked quickly, with Jiang Si being the first to place her hand on the back seat door. At the same time, Qin Meifei pressed the car key, and the lock on the back door clicked open. Jiang Si promptly pulled the door handle, and a zombie indeed lunged out. Relying on the removed door, half of its body fell to the ground, making a howling noise. When the zombie howled, the zombies across the street turned their heads in unison, wobbling over to gather. Hurry and get in the car. Jiang Si frowned. In the nightmares of the apocalypse, scientists have always believed that zombies have no intelligence, yet through sound, they could call their kind. How could one say they had no connection? At this moment, she had no idea that Qin Meifei, hiding in the small wooden house, had never been this close to a zombie. When she saw the zombie on the ground reaching out and nearly grabbing her leg, she jumped up and, instead of quickly getting into the driver's seat to start the vehicle as planned, she was driven by fear and instinctively ran to what she thought was the safest place. What are you doing? Jiang Si was almost frantic, shouting as she reached out to pull her back. But Qin Meifei ran too fast and soon disappeared behind the iron gate of the community. She glanced at her car, bit her lip, and had no choice but to follow Qin Meifei back. The car keys were still in Qin Meifei's hand. At this moment, the sound of cars approached faintly from not far away. The group had gotten closer. Damn it! Jiang Si cursed and had to jump into the small wooden house in the bushes. The girl was indeed there, kneeling on the ground on a blanket, shivering. Jiang Si yanked her up. What are you doing? I'm sorry. I'm scared, she said with a bitter smile, shaking her head. She also knew that her previous behavior was somewhat cowardly. But by the time she regained her composure, she was already in the wooden house. If you stay here, you will die. Rape and murder, that is the greatest insult to life. Jiang Si was not a saint who would take responsibility for Qin Meifei's life and death. But no one should be treated so cruelly, even if this would be the most common scenario for the weak in the collapsing order of the apocalypse. Moreover, Jiang Si remembered that when they encountered the evolved earthworm, Qin Meifei's last use of her ability was not for self-preservation, but to give a chance for escape to a stranger she had just met. Even though the effect of the ability was not ideal. "Didn't you ask me how I knew you were here?" "It's because of my ability. I dreamed about it," Jiang Si said expressionlessly. Qin Meifei looked up in a daze. "Are you saying that in your dream, I stayed here and died?" "Yes, a very tragic death. In a little while, a group of people will come to search for supplies. They have cars and guns. It's very dangerous, but they can take us away. They can help us," Qin Meifei said with hope. Perhaps she expected others to save her, which is why she came out of the wooden house and got discovered. "Help you?" Jiang Si shook her head helplessly. "They will only see you as weak, treat you as a plaything, rape you, humiliate you, and then kill you. First of all, this is the apocalypse. Secondly, you are a woman, a weak woman." These words were somewhat cruel to say to a minor girl. But the world had changed drastically. It was no longer a greenhouse. Before she could finish speaking, they heard a whimpering sound coming from the bushes on the left, resembling that of a small puppy. They saw a circle of frost-resistant fences shaking off the dry leaves that had accumulated in the branches for a season. This was a big guy. Jiang Si picked up a bone knife. Moments later, a pure white dog head poked out first. It clearly smelled the two of them and stuck out its blood-red tongue. Was this a sign it was about to attack? Jiang Si pushed Qin Meifei, who was still in a daze, back into the wooden house. She couldn't blame her for being so flustered. The dog was about a meter tall. From its appearance, it seemed to belong to the golden retriever breed, but golden retrievers aren't white, and even adult golden retrievers wouldn't grow to such a size. Clearly, this creature had evolved. This was also evidence that this disaster was increasingly favoring animals over human life. In just half a month, sparrows had grown to human size, and dogs had also increased in size. Jiang Si's heart raced. She wanted to find something to block the door. But as soon as they entered, they realized they had reached a dead end. This small wooden house was not meant for shelter, but was more like a small storage room for miscellaneous items. The thin door could be symbolically locked with an iron bolt, and the windows were extremely low, covered with a canvas, with no security measures whatsoever. As soon as the two entered, the mutated dog had already approached, sniffing the bird food that Qin Meifei had dropped on the ground, and even licking it. However, it clearly found the food unappetizing and blew a breath of disgust, causing a small whirlwind to stir up, scattering the grain on the ground into dust. Was this a special ability? Jiang Si's heartbeat was racing in her throat. At that moment, the mutated dog moved closer and placed its paw on the wooden house door. Only up close could they see that its paw was a thickened pad, with white claws extending from it. If it weren't for the danger, it could be considered flawless. But this was not the time to admire it. It seemed to know that the two inside the house were unwilling to play with it, and it lightly scratched its claws on the wall, causing wood chips to fly off and creating 3 holes. The sharpness was evident. The two women's expressions were not good. Jiang Si protected Qin Meifei and retreated to the innermost part of the wooden house, whispering, unless absolutely necessary, "Don't use your ability." Qin Meifei was taken aback. How did she know I was going to use my ability? She withdrew her hand and picked up a gardening shear from the corner as a weapon for self-defense, thinking to herself, as soon as that thing comes in, I will hit it hard. Just as the two were trembling in fear, a loud noise suddenly came from the direction of the community entrance. It was the group breaking open the iron gate of the neighborhood. Hearing the commotion, the dog abruptly turned to look over, undoubtedly shifting its attention. It then turned around and leaped toward the sound. Jiang Si's back was already drenched in cold sweat. Her ears perked up listening to the direction of the noise. And she continued, "If you think it's safe here, just hide in the house and don't show yourself." People nowadays have many incredible abilities, and any little movement will be detected. She could barely guess that the dog had no obvious desire for human food. The biggest threat in front of her was still that group of brutes with a gun in hand, driving a pickup truck. However, having reached this point, she had done her best. Whatever fate Qin Meifei faced was her own choice. After she finished speaking, she rushed out. Yet, as soon as she came out, she was taken aback. The mutated sparrow that had been lazily perched on the tree was now wide-eyed. It stared in the direction of the entrance to the park. She couldn't tell whether its behavior was influenced by the mutated dog or disturbed by the people at the entrance. Jiang Si felt her heart racing and was somewhat uneasy. While being wary of the mutated sparrow, she also took precautions to avoid being discovered by that group, moving along the wall of the park with her body bent. The greenery in this park was quite extensive, with extremely dense shrubs and evergreen trees. After walking for about 4 or 5 minutes, she finally approached the entrance of the park. Due to the appearance of the mutated dog, that group seemed to be in a state of panic. But as she had guessed, the dog did not launch an attack on humans. Someone in the car attempted to throw out a piece of sausage, and the mutated dog, which did not conform to the typical canine size, immediately wagged its tail, behaving just like a pampered pet that was friendly and loving towards humans. Jiang Si felt somewhat disappointed. She had originally hoped that this dog would impact that group of people. Now, seeing the dog's demeanor, which still retained its pet-like characteristics, she realized she couldn't count on it for now. Because the distance wasn't too far, Jiang Si could hear their conversation. This dog is really damn fat. It's so big. It's a fool, right? What are we afraid of? We'll stew it tonight. In this damn weather, it's perfect for a dog meat hot pot. With such a big size, it'll be enough for us 20 or 30 people to eat for 2 or 3 days. Amidst their laughter, the mutated dog merely bit the sausage and looked up at the group with a puzzled expression. Jiang Si, however, was thinking that this group had more than 20 people that probably had a large base and more guns. They were used to doing bad things, and their hearts were black to the core. Chapter 10 Survival in the Death Gap 3. Just like in the premonition, a total of 7 pickup trucks came to the community to search for supplies, each carrying 2 people, all with half a black snake tattoo, armed with guns and long-handled cold weapons. Such a well-equipped organization could not have been hastily assembled. Perhaps they already possessed considerable strength before the apocalypse. Could they be part of the underworld? The Magic City can be a prosperous international capital, but it can also be a place where 100 demons roam and 1,000 monsters gather. It is not surprising what kind of people and organizations might appear here. The key is how to handle encounters with them. There are indeed only 3 roads in the community suitable for vehicles, and they must have done their homework before coming. However, Jiang Si still felt a bit puzzled. After all, this community is just an ordinary residential area. If they were simply looking for supplies, they could easily go to supermarkets or malls. While she was thinking this, 2 pickup trucks drove towards the residence of a Yin family beside her. The mutated dog still obediently squatted at the door. A zombie staggered in from the community entrance, reaching out to it, and the mutated dog immediately stood up alertly, letting out an impatient low growl. To her surprise, the zombie suddenly paused as if losing its direction, sniffing fruitlessly, and then turned towards the pickup truck, staggering after it. Jiang Si was somewhat shocked to witness this. This dog could even influence the zombie's sense of smell. At this moment, a young man in the driver's seat glanced several times at the place where Jiang Si was hiding through the rearview mirror. "What are you looking at?" asked the man beside him, who had a nose ring. "Nothing. Just felt like someone was watching me. It's just a dead person, right? Did you drink too much last night and not wake up? Stop scaring people." The man slapped him. The young man pouted in grievance, not daring to say anything further. After all, there was indeed a dead person lying there with wide-open eyes, which was quite frightening. As the pickup trucks disappeared around the corner, Jiang Si jumped up and quickly walked towards the entrance of the park. Her figure only flashed in the rearview mirror of one of the pickup trucks, and a young man who had just grown suspicious blinked but lost sight of her around the corner. Could it be that he saw wrong? At that moment, he suddenly heard a series of curses and shouts coming from the walkie-talkie, followed by a sudden explosive sound. Although he knew that there would be some surprises during each search, the young man still couldn't help but feel panicked when faced with the reality. What's happening? The voice on the other end of the walkie-talkie replied, "There's something strange." "Something strange?" The young man was puzzled. The man with the nose ring nudged his arm, signaling him to look over. About 10 meters away, on the other side of a patch of woods, one pickup truck had crashed headlong into a nearby pool, smoke billowing from its hood. The other truck was intact, but there was a large dark object on its roof. What was that? His vision was good, and he could still see clearly through the trees that it seemed to be a bird. But even an eagle wouldn't have such a physique. As if sensing his gaze, the bird suddenly turned its head to look at him. In a dizzying stare, the young man's face changed dramatically as the bird soared into the air, effortlessly pulling a person out of the truck like breaking tofu. That person seemed to be the team leader for this mission, and he was clearly terrified, screaming while shooting in all directions. For Jiang Si, the only good thing the group of pickup trucks did was clear the zombies at the entrance of the park. Many zombies had their heads blown off, while others had their hands and feet chopped off, leaving only their torsos writhing on the ground, posing little threat. However, these zombies were still terrifying. Even when they had lost their limbs, once they sensed food nearby, they would instinctively stretch their heads forward, and even if they couldn't bite flesh, their teeth would still make a crunching sound. Seeing her slowly walk over, the mutated dog raised its head to look at her. This pressure made her feel an unprecedented fear. Her heart was pounding fiercely, as if it would leap out of her throat at any moment. But she couldn't stop. She forced herself to walk forward. Even pets that had been tamed by humans still retain the nature of chasing and moving prey. Just as the person and dog brushed past each other, a fierce gunfire erupted within the park. Not more than 3 meters away from Jiang Si, the mutated dog suddenly stood up, looking towards the source of the sound. Hurry over, hurry over. Unfortunately, Jiang Si's wish was not received. The giant dog instead let out a whimper and, light on its feet, walked back toward her. Run? At such a close distance, how could she outrun a dog? Jiang Si dared not move anymore, stiffening her body, allowing the dog to come closer to sniff her scent. As it approached, Jiang Si could see her own reflection in its clear eyes. It circled around to Jiang Si's back, and then brought its mouth close. Even without turning back, Jiang Si could catch a glimpse of its serrated teeth when it opened its mouth. This feeling was akin to a slow death. Fortunately, it didn't last long. A soft and squishy thing was dragged out of the mutated dog's backpack. It was the trembling little rabbit, Xiaoyu. The little rabbit quickly hopped away into the nearby grass. But the dog, swift as the wind, soon caught up and bit it on the lip. Xiaoyu quickly broke free and darted to the other side. But the dog was just as fast, catching it again. Don't eat me. I'm not tasty. There's not much meat. Eat her instead. At a critical moment, the little rabbit pointed at Jiang Si. Jiang Si was immediately furious. You ungrateful creature. Can loyalty be eaten? Didn't you see this guy has already slobbered all over me? As she spoke, another chaotic explosion sound came from the woods, and a dark shadow stirred up a whirlwind and soared into the sky. Its claws grabbed a person. In midair, that person was torn in half, with organs and limbs falling down with a clatter. The strong smell of blood was swept into her nose by the northwestern wind. Watching this horrifying scene, Jiang Si couldn't help but feel a wave of despair, feeling a kinship with those doomed. At the beginning of the apocalypse, humans evolved slower than animals, clearly weak and fragile, yet they particularly enjoyed humiliating each other. With a thud, a bloody intestine fell not far away. The mutated dog suddenly raised its head, clearly intrigued by the scent. Xiaoyu, losing its restraint, immediately tried to move a step, but the mutated dog raised a paw and pushed it back. Xiaoyu tried to move again, and it pushed back once more. After 10 back-and-forth attempts, the mutated dog was nonchalant, but Xiaoyu was exhausted and panting. I remember now. The little rabbit, feeling hopeless, lay down in a posture of surrender, saying that it had seen this dog while being walked by its owner before when it was still nursing. Xiaoyu had only been bought by Yin Yun for 2 or 3 months. A nursing dog wouldn't be more than 2 months old. Jiang Si had to suspect that this dog hadn't been weaned. No wonder it seemed docile. Its previous diet must have been baby food. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by the scent surrounding the dog, Jiang Si quickly left the area, and the little rabbit also seized the gap and quickly darted out, hiding under a car. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out behind them. The mutated dog let out a howl and fell to the ground, struggling and emitting a mournful cry. Jiang Si turned around and saw a man and a woman rushing out from the entrance. The man had half a snake tattoo on his face, with more specific details on it, clearly a small leader among the group. He was holding a bloody watermelon knife in one hand and a pistol in the other. The gun that had just shot the mutated dog had been fired from his hand. He was obviously injured, with some blood on his face, looking incredibly fierce. The woman was none other than Qin Meifei. Qin Meifei had 2 slap marks on her face, and when she inadvertently glanced at the man's expression, it was filled with fear. Upon seeing Jiang Si, both of their faces changed color, especially the man, who almost immediately raised his hand, pointing the dark muzzle of his gun at Jiang Si. However, when he clearly saw Jiang Si's appearance, he revealed a look of amazement. "Where's the beauty going?" he asked, a smile of infatuation with her beauty on his face. Yet he simultaneously raised his gun, not hiding his threatening intention. Jiang Si's body had not been enhanced, and she definitely couldn't dodge the speed of the bullet. But if the other party lost that gun, he would not be the biggest threat. She thought this way and had already signaled the rabbit, Xiaoyu, with her eyes. Xiaoyu got up from the ground. During the few days in the underground wine cellar, he and Jiang Si had developed some tacit understanding. As soon as he heard the gunfire, he had already been on guard. Suddenly, Qin Meifei screamed, startling the man. A bit displeased, he turned to look at her. "What's wrong?" "Brother Kun, I twisted my foot. It hurts so much, I can't walk." Qin Meifei crouched down to touch her ankle. "How useless." The man called Brother Kun looked at Qin Meifei suspiciously and then turned around to pull her up. Taking advantage of the man's distraction, Xiaoyu leaped up from the ground. Brother Kun exclaimed in shock, and by the time he reacted, his gun hand was already empty. Xiaoyu's kick would have certainly broken a normal person's bones, but this Brother Kun only felt a numbness in his arm. Jiang Si's gaze was deep. This person was also an evolved human. "You?" The man was even more terrified than Jiang Si. When he saw a furry thing bouncing away with his handgun, his expression changed unpredictably. "What does this mean?" "The gun will be kept by me," Jiang Si said. "Well done." Qin Meifei was just about to clap and laugh. However, the man pulled her and hid behind an abandoned vehicle, saying, "This woman is a bit strange." His position vaguely suggested that he intended to use her as a shield. Just as his words fell, he suddenly felt something was off and hurriedly tried to dodge to the side. Unfortunately, although he was an evolved human, his reaction speed was still that of a normal person. When he came to his senses, he felt a sharp pain on one side of his head. The originally silent girl held a pair of iron tongs. This was probably her first time hurting someone. She didn't use lethal force and was still trembling all over. Fortunately, the man had a decent foundation, so it was only a slight pain. "You bastard." The man swung the watermelon knife without hesitation. Qin Meifei had long retreated, throwing the weapon she held toward his face and jumping out. Without the threat of a gun, what was she afraid of? Brother Kun, in a fit of anger, wanted to grab her back. Suddenly, a gunshot hit the ground near his feet, creating a hole in the floor. Brother Kun had to stop in his tracks and look at the woman who fired the gun. This woman had an incredible beauty and calmness. Qin Meifei had already pounced to Jiang Si's side. Jiang Si casually opened the car door, pushed her inside, and while doing these actions, she kept a vigilant eye on Brother Kun. Evolved humans always had some incredible means. Who knew if he had other killer moves? At this moment, the man understood that these two were indeed acquainted. "You two?" he asked, shocked and angry. Jiang Si and Qin Meifei exchanged a smile. Chapter 11. Survival in the Gap of Death. Seeing the car start, Brother Kun suddenly realized the situation and shouted as he chased after it. "You bastards, don't leave." He had brought out a total of 7 pickup trucks, all of which had been destroyed by that detestable mutated sparrow. Now, wanting to escape for his life, relying solely on his legs was not enough. They absolutely could not be allowed to get away. "Damn it, you all should die." As the car drove onto the road, Brother Kun sneered and began to mutter an obscure incantation. Special skill, Flying Bee. Summons mature carnivorous bees that can suck the target's brain marrow, and the energy gained can be assimilated by the host. Duration, 2 minutes, cooldown, 24 hours. Seeing the man's strange movements in the rearview mirror, Jiang Si felt her eyelids twitch violently, suddenly hearing a sharp scream from the rabbit, Xiaoyu, on the roof of the car. "What happened?" Jiang Si asked. "Something is coming from the sky," Xiaoyu screamed. "From the sky?" Jiang Si stretched her neck to look out the car window, and her pupils involuntarily constricted. A palm-sized bee was diving down from the clouds, making a scalp-tingling buzzing sound. It was called a bee, but it was different from ordinary bees. It had a sharp, long tube that was as long as its body. Just then, a zombie stood in the middle of the road, and with a crisp explosion, the long tube on the bee plunged into the zombie's head, causing its entire head to burst into a bloody flower. Seeing this, Jiang Si was greatly shocked and slammed the gas pedal, pressing it to the floor. However, this speed was still not enough to shake off the pursuer behind them, and the buzzing sound got closer. Bang, bang, bang. It sounded like something was knocking on the car roof. Each knock left a pinhole-sized gap, allowing light to shine through. Jiang Si shouted to remind Qin Meifei, "Put on your seatbelt." As she spoke, she frantically turned the steering wheel, quickly changing direction to shake off the bee. But in just a second, her rearview mirror suddenly shattered. The creature had caught up again at an invisible speed. Xiao Yu, terrified of the creature's long mouth, quickly dove into the car, pulling out a frying pan. As the bee was about to come in, Xiao Yu raised the frying pan and started to swat at it. Xiao Yu's speed had improved, but the bee was even more agile. After a struggle of just a few seconds, Xiao Yu was gasping for breath and fell into Jiang Si's arms. The frying pan in her hand was already riddled with holes. "I've done my best." Xiao Yu's eyes rolled back, and she completely fainted. Blood seeped out from under her snow-white fur. During the earlier struggle, she had been stung multiple times by the strange bee, and each sting drained her strength. Qin Meifei quickly cradled her in her arms. However, when she looked up and saw the roadblock ahead, she couldn't help but scream again. "Watch out ahead." Jiang Si had been focused on the distance to the bee and hadn't noticed. When she heard Qin Meifei's warning, it was too late to turn the steering wheel. Accompanied by screams and the deafening sound of brakes squealing, the front of the car crashed into a nearby store. Jiang Si's entire body was violently thrown against the windshield, and blood immediately flowed down from her forehead. A strong dizziness enveloped her. She shook her head, trying hard not to lose consciousness immediately. But her eyelids fell uncontrollably. Stumbling out of the car, her knees buckled, and she knelt on the ground. Qin Meifei rushed over to pull her up, but ended up rolling on the ground with her. At this moment, Jiang Si felt Qin Meifei's voice becoming increasingly distant. Only the high-frequency buzzing of the bee's wings was clear in her ears. She felt a soft, heavy object land from the air into her palm, then crawl up her arm and through her disheveled hair to her head. The imagined excruciating pain did not come. Instead, there was a hint of cold dizziness, making her entire body feel increasingly limp. Is it about to end? It seemed she could not escape the fate of death. She struggled to open her eyes and met Qin Meifei's panicked face. The girl was still holding Xiao Yu's frying pan, trying to swat away the creature that had landed on her head. But the bee mercilessly stung her face, body, and hands. Jiang Si wanted to tell her not to waste her efforts and to hurry and escape. But at this moment, she couldn't say a word. She could only lift her lips, slowly sinking into complete darkness. However, Qin Meifei suddenly became fierce, grabbing the flying bee with her bare hands and forcefully throwing it to the ground. The imagined skin tearing and flesh bursting did not occur. The bee vanished the moment it touched the ground as the 2 minutes were up. Qin Meifei was stunned for a moment, then burst into tears of relief. While crying, she shook Jiang Si. Sister, wake up." Looking around, her voice became more urgent. "If you don't wake up, the zombies will come and eat you." Nearby, hearing the commotion, zombies began to sway and move toward them. Jiang Si had not yet come to her senses, but managed to open her eyes weakly. "Then why don't you hurry and go?" I can't leave." Qin Meifei's face was swollen with 2 big lumps, her hands covered in the bee's barbed stings, bloodied and terrifying, but her eyes were exceptionally sincere as she said, "I can't leave you here alone." Thinking of something, she exerted herself to pull Jiang Si up. Sister, I'll carry you." Jiang Si sighed and struggled to stand up. She was relieved that she hadn't sustained severe injuries. She just felt dizzy from the impact, seemingly on the verge of a concussion. The store that had been hit was part of an old district renovation project. Looking around, the street was lined with empty storefronts, looking particularly desolate. The desolation in the apocalypse was an unwelcome blessing. However, the sycamore trees on both sides of the street were bizarrely blooming with cotton-like flowers out of season. But now is not the time to dwell on these things. The two quickly supported each other and started to jog. Not long after, they heard a low growl from a zombie in a pile of overgrown grass against the wall. Both of them jumped in fright. But the lying zombie merely stared at them with hollow eyes and growled, not lunging at them. It was tied with a rope around its neck to a nearby iron railing. Upon closer inspection, they noticed its arms and knees were hollow, revealing a section of body wrapped in skin. Clearly, this was a disabled person who had survived by selling pity before the apocalypse. When the end came, he might have been abandoned due to his physical limitations. Jiang Si observed that apart from being ragged, there was not a trace of blood on him, and she could even guess that since he was tied here, no one had discovered him, or even if they had, they couldn't care less, leading him to starve to death and, upon opening his eyes again, directly becoming a zombie. "You scared me." Qin Meifei patted her chest and kicked a small stone at the zombie in frustration. The stone hit the zombie's face, but the zombie didn't even dodge, just growled in their direction, revealing its blackened gums without teeth. When he was still human, he was a tool for others to make money. Even as a zombie, without enhanced teeth and fingers, he was destined to be a weakling in the zombie world. The weak are destined to be eliminated. Jiang Si couldn't bear to look any longer and urged Qin Meifei, "There's a residential building ahead. Let us go hide up there." She pointed to an old-style building not far away, about 6 stories high, with steel stairs built on the outer wall leading to the rooftop. The rooftop had a wide view, but there was only one entrance up and down, making it easy to defend and hard to attack, which would also be convenient for dealing with zombies if they came. More importantly, with the pickup truck wrecked and their condition not good, it was better to find a place to rest rather than wander aimlessly on the street. Qin Meifei was young and didn't have much of a plan, so she naturally followed Jiang Si. The two didn't say much and hurriedly ran toward the rooftop. At the downstairs entrance, a loose iron latch was hastily put together, which could be easily opened from the inside. They hadn't climbed to the rooftop yet when suddenly a figure appeared above. Wearing a duckbill cap and a black hoodie with a big white bear on the front, he held a baseball bat in his hand. The leading Qin Meifei was startled and lost her footing, rolling down. Fortunately, she was bundled up for winter and didn't get hurt. It was also lucky that the other party didn't swing the baseball bat at her directly. Jiang Si helped Qin Meifei up and quickly said to the man, "We haven't been infected. We're just looking for a place to rest. We mean no harm." The man, taken aback to see 2 normal people, exclaimed, "Oh." His agile eyes darted between the 2 of them, and he immediately grinned. "So it's 2 beauties. I hope I didn't scare this little sister just now. Come on up. We're all good people." As he spoke, he lifted his cap, revealing a harmless-looking face, slightly tanned and in his early 20s. Qin Meifei pouted, hesitant to argue. The previous group, led by Kuang-ge, had given her a bad impression. Sometimes, people could be scarier than zombies. The threat of zombies was tangible. They wanted to eat you and would come right at you without any pretense. But people were different. Their malice was concealed within. And while they might want to harm you, they could still smile at you on the surface, only to stab you in the back unexpectedly. She quietly tugged at Jiang Si's sleeve and whispered, "Sister, he has." "Has what?" Jiang Si asked instinctively, only to suddenly notice a tattoo peeking out from the man's sleeve. She immediately pulled Qin Meifei and said, "We should just leave." But before they could head downstairs, a very muscular man slowly ascended from the stairway below, blocking their path. Although it was winter and the weather was cold, he was bare-chested, displaying a large expanse of muscle. Moreover, he was wielding a machete nearly half his height, the blade stained with blood, which was extremely intimidating. Clearly, he was an evolved ability user with significant physical strength. Upon seeing the 2, this ability user grinned, revealing a set of white, sharp teeth, and, like the previous man in the duckbill cap, adopted a playful demeanor, saying, "What great luck today, running into 2 girls at once." Chapter 12, just escaped the tiger's den, but encountered the wolf's lair. As he spoke, he frowned, suddenly remembering something, and asked, "By the way, how did you come down? Didn't you see anyone up there?" "This won't do. It's chaotic outside now. For the safety of the girls, it is our duty as men to brave the fire and water. Let's go, let's go." Saying this, he reached out, intending to pull the 2 of them along. However, upon raising his hand, he noticed the girls' expressions were not good. So he hurriedly hid the knife behind him and said, "I just killed a few zombies and didn't have time to clean up. You don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. I'm very gentle." Absolutely, he then ran up the stairs next to them, the entire metal staircase shaking with a loud thud. While running, he shouted angrily, Li Jinkai, Li Jinkai, how have you been hosting? Hurry up and come down to invite people up. He heard a weak voice from above replying, I wanted to invite, but I have diarrhea today. I haven't even had time, and my stomach is growling. By the way, why are you back so early today? Isn't there a lot of noise in the northwest? I was worried you wouldn't dare to go far. How is the cabbage doing? Is it better? Not so good. I'm afraid, what should we do? Qin Meifei couldn't help but ask with a sobbing tone. Jiang Si looked at the swaying figures of zombies on the street not far away, and for some reason, those zombies were only lingering around and not approaching them. These people are not the same group as those before, she said calmly. Qin Meifei made a sound of acknowledgement, looking helpless. She glanced at her own hands and said, Sister, my face hurts a lot, and my hands feel like they're going to be disabled. You've evolved. Your body will heal these injuries. Just bear with it a little. Jiang Si's gaze flashed with pity. She was also in pain. After that car accident, she felt like her whole body was falling apart. Besides a concussion, she suspected she had other internal injuries. She pointed to the intersection not far away. If one looked closely, they would notice a significant difference between the areas where zombies wandered and those without. Wherever there were flowering phoenix trees, even if zombies wandered over, they would instinctively drift away. This commercial street, which was to be transformed, had about 100 meters lined with phoenix trees. The areas they radiated benefited the residential building where they were located. This was also the fundamental reason why there were no zombies nearby. They should take the time to see what is special about those phoenix trees. With this in mind, Jiang Si said, There are similar residential buildings over there. Let us go find a place to settle down. If we're lucky, we might find a safe room. While the instinct to huddle together for warmth was a better choice, they still needed to be cautious of others. If they wanted to survive the apocalypse, they had to rely more on themselves. There was no need to crowd together with strange men. Qin Meifei naturally had no objections, but was instead worried about the two people they had just encountered. What if they want to do something to us? What should we do? Jiang Si replied, We should pray that they don't have any bad intentions. In our current state, she sighed, wishing she could just lie down for a while. Qin Meifei was also not in good shape. The pampered girl before the apocalypse had never encountered any hardships. Even when the apocalypse arrived, she had been hiding well and had not suffered much. Now, to escape for her life, she had been slapped and stung by mutated bees, leaving her covered in welts. And she had also experienced a car accident. Also, there was the rabbit, Little Yu, which was still nestled in Qin Meifei's arms and hadn't moved for a long time. Given its usually noisy personality, if it were fine, it would have jumped out by now, making a fuss. So, they probably couldn't count on it either. Should we call 110, call the police, or stand on the street and shout, hoping to use public opinion to stop others from doing evil? If those two had any bad intentions. In this broken order of the apocalypse, the only way to stop violence was with violence. But both the two people and the rabbit were as good as dead. Real lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Where would the violence come from? Relying on their puny fists? In the half-month since the apocalypse began, Jiang Si had been longing for the peaceful world before. She clearly didn't expect that the two girls would decisively leave them to find another place to settle down. Li Jinkai watched them support each other as they crossed the road and entered the building across the street through binoculars. He subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief and said to the person beside him, Actually, it's fine. There is no need to worry too much about them. Girls can sometimes be troublesome. That is true. The man beside him, Jiang Si, frowned and expressed his disagreement. Those who achieve should benefit the world. You and I are no longer the same as before. We should help those in need as much as we can. Li Jinkai shuja nonchalantly. Then thought of something and smiled slightly. All right, I'll go over later and bring some food to those two girls. This good job should naturally be mine. You stay here to watch the house. Besides, aren't you still having diarrhea? Hurry up. Not to mention how those two were doing. Jiang Si and Qin Meifei stumbled into an emptied warehouse. The warehouse was on the second floor, with only one entrance for going up and down. The bottom of the warehouse had an iron door locked with a big padlock, with graffiti saying, "Don't open the door, they're monsters." Although it was written like this, no sound was heard from inside. It might have been someone's prank. Qin Meifei shook her head, pointing at the blood-red graffiti, and said, "Sister, I feel uneasy. I don't want to stay here. Jiang Si pulled a piece of canvas from the ground and hung it over the door to cover those words, saying, "Let us bear with it for now." As she spoke, she gestured for Qin Meifei to take out the rabbit, Little Yu. At this moment, they finally noticed the bloodstains on Little Yu, which had almost dyed the entire white rabbit fur red. Beneath the fur, its skin was bruised, clearly indicating it had been poisoned. Jiang Si remembered Qin Meifei had also been stung by that mutated bee. She pulled her over to take a closer look at her injury and found it was just swollen and red, shiny, with no major issues. She just needed to wait for the swelling to subside. Indeed, humans who have been nourished by gutter oil had stronger resistance than other creatures. Is it going to die? Qin Meifei felt sorry and hurriedly asked. Jiang Si placed her hands on Little Yu's body. Its breathing was shallow, clearly in a bad state. "I don't know," she said, taking off her gold bracelet and putting it on Little Yu's foot. She initially didn't know if this would have any effect. However, the bracelet, originally sized for an adult wrist, surprisingly shrank to fit the size of the rabbit as front paw the moment it touched Little Yu. Qin Meifei widened her eyes in surprise. "Sister, what is this?" Jiang Si thought for a moment and decided to tell her about the special item. In the apocalypse, knowing more meant having a better chance of survival than knowing nothing at all. She wasn't too worried that Qin Meifei would take the gold bracelet. This girl had a kind heart, otherwise she wouldn't have helped her. But after helping her escape a deadly fate, things seemed to be a bit different. She inadvertently glanced at her wrist. At the same spot, Qin Meifei also had a red thread. It seemed to be a subcutaneous capillary, but there was no capillary that followed this path. From now on, we should live and die together. This was her vague guess. Two people with no way out tied their fates together, sharing life and death from then on. Although Qin Meifei was puzzled by this, she seemed very happy. "Just right. We can make a pair of sister bracelets." Jiang Si rubbed her head, smiled, and lay down beside Little Yu. But she was pondering in her heart that this was not a good thing. She was used to being alone, even when she became engaged to Yi Cheng. She never thought of relying completely on someone. Now, in the process of striving to survive, bearing another person's life and death was a pressure and burden she had never considered before. Qin Meifei didn't have as many thoughts as she did. She sat by and spread out the food from her backpack on the ground. Of course, this backpack belongs to Jiang Si, in a small bag she carries. Besides a dead phone and a small pack of napkins, there are only 2 chocolate bars. "How have you been getting by these past few days?" Jiang Si instinctively asked her. Qin Meifei, nibbling on a pack of crispy noodles, smiled shyly and replied, "I've been eating meal replacement bars. You only need to have one a day, and I still have a dozen left. Would you like to try one?" As she spoke, she pulled out a small bottle from her pocket, which contained half a box of pills that looked like vitamin C. Jiang Si shook her head with her eyes closed. "What are you doing losing weight at such a young age? It's not the same as before. You need to eat normally now. Evolvers require a lot of energy, and you can only replenish it by eating. Otherwise, when your legs feel light, you won't even be able to run when you see a zombie." Yecheng, who has lightning abilities, can eat more than 3 times the amount of food a normal adult male consumes in one meal. As her strength increases, this amount keeps growing. In a nightmare, when she was pushed into a horde of zombies, ordinary food could no longer satisfy Yecheng's needs, and she had to hunt high-level mutated animals to replenish her energy. It was during the hunt for these high-level mutated animals that she encountered a horde of zombies. To buy time for her team to escape, she was abandoned as a burden with no performance, ultimately becoming a meal for the zombies. After all, human evolution, like that of other organisms, whether zombies or animals, requires energy to be supplemented from the outside. This urgent need leads organisms to either eat or be eaten. The principle of survival of the fittest has evolved into a global arena of evolution. So, the question arises, what exactly caused all of this? While the two were chatting idly, suddenly the can hanging in front of them made a sound. Someone was coming. This was a simple alarm system set up by Jiang Si. As long as someone pulled the handle of the iron door, the force would pull the can and make a noise. Sure enough, they heard the sound of footsteps. Someone approached, taking 2 steps for every 3. Before they could see the person, they heard a deep voice. "Hey sis, my name is Gao Chong, just gonna drop by. Which floor are you on?" It was the power-type evolver they had encountered earlier in the stairwell, bare-chested. But did he really just come for a casual visit? Chapter 13, it turns out this way, Gao Chong was originally a sophomore at a top-tier academy. Although he was in one of the best educational institutions, he became infatuated with online games, spending a lot of time on his computer every day, often skipping classes and staying up late to grind through game dungeons. On the night of the apocalypse, he happened to clear an extremely complex dungeon and obtained a unique artifact. Strangely enough, after the apocalypse, this artifact automatically bound to him, becoming an invincible weapon in reality. In addition, he underwent a dramatic transformation. Gao Chong, who was originally a typical nerd, short and chubby, suddenly grew from 1.7 meters to 1.9 meters overnight, and his soft, greasy fat turned into elastic muscle. When he lifted his shirt, he had a tight set of abs that would make anyone drool, even himself. What seemed like the end of the world to others felt like a golden opportunity for Gao Chong, a chance for an underdog to rise. Fitting the saying that heroes emerge in chaotic times. He was particularly pleased with this and prepared to wield his sword and make a significant impact. For example, just like in novels, he imagined leveling up, battling monsters, embarking on various adventures to obtain treasures, playing the role of a hero, organizing an army, and establishing a federation. Then perhaps even creating a harem. Of course, these were just thoughts in his head. His past 20-plus years of timid demeanor did not change with his physical transformation. Like a naturally inarticulate person who doesn't suddenly become eloquent just because they put on armor, Gao Chong remained the same. As the apocalypse approached, his school quickly organized emergency measures to gather all students in the basement. Of course, this had nothing to do with Gao Chong, who was solely focused on the attributes of the artifact. When a meteorite struck the school's transformer, causing a power outage, he sneaked away from the crowd of evacuees to go to an internet CAF. The CAF near the academy was packed even at midnight. Unfortunately, after the meteorite incident, the dead began to rise. Just as Gao Chong was about to find a seat, a group of zombies burst in, injuring several people, all of whom unexpectedly turned into zombies themselves, targeting other normal people. One turned into two, and two turned into four. By the time Gao Chong realized what was happening, it was already too late. On the night of the apocalypse, he had to spend a difficult night crammed into a utility room under the stairs with a CAF owner and a cashier girl. While hiding in the utility room, it seemed that the principal of his school had already received alarming reports that shocked him and immediately began organizing students to flee the city. Before the city's order completely collapsed, traffic was not yet that congested. Thanks to decisive leadership, that night, the school managed to send out 15 buses of students. Although 9 of those buses encountered accidents, there was still hope. Those who did not manage to board or refuse to leave due to denial of reality were left behind to become food for the pursuing zombies. Among them were a few survivors who temporarily escaped by hiding in locked dormitories or remote corners. However, as time passed, the situation grew increasingly severe, with food and water becoming scarce. The few surviving individuals had to venture out to gather supplies, constantly suffering losses. When Gao Chong finally stumbled back to the school, the number of surviving students and teachers combined was less than 20. Among them was the school beauty he had secretly admired for a long time. Gao Chong's only stroke of luck was obtaining the artifact from a game, putting him ahead of everyone else as the apocalypse unfolded. However, the school beauty did not like him. Even if he was no longer a loser, but instead a muscular and powerful handsome guy. Her eyes were only on a male teacher, comforting others in the crowd. The male teacher was of average appearance, but exuded charm, always speaking calmly and gently, like a gentle spring breeze. Even in the most dire situations, he maintained a neat appearance and behaved with grace and elegance. If Gao Chong's mindset had improved in the face of the apocalypse, he would have understood that a man's charm relies on stronger combat abilities, but sometimes the gentle and refined personal qualities cultivated through extensive knowledge can also be an irresistible allure for women. However, Gao Chong's mindset did not improve along with his abilities and appearance, as he led everyone to find a better place to settle and accepted their generous compliments. He vaguely sensed the shared gratitude towards the male teacher. This made his heart, which was already overflowing with personal circumstances, feel even more distressed. Later, he mustered the courage to confess his feelings to the school beauty, But when she responded with a distant smile, his resentment reached a peak. Gao Chang was not a saint. A saint possesses great power and can use it wisely, even if they cannot act immediately. They will not recklessly wield their power to inflict suffering on others. Since Gao Chang was not a saint, he was a brute, unable to control his jealousy towards others. He devised a plan he believed would make the school beauty fall in love with him. During a subsequent outing to search for supplies, he deliberately attracted a horde of zombies, putting the nearby male teacher in danger. In his plan, he wanted to strike when the teacher was scared out of his wits, ideally causing him to tremble and cry, and then he would present him to the school beauty, showing her what a coward he truly was. In his youth, he only thought about suppressing others to showcase himself, not realizing how childish his little schemes appear to others. The male teacher merely smiled lightly at this, and even when he saw a horde of zombies, he did not display any loss of composure that would tarnish his demeanor. As Gao Chang had secretly wished, the male teacher died in what he thought was a perfect plan. All plans in the world often involve variables, proving that plans cannot keep up with changes. Gao Chang might have hoped the male teacher would disappear, but he was used to being timid and was not a malicious person. He only intended to scare him and make him look foolish. However, he did not expect the horde of zombies he attracted to discover a little girl hiding nearby. To save that little girl, the male teacher had to run towards the zombies, attempting to stop them with his mortal body. By the time Gao Chang arrived, the male teacher was already badly injured, and it was only a matter of time before he would become a zombie. He remained calm, simply took off his glasses to clean them, and said, "From now on, please take care of it. From now on, please take care of it." This phrase undoubtedly became a curse that haunted Gao Chang for the rest of his life. Whenever he thought about abandoning his responsibilities, the male teacher's expression would casually flash in his mind. The male teacher died, appearing to be an accident. Even if the school beauty had her suspicions, she only murmured a few words before crying her heart out with other girls. Perhaps the way the school beauty cried was not as beautiful as when she was cold and indifferent. At that moment, Gao Chang no longer loved her, nor could he love anyone else, because even when awake, he would see that male teacher, especially during every long night. At that moment, he hurried upstairs, wanting to provide help within his means to the weak. This was not something he had to do. It was just that subconsciously, the male teacher stood there. If he did not help others, that smiling gaze would always be upon him. The building had 6 floors, but from the 4th floor up, it was locked with a copper lock, making it impossible to go up. Of course, as a supernatural being, he could clearly hear the breathing of 2 girls. Their breaths were behind the door on the 2nd floor, one on the left and one on the right, seemingly in a defensive posture. He smiled slightly and made no effort to prepare to dodge. He thought about how much strength 2 weak girls could have, allowing them to pounce on him for a couple of hits. So what? But once he entered, he regretted it, as his keen eyes immediately spotted the table leg in Jiang Si's hand, with 3 or 4 iron nails on it. He is just an ordinary ability user, not an impenetrable wall. Those iron nails piercing into his flesh not only hurt, but might also lead to tetanus or something. He doesn't want to die in such a miserable way in the end. Gao Chang suddenly jumped back and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Sister, we are really just simple good people." Jiang Si only intended to put on a show, slightly nodding her head. Just wanted to let the other party know that she was not easy to bully. Of course, this was merely self-comforting, like a paper tiger, hardly worth mentioning in the face of overwhelming power. However, Qin Meifei did not think so. When Gao Chang showed weakness, she genuinely believed she was strong and rushed forward, randomly slapping at him. As she hit, she felt something was off. When she looked up, the person in front of her had already turned around. His height of nearly 1.9 meters posed a visual threat to ordinary girls. Only then did Qin Meifei feel scared, dumbfounded as she dropped the inflatable hammer in her hand and sat down on the ground. Gao Chang found this girl a bit silly. With her chubby face and tearful, reddened eyes, she looked just like an adorable rabbit. How much threat could an adorable rabbit pose? Speaking of rabbits, he saw the rabbit, Little You, lying behind her, and instinctively licked his tongue. "Oh, what is this? Are you skinning it? That won't do. You should just chop off its head and tear it apart to keep it intact." As he said this, he crouched down to pick up Little You. Qin Meifei immediately forgot her fear and snatched Little You back. "Nonsense. Little Yu is my pet. We are not going to eat it. Gao Chong found her puffed-up cheeks a bit amusing, reaching out to ruffle her hair. Of course we're going to eat it. What are you going to do about it? Jiang Si took Little Yu. She had already cleaned the bloodstains from its fur with a cotton swab before, but now a faint red liquid was seeping out from its wound. Even with the special golden bracelet on it, Little Yu's condition had not improved. It was injured and still poisoned. Even if they killed it now, they couldn't eat it. Do you have any way to save it? She asked Gao Chong. Gao Chong shook his head. The situation doesn't look good. However, I have a classmate majoring in medicine who can help take a look. He then looked at the two of them, switching to a more sincere tone. I really am a good person. Chapter 14, Other members. Gao Chong's team consists of 4 men and 2 women, along with a little girl, making a total of 7 people. Among them, besides Gao Chong, there are 2 other superpowered individuals. One is a young man in a duckbill cap named Li Jinkai, who has the ability to control fire, but seems to have a weak stomach, needing to go to the restroom even after eating compressed biscuits. The other is a tall, thin girl wearing glasses named Wei, who can conjure pure water out of thin air. Currently, everyone in the team relies on her for water, making her almost as important as Gao Chong. When Jiang Si and Qin Meifei appeared, everyone who had been busy turned to look. Wei also stopped her action of conjuring water balls and couldn't help but snort. I was wondering why you had to bring someone over. Turns out it's a gorgeous beauty. What a waste of food with that kind of attitude. Her voice was neither loud nor soft, and everyone heard her clearly. Jiang Si instinctively glanced at the crowd. The expressions were mixed, with some agreeing and others frowning. However, the majority seemed to agree, except for the little girl of about 7 years old, who was holding a worn teddy bear and looked bewildered. Gao Chong paused, looking at Wei, seemingly a bit embarrassed. What do you mean? The moment he spoke, a tense atmosphere arose, ready to ignite. I mean it literally, Wei said fearlessly, raising her chin. The food we've collected can only support us for 2 days, and that's if we ration it. At this critical moment, you specifically went to the other side to bring these 2 people over. I really doubt if all men have their heads filled with their genitals. Although her words offended everyone present, no one stepped forward to object. Even Li Jinkai, who also had abilities, only kept a sullen face, as he didn't agree with Gao Chong's actions either. If it were superpowered individuals or strong men, there might be room for negotiation. However, women, especially those who looked delicate and weak, only added chaos when they cried and fussed in times of trouble. They had encountered female survivors before, and what happened then? They were kindly rescued, given food and water, but they became demanding, wanting their husbands or children saved, and if things didn't go their way, they would start moralizing and rolling on the ground. But if they agreed to help, critical moments often led to mishaps. Either they insisted on gathering useless supplies, causing everyone to miss their chance to escape, or at crucial times they would come out screaming when they should be hiding, recklessly urging everyone to save others who couldn't be saved, which led to several deaths. Before Gao Chong could speak, Jiang Si looked at Wei and said, I just came to ask if anyone could help look after my pet. If it can be saved, I will offer a reward. Of course, if it can't be saved, we won't waste time and will leave immediately. Her decisiveness and calmness as a professional woman naturally overwhelmed the student Wei. Although this pressure was insignificant, it still made Wei blush. If she had a few more years of social experience, she wouldn't be intimidated by Jiang Si's calmness at that moment. But this confrontation made her feel a sense of inferiority. Wei bit her lip, a look of embarrassment flashing across her face. Someone beside her timely patted her hand, comforting her. It's a good thing to have more people join us. In this apocalypse, those who survive must help each other. Wei, I know you've been worried about Kai Hua lately. At this time, just say less. Gao Chong knows what he's doing. The speaker's voice was gentle, instinctively tucking stray hair behind her ear, revealing a fair cheek like spring snow. Even without seeing her full face, Jiang Si could tell she was a beauty. At that moment, a painful, suppressed low roar came from the door behind them, presumably from the Kai Hua she mentioned. Everyone's expression changed, and Wei ran inside immediately. The beauty quickly followed, softly saying something, and soon the low roar gradually subsided, seeming to have fallen asleep. A boy with an ordinary appearance quickly asked, "How is it?" The beauty came out, shaking her head regretfully. "Not too good, but for now, it seems to still have some rationality." The boy's eyes dimmed as he asked, "Did Kai Kai say she wanted to eat something? I can go get it." But no one answered him, and he walked away with his head down. Qin Meifei was a bit curious about what was inside, and couldn't help but ask Jiang Si, "Sister, was that person bitten by a zombie?" "Yes, very likely," Jiang Si nodded. "But isn't being bitten by a zombie supposed to turn into one?" "Not necessarily," Jiang Si replied. "It's possible that their body has some immunity, which delayed the zombification." This made the beauty suddenly lean forward, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. "What you said, is there any basis for it?" She grabbed Jiang Si's arm, her grip a bit frightening. With this proximity, Jiang Si was even more certain of her beauty. A true beauty can withstand any test in any circumstance. Even as a beauty herself, when she saw the girl's full face, she felt a genuine envy rise from her heart. Seeing Jiang Si appear a bit dazed, Gao Chong quickly said, "This is our campus flower, Bai Xian. She's in the medical field, so she's our doctor." Jiang Si smiled and said, "Since you're studying medicine, you must understand better than I do. But those who are bitten by those monsters will turn into zombies in a very short time. None of our classmates have escaped that fate." Realizing her slip of the tongue, she released her grip and returned to her usual calm demeanor, saying flatly, "In the face of disaster, organisms will find a way to survive." Jiang Si spoke this not without basis. In her nightmare, she had seen a soldier who had been bitten by a zombie, but recovered while following her fiancé Yi Cheng. However, that soldier was soon sent to the research institute at their camp. Whether it was for human dissection or something else, she couldn't know. But you all should still be careful while taking care of him. His saliva and bodily fluids have a certain level of contagion. Bai Xian nodded. "When feeding him up close, we all wear disposable surgical gowns. But the number of surgical gowns is limited, so we're currently using them sparingly. Apart from Wei Wei and Gao Chong, I haven't let anyone else get close." Qin Meifei stood on tiptoe to peek inside, muttering softly, "I wonder what he looks like." Jiang Si scolded her lightly, "Don't be mischievous." Then she asked Bai Xian, "Dr. Bai, can you treat pets? My rabbit is not doing well." "Don't call me doctor. I can't bear that title yet." Bai Xian hesitated, looking at Jiang Si's hand, and said earnestly, "I'm afraid I can't. I'm only familiar with humans and for rabbits." "It doesn't look too good. What happened?" "Stung by mutated bees." She had been stung a few times as well, but it didn't seem serious. Jiang Si pulled Qin Meifei over and said, "Bai Xian, take a good look at Qin Meifei." Bai Xian examined Qin Meifei closely, pressing on her swollen areas. "Just apply some anti-swelling ointment, and it should be fine in a few days. But as for this rabbit," she shook her head, a hint of pity flashing in her eyes. "It must be a very important pet. Otherwise, you wouldn't still be carrying it at this time." Even though Jiang Si knew in her heart that Xiao Yu was in grave danger, when the hope was truly shattered, her face still darkened. In the apocalypse, there were indeed evolved beings with healing abilities, but healing was rated as an S-class rare ability, said to occur in only 1 in a million. The woman beside her fiancé, Yi Cheng, possessed this ability. Yes, she reached out to stroke the rabbit Xiao Yu's head, the warmth of her palm eliciting a slight reaction from it as it raised its head and nuzzled her palm. This subtle action almost brought tears to Jiang Si's eyes as it comforted her. At that moment, Shi Wei Wei came out with red eyes and said, "People are having a hard time living, and you're still thinking about saving a rabbit." Bai Xian said to them, "It's ready, we can start any time." Upon hearing this, Bai Xian's gaze dimmed. "What does it have to do with you?" Qin Meifei muttered discontentedly. Shi Wei Wei glanced at her, scaring her into instinctively hiding behind Jiang Si, and she continued to mumble, "I don't know what she's being fierce about." Bai Xian's expression revealed deep sadness as she said, "Qin Kai. I mean Kai Hua, Wei Wei's cousin, and also our classmate. He became like this because he saved Gao Chong, and Wei Wei has some grievances against Gao Chong. It's not specifically targeting you, so please don't take it to heart." Jiang Si nodded, "I understand. In that case, we won't disturb you any longer. Thank you." She then said to Gao Chong, "Thank you for your trouble." Gao Chong opened his mouth, but did not try to hold them back. Instead, Bai Xian called out to them, "To be honest, we are also limited in our abilities. Please don't take offense. If you really have nowhere to go, I suggest you go to a place called St. Mary's Church. There's a Taoist priest there who leads it, providing food and shelter for free. It's only 3 streets away and very safe. Why don't you go to such a good place?" Before Jiang Si could ask, Qin Meifei interjected with a hint of suspicion on her face. Bai Xian looked helpless. Gao Chang replied, "That madman claims to have been enlightened by the immeasurable heavenly venerable and possesses the ability to help all beings. I think he's just a con artist." "A cult?" Jiang Si instinctively asked. "I wouldn't say that. It's probably an organization with some doctrines," Bai Xian said. "However, this person is indeed strange a bit. Superstitious, I guess." Gao Chang added, "A bit? It's more than just a bit." Bai Xian patted his arm to comfort him and continued. "His rules for accepting people are very simple. He just sits at the door and reads people's faces. He says this helps him avert disaster. Kai Hua, Zhang Wei, and I were all stopped outside because he said we had faces indicating disaster was imminent. Luckily, Gao Chang and the others didn't mind us being a burden, or we wouldn't have survived." "I see." Jiang Si understood and nodded. Bai Xian thought of something and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Wait, how about this? You come in. I mean, if you don't mind and aren't in a hurry, come in and help us take a look at our Qin Kai. Can he still be saved in this condition?" "What do you mean?" Jiang Si was taken aback. Bai Xian nodded, slightly lifting her head to prevent tears from flowing down. "We discussed it over the past 2 days, and if it really doesn't work, we might have to take action directly, so he doesn't have to suffer like this anymore. We were just about to start when we heard that Gao Chang brought you over." Chapter 15. Incomplete body. Kai Hua's condition was actually better than Jiang Si had imagined. The soldier in the nightmare, who had immunity, was left behind after the zombie horde invaded, his body covered in bite marks, swollen like a blackened water barrel. Kai Hua's injury was just a spot on the back of his hand. Although it was just a spot, the wound had already rotted, with the underlying blood vessels bulging out, looking quite frightening. As soon as Jiang Si entered, his nose began to twitch, resembling a zombie's reaction to the scent of food. His eyebrows and hair had already begun to fall out, with flakes of skin peeling off like layers of white flour. When they locked eyes, Kai Hua's pupils showed little reaction, but it was evident that his iris had dimmed, blending with the murky whites of his eyes, blurring the boundaries. Zombies do not have vision, and such eyes were a manifestation of zombie characteristics. In the next moment, he displayed a look of disgust, as he forcibly suppressed his impulses. The black veins twisting around his neck resembled worms. Name: Kai Hua. Species: incomplete body between evolution and devolution. Evolution level: evolutionary state, primary, 30, devolution state, primary, 70, evolution direction, agility talent, as solid as a rock skill, infection weapon carried, none killing power, 200. Did you bring someone else to do it? His voice was hoarse, as if sand were rubbing against his throat. Bai Xian turned her face away, covering her mouth with her hand. Gao Chang's expression darkened. "Brother, don't say that." After half a month of surviving the apocalypse together, they had become closer than siblings, and none of them could bear to part with each other. Jiang Si said, "I'm not here to kill you." "What are you here for?" Kai Hua asked. "I've killed a few zombies and found that generally, damaging their brains causes them to lose mobility and die completely. The key point for humans turning into zombies should also lie in the head. I estimate that the zombie virus attacks the brain. I'm saying this to point out that your current state has not fully turned into a zombie. Or perhaps you have stronger willpower than others. If you want to give up on life, it would probably just be a matter of time before your rationality is overtaken. It doesn't matter what form death takes, because once consciousness is gone, nothing remains. That is the most desolate ending. But living, no matter in what form, still holds a glimmer of hope. I understand the reasoning, but I am hungry." As he spoke, Kai Hua grimaced again, appearing very painful, and the makeshift bed creaked under his agitation. If he weren't tied up, he would probably have lost control and lunged at the person next to him. The beastly nature of the zombie and the rationality of a human were alternating in him. Bai Xian hurriedly brought over a bowl of instant noodles and said, "I'll feed you." This was the last bowl of noodles, prepared as Kai Hua's final meal before his departure. Kai Hua's eyes moved, and he barely opened his mouth. But before he could chew, he showed an expression of disgust and uncontrollably vomited it out. "What are you dragging out for?" "He just wants to eat human flesh." Unbeknownst to them, Shi Weiwei had returned and stood at the door with a stern face. Given Kai Hua's condition, the one suffering the most was undoubtedly her, as they were relatives. But at this moment, she could see no hope. Jiang Si took a step back to give her room, pulling out a few packs of pork jerky from her pocket and asking, "Can he eat jerky?" Sure Wei opened her mouth and bit her lip. She was well aware of the current situation. There were not many people generous enough to offer food. Bai Xian hesitated for a moment, then took it and said, "Thank you, I'll do it." She paused and added softly, "I'm afraid he'll bite your fingers off." Feeding Kai Hua was easy for an ordinary person, but only those close to him knew how dangerous it was. Sometimes he would uncontrollably bite the hands of those nearby. Fortunately, his strong will prevented him from biting down hard. Later, everyone had to use bandages to tie his neck and head to the bedboard to prevent any movement. Even so, the person feeding him still had to wrap their hands in thick tape. Only then could they avoid immediate skin breaks and infections if bitten. As Jiang Si had imagined, although Kai Hua's expression was still distorted, he managed to swallow the piece of jerky. Bai Xian felt a bit relieved and quickly fed him another piece. Kai Hua closed his eyes and silently swallowed it again. Seeing this, Gao Chong hurried out and soon came back with several cans of meat. However, Kai Hua gently shook his head and refused to eat anymore, saying, "That's enough. Don't waste food on me." Jiang Si walked out thoughtfully. Bai Xian followed her outside. "What do you think?" Jiang Si asked. "Have you considered trying to feed him mutated animal meat?" "What?" Bai Xian's mouth dropped open in surprise, clearly finding this idea shocking. But as a doctor, her way of thinking was different from ordinary people. Can those things be eaten? Although mutated animals should have some resistance to the zombie virus, this is merely speculation. If food were not scarce, they wouldn't actively hunt mutated creatures. But what if they carry the virus too? He is very weak and needs to eat. A large amount of food, not just pickled food, will satisfy him, Jiang Si said. In her nightmare, a year later, human rescue camps led by ability users were gradually established. They shared information using methods that could only be used in the apocalypse, mentioning that with the meteorite strike on Earth, there was also a substance called evolution factor. This substance was treated as the zombie virus for a long time. But later research found that it only acted on human genetic sequences, accelerating the evolutionary speed of organisms to a certain extent, similar to a catalyst. The real zombie virus was merely a survival form that emerged from the evolutionary factor entering a dead brain, produced according to biological instincts. After a year of the apocalypse, the concentration of evolution factors in the atmosphere had already thinned, making it difficult to capture. Biologists had to shift their focus to mutated animals or mutated humans. At that time, biological experiments and human experiments became prevalent. Without discussing the cruelty involved, Jiang Si recalled that in the apocalypse, there were indeed many proofs indicating that mutated organisms, due to their high concentration of evolution factors, could trigger abilities in ordinary people who consumed their meat or blood. During that time, the predatory atmosphere on Earth had already formed. Despite the slowing down of biological evolution in a survival of the fittest situation, various species used even more extreme means to enhance their survival rates. At that time, it was not just about consuming mutated animals. When starting to extremes, some extreme ability, users even resorted to cannibalism, eating zombies, thereby deriving more bizarre survival methods. Regardless, in Kai Hua's situation, consuming a large amount of mutated animal meat might just be a viable path. However, Shi Weiwei loudly questioned, "If something happens to my brother, will you be responsible?" The enhanced senses of the evolver made it so that she naturally overheard their conversation. Weiwei. Bai Xian frowned, disapproving of her tone. Jiang Si turned back to look at Shi Weiwei's face, smiling slightly. She could understand the other person's feelings, but was unwilling to indulge in her temper. Whether your brother lives or dies has nothing to do with me. Why should I be responsible? What right do I have to be responsible? You? Shi Weiwei did not expect her to have such an attitude, and her eyes widened in anger, raising her hand. A ball of water flew towards her. Without waiting for Jiang Si to respond, Gao Chong had already rushed over and directly slapped down the water ball. He warned in a deep voice, "Shi Weiwei, don't go too far. My brother has become like this because of you." Shi Weiwei screamed. Bai Xian immediately grabbed her and said, "Weiwei, why can't I speak?" If it weren't for his arrogance, thinking he was the savior, and insisting on stepping up to help those heartless creatures. How could my brother have ended up like this? Bai Xian immediately became serious. Wei Wei. At that time, saving people was a collective decision. You agreed to it too. This isn't just Gao Chang's fault. How is it not his fault? If he hadn't boasted about that broken knife, how could others have begged him on their knees? It's all him, so self-righteous. Sure, Wei Wei shouted through her tears. On the 8th day of the apocalypse, they were driven out of the church because of the so-called impending disaster. To avoid encountering the zombies roaming the streets, a few of them had to cross through a residential building. Fortunately, this area was scheduled for demolition, so even if someone turned into a zombie, they were temporarily locked inside and couldn't come out to harm anyone. Of course, those hiding inside could also be survivors. The Ishihara family was one such case. Before the apocalypse, the store downstairs was their convenience store, and the entire first-floor parking space had been converted into a warehouse. Due to the demolition of the old building, he hadn't replenished his stock and planned to sell off the last batch before moving to a new home. Who would have thought that the apocalypse would arrive before he finished selling? Luckily, the unsold supplies allowed his family of 6 to survive until now. Though it was said to be 6 people, it was actually 5. Ishihara Makoto was 45 years old, and as the youngest among his siblings, his mother was already very old. He had seen his mother's hardships when he was young, so he felt very sorry for her. Over the years, he had kept her by his side. He often told others that his mother had worked hard all her life, and he wanted her to enjoy a few days of peace. However, the peace didn't last long. On the night the apocalypse began, his mother turned into a zombie. Of course, Ishihara Makoto was a filial son. Even when his mother turned into a zombie and started biting randomly, he never thought of abandoning her. Not only did he not have that thought, but he also prayed to God every night before sleeping, hoping that the government would develop an effective medicine to cure his mother. His filial piety, after all, moved himself. Chapter 16. Capturing the mutant fish. Ishihara Makoto has 3 children. The eldest is 24 years old and quite taciturn, while the second and third are twins, lively and adorable, but still in elementary school. When the family was cautiously taking refuge, the eldest hid in his room, while the younger twins ran around the house out of boredom. Despite their father telling them that their grandmother was ill and needed peace and quiet, the twins quietly found the key and tried to sneak some milk tablets that their mother had hidden away, hoping it would help her recover faster. Unbeknownst to them, the twins soon became food for the zombies. Ishihara Makoto's mother had lost all her teeth long ago, but after turning into a zombie, her toothless gums sprouted a row of sharp bones. Ishihara Makoto did not find this frightening. Instead, he believed it was a sign from God, as his mother had complained for many years about not being able to chew meat. Watching his mother, now a zombie, happily devour flesh, the devoted son, Ishihara Makoto, felt a sense of comfort in his heart as he tearfully chopped his younger sons into pieces to feed his mother. The noise from chopping meat attracted his wife's attention, causing her to go mad and grab a kitchen knife, ready to fight him. As their group passed by, they happened to see the couple fighting. At that moment, they saw Ishihara Makoto punching his wife repeatedly, while their eldest son merely watched coldly from the side, showing no intention to intervene. According to their explanation, Ishihara Makoto discovered that his wife had been cheating on him and was secretly giving the last of their food to the neighbor. Even a fair official finds it hard to judge domestic affairs, but Gao Chang could not stand by, stepped in to stop the violence, and even gave Ishihara Makoto a stern warning against laying hands on his wife. Concerned that the couple would continue arguing behind closed doors, everyone decided to stay at his house for a few days to monitor the behavior of this violent man. Throughout the entire process, Ishihara Makoto's eldest son did not say a word. Later, everyone thought that he must be mute. At that time, Ishihara Makoto already had plans to use them as food for his mother, so he could not wait to get close to them. Therefore, when everyone suggested seeking justice for the woman, he pretended to be afraid and shrank back. Little did he know, the mother, now mutated and nourished by the flesh and blood of her twin sons, was no longer something that mere ropes could restrain. Moreover, it seemed that because she had consumed blood and flesh related to her own lineage, she had even developed some cunning intelligence. That night, while the group was settling in, she quietly crept out on tiptoe, dragging Ishihara Makoto's wife, who still carried his scent, into her room, leaving nothing but bones behind. After licking her tongue, she realized she had eaten the wrong person, and a drop of blood tear fell from the corner of her eye. She came out again, wanting to attack her sleeping son. But Ishihara Makoto's eldest son woke up and instinctively blocked her path. The zombie hesitated for a moment, and her blackened claws grazed against her grandson's chest. Ultimately, she turned around and silently returned to her room. That night was eerily calm. The next day, when everyone woke up to find Ishihara Makoto's wife missing, Ishihara Makoto himself was startled but quickly brushed it off, saying she probably ran away with some wild man next door. Although everyone was suspicious of this, neither the husband nor the sons said much, and outsiders truly had no way to intervene. With the woman gone, there was no need to monitor the abuser. Just as the group was preparing to leave, Ishihara Makoto found an excuse to keep them there. He mentioned that there was a nearby car dealership where they could find suitable transportation. As he said this, in a room just one wall away, the zombie mother was crouched against the wall in a strange posture. Her fingers and toes had transformed into the claws of a beast, capable of gripping the vertical wall directly. After discussing their route, the zombie mother silently opened the door and followed them, while Ishihara Makoto's eldest son stayed in the living room to organize the remaining fruit cans. The zombie and the boy exchanged a glance. It seemed that something was telling her that devouring flesh and blood of the same lineage could truly enhance something. However, the zombie mother did not look at her grandson any longer. She seemed to know that if she continued to look, she might not be able to resist the temptation. Now, she only wanted to kill her son and end her own suffering. However, Ishihara Makoto was more alert than anyone else. Although he had no enhancements in strength or agility, he possessed a sensitivity to malice akin to that of a superhuman. As they passed through an alley, when his mother's claws reached for him, he immediately rolled towards Gao Chong. Seeing this, Kai Hua, who was closest, instinctively pulled Gao Chong, and the evolved claws carrying the zombie virus pierced through the back of his hand, which was blocking Gao Chong's shoulder. Although Ishihara Makoto later died at the hands of his own mother, the zombie mother herself charged towards Gao Chong's knife. They were all quite frightened, especially since Kai Hua was left in a state worse than death. "It's my fault." Gao Chong's voice was louder than hers, startling her into silence. He took a deep breath and continued solemnly, "If the vegetables die, I'll give my life for them and die alongside them." In a flash of inspiration, a long knife appeared on his shoulder, the same one Jiang Si had seen him holding when they first met. Gao Chong asked Jiang Si, "There's a large pond not far from here. I always take a detour around it. Can we eat what's there?" Jiang Si nodded. Unusual living things can be eaten as long as they haven't been infected by zombies. "I'll go with you." Li Jinkai, who had not spoken from the beginning, followed him. Zhang Wei also said, "I'll go too." Gao Chong instructed Li Jinkai, "You stay watch the house. Let Zhang Wei come with me." He then asked, "If we manage to catch something, should we eat it raw or cook it?" "Cook it. After all, fish often have many parasites," Jiang Si suggested. Li Jinkai nodded. "I'll go start a fire." "Xiangzi, be careful." Once the crowd dispersed, Shi Weiwei squatted down, looking bewildered. A little girl holding a teddy bear walked by, her tender face showing a hint of sadness. She gently patted Shi Weiwei's shoulder and whispered, "Sister Weiwei, don't cry. Can I lend you my teddy bear to play with?" Shi Weiwei hugged the little girl tightly and began to cry loudly, biting her shoulder. Qin Meifei hesitated, wanting to comfort her, but seeing Jiang Si following Gao Chong outside, she had to give up and called out, "Sister, sister, wait for me." Jiang Si caught up with Gao Chong and said, "I have a favor to ask. If you can catch a mutant creature, could you spare me a little meat?" She touched the almost lifeless rabbit, little Jade, in her arms. "I'm treating it like a dead horse, hoping it becomes a live horse." Gao Chong nodded solemnly. Although the pond where the mutant koi was located was not far, it still took over 20 minutes to walk there. After the apocalypse, previous means of communication became useless. Even if the phone had power, it could not make calls for some inexplicable reason. Communication among people had to revert to shouting. The four of them, Jiang Si and Qin Meifei, had just reached their destination when they heard by Xian carrying a plastic bucket catch up, saying, "I'm all sweaty from running, and my throat is almost hoarse." Despite saying this, Her expression remained unchanged, indicating she was in good shape. "Is this it?" she asked, rather than a pond. It was actually just an artificially enclosed pool. The pool was fed by spring water, but due to the winter drought, the spring water had sunk underground, leaving little accumulated water in the pool. Upon closer inspection, beneath the surface, there were vaguely visible silver backs gliding like knives. The water was not the normal color, but had a bloody hue, and a nauseating fishy smell wafted in with the breeze. Jiang Si picked up a stone and threw it into the pool. It was like a drop of water falling into a hot oil pan. The calm surface of the water immediately boiled. A fish-like creature about half an arm's length leaped out of the water, and before it could fall back, a larger one rushed out and bit it tightly, dragging it down to the bottom. In an instant, more fish surged up, and the smell of blood in the air became even stronger. Everyone's expression stiffened. The fish they saw was no longer in its normal form. Bai Xian threw the plastic bucket in her hand to the ground. "It might not be able to hold this." Jiang Si swallowed hard and said, "Are we really going to catch this? How about changing to something else? Like a cat, a dog?" As he said this, he seemed to think of something and shook his head first. "I was wondering how there could be saber-toothed tigers in this city. Turns out it's just a cat that turned into one." Damn. Earlier, he had encountered a mutated cat the size of an adult tiger, entirely orange, with two long fangs like a saber-toothed tiger. However, at that time, the mutated cat seemed more interested in playing with zombies, deliberately making a large detour to attract a horde of zombies following it, and then jumped off a rooftop, causing the zombies to fall like dumplings and turn into mush. At that moment, he only took a distant glance, shocked by the cat's intelligence, and didn't dare to approach. He wasn't even sure what would happen if Gao Chang encountered that cat. The common animals in the city seemed to be only cats, dogs, fish, and birds. Of course, there were other things, but he didn't dare to think about them. "How do we catch it? Just use a net?" "Brother Chang, what should we do?" Jiang Si asked. "You all step aside, let me do it." Gao Chang was a man of action, walking straight over and swinging his knife down. He swung the knife effortlessly, but Jiang Si's expression froze. In that moment, she felt a subtle airflow in the air, and the blade had an imperceptible tremor. Just a gentle swing of the knife gathered an immense amount of natural energy in a way that humans couldn't comprehend. Feeling the killing intent approaching, several mutated ornamental fish leaped up and charged directly at him. Gao Chang, however, did not back down, skillfully wielding the long knife. Those mutated fish collided with the blade, but were not cut in half. Instead, after making sounds similar to metal clashing, they retreated back to the bottom. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Chang quickly slapped one of them. This small creature didn't react in time and was thrown onto the pile of rocks on the shore. It tried to jump up, but Gao Chang immediately struck it with the back of the knife, and it finally fell completely unconscious. Clearly, although this fish was armed with armor-like scales and teeth, it hadn't had time to develop any other means. "Brother Chang is awesome." Jiang Si couldn't help but shout. Gao Chang also breathed a sigh of relief. It was easier than I expected. This statement made Jiang Si glance at his knife again. This knife might be a special item with powerful attributes. Only Bai Xian seemed troubled, fiddling with a mutated koi from a distance. Her small stick was smoothed out by the fish scales. "How do we gut this fish?" Chapter 17. The immortals fight. It was clear that the scales of the mutated fish had evolved to be as sharp as knives. Jiang Si crouched down and carefully tore off a piece, squinting at the sun as he said, "This thing looks just like what is shown in sci-fi movies. Are you sure it's edible?" Gao Chang also squeezed over to ask, "What if the fish meat is just as sharp?" As he spoke, the knife in his hand instantly shrank to the size of a dagger, gently sliding it onto the scale meat fresh. Crimson blood immediately flowed out of the fish's body. He pulled out a strand of fish meat, but didn't dare to grab it with his hands. Instead, he showed it to everyone and commented, "It's very tough like beef. Let us take it back and study it. Zombies are coming." Jiang Si reminded them at the right moment. As she spoke, a female zombie had already rushed towards the lakeside, clearly having caught their scent. Jiang Si, being just an ordinary person in terms of physical ability, was not afraid of zombies because she was mentally prepared. Before the zombies got close, she had already handed the rabbit Xiaoyu to Qin Meifei and stepped forward, pulling out the bone knife from her backpack. Using the ear as an entry point, the knife tip directly plunged into the zombie's skull, wasting no extra effort. Although she had only used this method a few times, it seemed as if she had practiced it countless times in her bones. Qin Meifei followed Jiang Si out of Yaji community and had seen her kill zombies before, so she didn't think much of it. However, Gao Chong, Zhang Wei, and Bai Xian were left dumbfounded. Zhang Wei and Bai Xian didn't need to be mentioned. They considered themselves lucky to have been well protected since the apocalypse began and had never faced zombies directly. Even if they were given a knife, they probably wouldn't dare to use it and would just stand there, allowing the zombies to bite them to death. As an ability user, Gao Chong had relied on a long knife to deal damage since the apocalypse started. His knife could reach 2 meters in optimal condition and could unleash 2 group attack skills, which were very effective when encountering a horde of zombies. Although these 2 skills had a cooldown time of half a day, with proper timing and in combination with his strength and the sharpness of the knife, he also had the chance to get close to the zombies. So when a zombie lunged at Jiang Si, its claws nearly grazing her face, his heart jumped into his throat. But this woman didn't blink an eye and cleanly dispatched it. Gao Chang's expression was complicated. He was used to protecting everyone, especially women, but this woman was so independent that it made him feel a bit uncomfortable. He casually used his knife to behead another zombie and said to Jiang Si, "There's a factory over there. Many people used to live there. Where there are many people, there are bound to be many zombies." Jiang Si swiftly dealt with another approaching zombie and looked in the direction Gao Chang pointed. It was a vast industrial area, and further away was a lake shrouded in mist, with tall buildings on the opposite side. The fires caused by the meteor disaster had not fully dissipated, and embers of dust still lingered in the sky above the city. That direction was Jiang Si's home in the Magic City, although it wasn't far by car. At this moment, it felt like it was separated by mountains and rivers. The apocalypse had destroyed her home and the previous era of peace. "I think I hear some strange noises." Qin Meifei, holding the rabbit Xiaoyu, looked over at Bai Xian and Zhang Wei, who were wrapping up the mutated fish, and suddenly pointed in a direction. "What noises?" Zhang Wei raised his head in confusion. Several zombies, which had previously been cleared away, began to wander back from somewhere. However, they suddenly shifted from their usual aimless wandering to fearfully roaring in place. At the same time, sounds of running came from a distance, getting closer as if a giant creature was sprinting towards them, causing the ground to shake. "What the hell?" Zhang Wei couldn't help but shout. In his line of sight, a zombie the size of a 3-story building suddenly jumped out from a cluster of buildings, swatting away a row of trees and the cars piled beneath them with a single slap. Jiang Si immediately scolded, "Be quiet." As she spoke, she pulled Qin Meifei against the wall and quickly told everyone, "Get down." Gao Chang didn't understand the reason. He felt that with his abilities, he could take on this giant creature. But for some reason, his body instinctively followed Jiang Si's instructions, pulling Zhang Wei and Bai Xian down with him. However, once crouched down, he felt stifled and asked, "What is this for? There is so much blood in the air. As long as we're not in the wind's path at this distance, it shouldn't be able to detect us," Jiang Si replied. At that moment, they were only about 300 or 400 meters away from the zombie. At this distance, if the zombie noticed them first, even with Gao Chang's powerful knife protecting them, their fate would likely be death or serious injury. However, until now, her alertness ability had not activated. Did that mean there was no particular danger around? Was this zombie just passing through? To be safe, Jiang Si felt her group should be cautious. "But with my powerful weapon, I feel like I can challenge it," Gao Chang said. Jiang Si frowned and looked at him seriously, somewhat puzzled. "Even if you can kill it, how can you guarantee that you'll come out unscathed? If you can't, what happens to them when you're gone?" This woman's serious demeanor was reminiscent of a school principal. It was too intimidating. Gao Chang thought vaguely, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. Zhang Wei was clearly stunned by the size of the zombie. "I think the big sister is right. We should stay here and keep quiet." Bai Xian's face, which was already pale, now looked even whiter as she repeatedly agreed. "Gao Chang, don't waste your energy. That thing might just pass by on its own." Qin Meifei had become a loyal fan of her sister, saying, "Yes, yes, yes, listen to my sister. She is never wrong." She said if we stay here, the zombie won't find us, and we'll be safe. Jiang Si made a shushing gesture and discreetly dealt with another zombie that had carelessly gotten too close, saying, "Don't talk." Everyone then focused intently on the movements of the zombie. After watching for a while, Zhang Wei questioned, "Why does it feel like this zombie is acting strange?" Gao Chang had been somewhat fearful of Jiang Si and had held back from speaking too much. But now that Zhang Wei had brought it up, he eagerly shared his thoughts. It's like a beaten-up dog looking for a place to hide, but was indeed hiding from something. The 3-story tall zombie was peering left and right, and then began to dig a hole at its feet, jumping down into it and not forgetting to pile the surrounding construction debris on top of itself. Even the usually serious Bai Xian noticed something was off. Is that zombie? Before she could finish, a bright light suddenly flashed from that direction, and a massive white wolf descended from the sky. It lightly raised its front paw, and the pile of construction debris exploded instantly, sending the 3-story tall zombie flying out like a pulled carrot, crashing to the ground. Following that, the giant zombie on the ground shrank like a deflating balloon. It rolled on the ground and surprisingly transformed into a small, thin man. The man had no shirt on and ran over, hugging his arms. They heard 2 whooshing sounds as something struck the ground in front of him, leaving 2 extremely long, deep grooves in the concrete. The man mechanically turned around, and 2 blood streaks appeared on his cheeks. The next moment, he knelt down, tears streaming down his face, begging for mercy. "Great God, you've chased me all day. I just don't understand what I did to offend you." At this moment, Jiang Si understood. It turned out that the big zombie just now was merely a means for this man. The white wolf landed and approached, speaking human words. "Hand over the item, and I'll spare your life." "What item?" the man retorted. The white wolf tilted its head and looked at him, raising a paw. The man immediately became alert and shouted, "Ancestor, I really don't know what you're talking about. Whatever you want, all my belongings are here." As he spoke, he trembled and pulled out various items from his pants pocket: a lighter, playing cards, a Rubik's Cube, a woman's bra, hair gel, perfume. A collection of all sorts of things piled on the ground. The white wolf's pupils flashed with impatience, its slender pupils narrowing into a line. "Playing tricks? Not cooperating?" I cooperate with all of this. I cooperate with your nonsense." In the next second, a giant flamethrower appeared in the man's hand. With the press of a switch, a scorching flame shot out. The white wolf probably didn't expect the man to have this trick, and was hit directly by the flames. Seeing this, the man changed from his earlier pleading and crying demeanor, stood up with his hands on his hips, and jumped up in triumph, shouting, "You little pug. You've chased me all over half of Magic City, wasting so many of my good things. If I don't burn you to death today, I'm not Wang Laowu." However, after burning for a while, not hearing the imagined screams, his facial muscles began to twitch, and even the arms holding the flamethrower were shaking. But he still tried to act tough, saying, "Burn, burn. Let's see how much you can take." After waiting a little longer, he broke down first, simply throwing the flamethrower to the ground, kneeling down again, and solemnly apologized. "I know I was wrong. As long as you don't kill me, anything is fine." The blazing fire, meant to burn the white wolf, was extinguished with a swipe of a paw, disappearing without a trace. The white wolf stepped forward, stamping out the last little spark, and said, "Since you refuse, then never speak again." No, no. Unfortunately, this man could no longer move the other party. He only felt a chill sweep across his neck, and the next moment he saw his own body. Then his gaze fell to his feet. "So this is how big my feet are." This was the last thought of this Wang's surname ability user as he fell into darkness. Chapter 18. Overwhelming strength. "Oh my God, so, Zhang Wei couldn't help but exclaim, but Gao Chang quickly covered his mouth. Because the moment Zhang Wei made the first sound, Gao Chang felt a gaze sweeping over them. Instinctively, he pressed Zhang Wei to the ground, and Zhang Wei could only make muffled sounds. Even so, all the hairs on Gao Chang's body stood on end. This was the gap between him and the creature. The white wolf merely glanced at him lightly, and he began to tremble, unable to muster even the slightest thought of resistance. What a powerful being this must be. After a long time, or perhaps just a moment, that oppressive presence finally dissipated. It had left. When Gao Chang heard Jiang Si's voice, he managed to get up, his expression somewhat incredulous. "Why didn't it eat us?" His gaze had returned to its previous calm, and even the solitary wandering zombie had resumed its initial laziness. If it weren't for the remnants scattered on the ground and the corpse with its head severed, he would have thought everything that had just happened was just an illusion. "Brother Chong, why do you still want to find us?" Jiang Si said, somewhat amused, as he wiped the dust off his face. "I was almost scared to death just now. That big dog was even bigger than the one in our neighborhood. It must be at least 2 heads taller than me," Qin Meifei said, patting her chest in fear. Gao Chong still felt uneasy. "I just felt like it noticed us." "Brother Chong, are you overthinking it?" Jiang Wei replied. Jiang Si said, "The strength of that thing, compared to us, is probably not even enough to fill its teeth. Don't think about unnecessary things. We need to hurry back. You guys still have vegetables waiting for you." This reminded everyone of the most urgent matter, and worry flashed across their faces in unison. Eating the meat of mutated animals was tantamount to suicide. As the 5 of them passed by the corpse with its head severed, Jiang Wei suddenly said, "Brother Chong, the flamethrower is still here. Let's pick it up." "Not picking it up would be foolish," Gao Chong replied. Not only was there a flamethrower, but also climbing ropes, flashlights for illumination, and upon careful searching, they even found some batteries and compressed biscuits. Suddenly, Qin Meifei stepped on something and casually picked it up, handing it to Jiang Si. "Sister, look, it's a little zombie." After all, she was still a child mentally. Jiang Si glanced at it and was suddenly startled. Special item. Fury of the Corpse King can maintain the form of the Corpse King, increasing strength by 500 and agility by 500. Duration, 3 minutes. Cooldown time, 48 hours. Note, this item is damaged and cannot be used. She immediately recalled the bizarre scene of the zombie's disappearance. It really was a special item. "If you like it, keep it," Jiang Si said, suddenly thinking of something. She walked closer to the headless corpse. She remembered that the person had taken out many items from the left pocket, like a treasure chest. Bai Xian couldn't help but remind her, "Be careful." Although she was a medical student, facing a headless body was inevitably a bit disconcerting. Moreover, Jiang Si was still searching the corpse as if looking for something. "Is there something special?" Bai Xian couldn't help but ask. Jiang Si shook her head, but a storm surged in her heart, because when her hand went deep into the left side of the corpse's belt, a voice in her mind warned, "Your skill level is too low to identify this special item. Your skill level is too low to identify this special item. Special item. Special item. Would you like to card it?" A thought flashed, and a point of golden light flew through her consciousness, transforming into a card. "Aren't there 2 items? Ding, carding malfunction. Note, special item is damaged and cannot be used. Would you like to recard?" Jiang Si instinctively frowned. How could it suddenly be damaged? "Did you find anything good?" At this moment, Jiang Wei leaned over to ask. Jiang Si was still thinking, and at that moment, her heart inexplicably raced, and a key thought slipped away before she could grasp it. Bai Xian had already moved the aim of the flamethrower away. "Don't aim it at people. It's too dangerous." Sorry. Jiang Wei scratched his head and stepped back a bit. "It's all a mess." Jiang Si pulled out a pack of condoms to show everyone. By this time, the sun had set and the sky was getting dark. In the powerless city, they could only see each other's blurry outlines. The night wind howled like a ghost, and the stench of zombies grew stronger. Night was a sure field for zombies to hunt. "We can't delay any longer. Let's go back," Gao Chong said. The other 4 nodded, no longer daring to hesitate. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened next. They smoothly returned to the residential building. Li Jinkai was already sitting on the stairs waiting for them. Due to the lighting, they couldn't see his expression clearly. But when they got closer, Gao Chong smelled the blood on him and couldn't help but be shocked. What happened? Bai Xian opened a flashlight and saw that Li Jinsai's face was covered in swollen wounds, as if he had been beaten up. His complexion was very pale. His fingertips were charred black, and blood was flowing down his arms, forming a pool where he sat. He was a fire-type ability user. Logically, he shouldn't fear flames. The situation he was in could only mean that he had just gone through a battle that overexerted his abilities. That group took Wei Wei and Qin Kai away. Duo is also missing, he said with difficulty. Gao Chong hurried to the room. Sure enough, even the bed tied to Kai Hua was gone. Li Jinkai continued with difficulty. They said they needed to find 2 people with special fates as sacrifices. It's my fault for being useless. Not long after Gao Chong left, that group came over. The leader was a Taoist priest, holding an ancient-looking compass, speaking in cryptic terms about Kai Hua and Shi Wei, as if interpreting some esoteric phrases. Previously, Li Jinkai had dealt with them. Coupled with being driven out earlier, he felt somewhat unbalanced, so he spoke with a bit of sting. This led to a fight after just a few words. At this point, many unusual people had gathered around the Taoist priest, including someone using fire abilities. Unfortunately, Li Jinkai was not their opponent and was quickly beaten to his current state. Fortunately, the other side had taboos regarding fortune and misfortune, karma and retribution, and did not kill him immediately. However, Kai Hua and Shi Wei were still forcibly taken away. Jiang Si said to Gao Chong, "There's no time to be angry. You go clean the fish first." Then she said to Zhang Wei, "Use the flamethrower to start a fire and boil a pot of water. Move quickly." "What time is it?" Gao Chong said in a suppressed voice. He was too tall. When he got angry, his hair seemed to stand up, and he looked like a gloomy mountain. Qin Meifei shivered in fright and tugged at Jiang Si's sleeve. Jiang Si's expression remained unchanged as she frowned and said, "Don't lose your composure. Even if we can't help Kai Hua, Li Jinkai still needs to eat. Otherwise, in his condition, he will die." Li Jinsai's condition was indeed poor. Due to muscle spasms all over his body, he was clenching his teeth tightly. If Bai Xian hadn't stuffed a cloth into his mouth, he might have injured himself. He had managed to hold on until now purely by willpower. It was unclear whether it was frustration from losing the ability contest or helplessness from losing his companions. Bai Xian immediately brought some clean towels and water, repeatedly wiping the bulging veins on his arms, hoping to make him feel a bit more comfortable. A few minutes later, the cleaned mutated fish was cut into long pieces and thrown into the boiling water, releasing an even stronger fishy smell. Zhang Wei wrinkled his nose in disgust. "Should we put some salt in?" "Yes." Bai Xian quickly brought some over. "Is there ginger, soy sauce, and white wine or something like that?" Zhang Wei said, "Do you think this is hot pot?" Gao Chong couldn't help but say. The flames from the flamethrower reflected in everyone's eyes, and each person's pupils had a flickering flame. "Then let's get started," Jiang Si said. She was the first to serve herself a bowl and gently took a sip. An indescribable fishy smell instantly surged throughout her mouth. She almost wanted to spit it out. This was even more painful than drinking traditional Chinese medicine. She somewhat understood why the consumption of mutated animals only became popular a year later. This taste was hard for anyone with even a slight sense of taste to swallow. However, as the fish soup entered her stomach, a warm current began to rise from her abdomen, gradually spreading to her limbs. The faint pain from the hidden injuries caused by the car accident seemed to be quietly retreating. "Sister, how is it?" Everyone looked at her. Only Qin Meifei looked worried. Tightening her grip on the rabbit, "Xiaoyu, you all should try it too. The effect of this thing is different for everyone." Jiang Si felt conflicted. It was indeed a good thing, but the taste. With that thought, she pinched her nose and drank it all in one go. Then she served herself another bowl, this time adding some fish meat. "Give me Xiaoyu, I will feed it," she said. Bai Xian served a bowl, but still didn't want to take a bite after smelling it. Hearing Jiang Si's words, she immediately asked Gao Chong, "Why don't I feed Jin Kai?" "Wait, let me try first." Gao Chong's expression was conflicted as he glanced at Jiang Si. This woman is indeed bold. His mindset was different from Jiang Si's. She wanted to use herself to verify what she had seen in her dreams, which was somewhat risky but likely to match. For Gao Chong, this was a bowl of soup that had a high probability of carrying the zombie virus. After all, he wouldn't live long anyway, so if he was going to die, he might as well die together. He thought and gulped it down. After a while, he carefully felt that this bowl of fish soup seemed to have no effect on him, except for the bitter and uncomfortable taste in his mouth. He quickly grabbed a cup of water to rinse his mouth, his expression ugly and thoughtful. "I don't feel anything, but at least it's not poisonous." "Zhang Wei, how do you feel?" Zhang Wei had already drunk 2 big bowls, and he didn't know if he was so scared that he didn't care anymore. But at that moment, when he heard Gao Chong ask him, he smiled. "I think it's great. This is a good thing." He flipped his hand, and a button suddenly appeared in his previously empty palm. This button had fallen from Li Jinsai's clothes and was stained with his blood. After drinking the fish soup, Zhang Wei unexpectedly became a superpowered person, gaining the special ability to control objects. Chapter 19. Change person at this moment. Even Bai Xian was moved. After feeding Li Jinkai and confirming that his complexion was better, she pinched her nose and drank a small bowl of fish soup in front of her. After a moment, she shook her head, a bit disappointed on her face. I haven't changed much. Jiang Si said, biological evolution is the result of quantitative changes accumulating to a certain extent, leading to qualitative changes. You don't need to be discouraged. Wait until dawn to catch a few more fish and make soup. Just drink a few more bowls. Upon hearing that she had to drink a few more bowls, the serious Bai Xian immediately looked dejected and hurriedly said, actually, not having special abilities is fine, as long as I don't drag everyone down at critical moments. Although it tasted bad, the pot of fish soup was mostly finished except for a portion saved for Kai Hua. After all, they hadn't eaten fresh food for a long time. On such a cold day, having a sip of hot soup, aside from the unbearably bitter fishy taste, seemed like a comfort. Gao Chong wiped the water droplets from his mouth, looked around at everyone, stood up and said, I'll go meet that Taoist priest. I'll be back soon. I'll go with you, Li Jinkai said. But before he could move, Bai Xian pressed down on his shoulder. In fact, in his current state, being able to stand up was already a problem. Bai Xian softly said, what are you trying to prove? Gao Chong, I'll go with you. That person is my father's friend. I can call him uncle. You should give me some face, right? Before Gao Chong could agree, Zhang Wei couldn't help but spout out the water he was drinking. Seeing everyone's gaze on him, he quickly waved his hands and shook his head. Don't look at me. I'm not going. Gao Chong found it hard to believe, unable to comprehend Zhang Wei's words. Zhang Wei, what do you mean? Can't beat them. Going there is just delivering yourself to death. Are you a bit foolish? What's the use of bringing a beauty along? Is a beauty trap? What kind of friend are we talking about? Do you think this is still school, where loyalty is everything? Zhang Wei said nonchalantly, rummaging through his pants pocket for something, but after a long time, he only pulled out a lighter and fiddled with it. Bai Xian and Gao Chong were clearly shocked by his words. Zhang Wei? In their impression, Zhang Wei was quiet and mild-mannered, never someone who would say such things. Zhang Wei played with his new ability and continued leisurely. Your dad is a businessman, and that Taoist priest is a fortune-teller. Aside from the dirty dealings and nightlife connections, what face does he have to give you? Maybe he thinks the daughter of a friend is another kind of flavor. Gao Chong frowned, glanced at Bai Xian's expression, and scolded Zhang Wei. What the hell are you talking about? He grabbed Zhang Wei by the collar, raising his fist ready to hit him. Zhang Wei showed no fear, instead laughing. Go ahead, getting killed by you is better than going out to die. Gao Chong's fist ultimately did not come down. Bai Xian came over to stop him, saying, everyone has different choices. If Zhang Wei says he won't go, then don't force him. Although she said this, her expression was filled with disappointment. You're reasonable. Zhang Wei clapped his hands and said, listen to my advice. It doesn't matter who your dad is. Even if he were here, if fists don't fly, you going there is like sheep entering a tiger's den. You probably don't know how tempting you are. As he spoke, his gaze revealed a few lewd glances. Bai Xian's face turned pale. Just now, Zhang Wei's deliberately exposed expression was exactly the frivolous look men show when leering at women. Since the apocalypse began, although Gao Chong had always stood in front of her, there would always be ill-intentioned people looking at her with such eyes. Even though she told herself not to care, it still made her very uncomfortable. Because she wasn't stupid, she clearly knew what would happen to a defenseless woman like her if she lost Gao Chong as protection. Gao Chong grabbed Zhang Wei again and slapped him on the head. Zhang Wei's expression immediately darkened, the veins on his temples bulging. Gao Chong didn't notice this and continued to scold. What the hell is wrong with you? How are you talking to Bai Xian? Bai Xian was vaguely trembling and said, then Zhang Wei, what do you think we should do now? We need to leave here. Run? Gao Chong immediately glared back. Zhang Wei smiled. Not genuinely, why not run? 2 people are going to be sacrificed. Are you going to be at ease with that? If you're willing to let things lie, the other side won't think so. It's best to cut the roots and leave no hidden dangers. Big brother, you don't understand this simple logic? Kai Hua treats you like a brother, has even saved you, and this is how you repay him? Gao Chong clearly found it hard to believe. Let us be clear, this is 2 different matters, Zhang Wei said nonchalantly. His saving me shows his moral integrity. Him treating me like a brother is because I fit his taste. It's all his choice. What does it have to do with me? I have this useless ability, and I can't help you. Forcing me to go will just get me killed. Knowing it won't succeed, why go? I never thought of dying. As he spoke, he sat cross-legged on the window sill, looking as if it was only natural. Gao Chang looked closely at his face, gritting his teeth. I really misjudged you. Bai Xian also stared at him for a couple of seconds, revealing a disappointed expression. What you said makes a lot of sense, but the theory is a bit shameless. I'm starting to doubt whether you are really Zhang Wei. Gao Chang, let us go. Okay. Although Gao Chang said this, he turned around and struck a palm to Bai Xian's neck, sending the unconscious her towards Jiang Si. I shouldn't trouble you, but at this critical moment, I really have no choice. We have a secret room in this building with very thick walls containing all our supplies. Li Jinkai knows the entrance to the secret room. You can rest there for the night. If I don't come back by tomorrow morning, you can leave or stay as you wish. You could take half of the supplies. In short, I'm counting on you tonight, Bai Xian and Li Jinkai. Although he had just met Jiang Si, he didn't know why he felt she was more reliable than Zhang Wei. Jiang Si frowned immediately. She had not spoken from the beginning because she didn't want to get entangled in the internal conflicts of this group. She didn't seek trouble, but trouble found her. Gao Chang directly left an unconscious person and a seriously injured one in front of her. What did this mean? Are you not afraid I'll kill them with one knife? Ending everything? Jiang Si said. You? Gao Chang looked like he was about to cry. You wouldn't do that, would you? He didn't say it out loud. He didn't even know whether his choice was correct. Half a month ago, he only knew how to play games, and his biggest concern was which roommate's lunch to mooch after his living expenses ran out. Now his decision was related to several lives. You definitely wouldn't. His words sounded more like self-comfort, and then he ran out without looking back. Jiang Si's frown tightened. Qin Meifei jumped up and shouted, Hey, what about you? My sister hasn't agreed. But Gao Chang had already disappeared from sight. Oh dear, finally gone. Over here, Zhang Wei stood up, stretched, and his neck cracked with a series of popping sounds. Time to get serious. Almost in an instant, his demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Qin Meifei didn't notice and just looked at him in confusion, complaining, You're so selfish. Aren't the two people caught your classmates? Aren't you worried at all? Those who forcefully stick their necks out usually don't survive past 2 episodes. Gao Chang is still alive. That's just luck. But his good luck ends tonight. Little sister, believe me, he absolutely won't come back tomorrow. Qin Meifei instinctively disliked the person in front of her. The way he looked at her felt like a snake was staring at her, giving her a creepy, greasy feeling. Before this, she had been targeted by him several times. My sister said to be wary of men during the apocalypse. Sure enough, this person in front of her was not a good one. She used to think he was an honest person. If you think he's going to his death, you should stop him. Why should I stop him? Aren't you his friend? Qin Meifei said naturally. She hasn't been tainted by society yet. Still stuck in the mindset that black is black and white is white. Friend? What friend? A hero can't have friends. Do you know what these people are? Zhang Wei pointed at Li Jinkai and Bai Xian. They are just supporting characters. What does it mean to be a supporting character? It doesn't matter how a person really is. Let me give you an example from your perspective. 2 friends who often hang out together. They should be less attractive than themselves, right? Otherwise, how can they highlight their own beauty? You women have superficial friendships, and Gao Chang is the same. It's because these people are so inferior that it makes Gao Chang seem so impressive. I've seen many people like this. Qin Meifei was immediately unhappy. Why do you speak like that? Gao Chang doesn't think like that at all. How do you know he doesn't think like that? Do you like him? TSK. You women get all fluttery at the sight of slightly good-looking men. Zhang Wei laughed. Qin Meifei was instantly furious. How can you say that? How? She was so angry that her entire face turned red. And for a moment, she couldn't find the words. Jiang Si had already settled Bai Xian and slowly answered for her. It's human nature to love beauty. We don't love Gao Chang, but love a deadbeat like you whose appearance and inner self don't even meet the average standard. Zhang Wei's cheeks twitched, but he quickly calmed down and slowly smiled. Women just give you more opportunities to show off your tongue. Anyway, Gao Chang is going to die. The night is long. Without his interruption, we can play for a long time. Jiang Si raised her eyebrows. Are you suggesting you want to make a move on us? When Zhang Wei said he gained abilities, she had deliberately gotten close to him and knew his evolutionary direction was intelligence. since he hadn't gained agility or strength. His overall lethality wasn't high, just a few points above his own. However, at that time, Jiang Wei only told everyone that his skill was object manipulation, while another skill of possession was kept hidden. Combining his earlier performance and Gao Chang's reaction, Jiang Si had a bold guess. Perhaps the Jiang Wei in front of her was really not the previous Jiang Wei. The previous Jiang Wei had been replaced. Chapter 20. Exposing Wang Laowu. Although Jiang Si was unclear about the specifics of possession, some novels and movies about immortality mentioned it, mostly referring to a malicious means of occupying someone else's body. "You are definitely not Jiang Wei," she blurted out. Jiang Wei blinked and smiled smugly. "I'm Jiang Wei." "Really? But I've changed my core. I'm different from the old Jiang Wei." The previous Jiang Wei was a coward, a follower of Gao Chang. The current Jiang Wei has superpowers and doesn't need to stand behind others. Times create heroes, and the current Jiang Wei is the hero of the future. Jiang Si asked, "What did you do to Jiang Wei?" Jiang Wei's gaze flickered. "As long as a woman is beautiful, it's fine. But if she acts smart, it becomes a bit unlikable." He licked his lips and continued to answer her. His mental strength was too weak. He should have already died. Seeing Jiang Si's face change slightly, he went on, "There's no way around it. That's just how this ability works. I wanted to coexist peacefully, but if I thought about harming someone without a body, I'd just turn to ashes. It's better for someone else to die than for me to die. So I'm also forced into this." The ability to possess another's body directly devours the other person's consciousness. Occasionally, those with strong wills can resist, but as time passes, they will gradually be compressed into fragments and fade away from the consciousness. In the apocalypse, to avoid being targeted, everyone's abilities are extremely secretive. They are only revealed if there is special trust or if the person is treated as if they are already dead. The current situation is definitely the latter. Having taken someone else's life, he instead appears very aggrieved. Such a person cannot truly be called human. Jiang Si drew out a bone knife from her backpack and confirmed again. "So, you're that Wang Lao? You know my name?" No, you must know. That little wolf cub was chasing me, and you were just hiding nearby to watch the show." Jiang Wei, or rather, Wang Laowu possessing Jiang Wei's body, laughed. "A woman should just lie beautifully in bed waiting for a man's affection. Why learn to be a female superhero with a knife? This long night is enticing. Let us play something more thrilling. I guarantee, as long as you satisfy me, I might consider letting you go. But before that, I need to confirm one thing. Who among you has hidden my treasure? Hand it over quickly." In Jiang Si's collection room, she obtained two special items from Wang Laowu's pants. One was a damaged special item, a doll figure with springs in its feet. The other looked like a painting, depicting a clown taking something from a treasure chest glowing with white light. Due to Jiang Si's insufficient appraisal level, the attribute descriptions of these two cards were obscured, preventing her from obtaining key information. Even if she didn't recognize them, she thought they should be usable. But things weren't that simple. She could easily restore Yin Yun's golden bracelet to its physical form, but the card depicting the clown and treasure chest reminded her, "Your attributes do not match. You cannot equip this special item." Thus, she had to silently turn it back into a card and store it away again. The treasure Wang Lao mentioned was likely this item. Putting aside the source of the item, just to appease Wang Lao, returning it to him now would certainly lead to him killing them to silence them, given his character. Wang Lao, believing he had the upper hand, was not in a hurry and instead took a keen interest in observing Jiang Si and Qin Meifei. This gaze felt substantial, making Qin Meifei feel as if she were being stripped bare. "What are you looking at, you rogue? Who took your treasure? You shameless one." Jiang Si reminded her. "It's likely taken. Those things on the ground were originally his. But he is already dead. His head is gone," Qin Meifei said. "But he is alive now." Jiang Si replied. "The apocalypse brings many surprises. So now he wants to take advantage of Gao Chang not being here to catch us all at once." Qin Meifei covered her lips as if startled. Wang Lao listened to the sisters' conversation, pondering if it was the two of them. Previously, aside from Jiang Wei, only Gao Chang, Bai Xian, and these two sisters were present. Jiang Wei had nothing of his. If Gao Chang had taken it, with his proud personality, he would have boasted about it immediately. So it couldn't be Gao Chang. Initially, he suspected it might be the younger sister, as she had taken several of his damaged props. However, seeing her innocent and confused demeanor, it didn't seem like she could keep a secret, so it was unlikely. The elder sister, however, was a possibility. She was the oldest and clearly the one with the most thoughts. But since taking over this body, he had been watching her actions closely, and, at that time, she had only pulled out some condoms and plastic strings from her own body, nothing special. So, she could basically be ruled out. If it wasn't the other three, it should be the last person. Wang Lao's gaze fell on by Xian, and he immediately approached to search her. Jiang Si blocked him, scolding, "What are you doing? You're a smart person. You shouldn't meddle in other people's affairs." Wang Lao replied patiently, as he always had patience for beautiful women. "Where you can follow me. Once I find that treasure, I will only pamper you. Even in this apocalypse, you can live as comfortably as a wealthy lady, without suffering a bit." Jiang Si's expression didn't change, as she looked at him with pity, as if he were a fool. His words were just for deceiving simpletons. "It seems I'll have to play with you first. Do you prefer being on top or bottom?" Wang Lao said nonchalantly. His mind was filthy, and his words were equally inappropriate. As he spoke, he grinned and stepped closer to Jiang Si. The information Zhang Wei gave him indicated that Jiang Si was just an ordinary person, even if she had killed a few zombies. How powerful could a woman who had survived for half a month in the apocalypse be? What difference would it make if she had a knife? Wang Lao had already begun to fantasize about this woman submitting beneath him. But before the specific image could form in his mind, a sudden sharp sound rang out, and he felt a stinging pain. The woman in front of him had a whip in her hand. That whip was not an ordinary whip, but the kind he usually used for fun. "You?" He didn't say another word as another lash struck his face. This sensation was different from what he had imagined. It was definitely different. He had only whipped others before, never had he been whipped. He wasn't a masochist. Stop. Please stop." This seemed to challenge Wang Lao's pride as a man, and he cried out in frustration. But Jiang Si showed no signs of stopping. Her physical attributes were those of an ordinary person, but her will was resolute. In winter, everyone wore thick clothing, so Jiang Si aimed directly for his face. She would not hesitate. In the apocalypse, hesitation toward enemies means inviting death. "Don't push your luck, you bitch." Wang Lao cursed. But soon he was rolling on the ground, covering his face and cradling his head, switching to begging. "Spare me. I won't dare again. I know I was wrong. I was just joking before. I was just trying to scare you. I don't want it anymore, okay? I was really just joking." But would Jiang Si show mercy? No. She knew better than anyone what this man would do to them once he had the power. In Yin Yun's wine cellar, she repeatedly sorted through her nightmares, where every recognition showed the malice of this apocalypse toward the weak, especially women. Stop it, you bitch." Wang Lao's voice suddenly turned harsh, and the whip that was about to strike his face suddenly stopped, suspended in midair in a way that defied common sense. He almost forgot that he wasn't that coward Zhang Wei. When Zhang Wei was beaten, he could only cower and beg for mercy, but he was an ability user, and ability users should be above everyone else. In this world, the strong should be respected. However, possessing another's body was really frustrating. He would be influenced by the original owner's personality. He was affected by that coward Zhang Wei, which made him slow to react and led to him enduring so many whips. In the future, he needed to carefully choose the personality before taking over. Wang Lao thought vaguely. The next second, Jiang Si felt a force suddenly yank the whip, and she decisively let go. The whip instantly fell into Wang Lao's hand. Holding the whip, Wang Lao grinned menacingly as he usually did with women. The wheel of fortune turns. Now it's my turn. But he only felt pleased for 2 seconds before Qin Mei Fei, who he didn't know when had picked up the flamethrower he brought back, aimed the nozzle at him and said, "Don't come over, or I'll burn you to death." "You wouldn't dare?" Wang Lao's mouth twitched and his body stiffened. He had completely forgotten about that thing. "What wouldn't I dare?" Qin Mei Fei glanced at the flamethrower in her hand, hesitantly pressed a few buttons on it, and the nozzle suddenly released a wave of heat towards the ground, startling her, and she quickly turned it off. Even so, the ground where the flame was directed instantly burned a black mark. Wang Lao was terrified that she would actually aim it at him, and hurriedly jumped back. Although Qin Mei Fei was flustered, she looked very pleased. "See? I dared, didn't I? This time it's just a warning. Next time it won't be so nice. Hurry up and get lost. Wang Laowu's face darkened, and after a long while, he said grimly, fine, fine. Then he looked at Jiang Si and Qin Meifei, as if he wanted to engrave both of them in his memory. You two wait, he warned before leaving. As he went downstairs, Qin Meifei quickly shut the door and said, this guy is really timid. I didn't even think about burning him. Jiang Si replied, that was actually a great opportunity. Qin Meifei's face fell. Sister, I didn't dare. Jiang Si did. Now that they had torn their masks off, that Wang Laowu would definitely come back for revenge. But what he referred to as treasure was it the special item she had taken. Speaking of which, that high-level special item that couldn't be used, could it also be the one that the White Wolf wanted? Jiang Si suddenly felt she had provoked something significant. If this thing was discovered on her, that White Wolf would definitely not let her off easily. Chapter 21 Revenge is something I didn't use. If I had known earlier, I would have. Li Jinkai weakly sat up and said. Qin Meifei saw his features twisted in pain and hurried over, saying, don't move, you are seriously injured. You should rest well. Jiang Si said. Li Jinkai was silent for a moment and asked, Zhang Wei is dead, right? He had been in a daze, but still heard the key parts. He was initially surprised, but then thought about it. Dead people turning into zombies and himself becoming an ability user. Other bizarre and strange things were nothing to be surprised about. Yeah, that person took over his body. Jiang Si said. What about Gao Chong? Will he die too? Li Jinkai asked. Jiang Si replied. 8 or 9 out of 10. Li Jinkai paused, and for a moment the atmosphere became very tense. After a while, he forced himself to get out of bed. If Gao Chong is dead, those people won't let us go either. Since we are all going to die, I will drag a few of them down with me before I go. Jiang Si looked at him and did not stop him. I don't know how many you can take with you, but I know you might not be able to leave this room. To verify what she said, Li Jinsai's legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. He underestimated the consequences of overusing his abilities. Sometimes, in his condition, he could really die. Qin Meifei gasped as she dragged him back. Sister told you to rest, so you should stay put. Don't think too much. Jiang Si said, I think you shouldn't be worrying about Gao Chong right now, but rather how to protect Bai Xian. You may not be aware of what Zhang Wei has become now. As she spoke, she gently patted Bai Xian's face to wake her up. Bai Xian rubbed her sore neck and instinctively bit her lip. Gao Chong's grip wasn't heavy. He just didn't want her to take risks with him. She always knew Gao Chong's good intentions, but she was a strong-willed girl and felt like a burden. If only she could help everyone. She thought. Li Jinkai reminded her timely. That person will come back for revenge. We should hide first. Although Bai Xian didn't know what had happened during her coma. After hearing Jiang Si explain a bit, she understood the situation, and her face turned pale. Zhang Wei is dead. Her lips trembled uncontrollably. It wasn't easy for everyone to get here, and she didn't want to lose anyone. Yeah, Li Jinkai said. Then it has to be an eye for an eye. Her eyes showed determination. Li Jinkai nodded. It's not safe here. Let's go inside first. You go in first. I want to stay here and wait for him. Bai Xian said. Then I will stay with you. Jiang Si said, whether she took Wang Laowu's things or not, this person wouldn't let anyone go. Because some people's evil is innate. Meifei, you take Xiaoyu and go in and hide with him. I'm not going. Qin Meifei said. I'll be wherever my sister is. You have to take care of him. He is seriously injured. Someone needs to watch him. Jiang Si said. But sister, he is so heavy, I can't lift him alone. Qin Meifei said. This residential building has been abandoned for a long time, and the interior has been hollowed out. The stairs have collapsed 2 floors. The only way up and down is through a ladder for workers. The ladder leans against what should have been the elevator shaft all the way down to the basement. According to the building design, the basement should be a parking lot. But the entrance has long been blocked by industrial waste, so they don't have to worry about anything coming in from that position. After getting off the ladder and turning through a door frame, they finally saw the stairs. They could only go up to the 3rd floor along the stairs. Standing at the 2nd floor doorway, they saw a lot of materials piled up here, whether useful or not, a mishmash that looked like it could open a grocery store. The 3rd floor had some signs of life, not only beds for resting, but also sofas and children's foam boards with letters laid on the ground as carpets. The secret room Gao Chong and Jiang Si mentioned was on this floor. Behind a full-length mirror, there was a mechanism, and it was unclear who designed it before. This mechanism required a complex password to open, and once opened, it led to a room in the adjacent building. This room actually had another door, but the building had collapsed more than half, and the remaining intact room was supported by sturdy steel bars, becoming an existence suspended in midair, which was their true hiding place. But Wang Laowu probably knew about this place as well. Hiding wouldn't solve the problem. Li Jinkai heard Qin Meifei's words. His ears turned a bit red. It's okay. Even if he comes, we have ways to deal with it. He actually had two skills. One was Fireball, which instantly released several fireballs from his fingertips. The other was Illusion Trap, which required him to consume food with a certain level of toxicity in advance. The most common preserved food in the apocalypse is harmful to the human body, so this requirement is not difficult. However, Li Jinkai had an allergic constitution before the apocalypse, and his daily diet was carefully designed by a nutritionist. As a longtime student, he never ate in the public cafeteria for fear of consuming something he shouldn't and ending up needing rescue. Now in the apocalypse, there were no longer such conditions, and he had to be cautious all the time, yet he still ended up with an upset stomach from the food he could eat, becoming a joke in the team. At this moment, Li Jinkai had already set up 2 traps. Fortunately, making traps didn't require much energy. But even so, he showed signs of fainting again. Bai Xian was really afraid he would die like this, and used her tears to stop him from continuing to set traps. Qin Meifei was very interested in the traps Li Jinkai made and wanted to reach out to touch them. Jiang Si quickly stopped her. Mysterious bubble, gas trap, strong alkali, highly corrosive. Duration, 30 minutes. Although this trap looked like a soap bubble, appearing colorful, it was an undisguised biochemical weapon. Li Jinkai rarely used this ability because the humans who turned into zombies felt no pain. His ability was more like targeting flesh and blood peers. Among the classmates who escaped with him, only a few remained. Some were bitten to death by zombies, but more were killed by twisted peers. When he released the bubble traps, he wondered if the meaning of the apocalypse was to make humans kill each other. At this moment, Qin Meifei pouted and reluctantly helped Li Jinkai to the secret room. How could such beautiful bubbles be traps? Moreover, that bad person might do something later. Why didn't Ti's sister bring her along? Jiang Si didn't care how much resentment Qin Meifei held in her heart. She still forcibly ordered her to stay with Li Jinkai and keep an eye on him at all times. If he died, she would cut off his head. The same went for Xiaoyu. This was what she said in front of Bai Xian to Qin Meifei. Li Jinkai was on the verge of death, and little rabbit Xiaoyu was also half alive. If Li Jinkai died, turning into a zombie would be more troublesome than an ordinary zombie. Jiang Si's nightmare showed that zombies transformed from ability users would inherit the original skills and attributes of the ability users. Ability users needed physical support to release skills, but zombies did not know fatigue. As long as they wanted to, they could release skills as if they cost nothing, which was the most terrifying. It could be assumed that animal zombies were the same. Qin Meifei was entrusted with an important task, and her expression improved a bit as she repeatedly reminded, "Then sister must be careful too." Jiang Si nodded and started preparing some necessary supplies with Bai Xian in the top floor hall. Wang Laowu's physical attributes had not improved and were no different from an ordinary man. He had already lost the best opportunity to take action directly. If he came again, he could either enhance his abilities or seek help from other strong people. However, both of these methods were unlikely to be realized in a short time. Moreover, concerning the ownership of a special item, he couldn't let anyone else know of its existence. Besides these 2 methods, what would he do? Facing a strong person like the White Wolf, Wang Laowu would rather use a fake death method to protect himself. In his heart, that special item was extremely important, more important than life itself. So tonight he would definitely return and would make sure that those who might know would die. However, Jiang Si still couldn't understand what method Wang Laowu would use. Just as she was watching Bai Xian seriously tie a dagger to a stick, Jiang Si suddenly felt a shiver run through her heart, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Bai Xian noticed something was off and quickly asked, "What's wrong? Did you hear something?" Jiang Si replied. She strained to listen. This year's winter in Magic City was colder than ever before, with the cold wind howling outside. Like countless knives scraping by, more like countless ghosts weeping. Bai Xian also listened intently, unsure. "Should we go out and take a look?" As she spoke, She carefully avoided the two traps set by Jiang Si at the door and opened it. The night wind brought in a nauseatingly thick smell of blood. What is that smell? She turned on the flashlight and saw that the rooftop had been splattered with a lot of filthy blood at some point. Layers of blood mixed with severed limbs and broken arms, emitting a disgusting stench. This dark, sticky substance extended all the way to the street, shocking to behold. This is specially prepared for you. Are you scared? A loud, arrogant laugh came from the opposite rooftop. The flashlight shone over, revealing a figure, Wang Laowu, disguised in Jiang Wei's skin. Although he looked like Jiang Wei, his entire demeanor had undergone a tremendous change. He held an axe in one hand and a large iron bucket in the other, from which protruded arms and legs. Then he threw the bucket toward the two of them. His arm strength wasn't enough to send the bucket across the 10 meters, but he could use his telekinesis to assist. Just as it was about to crash down on the two women, the bucket suddenly lost strength and fell, spilling a ground of nauseating meat paste and blood. However, this was not the most terrifying part. The iron bucket struck the steel railing on the rooftop. Jiang Si didn't have time to stop it, and it fell down, creating a loud crash from the height, with echoes that lasted for half a minute before subsiding. In this silent night, it was undoubtedly the most terrifying. Chapter 22. Hold the fort. Zombies hunt by sound and smell. During this time, when zombies swarm and ghosts roam, the sudden emergence of such a sound is like ringing the dinner bell for the zombies. Jiang Si felt her heart pounding, and even her eyelids were twitching. She shone the flashlight further ahead, and indeed, many figures were approaching, drawn by the sound on the fog-thin road. She quickly scanned the surrounding sycamore trees. The plants that had sprayed flowers during the day had closed their buds, motionless, seemingly devoid of the daytime effect. This person is disgusting. How can there be such a person in the world? Bai Xian exclaimed in shock. It was not just disgusting. It was utterly inhumane. Get the flamethrower. Go get the flamethrower. Jiang Si shouted urgently. This was not the time to discuss human nature. She rushed to the entrance of the iron staircase, having already heard the footsteps and growls of zombies climbing upstairs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Jiang Si watched as the snarling zombies drew closer, feeling a tingling sensation on her scalp. Struggling to take down the few heads peeking out, she felt a faint pain in the web of her hand gripping the knife. And when she looked down, her palm had already oozed blood. These zombies were fiercer than the few she had killed before. The blood on the ground had stimulated them. The zombies, agitated by the smell of blood, became more aggressive and violent, even moving faster. She couldn't hold them off by herself. Let me do it. Bai Xian rushed over with the flamethrower, and a jet of flame shot out, instantly making the air scorching hot. The first few zombies that charged forward were ignited, but even with their bodies covered in flames and bubbling blood, they still instinctively lunged at them. Below them, the continuous sounds of growls and running made the entire iron staircase emit loud thuds. This staircase is a temporary structure, Jiang Si said. Bai Xian knew this too. But at this critical moment, there was no time to remove the screws and cement fixed to the building. Even if they could, the two girls didn't have the strength to push open the entire 6-story iron frame. Jiang Si tried to shake it, but the iron staircase remained completely still. She had to stagger back, avoiding a small zombie that lunged forward. Bai Xian quickly adjusted her direction and set fire to the one-armed zombie. Jiang Si took the opportunity to catch her breath and picked up a thick piece of wood nearby, using it to block the zombies. The zombie rolled down the staircase. It was already dry, and along with the following zombies, it became a large fireball. Seeing this, Bai Xian finally smiled with satisfaction. This way, they dealt with several waves of zombies in the same manner. It seemed that fire had a strong restraining effect on zombies. However, after a few minutes, the flame from the flamethrower began to dim. Bai Xian wondered, is it malfunctioning? Jiang Si inwardly cursed. It was probably out of fuel. Such a commotion had long attracted a horde of zombies below. These zombies seemed endless. Fall back, hurry back. Jiang Si frowned at the sight. If Jiang Si were not injured, they would have had a plan. But at this moment, they could only rely on themselves. With no waves of zombies coming up for now, they needed to conserve their energy. While calling Bai Xian to retreat, she also picked up several pieces of wood. Many zombies lacked intelligence, only knowing to lunge forward. She wedged the wood in the middle of the staircase. which should buy them some time to find a place to hide. But this was a rooftop terrace. The only place they could hide was indoors. However, the iron door leading inside was not a sturdy valve and could not hold off the zombies forever. Moreover, at this moment, their shoes and pant legs were already stained with the blood plasma deliberately splattered by Wang Laowu, and the zombies would smell this and linger at the door, unwilling to leave. Even if the zombies couldn't get in, the people inside wouldn't be able to get out. Additionally, the internal structure of this building was essentially a pocket. Once the zombies broke down the door and swarmed in, it would be like entering a dead end, leaving the people inside with no escape. Wang Laowu had this in mind. He didn't consider that a swarm of zombies would kill them like this. How could he expect to retrieve his treasures from amidst the zombies? "We need to block this door," Bai Xian said. This decision made Jiang Si regard Bai Xian with newfound respect. She looked around. There were many pieces of discarded furniture left on the rooftop. "Come help me." She immediately fixed her eyes on a large cabinet, dark red, with a very traditional design, featuring a pattern of a magpie on its corners. However, this piece of furniture was too heavy. Even with all her strength, she couldn't budge an inch. But Jiang Si insisted on using it, because something that couldn't be easily moved meant that the zombies would also find it difficult to open for a while. Generally, zombies lack intelligence. When they encounter obstacles, unless lured by food, they will sensibly change direction. This way, the people inside will be safer than those outside. Bai Xian understood her meaning. Although she understood, she didn't expect Jiang Si to agree so decisively to this suggestion. The people inside were temporarily safe, but they were in danger. Without wings, they wouldn't survive. But this wasn't the time to dwell on such matters. She quickly ran over and pushed the cabinet with all her might. The cabinet, with the two of them working together, scraped the ground with a rough noise. Wang Laowu across from them watched their actions with interest, his eyes gleaming with cruel excitement. Struggle, little ants, struggle with all your might before death. He couldn't help but laugh maniacally. Jiang Si stole a glance in his direction and casually commented, "You should go act in a play." This made Bai Xian chuckle. "Aren't you scared?" She couldn't help but ask. When she saw Jiang Si calmly stabbing a knife into a zombie's head, she wanted to ask, why? Although both were women, was Jiang Si more independent and thoughtful, while she could only follow behind her companion and help with nothing. Once she opened her mouth, she couldn't muster the strength. Fortunately, at this moment, the cabinet had already been moved to the right spot. Jiang Si was caught off guard by her question, but answered honestly, "I'm scared too. But sometimes you have to overcome it. Because fear doesn't solve problems. It only hinders your rational thinking." Bai Xian nodded. "Then tell me, will it hurt when a zombie bites?" "Let's think about that when it happens," Jiang Si said. Suddenly, she could understand Bai Xian's fear. At such a good age, she really shouldn't die easily. Even if one had to die, it should be decades later in a comfortable bed surrounded by descendants. Don't lose hope. We still have a chance. You go up first. On this rooftop, going up would lead to the entrance of the top floor. It was about 2 meters above the platform ground and needed something to step on to climb up. This was their only refuge at the moment. Bai Xian shivered and quickly climbed up with all her might. After finally making it up, she turned to reach out for Jiang Si, only to see a still burning zombie lunging at her from behind. She instinctively screamed, "Watch out!" At this critical moment, Jiang Si calmly turned around and chopped off its arm with a single stroke. The zombie stumbled and fell to the ground, struggling to crawl over. Jiang Si stepped forward and delivered another stab, accurately piercing the zombie's head. The burning body was even more fragile than expected. Feeling the concerned gaze, Jiang Si smiled reassuringly. Just as she was about to reach out, 2 more zombies ran up. She had to give up the idea of climbing up and ran in a circle to kill the 2 zombies that had squeezed in. Once there were no zombies obstructing her, she kicked the half-meter-high platform aside, stepped back, and then ran with all her might, leaping to grab the edge of the top. Bai Xian reacted quickly and grabbed her, pulling her up. As soon as they steadied themselves at the very top of the building, the wooden stick that was blocking the way became completely loose, and hordes of zombies surged in from the stairwell. The scent of fresh food excited them, causing them to roar in delight, and before long, they were surrounded tightly. It felt like a ship in a vast ocean, with a sense of being trapped on all sides. "We should be grateful that there are no mutated zombies here." Jiang Si thought of Zhang Rui after he died. He turned into a zombie, and his body had grown considerably larger. A zombie with a physique like Zhang Rui's could easily pull them down with just one hand. However, this relief was short-lived. Although they seemed safe now, over time, the zombies would become restless. They would scramble over each other, one stepping on another, and before one could get up, another would climb on top. Ultimately, some zombies would become stepping stones, crushed into pulp, while others would reach the top and get their wish. "How much fuel do we have left?" "It's all used up," Jiang Si said. The cold wind made her face particularly pale. Bai Xian beside her looked just as pale. Surrounded by a group of zombies, it was strange if their faces were good. Bai Xian nodded. Since the apocalypse began, she had always been having nightmares, constantly thinking that she would die. But when death truly approached, she felt it came too quickly. With the subtle sound of mechanisms, a large amount of flames erupted. The zombies quickly caught fire. Soon, the entire rooftop was ablaze. Amid the burning flames, the two girls standing side by side had resolute expressions on their faces. "Huh, there's an open flame over there." Behind the window of a tall building several hundred meters away, a curtain fluttered and a male voice said, "Isn't that quite normal?" A lazy voice from his companion came from the darkness of the same room. The man's voice remained unchanged, even carrying a unique patience in the cold. "It's not normal. Someone deliberately set that fire. There should be survivors in that direction." "Yao Xiao Xiao, you have good eyesight. Help me see what's happening? You're not a soldier anymore. Stop thinking about doing these useless things." Although his companion, Yao Xiao Xiao, disagreed with his patience, she still scratched her messy hair and carelessly squeezed beside him. However, upon looking, her expression immediately became strange. "Qing Mu, you definitely won't guess who I saw." Yao Xiao Xiao continued. "Do you remember 1104? She's still alive." Chapter 23, 1104. In fact, Yao Xiao Xiao only has a fragment of memory about 1104. During a special mission, a little girl was brought into the command room. She looked to be only 6 or 7 years old. In that mysterious organization, the number not only represented identity, but also ranked abilities in certain fields. In the field represented by 11, this girl's ability was provisionally ranked 4th. However, it seemed that there were no other individuals in the deeply tabooed 11 field. As a result, not only was he curious about this little girl, but others who were on missions at the same time also shared the same thought, including Aoki. At that time, the little girl was very innocent, but age was not the key factor affecting ability. For instance, Yao Xiao Xiao himself looked to be just in his early 20s, even younger, but in reality, his bone age had already reached 300 years. He was excavated from an unknown ancient tomb at the foot of the Taihang Mountains 30 years ago. Because he excelled in breathing techniques, he could minimize the metabolism required by the human body, thus extending his life through a form of false sleep. Over time, he discovered that he could forcibly apply the effects of his breathing techniques to other objects, thereby achieving a slowing down effect in their movement. Being young does not affect the strength of one's abilities, but it is a key factor in attracting others. Aoki liked this little girl. He liked her because he once had a daughter, and if that daughter had grown to the age of 1104, she would have looked like her. In that mysterious organization, the interactions between members were not close. The organization did not discourage people from interacting with each other. It was just that everyone was different from ordinary people. Various individuals with special abilities focused daily on honing their skills in various ways. For them, every subtle enhancement of their abilities was far more fulfilling than the pleasure derived from interpersonal relationships. They might be lonely, but they were strong enough to digest their own solitude. Aoki's closeness to 1104 was unexpected yet reasonable. This closeness seemed to enchant him, stirring a secret joy deep within him. 1104 generally did not speak, but when she did, it was like a curse. Some said her ability was simply to speak. Whatever she said would come true. This was called words becoming law. The first thing she said to Aoki was, "Today's mission, you will die." Aoki gently replied, "That's fine." 1104 tilted her head. She had special abilities, but that did not mean she could discern an adult's true needs. Aoki always wanted to die. He was a standard pessimist. Many years ago, in a war, he lost both arms and was supposed to die. At that time, a shell penetrated the plane he was in, and he fell alongside his damaged body. Just when he thought he could attain permanent peace, deep in the ocean, in a dark place unreachable by the diving technology of that era. Something special granted him an opportunity different from others. Many years later, when an expedition team during the peaceful era dropped anchor here, he was staring wide-eyed amidst a rich pile of algae. By then, he had regrown his limbs, but they were no longer the same as ordinary people's, especially his legs. If he wished, he could reveal a fishtail, possessing scales that ordinary people could not have. Before joining the mysterious organization, he already had too many needle holes from blood tests under his skin. The doctor who frequently checked his body was the only woman. Aoki had never seen her face. Only a pair of beautifully made-up eyes were visible above her mask. Whenever he entertained suicidal thoughts, she would smile and threaten him. "If you kill yourself, I'll make your reproductive organs into specimens and display them in the largest glass cabinet in the country." This instilled a certain dread in him. Later, when the mysterious organization took over this secret medical department, he was allowed to be released back into society as an ordinary person. 6 years later, he met a woman and married her. 2 years later, they had a lovely daughter. Although his daughter was different from ordinary children, unable to control her little tail when happy or angry, he insisted on secretly raising her in a house in the suburbs and personally built a pool for her to rest and play. This decision left his wife momentarily devastated, but ultimately she tolerated it for love. 2 years later, during a routine health check at the organization, his wife, whose love had almost faded, was in tears while kneeling to clean the room filled with scales and mucus. Then she filled the pool with boiling water, coaxing their little girl to jump in. When Aoki returned home, his beloved daughter had already sunk to the bottom of the water, and he jumped in, wanting to die with her. But he was already a fish and could no longer die. So he killed his wife. A despair deeper than when he was pulled up from the depths of the sea constantly enveloped him. For this, the beautiful-eyed, masked female doctor met him again. She said, "You are bound to die eventually. Dying while saving others is more meaningful than taking your own life." During Aoki's numerous special missions, he encountered 1104. The first thing 1104 said to him was precisely the outcome he had longed for. 1104 said, "Today's mission, you will die." That's fine. 1104 continued, "But if you add a condition, you can live." 1104's task was to improve the survival rate of all members of the Special Operations Team. After all, superhumans were extremely rare for the entire country. Every death was a significant loss. This loss could not be permitted because of Aoki's personal needs. Therefore, Aoki cannot die. At that time, Yao Xiao squeezed and asked, "What about me? What about me?" The little girl rolled her eyes. "Even if the whole team dies, you will still be buried underground breathing." She could see through everyone's special abilities. As if seeing through Yao Xiao's secret joy, the little girl continued bluntly, "Of course, if no one stabs you in the chest, you'll live for another 300 years in your sleep." It was unclear what the little girl did. All that could be seen was her reaching out to grasp something in the void, reminiscent of a child carefully picking butterflies from flowers. That time their mission went very smoothly. Previous missions had also gone smoothly, but this time felt different. It was as if someone was clearing a path in the dark, and they just needed to rush forward without any defenses. After that, they had no further interactions. However, later 3 major events occurred within the organization, all reportedly related to 1104. The first event was that 1104 replaced 0201 as the leader of the mysterious organization. The second event was that 1104 announced all members to cease executing any special missions. The third event was 1104's death. How could someone who could help others avoid death easily let themselves die? However, there was no dissent within the organization regarding this matter, because 1104's death had shown signs from the beginning. After that mission, 1104's nose bled profusely, and her body was extremely hot, requiring constant ice packs to ensure her internal organs were not burned by the high temperature. The rescue lasted 2 days and 2 nights, during which Aoki sat outside the rescue room waiting. He wanted to die. Many years ago, he felt he should have been in the depths of the ocean, and a few years ago, he thought he should have died in his daughter's pool. In his repeated thoughts of death, he never considered that another person would risk their life to prevent his death. Later, He learned that every time 1104 used her ability, she had to expend a significant amount of energy. She had to replace her daily routine with sleep. Sleep itself is the most effective and direct protective mechanism for the human body. However, as she grew older and her abilities became stronger, with an increasing number of people to protect from death, she had to spend all her time in a state of deep sleep except for normal physiological metabolism. When she fell into a deep sleep, Aoki was outside the isolation room, gazing at her. When she finally woke up, their eyes barely met before she threw herself into her new rescue mission. Even after she stopped her special tasks, this habit continued to affect her physiological functions, and eventually, she even skipped meals, falling into a prolonged slumber. During that long sleep, Aoki still stood at the door, watching the medical team bustling around her, observing the group in white coats injecting various nutrients into her body to sustain her life. Her small palm, even in deep sleep, seemed to be making gestures of deleting and adding something in the void. However, the doctors said these actions were not as simple as imagined. Although no one understood what had changed in this world, it was evident that these gestures were still consuming her vitality. The doctors had no choice but to inject her with a drug to sever her dreams. This continued until 11 years ago, when the machine displaying her bodily data finally stopped working, and the organization had to announce the death of 1104. Aoki still stood outside the isolation room, watching the little girl gradually lose her vitality, seeing the capillaries clearly visible beneath her fragile, gossamer-like skin. It was this weak body that saved his soul. Aoki was unwilling to accept the death of 1104, but the former leader, 0201, stopped his potential madness and threw him into deep water inhabited by many dangerous sea creatures. When he climbed out of the water, drenched 1104's corpse had become a top secret, separately carried by 0201 to another secret outpost. From that moment on, the mysterious organization seemed to have suddenly abandoned all oversight of them, as staff providing various basic living services gradually disappeared. The organization members who remained at the base realized what true freedom was. However, for a long time afterward, Yao Xiaoxiao speculated whether the organization's oversight had turned secretive, thus still restraining his words and actions. It wasn't until he had to rob a bank because he couldn't afford fast food and was beaten by Aoki, who had already thrived in his security job, that he confirmed the organization's neglect and longed for the attentive care he once received. Although at that time, he was constantly instilled with the idea that the stronger one's abilities, the more one needed to restrain their behavior for the welfare of ordinary people, which annoyed him to no end. At least there were 3 holidays a year, and his meals and accommodations were covered. Chapter 24 Self-Rescue. Aoki didn't want to pay any attention to Yao Xiaoxiao. For this former colleague, their reunion didn't stir much in him. Time was just a flowing river to him. Wherever the water flowed, he would be there. Nothing was different. But for Yao Xiaoxiao, the meaning was different. He was simply too hungry. He didn't feel it when he was asleep, but the unfamiliar food scents wafting through the streets made his stomach grumble. Various snacks that hadn't been seen for hundreds of years dazzled his eyes, and he felt it would be a great loss to continue sleeping. However, he had no money to exchange for the things he wanted to eat. Should he rob a few more today? Yao Xiaoxiao thought this way. In his past era, wars were frequent. The situation was chaotic, and the populace lived in fear, making robbery a common occurrence. At least before encountering Aoki, he had maintained his life for half a month in this way. But it still wasn't enough. There were too many delicious foods, and the money from robbery wasn't enough to spend. Far from it. Yao Xiaoxiao then thought of robbing a bank because someone had told him that there was a lot of money in banks, enough to eat for 100 years. But he knew about the mysterious weapons that modern police carried at their waists. Those things could shoot fire from their barrels, and even the smallest objects could pierce through a body. He could slow the bullet speed and dodge the shot. But if there were too many people and the distance was close enough, he might not have time to extend his abilities. In his past special missions, he had encountered similar dangers, so he specifically chose a remote bank. Although it was a bank, it only had 1 service window and 2 ATMs. When he entered, the round-faced girl behind the counter smiled at him, but perhaps the girl's smile was too charming. He didn't see Aoki standing beside him, as Aoki in uniform blended in with the KT board behind him. When he finally noticed Aoki, he felt that Aoki was different from before. He didn't have time to ponder the differences, as Aoki punched him down under the counter, and with another punch, his eyes became swollen. In the past, even though his combat skills were the worst, no one had ever hit him in the face. Thus, resentment arose in Yao Xiaoxiao's heart, and he decided to cling to Aoki and empty his pockets. So when Aoki threw his third punch, he directly hugged his thigh and cried out, "Brother, it's me. It's me. I finally found you." Aoki felt awkward, but still nodded in acceptance of the encounter with Yao Xiaoxiao under the gaze of the round-faced girl. Of course, at that time, Yao Xiaoxiao didn't have a name. He was a poor ancient person from 300 years ago who had taken a name he was unwilling to mention. Aoki then gave him a new name. Yao was Aoki's surname. As for Xiaoxiao, the small eyes the size of a green bean, weren't they just small? Yao Xiaoxiao was clear that Aoki was different from before. Aoki had become more human. However, a month later, the more human Aoki regretted it because he finally realized that his salary couldn't support Yao Xiaoxiao's appetite, which didn't match his name. He decided to get rid of Yao Xiaoxiao. But after having a pocket support, Yao Xiaoxiao was reluctant to let him go. The two chased each other around half the globe, and ultimately, even when the apocalypse arrived, Aoki still couldn't shake off Yao Xiaoxiao, this little rascal. At this moment, hearing Yao Xiaoxiao say that 1104 was still alive, Aoki's cheeks twitched. This person never had a bottom line when joking. But Yao Xiaoxiao affirmed, "Do you remember 0438? She once drew what 1104 looked like as she grew up, just like the woman on the rooftop." 0438's special ability wasn't a superpower, but more like a certain skill. Ordinary skills brought to the extreme could reveal miraculous effects. 0438 was like this. She was good at makeup. Her makeup didn't require many props. As long as she was given a photo of a person, she could use her makeup pen to transform anyone into the appearance in the photo. In her spare time, 0438 passed the time by drawing portraits of everyone in the base. The character portraits weren't special, but she could depict how each person's muscles and bones would grow in the future, drawing what each person might look like 5, 10, 20, 30 years, or even longer down the line. In fact, her images proved to be more delicate than computer simulations, although those sketchbooks became one of the base's confidential documents. Yao Xiaoxiao was fortunate enough to sneak a glance at 0438's sketchbook drafts before they were archived. Aoki fell silent for a breath's length before running towards the roaring flames. Yao Xiaoxiao felt helpless. After all, he rarely went to bed early and had finally hoped to use sleep to offset his desire to eat. But now Aoki was making this fuss. However, he knew that both of their abilities were not extraordinary in this distorted modern life. They needed to support each other to ensure safety. So he had no choice but to follow. When he and Aoki arrived near the building, the gathered zombies were like ants discovering sugar, densely packed together. Yao Xiaoxiao thought, even if that person was truly 1104, with the density of zombies in front of them, it would probably be enough for her to die again. He dealt with two zombies rushing towards them and pulled Aoki up to a nearby high place. "What's up?" Aoki finally saw the two women on the rooftop, but he quickly shook his head, showing a look of disappointment. "It's not her." "How could that be?" Yao Xiaoxiao pointed over there. "She looks exactly like in the drawing." "So what if she looks exactly the same?" "She is going to die," Aoki said. Yao Xiaoxiao instinctively looked at him, suddenly realizing that even if 1104 was still alive, witnessing her die again would only increase the pain. It would be better to think of her as having died many years ago. Moreover, Aoki continued, if she were 1104, she would find a way to change her fate. After saying this, he turned and left. Yao Xiaoxiao didn't understand why he had run all this way, scratching his messy hair, and could only follow behind him with his head hung low. He glanced back at the rooftop where the flames were almost extinguished, sighing in his heart. He wasn't without compassion, but his abilities were limited and self-rescue was already very difficult, let alone saving others. If only he had 1104's abilities. He exhaled lightly, thinking nonchalantly. At this moment, Jiang Si and Bai Xian were panting heavily, on guard against the zombies that might climb up at any time. The fuel for the flamethrower had long been exhausted, but the surrounding zombies only increased. After a hard-won effort, they managed to chop off the arm of a reaching zombie. Jiang Si said to Bai Xian, I want to give you something. That special item she couldn't use. Could Bai Xian use it? What is it? Bai Xian asked. I just hope that while you still have strength, you can chop off my head in one go. Because if the head doesn't die, I will turn into a zombie. And that would be too ugly. I hope you act first. Jiang Si forced a smile. In fact, she could hide in her collection room. That virtual space could accommodate her and her cards. In the underground wine cellar of the Yin family, while the rabbit Xiaoyu was fast asleep, she had tried this. But after trying many times, she found many problems. First, that virtual space could only accommodate special items other than herself. So the food and water provided couldn't be transformed into cards to be taken inside. Secondly, wherever she entered the virtual space, the next time she came out, she would still be in the same place. It couldn't be used to move through this space. Later, when she met Qin Meifei, because she helped the other party escape from a fatal outcome, their lives became intertwined. If she encountered danger and entered the virtual space to hide, if Qin Meifei faced misfortune, she would also be drawn into death. The matter between her and Qin Meifei was quite mysterious. Just seeing the same red thread on their wrists allowed them to share the recognition in their consciousness to live and die together. This recognition penetrated to the bone and couldn't cease to exist just because of disbelief. Jiang Si thought of this and took out that special item from her collection room that couldn't be equipped. If she could choose, she would give it to Qin Meifei. She herself did not meet the equipment requirements for this item, but perhaps Qin Meifei was suitable. If Qin Meifei could become stronger, it would also benefit her. Even if neither of them was suitable, she still wanted to hide it deeply, not letting anyone know. However, at this moment, she had no choice. Surrounded by zombies, she had no opportunity to face Qin Meifei, who was hiding indoors. She could only wait to hold Bai Xian's hand. Bai Xian was puzzled by her actions. At this critical moment, attention should be focused on being vigilant of their surroundings. But the moment Jiang Si's palm touched hers, she suddenly felt a special sensation. At the same time, a mechanical voice in her mind asked, Do you wish to equip this special item? A keep. Special item? Was it asking her? Having been in contact with Gao Chong for half a month, she knew that his knife was a special item. However, that knife, like in a game, was bound to Gao Chong. If he wanted to throw it away, it would simply disappear instead of becoming an ordinary knife that could be passed on to someone else. She suddenly realized Jiang Si's intention. In that case, fine. Gratitude rose in her heart. But what kind of special item was this? With such thoughts, she nervously answered yes. With her affirmative response, a stream of special information quickly flooded her mind. For a moment, she felt as if countless steeds were galloping in her brain. It took her a long time to regain her composure, and she couldn't help but widen her eyes. Universal Toolbox, C grade, capable of randomly generating 24 types of items. With a higher probability of generating C-grade special items, a lower probability of generating B-grade special items, and an extremely low probability of generating A-grade special items. Refresh time, 36 hours. It can be upgraded. Equipped. Bai Xian finally smiled. Within the vast interface that only she could see, she immediately spotted a new flamethrower. Without thinking, she took it out. Immediately, the corresponding item appeared in her hand. Seeing this, Jiang Si let out a barely noticeable sigh, unsure whether it was out of joy at seeing a glimmer of hope or regret at losing a special item. Name, Bai Xian species, human evolution level, evolution direction, talent, skills, universal toolbox weapons carried, wooden stick, scalpel, large flamethrower damage, 120 compared her attributes when they first met. The only addition was the 5 words universal toolbox. Only then did Jiang Si have 2 new thoughts. First, it turned out that special items could be equipped as skills on humans. Second, to a large extent, the condition for equipping this item required the other person to be an ordinary person rather than an evolved being. No wonder her identification technique couldn't identify it. This was indeed a more advanced treasure. Chapter 25. Embarrassing follow-up questions. Seeing the flamethrower that appeared out of nowhere in Bai Xian's hands, Wang Laowu, who had been staring at them, was first taken aback, then immediately began to curse. It turned out that this bitch had gotten her hands on his treasure. But he felt something was off. There seemed to be a cold wind blowing from behind him, as if someone were there. Turning around, he only saw the dark wall. Finding nothing, sooner or later, he would have to switch bodies. In his opinion, this body not only looked bad, but was also not particularly sturdy. To make matters worse, it was a newly awakened evolutionary. What good was an evolutionary if they couldn't use that treasure? Unconsciously, he developed a deeper hatred for Bai Xian. She seemed quiet, but it turned out she was so insincere. He definitely had to make her pay. As he thought this, the uneasy premonition returned. He couldn't help but turn around again. In the late apocalypse, scholars dedicated to research had broadly categorized human evolution into 3 directions: strength, agility, and intelligence. Although each direction could branch out into various ambiguous abilities due to the unique situations of each evolutionary, the overall effects were consistent. Strength enhances physical power and body strength agility, increases speed and sensitivity intelligence, enhances perception and mental strength. Jiang Wei's body was an intelligence-oriented evolutionary, with a higher perception of danger than other evolutionaries at the same stage. However, Wang Laowu did not understand this ability, confirming that there was nothing behind him. He not only felt no tension, but also became somewhat irritable. Was there something wrong with this body? He attributed his unease to the incompatibility with this flesh, unaware that this body was warning him of danger. Just then, something in the darkness suddenly grabbed his foot. His heart raced, and in shock, he tried to kick it away. But how could a hunter easily let go of its prey? By the time Bai Xian distributed the various items in the toolbox to Jiang Si, and the two were preparing to fight back against the zombie horde, she suddenly heard someone scream. Jiang Si was focused on dealing with the zombies. Try to ignite a bottle downstairs. There were 12 in a set, and using one meant there was one less, so she had to be economical. Once she ignited a small group of zombies downstairs, she finally had time to reply. What did you say? Neither of them knew Wang Laowu's fate, nor did they have the time to care. At that moment, they were trying to make the most of the resources available to combat the immediate danger. As for the outcome, it was something neither dared to think about. Thankfully, due to their past diligence in clearing zombies around them, the current zombie horde was not overwhelming. When they came to their senses, the eastern sky was brightening, and the approaching zombies were scattered, their sight filled with broken bodies. Exhausted, they sat down and vomited, but their stomachs were already empty, and no matter how much they retched, only bitter water came out. They had managed to survive the most urgent night. We need to get them out of here. Jiang Si wiped her face and jumped down. Bai Xian nodded quickly. The two had no time to rest and had to push the large cabinet blocking the door together. Once they moved it, they saw Qin Meifei supporting Li Jinkai, who was holding the rabbit Xiaoyu, waiting breathlessly behind the door. Seeing Jiang Si, Qin Meifei opened her mouth, and tears flowed even more. Sister, I thought. She had a terrible night too. Li Jinkai had a fever in the middle of the night, and she was worried he couldn't hold on, so she kept trying to cool him down. The rabbit Xiaoyu was also dreaming, biting her leg with its front teeth. When she pulled it off, it pounced back at her, scaring her so much that she didn't dare to close her eyes. In fact, she couldn't even sleep with her eyes closed, as there were sounds of fire and explosions outside. Jiang Si never liked this clinginess. She took Xiaoyu, patted it, and felt its breathing was more stable than the previous day, which eased her mind. She instructed Qin Meifei, quickly gather some food and water. We need to leave soon. The noise from last night was too loud, and there must be many survivors watching from the shadows. When the zombies were too dense, they might not have dared to approach. Now that it was bright and visibility was good, with the zombies cleared out, those weak and sickly might have nasty thoughts. Taking advantage of this time to catch their breath, Bai Xian opened her mouth to say something, but Jiang Si waved her hand to stop her. She had reminded Bai Xian before that having valuable items could be a crime, and they were not suitable to discuss this in front of others. Bai Xian hesitated, biting her lip. Exchanging items from the toolbox was not free. The user had to pay a price. In addition to gems, agates, gold, silver, and rare metals as exchange tokens, the person involved could also use their own lifespan. When they were surrounded by zombies earlier, Bai Xian had no time to consider these. Once everything settled down, the toolbox contained 24 items, including 1 B-class special item, 2 C-class special items, and 21 ordinary items, costing her 10 years of her lifespan in total, trading 10 years of life for a chance to survive. Bai Xian was very clear whether this deal was worth it. But she wondered how many 10-year spans one person could have. She wanted to return this multifunctional toolbox to Jiang Si. For her, using her lifespan to exchange for supplies was like making a deal with the devil. After the apocalypse struck, she still tried to explain many things she encountered through a scientific lens. But as she witnessed various unexpected phenomena, the past theories could no longer support her understanding. Although she attributed the unexplainable phenomena to the end of science being theology, it ultimately did not bring her peace. This was the collapse of her worldview and beliefs. Belief is inherently vague. Some people scoff at it, while for others, it is a spiritual pillar. Bai Xian felt that her pillar was gone. However, the skills she had equipped did not come with any commands to remove them. She looked at Jiang Si again. The other person's expression was cold. Although she always looked that way, at this moment, she seemed even paler, though it might just be a psychological effect. Bai Xian couldn't help but think. Does she think I don't want to return her things? I remember there's a warehouse nearby. There are many clothes inside. Why don't you all go change? Li Jinkai said. The place they had just been in had too strong a smell of blood. And aside from the zombies, normal people wouldn't want to stay nearby. But they hadn't walked far when several sneaky figures appeared. Li Jinkai stopped cautiously and lit a nearby bush first. Those who aren't afraid of death can come over. They were just ordinary survivors. The leading one gritted his teeth and reluctantly said, "Wait a moment." The few of them gradually retreated. Bai Xian worried about Li Jinsai's health and quickly asked, "Are you all right?" Li Jinsai's body did not show signs of doing well. That last move was a desperate attempt to scare them. He whispered back, looking rather pale, "I probably can't hold on for long." Thus, this group of weak and sickly individuals trembled their way to the warehouse Li Jinkai mentioned. It was indeed a clothing warehouse, but by the time they arrived, it had already been rummaged through. Footprints were everywhere, and various clothes were piled on the ground like trash. The good ones had likely already been taken. Qin Meifei casually picked up a piece, her delicate face showing disgust. What kind of person is this? Not wearing it themselves and not letting others wear it. She was holding a gray-yellow winter coat, the back of which was slashed all over, exposing the cotton inside. Upon closer inspection, many of the clothes here were similar. People nowadays are like this. If they can't benefit, they won't let others benefit either. Li Jinkai said weakly. As they chatted casually, Bai Xian, who was listening, became more thoughtful, glancing at Jiang Si from time to time, worried she might overthink. After looking a few times, Jiang Si felt her cheeks flush. Fortunately, she was also a woman. Otherwise, she might have thought the other party was in love with her. After a long time, Li Jinkai finally found a few pieces of clothing that fit him. He naturally avoided suspicion and went to the door, while Qin Meifei held Xiao Yu and followed him. Seeing that only the two of them were left in the warehouse, Bai Xian quickly spoke up, "I'll take down that thing. No ruse. We can think of other ways later." Noticing that Bai Xian's anxiety had not diminished, Jiang Si continued changing clothes while saying, "Things are different now. Since there are things that take a person's lifespan, there must also be things that can extend it. Don't be too upset. Just go with the flow." She hadn't yet regretted losing a special item. Instead, the other party felt that it was a burden. Bai Xian nodded in confusion, and then thought of something, gathering her courage to say to Jiang Si, "I didn't mean to not return your thing. I really don't know how to get it down. You have to believe me." "I believe you," Jiang Si replied. Perhaps the other party's response was too quick, making Bai Xian herself unable to believe it. Really? Is it true? But seeing Jiang Si's genuine expression, she breathed a sigh of relief. Now, whenever I close my eyes, I can see those dozens of boxes. The clear price tag showing how much lifespan is needed is really unsettling. At this moment, Bai Xian might not have realized what kind of treasure she had obtained, instead rambling about the many unreasonable aspects of that item. Jiang Si touched her waist. The handgun she had taken out earlier was hidden beneath her clothes. Even after exchanging for such an uncommon item, Bai Xian still did not realize what the toolbox could bring. If she had realized, would she have been willing to return it? Jiang Si didn't have many friends, but that didn't mean she didn't understand human nature. She had gone through a psychological struggle when taking out the card herself, especially in the context of the unknown properties of this special item and the urgent situation around them. Now that the dust had settled, she naturally desired that item. All she needed to do was use this handgun to kill Bai Xian, and the versatile toolbox would become unowned again, allowing her to transform it into a card and put away. But Jiang Si only touched the handgun and then squatted down in anger. Just then, Bai Xian looked over, thinking she was unwell, and nervously asked, "Are you okay? Do you want to rest for a bit?" Jiang Si replied, "I'm fine." Bai Xian still looked at her with concern, her beautiful face showing a hint of compassionate pity. "You look unwell. You might be exhausted." Her gaze shifted downward, landing on Jiang Si's thin sweater. "Your clothes are a bit thin. It's not a joke if you get sick. I remember seeing a few sweaters earlier. You should put one on." As she spoke, she turned around and began rummaging through the pile of clothes, watching the other party unguardedly expose her back. Jiang Si found it hard to articulate whether she was naive or simply innocent, but she couldn't afford to mock Bai Xian. She already felt ashamed for the murderous thoughts that had arisen earlier. It turned out that, deep down, she was no different from that Wang Laowu. Chapter 26. Exploiting others' misfortunes. As the two finished changing their clothes, a commotion erupted outside. It was the same group of sneaky individuals. They hadn't gone far and had been following from a distance. Just as they saw Li Jinkai collapse on the ground, gasping for breath, they couldn't wait to jump out. Qin Meifei instinctively positioned herself in front of Li Jinkai, shouting, "You don't come any closer." There were 7 of them in total, each exuding a menacing aura. Not knowing the extent of Li Jinsai's condition, they dared not approach too closely, merely throwing small stones from about 5 or 6 meters away, hitting Qin Meifei on the forehead and drawing blood. The leader, a man with a peacock blue afro, impatiently exclaimed, "Sister, your shouting is giving me a headache. Didn't we just say? Hand over all your belongings, and we'll let you go." "We have nothing at all. Go find someone else," Qin Meifei cried. They had fled in a hurry, taking only a few biscuits and bottles of water. One of the lackeys beside him laughed. "This woman's voice is pretty nice. Boss, I want her. Can't even fill our stomachs, and you're thinking about that." The afro-headed man kicked him, but his face wore a similarly lewd expression. "Aren't there 2 others? The boss should have one too. After all, once we're done, we can use them as a cover." "Chain, he had a good idea." They exchanged glances, and the underlying meaning was clear. The one called Chain laughed. "That guy who played with fire is badly injured. He can't even let out a fart." He directed the 2 beside him, "Little brother, Fatty, go drag that man over and tie him up." The 2 pointed out were still unaware of their fate as cannon fodder and excitedly ran over. However, they hadn't even gotten close when 2 fireballs shot toward them. Before they could dodge, they smelled the burning fabric. "It's burning me, it's burning me." They hurriedly stripped off their outer layers, but some sparks still clung to their skin, causing them pain and prompting them to curse Li Jinsai's ancestors. Initially, they had some reservations, but unexpectedly, Li Jinkai rolled his eyes back and fell straight to the ground. Upon closer inspection, blood was streaming from his nostrils, and no matter how they tried to stop it, they couldn't. The group of afro-headed men burst into laughter, and Chain shouted before the afro-headed man could speak, "Take advantage of his illness to take his life. Brothers, now we're not afraid." They all pounced on him, with Chain first grabbing Qin Meifei, groping her and grinning. "Save your strength for the screams. Chain, don't forget about us." One of those who had suffered at Li Jinsai's hands earlier laughed, sitting directly on Li Jinkai and slapping him several times. "You burn me, you arrogant brat. Now that you're in my hands, I'll skin you alive." Logically speaking, these individuals with special abilities should have had some good items. Another person reached over, and a crowd surged forward, laughing and tearing Li Jinsai's clothes apart. At that moment, Jiang Si and Bai Xian were rushing out of the warehouse. Seeing this scene, they each picked up a large wooden stick from the ground and struck down hard. Who hit me?" The crowd was about to retaliate, but when they saw the 2 women's faces, they couldn't help but stutter, slowing their movements. Chain released Qin Meifei and tugged at the afro-headed man's clothes, excitedly saying, "Boss, it's a woman, a beautiful one. I see it. A top-notch woman, just like a star." The afro-headed man pushed him away, coughed, and fixed his hair as if to make a good impression on the beauties. "Actually, we don't want to be so rude, but right now is different. This fire starter is too much of a nuisance. Anyway, he is dying soon, and you all are quite pitiful. Think about it. Follow us, and my brothers will take good care of you." These few individuals looked to be just over 20, having not yet learned how to conduct themselves. But they were already mimicking the disgusting stance of taking advantage of others' misfortunes. Bai Xian rushed to Li Jianxi's side. He was already severely injured, and now these people were tormenting him recklessly. She didn't know how long he could hold on. While she anxiously assessed Li Jianxi's condition, she heard a familiar voice and looked up, revealing a disgusted expression. Good people don't live long, but disasters linger for thousands of years. The afro-headed man laughed. By the campus flower, why does that sound so unpleasant? I'm kindly offering you a way out. It's you who doesn't know how to seize the opportunity. Anyway, Gao Chong is gone, and Li Jinkai is about to breathe his last. You can comfortably follow me, and I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury in your next life. Jiang Si noticed a bloody hole on Bai Xian's forehead and frowned, asking her, "Do you know him?" Bai Xian snorted coldly and quickly explained, "Gao Chong saved them once. Not only did they eat our food for free, but they also wanted democracy and independence, equality for all, demanding Gao Chong to divide all the food equally, causing a ruckus that attracted the zombies outside, blocking the door. It was only thanks to Gao Chong clearing the way that we survived." Jiang Si raised an eyebrow, surveying the group before her. They were slouched, not sitting or standing properly, either thugs or ruffians. "You suffer from the consequences of being less educated," she said candidly. "Being less educated is one thing. Being self-righteous is another. They even spout that nonsense about heroes emerging in troubled times," Bai Xian continued. Wei Wei was furious, bringing up old grievances with Gao Chong, and on top of that, there was the issue with the vegetables. At this point, her eyes dimmed, unsure of Gao Chong and the other situation. Seeing the two women whispering, the afro-headed man grew impatient. "I asked you to follow me because I think highly of you. Don't take it for granted." As he spoke, he lifted his shirt and pulled out a military knife, the blade extremely sharp, reflecting a cold glint. "If you keep stalling, I'll slice up your faces and ask if you're afraid or not. Our boss is right. If you don't know your place, don't blame us for being too rude." Chain put on his fiercest expression, though his eyes never left Jiang Si, as if he wanted to pull her into his embrace. But as he got closer, he regretted it, for a black, dark gun barrel appeared before him. He had never seen such a thing before, but that didn't mean he was unaware of its power. "Get lost, or I'll shoot," Jiang Si warned. You wouldn't dare shoot." He trembled like a sieve, but continued to act tough. The afro-headed man swallowed hard and quickly waved his hand. Okay, we're leaving. Chain, come back." The other lackeys quickly hid behind the afro-headed man, but they still said, "Boss, don't panic. That woman won't dare to shoot." Others chimed in. Exactly, if she wanted to shoot, she would have done it already. "Chain, hold on." Encouraged, Chain even took a step forward. "You little bitch. I'm not afraid of anything, betting you won't dare shoot. If you don't kill me today." Jiang Si didn't have time to tangle with these people. She immediately pulled the trigger, and the bullet shot straight through Chain's forehead, bursting a bloody hole in his face. The afro-headed man never expected her to actually shoot. Even Bai Xian and Qin Meifei were shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. In the moment of suffocation, only the sound of Chain collapsing to the ground could be heard. The group hiding behind the afro-headed man finally screamed and fled in panic. The afro-headed man wanted to run too, but out of fear, he remained frozen in place. Turning around, he saw Jiang Si staring at him unblinkingly. At that moment, he certainly didn't think this beauty was interested in him. His expression slowly changed as he said, I'm sorry, I was wrong." "Wrong?" Jiang Si replied. "Could just saying I was wrong absolve you of your actions?" "Yes, I was wrong," the afro-headed man replied. "Sister, I really won't dare again, I swear." Really? Jiang Si didn't say anything, but seemed to give the explosive-haired man a glimmer of hope. He carefully took a step back. Seeing that the woman in front of him still didn't do anything, he immediately jumped up and ran behind a nearby tree. Having escaped the danger of being aimed at, he immediately changed to an indignant expression and said, "You killed my brother. Just wait for me to get my revenge on you, you filthy bitch." Jiang Si didn't notice that he still had some loyalty. However, this loyalty was truly laughable. "I not only want to kill him, but I also want to kill you." This was her first time killing someone, not a disfigured zombie, but a living, ordinary person. Yet, She felt little turmoil inside, in peacetime. Anyone who made a mistake still had the chance to be educated and corrected by school, family, and society as a whole. But now it was the apocalypse. The rules had changed, and no one would easily tolerate the mistakes of others. Being lenient towards enemies was being cruel to oneself. She thought about aiming her weapon at the explosive-haired man, and upon seeing this, he quickly shrank back, still reveling in his words from behind the tree. "Filthy bitch. I ran this far, what can you do to me?" His voice suddenly stopped, because Jiang Si's bullet easily pierced through the tree trunk and shot through his skull. Determination. Believe in what you stand for. Nothing is impossible. This handgun couldn't penetrate the tree trunk, but when she aimed, she believed she could do it. In fact, she did. But soon after came the dizziness that swept through her mind. She leaned on Qin Meifei's shoulder, not having time to check the second corpse she had created, and quickly said, "We need to leave here quickly." Just as she activated her determination skill, her mental power instantly increased, allowing her to sense the situation within a mile radius. A large creature was rushing towards them. She didn't know whether it was a mutated zombie or a mutated animal. But before the three women could drag Li Jinkai onto a makeshift stretcher, a clear sound of jingling bells suddenly rang out in the street. When they looked over, an ancient palanquin carried by several people appeared in their view and quickly stopped in front of them. The flowing silk hanging down from the palanquin swayed gently, revealing a person reclining inside. The voice of this person was indistinguishable in gender, yet it was exceptionally charming. "Little friend, may I ask for directions? How do I get to Baiyun Temple?" Chapter 27. Encountering the mutated dog again, although the gauze curtains of the sedan chair had not been opened from beginning to end. Qin Meifei could clearly feel an uncomfortable gaze fixed on her. Was this person asking about her? For some reason, she felt a bit nervous and instinctively glanced at Jiang Si, swallowing hard as she said, "Are you talking about the Taoist temple on Dying Road? That temple is more than 20 kilometers away from here, and there used to be a tourist bus that went directly there. The situation is uncertain now, as it needs to pass through the city, which is likely quite dangerous. What about you?" She wanted to say that a sedan chair carried by people couldn't outrun zombies, but she dared not speak too freely for fear of offending him. In this apocalypse, someone who nonchalantly ordered others to carry a sedan chair was probably not an ordinary person. "Oh, which direction do we need to go now?" The voice replied casually. "West, or more precisely, northwest. However, there have been fires there for several days. You need to be careful," Qin Meifei pointed out. "Northwest." The person in the sedan seemed to ponder for a moment before laughing. "Little girl, you have a good heart. I like that." As he spoke, a small paper bird flew out from behind the curtain, lightly landing in Qin Meifei's hand, transforming into a talisman written in cinnabar. "This is a defensive talisman. It can withstand one lethal blow. I just developed it recently, and I'm giving it to you." Huh? Qin Meifei's mouth dropped open, as if she could swallow an egg. She felt as if she had suddenly stepped from the apocalypse into a fantasy world. "Really? Don't doubt it. The last person who didn't believe me had a terrible fate." The voice behind the curtain still held a gentle tone, laced with a hint of warning. "It's not that I don't believe it. I'm just very surprised. I will definitely cherish this," Qin Meifei said, wide-eyed, patting herself, immediately adopting a solemn expression. Clearly, this display pleased the person in the sedan, who couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Little girl, when you have time, I invite you to my Dongming Pavilion. You will definitely like it there." "Oh, great," Qin Meifei replied. As they spoke, the sedan had already floated away, just as swiftly as it had arrived, disappearing from sight in no time. "Sister?" Qin Meifei had to unfold the talisman paper to show Jiang Si. Jiang Si sighed softly. Her palm gripping the gun was already sweaty. The oppressive feeling from that person earlier had been too strong, and the young men carrying the sedan were all staring blankly, looking like normal people, yet somehow feeling very strange. Bai Xian felt the same way, besides the deliberate intimidation directed at her. She could also sense the disdain from the person in the sedan towards them. This feeling of disgust from a man towards women, especially beautiful women, was something she had never experienced before, and it inexplicably made her feel quite wronged. Only Qin Meifei was oblivious. "Sister, is this thing really useful?" Before Jiang Si could respond, they suddenly heard Bai Xian exclaim, "What is that?" In their line of sight, a white-haired dog was running towards them. Even in peaceful times, large pet dogs held by their owners could frighten passers-by. Let alone in this apocalypse, this dog had grown to adult height. "What are you waiting for? Run!" Jiang Si shouted. She quickly shoved the talisman back into Qin Meifei's hand and urged, "Keep it safe. It's useful." The two of them hurried a few steps, only to see Bai Xian tugging at the stretcher where Li Jinkai was lying. So they quickly turned back to help her drag the unconscious Li Jinkai into the warehouse. The hurried actions were a bit rough, and they feared that poor Li Jinkai would sustain more hidden injuries. Of course, that was a matter for later. In just a few breaths, the mutated dog had already run closer. Although it was running, it clearly wasn't in a hurry. It seemed to be strolling leisurely, glancing around, sniffing left and right, being quite mischievous. The winter morning wind carried a faint fishy sweet scent, ruffling the mutated dog's snow-white fur. Its nose twitched. It couldn't help but sneeze, then scratched itself, lifting its eyes to the morning light, which were as clear as a child's. It was actually the same dog that Jiang Si and the others had encountered in the Yaji Tianyi community. They just didn't know how it had ended up here. The three women hurriedly lowered the roller door, hiding behind a small window in the wall to look outside. They had initially thought it was a fierce creature, but seeing its demeanor made their hearts soften involuntarily, even feeling it would be cruel to keep it outside. After observing for a while, Bai Xian was the first to exclaim, "So cute." "Yes, and very well behaved. It's just that its size is a bit intimidating," Qin Meifei said. "Oh, it's for look so soft." This reminded her of the white wolf she had seen yesterday. Although it was also white and had pure, flawless fur, she and T felt the desire to touch it. As if sensing that three people were hiding at the door, the mutated dog deftly ran over and rubbed against the aluminum door. The door made a dull thud but remained unmoved, already locked from the inside. Despite thinking the mutated dog was incredibly cute, its size still made it somewhat frightening. "Don't be deceived," Jiang Si reminded rationally. "Its evolutionary direction is strength. Its killing power is very strong. Look at its claws. It should be able to tear through this door." She pulled out her gun, uncertain if the thin aluminum door could withstand it. If it really broke in, she would shoot in the head. However, deep down, she felt a flicker of hope that perhaps the cute and innocent creature wouldn't eat people. Who could dislike such a thing? The mutated dog let out a low bark towards the door. Although it was large, its sound was still like that of a little puppy. The three of them felt a little tickle to heart. "I have a strange feeling, as if I abandoned it, cruelly keeping it outside," Bai Xian couldn't help but say. The mutated dog waited for a moment, then barked softly again, its black grape-like eyes glistening with tears. Seeing this, Qin Meifei couldn't help but say, "It hasn't actively harmed anyone. Maybe it won't bite at all. Look, it's crying." Not only was it crying, but its ears were also drooping, looking quite forlorn. Bai Xian wiped her tears and almost went to open the door. "It's really well behaved. Why don't we let it in?" Yes, sister, we can keep it. If someone bullies us, we can let the dog out." This reason even touched Jiang Si herself, and her grip on the gun relaxed. "All right, we could try," she said, "but we need to be careful." Before she could finish, Bai Xian and Qin Meifei had already pulled up the roller door. Her heart immediately leaped to her throat. Bai Xian crouched down and called, "Little puppy, come here." But the mutated dog just looked at her with a pitiful expression, then ran off in the opposite direction. Qin Meifei suddenly felt anxious. "Little puppy, over here." Bai Xian was puzzled. "Where is it going?" At that moment, the mutated dog had stopped in the middle of the road by a corpse. The bullet had hit the face directly, destroying the brain structure. And the little thug, named Chain, had not turned into a zombie. It walked around the corpse, revealing a look of confusion. Then it extended its pink tongue and licked the wound on Chain, making a whimpering sound as if asking, "Why are you still lying here? Why don't you hurry up and get up?" It lingered by the corpse for quite a while, long enough for Qin Meifei to shout at it, "He's already dead. Don't lick it. It's all blood. It's so dirty. Come here." However, at that moment, the mutated dog suddenly opened its mouth, and with a crunch, it bit off Chain's entire head. Before Qin Meifei's words had even finished, her shout had been a bit loud, even somewhat exasperated, and the mutated dog looked over suspiciously in response, tilting its head innocently. It had a human head in its mouth, yet its eyes remained so clear. Qin Meifei widened her eyes and locked gazes with it. A few seconds later, she crouched down and started to vomit. The mutated dog then began to eat, producing a crunching sound as it chewed on the bones. This eerie crunching continued for over 10 seconds as it completely crushed the skull and swallowed it. After finishing, it extended its pink tongue and licked the blood and brain matter from around its mouth clean before happily trotting back to them. Despite just having eaten a human head, the mutated dog's gaze still held innocence and purity. The chaotic warehouse, filled with piles of clothes, fell silent in an instant. Then, with a clang, it was pulled down and locked again. After a long while, Jiang Si finally caught her breath and asked, "Does this warehouse have a back door?" "Yes, it does, but—" Bai Xian replied. Jiang Si hurried to the back door. Bai Xian didn't dare to let her open it directly, only creating a small gap. Through the gap, they saw several zombie figures wandering not far away. "We came to this area partly because of Gao Chong. This is a dormitory building for retired officials of a state-owned enterprise, and his grandmother lives here," Bai Xian explained. There were no signs of meteorite damage nearby. But on the night the apocalypse struck, many elderly people transformed into zombies in their sleep due to the unbearable changes. Only a few with good physical condition could survive. Jiang Si asked, "Have you found anyone?" "Not all. We didn't even go in," Bai Xian said, mainly because Gao Chong couldn't bring himself to do it. They are all elders he grew up watching. He said to block all exits and let them fend for themselves inside. "That's not a good plan," Jiang Si sighed. "Without food, the zombies will fight each other, and eventually, a few will evolve. The scene won't be pretty. It's not something that construction debris can stop. But now is not the time to think about that." The front door had the mutated dog, and the back door had the horde of zombies. Both Shi and Bai Xian were exhausted, and with Li Jinkai and Xiao Yu being seriously injured, only Qin Meifei was in a better state. But she hadn't even killed a zombie yet. This group probably wouldn't have the chance to encounter a mutated zombie. Thinking this, Jiang Si suddenly felt a sharp pain in her forehead, a sign of severe oxygen deprivation in her brain. At the same time, an inexplicable force surged from her feet to her brain, and the intense impact made her head throb painfully. At first, she managed to control the pain, but soon she felt like a leaf tossed on the waves, destined to be overwhelmed by this madness. She sat down abruptly, holding her head, and exclaimed, "I can't take it anymore. I can't handle it. My head is going to explode." Bai Xian didn't have time to ask her what was wrong. Her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed to the ground, completely losing consciousness. Chapter 28. Strange Dreamer. Jiang Si had a dream. Her dream was a bit strange, making it hard for her to distinguish reality. When she sat up, she found herself in a warehouse. The light was dim, and it was obviously early morning. But for some reason, Jiang Si could see very clearly. Qin Meifei was vaguely teasing the small jade in her arms. The small jade seemed much more spirited than before, but still appeared lazy, half closing its eyes while holding a wilted carrot. Bai Xian was curled up nearby, sound asleep, with a delicate frown on her face as if she was seeing something troubling in her dreams. Next to her, Li Jinkai was similar, but his body wrapped in a blanket trembled occasionally, his face pale from excessive blood loss, with his cheekbones suspiciously flushed. She wanted to lean in closer to check on Li Jinsai's condition when suddenly a whimpering sound came from outside the aluminum door. Peering through the small window, she saw a huge figure curled up by the flower bed at the door. Evidently, the mutated dog had not left. The street further away was quiet. If this were not the apocalypse, it could be considered an extraordinarily peaceful morning. As she thought this, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, as if someone had thrown a bucket of ice water over her, causing goosebumps to rise all over her body. Her innate alertness told her that something extremely dangerous was approaching. Almost instinctively, Jiang Si opened her eyes again. This time was different. It seemed as if she was suddenly dragged into the night. She sat up, unable to see anything. The cold and the darkness pierced her like countless needles, and she couldn't help but hug her arms. The surroundings felt shrouded in a thick, icy fog, impossibly quiet. Even the sounds of Qin Meifei's movements and Li Jinsai's suppressed groans faded away. Yes, it was quiet, absolute quiet. She could hear the flow of blood beneath her eardrums and the movement of her heart squeezing plasma in her chest. She felt a wave of confusion wash over her, suddenly feeling a bit lonely. It seemed as if she was the only person in the world, forgetting how she got here and unclear about where to go. She exhaled. At that moment, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed on the street outside, like someone wearing leather shoes. The sound was neither hurried nor slow, coming closer from afar. She couldn't help but feel a glimmer of anticipation, but then she quickly became vigilant. In an apocalypse, who would take a stroll at this time? Instinctively, she rubbed her eyes, and it seemed that this action had an effect. The fog enveloping her vision began to dissipate. She vaguely saw Qin Meifei not far away, now motionless with her back turned to her. She wanted to call out to her, but the words reached her lips and an odd thought surged in her mind. What if when she turned around, her face had changed into someone else's? This strange thought made her shudder. Tap, tap. The footsteps stopped outside the door, followed by the sound of the rolling shutter as if the person outside wanted to come in, knocking on the door. But he struggled for a long time, and the door did not budge. Only the sound of his fingers pressing against the aluminum door indicated he wanted to enter. Jiang Si wanted to scold him, to tell him not to waste his effort, that they wouldn't let anyone in. But she quickly changed her mind, opting to remain silent to create the illusion that no one was inside. As a result, both of them appeared to be very patient. After a long time, the subtle sounds faded away. However, Jiang Si did not relax because she could sense that the person outside was still standing there, watching her through the thin door. Jiang Si stared in the direction of the door, wanting to see the true face of the person on the other side. They remained in this tense standoff until the person began pacing again. Each crisp tap of his footsteps felt as if he was stepping on the tip of Jiang Si's heart. Jiang Si did not think he would simply walk away. In this eerie stalemate, the person outside finally spoke. Can we talk? His tone was calm, perfectly blending with the surrounding hazy darkness. Unexpectedly, the voice seemed to belong to a young man, an extremely patient young man. But Jiang Si knew he was not an ordinary person. He was a predator waiting for his prey to take the bait. She hesitated, unsure whether to respond. If she remained silent, he would likely continue to think no one was inside, right? At this point, having such a thought was extremely lucky. But when danger was approaching, many people would instinctively develop an evasion mentality of, if I can't see you, you can't see me. The other party obviously understood this mindset well. I know you're in there. You know I can see you. He spoke very slowly, his tone carrying an indifferent chill. It seemed to contain an indescribable loneliness, along with a reluctant patience of having to converse with mortals while harboring disdain for them. As he spoke, he circled around the room. From a structure of the warehouse, this behavior should have been impossible, as there were stores on both sides, not an independent space. However, Jiang Si concluded that he was indeed circling the room, as her gaze followed the sound of his footsteps. At this moment, she realized she was not just in the warehouse, but in some special scene where he existed. This special scene overlapped with the real warehouse. For some special reason, this person could not come in here, but she had a premonition that as long as she stepped out this door, even if it was just a finger leaving this place, she would be doomed. The thin walls became Jiang Si's barrier, a mysterious force isolating the danger outside. Actually, I just want to find someone to talk to. The person's footsteps continued at a leisurely pace. Perhaps to pass the time, he reached out and touched the wall. His hand was pale and slender, uniquely dry and smooth, seemingly posing no threat. However, such a hand, merely brushing against the wall, left a noticeable mark. After a quick circle, he stopped again at the door, beginning to knock. Let me touch you. His tone was flat, revealing no joy or pain. Only that sense of loneliness, deeply ingrained, added a mysterious hue to his origins. Who was he? Was he human or a monster? But his request sent a chill down Jiang Si's spine. Instinctively, Jiang Si bit her lip, grabbing the gun beneath her, feeling that only this would make her feel safe. Who are you? What do you want? Jiang Si couldn't help but ask. She wanted to suppress her fear, but often, people cannot overestimate their psychological endurance. Who am I? What do I want? The young man seemed puzzled, resuming his pacing, as if only this way would prevent him from seeming lonely. I am my mother's son, the neighbor next door, a good student in class, the obedient child in my relative's eyes, my girlfriend's loyal boyfriend, my wife's perfect husband, and a trustworthy dad to my child. But are these really me? It seems none of these are truly me. as they're how others perceive me. The real me has never been described by anyone. So who am I? As he spoke, he chuckled softly. Is this a discussion about philosophical cognition? Jiang Si sank into an unprecedented anxiety. The reason people fear is due to an instinctive fear of the unknown. The young man's voice continued. You don't need to be afraid. I will only take a gentle bite out of you. What was he talking about? A bite? Was he a zombie? But can zombies talk? Jiang Si was stunned. Judging from the sound, the person was now standing right in front of her. Between them was only a thin wall. She felt a cool sensation on her face, as if someone's hand was caressing her cheek. This feeling was particularly strange. Just as Jiang Si was immersed in this cold touch, her heart suddenly raced violently, and a piece of information flooded into her mind. Name, race, evolution level, special talent, special skill, carried weapon, killing power. Due to insufficient identification level, all the information she accessed was covered by question marks. Warning, the other party is a non-normal human species, extremely dangerous. She suddenly came to her senses. She didn't know when she had already stood at the back door of the warehouse, reaching out towards the doorknob. If she hesitated for just one more second, she would have opened the door in a daze, letting the zombies in. She took 2 steps back. The person outside was too terrifying. He actually tempted her to open the door. What kind of ability was that? Go away. Jiang Si scolded softly. The young man fell silent. Clearly this was not the outcome he wanted. After a long time, he finally spoke in a low voice. Since you are unwilling to play the game, I will come back at this time tomorrow. The footsteps grew fainter, and soon morning light streamed in through the cracks in the window. As that person appeared, the surrounding fog dissipated, and at the same time, there seemed to be distant or nearby zombie howls and the low growls of mutated dogs outside the door. Jiang Si quickly turned over. She suddenly flipped back the light blanket covering Li Jinsi's face. Bai Xian had not fully woken up. She was extremely tired from yesterday, and the only reason she sat up at the sound was due to the vigilance developed after the apocalypse. What is wrong? Come quickly. He has a high fever again. Jiang Si felt his forehead. At this moment, Li Jinkai was not just having a fever. His whole body started to convulse again, and his lower lip had been bitten raw. Rolling up his sleeves and pant legs, fresh blood was oozing out. Seeing Jiang Si's actions, Bai Xian immediately came to her senses. Oh no, what should we do now? She was a medical student, not yet a licensed doctor, and moreover, the medical equipment was rudimentary now, with many diagnostic tools unavailable. In Li Jinsi's condition, aside from physical cooling and massaging his limbs, there was nothing else she could do to help. But then Jiang Si thought of something and asked, Did you bring the thermos box? Jiang Si was referring to the fish soup meant for Kai Hua, which was originally prepared to be brought to him, specially packed in a thermos box and wrapped in cling film. However, Gao Chang did not take it when he left. At that time, he must have thought that Kai Hua was beyond saving. Even if he could be saved, he would have turned into a zombie, making further attempts unnecessary. Bai Xian didn't understand at first, but still took out the box. When she opened it, everyone couldn't help but cover their noses. The originally milky white fish soup had formed a layer of fish jelly, and the fishy smell was now dozens of times stronger than before. Qin Meifei frowned, her small face full of disgust. Do we really have to feed him this? The rabbit in her arms, Xiao Yu, unexpectedly jumped up and licked a bit from the bowl. The taste that humans found disgusting seemed to be very appealing to it. Perhaps liking wasn't the right word. Rather, the animal instinctively knew this was beneficial for it. In this regard, animals are more perceptive than humans. Jiang Si lifted it up and said, This is a life-saving thing. Don't make a fuss. Chapter 29, Lord Bag's Special Item, Fish Soup Effect, can slightly enhance physical functions usage method, edible remarks, food made from mutated fish, has a certain probability of growing fish scales, which affects appearance. This was the information obtained by Jiang Si when she first tried the fish soup using identification skill. Taking advantage of the opportunity when she drank the soup yesterday, she secretly hid a portion and transformed it into a card placed in the virtual cabinet. This is her evidence that fish soup is beneficial to the body. The mutated fish soup, originally meant for Kai Hua, was almost forcefully shoved into Li Jinsi's mouth in a rather brutal manner. Even Bai Xian, who personally handled this matter, felt somewhat embarrassed about the feeding process. However, after Li Jinkai swallowed these nauseating gelatinous substances, his spasms gradually stopped, and she felt a bit of relief in her heart. After resting for a day in this warehouse, Bai Xian's complexion looked decent despite still feeling weak, but at least she had caught her breath. However, upon closer inspection, her brows still held an indelible sorrow. "I just exchanged some painkillers," she said softly, handing Jiang Si a small medicine bottle. This left Jiang Si momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. This small bottle of medicine was something Bai Xian exchanged with her lifespan, so its value was far beyond ordinary medicine. After a long pause, she said, "Before encountering special items that can replace lifespan, try to use that ability as little as possible." After a moment, she glanced at Li Jinkai, who was eating the fish soup again. Though he was no longer convulsing, he didn't seem much better than before. At least he had groaned in pain before, but now he was silent. If it weren't for constantly checking on his condition, it would be hard to tell when he might pass away. "Your classmate's condition is very strange. If I had to say, his state might indicate he is evolving." Jiang Si had seen the situation where Yi Cheng exhausted his abilities. However, Li Jinsai's condition seemed much more complicated. In addition to the muscle spasms caused by the exhaustion of his abilities, he had also had persistent high fevers for 4 to 5 times since the day before yesterday. This reaction resembled a stress phenomenon produced by the body's immune system in response to adapting to the environment. And this stress response was similar to the evolution process she had seen in her nightmares among ability users. As ability users, each evolution represented the awakening of new capabilities. However, the energy required for ordinary people to evolve into evolved beings is not much, and their physiological responses are very superficial. Even evolved beings themselves sometimes find it hard to perceive the differences before and after. But as the degree of biological evolution increases, the energy needed to stimulate potential becomes greater. The stress response generated during the quantitative change to qualitative change process will only become stronger. In the later stages, some may not withstand this change and directly explode or lose their sanity and turn into zombies. Therefore, evolution for living organisms is actually a double-edged sword. It can grant you stronger abilities, but it can also put you on the edge of life and death, or even turn you into a bloodthirsty monster. Evolution? These two words were not unfamiliar to Bai Xian, who was studying medicine. Although biological science was not her major, it was a theoretical foundation that every medical student must know. Evolution is a key term in biological science, referring to the process in which certain manifested characteristics arising from random genetic variations persist through the entire population and accumulate over time, evolving into relatively common physiological traits. According to the theory of evolution and the origin of species, this process should not be completed by a single individual in a short period. However, if we explain the peculiar ability to control fire that appeared in Li Jinkai, it seems to have some rationality. At least so far, no authoritative biological genetics institution has stated that humans cannot control fire. But if there is a certain hidden gene in the human body that contains this ability, revealing the original invisible characteristics and achieving stability, can we consider that Li Jinkai has evolved in this regard? If we understand the apocalypse through the lens of evolutionary theory, it can also explain the existence of zombies. Living organisms exist to survive. Whether becoming superhumans or zombies, there is no distinction of good or bad for the organism itself. Regardless of the choice, it only enhances their adaptability. In simple terms, it is all about survival. Zombies are merely humans on the brink of death who did not have time to evolve more adaptive means. Their bodily functions, in a bid for self-preservation, have regressed to the point of sacrificing their own intelligence to survive. There was a mention in the animal world of a certain deep-sea creature that, in order to continue its species, had to eat its own brain and thus degenerate it into a plant. Survival is instinctive, no matter the method. The key is to be alive in the end. Bai Xian was very smart and understood almost immediately. Are we going to help him evolve? Provide energy? She asked. Mutated animals? Do we need to catch a few more fish? She frowned at the critical point, noting that there was still a mutated dog guarding the door. At this point, her eyes lit up. Maybe we can. She couldn't help but glance toward the rolling shutter door. Kill it. Eating dog meat might have happened, but killing a dog, especially a pet dog, wouldn't happen to a girl in peacetime. Especially someone like Bai Xian, who came from a wealthy family, probably had never seen the act of selling or killing dogs in her life. However, compared to saving a companion, the sacrifice of a dog, which could pose a threat to them, was something she could accept at her core. She looked at Jiang Si, a hint of excitement in her eyes. Survival in the apocalypse had instilled a fighting attribute in everyone. This might be a flaw that living organisms can never rid themselves of. What? You want to kill it? It's so cute. It just ate one person, just a dead person. Qin Meifei's eyes widened in disbelief at Bai Xian's words. If we don't eat meat, Li Jinkai will die soon, Jiang Si explained calmly. She didn't necessarily have to save Li Jinkai. She just needed to take Qin Meifei with her if they could leave. Li Jinsai's life and death, even Bai Xian's, were irrelevant to her. But she couldn't just stand by and watch someone harmless to herself die before her eyes, knowing there was a way to save him. However, killing the mutated dog outside was very challenging. Name: Lord Bag species. Dog evolution level. Primary evolution direction. Strength talent. Keen sense of smell skill. Confusion weapons carried. Special item? Lethality? The difficulty here lies in the fact that this dog also possesses a special item, and its level is not low, affecting the identification skill's judgment of its basic combat power. Jiang Si tilted her head. Maybe we can really keep this mutated dog as a pet. At least when I saw this mutated dog, its talent didn't warn me of any danger. She continued with her thought. We could also hope it would help us catch fish. It's not a cat, Qin Meifei pointed out. But, Bai Xian said, the refresh time for the universal treasure chest had already passed several rounds. Although Jiang Si had told her not to exchange items unless it was critical, the mere existence of this thing was an irresistible temptation for the holder. She had clearly controlled herself quite well, but still couldn't help exchanging for many items. Among them, key ordinary items included a silenced pistol, some hemostatic bandages, and 2 grenades. The rest were all special items, including a military crossbow, 2 substitute dolls, a worm bait, and a water droplet-shaped earring. The military crossbow and the earring were both B-class special items. The military crossbow can use arrows indefinitely, provided it is held by an agile type evolved being. The earring is a piece of jewelry that can resist illusions and is a universal version. Of course, when Jiang Si saw this item, she thought Bai Xian exchanged it simply because she found it pretty. The 2 substitute dolls are C-class special items that Jiang Si could identify. They are both consumables, one being a guard substitute and the other a defense substitute. The guard substitute can act as a night watchman, and once a situation is detected, it will sound an alarm without any offensive capability. It can be used 12 times. The defensive substitute replicates a body identical to the original, absorbing 100 of the damage when attacked. However, the accumulated damage taken before its time limit can be lethal, leading to the premature destruction of this defensive substitute. Once it is attacked, it cannot be used a second time. This defensive substitute reminds Jiang Si of Wang Laowu, who might have used a similar item to escape when being chased by that white wolf. As for the earthworm bait, the identification technique indicates that it has a strong attraction to zombies. It's puzzling how something that resembles fish food could have such power. In summary, this is what gives Bai Xian the confidence to propose hunting the mutated dog. However, Jiang Si still shook her head. Unless they throw a grenade to blow the mutated dog into pieces, they probably wouldn't fare much better themselves. After all, they had never used these things before, and they couldn't be sure about the accuracy, radiation range, or explosive power. Moreover, how could that dog just sit there waiting for the thing to explode? But if they simply used a handgun then, Jiang Si vaguely remembered when they were escaping in the neighborhood. That man called Kuanga shot at the mutated dog. No matter how strong the mutated body is, it can't heal within just a few days. Furthermore, this dog does not have any healing-related talents or skills. Currently, this bag-like creature is unharmed, largely due to the special items it possesses. Jiang Si is a bit curious about what special items it has. Could it be a healing-type special item? One that can heal any injury, no matter how severe. If that's the case, harming it would be completely irrational. The few of them have little chance against this mutated dog, even if they manage to injure it. They're not very confident in delivering a fatal blow before it activates its healing, which might only provoke it. Once it goes berserk with its size and biting force, it could easily take a head in one bite. Jiang Si shook her arm, and the rabbit Xiaoyu was still lying on her, squinting its eyes. She couldn't help but have a thought, scratching its chin as if the rabbit had one, and softly said, "Have you gotten used to faking illness? Do you really want to eat that fish soup from earlier? If you do, deal with that bag-like creature, and I'll let you eat as much as you want." Chapter 30 New Refuge. The fact that the rabbit Xiaoyu can talk is something even Qin Meifei doesn't know. However, relying on a rabbit to convince a dog and a human to coexist peacefully is indeed a strange matter. After hesitating for a long time, Bai Xian still couldn't bring herself to push the rabbit out of the window. "Let me do it." Jiang Si, showing no pity for the rabbit, suddenly rolled it into a ball and pushed it out. She often did this back at their residence in Yinyan. "Xiaoyu, your butt seems to have gotten quite fat." Xiaoyu, facing the ground, quickly bounced up to argue with her. "You're the one who's fat. You fatso. Your whole family is fat." Seeing the shock in Jiang Si's eyes through the small window, the rabbit Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel smug. Before it could prepare to engage Jiang Si in a war of words, it suddenly felt itself being lifted. "Xiaoyu?" In that moment, Jiang Si held her breath. The rabbit, however, was quite annoyed and climbed nimbly onto the head of the mutated dog, which only lightly nipped at it. It slapped its paw over the dog's eye, drooling all over the place. "It stinks. Stay away from me." This action made Jiang Si widen her eyes. When did Xiaoyu get so irritable? Despite its smaller size, the mutated dog seemed to enjoy this treatment. The rabbit Xiaoyu, being slapped in the face by its soft paws, didn't seem angry at all. Instead, it wagged its tail happily, looking at Xiaoyu and occasionally licking it. "Stop licking. It's all your saliva," the rabbit Xiaoyu exclaimed in frustration. But the mutated dog ignored it, rubbing its face against Xiaoyu, barking nonstop as if it were being affectionate. It was unclear whether the rabbit Xiaoyu understood, but its anger didn't subside as it declared with full force. "Look at you. You don't learn anything good, yet you learn to eat people. What's so good about humans? They're all bacteria, probably even have parasites." Ugh, ugh, ugh. This statement offended everyone. However, upon reflection, it wasn't entirely wrong, just a bit odd. "Look at how well they get along," Bai Xian remarked. "This dog has licked Xiaoyu before, so it should consider it a kindred spirit, but we can't be too sure." "Be careful," Jiang Si gently reminded. In her heart, she even had the thought that perhaps Xiaoyu should stay with this mutated dog to avoid being dragged around by herself. This idea would be good for the rabbit and also for herself. After all, deep down, she still held the belief that those not of her kind should be exterminated. Mutated animals, especially those with intelligence, though rare, were not unheard of. In Yi Cheng's nightmare, the woman beside him had raised a cat that could also speak. This matter had been kept well hidden. No one knew, and everyone thought that the woman had the ability to tame beasts, controlling mutated animals for her own use. But for some unknown reason, the cat and the woman suddenly fell out, and their battle nearly destroyed half the base. If it hadn't alerted the entire base's ability users to help, that mutated cat might have escaped long ago. It was only forced into a corner, with the intention of dying together, that the mutated cat unleashed its cursed skill, shocking everyone into realizing that animals could also speak. Putting aside why the woman and her pet ended up in such a conflict, she didn't want herself and the rabbit Xiaoyu to become enemies. After all, that was Yin Yun's favorite rabbit. As she thought this, the playful scene between the rabbit and the dog suddenly changed. The big bag dog seemed to have heard something, perked up its ears, and then, not forgetting its old friend, picked up Xiaoyu and tossed it onto its head. The mutated dog left, swiftly disappearing at the end of the street with the rabbit Xiaoyu, not even leaving a lingering glance behind. It even gave Jiang Si the illusion that this mutated dog crossed several streets just to find the rabbit Xiaoyu. What now? Qin Meifei was at a loss. If we chase after them, it's like looking for death. If we don't chase, I feel regretful. She had developed feelings for the rabbit Xiaoyu over the past couple of days. "Stay calm," Jiang Si said. "While it's gone, we should quickly take Li Jinkai to a different place." "What about Xiaoyu?" Qin Meifei asked worriedly. "They will look out for each other," Jiang Si replied. The adaptability of mutated creatures is definitely stronger than that of humans. At this moment, they should worry about the nearly lifeless Li Jinkai first. The three women quickly moved the patient to a new location. The new refuge they chose was not far from the lake where they had caught fish. It was a 4-star hotel. The hotel is 12 stories high, transformed from an old building from the Nationalist era, although it incorporated a lot of modern elements. One could still feel the artistic atmosphere it exuded. Unfortunately, when a meteor struck during the apocalypse, the force shattered the colorful glass of the entire building. When they walked in, the three saw the broken glass and initially thought it was a ground full of jewels. At this moment, the lobby floor, lacking lighting, didn't shine brightly, and the cold light reflected made it feel chilling. During the apocalypse, many panicked guests must have gathered here. Some had knocked over vases. Others scattered business cards everywhere. Some lost a boot, and others even lost a leg. The sofas by the windows had been moved, and large patches of blood were congealed on the floor, forming a blank human figure, indicating that a tragedy had occurred, yet there were no bodies to be found. The only suspicious target was a zombie at the front desk, wearing a scarf around its neck. Having not eaten for a long time, it appeared very weak. Upon smelling the presence of a living person, its reaction was merely to let out a series of growls. Leaning against the marble counter in an effort to move closer to the food, but it lost its balance. This zombie had both arms cut off, and its legs seemed abnormal too. When it opened its mouth, its dark gums revealed that the teeth that should have grown, they were missing. It was clear that someone had deliberately tampered with it. Jiang Si and Bai Xian quickly checked the area. The left side of the first-floor lobby connected to a restaurant, while the right side led to a conference room and kitchen. The conference room was empty, and the door leading to the kitchen was locked with a latch that hadn't been secured. The restaurant was unobstructed, but there were many zombie corpses lying inside. In summary, this place had clearly been deliberately cleaned. This realization made all three of them breathe a sigh of relief. The soundproofing in such a high-end hotel was excellent, making it impossible to discern which room housed survivors or locked-away zombies. They wouldn't be foolish enough to knock on each door to check. Likewise, even if there were survivors, it was unlikely they would know which room they entered. The best state was for everyone to coexist peacefully. When the elevator was out of service and they had to use the stairs, the three chose a floor that wasn't too high so that if something did happen, they wouldn't waste time in the stairwell. They ultimately settled into room 3010. The reason for choosing it was simply that it was unlocked and opened with a gentle push. After checking the bathroom and the room inside, confirming there was nothing special, Jiang Si pulled the curtains closed. Bai Xian and Qin Meifei settled Li Jinkai in the innermost room. This might have been the softest bed they had slept on since the apocalypse. In a semi-comatose state, Li Jinkai instinctively moaned in pleasure a couple of times. Only then did Bai Xian call Jiang Si over. Her skill was ready to refresh again. However, this time the item that appeared was only a C-grade special item that resembled a hammer, with a rather ostentatious name. Miracles from Strength. Special item. Miracles from Strength effect. When hitting a target, there is a 50 chance to unleash an impact equal to 100 times the user's muscle strength limit. Usage. Strike with force note. This item comes from a wild land, and its previous owner was devoured by a sandworm, yet its soul has been waiting in the abyss. Perhaps one day it will return to claim its glory. Indeed, it was a very useful special item, though the note was a bit strange. However, Jiang Si did not take it to heart. The many events that had occurred during the apocalypse had already shocked her enough. No matter what kind of monsters appeared, she could numbingly accept them. After identifying the properties of the hammer, she returned it to Bai Xian. Aside from the newly acquired handgun, Bai Xian did not have a suitable weapon, and this hammer, being small and of moderate weight, was suitable for girls. However, Bai Xian pouted, seemingly dissatisfied. Jiang Si belatedly understood her concerns. It felt wrong for the cold school beauty to be wielding a hammer. But this was not the time to think about that. First, they needed to figure out how to catch some fish. If they delayed any longer, Li Jin would really be done for. With that in mind, they continued with the previous plan of having Qin Meifei guard the house, and Jiang Si and Bai Xian went fishing together. Before leaving, Jiang Si gave Qin Meifei a handgun, while Bai Xian left 2 substitute dolls. When the 2 dolls were thrown to the ground, One transformed into a glamorous dancer in a cherry blossom kimono, while the other became a Western warrior holding a samurai sword. Aside from their skin having a metallic sheen, at first glance, they appeared no different from normal people. Initially, Qin Meifei found them very novel and even reached out to touch the glamorous dancer's clothing. Although it was a special item, the material of the dress was exquisite, with gold thread weaving the pattern of wisteria flowers even in the inner sleeves. It was a girl's nature to love beautiful clothes. She even momentarily fantasized about what it would be like to wear the dress herself. However, when she loosened the belt on the doll, she suddenly felt something was off, as if someone was watching her from behind. As an evolved being with an intellectual focus, her perception was not weak. However, human perception is akin to a sixth sense, influenced by many factors and can be unreliable at times. Once my sister leaves, I scare myself. Qin Meifei muttered to herself, but still walked to the door to check if it was securely locked. Glancing unintentionally to the side, she noticed that the Western warrior meant to guard the door seemed somewhat off. But what was wrong? She wore a puzzled expression, unable to help but recall what the substitute doll had looked like earlier. When her sister left, it was facing the door, but now it was turned away from the door, facing. She couldn't help but widen her eyes and saw that the originally stoic warrior was smiling at her. In its starkly contrasting eye sockets, the dull eyeballs seemed to roll slightly, glinting with obvious mockery in the scattered light. Then, a series of light giggles suddenly rang out from behind her. In the living room, it was just her and the two substitute dolls. The only one who could make a sound like that was the dancer behind her. Qin Meifei turned around numbly. The originally demure beauty with her hands folded over her abdomen had now changed her pose, her long sleeves obscuring half of her face, and beneath her elaborate makeup. Her eyes were lifted, revealing a faintly sinister smile. In that moment, Qin Meifei closed her eyes, wishing desperately that this was just a daydream. Chapter 31. Fishing in the Pond Pearl Square welcomed its first batch of normal people today. Jiang Si and Bai Xin quickly crossed the square, reaching the lake in the southeast corner where they had previously caught mutated fish. Although they encountered a few scattered zombies along the way, they were clearly just the ones that had slipped through the net after being cleaned up, not worth mentioning. It's a bit strange. I always feel like someone is watching us, Jiang Si said. The square was wide open, with only a ring of greenery and a row of residential buildings 100 meters away. These were the buildings that Wang Laowu had destroyed with a special item. However, half of the buildings had been hit by meteorites, and there were still sporadic flames that had not been extinguished. The gas produced by the burning materials was mostly harmful to humans, and anyone with a bit of common sense wouldn't hide in such a place. As for the other nearby buildings, the only one was the high-rise hotel they had come from. It seemed that someone was indeed living in that hotel. Watching them from a high vantage point, the gaze that could be distinctly felt was clearly mixed with many emotions. She subconsciously looked back at the hotel, its neatly arranged windows resembling wide-open eyes staring at her. A quick glance revealed no signs of life behind any of the windows. "Don't be too nervous," Bai Xin said, vigilantly checking their surroundings. Compared to the scrutiny from afar, she was more worried about a zombie or mutated animal suddenly jumping out from the bushes. "Did you notice anything? It smells worse here than yesterday." Of course, just a day's time, and the smell of this artificial lake has become even stronger. The foul odor made both women involuntarily cover their faces with scarves. Despite this, the unpleasant scent still managed to seep through the fabric and into their nostrils. Reminiscent of the feeling of dozens of soccer players who had just taken off their shoes in a cramped room. Bai Xin suddenly thought of something and buzzed. If he knew we were fishing for him in this stinky ditch, would he be furious? Hard to say, Jiang Si replied. Right now, catching even one is a problem. The two stood at the water's edge, but shivered in unison. The originally red water had become surprisingly clear, revealing dozens of dark shadows at the bottom, roughly the length of an adult. Feeling the living creatures approach, several mutated fish jumped out of the water simultaneously, rushing towards them. In that moment, they could see their gaping mouths filled with sharp teeth like steel. If Jiang Si hadn't sensed something was off and pulled Bai Xin back at the first moment, they might have both been dragged into the cold lake water by these creatures. Having missed their attack, The mutated fish vigorously swished their tails and retreated back into the water in bizarre, twisted postures. They were remarkably decisive. Compared to the chaos of the previous day, they appeared exceptionally calm this time. Not only had their size and attack power increased, but it seemed their intelligence had also improved. They had abandoned fighting among themselves and instead chose to guard the lakeside together, waiting for prey to approach. No wonder consuming mutated animals only became the main source of power a year after the apocalypse began. At this rate, considering the evolutionary speed of the animals, the initial evolutionary speed of humans was simply incomparable. Not only were they incapable of resisting, but it also seemed that the roles of predator and prey were subtly shifting. Fortunately, they can't swim up, Bai Xian said, wishing to distance herself from the water, patting her chest in relief. Jiang Si didn't respond because she knew Bai Xian's relief was only temporary. If the food in the water couldn't satisfy the mutated fish, they would eventually come ashore to hunt for survival. In the apocalypse, with a large number of evolutionary factors stimulating the air, it was only a matter of time before fish evolved the ability to breathe air. At that moment, splashed with water, Bai Xian shivered, unsure if it was from the cold or fear. She looked at the pensive Jiang Si and said softly, "Maybe we should just give up. At this stage, holding on will only cost us our lives." Jiang Si gazed silently at the water surface for a long time, as if she could feel the group of mutated fish beneath the water staring back at her with the same gaze. Suddenly, she said, "Don't you still have 2 grenades?" Before the apocalypse, Bai Xian was just an ordinary student in university, but in just half a month, she had to adapt to her new identity as a grenadier. Although she kept reassuring herself that it would be fine as long as she pulled the pin and tossed it into the water. At least that's what Jiang Si had told her. "Will it go out if I throw it in the water?" She couldn't help but ask. "It won't." Jiang Si replied. "One is due to the design, it won't sink that quickly. The second is that some grenades can explode without air." Okay, Bai Xian told herself that she would definitely succeed. However, her hand holding the grenade couldn't help but tremble. It was clearly winter, yet she was sweating a lot. Embarrassed, she said, "I want to gather my thoughts." "If you gather your thoughts any longer, Li Jin will be done for," Jiang Si thought to herself, wanted to say, "Let me do it." But seeing Bai Xian's determination to do it herself, she held back. Is she trying to prove her worth since she finally has some use? This was a guess she formed from Bai Xian's behavior, but the thought was quickly crushed in her mind. She patiently waited for a while, encouraging Bai Xian with a nod. After a minute or two, she finally saw the silly girl take a deep breath. Then, with a loud scream, she charged toward the lakeside, holding the grenade high. She couldn't help but remind her, "Pull the pin. Pull the pin." Oh, right? After pulling it, she was urged to throw it quickly. "Throw it, throw it, throw it." Jiang Si couldn't help but scream. However, at that moment, the sound of the explosion rang out. She immediately fell silent. Then she hurriedly ran towards Bai Xian. At the same time, a massive shockwave sent the mutated fish and lake water into a huge waterfall, drenching both of them in blood and water. She didn't care about anything else. Trembling as she turned Bai Xian around, Bai Xian was already quite frightened, staring blankly for a long time without coming to her senses. She had thrown the grenade just 2 seconds before the explosion. If she had been any later, the consequences. "Are you okay?" Seeing her still in a daze, Jiang Si couldn't help but shake her. At that moment, Bai Xian finally came to her senses, suddenly hugging Jiang Si tightly and then bursting into tears. "I did it, I succeeded." This felt even more fulfilling than fighting off zombies for an entire night together. Okay, are you really okay? Do you feel unwell?" The explosion was too close, and Jiang Si was still worried about Bai Xian. I'm fine. Bai Xian wiped her face and stopped sniffling. She looked around at the fish that had been blown onto the shore, some still thrashing about, and couldn't help but ask foolishly, "Can we still eat them like this? Better than us having to dissect them. You think this is a vegetable market?" Jiang Si didn't find it unpleasant. Having seen piles of blood and flesh before, she actually felt numb to such scenes. "Don't just stand there. Hurry and pick them up while they're fresh." She took out the prepared plastic bags and quickly gathered several pounds of fish. During this process, they still had to be careful of the blade-like scales and bones. Seeing her example, Bai Xian followed suit and began to pick through as well. It had to be said that the power of the grenade was indeed frightening. The fish exploded into several pieces, each one a bloody mess. Touching them, they still felt slightly warm. The two were happily picking up fish when suddenly a loud roar made them turn in unison. They saw a zombie crawling out from behind the flower bed on the steps nearby. Clearly, it had been attracted by the sound of the explosion. This was a strength-type zombie, standing nearly 2 meters tall. It might have had a good physique in life. Now, it was as solid as a mountain, with arms as thick as Jiang Si's legs covered in worm-like black veins. The most frustrating part was that it was wearing a steel helmet on its head. With its large build and great strength, it also protected the weak points of the zombie. How could they deal with it? Let's not pick anything up. We need to go. Jiang Si grabbed Bai Xian and ran, quickly putting distance between them and the zombie. The zombie rushed over, inhaling deeply at the spot where they had just stopped, its movements reminiscent of a dog. However, it was clearly attracted by another scent, slowly moving towards the lake. Would the zombie eat fish? Given the power of that grenade, the mutated fish in the water were probably in trouble. Even if they didn't die, they were likely stunned and easy prey. However, Jiang Si wasn't sure about Bai Xian's question. She only knew that compared to mutated animals, zombies seemed to prefer eating humans. In the 3 years of nightmares about the apocalypse, zombie hordes were a headache, and of course, there were also various mutated plants and animals that fed on humans. Whether they would kill each other was irrelevant to humans. After all, human flesh was to them as Tang Seng's meat was to the monsters. Whoever got it would have the same outcome. As the two watched in confusion, the zombie reached the lakeshore and mimicked their actions of picking up fish meat. However, while they collected it, the zombie stuffed it directly into its mouth, chewing it greedily. This scene made Jiang Si's body stiffen, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Suddenly, Bai Xian lightly tapped her shoulder and pointed to a factory not far from them, saying, "Is that a bus?" The buildings in the factory area were not tall, but exploring a strange area was dangerous these days. But wasn't the most troubling thing the lack of a means of transportation? "Let's help with Jinkai first, and then go take a look," Jiang Si said. "We're soaked. It's freezing. We need to change clothes quickly." Actually, Jiang Si was okay as she was a bit further away, but Bai Xian was drenched from head to toe. As they spoke, the two quickly returned. Passing through the lobby, Bai Xian went straight to the 3rd floor to change clothes, while Jiang Si went to check the restaurant. However, as she approached, she saw 2 men standing at the entrance of the restaurant, which had originally been locked. One was tall, and the other was short and stocky. They were talking about something and nodded lightly when they saw her, as a form of greeting. One of the men understood her intentions and said, "If you want to use the kitchen, you'll have to go to the 2nd floor." Jiang Si glanced through the gap between them and saw the scene inside under the dim light. Large splatters of minced meat were stuck to the tiled walls. She instantly understood what had happened inside, nodded, and turned to head upstairs. Chapter 32. A fateful meeting. It was said that Qin Meifei encountered a supernatural event in her room, and after closing her eyes, she didn't feel particularly afraid. Moments later, she suddenly opened her eyes and grabbed a baseball bat that had fallen to the ground and had not been picked up, swinging it around. Almost at the same time, the smile of the elegantly dressed dancer froze, clearly not expecting such a reaction from the other party. Speaking of which, why was this little girl not afraid? But before the dancer could figure it out, the girl seemed to change into a different person, fiercely yelling at him or the substitute doll. "I told you. No becoming a spirit after the national hero. No becoming a spirit. Who are you trying to scare? Who are you trying to scare?" With swift movements, she wielded the bat as if she had done it many times before. Each swing seemed to hit something solid, making one involuntarily cry out in pain. Soon after, Qin Meifei saw a man roll out from the substitute doll, clutching his head and shouting for help. When confronted with the unknown, Qin Meifei was not afraid. But the sudden appearance of this living person startled her, causing her to scream. At the same time, one of the protagonists of the earlier supernatural event, the Sunset Warrior, suddenly returned to its mission, and upon encountering an enemy, it waved its long knife, starting to dance around the young man. The movements of its dual knives were very fluid and tricky, making it hard to bypass. Anyone attempting to force their way around would be cut by its blades. As a result, Bai Xian walked in and saw such a chaotic scene. "Who are you? How did you get in?" A few minutes later, Bai Xian interrogated the man who had been tied up like a dumpling by Qin Mei Fei. Upon seeing the beautiful woman, the man's eyes lit up, and he began to spill everything without reservation. In just half an hour, he clarified his background and identity. It turned out his name was Zhuo Tianyu, 22 years old. Before the apocalypse, he already had the special ability to possess others, which led a man named Hu Chun to find him, saying that a mysterious organization serving the country warmly welcomed him to join and requested him to report immediately. Their departure was originally scheduled for that evening, but little did they know that the apocalypse would come. They were supposed to take a helicopter that ended up being destroyed by a meteorite. Coupled with the onset of the apocalypse, the outbreak of zombies, and the mutation of plants and animals, chaos ensued in the city. And even though they each had special abilities, they could not withstand it, facing multiple dangers that ultimately delayed their journey north. Now, they had to stop at this hotel to search for supplies before they could set out again. "There are 6 of you in total?" Bai Xian asked. "There were 6, but 2 have died." Zhuo Tianyu recalled some unpleasant memories, his expression darkening. The apocalypse was 100 times scarier than his ability to possess others. Bai Xian pondered, for still quite troublesome. They were all evolved beings with special abilities. Her thoughts had aligned with Jiang Si's. She wouldn't harm anyone proactively, but she had to be cautious of strangers. "What abilities do your companions have?" Qin Mei Fei, still bothered by his earlier scare, held the baseball bat as a threat. "Can you talk?" Bai Xian glanced at Qin Mei Fei, uncertain if Zhuo Tianyu would cooperate. She didn't expect him to provide much information. However, Zhuo Tianyu stared at the small piece of cookie Qin Mei Fei was nibbling on, swallowing hard as he said, "Wang Yang can transform into anyone, even into a zombie." As for the 2 interns, I forgot to mention Brother Hu and Brother Zhao are both interns, specifically guiding us newcomers into the organization. Brother Hu is very strong and can grow a layer of rock-like armor on his skin. Brother Zhao, well, he doesn't seem particularly special, but he's very strong, even stronger than Brother Hu. If you ask me, Brother Hu is a tank, Brother Zhao is a mage, and Wang Yang and I are support. Although we're support, we're both quite powerful, of course. I'm a bit stronger than Wang Yang. "Miss, can I have a bite of that cookie? I haven't eaten proper food for 2 days." Qin Mei Fei showed some reluctance. Just then, Jiang Si walked in holding a large pot, and she simply stuffed the entire cookie in her mouth, getting up to greet Sister's back. Zhuo Tianyu couldn't help but lick his lips, revealing a disappointed expression. But when he saw Jiang Si's appearance, his eyes brightened. "Sister, what delicious food do you have? Let me try too." The flattering tone in his voice was greasy, unlike a normal man. Qin Mei Fei felt a chill and kicked him, saying, "Who asked your sister? Don't call me that." Zhuo Tianyu called out in grievance. "We're all cultured people, no need for violence." He straightened up and blinked, saying, "Sister, I'm Zhuo Tianyu, what should I call you? Let's get to know each other." Jiang Si looked at him strangely, but remained silent. She stepped aside, revealing the man who had followed her in, with long legs, cold features, and thin lips. Clearly someone hard to get along with. Yet he was holding a pot identical to Jiang Si's. Noticing Bai Xian and Qin Mei Fei's surprised looks, Jiang Si briefly introduced him. "This is Zhao Zhishuan. We met once before." Upon seeing this man, Zhuo Tianyu's expression instantly fell, showing some fear. Brother Zhao, why are you here too?" It was only then that he realized the situation, squirming and pulling a long face, saying, "Brother Zhao, I've been kidnapped, please save me." Zhao Zhishuan politely nodded to the other 2 women in the room as a greeting. Then he grabbed Zhuo Tianyu and dragged him to the ground. "I will teach him a lesson." Clearly, Zhuo Tianyu had used his abilities for amusement before. No. "Brother Zhao, let me explain, really, I promise not to hit my face." His voice quickly faded as they turned the corner of the hallway. Once they left, Qin Mei Fei eagerly leaned over to ask, "Sister, who is he? So handsome." Naturally, she was asking about Zhao Zhishuan. "Handsome?" Jiang Si blinked and replied, "I saw him once the night of the meteorite. He said he knew me and saved my life. I didn't expect to run into him here again." In fact, she hadn't recognized Zhao Zhishuan at first. It was because she wanted to use the kitchen to deal with mutated fish that he followed her upstairs to help her carry a bucket of water. With the apocalypse, Zhao Zhishuan had acquired water-related abilities. Moreover, he seemed to use this ability very proficiently, much faster than Shi Weiwei's water abilities. Sure, Weiwei's water release speed was equivalent to a faucet only partially open, while he could be compared to high water pressure. However, what concerned her more was the scene she had seen on the first floor earlier. She inquired Jiao Zhishuan to find out that his companions had an accident while using the kitchen, attacked by mutated creatures from the underground passage. As for what those creatures were, Jiao Zhishuan maintained a stern face and was unwilling to say another word. This man was still as unlikable as when she first met him. Of course, Jiang Si could understand his attitude. The fear of the unknown and the despair of losing companions could easily lead one to become withdrawn and refuse to communicate with the outside world. Jiao Zhishuan, as proud and cold persona, had already placed him in the category of a pitiful figure, deeply wounded and prone to unpredictable moods in Jiang Si's eyes. Of course, she never voiced this thought. It was just a silent categorization in her heart. First, let us feed Li Jinkai this pot. The other pot, we three will share, Jiang Si arranged. Qin Meifei's initial surprise at lifting the pot lid had long since vanished. Looking at the gelatinous contents of the pot, a mix of fish meat and fish soup, it resembled a pot of curdled milk. She exclaimed in horror, "Ah, do we have to eat this? Can we not eat it?" Bai Xian, who had envied Zhang Wei and Wang Laowu for becoming evolved beings after just one meal, naturally welcomed this proposal. And even though the food was unpleasant, she gritted her teeth, managing to maintain her elegance as a woman. Only Qin Meifei remained awkward. After Li Jinkai finished a large pot of fish soup, her portion didn't decrease much. Jiang Si had already finished her share and was eager to rinse her mouth. Upon returning, she meaningfully advised, "It seems you need to develop the habit of cherishing food." Cherish what? The scarcity of food? The hardship of hunting? No. Jiang Si was merely reminding her to appreciate the taste of food. Although the fish soup was unpleasant and the fish meat no longer had its original flavor, it could still be consumed. After a while, the animals that were originally food would evolve to change their taste to avoid being eaten. By that time, the taste would be 100 times worse than it is now. Chapter 33. Mutant Zombie. It went back to the lakeside again. It seemed to have grown larger, about a meter taller than before. What should we do? A few people stood behind the window, watching the direction of the zombies in the square. It was already the third day after eating the mutated fish. At this moment, Li Jinkai had barely recovered. The second evolution gave him an additional ability. Unlike his previous lethargy, although his body was still weak, his eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the secret thrill of gaining a stronger ability. Despite considering Bai Xian's feelings, she still had not developed any abilities, and this emotion unconsciously showed in her behavior. If he encountered the fire-type mutant sent by the church priest again, he felt he would not be as embarrassed as last time. "I'll try it first," he said, as a fireball appeared in his hand. Although it was smaller than the one he had released before, it looked much hotter and more threatening. They were currently at a window on the 4th floor, and, judging by the distance, the zombie was about 50 meters away. However, the fireball accurately struck the giant zombie lying by the lake. The zombie's skin was very dry and extremely afraid of fire, theoretically igniting easily. However, the power-type zombie that Li Jinkai had seen when blowing up the fish pond, the one wearing a steel-gray helmet, had grown significantly larger due to eating the mutated fish. Its previous worker's blue outfit had completely torn apart, revealing a layer of skin resembling a thin film over its chest, reflecting a colorful sheen in the sunlight, clearly fused with the scales of the mutated fish. What was concerning was that Li Jinkai's attack had merely burned the fabric on the zombie's body and was casually brushed off. The mutant zombie completely ignored this minor attack, continuing to rummage for something by the water. In summary, after eating the mutated fish, that zombie had become a tricky existence that was not afraid of flames. This undoubtedly hit Li Jinkai hard, and his expression immediately darkened. If it's not afraid of fire, maybe it's afraid of water. Why don't you give it a try? Among everyone's abilities, only Li Jinkai and Jiao Zhishuan could attack from a distance. Jiao Zhishuan had water abilities, which were not as flashy as in movies and TV shows. Although he was skilled, he could now condense water into water bullets and shoot them as weapons, even at long distances with good accuracy. But those water bullets were merely a deterrent to pain-sensitive humans, let alone to zombies that felt no pain. it might not have much effect. Nevertheless, Zhao Zhishuan still condensed several water bullets and shot them at the target. As everyone expected, the water still could not harm it. The skin that resembled fish scales showed no signs of getting wet. Bai Xian couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. As long as it's at the hotel door, it will sense us. Are we supposed to hide here for the rest of our lives? If we could hide for a lifetime, that would be fine, but unfortunately, the things in the kitchen's underground passage don't allow for that. In just 2 days, they'd spread to the 3rd floor. Fortunately, they usually only hid in the drainage pipes and wouldn't come out unless there was movement. However, even so, everyone dared not use the toilet or sink and had to move to higher floors. We can't delay any longer. If this zombie evolves again, it will discover us. We need to leave here. This mutant zombie was different from ordinary zombies. It already had a certain territorial concept. It patrolled its territory like an African lion on the savannah. Once it detected a different scent, it would rush out to drive away or eat the intruder. From their elevated position, they had seen several times how this zombie dealt with lone zombies that had wandered in carelessly. It was like a violation of dignity. Once this mutant zombie found an intruder in its territory, it would not use traditional biting, but would directly charge over, lift the opponent high, and then tear them apart. This was also the reason why Bai Xian and Qin Meifei hated zombies. Their detestable expectations made them say that they actually killed each other. They still maintained a somewhat naive instinct of humanity, but in essence, humans and zombies were not so different. Of course, this zombie's ferocity was also applied to mutated animals. Several basketball-sized rats emerged from the ground to snatch the corpse of the mutated fish, only to be crushed into meat paste in its hand. Hu Chun, as Zhao Zhishuan's colleague and an intern belonging to a certain mysterious organization, possessed a more delicate heart than an ordinary person, aside from defense. Although he smiled, revealing a gap where 2 front teeth were missing, which made Qin Meifei want to avoid him at first sight. She had to admit he was a rough yet meticulous man. At least he was the one who suggested testing the zombie's territorial range. The test results surprised them. The mutant zombie's territory encompassed a large part of Mingzhu Square and the surrounding streets, centered around the lake where the mutated fish was located, extending in a radius of 50 meters. Strictly speaking, part of the hotel they were in and possibly the entrance of the factory area across the street where buses might be located were within the radiation range. Perhaps because they were in a high-rise room, they had not been discovered by it. But it was evident that this creature vaguely sensed something and would unconsciously move closer to the hotel's location. Several times they felt it might have sensed their presence. "Let us get ready to go down. Gather in 10 minutes, Hu Chun said. Upon learning that Jiang Si was preparing to leave the city, Hu Chun, who had the same plan, invited her to join him. Bai Xian and Li Jinkai, however, chose not to leave. They planned to go to Maria Church, hoping Gao Chong might still be there. Even if he was dead, they wanted to see the body. Although their plans differed, they all genuinely needed a means of transportation at the moment. Numerous cars were parked in front of the 4-star hotel, but no one had the keys, and there weren't any car thieves around. They could only stare helplessly. They pinned their hopes on the shuttle bus for employees in the factory area across the street. Generally, there would be spare keys in their logistics room. After realizing that the hotel was also within the territory of the mutant zombie and having witnessed its methods of dealing with intruders, they had no intention of confronting it directly. Considering Li Jinsi's condition, Hu Chun was willing to wait 2 more days for him to wake up. Now that Li Jinkai had finally woken up and demonstrated his abilities, Hu Chun's eyes lit up, inviting them to head north together. Their organization needed people with abilities to join. Their previous mission was to escort evolvers with rare abilities safely back to the organization. However, Li Jinkai still declined. He said he could not let his friends down. Hu Chun did not press the issue. Everyone had their own plans. Furthermore, with the apocalypse upon them and human bodies undergoing changes, those with abilities were no longer as rare as in peaceful times. They might encounter even better candidates for the organization in the future. "Can we use the back door?" is what Tianyu said, holding a piece of mint candy in his mouth. Zhao Zhishuan glanced at him with a look of disbelief. The back door of the hotel, within the range Hu Chun had outlined, indeed stayed far from the zombies' territory. However, passing through there would require going through the kitchen on the 1st floor. They had already gone to check it out after their companion was attacked. The remaining body parts in the kitchen were gradually dragged away, and even the little bits of flesh left were cleaned up thoroughly. The floors, walls, and even the ceiling of that place were covered in a kind of slime, somewhat resembling slug slime, which would have a strong corrosive effect if it came into contact with skin. The things in this underground passage were more cautious than they had imagined. Apart from a noise that could lure out a small part of it, it was clear that was only a tiny fraction. So far, their understanding of it was limited to the scene of the kitchen attack on their companion, where a tentacle quickly pierced through the human body. Hu-chan even took an iron bucket to test it, fearing that it would realize this was not food. The tentacle-like thing seemed very angry and pushed the iron bucket away several times disdainfully. As everyone took out their flashlights to examine closely, the originally smooth and upright barrel had turned into an irregular piece of iron, with a bowl-sized hole in it, the cause of which was unknown. Although the kitchen on the first floor was no more than 10 meters from the back door, how could they pass through that 10 meters without making a sound in the slime? As long as a sound was made, even the slightest vibration, those tentacles could emerge from any drain beneath their feet. The unknown danger was always more terrifying than what could be seen. What is Zhao Zhishuan always thinking about? He said impatiently. Zhuo Tianyu shrank his neck awkwardly, squeezing closer to Qin Meifei, who was still angry that he had teased her and pushed him away in disgust. Zhuo Tianyu's lack of focus did not affect the others' discussions. Following Hu Chun's suggestion, everyone unanimously agreed to exit through the front door. Considering Li Jin's physical condition, Hu Chun carried him on his back. Although this decision made Li Jinkai feel awkward at this critical moment, running away could be a matter of life and death, and he could only accept it with embarrassment. Among them, Zhao Zhishuan was the only agile-type evolver. He had prepared bait in advance. To avoid the zombies being distracted by other scents, he insisted that everyone stay back when he reached the door. They needed to confirm that he had drawn the zombies away before they could all rush to the door and take the opportunity to escape. With preparations complete, Zhao Zhishuan took a deep breath and stepped out. The female zombie, with its arms severed in the front desk area, had been torn in half at the shoulders due to being in the territory of mutated zombies. But even in this state, it was still alive, gnawing on its lower limbs with its toothless, shriveled gums. Zhao Zhishuan strode past it and officially appeared at the hotel entrance. As soon as he appeared, the mutated zombie, lost in its idle game, noticed him and suddenly turned its head. It then confirmed the location of the intrusion and charged toward Zhao Zhishuan with a low growl. The people upstairs, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel tense. Qin Meifei tightly grasped Jiang Si's hand and said, "Sister, will he be able to outrun the zombie? What if he twists his ankle while running?" Noticing Hu Chun's strange expression, Jiang Si gently scolded, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Chapter 34, The Octopus Falls from the Sky. Zhao Zhishuan did not run at first. Instead, he actively approached the position of the zombie. When he was about 5 or 6 meters away, he could directly smell the odor emanating from the zombie. He then threw a water ball to attract the attention of the mutated zombie. As a fragile character who was genuinely luring the enemy, Zhao Zhishuan might not withstand a slap from this mutated zombie. However, it was quite easy for him to run at full speed and increase the distance between him and the zombie. The zombie clearly didn't make it easy for him, as it was furious at not being able to catch the intruder and began to scream angrily. It then picked up a large stone from the ground and hurled it at him. If Zhao Zhishuan hadn't been constantly aware of the zombie's movements, he would probably have become a pile of meat mush where the stone landed. He narrowly dodged this attack, but the fragments that bounced off the ground still grazed his cheek, leaving several abrasions. The mutated zombie clearly did not intend to give him a chance to breathe. It continued to throw more stones, easily lifting the stone stoppers from the square that were meant to block electric bikes. After glancing at the large pit that had appeared on the originally flat ground, Zhao Zhishuan couldn't help but wipe away a cold sweat. But at that moment, the zombie sensed something and paused. Zhao Zhishuan was also taken aback, quickly realizing that it must be other people running out from the entrance, entering the sensing range of the zombie. However, no one understood how this zombie sensed the intruders. According to Hu Chun's calculations, moving 5 or 6 meters to the left from the hotel entrance would allow them to escape the mutated zombie's detection zone. At that distance, the mutated zombie sensed them, but by the time it reacted, they had already fled. After all, the mutated zombie was a strength-type zombie, although it had a slight increase in speed. It could not compare to the more agile speed-type zombies. Although this mutated zombie would chase its prey, it would give up once the distance exceeded 50 or 60 meters and return to the area by the lake. It was somewhat like a boss set in a game. Considering that they needed to go to the factory area to get a vehicle, Jiang Si dared not relax his attraction to the mutated zombie. However, it was evident that this mutated zombie had little interest in him, as it seemed somewhat distracted by its aim in throwing stones. Jiang Si found it strange and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "What are they doing?" The only response he received was a piercing scream from someone. His expression changed instantly. He recognized it as the voice of the little girl next to Jiang Si. Qin Meifei was genuinely terrified. Anyone would instinctively scream when a tentacle as thick as a bowl reached their cheek. She could do nothing else. But just as it pierced through the left side of her face, a shimmering barrier suddenly appeared around her, glowing with a faint yellow light. It flashed by and then shattered into countless starlit fragments. This scene happened so quickly that almost no one noticed it. When everyone heard her scream and turn around, they only saw a tentacle of an octopus hovering in front of the little girl, its countless flesh spikes twisting in an eerily orderly fashion. Clearly unable to comprehend why it had not obtained food from the previous attack. The next second, the octopus tentacle vanished into thin air, not retracting to hide, but completely disappearing. Qin Meifei had used her ability. In that moment, she had targeted that tentacle. Teleport can teleport a target within 10 meters to any location over 100 meters away. Cooldown time for hours. Before anyone could ask what had happened, they suddenly felt a shadow looming ahead. They all widened their eyes in unison to see a massive octopus, as tall as the first floor, falling from the sky and crashing heavily to the ground. The ground where it landed instantly caved in, sending up a spray of bloody debris. "It's all become a pile of shit," is what Tianyu couldn't help but say. Although his words were crude, with something of that weight crashing down, and with that color, what else could it be but shit? Bai Xian replied with annoyance, "Can't you see?" At this moment, no one dared to stop and watch the commotion, instinctively realizing they needed to stay far away from that thing. Although it had turned into a mush, the tentacles on top were still writhing, as if it were still alive. This seemed to be the thing hidden in the underground passage. Hu Chun squinted at the tentacles for a while and recognized that they were identical to those of the creature that had attacked his companions earlier. He suddenly sensed something crucial and asked, "How did it fly up there?" However, everyone's expressions darkened further. No one answered him, or rather, no one had the time to respond. Jiang Si felt her temples throbbing and could only shout, "Be careful," as this giant octopus fell. The mutated zombie that Zhao Zhishuan was supposed to distract suddenly appeared. It seemed to have torn through the void, stepping out from it and jumping in front of them to block their path. Absolute domain can instantly move to any point within the range. As soon as the mutated zombie appeared, it charged straight at Hu Chun, who was at the front without any hesitation. Almost instantly, its rocky exterior crawled over Hu Chun's arms as he braced himself against the mutated zombie, not forgetting to remind everyone, "Run. Run? In which direction?" Naturally, it was in the originally planned direction. The smartest Tianyu ran ahead first, followed closely by Bai Xian, then Jiang Si and Qin Meifei. Qin Meifei was still in a state of near-death terror, her whole body still trembling. Jiang Si had to pull her along to move. Only Li Jinkai did not leave, but instead circled around, his fireball eager to assist Hu Chun. However, at that moment, another scream erupted. Bai Xian had been entangled by something and was slammed to the ground. Before she could get up, that thing suddenly constricted, clearly preparing to drag her toward the octopus. Perhaps due to being injured, the speed of these tentacles was not as fast as what they had seen before, and even the suction cups on the tentacles lacked much strength. Otherwise, Bai Xian would not have been merely entangled. Tianyu saw this and shouted, swinging his baseball bat to strike the tentacle wrapping around Bai Xian. "Don't bully the sister." His strength was great, and the tentacle tightly coiling around Bai Xian was smashed to pieces by his 2 strikes. The broken part retreated at an incredible speed. However, the section wrapped around Bai Xian's ankle still tightened. Bai Xian felt a sharp pain and could only stretch out her hand to pry it off. After struggling to pull this thing away, she discovered that the skin under her sock was already a bloody mess. Even when severed, the tentacle suction cups still performed a primitive sucking motion like a pacifier, looking extremely creepy. "Thank you," Bai Xian said, throwing the thing far away, feeling grateful. "Why be so polite? We're not on the same side." So Tianyu wanted to get closer, but suddenly there was a gasp. And before he could change his expression, he was yanked to the ground with great force, dragged away at the waist. Several silent tentacles that had crept up suddenly ensnared Tianyu. In a critical situation, Jiang Si wanted to help, but Qin Meifei unconsciously clung tightly to her arm, preventing her from moving. "Meifei, I know you're scared. I'm scared too. But acting like this will only hinder everyone," Jiang Si scolded sternly. Qin Meifei sniffed and slowly retracted her hand. Jiang Si felt a bit sorry for her, but at this moment, Tianyu was very dangerous. So she had to suppress that feeling and quickly rush forward to cut the tentacles wrapping around him. Filthy liquid continuously oozed from the severed tentacle, and that liquid was also corrosive, dripping onto Tianyu's body, causing him to curse loudly. Bai Xian was not idle either. She picked up the baseball bat that Tianyu had dropped and struck the tentacle wrapped around his thigh fiercely. The octopus, feeling pain, quickly withdrew its tentacle. But even though it was physically large, it was too far from the others to provide enough power to attack them. After cutting off a few weak tentacles, Jiang Si and Bai Xian helped lift Tianyu. Jiang Si turned around to call Qin Meifei to catch up, but the little girl, not knowing what she was thinking, actually walked towards the octopus. Her expression changed drastically. "What are you doing? Was I too fierce just now?" She couldn't help but think. "Sister, is this what you mean?" Qin Meifei turned around in confusion, holding up something she had picked up from the ground, which was a ring shimmering with broken light. Behind her, several tentacles simultaneously aimed at her, and, just as they charged towards her, a figure rushed over, pulling her under his arm and quickly dodging the deadly strike. Zhao Zhishuan was back. He quickly returned when he saw the mutated zombie was gone, startled by the octopus that fell from the sky. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been hit directly. At this moment, he pushed the still-dazed Qin Meifei to Jiang Si's side. "I'll go help. You all hurry and leave." The 4 of them dared not delay any longer and quickly rushed to the entrance of the factory area. The factory gate had lost power and was automatically opening. It was the middle of the night when the apocalypse arrived, and there were no workers on duty in this factory area, even the security guards. Influenced by the aurora and meteorites, were thinking of rushing back to check on their homes. As a result, the vast factory area was empty, with no one in sight. "Isn't that the key?" Tianyu exclaimed in surprise, pointing at the wall of the security booth. The administrative work of this factory was meticulous, and each hanging key had a description. Bai Xian broke the glass and climbed in. In no time, she took out a set of keys marked with license plate numbers and casually put a flashlight from the room into her backpack. After doing all this, the group hurriedly ran to the place where the bus was parked. At this moment, what they needed to do was determine which bus could start. However, Qin Meifei seemed to be in a strange state. While they were discussing the keys, she stood still, looking outside. In that direction, Hu Chun and the others were entangled with the mutated zombies. "I was too harsh just now," Jiang Si apologized to her. Qin Meifei shook her head and handed her what she had been holding on to. "Sister, is this a good thing?" "It's just a ring." Jiang Si was taken aback because her identification skill told her it was a special item. "I saw it fall from those tongues," Qin Meifei said, with no hint of hesitation on her face. "Sister, is it a special item?" Chapter 35. Awakening of Feelings Special Item. Eye of the Void Ring Effect. Increases the wearer's agility by 50 usage. Where set effect. Eye of the Void. Jiang Si felt a surge of excitement and whispered, "This is a good item. Keep it for yourself." She was about to follow Tianyu and Bai Xian. The public parking spaces in this area seemed to be more than one location on the map indicating the entrance. In addition to the parking lot that turned west after entering, there was also an open space directly north of the main road, close to the employee dormitory area, serving the same purpose. She needed to inform the 2 of them about this. Qin Meifei caught the corner of her clothing. Sister? Her expression was hesitant. What's wrong? Jiang Si turned around and noticed a map posted on the wall of the broken glass security room behind Qin Meifei. It was a world map or a national map. It seemed to be a travel map of Magic City. This was a good item. I want to ask something. Qin Meifei's cheeks flushed. Jiang Si casually replied, "What is it?" The map was glued directly to the wall, and she needed to carefully cut it out with a utility knife along the edges. This was a delicate task. She urged, "Don't just stand there, come help." "Oh, okay." Qin Meifei quickly agreed, pulling out a fruit knife, and tentatively asked, "Sister, are you familiar with Zhao Ge?" Jiang Si glanced at Qin Meifei. "What's up?" "I noticed he looks at you differently. I thought you and him were more than just friends." "I'm already engaged. It has nothing to do with him," Jiang Si said, only then realizing Qin Meifei's odd behavior. "Why are you asking this?" Qin Meifei seemed a bit guilty. "Oh, sister, I was just casually asking." Jiang Si frowned. "Do you like Zhao?" Qin Meifei looked startled and immediately denied it. "No." As if. Jiang Si didn't believe her excuses and felt a bit angry. At such a life-and-death moment, what was this little girl thinking? However, she was good at controlling her emotions and calmed down after a few breaths. Suppressing her irritation, Zhao Zixuan and Hu Chun are both straightforward in their dealings and don't seem like the type to stab someone in the back. That's why I agreed to go out of the city with them. But people's hearts are hard to read. No matter how much you like someone, you must keep some cards hidden. Don't let others know your bottom line. Qin Meifei was a bit confused, but Zhao Ge saved me. He's a good person. Good people can also do bad things, Jiang Si replied. She had known this principle since she was very young, but now she had to explain it to a 15 or 16-year-old. Are kids nowadays really that innocent? Hadn't Li Jinkai mentioned before? Gao Chong pitted a woman and took her to a safe place, only for that woman to turn into a zombie and harm many people. Was Gao Chong a good person? But he made a mistake in this matter. Qin Meifei nodded, looking a bit unhappy. Gao Chong is Gao Chong. Zhao Ge is Zhao Ge. Zhao Ge would never do something like Gao Chong. Sister, do you dislike Zhao Ge? Jiang Si knew she hadn't taken it to heart and felt a flicker of helplessness. If you want to get close to him, I won't oppose it. But you need to protect yourself. Can I give him this ring? Qin Meifei's eyes suddenly sparkled. This was a 50 agility attribute. But since the item was found by Qin Meifei, Jiang Si, although bound to her by life and death, couldn't he make decisions for her? Go ahead and give it to him. Once something is given away, it can't be taken back. Just think it through. Jiang Si wasn't sure what expression she wore at the moment. If given a mirror, she would surely look terrible. Suddenly, she understood her mother a bit. When she was rebellious, she insisted on living with her biological father, and her mother had earnestly tried to explain that her father had rebuilt his family, and his new wife and daughter would surely feel her presence was a disturbance. There was no need for that. Even if she didn't live with her biological father, she was still his daughter by blood, a fact that no one could change. How did she respond? She had said that her father betrayed her mother, but didn't betray her. Her mother, however, wanted to prevent her from enjoying a father's love, making her a tyrant and a dictator without realizing it. Every time Jiang Si thought of this now, she felt like slapping herself. At this moment, Qin Meifei was still beaming. No way. I feel embarrassed to take back something once given away. Zhao Zixuan is handsome and capable, plus he just saved me, fitting the image of my Prince Charming. She was clearly smitten. However, to Jiang Si, this kind of youthful infatuation seemed cost-free. Forget it. Life is unpredictable. Who knows if tomorrow brings life or death? Admiring the opposite sex is a small matter. We'll talk about it later. You handle it, Jiang Si nodded. Then I'll give it to him now. Why are they still fighting? That mutated zombie is so scary. Why aren't they using handguns? Quick shoot, she said. Looking at the scene of the three tangled with a zombie, her expression tense. Jiang Si understood, though the exchanged handgun bullets were limited, and unless one could shoot and hit the head, it was not easy to fire. Moreover, at such a close distance, shooting at moving targets could easily result in hitting their own people. During the few days of resting at the hotel, Xian's toolbox had also refreshed some heavy weapons, like cannon tubes and tanks. Considering that these items were too conspicuous and would expose the existence of the treasure chest, and the cost of exchanging them was not low, Bai Xian could only heed Jiang Si's advice and focus on special items. Although they were special items, they weren't much different from ordinary ones. If it weren't for the treasure chest having attribute descriptions, Bai Xian wouldn't even know what these items were for. For example, she exchanged for a B-class special item that looked just like a fishing rod, identical to those sold in fishing stores. But it had a powerful effect. It could catch fish without bait, and no matter how big or what kind of fish, it would not come off the hook, guaranteeing a catch every time. She joked with Jiang Si that if she'd exchanged this item earlier, they wouldn't have wasted a grenade. Later, she also exchanged for a jacket that could enhance physical fitness, specifically for the weak Li Jinkai. When Li Jinkai received it, he didn't even realize it was a special item and disliked the large red peony on it, refusing to wear it. It ended up being worn by Xian herself. More of such life-saving items was always better. Thus, Jiang Si was glad she had the ability to identify items. She thought of others who might pick up special items but couldn't recognize them, wasting their good luck. At that moment, the mutated zombie swiped at Zhao Zishuan's shoulder. Zhao Zishuan reacted quickly, deftly dodging, only losing a piece of clothing. However, that was still quite dangerous, making Qin Meifei scream, her fingers turning red from squeezing them. She turned to Jiang Si and said, "Sister, let us go help. What should we do?" "Hold them back." At this moment, Jiang Si had already taken down the entire map and folded it into her backpack. Finding a vehicle was the priority. She glanced at the battlefield. Li Jinkai was leaning against the wall, the furthest from the zombie. His fire ability burned the clothing off the zombie, leaving charred marks on its body, but still couldn't inflict substantial damage. Zhao Zishuan's water ability was entirely defensive. Whenever the mutated zombie attacked someone, he would use a water ball as a buffer, which could reduce the zombie's impact and speed by about 20. Although Jiang Si didn't fully understand this elemental control ability, her foresight from nightmares gave her the realization that Zhao Zishuan's control over abilities far exceeded the highest level for someone with his evolutionary stage. With this thought, she finally recognized that Zhao Zishuan had something different about him compared to others. From the very first meeting, she felt a strong aversion towards him, as if he were covered in thorns. During the few days they spent together in the hotel, this feeling became increasingly evident upon seeing Zhao Zishuan. She even had the impulse to turn around and run away. He stood tall, with sharp eyes, ready to spring up and beat someone at any moment. This was also true for Hu Chun, but perhaps Hu Chun's appearance was more relatable, and his sharp aura was not as pronounced as Zhao Zishuan's. Jiang Si realized that Zhao Zishuan was like a finely honed blade, always prepared to engage in battle. How could a normal person be fond of such a weapon openly displayed? If Zhao Zishuan was compared to a sharp knife, then what kind of existence was the mysterious organization behind him, acting as his whetstone? Zhou Tianyu mentioned that a mysterious organization was gathering superpowered individuals to head to the Magic City. What was the reason for that? Unfortunately, they couldn't ask Zhou Tianyu for more details. Clearly, both Zhao Zishuan and Hu Chun knew that Zhou Tianyu was a big mouth and didn't want him to spend time alone with them. Whenever Zhou Tianyu tried to sneak over to play, they promptly brought him back. Bai Xian relayed the information to her that Zhao Zishuan and Hu Chun were from a mysterious organization, and they were both interns there. Even with the apocalypse approaching, they seemed to still be carrying out this mission. In this mission, they needed to escort 4 superpowered individuals, including Zhou Tianyu, to the Magic City. However, due to the apocalypse, they missed the transfer flight and lost 3 other escort targets. Yet, it was evident that Zhao Zishuan and Hu Chun were not particularly anxious about it. Does this mean that they might not be the only batch of interns? And there are more superpowered individuals needing protection beyond just 4? This also provided everyone with the information that before the apocalypse, there were indeed superpowered individuals in the world. Those superheroes in movies might not be just special effects. Jiang Si had another thought. Her ability to glimpse into the future could also be a form of superpower. That organization, which constantly recruited superpowered individuals, must have someone with the same ability as hers. If this person could foresee the apocalypse, they would definitely be valued by the relevant authorities. At that time, if reported to the state and the world, everyone could prepare for prevention, and perhaps things wouldn't be as dire as they are now. Chapter 36. Sending the diamond ring, however, in by Xian's account. Zhao Xian and Hu Chun were clearly unaware of the apocalypse. The reason they continued to carry out their tasks was simply out of a deep-rooted obedience to orders. Oh no, that zombie caught Hu Chun. A scream pulled Jiang Si back to reality. Facing this mutated zombie, with the current powers of the three, they could not inflict fatal damage, although if they exerted all their strength, it might be a different story. However, through continuous wear and tear, the mutated zombie grew impatient and suddenly lunged at Hu Chun, knocking him to the ground. Hu Chun rolled away just in time, narrowly escaping its attack range. It's still no good. I have no strength left, Li Jinkai gasped beside them. Close combat was the most irrational approach. Not to mention that this mutated zombie had a layer of fish scales on its body, impervious to water and fire. And even sharp knives could not cut through its skin. Even a single scratch or bite would lead to infection, not to mention its strength to tear a person apart with bare hands. Have you found the vehicle yet? Hu Chun shouted irritably. They had already held on for 5 or 6 minutes. The mutated zombie showed no signs of fatigue. Jiang Si suddenly realized that this was not the time to watch a show and hurried towards the direction of the bus. As she approached the bus, she suddenly felt a twitch in her eyelid, and her body reacted faster than her mind, crouching down. A nimble figure lunged towards her, rolling past her, and it was a squirrel. Clearly, this was a mutated squirrel. It showed no fear of humans and chattered at Jiang Si, exposing its large front teeth. Zhuotianyu ran over, panting, and shouted, "Sister Jiang, stop it!" The keys are in its hands. Jiang Si focused and indeed saw a shiny object hanging from the creature's paw. She quickly threw her bone knife, and the squirrel let out a terrified scream, darting up a nearby tall tree, shaking its head and appearing quite smug. Zhuotianyu chased after it, saying, "This isn't a zoo. Where did the squirrel come from? What should we do? We finally found the vehicle, and that thing stole the keys." Bai Xian, holding her waist, walked over, panting, her clothes stained with fresh blood. "Are you okay?" Jiang Si couldn't help but ask. "I'm fine. Just a little zombie, already taken care of. Now the keys are in its hands. What should we do?" Bai Xian said. Just as the three were at a loss, they suddenly heard a whoosh, and a dart accurately pinned the squirrel's tail. Almost instantly, the squirrel seemed to be electrified, its first standing on end, resembling a large ball. Startled, it loosened its grip on the keys, which fell into the grass below the tree. Zhuotianyu rushed over to pick them up, not forgetting to flatter the newcomer. Brother Zhao is mighty. His dart skills are incredible, hitting the target every time. The one who had thrown, it was the arriving Zhao Zhixian. He maintained a serious expression, pushing Li Jinkai toward Bai Xian, and said to Zhuotianyu, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and drive the car." Zhuotianyu immediately looked miserable. "Brother Zhao, I can't do it. Didn't you say you could drive a race car? In a virtual game? I only know how to play bumper cars," Zhuotianyu weakly replied. "It's all the same. Hurry and bring the car to the entrance. I'm going to check on Hu Chun," he said, glancing at Jiang Si before running back. Li Jinkai hurriedly shouted, "Actually, I can help too." Zhao Zhixian ignored him. Bai Xian said, "I noticed his face looks terrible. What's wrong?" Li Jinkai showed a hint of embarrassment. Several fireballs before had failed to harm the mutated zombie, almost burning their own people instead. Hu Chun had a good temper and did not speak up. But Zhao Zhixian's aura was low, and he probably would not hesitate to stab himself if left alone with him. However, he couldn't say this to Bai Xian. He thought his ability had evolved significantly, but compared to Zhao Zhixian and Hu Chun, he seemed to still be lacking a lot. Hasn't he always been like this? That's true. For some reason, Bai Xian felt a quick fear of Zhao Zhixian. On the other side, Qin Mei Fei's expression was also very unpleasant, even a bit sulky. "Sister, Brother Zhao won't accept my gift and says I don't understand." Being reprimanded by the person she had fallen for made Qin Mei Fei feel exceptionally wronged, with her eyes turning red. "I just wanted to give him something. Why won't he appreciate it? This is not the time for love, my dear sister." Jiang Si wanted to scold her fiercely, but she steadied herself and said, "I'll talk to him later. He'll definitely accept it. Stop crying. Hold this map and sit next to the driver to help him navigate." She then began to clear the zombies that Bai Xian and Zhuotianyu had dealt with in the car earlier. This should have been a family of 3, plus a little girl. Unfortunately, they had all turned into zombies. As soon as Bai Xian opened the car door, they crawled out from the back seat. After a scuffle, the blood of the family stained the vehicle, leaving Zhu Tianyu and Bai Xian filthy. The bloodied vehicle passing through the street would attract who knows how many zombies. Besides clearing the bodies, they also needed to clean the bloodstains. However, cleaning the blood required water, and that was Zhao Zhixian's job. At this time, changing vehicles was not easy. A few minutes later, Zhu Tianyu drove the bus out of the park's gate, where Zhao Zhixian was standing by the roadside. Hu Chun was still entangled with the mutated zombie, and each time the zombie lunged, Hu Chun managed to punch it in the face a few times. Zhao Zhixian occasionally threw a water balloon. Seeing the bus, Zhao Zhixian dashed over, not forgetting to tell Hu Chun, "Go to the other side. We'll circle around to pick you up." He then told Zhu Tianyu, "Right turn at the next intersection. Right turn, right turn. Brother, that's a one-way street." Now is not the time to care about one-way streets. Before Zhao Zhixian could frown, Qin Mei Fei scolded first. Then she seemed to think of something and turned back to shout at Jiang Si. "Sister? What?" Jiang Si didn't react at first, but seeing Qin Mei Fei constantly making faces at her, she couldn't help but sigh. Hu Chun was still fighting with the zombies, and, at this moment, she was encouraging herself to give gifts. Not knowing whether to be angry or exasperated, Jiang Si shot her a glare and walked over to Zhao Zhixian's side. Zhao Zhixian stood at the back door of the bus, watching Hu Chun, and noticed someone approaching. Seeing it was Jiang Si, his ears suddenly turned red. "What's wrong?" he asked. Although they met here, they had too few opportunities to talk. Every time he saw her evasive expression, he felt uncomfortable inside. However, at that moment, Jiang Si did something he didn't expect. She took Zhao Zhixian's hand and slipped the ring onto his ring finger. "This thing is perfect for you. It's a special item." With them so close, Zhao Zhixian felt as if her lips were about to brush against his face. He suddenly blushed, feeling her small, soft, and cool hand holding his. But he quickly came to his senses, hurriedly pulled his hand back, randomly chose a seat, and said seriously, "I got it." "Got what?" Jiang Si frowned in confusion. "I haven't finished speaking yet." She opened her mouth, wanting to explain. Just then, Zhu Tianyu shouted. Immediately, the whole bus accelerated and made a sharp turn. Jiang Si instinctively grabbed the handrail. Unfortunately, she didn't hold on firmly and was about to fall when someone's arm wrapped around her waist. Turning her head, she found herself in the man's embrace, accidentally brushing against his lips. I'm sorry. Jiang Si quickly tried to break free. Before she could stabilize herself, the bus suddenly made a hard stop, causing her to fall onto Zhao Zhixian. This was incredibly embarrassing. Now even Jiang Si was getting angry, and she stood up abruptly, hurriedly sitting down in the adjacent seat. "How are you driving?" I told him to slow down. Qin Mei Fei slapped Zhu Tianyu's arm. Zhu Tianyu felt a bit nervous. "Isn't this the first time?" "Big sister, I'm sorry," Zhao Tishuan said. "No need to slow down. Keep the speed. Go a bit faster." His expression made it hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. Jiang Si thought to herself, his darts are very accurate. What if he throws one at me when I'm not paying attention? At this moment, the bus had already reached 50 miles per hour. Could Hu Chun jump on at this speed? Jiang Si was a bit worried, but she didn't feel comfortable talking to Zhao Zhixian. Instead, it was Bai Xian in the back seat who raised the question. Qin Mei Fei quickly said, "Brother Zhao said to go faster. You have to trust Brother Zhao." "Oh my, why are you braking again? There are speed bumps ahead." "Sister," Zhu Tianyu said, "are you driving or am I driving? If you can do it, then you do it." "Can't say that," Qin Mei Fei said. Zhu Tianyu said sourly, "Brother Zhao, why don't you call me Brother Zhua and let me hear it?" Qin Mei Fei immediately stopped smiling. "I have a relative with the same surname as you, older than me, but he usually calls me Auntie. If I run into him tomorrow, I'll ask him what his rank is and compare it to you. Then we'll be clear whether I call you brother or you call me aunt or great aunt. I can't see that you're not at a disadvantage," Zhu Tianyu said. "It's normal not to be familiar, so it's not surprising." She said, "I'm going to sit with my sister." Although she said this, her eyes were on Zhao Zhixian, noticing that he indeed had an extra ring on his hand, and couldn't help but admire Jiang Si. As expected, the sister has her ways. At this moment, Li Jinkai stood up and reminded, "Hu Chun is coming." Everyone looked over and indeed saw Hu Chun running hard towards them, followed by that zombie. "Don't stop, that zombie will throw stones." Getting hit by the car is no joke, Zhao Zhishuan said. I'm afraid he can't keep up, Bai Xian worriedly said. Zhao Zhishuan didn't say anything. Personally stood at the back door, making a gesture to assist. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Zhao Zhishuan almost hung out of the car, then pulled hard, and Hu Chun followed his strength, taking a big step inside. Exhausted, he found a seat and gasped heavily. Although he looked drained, there were no bloodstains. Just a head full of sweat. Jiang Si looked back at the bus, a bit tense. It's catching up. With the zombie's instinct to chase prey. How could it easily give up? If it can't catch up, you don't need to worry. Zhao Zhishuan said, tossing a few water balloons behind. Those water balloons had some kind of setting, and when the mutated zombie stepped on it, it actually lost its balance and couldn't get up no matter how hard it tried. Seeing that they had shaken off the mutated zombie, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Tianyu simply pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the bus quickly got onto the overpass. Hu Chun took a big sip of water, glanced at Zhao Zhishuan and said, "Huh, when did you get an extra ring?" Zhao Zhishuan turned his ring finger around, not answering. Hu Chun was used to his temperament and didn't mind much, saying, "If I had known you liked these things, I should have brought them from my place earlier. Those things are valuable, whether for gifting or using. It's better than letting them rot in a safe." Zhao Zhishuan was surprised. "You brought these back from Brazil?" Investing. But now in the apocalypse, they aren't worth anything. Hu Chun awkwardly patted his thigh. Chapter 37. Different. Hu Chun and Zhao Zhishuan chatted for a moment. The bus fell into silence, with only the sound of the engine and the groans of zombies outside. Jiang Si had previously agreed with Li Jinkai and Bai Xian that Gao Chong would promise to give her half of the supplies stored in the secret room. Now that they were about to leave the city, food and water were clearly insufficient, and they needed to go back for those supplies. Li Jinkai and Bai Xian had no objections to this, and even thought she could take everything. Originally, they had planned to find Gao Chong with no expectation of returning. Such loyalty seemed unnecessary to Zhao Zhishuan and Hu Chun, but they refrained from expressing their opinions. Only Zhao Tianyu muttered a few words, but ultimately fell silent under Qin Meifei's intimidation. Some people live for themselves, while others live for their beliefs. These students, who had not been tainted by society, still retained the purest parts of their humanity. Just as Gao Chong chose to face the Church of the Virgin Mary alone, Bai Xian and Li Jinkai now had to make the same choice. There was no right or wrong. It depended on how the individuals felt. In the apocalypse, no one could dictate another's choices. Jiang Si didn't offer much advice. Their choices were not something she needed to interfere with. The bus took a detour, and after fruitlessly passing several supermarkets and pharmacies, it came to a steady stop in the middle of a street lined with sycamore trees. After all, it had been more than half a month since the apocalypse began, and any prominent shopping mall, supermarket, or convenience store had been cleaned out. Even in places where supplies remained, there were many zombies lurking nearby, making it impossible to approach. The street with the sycamore trees appeared very quiet at the moment. This silence made Jiang Si feel uneasy deep down. It seemed different from before. The air was still filled with off-season flower fluff, seemingly larger than before, with a slightly translucent hue, floating in clusters and creating an illusion of tranquil times. Zhao Zhishuan irritably swatted away a piece that had landed on his face, pursing his lips and unable to help but ask, "Have these trees mutated?" Winter trees generally lack vitality, but these sycamores appeared vibrant, with new buds and leaves visible at the tips. However, for now, it seemed they were just shedding flower fluff without any harm. Jiang Si had previously sensed that the flower fluff affected the zombies, and compared to the zombies that had chased the bus earlier, this street was inexplicably clean and empty. It seemed that the buildings around had become covered in green moss due to a lack of activity for a long time, giving off an ancient charm. It was indeed very different from the feeling they had when they accidentally stumbled into this area at the beginning. Before Jiang Si could express her thoughts, she suddenly realized something, her eyes widening as she shared a glance with Bai Xian. Both of them instinctively gasped. The night they fought against the horde of zombies was still fresh in their minds. If it weren't for Bai Xian's special item, they didn't know what would have happened to them. Although they had flamethrowers and various supplies, that battle still left them shaken. Looking back now, They could only say that their survival was sheer luck. When they left, considering the unpleasant smell of the corpses that might attract other creatures and their poor condition, they hurriedly left that dangerous place without taking enough supplies. However, at that time, aside from the blood that Wang Laowu had spilled everywhere, there were also dozens of zombies that had been killed but not burned in time. They had piled up enough to form a considerable mound of corpses. But now, both of them were a bit dumbfounded. The once densely packed corpses were now reduced to a little blood and scattered flesh. Aside from the large stains left from the burning, no one could tell that anything had happened here. Li Jingkai, realizing something was off, murmured softly, "By the way, where are the corpses? They must have been eaten by something." After Zhao Zhishuan inquired about the reason, he seemed to ponder. Bai Xian couldn't help but think of that mutated white dog. Could it be Lord Bao? Impossible, Jiang Si immediately replied. Although mutated creatures would not refuse zombie flesh, that usually happens only when there are no other choices. After all, consuming zombies carries a significant risk of infection. Mutated creatures inherently understand how to avoid danger when choosing food. They know what is beneficial to them. However, even as she said this, she wasn't entirely sure. She was even worried about Lord Bao, especially since it was with the rabbit Xiaoyu. She hoped that the dog and rabbit wouldn't eat too many strange things. Turning into a mindless monster would not end well. Hu Chun then said, "Could it be rats? When they're hungry, they can even eat humans." Everyone couldn't help but shiver at this thought. It was too disgusting. Zhao Zhishuan frowned. "Let's not think too much. We need to grab the supplies quickly." The food stored in the secret room was only enough for 5 or 6 people for 2 or 3 days, so not everyone needed to go in to help. Qi Meifei, Li Jingkai, and Zhu Tianyu stayed outside to guard against anyone trying to steal their vehicle. Although the surroundings were quiet, it didn't seem like anyone would linger around. The others took turns going up the iron ladder. The stains and blood from before still lingered, and Bai Xian and Jiang Si furrowed their brows, clearly remembering the events of that night vividly. The 4 reached the top of the 6th floor. However, unlike what they saw on the street, there were still zombie corpses remaining at the top of the 6th floor, as if the food had not been discovered here. As they approached, everyone covered their mouths and noses. Not to mention the not-so-high temperature of the bloody smell. These corpses had not had time to rot. But they were still zombie bodies, and piled together, they inevitably brought to mind thoughts of plague and bacteria. In short, it wasn't a good impression. Bai Xian walked to the front, and when she reached the door to the top floor, she hesitantly asked Jiang Si, "We closed the door when we left, right?" She was actually sure they had closed it. Not only had they closed the door, but they had also deliberately blocked the exit with furniture, fearing that zombies would enter when they returned, catching them off guard. But at this moment, the door was still closed, but the furniture at the entrance had been moved. Jiang Si exchanged a glance with her. It seemed that someone had entered here after they left. Pushing the door, they found it locked from the inside, clearly indicating that someone was still inside. Bai Xian couldn't help but feel displeased. "This is our place." It took a lot of effort to make it feel like home. Although they had to leave here, discovering it had been occupied by someone else upon their return was not a pleasant thought. Knocking on the door now didn't guarantee that the person inside would open it. Occupying the advantageous position, with food and ample water, if they could avoid trouble. No one wanted to seek it out. Hu Chun then said, "Everyone step back. Let me try." As he spoke, he took a few steps back and then kicked the door. Chapter 38, Be Careful. The door to the rooftop is generally a fire escape door made of aluminum, which made a loud noise when kicked. Hu Chun missed with his first kick, but after several more attempts, he saw the door bolt deform. Soon after, the entire door collapsed with a loud crash, echoing throughout the rooftop and causing it to tremble. Li Jingkai ran up from downstairs and couldn't help but ask, "What's going on?" As he approached, he shouted, "Be careful, there's a trap." His foam trap wouldn't disappear just because its master left. As long as it wasn't triggered, it would remain in place. "Don't go in yet." Zhao Zhishuan stopped Jiang Si. Hu Chun was at the front, shining a flashlight towards the colorful foam, and asked, "Is this your ability?" He was more accepting of such things than the average person, his expression calm. Clearly, Li Jinsai's ability was nothing compared to what he had encountered before. There's only one. Bai Xian peeked in and said with some surprise, "It seems someone has triggered it." Learning that the trap was a strong alkali, Hu Chun sighed and said, Such a big commotion and there's not a sound. The person inside wouldn't be a coward, would they? He raised his voice deliberately, entering a dark space recklessly. Everyone was cautious and stood at the door. The two women were especially kept at the back. The air was silent for a few seconds. After a while, just as Chun was about to ask again out of impatience, a sob suddenly echoed from the darkness. A timid voice asked, Who are you? Everyone was a bit surprised. This voice was clearly a girl's, and the childish tone indicated she was no older than 10. Li Jinkai was somewhat excited. Is it Xiaoxin? Chun glanced at him and took a cautious step forward, asking, Little sister, are you alone? As he spoke, he shone the flashlight into the darkness. Behind a simple sofa, a little girl's pant leg was visible. Realizing she had been discovered, the little girl trembled and replied with a tearful, then fearfully shouted, Don't come over, I have a knife, I'm very fierce. Only then did Li Jinkai confirm with some joy, Senior sister, it's Xiaoxin. Bai Xian, listening outside, couldn't help but be incredulous and rushed in. Is it really Xiaoxin? Jiang Si had some impression of the little girl named Xiaoxin. However, after Li Jinkai had taken away Kai Hua and Shi Wei, Xiaoxin, who had been hiding in the room, disappeared. At that time, she thought such a well-behaved child would never run off on her own and must have been taken away when Li Jinkai wasn't paying attention. What happened to Kai Hua, Shi Wei, and even Gao Chong was still unclear, but this 6 or 7-year-old girl had returned here, which was indeed strange. Be careful. Although it sounded excessive, Jiang Si still advised. Jinkai Gij, Xian Jijia? The little girl murmured, as if recalling something, then suddenly, with a crisp sound, the knife in her hand clattered to the ground. She timidly walked out from behind the sofa, her joy mingled with incoherence. Xian Jijia, Jinkai Gij, where have you been? I've been looking for you for a long time. There's zombies everywhere, blood everywhere. Why did you leave me all alone here? As she spoke, she cried and wiped her tears, covering her eyes, not quite used to the flashlight's brightness. She was covered in grime, her face marred with many bruises. Everyone's faces showed compassion. Such a small child had been hiding here alone for days. Bai Xian felt even more heartbroken and hurried to squeeze forward. Xiaoxin, don't be afraid. Your brother and sister are here now. Suddenly recalling the trap that Li Jinkai had activated, she wanted to immediately hold the child in her arms. Xiaoxin, are you hurt? But before she could step forward, Chun suddenly grabbed her. They heard Li Jinkai shout from behind. Bai Xian felt something leap on her head. Chun forcefully pushed her to the ground, and with a scream that didn't belong to a human, a fireball exploded above them, its heat making everyone uncomfortable. The fire sparks illuminated the dim room, and the huge shadow above Xiaoxin moved, quickly shifting to another corner. The fireball extinguished instantly. However, in that moment, everyone clearly saw what it was. They collectively gasped in horror. It was a massive spider. Even a slightly larger spider could be unsettling, but this one was nearly the size of a millstone. The flashlight shone on it, revealing the bristles on its legs. Before everyone could react, the spider lunged back at them, emitting a high-pitched screech from its mandibles. Chun pushed Bai Xian outside, ignoring whether the action was too rough, and shouted to everyone, Get outside. He rolled on the ground, suddenly feeling a chill rise up as something pierced his arm. Instinctively, the rocks surged, changing the organizational structure from deep within the tissue. Then Chun jumped up and punched the spider's head. The spider cried out in pain with an even more terrifying scream. Just as he was about to throw another punch, the spider leaped up, retreating to a higher spot. Chun couldn't reach it and noticed a white silk thread extending from its rounded body, which connected to Xiaoxin. Before he could see it clearly, the thread retracted and disappeared. He heard Xiaoxin cry near a wardrobe, Brother and sister, I'm so scared. The earlier commotion had caused the flashlight to fall to the ground. Chun picked it up and checked his condition. Fortunately, the spot where the spider had stung him was just a little red. The spider clearly disliked the light and quickly moved to a deeper area. Having missed twice, it realized it was dealing with a tough crowd and retreated into the shadows. The entire room fell silent, with only Xiaoxin's sobs. Bai Xian, anxious outside, called out, Xiaoxin, come out quickly. Xiaoxin replied, Xian Jijia, I'm too scared. I don't dare. Please come get me. Then stay where you are. I'll come to get you. Bai Xian quickly responded. But Jiang Si pulled her back, reminding, don't go over. Something's not right. What's not right? The word stuck in Bai Xian's throat. But she couldn't bring herself to ask. In this apocalypse, how could someone survive until now without being vigilant? Never mind how Xiaoxin could suddenly disappear and then reappear here. Just the fact that there were mutated spiders in this room raised questions about how she had remained unharmed during this time. Actually, the moment she saw Xiaoxin, doubts had already formed in her mind. Xiaoxin's teddy bear was missing, and her gaze was different from that of a normal person. It was clear that her other leg had touched Li Jinsi's trap. The fabric on her leg was partially corroded, revealing a bloody calf, but she seemed completely unaffected, even walking towards her without a hint of disorder in her steps. At that moment, concerned for her, she instinctively suppressed her subconscious doubts. Now, she didn't even know what the Xiaoxin in front of her truly was. Chapter 39. Fire. Now that Jiang Si had reminded her, a pang of sadness hit her nose, and she understood that the hope of Xiaoxin still being alive was nothing but a luxury. Zhao Zixuan stood at the door, also turning on a flashlight. Perhaps because of the strong smell of blood outside, the atmosphere inside didn't feel as intense. Many corpses lay haphazardly on the floor. Some of the faces were clearly those of the small-time thugs they had encountered earlier, although they had been dead for a few days. The look of terror was still frozen on their faces, each appearing extremely hideous. Why? Haven't they turned into zombies? Li Jinkai asked. Jiang Si and Bai Xian shared the same confusion. Hu Chun chuckled and said, it seems you don't understand spiders. Zhao Zixuan explained, generally speaking, they inject digestive enzymes into their prey, breaking it down into liquid that they can directly suck out. So, the little girl was just bait, Hu Chun stated. If I had been a bit slower just now, I would have ended up like them. Everyone's faces turned extremely ugly at that moment. Bai Xian clearly found it hard to accept that Xiaoxin could meet such a fate, but still asked with difficulty, is there any hope for her? Hu Chun shook his head, understanding her thoughts. There are many predators in the biological world that use bait to catch prey. When I watched Animal World back then, I would marvel at how smart that spider was. But when that bait is a human, it feels extremely cruel. Even if we save her, it would be useless. If I'm not mistaken, that little girl has only this shell left. She has already been completely consumed from the inside. The reason she still looks like a complete person is merely because the spider sees her as having some value, Hu Chun said. To make Bai Xian believe, Zhao Zixuan conjured a water ball and directed it towards Xiaoxin. The little girl was unable to dodge in time and was hit by the water ball, causing her forehead to dent like a deflated ball. She touched her forehead in confusion, and after a while, she reacted and began to cry like an ordinary little girl. Bai Xian could no longer believe that this creature wearing Xiaoxin's skin was still her, and her sobbing immediately stopped. Let's burn this place, she said. This seemed like the most appropriate way. If they left it, others might fall into the same trap. After hesitating for a moment, Li Jinkai threw several fireballs inside. The room was filled with wooden furniture, which ignited easily. The wood quickly caught fire, and as black smoke billowed out, Jiang Si pulled Bai Xian, who was still in shock, realizing how she felt. When Yin Yin had turned into a zombie, she had felt similarly complicated. Don't look, she said softly. Bai Xian turned away and buried her face in Jiang Si's arms, crying. At that moment, they suddenly heard a voice from behind. The figure of a little girl appeared at the door, twisting in the fire. Everyone was taken aback. She looked extremely painful, pleadingly calling out to everyone, brother, sister. Wait for me, don't burn me. Ooh, it hurts so much, Sister Xian, save me. Bai Xian paused, her expression somewhat dazed. Then she muttered under her breath, go to hell. Saying this, she grabbed a nearby stool and threw it. The stool hit the little girl, who deflated like a balloon. She tried to get back up, but was crushed by a fallen flaming beam. As the flames engulfed her, her face twisted and then slowly melted into a mass of black. However, the little girl's cries lingered like a shadow, following her for the rest of her life. To ensure they burned that spider thoroughly, Li Jinkai changed angles and threw more fireballs into the room. But the intense flames engulfed the entire building, consuming the whole structure without a trace of the hateful spider emerging. Could have already been burned to death. Zhu Tianyu exclaimed. Such a big fire. It's even reached the next building. Are we going to cause a fire? In the apocalypse, everywhere was filled with smoke and chaos. Burning this place was no different from burning another, who would come out to uphold justice. This creature may have mutated, but it still fears fire. If it were alive, it would definitely jump out, Hu Chun said. However, seeing Li Jinkai and Bai Xian looking relieved as if they had avenged a great grievance, he held back from saying the next sentence. But that spider doesn't seem to be a web-weaving spider. And the reason it hasn't come out could be that it burrowed underground. If you don't eradicate the roots, there may still be hidden dangers. He recalled encountering a type of snake during a mission, and because he killed its young, it had chased him for over 1,000 kilometers, spanning 2 or 3 islands. If he hadn't been vigilant, he could have been ambushed and bitten to death by that snake. However, vengeful animals were rare. What he encountered was just an exception. There was no need to speak of it, causing constant anxiety. He just shook his head slightly and said, "Are you sure you want to go to that St. Mary's church? According to the map, it's still 3 or 4 kilometers away. I can take you there." "No need. We need to prepare a bit before we go," Bai Xian said. They originally planned to rest here, but now they could only switch to another location. As for what to prepare, Jiang Si understood. At this moment, Bai Xian was thinking of going down with those people in the church. Hu Chun nodded, not saying much. He didn't want to interfere with others' choices, but he felt sorry for Li Jinkai. He had seen people with fire abilities and trap abilities, but someone with both was the first. He said a few words of invitation, but as expected, Li Jinkai and Bai Xian still declined his invitation. When they restarted the bus, he could still see the two of them looking at them through the rearview mirror. Qin Meifei couldn't help but feel sentimental. "I wonder if we will see them again in the future." Yes, life and death are unpredictable. Who knows what tomorrow holds? Jiang Si also felt heavy-hearted. "Sister, I want to help them," Qin Meifei suddenly said. "We can't help. It's their own choice," Jiang Si replied. "But I still want to help them. They are so pitiful. There are many pitiful people. We can't even take care of ourselves," Jiang Si said faintly. "Can they fight against that group of bad guys?" "Sister, why don't we go back with Brother Zhao and help them?" Qin Meifei's eyes lit up. Hu Gu and Brother Zhao are so powerful. With them, the bad guys will definitely be done for. She thought this was a great idea and jumped up, ready to run to the front. Jiang Si suddenly pulled her back. "Meifei, don't be ridiculous." In an instant, she felt a rush of helpless anger and frowned. Qin Meifei became anxious. "It's okay. They're good people. They will definitely agree." At this point, Jiang Si was truly angry. Previously, she thought Qin Meifei was kind, having been well protected as a high school student, living her daily life of going to and from school without encountering any bad things. But now, she felt Qin Meifei was foolish, that kind of ignorant and self-righteous foolishness. She still lived in her own utopian world. Chapter 40. Quarrel. According to Li Jinsi's description, the St. Mary's Church has gathered quite a number of people. On the day they came to take away Kai Hua and Shi Weiwei, the personnel involved were less than 1/3 of the total, around 100 people, each equipped with machine guns and handguns. Furthermore, among these more than 100 people, there was a 1 in 4 chance that they were evolved beings. According to this ratio, it indicates that the total number of evolved beings in the church is no less than 70. With such a highly equipped, large-scale gang, it was akin to finding a stone to hit an egg when Bai Xian and Li Jinkai went over. No matter how powerful Zhao Zixuan and Hu Chun were, what could they do? It was still the early days of the apocalypse. Evolved beings weren't strong enough to dodge bullets yet. Not to mention, they also had skilled evolved beings on their side. What is wrong with good people? Good people deserve to die. She couldn't help but scold. "Qin Meifei, before you speak, think about whether your request is reasonable." Clearly, her attitude frightened Qin Meifei, whose face showed fear, yet she still didn't understand. "Sister, why are you angry?" "I just asked them. If you don't like it, I want to ask." This attitude showed no reflection on her own problems at all. Jiang Si closed her eyes and helplessly said, "Then let me ask you, you've thought about helping others, but have you thought about helping your parents?" Qin Meifei had mentioned to Jiang Si that her parents worked at the city center hospital and she rarely saw them. Before the incident, her mother had called, but because she forgot her daughter's birthday, they had a big fight over the phone. "My parents definitely." This brought up a sad topic for the teenage girl. And Qin Meifei's eyes turned red, starting to sniffle. You haven't even thought about your parents. How can you have the leisure to meddle in other people's affairs? Jiang Si said cruelly, although at the beginning both were keeping their voices down. As the conversation progressed, they couldn't control their emotions, and their voices grew louder. Tianyu, who was driving in front, felt that what she said was too much, and couldn't help but turn back to advise Sister Jiang before he could finish. Jiang Si shot him a glance that made him instantly turn back around, obediently driving and not daring to meddle. Jiang Si continued, "It's your business to sympathize with them. Don't drag others into it. If you want to save them, then get out of the car yourself. We haven't driven far yet. You can still make it." Qin Meifei's cheeks flushed, clearly also getting angry. "Get out, then. I don't want you to manage it." As she spoke, she pounded the back door, shouting, "Open the door, I want to get out." Tianyu was in a dilemma. Let us not joke around. Can't you see there's a long line of zombies behind us? Once they left the stretch of road with the phoenix trees, the zombies would swarm in piles. The moving bus quickly became the most direct target for pursuit. "Stop! Let her out!" Jiang Si shouted loudly as well. She was also quite angry. She had never seen such a foolish girl. Tianyu didn't dare to really stop and said, "Ladies, please don't be angry, okay? Right now, we are fleeing. Let us talk things over properly." Being angry solved the problem exactly. Let's talk it out properly. At this point, being a wallflower isn't very appropriate. Hu Chun acted as a peacemaker, trying to smooth things over. It's normal for sisters to quarrel, but at a critical moment, we still need to be mindful of the impact. The outside world is very chaotic. One careless move could cost your life. Can't we communicate slowly and solve things gradually? One person takes a step back, and the other does too. "Little sister, come here and sit with me. If you have any grievances, share them with your brother." When Qin Meifei saw the zombies rushing outside the car door, she got scared. The only reason she insisted on getting out was to go along with Jiang Si's words out of spite. Hearing Hu Chun giving her an exit, she snorted coldly and sat down. However, her tears flowed like loose beads. Her nose was red from crying, and she bit her lip in silence, looking pitiful. Hu Chun comforted her. Don't cry. You're turning into a little cat." As he spoke, he seemed to magically produce a lollipop from his hand. "Here, eat this. Something sweet will make you feel less sad." Hu Chun had an extremely honest appearance, and with his exaggerated smile, his whole face looked a bit comical. This made Qin Meifei unable to help but giggle, but then thinking of something, her expression darkened, and even with the lollipop, she still looked gloomy. "Brother Hu Chun, my mom and dad are also in this city. They haven't come to find me. Do you think they're already dead?" This was a topic she had always been too afraid to mention. "Don't think too much, child. The best thing you could do is to live well. If you're alive, you can wait for a final reunion. If you die, there's nothing left." Hu Chun said, "Your sister is right. It's the end of the world now. We need to take care of ourselves first before thinking of others." Qin Meifei's cheeks flushed slightly as she instinctively looked at Zhao Zhishuan in the front seat. Zhao Zhishuan had been staring out the window, looking heavy-hearted. He neither paid attention to the quarrel between the two, nor cared about Qin Meifei's state at that moment. Qin Meifei couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed, her eyes moistening again. "Does Brother Hu Chun also think I made an extremely unreasonable request? You are very kind, and kindness is a good thing. It's also a rare quality, which is great. Over the past few years, your parents and teachers have really educated you very well." Compared to Jiang Si's dry questioning, Hu Chun's tone and manner of speaking were much more acceptable to the girl. He had a natural affinity. Qin Meifei stared at him unblinkingly, and she heard him continue, "But you want us to help them. Your sister is right. This is indeed an unreasonable request, because we don't have enough strength, and we could die. Ancient people said that when one achieves success, they should help the world, but unfortunately, our strength is at a very low level. Asking us to save people at this level is like a mantis trying to stop a car, or an ant trying to shake a big tree. Thus, the ancients also said to take care of oneself. Right now, it's our time to take care of ourselves." Jiang Si, sitting in the back of the bus, listened to Hu Chun's lecture to Qin Meifei and couldn't help but slowly squint her eyes. Ever since leaving Yan Yun's residence, she seemed to have not rested well, and now that she relaxed, she felt exhausted all over. The warm winter sunlight streamed in through the window, and she suddenly felt drowsy. Her thoughts were like a pot of porridge simmered down to a paste. How great would it be to always be like this, without having to hustle and toil, worrying about survival? She lifted her eyelids to take another look at the front. Hu-chan seemed to say something else, making the crying Qin Meifei laugh like a little cat. It seemed she didn't need to worry too much about that side. So, she decided to take a nap. Let her thoughts sink deeper and deeper, and Jiang Si was about to fall asleep. Just as she was connecting with the soft dream, suddenly, she jolted awake, feeling as if she had fallen into a cold, deep pit. Before she could fully awaken, she cursed, "Damn it." Chapter 41. Attack. The feeling was exactly the same as her previous experience in the clothing warehouse. She hurriedly sat up. Not far away, Hu-chan was still talking to Qin Meifei, but their voices were already inaudible. It was as if a partition had been erected between her and everyone else. Even the sound of the bus engine had disappeared. At this moment, the bus was still speeding forward. The scenery outside the window became a flowing blur. The world was very quiet, so quiet that even a breath of cold air could be detected. Her heart involuntarily raced, and she instinctively tightened her grip on the weapon beside her. She was uncertain where that eerie person would come from. Last time in the warehouse, he had lured her to open the door to feed the zombies. This time on the bus, was he trying to lure her to jump out directly? She didn't wait long before the bus window beside her was knocked on, and a shadowy figure hovered in the air. The window was not completely sealed. In fact, a large section was opened for ventilation. Without glass to obstruct it, that area looked merely like a mass of air. A cold voice emerged from the mass. "We were supposed to meet again the next day. I was delayed by something, so I'm late. Sorry." Knowing that the other party was not an ordinary person, Jiang Si still widened her eyes in fear. However, this time she did not sit idly by. Instead, she grabbed the gun in her hand and shot at him. Bullets pierced the mass, creating 7 or 8 small holes. Clearly, he hadn't expected her to do this. The features of his obscured face underwent a subtle change, and then he screamed, "Ah, I'm bleeding. No, how could I be hurt? How did you injure me?" His voice was filled with confusion. This confusion caused the mass to tremble violently, as if it were on the verge of collapsing. Following that, his voice became intermittent, like a television with a disrupted signal. Come. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the mass, seemingly preparing to stretch through the window. An irresistible force in the air prevented it from doing so, making it barely reach Jiang Si's face. Jiang Si had already leaned against the other side of the window to avoid contact with it. At that moment, she suddenly felt her entire body stiffen, as if controlled by something. Immediately, her right hand, holding the gun, was lifted against her temple without her consent. Just a slight movement of her index finger could pull the trigger and blow her head off. This was even more direct than the first temptation. This thing wanted her to end her own life. Jiang Si gritted her teeth, and her instinctual desire to survive took precedence. She concentrated all her willpower on her wrist, trying desperately to shift away from that incomprehensible force. Just a little more, just a little more. Her untrained arm trembled violently, and the previously relaxed skin involuntarily showed signs of muscle. This stalemate lasted only a few seconds, but for Jiang Si at that moment, it felt like a lifetime. However, the force controlling her was far stronger than her will. As she struggled to redirect the gun, her index finger easily pulled the trigger. It was over. She heard a crisp sound, but the imagined pain did not come. Jiang Si only felt a sensation as if her temple had been pierced, and her entire being was pushed into another world. That world was filled with cold, rushing water. Above the current hung a cold moon. Wasn't it daytime? Why was there a moon? She didn't have time to process this. The noise surged like a tide, pulling her back. A violent shaking beneath her, followed by the sound of the bus making a sharp turn and left Tinyo's scream. What the hell is that? Then came the uncontrollable, sharp turn of the vehicle. She saw something break through the bus wall. She didn't catch a clear view of what it was. Another sudden break sent Jiang Si hurtling forward, crashing into the seat in front of her. Before she could touch her painfully injured ribs, the bus jolted again, making a deafening sound as it crashed into something. Jiang Si's heart sank. Through the gap in the seats, she saw thick black smoke rolling from the front compartment. In the chaos, Hu Chun had wrapped Qin Meifei into a ball, while one arm was striking the window, preparing to break it and jump out. On the other side of the bus door, it seemed that several chains were pulling the bus from an unknown source. "Jump out the window!" A long leg approached her, pulling her up. It was Zhao Zhishuan's worried face. He had been injured in the recent commotion, with a small patch of skin scraped on his cheek. Suddenly, her heart raced, and she instinctively looked over to see a fleshy, tentacle-like appendage shooting toward them through the bus wall. Perhaps sensing that death was imminent. She saw it clearly, including the flower-like flesh spikes on the tentacle. It seemed thicker than the octopus that had fallen at Mingzhu Square before. At that moment, the bus compartment was suddenly flipped by someone. She instinctively screamed and clung to Zhao Zhishuan. In a dizzying whirl, Jiang Si felt her head pressed firmly against his chest. She could hear his heart pounding. When she regained her senses, the bus was upside down, and she and Zhao Zhishuan were leaning against the bus wall. Because Zhao Zhishuan had protected her in his arms, Jiang Si had no injuries at all. But why was Zhao Zhishuan doing this? She felt a mix of confusion and gratitude, but soon realized something was off with him. Jiang Si wriggled out of his embrace, only to see Zhao Zhishuan's condition clearly. There was a bloody hole on the left side of his head. Additionally, a large portion of flesh was missing from his arm, revealing a wound the size of a bowl, with blood gushing out. Zhao Zhishuan, Zhao Zhishuan. She quickly patted his face. The unconscious Zhao Zhishuan immediately opened his eyes, the physique of an evolved individual evident. His head felt heavy, and the wound on his arm made him gasp. But that didn't mean he didn't understand the situation. Not a moment to lose. His gaze returned to sharpness, but Jiang Si's quick thinking exceeded his expectations. At that moment, she had already smashed open the nearest window, not forgetting to turn around and pull his arm, dragging him out of the smoke-filled bus. As they crawled out of the bus and hadn't run far, they suddenly heard an explosion behind them, accompanied by smoke and flames, with a large amount of glass shards shooting into the air. The shockwave knocked them both to the ground, and when they got back up, they found their exposed skin scratched and bleeding. Without time to catch her breath, Jiang Si suddenly felt her eyelids twitching violently and pounced on Zhao Zhishuan, pinning him to the ground. A flesh-colored whip, reeking of decay, just barely swept over their heads, striking a patch of greenery behind them. The once lush greenery was instantly reduced to a bald patch. "All right, we're even." Ignoring Zhao Zhishuan's astonished gaze, Jiang Si quickly got up from him and dashed away swiftly. Chapter 42. Injured Zhao Zhishuan's gaze was deep, and he said nothing. Instead, he ran a few steps and, disregarding Jiang Si's exclamation, picked her up horizontally. He ran forward for several dozen meters, then took an arrow-like step to land on the front hood of an abandoned cart, and then, with a burst of energy, leaped onto the second-floor balcony of a nearby building, jumping again onto a protruding section of the structure. The height, with no barriers, made Jiang Si swallow the words, "What are you doing?" She instinctively wrapped her arms around Zhao Zhishuan's neck, pressing her body tightly against him to prevent herself from falling. This action undoubtedly pleased Zhao Zhishuan, causing the usually impatient man to show a rare smile. After a few ups and downs, they reached the top floor of a shopping mall. At that moment, Hu Chun and the others were already waiting there. Zhuo Tianyu was struggling to free himself from a poster. His possession skill was quite interesting. He could quickly attach himself to human-shaped objects, but it was incredibly difficult to detach. Just like now, he was slowly squeezing himself out, resembling a silkworm shedding its cocoon. As long as part of his body was in the painting, he had no weight. To prevent the poster from being blown away, Qin Meifei was helping him hold down one corner of it. Although she was assisting, Qin Meifei appeared indifferent. A closer look at her eyes revealed they were red and filled with sadness. She had been staring blankly at the top floor entrance, hoping someone would come running out. Zhuo Tianyu, sweating profusely, couldn't help but feel exasperated. "Can't you just pull me out?" Just at that moment, Zhao Zhishuan descended with Jiang Si, and the little girl jumped up, rushing over to tightly hug Jiang Si. "Sister, I thought you were dead," she said, bursting into tears. This intense emotion left Jiang Si somewhat at a loss. Due to her physical condition, she had been taught to control her emotions since childhood. Occasionally losing her temper as a child, she always faced the consequences alone. To avoid dying prematurely from heart attack, she learned to control her sadness and joy. As her body became stronger over time, she was no longer fragile, but the habit had formed, leaving her with less emotional expression than her peers. Thus, seeing the little girl jump and hug her now felt incredibly surreal. Although this feeling was strange, Jiang Si felt warm inside and instinctively organized comforting words. "It's okay. I'm fine, really. You don't need to worry." However, before she could pat the girl's shoulder, Qin Meifei suddenly remembered something, released her, and jumped to another person, nervously asking, "Brother Zhao, are you okay? Why are you still bleeding? Does it hurt?" All that was left for Jiang Si was a few suspicious, shiny droplets on her chest. Zhuo Tianyu couldn't help but laugh. She values love over friendship. Then he suddenly shouted in panic, "Help! Someone come save me!" Jiang Si smiled helplessly, stepped on the poster that was about to be blown away, and pulled Zhuo Tianyu out of the painting. At this moment, Hu Chun waved to everyone. "I think something's off." The group rushed to the edge of the balcony. The street directly below was engulfed in thick smoke. Clearly, their bus had exploded a second time. The entire vehicle was ablaze, and the instigator was nearby. It too was bloodied from the shattered glass, but the tentacles extending from its body were unaffected, flailing freely around. "What is that?" Zhuo Tianyu exclaimed, suddenly realizing his voice was too loud and instinctively covering his mouth. If it could be called a zombie, it had many strange tentacles. If it was a mutation, it still retained the characteristics of zombie, being blind and hunting by smell and sound. This seemed like the mutated creature from Mingzhu Square. Jiang Si frowned and said, "It has the same birthmark on its back. That was a mark it had as a human, even as a zombie. Although its skin was dry and the melanin was gradually fading, the outline of the original mark still remained." Hu Chun displayed a look of disgust. "I wonder who ate whom to end up like this." It looked as if someone had performed a shoddy grafting operation, attaching octopus tentacles to the mutated zombie's body. From a distance, it didn't look particularly disgusting at first glance. "I can imagine what happened after we left," Jiang Si said. "That octopus fell from a height and didn't die completely. To heal, it instinctively sought food, and it happened to be in the territory of the mutated zombie. After our group ran away, the mutated zombie could only vent its anger on the still-living octopus. To avoid dying, the octopus simply severed its own wrist, adopting a new way of survival, replacing its body with tentacles and parasitizing on the mutated zombie." Hu Chun asked in confusion, "But how did it end up here? If it really is the mutated zombie from Mingzhu Square, it usually wouldn't stray too far from the central pool. Could it be that after merging with the octopus, its habits changed? Are you okay?" Jiang Si suddenly asked, noticing something was off with Hu Chun. Hu Chun was taken aback, then realized she was asking about him. He pulled up one side of his pant leg. Previously, when he was on the bus, the octopus zombie had attacked him, tearing off a large chunk of flesh from his thigh. If such an injury happened to anyone else, they would have long fainted. Luckily, he had managed to joke around for a while. "I'm fine." Seeing Jiang Si's worried expression, he forced a smile, reassuring her, "I've had worse injuries before. I won't die from this." It seemed he had used something to stop the bleeding, and the wound was already clotting. However, his pant leg still looked gruesome, with the bone visible inside. That was scarier than Zhao Zhishuan's shoulder. Thinking about how he had sustained such an injury, yet still protected Qin Meifei safely. This man was more reliable than she had imagined. Jiang Si took out painkillers and anti-inflammatory medicine to distribute to the two injured, then rummaged through her backpack to find a pack of clean bandages, which Bai Xian had exchanged from the toolbox. She squatted down against the railing to bandage Hu Chun. Although she wasn't as professional as Bai Xian, she had undergone some training before and barely remembered the essentials of dressing a wound. Her movements weren't particularly graceful. During the bandaging process, she could feel Hu Chun's muscles trembling, but he didn't cry out in pain. After doing all this, she went to check on Zhao Zhishuan. Qin Meifei seemed eager to help, but when she actually saw the bloody wound, she found it hard to take action. Zhao Zhishuan's injury was on his arm, and he couldn't handle it himself, so Jiang Si had to take over. Letting the wound bleed was not a joke, considering the risk of excessive blood loss and infection. As she wiped away the fresh blood droplets that had reappeared on Zhao Zhishuan's shoulder, she said, "Actually, I have a bad feeling." "What do you mean by a bad feeling?" Zhou Tianyu, seeing that Qin Meifei was of no help, quickly pushed her aside and asked anxiously. They had already lost the hard-earned means of transportation. Were there even worse things to come? If I'm not mistaken, that thing is probably targeting us. What do you mean? Hu Chun and Zhao Zhixuan exchanged glances. They had encountered many bizarre things before, and their tolerance for the unusual was much stronger than average. Only Zhou Tianyu laughed heartily. Are you saying that thing holds a grudge? Impossible. But noticing everyone's expressions, he awkwardly stopped laughing and revealed an incredulous look. No way. Chapter 43. Targeted upon careful recollection, the bus was still driving normally at that time, although a horde of zombies was trailing behind. Normal human running speed couldn't keep up with the bus, and they didn't seem to care much. However, what happened next was a bit strange. As they progressed through this section, the zombies following them seemed to sense something terrifying and stopped chasing. Additionally, they gradually discovered that the left turn ahead was blocked by a pile of cars, preventing them from proceeding. The right path led out of the city in the opposite direction, so they had no choice but to keep going forward. However, after passing 2 or 3 intersections, they found that the road ahead was also blocked by damaged vehicles. By the time Zhou Tianyu realized this, they had to turn into the street where the incident occurred. It was here that they encountered the attack from that monster. If it hadn't been for their quick reflexes, they would have died inside the car. At this moment, the octopus zombie, in a fit of rage, lifted the burning bus and threw it violently, dragging a huge scratch on the ground and scattering many parts. It then jumped several meters, landing on the ruins of nearby vehicles, and took a deep breath, clearly sniffing the air. Jiang Si frowned and continued. It's likely pursuing us for 2 reasons. The first is evolved humans, or superhumans, who have more energy in their bodies to satisfy its evolution needs. The second is, she walked over and pulled Zhao Zhixuan's hand. The diamond ring on his left hand looked inconspicuous. It was a special item that Meifei had found, suitable for agile-type, evolved humans. We might have accidentally taken something from that giant octopus. This ring is just part of set. The others might be on those tentacles. If that's the case, we need to leave here quickly. Hu Chun's face became serious. They hadn't forgotten that the mutated zombie in Mingzhu Square had a perception range of 50 meters. Zhou Tianyu hurriedly leaned over with a smile and asked Brother Zhao, "What do we do next?" Zhao Zhixuan pulled down his clothes and said, "You go back into the painting. We need to leave quickly. If we wait any longer, it will be too late." As if to validate his words, almost simultaneously, the zombie let out a roar, and everyone looked over to see it raising its head, looking in their direction. Although they knew zombies couldn't see, in that moment, they were all startled, feeling as if something extremely terrifying was targeting them. They had been discovered. Run. In an instant, Zhao Zhixuan picked up Jiang Si, not allowing her to utter a single cry, and jumped straight from the top of the mall to the row behind. He was already an agile-type evolved human, and with a ring that increased his agility, his jumping span was several times that of an average person. Hu Chun reacted quickly, but he couldn't keep up with Zhao Zhixuan's speed. By the time he rolled up the posters of Qin Meifei and Zhou Tianyu, Zhao Zhixuan had already run 100 meters away with Jiang Si. At that moment, the zombie swept aside the roadblocks as if clearing away building blocks, charging directly toward the mall where they were. Its massive form crashed into the second floor, shattering glass and doors. It then used all 4 limbs, climbing like a gecko onto the wall, and flipped onto the 3rd floor. If anyone had gotten close, they would have noticed that at the tips of its claw-like tentacles were fleshy spikes resembling human eyes. Immediately after, muffled sounds echoed from inside the mall, followed by the sounds of explosions and the increasingly high-pitched screams of Qin Meifei and Zhou Tianyu. Zhao Zhixuan's body stiffened, and he directly set Jiang Si down. "I need to go back and draw that thing away. You run first." In truth, with his speed, although he couldn't deal with the octopus zombie, escaping would definitely not be a problem. However, if he left, the octopus zombie would only chase Hu Chun and the others. As a partner who had worked together for many years, Zhao Zhixuan knew that Hu Chun was no match for the octopus zombie, especially since he was currently injured. Jiang Si's eyes flashed with confusion, but she decisively nodded. "Okay, be careful." Zhao Zhixuan understood her completely, knowing that her words were just basic courtesy. He wouldn't be surprised if she turned around and ran without looking back. Wait, aren't you going to say more to me? Zhao Zixuan grabbed the girl he had loved since childhood. Until now, she still hadn't remembered who she was. Jiang Si's face showed a look of puzzlement, clearly not understanding Zhao Zixuan's meaning. However, she thought of something, and with a grasp into the void, a dark green longbow appeared in her hand. It was the sun-repelling bow from the special items exchanged by Xian, which she had previously turned into a card because it was too eye-catching. This item could only be used by agile-type evolved humans, making it unsuitable for Li Jinkai herself and even Qin Meifei, thus benefiting Zhao Zixuan. Thinking of this being a B-class special item, she felt a bit pained, not forgetting to remind him, "Remember to return it to me after using it." Zhao Zixuan's eyebrows twitched, a surge of anger rising inexplicably. But hearing Zhu Tianyu's desperate screams, he had no choice but to run back. Turning around, he saw Jiang Si panting heavily right behind him, and he couldn't help but scold. "With your physique, don't you know it's dangerous here? Meifei and I share life and death. If she dies, I can't survive either." Jiang Si pressed her hand on her chest and said seriously, "With the apocalypse looming, there would always be many strange things." Zhao Zixuan frowned deeper, crouching down. "Get on." Jiang Si hesitated. "Will I affect your movements? Less talking. Hurry up," Zhao Zixuan urged. Jiang Si had no choice but to climb onto his shoulders, still uncertain. "I probably weigh around 45 kilograms. Are you sure this won't affect your movements?" Although Zhao Zixuan was tall and thin, his shoulders were quite sturdy. This feeling gave Jiang Si a sense of familiarity. "Have I seen you before?" she asked uncertainly. Since the incident a few years ago, she hadn't remembered much about things from further back. At first, she would suffer because of it, but later she got used to it, even comforting herself that things she couldn't remember probably weren't that important. Of course, at this moment, she was just murmuring this to herself, not expecting Zhao Zixuan to reminisce about their possible past connections at this critical moment. Zhao Zixuan was aware of her words, thinking to himself, "It's not just that simple. You were with me." He suddenly thought of something, his high cheekbones flushing a strange red. At this time, on a window on the third floor of the mall, Qin Meifei appeared to be tiptoeing out like she was walking a tightrope, followed by Hu Chan. Both were sneaking along the outer wall, afraid of startling anything. Jiang Si patted Zhao Zixuan and said, "It's no use going inside. We should go up there." Chapter 44. The sun-chasing bow. She pointed to a clock tower building across from the mall, about 4 to 5 stories high, the tallest structure in the area. Fortunately, the dense buildings here provided Zhao Zixuan with enough space to jump. After a few breaths, they stood on top of the clock tower. From their high vantage point, they could see an octopus zombie lying on the floor of the third floor in a strange posture, its tentacles slithering around like snakes. One of the tentacles spotted Hu Chun and Qin Meifei through the nearby curtain. Jiang Si suddenly struck the ancient bell behind her. The rich echo spread like flowing water, stirring ripples in Jiang Si's heart. What she didn't know was that the bell sound she unintentionally struck caused all the apocalyptic mutations within its range to lose their senses. However, the moment she touched the bell, her identification skill informed her that it was a special item. Before she could examine the special item fully, a flash of light occurred, and the bell fell into Jiang Si's storage space like a shooting star, becoming a quiet piece of paper. Meanwhile, Zhao Zixuan, who was holding the longbow and constantly paying attention to the octopus zombie's movements, did not notice this scene. He only saw all the tentacles of the octopus zombie stop moving the instant they heard the bell, and then they all eagerly stretched toward their direction. The bright eyes at the tips of those tentacles, wide open and adorned with eyelashes, sent chills down his spine. He finally couldn't hold back and shot his first arrow. Sun-chasing bow, damage 500. While held, it increases the holder's agility by 20. When hitting a target, there is a 17 chance to paralyze the target, a 30 chance to steal a certain percentage of the target's agility for 10 seconds, and a 51 chance to produce an explosive effect. That arrow hit precisely, piercing the eye of the foremost tentacle. The 51 explosive effect was triggered, and the entire tentacle exploded instantly, bursting forth yellow slime. The slime splashed onto the other tentacles, making a sizzling sound like frying oil, causing those tentacles to recoil in pain. Immediately after, an angry roar erupted from the octopus zombie as it climbed out of the window and leaped toward them. With a distance of several meters plus the height of 2 or 3 stories in between, the octopus zombie clearly overestimated its jumping ability. Crashing into the anti-theft net of the opposite floor, the tremendous impact causing the entire windowsill to collapse. In just a breath's time, it emerged from the dust, its arms plunging into the wall like knives, climbing straight up the wall. It was an unyielding momentum. Jiang Si took out her pistol and aimed for the approaching zombie's head. Sensing the threat, those tentacles instinctively blocked her shots. However, once the bullets were exhausted, the octopus zombie's speed did not slow down, indicating that the bullets posed little threat to it. She pouted, somewhat disappointed. "Take me with you." Before Zhao Zhixian could urge her, she climbed onto his back. Just as Zhao Zhixian jumped to the top of another building, Jiang Si's heart raced as she saw a flesh-colored tentacle approaching her at an unavoidable angle. In an instant, she felt as if her foot was being burned, and couldn't help but exclaim. When she landed, she realized her foot had a large hole in it. Fortunately, the wound healed instantly. Jiang Si took out a stand-in doll from her pocket, and at the same spot on the doll shaped like a dancer, there was a similar black hole. This stand-in doll was very useful, so as long as the universal box had a refresh, she would have Bai Xian exchange it for her. Now, she, Qin Mei Fei, Li Jing Kai, and Bai Xian each had 2. Jiang Si took out another one and said to Zhao Zhixian, "This is a special item that can share a certain amount of damage. My ability is to identify this item." After a pause, she added, "Although I can't participate in combat, I can still be very useful later." "Really?" Zhao Zhixian frowned. The reason this woman, who instinctively kept her distance from others, spoke so openly about her secrets was likely because she feared being abandoned and turned into cannon fodder. He really wanted to try throwing her down to see what kind of terrified expression would appear on her face. "You really don't need to do this." Zhao Zhixian naturally wouldn't do that. Jiang Si looked up at him in confusion, thinking he doubted the usefulness of the special item, patiently explaining, "Don't underestimate this doll. As long as it's not fatal, it can continuously bear the attack damage for you. My foot is an example." Zhao Zhixian took a deep breath, showing a hint of sarcastic anger mixed with a smile. "Get up quickly," he said. Because she was turned away from him, Jiang Si couldn't see his expression and didn't know if he truly understood. She continued speaking. "The ring on your hand can increase your agility by 50. This is just part of the Void Eye series. If you can obtain other parts, your speed will be even faster than now." At this point, it was implied that to gather a complete set of special items, he should also take some risks, right? Zhao Zhixian jumped onto the road and dashed into an alley, not forgetting to shoot a few arrows back. The woman continued to chatter in his ear. "You might not know that evolvers are divided into 3 types: strength, agility, and intelligence. Hu Chun belongs to the strength type. I Mei Fei and Xiao's will belong to the intelligence type, while you belong to the agility type. The directions are different. Special items can only be used by those with corresponding attributes. So that bow suits you very well. When you took up that bow, didn't you feel your body became more agile? If I'm not mistaken, it can also increase your agility attribute." Zhao Zhixian wished he could shut this woman up. She had always been like this since childhood, seriously discussing what she thought was important without caring about others' feelings. A slight sense of revenge rose in his heart, and he interrupted, "You're also an intelligence type? But I don't see you being very smart." Jiang Si was taken aback, unsure if this was Zhao Zhixian's personal attack on her. This man had quite a sharp tongue. However, it didn't matter. Jiang Si shook her head slightly. "You misunderstood. Intelligence type doesn't refer narrowly to IQ, but rather soft skills. For example, invisible mental resilience, resistance to hypnosis, ability to learn knowledge, color recognition, spatial control ability, etc. Evolvers of this type may not have the fastest speed or the strongest strength, but their usefulness is reflected elsewhere. What you interpret as intelligence is just a small part of the brain's development. It's a minor branch of the intelligence type evolution. I'm really not in this category." As she spoke, she pointed at the zombie. "You really need to be alert. If we aren't careful, we could both end up dead here. Isn't that stating the obvious?" Did this need another reminder? Before Zhao Zhixian could speak, he felt a heavy pressure around his neck, a warm breath brushing against the skin of his neck, accompanied by strands of hair. It was Jiang Si directly pouncing onto his shoulder, pressing her entire face against his neck. To him, her weight did not feel like a burden. But soon, Jiang Si wriggled free and said, "It's inconvenient for you to carry me. It will affect your performance. While you're distracting that monster, I'll go meet up with Hu Chun and the others." As she spoke, she turned and decisively slipped into the room on the same floor of the building they were standing on, without a hint of reluctance. Chapter 45 Fight. Zhao Zhishuan couldn't catch her in time. Seeing the octopus zombie had arrived, he had no choice but to move immediately. Just as Jiang Si had said, the creature's attention was solely on him. It didn't even pause as it passed her hiding spot. What a heartless woman. Dodging the attack of the octopus zombie's tentacles, Zhao Zhishuan thought to himself. The heartless woman he was thinking about soon appeared at the entrance of the shopping mall, not forgetting to check the nearby cars to see if she could find one that was intact and had keys. Unfortunately, the cars in the vicinity had all been toys for mutated zombies, dismantled into pieces. Jiang Si only found a complete small sedan in a corner. However, upon opening the car door, a suffocating wave of nausea surged up. The driver's seat was piled high with indescribable chunks of flesh. If it weren't for the torn pieces of clothing wrapped around it, no one could be sure that this pile of flesh had once been human or a humanoid zombie. Who is the murderer? But this was destined to remain a mystery. Jiang Si quickly closed the car door before she could throw up. Then she saw Qin Meifei and Hu Chun rushing out. Qin Meifei was carrying a poster in her arms, concealing a figure possessed by Lu Tianyu within it. "Quick! Find a working vehicle," she shouted. The three of them hurriedly searched. In the end, it was Qin Meifei who dragged out an electric scooter with a flat tire from a garbage pile. However, this electric scooter was a small women's model, barely big enough for two people. Jiang Si glanced at Hu Chun's thigh, which was bleeding profusely from dodging attacks. His back and cheek had additional wounds as well. Losing too much blood would lead to fainting. It was only a matter of time. Jiang Si then said to Qin Meifei, "Just go straight ahead, don't look back." This electric scooter had been abandoned by its owner for a long time, showing insufficient battery power. But it was still faster than running on two legs. If it runs out of power, abandon the scooter and find a high building to hide in. What about Miss Jiang? Her decision made Hu Chun's pupils flicker. The heavy blood loss made his lips turn pale, and the light in his eyes felt somewhat feverish. She suddenly rushed over and tore open Hu Chun's back. There was almost no need for much strength, as the area scraped by the octopus zombie's tentacles had already torn his clothes, exposing a layer covered in densely packed, shiny pus-filled blisters. Some of the blisters had been rubbed raw by the clothing, oozing discolored blood. The areas where the blood flowed also showed signs of blister formation. Such blisters also appeared on the back of Qin Meifei's hand. Although she had been protected by Hu Chun, she inevitably got contaminated by the octopus zombie's slime. Qin Meifei's injured area was small and could have been avoided. However, Qin Meifei didn't notice this at all, unable to help but exclaim, "Brother, you? We need to find someone to treat this," Jiang Si said. "Ordinary hospitals definitely won't do. Even if they're normal doctors or nurses, there won't be the appropriate medical equipment and medicine. Go to St. Mary's Church." "What?" Qin Meifei's eyes widened in terror. "Half an hour ago, they've been arguing about dealing with this place. Listen, the map is in Lu Tianyu's bag. Hurry up." She patted Qin Meifei's hand, and under the latter's tearful gaze, turned and ran back into the shopping mall building. Previously, Hu Chun's fight with the zombie had not damaged the stairwell, but inside it was a mess. Cracks appeared on the walls and floor. The octopus zombie had the strength of a mutated zombie, along with the agility of an octopus, and it might also have special items that enhanced its agility. No matter what, it couldn't be allowed to get close and entangle them. She climbed quickly to the top floor of the building, her heart pounding in her chest, as if it would burst from her throat. Then she took a deep breath, clasped her hands on that balcony, and shouted to Zhao Zhishuan, "Don't just run, fight it." Zhao Zhishuan, who was dodging the octopus zombie's frenzied attacks, froze in place. Then a surge of anger rose within him. If you can do it, then you do it. But the pressing octopus zombie did not give him a chance to breathe. An advertisement board was thrown at him, making a huge noise. Zhao Zhishuan quickly dodged and hid in a nearby building, leaning against the wall to block the flying debris. Even so, something sharp grazed his arm, and when he reached out to touch it, he felt a sticky sensation. However, after being entangled with this octopus zombie for a few minutes, his mindset had grown anxious. If it were the mutated zombie from Mingzhu Square, he would have claimed it couldn't even harm a hair on his head. But this creature, covered in octopus tentacles, was fast. As long as the two were within 3 or 4 meters, one of its tentacles would reach out. With such speed and explosiveness, if he couldn't dodge in time, it could cost him his life. Moreover, it seemed to have a certain level of intelligence, able to judge his movements. Several times, the landing points of the heavy objects it threw were right where he anticipated going. This accuracy was incomparable to what he had experienced at Mingzhu Square. Yes, it had evolved. It had become stronger. The result of the creator favoring all creatures except humans was chilling. In just half a day's time, mutated zombies could merge with mutated octopuses, becoming intelligent monsters that no longer merely followed instinct. With such a troublesome enemy targeting him, unless he killed it and rendered it immobile, the days ahead would not be peaceful. Right, he couldn't hide anymore. After all, his stamina was limited. Without waiting for the octopus zombie to charge over, Zhao Zixuan shot an arrow behind him. The arrow struck a heavy object on the octopus zombie's head, triggering an explosive effect that burst forth with a spray of blood. This little injury couldn't cause any real harm to the octopus zombie. He didn't dare delay and quickly ran out, not forgetting to shoot another arrow behind him. This arrow struck the octopus zombie's belly, but did not produce an explosive effect. The octopus zombie pulled the arrow out and threw it harshly to the ground. A hole appeared on its belly where the arrowhead had been, oozing dark, congealed blood. That's it. Zhao Zixuan aimed at that wound, shooting purposefully again and again. In no time, a hole the size of a bowl appeared. He had no time to rejoice before he saw the octopus tentacles, like snakes, burrowing into the zombie's body, making a dense and cheerful crunching sound as they devoured the zombie's internal organs. This scene made Zhao Zixuan's scalp tingle. However, at that moment, the zombie became still, including Jiang Si. They suddenly felt something spreading beneath their feet, a strange force field making their bodies feel heavy. Jiang Si felt all the hairs on her body stand on end, and all her instincts screamed to run, to run. But another awareness told her not to act rashly. The scene of the mutated zombie tearing through the void to reach them earlier flashed through her mind. At that moment, both she and Zhao Zixuan were like prey stuck in a spider's web. These two prey were within the sensing range of the octopus zombie. Whoever moved first would be torn to shreds by the force that broke through the air. Zhao Zixuan looked at Jiang Si from afar, his mouth opening slightly. Even without a sound, Jiang Si instantly understood what he was saying. In a vague, distant memory, there was someone who did the same, far away, mouthing words to her. He said, "Ah Si, want to be bad to tease the teacher like this?" She replied to him with a few lip movements. What's wrong with that? After all, I didn't touch that ink, didn't draw flowers on the exam paper. It was all you. He then angrily ran over, pretending to hit her. She suddenly remembered that among those past moments she thought were unimportant lay a childhood friend sealed away. But at this moment, that friend told her not to move, that he would distract it, and then he shot out like a bullet towards the distance. In that instant, several tentacles appeared out of nowhere at an unavoidable angle, directly piercing through his body, ripping him to shreds. Jiang Si suddenly felt her blood rush backward, an endless chill sweeping over her head, and she only had time to widen her eyes in terror. Chapter 46. Success, but soon, the fragments of flesh fell to the ground, taking on the appearance of Zhao Zixuan. The substitute doll had absorbed the fatal blow for him. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and stuffed an object into the wound on the octopus zombie's belly. It was the grenade that Jiang Si had earlier stuffed into his pocket along with the substitute doll. She had worried about wasting it on by Xian, and this one had been on her all along. After completing this action, his survival instincts kicked in, doubling his speed. He rolled away and hid behind some rubble. Then a blast sounded, and a rain of blood erupted from the octopus zombie. Everything ended quickly. The zombie's skin was very thick. Even bullets couldn't completely penetrate it. Plus, with its speed, the grenade might not even hit it. You must wait for the right moment to throw it into its body. But that means you have to get close to it, which is too dangerous. I have an idea, but with your ring's speed boost, those tentacles will kill you. Zhao Zhishuan couldn't help but recall the woman's murmurs from a few minutes ago. He was wrong. She was very clever. At that moment, Jiang Si had already run down from the upper floor. She took out a bone saw and fiercely chopped the still wriggling octopus tentacles on the ground into pieces. He looked at her, wanting to say, "Aren't I impressive?" But the woman frowned and shouted at him, "Come over and kill these things, or they'll crawl onto other zombies." Seeing him just sitting on the ground, she urged again, "This is not the time to rest. The zombie horde is coming." This was really life-threatening. Zhao Zhishuan had no choice but to get up and stagger over to her side. At this moment, Jiang Si had an additional necklace in her hand, made of silver-white platinum and set with delicate diamonds shaped like beautiful petals, a part of the Void Eye set, which could also increase agility by 50. "Put this on quickly," she said, her eyes curving happily. Zhao Zhishuan looked at the necklace with a complicated expression. It was clearly a woman's accessory. However, Jiang Si didn't give him any chance to refuse. She was already on tiptoe, putting it around his neck. He couldn't help but recall their past, hiding in the attic where adults couldn't see them. Young Jiang Si would dress him in her white tulle skirt, apply thick lipstick to his lips, put a layer of red on his face, and add ribbons. She would regretfully tousle his flat, crew-cut hair and pull out a necklace from a box that seemed to be the same as all the others. Since she wasn't familiar with the clasp of that necklace, she had wrapped herself around him, pinning him against the pillow. When he looked up, he could smell her breath. That necklace was the most valued jewelry of her mother, worth several million at the time. But such things were merely props for her to dress him up. Soon, she admired her handiwork, her eyes also curving, the corners of her mouth even lifting, revealing a small dimple on her right cheek. She said to her transformed self with a red monkey's bottom, "All right, you are now the most beautiful princess. Next, you are going to the ball, and I will be your prince. Dear princess, the pumpkin carriage is ready." He quickly, clumsily got up, lifted the skirt, trying to achieve the elegance she desired, standing on tiptoe. Then he heard her say, "Wait, before you get into the carriage. You need to kiss your prince." At that moment, he felt his heart pounding. It was joyfully crazy, but he didn't have time to cup her face. The attic door was suddenly burst open by a nervous nanny. The child who had once loved to play prince now wore a puzzled expression just seconds after putting on the necklace. Jiang Si observed Zhao Zhishuan's attributes and found that he hadn't worn the necklace to increase any other stats. The attributes of the Void Eye weren't activated. It seemed there was another part. She suddenly noticed something, pointing to a living creature running along the roadside, and shouted, "There!" Within a 0.1 meter range. She could sense unclaimed special items. That living creature was a gray rat biting on a piece of zombie flesh, which had a special item on it. Almost simultaneously, Zhao Zhishuan's dart shot out. The gray rat squeaked and darted into the underground passage, leaving the oversized piece of flesh behind on the ground. Although the gray rat still had a fear of humans, it was evidently very attracted to that chunk of flesh. It continued to peek out from the underground entrance, trying to drag the meat back. However, Jiang Si had already rushed over and condensed the special item into a card. But she soon showed a disappointed expression. "It's not the Void Eye." "What is it?" Zhao Zhishuan couldn't see Jiang Si's card, but seeing her holding something in her palm, he still asked. "Electromagnetic field," she replied. This special item could explain why the mutated zombies had sensory capabilities. Special item, electromagnetic field usage. After equipping, it can sense any object within a certain range and can teleport to any location within that range. The sensing range is determined by intelligence attributes, and the teleportation frequency is determined by agility attributes. Note, the electromagnetic field will disappear over time, with an estimated disappearance time of 21 days, 3 hours, and 35 minutes. In Mingzhu Square, this range remains centered on the lake, thus limiting the activity range of the mutated zombies. Later, the octopus tentacles fused with it, causing a special change, shifting the center of this ability range to its body. Nowadays, this ability has no specific form. If not for her ability, it certainly couldn't be possessed by anyone. She began to realize the preciousness of her ability. So, she explained this special item to Zhao Zhishuan. He seemed somewhat distracted. "This is very useful. You can keep it for yourself. You killed the zombies. This should belong to you. But she didn't say anything, as she calculated in her heart that it seemed to be her own son Bao, the substitute doll, and most crucially, the grenade. She let out a light sigh of relief, then showed a self-evident expression. Zhao Zhishuan's gaze darkened. Although they hadn't seen each other for many years, he could still sense what she was thinking from her subtle expressions. That detestable woman. Use it. Otherwise, it will be wasted when the time comes, he said coldly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Si felt much more confident. He already had the necklace, so taking this special item wouldn't put her at a disadvantage. A thought flashed through her mind. The card quickly transformed into speckles and merged into her body. Her consciousness spread out like a web, allowing her to sense everything alive within a 20-meter radius, even without using her eyes, including the species and size of living creatures. Beyond that range, the perception gradually blurred, only allowing her to know that something existed, and beyond 50 meters, it was completely shrouded in white mist. However, before she could fully experience the wonders of this ability, her expression suddenly changed as she recalled the scene of opening that car door and seeing the driver's seat. It felt very natural for him to be carrying her now. Hurry, something's coming. Chapter 47, Save Me. Her electromagnetic field indicated that something was approaching beneath the floor she was standing on. Yes, rats. Thousands of them were emerging from the ground. A few had already crawled out from the underground entrance, scurrying around their feet. Although they weren't targeting them, it was enough to make them feel nauseous. These rats seemed unchanged for now, but it was clearly only a matter of time. Mei Fei and the others were headed down that path, Jiang Si said. Zhao Zhishuan stumbled for a moment, but still gathered his spirits and started to run. The trees and buildings on either side were rapidly receding, and Jiang Si immediately sensed something was wrong. Earlier, she couldn't hear him breathing while he carried her on his back, but now he sounded like a broken bellows. Stop, stop, she shouted, but Zhao Zhishuan continued forward, forcing himself to run across the street. A few seconds later, he stumbled and fell. Due to inertia, Jiang Si was also thrown off, and the rough ground scraped her palms. She didn't have time to check her condition and hurriedly ran to Zhao Zhishuan's side. As she got closer, she noticed a hole in his abdomen, revealing his intestines. A wave of icy fear enveloped her from head to toe, and her heart raced. She felt as though her heart condition was about to act up, but she took a deep breath, suppressing the terrifying panic. She reached out and patted Zhao Zhishuan's cheek. This time, he didn't respond with the same alertness as before in the bus. His tightly pressed lips still made him look unapproachable. However, he might never open his eyes again. She rummaged through her backpack, bandages, hemostatic spray, anti-inflammatory medication. But could any of these seal the hole in Zhao Zhishuan's body? After several seconds, her hand recovered in Zhao Zhishuan's blood, and she didn't even know what she was doing. Doctor, doctor, I need a doctor. She instinctively looked around, but all she heard in response was the distant growling of zombies. She couldn't help but pout, tears flowing uncontrollably. But she quickly wiped her face. At this moment, they were in the middle of the street, and something could jump out from any direction. She didn't dare to slack off, pulling him onto the steps beside them. This had once been an insurance agency before the apocalypse. The glass door was wide open, and there were no traces of blood inside. It was the closest and cleanest place on this street. Just as she was out of breath dragging Zhao Zhishuan inside, she instantly tensed up. A man in black walked out from the back, biting into an apple. Unlike Jiang Si's disheveled and tense state, this man was neatly dressed and appeared relaxed, as if the apocalypse was just his backyard. Clearly unaware of the living person before him, his expression froze for a moment. Then he pointed hesitantly at the unconscious Zhao Zhishuan behind her, saying, "Looks like you need help." Jiang Si stared at him in terror. She couldn't identify anything about this person. Even if he stood right in front of her or brushed past her, her identification ability seemed to have failed, detecting no information at all. Moreover, this person didn't exist in her electromagnetic field. Was this person even human? After a long pause, she finally managed to say, "Can you help him?" But he is dying. The man in black stepped around to Zhao Zhishuan's side and nudged him with his toe, showing a pitying expression. Yes, he is dying. Jiang Si's tears started to flow again as she said this. Please help him. Is he important to you? The man in black asked. Very important. Jiang Si replied. A lover? A brother? Jiang Si remained silent, her attention focused on Zhao Zhishuan's gradually falling body temperature. He was going to die. If he died, there would be nothing left. The man in black smiled faintly, a look of understanding on his face. I see. He sighed lightly and continued. I can save him. But I have a condition. I agree, Jiang Si replied quickly. This surprised him a bit. I haven't even said what I need. What I want isn't anything ordinary. I want your soul. Jiang Si seemed to see the black scythe he was carrying behind him and doubted the reality of this matter. Are you the Grim Reaper? Grim Reaper? That's an interesting title. I happen to have no name. You can use that as my name. He smiled slightly, seemingly pleased with this. If you take my soul, will you die? Jiang Si asked. How could that be? I don't have a soul, and I'm living just fine, the man in black said, as if stating something very ordinary. If it weren't for her inability to sense his existence, Jiang Si would have thought he was talking nonsense. But she had no other options left. As for how this man would save Zhao Zhishuan and take her soul, that was beyond her consideration. I agree to let you take my soul. Please save him quickly, she said, afraid of regretting her decision. The man in black's eyes lit up with excitement. All right then. It's been empty here for a long time. I've always wanted to fill it with something. Someone told me it's because I was born lacking a soul. Now it's complete. Sensing Jiang Si's anxious emotions, he quickly clasped his hands together and smiled. Don't worry, life and death are just a matter of a thin line. As long as I pull him back from the brink of death, he will. Suddenly, a glow appeared in the palm of the man in black. He gently brushed it over Zhao Zhishuan, as if erasing a wrong answer with an eraser. The wounds on Zhao Zhishuan's body disappeared at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, his skin was smooth, showing no signs of injury. Jiang Si, witnessing this miracle, stammered, "You. How did you do that?" The man in black shrugged it off. It's simple. Just pull the timeline back to when he wasn't injured. But then, he looked puzzled and said, What is this? He opened his palm to reveal the eye of the void ring and necklace. Jiang Si gasped. These were special items belonging to Zhao Zhishuan. Did he want to claim them for himself? But the man in black merely smiled slightly. Interesting. Then he returned them to Zhao Zhishuan. Next, he clapped his hands and looked at Jiang Si with an expectant expression. I'm going to take your soul now. Jiang Si hesitated. He hasn't woken up yet. Zhao Zhishuan's injuries were gone, but there were no signs of him waking up. It's just a matter of time. His body hasn't adapted to the time shift yet. There's no need to worry. Are you unwilling to give me your soul? The man in black frowned. In that moment, a tidal wave of pressure surged toward Jiang Si. She collapsed to the ground, feeling as if she had fallen into an endless abyss. Gritting her teeth, she said, No, I'm just worried about my friend. She stared unblinkingly at Zhao Zhishuan. His breathing was steady, his cheeks flushed, as if he were just dreaming. Only then did she feel relieved, releasing his hand and laboriously standing up to face the man. All right. The pressure instantly lifted, and the man in black returned to smiling, clearly indifferent to Zhao Zhishuan's condition. He was more concerned about his own state after obtaining the soul. He then rubbed his hands together and reached straight for Jiang Si. Jiang Si thought he was going to touch her chest, but to her surprise, his hand went straight through her skin, grasping her heart. This was a strange realization. She felt no discomfort, no blood, and no wounds. She could even clearly feel his fingers gliding over the remnants of her heart. In this state, she could still speak normally. Excuse me, how long will this take? The man in black frowned. Then suddenly his face darkened as he withdrew his hand, angrily scolding. You lied to me. You don't have a soul at all. Chapter 48. The Grim Reaper Before the Apocalypse. Whether humans possessed a soul seemed to be an unimportant matter. If one were to say they did, it would lead to all sorts of questions, including reincarnation and the afterlife, which did not quite align with materialistic science. But to say they did not have a soul would imply that humans are no different from other living beings, merely complex compounds of carbohydrates, a conclusion that felt unsatisfactory. However, whether there was a soul or not ultimately mattered little. But now it was different. The apocalypse had arrived, and everything that seemed inconsequential had taken on a mysterious significance. Before her stood a stranger who could wipe out fatal wounds with a mere touch, shouting, You liar! A whirlwind erupted from his mouth, transforming his previously unremarkable face into a grotesque visage, like a monster crawling out of hell. Jiang Si felt as if her face were being battered by a gale of level 8 or 9. Frost creeping up the strands of hair at her temples at a visible speed. She trembled uncontrollably, her body frozen in place. The only thing she could do was tightly close her eyes and turn her head away, trying to prevent her nose from freezing and falling off. Fortunately, she could still speak. She shouted, "Sir, sir, could you be mistaken?" If he didn't stop, she might actually freeze to death. Am I mistaken? What am I mistaken about? The man in black narrowed his eyes dangerously. You stop. She trembled, her teeth chattering, her cheeks already stiff. She didn't know what this man had done, but he took a step back, and the whirlwind immediately dissipated. His expression was displeased as he said, "You tell me." It seemed he had no interest in killing. In an instant, Jiang Si felt warmth returning to her body, and she immediately rubbed her face vigorously, taking a long time to feel somewhat better. The man in black grew impatient and urged, "What have I mistaken?" She swallowed hard. "Perhaps we humans do not have souls." "Nonsense." Before she could finish her sentence, the man in black leaped up, furious. "Everyone has a soul. How could there be no soul? Without a soul, you're no different from those soulless monstrosities." He seemed anxious, even a bit neurotically excited. However, he quickly calmed down, tilting his head and scrutinizing Jiang Si, his pupils constricting, gleaming with an unusual golden light that was not typical of a normal human. "Why haven't you turned into that kind of thing?" Jiang Si's eyes widened in terror, momentarily unable to react. "What kind of thing?" However, the man in black quickly hesitated, mumbling to himself, "But there is another possibility. You are like me. But you lack their scent, and you don't even have a time axis. You still have a shadow. You are a person. Yet you happen to lack a soul." As he spoke, he grabbed Jiang Si's hand and immediately noticed the red thread on her wrist. Then he burst into laughter. So that's how it is. Jiang Si felt dizzy. Sir, please be gentle. I am the Grim Reaper. You just named me. Have you forgotten?" The man in black said, yet he still released her. Jiang Si could only ask, "Grim Reaper? Are you referring to those zombies outside when you mentioned soulless monstrosities?" "Exactly. If a person loses their soul, they will become like them, only knowing how to eat." The man in black narrowed his eyes again, the fine lines at the corners signaling his bad mood. "Before me, who did you make a deal with?" This question had a sweet, syrupy gentleness to it, but was far more dangerous than the previous shouting. Jiang Si felt a chill in her neck, the melting ice water dripping on her neck, unknowingly soaking her undershirt. She had a premonition that if her answer displeased him, both she and Zhao Zhishuan might not make it out of this alive. Jiang Si, complying, began to describe the only strange thing that had happened to her. The time she shot herself in the forehead on the bus while being attacked by an octopus zombie. Too preoccupied with escaping to pay much attention to it, there simply was no time to think about it. Then I saw a huge vortex, with the moon above. I thought if I really shot myself, I would definitely be dead. But I'm still alive. If there really is such a thing as a soul, I think maybe I lost it that time." As she spoke, the man in black stared at her unblinkingly, his pupils still shimmering with golden light. Perhaps he had his own way of discerning truth from falsehood, as he did not suspect Jiang Si was fabricating her story. After a moment, he slapped his thigh and said, "In that case, let me help you find it back." That, Jiang Si hesitated. If that was truly the reason for losing her soul, it didn't seem to make much difference to her now. However, she worried that he might get upset and blow cold air at her again. So she changed her approach and said delicately, "Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you?" "It's no trouble. I have nothing else to do. Being idle is just being idle." The man in black said seriously while sizing her up, "You don't seem to care much about this matter? Losing my soul?" A look of confusion flashed across Jiang Si's face. "I don't feel anything wrong. Of course. The symptoms haven't shown up yet." The man in black smiled, somewhat unfriendly. "Actually, it's fine if you don't care. It saves you from crying and wailing later." "All right, I'll say this first. Once I find it back, you must keep our deal. If I can find it back, you can either keep it for yourself or return it to me. It's all up to you." I won't interfere at all. Though she thought this in her heart, Jiang Si sincerely said on the surface, "Since I promised you, I will definitely keep my word." Where would he go to find a soul? How would he find a soul? Jiang Si opened her mouth, but couldn't ask. These mysterious matters far exceeded her understanding, and they hadn't even been mentioned in her nightmares about the apocalypse. All right, here, ask this for you, the man in black said, handing her a small piece of black paper. Why notify me? Do I need to confirm it with my own self after finding the soul? Noticing Jiang Si in a daze, the man in black thought of something and quickly took it back, adding the words Grim Reaper with his finger. When Jiang Si received it, she felt a warm touch. It turned out to be a special item, an invitation from the Grim Reaper. Don't lose it, the man in black instructed. Sir, Jiang Si couldn't help but ask, Mr. Grim Reaper, is a soul really that important? Very important. But you've already promised to give it to me. This matter cannot be reversed, the man in black said, raising his hand. Somehow, he produced an apple from nowhere and began to chew it, as if afraid Jiang Si might go back on her word. He strode into the twilight of the apocalypse, and in a moment, he vanished from sight. If it weren't for Zhao Zhishuan rubbing his eyes and sitting up, completely restored, Jiang Si would have thought her encounter with him was a dream. How did I? Zhao Zhishuan clearly realized what had happened to him, and he was momentarily stunned. Jiang Si pointed to the bloodstains left on the floor when Zhao Zhishuan was dragged in, along with the footprints of the man in black. You can consider it as having encountered the Grim Reaper. Fortunately, he was in a good mood and didn't take your life. Seeing her, with rare tears in her eyes, Zhao Zhishuan couldn't help but feel moved. If that is the case, I should thank this Grim Reaper properly. Chapter 48. Finding them, the two were resting in this small shop mainly because Jiang Si needed sleep. Although she hadn't suffered many injuries, the mental torment was significant. She longed for a place to sleep well. However, thinking of Hu Chun and Qin Meifei, she forced herself to get up. You seem to have a bit of a fever, Zhao Zhishuan said, touching her forehead with concern. Jiang Si instinctively dodged and said, I just got a bit cold, but I'm fine. It's getting late. It will be dark soon. We need to catch up with them. She resumed her distant demeanor. Zhao Zhishuan sighed and followed her. How did you think to send them to the church? There are many evolved people there. I was hoping one of them would have healing abilities, Jiang Si replied. Don't blame me. I didn't think that much at the time. Hu Chun's substitute is completely shattered. Even if Meifei later gave her a substitute, it can't protect him from the infection. You don't need to explain so much to me. I understand, Zhao Zhishuan said. Jiang Si nodded and stopped talking. At this moment, the sun had completely set. The winter night fell quickly. The cold wind whistled through the broken windows, and the world, devoid of signs of normal human activity, looked quiet and bleak. Of course, this tranquility was limited to the surroundings. Not far away, the faint sounds of collapses and explosions could be heard, as if something was fighting. Such fights would only become more frequent in the future. Jiang Si had no curiosity at all. Curiosity in the apocalypse could be deadly. She decisively said, we need to take a detour. Although she quickly turned a corner onto another street, she couldn't help but glance back. The sounds of the fight were too loud. A radiant figure flashed between the buildings. It was the white wolf. Unlike the mutated dog, it had a long, smooth body, a cluster of fiery patterns on its forehead, and was significantly larger, capable of running in midair. It was on an entirely different level of existence. One could only wonder how many people this wolf had eaten to become like this. At this moment, the white wolf was entangled with something and didn't notice them. Zhao Zhishuan immediately picked her up and ran at high speed. His expression was strange, even a bit angry. The winter night darkened faster, and the dusk cast a shadow over his face, making him look as if he were immersed in ink. Jiang Si's heart stirred, and she couldn't help but ask, do you have a grudge against that wolf? Zhao Zhishuan didn't answer her, because a few zombies were blocking the road ahead. Further away, there was Qin Meifei's electric scooter with Hu Chun. Did they abandon the vehicle here? This realization made Jiang Si shiver. However, she quickly calmed down. Her fate was intertwined with Meifei's. If Meifei died, she would also die. Since Meifei was fine, perhaps she was hiding somewhere now. She surveyed the streets around her and saw many zombies moving in one direction, quietly following them. She glanced over and saw several zombies leaning against a door panel in an alley, unconsciously tapping their fingers, waiting for something. That was a small shop transformed from the parking space of a villa building on the first floor. Clearly, there were people inside, but something was blocking the zombies' perception, making them uncertain about the food, just one door away. So they were just wandering nearby, not going berserk. Outside the shop was a small garden enclosed by a simple fence. The winter garden had only fallen leaves. If there was anything worth noting, it should be a plum tree in the corner. In the dim light, its buds emitted a faint glow. In Jiang Si's memory, the mutation of woody plants occurred more slowly than that of herbaceous plants, posing a smaller threat to humans. However, beautiful flowering trees could always attract attention. She just looked for a moment. Because of this proximity, the situation inside the small shop appeared in her electromagnetic field. Oh, there seemed to be quite a few. 7 people. And a cat. Whose pet is that? No, it was a mutated cat. Compared to dogs, she disliked cats even more. In her nightmares, the scene of that mutated cat slaughtering half of the base was still etched in her mind. The potential of mutated animals was more terrifying than imagined. However, it seemed that the 7 people and the mutated cat coexisted peacefully, just like she had with the rabbit, Xiaoyu. Zhao Zhishuan leaned over and whispered, "How is it?" At this moment, they were on a wall over 2 meters high, and on the other side was another small community. There were also quite a few zombies wandering around. Several zombies that caught their scent reached out with their sharpened claws, scraping against the cement wall less than 2 centimeters away from them, producing a chilling sound. Walking above these zombies, Jiang Si felt a bit of pressure. However, she quickly took a deep breath and shouted, "Meifei, are you there?" Zhao Zhishuan instinctively wanted to cover her mouth. What was this woman thinking? He then chuckled silently. Besides these instinctive zombies, nothing else could pose a complete threat to him, so making this noise didn't matter. Had he gotten so used to escaping that he had become timid? After a moment of silence, apart from the growls of zombies turning towards them, no one responded. Jiang Si didn't give up and shouted several more times. Her clear voice spread through the air, like a stream in a dark forest filled with monsters. "Are you there? Answer me. I'm Jiang Si." In a high-rise building in this area, a figure sat up from under the blanket, his bare torso muscular. Although his voice was young, it sounded weathered. He spoke, "Uncle, did I hear that wrong?" In the same room, someone bound tightly to a chair, unable to move, or rather a humanoid entity, opened one eye, glaring at him with rage. In the room next door, zombies were packed tightly. If not for the door being sturdy, they would have rushed in long ago. The man didn't care. Lighting a cigarette with a lighter, he continued, "I didn't hear wrong. It really is her. Uncle, you always wanted to see me get married. Well, this woman is your niece-in-law. Now you can rest easy. All right, Uncle, I'm leaving. Take care." Saying this, he put on his clothes and opened the window. Then he jumped out. In the apocalypse, some could control fire, some could produce water. So, what was wrong with someone having the ability to fly? However, as this person left, the door propped against the furniture began to shake violently, as if it could be burst open at any moment. The only one watching this scene was the person tied to the chair, his one eye wide open in terror and fear. He could do nothing. Chapter 50. Saving people for a reward, sister. Is that you? A slightly tearful voice finally came from behind the door after Jiang Si had called for a long time. Qin Meifei, fearing to disturb anything, lowered her voice and said, "Sister, we are surrounded by zombies and can't get out." "Is Hu Chun okay?" Jiang Si asked. "He passed out." Qin Meifei sobbed a little. "We were lucky to encounter Dr. Chung. She's performing surgery on Hu Ge right now." However, she hesitated. "The doctor said we need to provide a reward. Could it be that they've also encountered death? Asking for soul exchange?" Jiang Si said, "It's only right to charge for medical treatment." Dr. Chung said she didn't want money. She just wanted us to help her with something. Jiang Si glanced at Zhao Zhishuan and quickly added, "As long as it doesn't involve killing or arson, helping is the right thing to do." "Oh, it's not like that." Qin Meifei's tone was somewhat awkward. "Dr. Chung wants us to help find someone. In this apocalyptic scenario where communication methods are unavailable, finding someone is much harder than one might think." "What kind of person? Is it a man or a woman?" Jiang Si asked, after vaguely hearing several voices arguing. It took a while before Qin Meifei replied again. "It's a woman named Chung Chung." Chung Chung? Jiang Si recalled, but she didn't remember anyone by that name. Does she have any obvious characteristics? Maybe a mole on her face or something. The discussion took even longer, and after a long time, Qin Meifei finally passed the message. Dr. Chung said she doesn't remember very clearly either. She just knows that she has many boyfriends. Oh, doctor. Ching also has a photo with Chung. She looks very pretty. No moles, long hair, big eyes. With these characteristics, it would be strange if they could find her. Isn't there a photo? Jiang Si interrupted. Can Hu Chun move right after the surgery? After a while, Qi Meifei answered. Yes, he can. Dr. Cheng's medical skills are very good. All right, let's first find a place to spend the night. Once you confirm that the surgery is done, we'll help you draw the zombies away from the door. Before that, don't open the door. There's 7 or 8 zombies outside. Having spent a long time in the hospital before, she had seen doctors deal with patients whose entire backs were covered in burned blisters. Needing to use special needles to drain the fluid one by one, a very tedious process. Although she didn't know how Dr. Chang would handle Hu Chun's injuries, she estimated it wouldn't be quick. After saying this, Jiang Si took the initiative to hook her arm around Zhao Zhishuan's neck. Zhao Zhishuan lifted her, and they jumped forward. Before the surrounding zombies could close in, they had already run far away. Not long after, they found a tall building across the street that they could enter. Although it was an office building, the entire place was empty. However, half of the building had been sliced in half by the wing of an airplane, collapsing onto the surrounding lower buildings. They chose the second highest floor they could climb to. Any higher would leave them exposed to the endless open air, only able to endure the cold wind all night. They were lucky. In this place where white-collar workers used to work, there was an intact snack shelf. Zhao Zhishuan was already very hungry at this moment and immediately grabbed 2 pieces of bread, sitting down on a long bench against the wall to eat heartily. Jiang Si followed suit and took one. She had only eaten a couple of bites of dry noodles in the morning, which was the last food she had brought from Yin Yun's place. The bread tasted sweet and delicious, although this kind of food has a very short shelf life. It wasn't the time to worry about such details. For a while, the only sound in the room was them chewing. After a few minutes, Jiang Si finally restrained her gluttony and noticed Zhao Zhishuan was staring at her. Although the light was dim, they could only see each other's outlines, but she could feel his intense gaze, as if there was a fire inside. Suddenly, she felt a bit of itch in her throat. All right, it must be from eating too much bread. Zhao Zhishuan began to speak. You should drink some water. He handed her a shiny water ball. This way of drinking was indeed novel. Jiang Si said, Thank you. Zhao Zhishuan sighed, still not fond of her politeness. He walked to the window, and the cold wind blew in through the broken glass. From their angle, they could see far away. The city, devoid of electricity, was not dark due to the night. In the visible distance, there were rolling thick smoke and flickering flames. The ravaged human city had already been occupied by monsters. How much longer could the survivors, temporarily isolated from the horror by human creations, hide? Zhao Zhishuan formed a water ball for himself and slowly brought it to his lips. This feeling was similar to when he had secretly drunk soda in the attic. Once, I fell into the water and was very scared. So, I developed an ability related to water. After that, I was proud, thinking I was different from others, remarkable. But since that person brought me to the organization, I realized I was nothing. My water ability is the weakest among the 5 elemental abilities, and above the 5 elemental abilities, there are 4 higher-level abilities: ice, thunder, poison, and space. The white wolf you saw is not a real wolf. He is a person. He brought me to the organization and made me leave my parents. I hate him. Jiang Si stood beside him, silent for a moment, her gaze falling on a room not far away, where there was a faint light. Clearly, there were survivors behind it. In this city, there should be many survivors like this. She slowly said, Was it also because of this reason that you moved back then? Now she could recall everything about Zhao Zhishuan. At that time, she was about 8 or 9 years old, and her family lived in a coastal city. Her father had fallen for a younger woman and no longer came home often, while her mother indulged in her paintings and also didn't take care of her, leaving her under the care of a strict nanny. The nanny forbade her from touching this or that. So she would sneak through the corridor into the garden to find Zhao Zhishuan while the nanny was napping. Zhao Zhishuan's mother, like all housewives, had excessive expectations for her son. Every time she went to play with him, she would eye her suspiciously for a long time, thinking she would corrupt her precious son. For a long time, Jiang Si thought their moving was related to her. No wonder Jiang Si felt strange towards Zhao Zhishuan. The younger Zhao Zhishuan was not as tall and thin. During his teenage years, he wore glasses, had a round face, and some baby fat, with the only hobby of placing a comic book under his homework while studying. At that time, people around him wouldn't call him by his name, but would refer to him as Zai along with his mother. She continued, "You hate him, perhaps not because of what he did. In a peaceful era, an ability user might feel out of place among ordinary people. He brought you to your organization just to find you companions. Yet you hate him for it. I think your perspective is too narrow." If these words were spoken by someone else, Zhao Zixuan might have been angry, but they were said by Jiang Si. She had always been this straightforward with a kind of calm sharpness. This was the way he remembered her. She truly hadn't changed at all. Zhao Zixuan smiled and nodded. "You're right, but I still want to hate him. I still want to kill him. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have been separated, would we?" Chapter 51. Business Building. Jiang Si looked at him in surprise. Perhaps at this moment she could realize Zhao Zixuan's obsession with her. The companionship and understanding they shared in their youth were indeed deeply etched in memory. Yet separation was also a norm. In life, there are always many people coming and going around us. Some separations are merely temporarily unseen, while more separations often represent the distance between life and death. It seems that all tangible matter cannot escape this established rule. Now that she could reunite with Zhao Zixuan, it was already a great gift. How could she resent the past separations? Without separation, how could there be the joy of today? Speaking of which, they hadn't seen each other for over a decade. The time they hadn't met was longer than the age they were when they first parted. Those who are overly nostalgic for past people and events are either too old or living worse than before. Clearly, Zhao Zixuan was the latter. Jiang Si comfortingly patted the back of Zhao Zixuan's hand, as if only this could compensate for all the pain caused by her absence in his life's journey. All right, you're right," she said. "So shall I hate him together with you?" Zhao Zixuan couldn't help but chuckle, hypocritical. How could that be? It is. For a moment, both of them fell silent. Their reunion did not occur in a good era. With the apocalypse looming, death hung over them like a sword, ready to strike at any moment. How long could their reunion last? After a moment, Zhao Zixuan reached out his palm to her forehead. This time, Jiang Si didn't refuse. If she did, it would be too embarrassing for Zhao Zixuan. "You're burning up badly. Stay here. I'll go bring them over." Jiang Si initially wanted to refuse his kindness, but thinking that she might need him to carry her later, consuming his strength, she eventually nodded. "Be careful." At this moment, she indeed felt very unwell. The burning sensation starting from her internal organs spread to her limbs and brain. Her entire body felt like it was soaking in a pot of scalding, sticky porridge. She moved her fingers, but in this heat, even her fingertips lacked a distinct sensation. She rummaged through her backpack, took out the last anti-inflammatory medication, and swallowed it with the water pouch Zhao Zixuan had left. In the past, she had swallowed quite a few pills to maintain her fragile heart, and this action was already second nature to her. However, before she could find a sheltered corner to rest for a bit, someone approached from the electromagnetic field below. Zhao Zixuan was back. No, it wasn't Zhao Zixuan. Almost instantly, she became alert, gripping a bone knife tightly in her hand. But she soon recognized the sound. It wasn't just footsteps, but something tapping the ground. Could it be a blind person? Another Grim Reaper? The Grim Reaper, whether a person or a species, should be an exception. A being capable of controlling time should disdain to linger at a single point in time. The present, struggling in the apocalypse, might just be the past or future of their kind, a fleeting fragment in the river of time. How could such an identity be so common? Even so, she still did not let her guard down and moved to the back of the door. She then saw a person coming up the stairs. In the dim light, this person was clearly an adult, holding a blind cane. The blind man stopped at the stairway and asked in Jiang Si's direction. "I've been down below, heard voices, and knew you were on this floor. May I join you?" Jiang Si did not relax just because he was blind. Moreover, his words raised strong doubts. Had it not been for her electromagnetic field, she might have believed him, because when she came up earlier, she had sensed nothing. Yet he claimed he was on the floor. Furthermore, even if he had the ability or a special item that shielded him from electromagnetic field detection, he wouldn't lie. As a blind person, his hearing should be very sharp. He would certainly know that two people had come up. If he truly wanted to join them, Why wait until one person left to appear instead of coming when both were present? All in all, this person's behavior was very suspicious. No, this floor already has someone. You should go to the lower level, she said, keeping her tone neutral. But the blind man did not give up and said in a clear, gentle voice, "Each floor is quite large. I imagine you don't lack this little space. I'm so scared hiding alone, and it's not easy to see a living person. Please have pity on me and let me follow you. I promise I won't be a burden." Although it was a plea, he spoke slowly, reminiscent of the tone of the person who had led Jiang Si to suicide in her dream. To test this suspicion, she moved closer to him. Seemingly thinking she was softening, the blind man also stepped closer. There was only a glass door separating them. Jiang Si felt as if he might transform into a terrifying monster and suddenly pounce on her to devour her whole. But this person merely stood outside, patiently waiting for her to open the door. This distance was enough for her to assess his basic attributes. Name: Lu Xiao, species, human evolutionary evolution level, primary evolution direction, intelligence talent, mind's eye skills, none carried weapons, special item, blind cane lethality. 61. She breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out he was just a well-meaning stranger. Already exhausted in body and mind, she had no intention of being polite. We're all struggling to survive. You should go elsewhere to find a way out. After saying this, she closed her mouth and didn't want to say another word. The blind man named Lu Xiao fell silent for a moment before softly saying, "All right then, I'll stay on the next floor. If you need anything, you can call me. I may not be able to help," he said, turning around, tapping the ground with his blind cane as he made his way down the stairs. For a moment, Jiang Si felt she was being a bit harsh, but her physical discomfort outweighed the twinge of guilt. It was not until she heard the footsteps and tapping sounds disappear that she finally relaxed. Though he was blind, Lu Xiao's presence ultimately kept her on alert. She did not attempt to close her eyes for rest again, but instead began to gather usable supplies from her office. Besides scavenging everything from the snack shelf, she also found some screwdrivers, band-aids, napkins, sanitary pads, etc. in this nearly 1,000 square foot space. Furthermore, she rummaged through a drawer in a desk that clearly belonged to a female employee and pulled out a notebook. Rather than a notebook, it was more like a sketchbook. The sketchbook likely embraced abstract concepts. Jiang Si flipped through it casually. Her mother focused on traditional Chinese painting, so this sketchbook could only be considered a doodle book. Of course, she discovered this notebook because it was a special item, albeit covered with question marks. She could only put it away. After she finished clearing the entire floor, she heard footsteps again. Straining her ears, she indeed heard familiar voices. This time, it was Zhao Zhishuan returning with Hu Chun and Qin Meifei. Chapter 52. Mr. Chung. Of course, he not only brought back 2 people, but also 4 strangers and a mutated cat. To Jiang Si's surprise, the one referred to as Dr. Chung was not one of the 4. In this apocalypse, there are many animals that exhibit human-like intelligence and language abilities. Such beings, which do not rely solely on instinct for survival, pose a significant threat to humanity in the later stages. However, what shocked Jiang Si was that this mutated cat actually possessed a talent, a skill. The talent, described as star brilliance, was something Jiang Si couldn't quite comprehend at the moment. But its skill was healing within the healing category. Although, from Hu Chun's back, it seemed that this healing ability might be in its early stages and quite weak, it was evidently capable of stopping Hu Chun's corrosion. Jiang Si furrowed her brows, feeling somewhat at a loss. This mutated cat was very strong, a massive threat. Yet Qin Meifei was holding this threat in her arms, clearly very fond of it. Dr. Chung was a large orange cat, wearing a small tag around its neck that bore the name Mr. Chung, given by its owner, even though it was a female cat. This female cat's image matched the young people's affection for such creatures. A plump body, a silly yet cold expression, and an incredibly smooth coat. Even after such a long time since the apocalypse began, it seemed to be thriving. At least it was a whole lot fatter than in its photo. Chung doesn't smoke, and neither does her boyfriend. Yet you all have to like that terrible smell. I really dislike it. I'm sleeping in this room alone tonight. You all should go out. And you. Mr. Chung jumped down from Qin Meifei's arms and walked into an office with cat-like steps. This office presumably belonged to a female leader, decorated with dark red sofa cushions adorned with rose patterns and rainbow-patterned throw pillows. There was a vase on the desk, but the flowers inside had already wilted, with some black-edged petals scattered on the carpet. Qin Meifei pouted, looking somewhat hurt, thinking she had established some connection with the cat. Little did she know that the cat was still reluctant to get close to her. Feeling a bit dejected, she gently asked, "Will you be cold sleeping alone at night?" "Not really. My fur is quite thick," Mr. Chung replied, primly grooming its whiskers as it sat down directly on the rainbow-patterned pillow. "With so many of you watching me, I won't be able to sleep." Its eyes squinted, turning its round eye sockets into a narrow slit. This proud little creature had quite a temper. Qin Meifei had no choice but to step outside. Once she did, the four people were also urged by Mr. Chung to leave the room. The last one even politely closed the door, saying, "Rest well. If you need anything, call us. We're right next door." The two groups stood in the dark corridor, feeling a bit awkward. It was clear that the four were a team, and they exchanged glances that conveyed an understanding. One of them, who seemed to be the leader, cleared his throat and said stiffly, "In that case, let us each go rest." Qin Meifei seemed to have a poor impression of the few people, maintaining a stiff expression and not saying anything. Jiang Si had just met them too, so she could only nod politely before entering the room she had chosen in advance. Inside, Zhao Zhishuan was sitting beside Hu Chun talking. To avoid aggravating his wound, he had to lie down to rest tonight. This burly man reached into his pocket, pulled out a handful of fragments, and smiled at Jiang Si, saying, "Sorry, I can't return this to you." Remembering that Zhao Zhishuan had the same kind of fragments in his pocket, the two recalled the previous scene and both showed a look of lingering fear. Then Hu Chun recounted how they encountered Mr. Chung. "That cat probably wanted to escape those people, which is why it ran into us." Hu Chun couldn't help but laugh at the memory of Mr. Cheng's behavior. Fortunately, Qin Meifei had a gun, and the four people seemed wary, avoiding open conflict. Of course, it's also likely that these four were not particularly malicious and did not take the opportunity to harm the young girl while Hu Chun was undergoing surgery. Otherwise, in that narrow space surrounded by zombies, it would have been quite easy for them to harm Qin Meifei. "If we can get the cat to join us, it would greatly help us return to Beijing smoothly," Hu Chun said. After the incident with the octopus zombie, he had already considered Jiang Si and Qin Meifei as part of his team. "Those four will probably follow us like leeches," Qin Meifei commented. As the apocalypse unfolded, these four, along with over 20 others, had narrowly escaped into a 24-hour convenience store, spending the first chaotic week there. As time went on and food resources became scarce, various conflicts emerged. The convenience store's occupants split into two groups. One group consisted of strong individuals with abilities and various miraculous means, controlling food, water, weapons, and women's fates. The other group comprised ordinary people without abilities, who had to obey the arrangements of the ability users, acting as bait for zombies and laborers. Eventually, the latter group, unwilling to be oppressed, took advantage of a zombie commotion to introduce many zombies into the shelter. Amid the chaos, only the four of them managed to escape. Fortunately, during the later survival process, two of the four developed abilities, gaining some strength to resist the zombies. During an encounter with a horde of zombies, the mutated cat, Mr. Chung, also hid with them in a tall building. Upon witnessing Mr. Cheng's healing ability, the four felt as if they had found treasure and insisted on keeping it with them. However, Mr. Chung was always thinking about its owner. Moreover, since cats are clean animals and these four had been heavy smokers before the apocalypse, even after the collapse, half of the supplies in their backpacks consisted of cigarettes. The lingering smell of smoke ultimately displeased Mr. Chung, but out of consideration for the small fish snacks, it begrudgingly traveled with them. Later, when the fish snacks ran out, Mr. Chung insisted on setting off to find its owner, leading the four to chase after it. They then encountered an electric bike by the roadside that had run out of power, leaving Qin Meifei, who was holding Hu Chun, crying loudly. "The ability that can save lives is naturally coveted," Jiang Si remarked. "You can't blame them." As she spoke, Jiang Si felt that something was missing. "By the way, where's Tianyu?" "Still in the painting. His ability is really comfortable," Qin Meifei replied, clapping her hands and reaching behind her back. She clearly remembered stuffing the poster, whereas Tianyu was hiding into her backpack. However, the backpack's zipper had a gap, and the poster was missing. She suddenly became anxious, jumping up and exclaiming, "Oh no, Zhuotianyu is gone." Chapter 53. Looking for Zhuotianyu. Zhuotianyu is lost. Where did he go missing, and where? After a moment of panic, Qin Meifei tries to recall. When Hu Ge was treating his injuries, Zhuotianyu was still there. Later, Zhao Ge came, and I even stuffed the painting into my backpack. Could it be that he was bumped into while crossing the street? Or maybe I missed a step on the stairs, and something fell? No, I have to go out and look for him. The little girl was on the verge of tears. Jiang Si quickly grabbed her, noting the deep scar on Qin Meifei's cheek. Although Mr. Chung had treated it and facilitated its healing, it still left a blood scab that divided her face. This scar appeared after they had separated. The cruelty of the apocalypse was evident on everyone. Jiang Si felt a pang of sympathy for this underage child. "You rest for a bit. I'll go look for him." Zhao Zhishuan immediately stood up. "I'll go with you. You stay here and watch over Hu Chun," Jiang Si said. "I'll be back soon." Compared to her previous attitude towards Zhao Zhishuan, her tone was now much more affectionate. As soon as she finished speaking, Hu Chun's gaze shifted back and forth between the two of them. Jiang Si, oblivious to this, picked up a bone knife and flashlight and walked out. The empty stairwell echoed with every step she took. Just as she reached the next flight of stairs, the blind man named Lu Xiao was already waiting there. "Are you going for a walk?" His voice carried a slight cheerfulness. Jiang Si remained silent and walked past him. But after descending a flight of stairs, she turned around, as Lu Xiao had followed her down. Noticing Jiang Si's scrutinizing gaze, Lu Xiao smiled, his clean, boyish face displaying a hint of shyness. "What a coincidence. I'm also planning to go out for a walk." If it weren't for the light hitting his eyes, Jiang Si would have doubted that his blindness was genuine. Jiang Si ignored him. People like him were quite common before the apocalypse, but now they seemed somewhat eerie. How could a blind person survive for so long? Even if he was an evolved human, being blind was a significant disadvantage in escaping danger. Her mind racing, Jiang Si's mood grew increasingly restless. She searched from the 17th to the first floor. Not even a painting, not even a pin could be found. If it didn't fall on the stairs, it must have fallen on the way here. This was a troublesome matter. She frowned and stepped out of the stairwell. As she crossed the hall, a flash of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky, followed by a deep rumble of thunder. The air instantly became humid, and a slightly fishy wind swept through the hall. She suddenly felt the temperature drop a few degrees. Panic set in as she realized that in the limited beam of her flashlight, the street outside was filled with flying sand and stones, sweeping away anything that could have the poster, paper, or images as Zhuotianyu attached to it, sending them further away. She opened her mouth, uncertain of where to start looking. If Zhuotianyu fell to the ground, wouldn't he be blown away by the wind? She felt a surge of blame. How could he not call out when he fell? What a fool! Just as she was at a loss, she heard footsteps behind her and the sound of a blind cane tapping against the ground. "Looks like it's going to rain," Lu Xiao said as he approached. Rain was normal, but Jiang Si, feeling irritable, replied, "It's not normal. It shouldn't thunder or rain in this season." He spoke slowly since it hasn't rained yet. "I'm going for a walk. Do you want to join me?" He gracefully and quickly walked down the steps, where a zombie was wandering on the road below. "Hey, be careful. There's one in front of you." She couldn't warn him in time. The boy, resembling an angel, had already drawn a short knife from his cane and swiftly stabbed it into the zombie's jaw. As the zombie collapsed against him, he got splattered with a bit of blood, but the dark red, corrosive liquid, unlike normal human blood, did not harm him. Evidently, evolved humans had basic resistance. He turned back and smiled at her, still so pure. "Is this what you mean?" "This is nothing." After a pause, he added, "You saw it just now? I'm really useful and won't be a burden to you. Do you want to reconsider?" Jiang Si was momentarily speechless. Without receiving the answer she expected, Lu Xiao simply curved his lips and said slowly, "I don't like rainy days. I broke my leg when I was little. It hurts when it rains." To be honest, Jiang Si did not dislike this boy. How could a gentle-looking boy with a clean voice be annoying? But in the apocalypse, bad people do not wear their identities on their faces. It is wise to remain vigilant. "Which leg?" Jiang Si hesitated for a moment before asking. "My left ankle," Lu Xiao replied. "I went out to work with my uncle when I was very young. One time, I was so hungry that I stole cold dishes from a food stall, and while being chased, I stepped into a drain. After that, it would hurt when it rained. Sometimes it even hurts when I sleep. So this clean boy also has a past he doesn't want to recall. Jiang Si nodded. Then it must not have healed properly, which is why there are after effects. Don't you think stealing is wrong? Lu Xiao suddenly asked. Jiang Si was surprised. How could I think that? After my uncle found out about it, he beat me. He said I embarrassed him. He said stealing is wrong, and getting caught is even worse. What's wrong with your uncle? Jiang Si asked. Lu Xiao replied, my uncle is a respected person. How could his own nephew do such a thing under him? So he beat me harder than those people did. My foot could have healed, but he stepped on it. Jiang Si felt a chill, instinctively looking at Lu Xiao. When he spoke these words, he still wore a smile, as if those dark pasts had not left a shadow on his life. What happened afterward? Did you resist? She couldn't help but ask. I was just a child. How could I resist? Lu Xiao said. Jiang Si was somewhat surprised. Don't you hate him? No, after all. He's my uncle, and it's for my own good, he replied. Jiang Si couldn't discern the truth of this statement, but since he clearly remembered the past, how could he easily forgive the pain of the past? She truly didn't know how to discuss such a complex issue. She wanted to say that everything was in the past, but she couldn't even comfort Zhao Zhishuan, let alone a seemingly more optimistic stranger. She just furrowed her brows tightly. Are you feeling sorry for me? Lu Xiao suddenly asked. No, I just think everyone has their difficulties. It's not easy, Jiang Si said, quickly running to the other side of the street. A piece of paper was blown away and wedged in the wreckage of a nearby vehicle. Unfortunately, when she pulled it out, it was just a landscape painting, so Tianyu could only attach himself to humanoid things. What would you do? Lu Xiao asked as he followed her. If your uncle, who raised you, beat you for stealing, what would you do? Are you asking me? Jiang Si was puzzled. Why do you ask me? You could ask someone else. But there's only you here, Lu Xiao said. I'm busy right now and can't answer your question. That's okay. I'll wait here. But what are you busy with? Maybe I can help you, Lu Xiao said. Don't be fooled by the fact that I'm blind. I'm quite good at finding things. Jiang Si glanced at him and had a strong intuition that this person had latched onto her. However, with so many people around, why would he choose to approach her? Do we know each other? She couldn't help but ask. No, Lu Xiao replied with a smile. But I've heard your name, and it left a deep impression on me. Oh, Jiang Si frowned. She wasn't a public figure, and her circle of friends was quite limited, so it was surprising to hear someone she didn't know say that she had made an impression. It's an interesting story, but you have to answer the question I just asked first, Lu Xiao said, tilting his head slightly, giving off an innocent and pure vibe. Chapter 54. Nemesis Jiang Si sighed and said, First of all, how can you say someone is raising you when they let a minor go hungry? Since they're not raising you, what right do they have to control you? If living under uncle means going hungry, I think there's no need to live with him. As for stealing, if one's daily needs are met, why would they take things without others' consent? No one wants to be a bad person in this society. If I were you, I would leave those who hurt me. Lu Xiao remained silent for a long time, and the smile on his face was no longer so forced. Just when Jiang Si thought he wouldn't follow her, he suddenly looked up and said, Oh no, it's raining. He shook his cane, pressed a button on top, and an umbrella instantly popped out, walking over to Jiang Si's side. This special item was indeed convenient. Are you looking for something? Lu Xiao asked. As he spoke, the zombie staggered out from the alley on their right. Its body and mouth were smeared with fresh blood and flesh, and sticky liquid dripped down. Clearly, it had just enjoyed a meal. Jiang Si paused and faced the seemingly sluggish zombie. She quickly swung her knife, inserting it into its ear and twisting it. A few seconds later, the zombie fell to the ground, its murky eyes wide open. She hesitated for a moment, then stepped over it and walked into the seemingly perilous darkness. On both sides of the alley were walls 2 or 3 meters high, very deep. Withered vines clung to the walls. This was an alley between streets, and at the end of the alley was a locked iron gate. A body leaned against one corner of the gate. It was still moving, although the flesh on the person's face had been completely eaten away, revealing a nose bone that showed no trace of its original appearance. They were still pulling their intestines out of their open belly and desperately stuffing them into their mouth, making a loud, crunching sound that echoed in the darkness. Around them lay scraps of fingernails, remnants of their struggles as a human. In their frantic resistance, they had even lost one of their shoes. But once they started eating themselves, there was no going back. Jiang Si suddenly felt very scared. In an instant, she thought of Death's words. Those who lose their souls will end up like this. One day, she too would sit alone in the dark, eating herself. Lu Xiao approached her and asked, "Is this your friend?" Jiang Si once again doubted whether he was truly blind. "No, Zhuo Tianyu doesn't wear pants of this color. The young man particularly loves flamboyant styles, wearing purple instead of black." Lu Xiao took down the umbrella, and something shot out from the tip with a whoosh. The crunching sound abruptly stopped. "Then let's go," he said, as easily as flicking off a speck of dust. The time it took to return to their original path was shorter than when they entered. The north wind on the street grew stronger, and the cold crept up like needles from the cuffs of their pants. Looking up, they saw Zhao Zhishuan rushing over. "You've been gone for so long. I was a bit worried." Before he finished speaking, he glanced at Lu Xiao beside him, the muscles by his jaw tightening for a moment. Then he asked, "Is this a new friend?" Lu Xiao smiled gently. "Hello, I'm Lu Xiao." His openness made both of them furrow their brows slightly. After a moment of silence, Jiang Si got to the point. "I still haven't found Xiao Zhua. The wind picked up earlier, and I'm not sure if he was blown away. We need to search around." Due to the possession, Jiang Si's electromagnetic field couldn't sense his presence. Without help, it would be difficult for him to come out of the possessed object. In this perilous apocalypse, he couldn't afford to take such risks. Zhao Zhishuan was a bit angry. He must have fallen asleep. Zhuo Tianyu can stay in the possessed object for a long time. After all, no crazy zombie would go looking for trouble with a fake object. Zhuo Tianyu himself has said that he can't help with anything. Rather than following along and shouting to attract danger, it's better to close his eyes and quietly be a painting. Of course, he has thought about which stylish sculpture might better show off his masculinity, but those things are generally too heavy and not convenient to carry. This was the only explanation for why he was lost and didn't have time to make a sound. Thus, they had to search around in addition to retracing their steps. However, they could not find a complete poster for him to possess, despite seeing the glowing plum tree in the darkness. Lu Xiao picked up a torn picture on the ground and smiled. What would happen if the painting he possessed was torn like this? Zhao Zhishuan paused, clearly having not considered this question. But soon he had a sudden realization and ran into the garage where Hu Chun and the others had been hiding. There was a corner piled with discarded renovation materials, where a hand was faintly visible. As he tore off the last layer of wallpaper, his arm trembled a bit. He was somewhat afraid that underneath it would be Zhuo Tianyu's body in two pieces. But Jiang Si quickly rushed over to reveal the result for him. Both of them then sighed with relief. The hand was just part of a plastic mannequin. Jiang Si reached out and patted the mannequin's face, trying to call out, "Xiao Zhua, Xiao Zhua?" The mannequin stiffly turned its head. To an outsider, this was undoubtedly a terrifying scene. But what was even more frightening was that another head suddenly grew out from the mannequin's head. Zhuo Tianyu cried out as if he had seen a family member. "Big sister, it's too scary. That cat is too scary." "You mean it was the cat that ruined your painting?" Jiang Si asked, puzzled. "If that's the case, how come Hu Chun and Mei Fei didn't know? How could they just watch Mr. Qing do this?" Zhuo Tianyu choked up for a moment, then his gaze flickered. Unless he came out of the possessed object, no one could see him during the process of transferring from one object to another. Curious about why a cat would have medical skills. And given that the cat's fur was indeed well-groomed and shiny, he took the opportunity to reach out and stroke it. Perhaps annoyed by his torment, the cat suddenly turned and swiped at him. This not only left a tangible injury on him, but also tore the poster he had previously possessed in half. At that time, Qin Mei Fei was entirely focused on Hu Chun, and Mr. Qing's sudden abnormality only made her think he was uncomfortable. She would never connect it to Zhuo Tianyu's prank angering the cat, so she didn't notice the anomaly with the poster. Others in the room saw the poster fall out of the little girl's backpack, but they thought it was no big deal for a little girl to be a fan, so they wouldn't have thought it was something important. Moreover, in that situation, no one specifically reminded them about the poster. As for Zhuo Tianyu, due to the cat's random swipe, it felt like fire was burning him, and this burning sensation dulled his senses. He had a gut feeling that if he were caught again, he would fall into complete unconsciousness, at which point he would simply be a painting or a plastic object. Clearly, The cat was the nemesis of his ability. As he spoke, Jiang Si had already helped him pull out from the plastic mannequin. On his abdomen were 3 deep claw marks, tearing through his thick cotton jacket, revealing bloody traces of ripped flesh on his skin. Chapter 55. Not wanting to live anymore, Zhao Zhishuan's expression instantly became serious. Zhou Tianyu was an important ability user that the organization needed to bring back, but at the same time, the mutated cat with healing abilities was also very precious. In a situation where both could not coexist, he had to make certain compromises. However, for now, it was somewhat unrealistic to set aside the mutated cat, as Hu Chun still needed it for treatment. In front of that cat, do not use your abilities. He could only arrange it this way for the time being. Zhou Tianyu looked very dispirited, clearly still immersed in the fear of his injuries. He wanted to hold onto Jiang Si's arm for comfort, but was subtly pushed away by Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao smiled and said to Jiang Si, "It's raining, just you." After hesitating, Jiang Si nodded. The two walked out side by side. The first rain after the apocalypse mixed with ice particles. The sound of it pattering against the umbrella created a comforting rhythm. Zhou Tianyu had to shrink his neck and follow Zhao Zhishuan. He couldn't remember if that person was among the strangers from before, and quietly expressed his opinion. "Zhao Thigo, I feel this kid is not simple." Zhao Zhishuan seemed to be deep in thought, naturally not simple. The pain from his abdominal wound was too intense, and his clothes had been torn, letting in quite a bit of cold wind. Zhou Tianyu simply hugged his stomach, curling up like a shrimp, and continued, "Why do I feel he has an interest in the big sister?" This remark made Zhao Zhishuan tense up, turning his face to stare at him intently. Zhou Tianyu, usually sharp-witted, was too distracted by his abdominal pain to notice Zhao Zhishuan's expression, and continued, "I've seen plenty of these pretty boys. Chu Ye, you really need to be careful. Don't let the big sister take him away." Zhao Zhishuan loosened his fist from his sleeve, and after a moment said softly, "It's not like that." "Not like what?" Zhou Tianyu casually asked. "She's not like that." "Which he's she? Is it he or she?" However, they quickly stopped the conversation because Jiang Si had already stopped in her tracks. At the edge of their sensing range, about 20 meters away in front of the business building, there was an additional entity. Someone was ahead. Lu Xiao reminded them, "No, it seems to be a zombie." His voice was always gentle and soft. The extra zombie was different from ordinary zombies. In life, it had been a woman, still wearing a professional skirt. It wasn't very tall, and its muscles weren't bulky, with its hair styled in a bun and adorned with a jeweled headpiece. If it weren't for its torn mouth filled with numerous teeth, one might have thought this was a graceful lady from its silhouette. Instantly, everyone became alert. This zombie was different from ordinary ones, suggesting it had undergone special changes. This could also explain the relatively low number of zombies in the vicinity. The second evolution of zombies had already developed a sense of territory. In the territory of evolved zombies, although the number of zombies decreased, their safety in moving around increased. But the evolved zombies themselves were more dangerous. At this moment, the evolved zombie had not noticed them, instead staring blankly at the sky. Above, the endless gloom was covered with dense clouds, and the snow water poured down from above, just as it had for millennia. "We should hide," is what Tianyu said. "Do I need to remind you?" Jiang Si was preparing to turn and run when she noticed Lu Xiao doing the opposite. Looking back, she saw that blind Lu Xiao had leisurely folded the umbrella into a blind stick and tucked it under his arm. Was he planning to fight it up close? This realization shocked Jiang Si, and she hurriedly pulled him back. The group entered the nearest building. This building was a residential block. Upon entering the hallway, they were greeted by a body leaning against the door. The reason it hadn't turned into a zombie was due to the special item that had killed him. Jiang Si granted him eternal peace. She put away the special item, not bothering to examine it closely, and quickly followed the others up the stairs. The residential building was quite spacious, with only 2 households on each floor. After climbing to the 7th or 8th floor, they found one door ajar. The group rushed inside. Jiang Si walked in last and casually closed the door. The living room was filled with furniture that had not been fully unwrapped. Clearly, the owner of this house had not moved in for long. The house had 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms with good ventilation. In the center of the hall hung a large droplet-shaped chandelier, reflecting colorful lights when illuminated by the flashlight. Looking around, they soon realized this was a wedding house. with red double happiness characters stuck on all the cabinets. Zhao Zhishuan said, "Let's split up and take a look." Zhuo Tianyu immediately agreed and darted into the innermost room. Lu Xiao followed Jiang Si with a smile, quietly asking, "You're also an ability user, right?" "Yes, but my ability is weak. I can only deal with ordinary zombies." Jiang Si did not hide. "Why did you pull me back earlier? You should know my ability is strong." "There's no need to risk yourself unnecessarily," Jiang Si said. "I won't die," Lu Xiao replied. "Isn't there a saying, good people don't live long, while disasters last for 1,000 years? It's rare for someone to say such things about themselves." Jiang Si frowned, feeling a surge of disgust. "Don't say such foolish things." She stepped forward to the balcony, pulled open the curtains, revealing a huge, intact floor-to-ceiling window. Lu Xiao smiled and said, "Really? I always thought dying is a kind of liberation. So I'm not afraid of it. Is that so? If that's the case, you better stay away from me." At this moment, humanity probably couldn't grasp what the death of an individual meant. On the night the apocalypse fell, the evolution factor entered pregnant women's bodies, causing mutations and even deformities in fetal development. Before the fetus had fully developed, it had to be expelled from the mother's body, with 9 out of 10 born as stillborns. Even if they survived by chance, they generally had organs that did not belong to normal humans, treated as monsters and abandoned by parents fleeing. After the apocalypse, any woman with a bit of intelligence avoided getting pregnant. It could be said that every death among humans after the apocalypse meant one less. The issues of reproduction and survival would eventually become a significant factor in humanity's extinction. Of course, during the early days of the apocalypse, survival was difficult for everyone, and no one had the energy to think about the survival of the entire race. After Jiang Si finished speaking, her expression became dazed, and her face turned pale. At this moment, outside the floor-to-ceiling window, a huge creature resembling a gecko lay on the roof of a taller building across the street, its pair of round eyes seemingly noticing the movement and glowing green. She was so frightened that she immediately turned off the flashlight. She stared intently at that spot, and soon another flash of lightning crossed the sky, and that thing had already vanished. This city was far more dangerous than she had imagined. Before she could mention this to the others, they suddenly heard Zhuo Tianyu's exclamation from the master bedroom. Rushing over at the sound, they saw a male corpse lying on the bed. His head had been smashed to pieces, with dark red liquid oozing out, forming an indistinguishable mass. Following that, in the kitchen, they found a neatly severed hand of his bride on the cutting board. That hand bore several bite marks, with wounds oozing black. What kind of girl possesses such determination and decisiveness? And where had the girl who killed her zombie husband and chopped off her own infected hand gone now? Was she dead or alive? Chapter 56 Gap. A few people fell silent for a while, then searched the entire house again. In the apocalypse, unowned items are generally recognized as resources that can be freely distributed. Before long, everyone found several pounds of rice and a lot of dry goods. However, these food items were not convenient to carry. It was still Zhuo Tianyu who found several boxes of chocolate cookies and a few pounds of candy with the character happiness in a living room cabinet. Additionally, Jiang Si's bone knife had already curled at the edge, making it less sharp than it had been at the beginning. She also replaced it with a new one in the kitchen. After clearing the room, the night outside had grown darker. The rain mixed with swirling snowflakes fell heavily, and looking out the window, the shapes of various buildings were blurred into indistinct outlines by the rain curtain. Meanwhile, the howling of monsters rose and fell, shrouded in darkness, making it hard to tell where they were hiding. Zhuo Tianyu leaned back on the sofa in despair, feeling drowsy. In such heavy rain, getting wet would be troublesome. His complexion was indeed poor. It seemed the cat's claws had a profound effect on him. "Come in here," Jiang Si said, pulling out a golden pocket watch from her collar. She opened the lid, revealing a photo of a woman holding a baby. "I wear this close to me. That cat shouldn't attack me directly, right?" The photo seemed to be taken in summer, showing a woman in a floral dress with the latest wavy long hairstyle of the time, smiling brightly at the camera. Anyone who saw it would think she was a great beauty. "Who is this?" Zhuo Tianyu asked curiously. "My mother and me," Jiang Si replied. "Oh, is this a picture of your elder sister when she was young? Although your elder sister is also pretty, she doesn't look much like your mother," Zhou Tianyu said slowly. I look like my father, Jiang Si paused, then added, Are you okay? Do you feel unwell? A flash of panic crossed Zhou Tianyu's eyes. And after a long while, he slowly said, I'm okay, just feel a bit nauseous. As he spoke, he grabbed a cup of water and took a sip. But he was too hasty and started coughing violently. Take it slow. No rush, she said. After finishing the water, Zhou Tianyu calmed down somewhat, closed his eyes, and slowly transformed into a remnant shadow, entering Jiang Si's pocket watch. This time, his possession was not as quick as before. He usually would have swiftly hidden in the painting. Just now, he took a long time to enter the painting, and rather than chatting with Jiang Si, he was more likely stalling to cover up the fact that his abilities had malfunctioned. A Zhou Tianyu without abilities would be directly abandoned by Zhao Zhishuan and Hu Chun, right? She couldn't help but glance at Zhao Zhishuan, trying to glean some clues from his face, but clearly, Zhao Zhishuan was not paying attention to what had just happened. He was staring fixedly at a corner of the living room, where there was a faint mark below the right corner of the TV. If one didn't look closely, they would think it was a dark pattern on the wallpaper. He blinked, instantly brightening up, but when he saw Jiang Si, he instinctively gathered his expression and stood up, saying, It's about time. If Hu Chun and the others come out looking for us and run into that zombie, it would be troublesome. I'll go check if that zombie is still there. Okay. Jiang Si quickly stood up, but was refused by Zhao Zhishuan. No need, I'm fast. If the zombie is gone, I'll just go up and let them come over, Zhao Zhishuan said. After all, this new house had many unopened new blankets, much warmer than the office in the commercial building. He looked at her deeply, his thin lips curling slightly. You're still running a fever. Don't run around and wear yourself out. Without giving Jiang Si a chance to object, he strode out. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Jiang Si's face fell. They had fought side by side, but he still had many secrets. Was it related to his organization? He hated the white wolf that brought him into the organization. Yet, even in the chaotic time of the apocalypse, he still remembered the mission of the organization. What a contradictory person. Since he was unwilling to tell her, he naturally thought it unnecessary to speak. Though she rationally thought this way, her heart felt like it had a thorn in it, stuck and unable to swallow or spit out. Unconsciously, she walked to the place Zhao Zhishuan had just stared at. It was a mark resembling a three-leaf clover. If it weren't for the fact that this wall didn't have a second such pattern, she wouldn't have concluded that Zhao Zhishuan's sudden change in expression was due to it. What does this three-leaf clover represent? What are you doing? At this moment, Lu Xiao suddenly asked. Jiang Si's fingers, which were touching the wall, retracted as if they had been electrocuted. Then she realized Lu Xiao couldn't see her actions. Perhaps he saw that she hadn't spoken for a long time. So he asked her. When Jiang Si turned around, Lu Xiao was already standing behind her. If he were to suddenly stab her at this moment, this thought flashed through her mind instinctively. Compared to Zhao Zhishuan, Lu Xiao was also very strange. I'll go close the curtains. I saw something on the opposite building just now. I don't know if it noticed us. As she spoke, she quickly crossed the hall, using this movement to create distance between herself and Lu Xiao. At this moment, she recalled that Zhao Zhishuan had put her in the same room as another strange man. She couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Perhaps deep down in Zhao Zhishuan's heart, she wasn't as important as he thought. It made sense, after not seeing each other for so many years. Even if there was past friendship, it should have cooled off. Just now, he said you had a fever. I have fever-reducing medicine here. Do you want to take one? Lu Xiao said, pressing a switch on his cane, from which a small box popped out, revealing a white pill. Thank you. Jiang Si took the pill and swallowed it. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but the dizziness caused by the fever eased significantly. She smiled, adding a bit more sincerity. Your cane is very convenient. Do you like this? Lu Xiao asked. If you like it, I'll give it to you. I was just saying it casually. Although Jiang Si was wary of Lu Xiao, she wouldn't snatch a guide cane from a blind person. I'm serious, Lu Xiao said while fiddling with the cane. What originally looked like a straight wooden stick was continuously folding in his hands, making cracking sounds. In just a few minutes, the long wooden stick transformed into a cube, each side showing a different color, and each side had a pull ring. This is so interesting. How does it change? Jiang Si couldn't help but sit down beside him, her pupils filled with curiosity. Lu Xiao smiled. I can teach you how to use this thing first. But first, you have to tell me what color this is. He pointed to one of the sides. Jiang Si then said the color of that side. It's green. Do you like green? Lu Xiao asked. I quite like it. She hesitated as she spoke. For a blind person, not being able to see colors must be a painful thing. Coincidentally, I like it too. Lu Xiao's smile remained unchanged, and his voice was still gentle and elegant. Then let's see what's inside the green, he said, slowly pulling the ring on the green side, revealing a bright red flower quietly lying inside. A beautiful flower for a beautiful person. Miss Jiang, happy birthday. Jiang Si was taken aback. This was indeed a good prop for flirting. Chapter 57. Seduction. She then tucked her hair behind her ear and subconsciously lowered her voice, asking, "How did you know today is my birthday?" It seemed she was moved, wiping the corner of her eye. "I even forgot about it myself. Didn't I say I was impressed by you?" Lu Xiao smiled. "I naturally know more about you than others. You've been silently watching me without me knowing, haven't you?" Jiang Si slowly straightened her body, leaning toward him, her tone heavy with disbelief. Lu Xiao felt her gradually gripping his arm, pressing against him. A hint of redness involuntarily flashed across his fair cheeks. Although his voice remained clear and elegant, the sensation of Jiang Si slowly holding his palm made him feel a tickling thrill. This was a rare experience. His body instantly heated up, and his tone unavoidably carried a sense of eagerness. "It's been 3 years. I've been watching you. I know everything about you better than anyone else. Is it hard not being able to see me?" Jiang Si gradually leaned against him, half of her weight resting on his arm. This intimacy electrified Lu Xiao, feeling strange yet stimulating. The 6-colored square box he had been holding fell to the ground with a thud, and he urgently grabbed Jiang Si, intertwining their fingers. "With my abilities, I can imagine what you look like. You're the only one I think about every night." He leaned in directly, pressing her down onto the sofa. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt a hard object pressing against his waist. It was a gun, and only Jiang Si knew it was unloaded. Before he could show surprise on his face, he felt a pain in his groin, letting out a muffled cry as he instinctively curled up and rolled off the sofa. "You!" He didn't have time to ease the pain in his lower body before Jiang Si grabbed his hair and punched him in the face, causing his head to spin. This woman must have used all her strength. He could even hear the sound of his nasal bone breaking. Jiang Si swiftly kicked away the blind cane that belonged to Lu Xiao, which was twisted into a cube. This thing could be used to draw a knife or launch hidden weapons. It was extremely dangerous. Taking advantage of the fact that he was covering his face and couldn't get up from the sofa, she hurriedly took out the rope she had previously pulled from her backpack and tied him up securely. "Tell me, what is your purpose in getting close to me?" Jiang Si scolded. After a long while, Lu Xiao finally came to his senses from the beating, twisting his body with a somewhat amused tone. "Were you just trying to seduce me?" Jiang Si's face flashed with unnatural anger. If her combat power exploded, would she really resort to such despicable means? She pushed him back onto the sofa. "Answer my question properly." Lu Xiao still smiled, but at that moment, he looked somewhat pitiful, with blood streaming down from his nose. "Don't hit me. Your hands will hurt." He sighed softly, his tone quite innocent. "Honestly, I have no ulterior motives. I just want to be with you. Don't think I don't know." Jiang Si's eyes held a hint of understanding. "You're one of the Queen's people, right?" Lu Xiao lowered his eyelids. Who is the Queen? However, the credibility of this statement was low. Jiang Si fell silent. Even though he couldn't see, Lu Xiao could sense that her eyes were like knives. If they could kill, he would surely be cut into pieces by now. "Do you believe I will kill you?" Jiang Si threatened in a low voice. Lu Xiao hesitated for a moment and confidently replied, "You won't." His impression of Jiang Si was still stuck 10 years ago. Back then, she was like this, holding a pair of scissors against her chin. Her voice was much more youthful than it was now. After all, it had been 10 years. How many decades does a person have? At that time, she also spoke in the same tone. "Hurry up and tell me the exit password. Don't try anything funny. Do you believe I will kill you?" Back then, he was completely blind and could vaguely see her outline. The young girl was very anxious, and it was hard to believe how she managed to avoid the densely packed surveillance and the 5-minute patrols to reach the outer building. Now, 10 years later, she was still using the same lines to threaten him. Lu Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore. Jiang Si slapped his face hard, making his entire face feel like it was on fire. "I hate being wishy-washy. She couldn't help but mutter. Lu Xiao was left speechless and loudly said, "I really don't know who the queen is. Is that so?" Jiang Si frowned, but she only paused for a moment before the tip of her knife pierced deeply, directly cutting through his neck. The delicate skin, unprotected by any evolved armor, immediately bled bright red. This stab deliberately avoided the arteries, so it wasn't fatal. Lu Xiao only felt a pain in his neck and worried about his skin. "You won't keep stabbing, will you?" "Indeed, I won't." Jiang Si grabbed him and pushed him onto the sofa. With his hands tied behind his back, he couldn't maintain his balance, collapsing face down and struggling for a while like a salted fish. He felt Jiang Si make 2 heavy cuts on his wrist and continued, "I won't kill you directly, but I will push you down the stairs. With you like this, covered in blood, I don't know what will happen." Lu Xiao's whole body shook, and only then did he show a hint of surprise. "All right." He then struggled to turn his head. This was the only motion that prevented him from being completely suffocated by the sofa. "I'm not currently one of the queen's people, because the queen is dead." "Dead?" Jiang Si squinted her eyes, somewhat disbelieving. "Everyone in the world can die, but how could that woman die?" Jiang Si made another cut on his wrist. He seemed to feel the liquid sliding down drop by drop, along with his life, which made Lu Xiao shiver involuntarily. "No, don't do that. I'm telling the truth." He swallowed hard, pondering how to make his tone convincing. "About 2 years ago, a group of terrorists attacked the agency and took all the research data. The queen was also shot during that chaos. Did you see it with your own eyes?" Jiang Si asked. "I heard them say it," Lu Xiao replied, sensing Jiang Si was about to do something to him, and hurriedly added, "Although I didn't see it with my own eyes after that incident." Our agency was quickly acquired by a foreign company. The new administrators probably thought we were useless and gave us a substantial severance package. If the queen were still alive, how could she tolerate such a thing? The play of escaping like a golden cicada, shedding its shell? She's not doing it for the first time. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Si's mouth. 10 years ago, during the radiation leak incident in the town, although my memory is not very clear due to hypnosis, ever since I awakened my abilities, I can slowly recall the details. After the radiation occurred, most people in the town quickly mutated into monsters. Some armed forces came forward to quell the chaos. Jiang Si, as one of the few who retained complete human characteristics and rationality, was escorted to a secret base for a full-body examination. Rather than being conservative treatment, it was more like personal imprisonment. That lasted for 2.5 years. Who would have thought that, while bathing in the sunlight of a peaceful country? Jiang Si was once a clinical trial subject without free will, and during that accidental event, she not only lost her freedom, but also her mother. Chapter 58 Queen in 2.5 years. Through the snippets of conversation with the medical staff who came to draw her blood, Jiang Si learned that the so-called nuclear radiation was just a facade. The nuclear energy plant itself was actually a biological research institute. And an explosion caused by improper operation by the experimenters led to the release of a newly stabilized virus into the air through the ventilation system. Once this virus entered the human body through the respiratory tract, it would stimulate the body to produce deformities. The few people who showed no changes might have antibodies to this virus, or they might still be in the incubation period of the virus's transformation. No one among the town residents infected like her could escape. Even a few who initially appeared normal eventually died one after another due to genetic chain collapse after several weeks of observation. Only she had not shown any changes. As the only survivor of a virus infection, she should be considered lucky. However, as the sole survivor, she became a living subject of research, losing her complete freedom and privacy. During her disconnection from the outside world, her biological father erected a tombstone for her and her mother, while her stepfather knocked down the 2 stones engraved with their names and photos, causing a scene at the funeral. Later, Jiang Si learned that after the town reported the nuclear radiation incident, it was sealed off and the families involved were silenced with thick stacks of compensation money. Only her stepfather did not believe the news of their deaths and used his connections to search for the whereabouts of her and her mother. His efforts proved effective, and after 2.5 years of being imprisoned and studied, the police stormed the building housing the research institute, arresting the corporate head of the building for illegal detention and kidnapping, and rescuing her. However, Jiang Si felt no joy upon seeing the light of day again. The news of her rescue made no mention of the truth behind the previous incident or any related terms like biological virus vaccine or live specimen to the public. It was merely a malignant social event because she was brought out by the police along with several teenagers her age who had been lured by a company promising stardom. The captured corporate head confessed to his crimes, claiming his company was not a real media company, but rather exploited young people's desire to succeed quickly, taking deposits from each of them and confiscating their phones and identification cards under the pretext of intensive training, attempting to brainwash them and engage them in illegal activities. Because of this, Jiang Si tightly closed her mouth, wanting to speak. She returned to the sun, feeling an uncertainty about everything around her. She was so afraid of falling asleep and waking up with needle marks from syringes that she refused to close her eyes all night, losing clumps of hair and refusing to eat. Her biological father, upon hearing the news, came to scold her for not loving herself, and then he never visited again, let alone ensured her basic living needs. Only her stepfather gave up work to stay by her side every day, gently encouraging her to open her heart. Because of this, Jiang Si reaffirmed her feelings for this man. He had passionately adored her mother when he was young, and after confirming her mother was dead, he transferred that care to her. She could clearly feel that this man loved her more than her biological father did. For her stepfather's sake, she should live again. To that end, she accepted the psychologist's advice to lock away a memory that others thought was delusional. She clearly knew that the key figure, the queen, had long since left. Although the queen had temporarily spared her, her surveillance had not relaxed. The nearby supermarket, the library she often visited, the 606 bus she took, the park where she had her first date, and the company she worked for, at any unguarded moment, she felt a pair of eyes watching her closely from behind. She couldn't identify where those eyes came from, but she was aware that the queen had not forgotten her. Sooner or later, she would return and strap her back onto the operating table. This shadow loomed over her for 10 years. Although her coach told her that due to her heart defect, she was not suitable for combat sports like fighting and boxing, and strongly recommended beautiful martial arts like taekwondo and karate, she still gritted her teeth and persisted, ensuring she had a way to fight back. In fact, she was indeed stronger than other women. Lu Xiao fell silent for a moment and continued. "What did I do to make you believe me? I won't believe you. Please don't follow me," Jiang Si replied. "I really mean no harm. Really." At this moment, Lu Xiao was genuinely a bit anxious. This felt more unsettling than breaking his nose or cutting his throat. Jiang Si just gave him a deep look. After a while, Lu Xiao heard the sound of a door closing and footsteps fading down the stairs. He sat in the dark for a long time until he realized he felt cold, and only then did he uncomfortably shift his body. A small blade emerged from under his nail, and he used it to cut the rope. Once his body was free, he couldn't help but stretch, quickly finding a blind cane. This reminded him of 10 years ago. "Even if you kill me, I wouldn't know the password on that door." "Nonsense. You don't know the password. So how did you get in?" The 18 or 19-year-old Jiang Si said angrily. "I was brought in by someone. They said they would provide me a job, so I wouldn't go hungry." "Ah, you were tricked into coming here too? You're just a kid. What work can you do?" "I don't know. In any case, it's a very important job. Turns out you're just a little fool." Lu Xiao could feel the sympathetic gaze, and then Jiang Si continued, "Forget it. I'll go back. You be careful too. If you're not good, they will inject you too." "Oh no, someone is coming. Hurry up and leave before you get caught." As she said this, she pushed him and hurriedly ran back. The moment she disappeared into the corridor, another woman appeared behind him, her smile captivating, her red lips like flames. Very good vigilance. Even without sight, you can still sense the activity of surrounding organisms. Such high-frequency brain activity, though rare, has clearly become second nature. Adaptation is just a matter of time. Then she hooked her arm around his neck, resting her chin on his shoulder. They say the human body cannot resist the H virus, but this is a counterexample. Now she has shown significant stability, and her genetic sequence arrangement is also stable. From a biological perspective, she may no longer belong to the category of normal humans. Will she go crazy like the other samples? Lu Xiao asked worriedly. "No, don't worry. Just give me a little more time. Before your eyes go completely blind, there will definitely be progress." "If that's the case, that would be great." Lu Xiao finally smiled, clapping his hands in joy. So, Mom, what color of afternoon tea are we going to have next? Chapter 59. Saturation Rescue. Jiang Si looked at him. While she was asleep, he had taken care of her. She reached out and gently pushed him awake. Zuitinho's eyelids were heavy, and he rubbed his eyes, slightly nasally saying, "Big sister, you're awake? Have you cooled down? Do you want to take a shower? The house has solar hot water." Jiang Si said to him, "I'm sorry. If you want to go back to find them, I can help you." She really needed to apologize. She had forgotten that Zuitinho was with her. When she decided to leave Xuan and the others, she should have let him go. No, no, no. Zuitinho quickly waved his hand. "Big sister, I've always thought this way. It's just that my ability is limited, and I don't have the courage you do." Zuitinho was aware of the external world while in a possessed state. He had overheard her conversation with Lu Xiao. After spending some time with Xuan and Hu Chun, combined with the experiences he had during the apocalypse, he could guess some truths that could not be imagined in a peaceful era. Jiang Si had her reasons for leaving. But why did Zuitinho want to leave Xuan and Hu Chun? On the surface, they had treated him well. This surprised Jiang Si. "You? Aren't they your companions?" No, big sister. Anyway, you and I are together now. I won't hide it from you. They actually don't want to recruit me into their organization. Although that's what they say on the surface, there's something fishy going on. Really? Jiang Si asked, puzzled. What do you mean? I originally didn't know about this. But previously, Zhang Qiao and a few others mentioned that the interns were hiding something from us. Including Zuitinho, there are a total of 4 people, each with their own special abilities. The one named Zhang Qiao has the ability to read minds, and when she's close to someone, she can hear their thoughts. However, humans are inherently complex, and various wild thoughts can flash through their minds in an instant. Only a few concrete thoughts can be captured, making it almost impossible to catch. Zhang Qiao believed this ability was useless, but accidentally heard Hu Chun's thoughts. Zuitinho continued. They should know about Zhang Qiao's ability, and they are very cautious around her. But when people are asleep, they subconsciously let their guard down, which allowed Zhang Qiao to learn that the task Hu Chun and the others were executing was called the Saturation Rescue Plan. Saturation? To rescue you? How is that possible? Zuitinho looked insulted, his expression quite dismissive. There are 4 of us in total, and now 3 of them are dead, leaving me barely hanging on. How can this be called a saturation rescue? After a pause, he said, this saturation rescue plan is for an important figure in their organization codenamed Vermilion Bird. In Hu Chun's view, this Vermilion Bird might know the reason for the apocalypse. This sentence made Jiang Si shudder. She couldn't help but think of her meeting with Xuan on the night the apocalypse began. In that situation, he didn't even warn her about the impending changes. Do you believe in gods? Zuitinho continued. Hu Chun does. He thinks the apocalypse is divine punishment. Is this what Zhang Qiao's mind reading revealed? She asked softly. Yes. And the 3 of them speculated that we might be resources in the saturation rescue plan. Special ability resources. He said, using us to save one person. It can't just be about using special abilities. They speculated it should involve blood transfusions, organ transplants, and so on. This scared them quite a bit. At that time, we were still in the city center, hiding from zombies, and the next morning, we were quickly discovered by another group. Those people beat us up, and Zhang Qiao, being the only girl, was taken away and never came back. He said this with resentment, hitting the bed frame. This made Jiang Si furrow her brows. Xuan has a gun. Even when facing such powerful octopus zombies, he never took it out. Although she knew Xuan was hiding things from her, when she truly began to account for the details, she felt like a joke being played around with. She didn't need to look in the mirror to know her face was pale. Are you saying they intentionally let Zhang Qiao fall into their hands? Jiang Si found it hard to believe. Xuan might be cold, but Hu Chun was clearly a good person. How could he watch someone meet with disaster within his capabilities? What would happen to a girl in the hands of unfriendly strangers? Do these 2 have any humanity? Originally, I shouldn't have known about this from the beginning. Zhang Qiao looked down on me and rarely spoke to me. She had a complicated relationship with the other 2 short-lived guys, one being her boyfriend and the other being his friend. When they discussed things, I was still sleeping next door, but I heard them making noise, so I quietly possessed the painting to see what they were doing. He said this and inadvertently revealed an unnatural expression. Jiang Si initially didn't understand what he meant and thought it was just Suetinho's extreme boredom. But seeing Suetinho's slightly lewd expression, she instinctively understood what was going on and couldn't help but force her face to be serious. "Let's be serious." Suetinho awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Zhang Xiao probably only heard a little bit, and the rest were just wild guesses from the two guys. They originally wanted to separately find Zhao Zhishuan and Hu Chun the next day to extract information. If they really treated them as human organ donors, they could easily plan to escape in advance. But Zhang Xiao seemed to have other plans. Taking advantage of the two of them being asleep, she went to Hu Chun's room alone. Compared to Zhao Zhishuan, Hu Chun does seem easier to talk to. Jiang Si nodded in agreement. That's probably the case. Suetinho mumbled. Hu Chun is actually more vigilant. He and Zhao Zhishuan appear to be led by Zhao Zhishuan. But in reality, Zhao Zhishuan listens to his arrangements. They also guard against me. Whenever we arrive at a place, they put away anything I might possess. So I couldn't enter the room where Hu Chun was. But that night, when Zhang Xiao came out, she was very happy. Are you saying she reached an agreement with Hu Chun? I don't know if they reached an agreement. But what happened the next day was clearly a conspiracy. If I hadn't had this skill and known that Zhang Xiao went to find Hu Chun, revealing the fact that she might know the truth, I wouldn't have thought she would end up like that. Both of them had guns with special markings, which were extremely powerful and could directly blow the heads of zombies. I initially saw them use it, but after Zhang Xiao was taken away, their guns disappeared. I think they definitely did this on purpose. I'm not the only one who thinks this. The other two think so too. They probably wanted to use Zhang Xiao as a warning to us. Later, the other two indeed dare not mention that plan again. But I knew they wanted to leave those two as soon as possible. Chapter 59. Breaking up. Jiang Si hurriedly walked down the residential building. The city, shrouded in the apocalypse, could not be described as completely silent. Every now and then, faint screams and shouts could be heard from some corners, as humanity struggled and fought for survival in every corner of this crumbling civilization. At this moment, a layer of white frost had accumulated on the ground, crunching under her feet. The snow-covered road faintly revealed the footprints of Zhao Zhishuan, winding towards the location where the mutated zombie they encountered in the office building had disappeared. But Jiang Si knew that she could not go back now. In fact, she had sensed something was off from the expressions on Zhao Zhishuan and Lu Zhao's faces when they met. Despite her attempts to avoid overthinking, her subconscious had already concluded that they had known each other for a long time. Moreover, Zhao Zhishuan indeed bore a silent understanding of everything, yet remained tight-lipped. The intense feelings he had for her transformed into a compassion he had never intended to show after Lu Xiao appeared. All the facts became unprecedentedly clear after he confirmed Lu Xiao was the queen by taking action against her. It was no wonder that after leaving that secret research facility, her stepfather, who had relentlessly pursued the whereabouts of her and her mother, had ceased all unnecessary actions. He had clearly realized how powerful the forces behind it were, far beyond what an ordinary family could contend with. At this moment, Jiang Si also understood that the research facility Lu Xiao was associated with and the organization Zhao Zhishuan served likely belonged to a secret institution capable of opposing the state. They might even be interconnected. Perhaps Zhao Zhishuan still harbored deep feelings for her. However, time had passed quickly, and they had both grown up. Rather than loving her, he was more likely in love with the memory of the little Jiang Si. There was no going back. Without any hesitation, Jiang Si stepped in the opposite direction and left with big strides. Although she could no longer take care of Qin Meifei, she thought to herself, it was time to leave and never see them again. Despite these thoughts, a wave of grievance still surged in her heart. She was still burning with fever, her head heavy. She missed her stepfather and was eager to see him. But with the apocalypse upon them and the distance so great, how could she reach her stepfather's home on the outskirts of the city? Relying on the electromagnetic field around her, Jiang Si cautiously walked for nearly 1 or 2 hours, avoiding several waves of creatures lurking in the darkness, biting, rushing, fighting, fleeing, and shouting. When she felt she had distanced herself enough from Zhao Zhishuan and even Lu Xiao, she finally looked around. This was already a very remote place, seemingly on the edge of the city and countryside, where tall buildings and low bungalows were clustered together. interspersed with many undeveloped wastelands. Beneath her feet, a small path reflected a silvery light, extending deep into the cluster of buildings. On either side of the path hung down power lines, as if it were a gigantic black hole. There was no longer any reason to turn back. She gritted her teeth and walked towards the black hole. The rain and snow pelted her head, soaking her hair. Yet, this sensation felt particularly comfortable to her, as she was burning with fever. Passing through the ruins, she saw a large area of blackened walls. A black meteorite was embedded in the high-rise building, reflecting a metallic sheen under a flashlight. Jiang Si did not linger, dodging and weaving through various high and low buildings near the meteorite until her legs felt as if they were filled with lead and could no longer move, at which point she realized she needed a rest. She had never felt such fatigue. Even her eyelids could not help but droop. After walking for nearly another half an hour, she finally spotted an open 3-story building with its doors wide open in an open space ahead. The courtyard gate was ajar, and several corpses lay horizontally in the yard, their faces unrecognizable, seemingly torn open by some beast, making it impossible to tell if they were human or zombies before death. There were no lights upstairs, and there was no sign of life. With such a scene acting as a guardian, no normal person would approach this house. However, for Jiang Si, it was a coveted place. She forced herself to gather her spirits and approached, mumbling to herself, "Looks like I won't freeze to death tonight." The front door was only slightly ajar, and the furniture inside was toppled and scattered, already looted clean. She had no strength left to search the ruins for supplies beneficial to her, so she directly climbed upstairs to find a bed to sleep in. This household had very few inhabitants. It was not until the 3rd floor that she found a bedroom. She promptly locked the door, quickly removed her wet outer clothes, and climbed into the stranger's bed, burying her head in the pillow. She barely had time to consider whether this place was truly safe before her drifting consciousness pulled her into darkness. This sleep lasted longer than she had imagined. All her mental and physical pain eased during the slumber. She vaguely heard someone moving around her, the person acting gently and considerately, helping her drink water, drying her damp hair, and covering her with a thicker blanket. When Jiang Si opened her eyes again, 2 nights and a day had passed. She was awakened by the sound of Tianyu crying. As she sat up and looked out through the fog glass window, she saw that the rain and snow had turned into large, fluffy snowflakes, gently blanketing the entire world. She lingered by the window for a moment before quickly pulling the curtains shut and burrowing back under the blankets. It was simply too cold. The past winters in Magic City seemed to have never been this low in temperature. The outer clothes and pants she had left on the ground had already been hung up to dry, but still felt damp to the touch, making them unwearable for now. She could only rummage through the owner's closet. However, before she could appreciate the owner's taste, another living being entered her electromagnetic field. This made her instantly alert, but the creature turned out to be a human. It merely glanced at the horrific scene of frozen hands and feet exposed under the snow before quickly running away. Jiang Si refocused her attention on the wardrobe in front of her. Inside, there was a collection of men's clothing: thermal wear, sweaters, cashmere shirts, dress shirts, suits, wool coats, and zhongshan suits. The colors were all serious tones of white, black, brown, gray, and blue. They might not all be high-end brands, but the styles were modest and appropriate. It dawned on her that this room belonged to a man, a single male. She didn't need to compare which piece of clothing would fit this man better. He was undoubtedly much larger than her, and all the clothes would hang loosely on her, randomly pulling out a wool coat to put on. She also found thick socks and slippers to wrap herself up warmly. After her body warmed up, Jiang Si ravenously ate a few pieces of chocolate she had found in the new house. Once she felt somewhat full, the throbbing in her temples from not eating for a long time eased, and she turned to face Tianyu, who was cuddled up in the same bed, covered with another blanket. She had no idea when he had come out of her pocket watch, and she wondered how he felt about being in this unfamiliar place with only her. At this moment, he was holding a corner of the blanket, sobbing uncontrollably. Clearly, he had not yet woken up and was having a very sad dream. Chapter 61. Zombie Dog. The 2 male abilities related to Zhang Qiao were like solving a mathematical dialectical problem. One was called "only one can be true," while the other was "if the hypothesis is invalid, then it is false." Only one can be true meant that for anyone who spoke to him, regardless of how long the sentence was, only one piece of information conveyed through that dialogue was real. If the hypothesis is invalid, then it is false meant that no matter what the other party said, he could subjectively deny the truth of the spoken content, thus determining whether that information was false. According to the effects of their abilities, these two were undoubtedly excellent partners. Having made up their minds to leave Jiang Si and Hu Chun, they made some preparations. Unfortunately, they didn't wait long enough to make good use of their abilities. They soon encountered a horde of zombies, and one of them was bitten to death, while the other was eaten by a creature from the hotel's underground passage 2 days later, just like Jiang Si had encountered. Although these two incidents seemed like accidents, I suspect they were intentional, said Tianyu. As for the one who was bitten to death by a zombie, let's not even mention that. Just think about the creature in the hotel underground passage. When she went in, someone was being dismembered by a mutated octopus. Given the attack speed of that mutated octopus's tentacles, it would indeed be very difficult for a normal person to evade its ambush. Are you overthinking this? Jiang Si asked uncertainly. After all, having spent a few days together, she couldn't believe that Zhao Zhishuan and Hu Chun were such people. How could that be possible? Was what Tianyu exclaimed, and his expression showed a hint of sadness due to Jiang Si's distrust. We were originally staying on the 4th floor and had brought enough food, so there was really no need to go to the kitchen. Just think about it. With plenty of food, why do they have to go to the kitchen on the 1st floor at that time? Zhao Zhishuan is such a cautious person. How could he not check in advance? This question left Jiang Si unable to refute. After all, if that person had not appeared in the kitchen, it would have been her who was about to go in to deal with the mutated fish that was killed by the octopus. Just that small-time difference changed everything. Seeing Jiang Si deep in thought, Tianyu breathed a sigh of relief, clearly feeling gratified to expose the true nature of those two. All right, anyway, I've said what I needed to say. Big sister, I want to make it clear now that I, Tianyu, am not with them at all. He was about to continue his lofty speech when suddenly Jiang Si straightened up and quickly walked to the window, peeking outside from behind the curtain and stopping him. Something is coming. Oh no, could it be them? Tianyu instantly jumped up, frantically looking for a place to hide. No, Jiang Si's expression turned a bit grim. It's not a person. It's a dog. Tianyu hurried over to take a look and couldn't help but cover his mouth. It really was a dog, but it was a zombie dog, skinned, with its bloody muscles exposed, drooling thick phlegm, and with unusually developed canine teeth. This zombie dog was about the height of a person, and everywhere it passed, there was black-red blood flowing. It was hard to tell how it could still be standing with such a significant loss of blood. However, seeing that the blood on it was still fresh, with the skin on its body not yet fully oxidized to form scabs, it appeared sticky and wet. Jiang Si speculated that this must be a zombie dog that had not transformed for long. At that moment, it was digging through the snow, dragging out corpses, and began to wolf down the flesh. For a moment, the sound of crunching bones echoed, and if one didn't know better, they might think someone was just grinding their teeth. Big sister, what do we do now? Tianyu instinctively wanted to hide in the painting, but he quickly realized that leaving Jiang Si alone here would be extremely unchivalrous. Keep your voice down. It might leave soon, Jiang Si reassured him. Although she said this, her eyes were glued to the zombie dog, her entire body tense. She had no idea if the zombie dog had the same keen sense of smell as a normal dog, nor did she know if the door was strong enough to withstand the zombie dog's claws. But she knew that if it caught their attention, the consequences would be unimaginable. She stiffened her neck and stared at the zombie dog for nearly 5 or 6 minutes, noticing that it still hadn't slowed down its eating pace. This made her involuntarily focus on its belly. From the very start, Jiang Si felt something was off about this dog. But the current scene left no room for her to have any other hopes, because as the zombie dog ate more, its belly began to move more vigorously. How to put it, its body appeared too solid and bloated compared to its height. At first, she thought it was just its size, but she quickly realized that it was the proportion of its belly that was wrong. Upon closer inspection, it seemed there was something squirming inside, with signs that it might tear through its belly at any moment. She soon realized that this was a pregnant zombie dog. A zombie dog definitely couldn't give birth to normal puppies. So what was moving inside its belly? She had no time to ponder what kind of creature a zombie dog could give birth to, as that round belly began to shake violently like boiling water. Something was about to come out. Almost instantly, her eyelids began to flutter. Although her instincts warned her that the thing was dangerous and she needed to escape quickly, she couldn't take her eyes off the spot that was writhing violently. Yu wore a similar expression, his mouth agape, as he stared at the scene. The zombie dog twisted its head and instinctively licked itself, clearly unable to comprehend what was happening to its body. But then, with a sound that resembled paper being punctured, a sharp finger-like appendage poked out from its belly. That appendage stretched out, making a sound similar to a zipper, revealing something akin to a bird's claw. This particular spot seemed to cause the zombie dog some distress. It instinctively opened its mouth to try to bite off that bird's claw, but clearly the claw was quicker, stabbing into its eyeball instead. Accompanied by a scream from the zombie dog, the claw had already pulled out its eyeball and a ring of blood and flesh around it. The zombie dog no longer had any interest in eating. Instead, it started rolling on the ground. Zombie animals still seemed to retain some of their animal instincts and clearly realized something had been added to their bodies, trying to shake it off in this manner. However, this action only caused the wound to tear wider, spanning across its entire belly. Coupled with the weight of the offspring inside, which could hardly be called offspring, when the zombie dog got back up, its belly was completely torn open. Its insides were clearly eaten clean, only oozing out some viscous fluids resembling blood water and a living creature that was just as bloody as the zombie dog. However, this thing had already lost the image of a dog and transformed into a different kind of creature. Anyone who saw would have nightmares for several days. Chapter 62. Maggot to be precise, the thing looked more like a breathing mass of blood. As soon as it hit the ground, it began to convulse violently, making a whooshing sound like a broken bellows, as if it couldn't adapt to the external environment. Big sister, is that thing dying? Yu couldn't help but ask. Jiang Si remained silent, because the sense of crisis hanging in her instinctive awareness had not diminished at all. She stared intently at the blood mass, trying to discern where the threat of this dying creature came from. However, aside from that, it seemed there was nothing she could do. Long before the zombie dog was eating corpses in the yard, Yu had told her that this house only had one exit at the front door. Although there was a back door on the first floor, it would still lead through the hall and align with the yard's entrance. Such an escape route did not seem likely to ensure survival. It was genuinely safer to stay in the room on the third floor. At this moment, the zombie dog showed no concern that this blood mass had fallen from its own body and rushed over to bite it without hesitation. With that bite, it seemed to trigger a switch, and the blood mass let out a scream similar to that of a crying baby. The blood mass wasn't large, just slightly bigger than a normal puppy. Thus, the zombie dog bit it to pieces and swallowed it whole within a few moments. Despite this process, the scream continued unabated. And even after it was completely swallowed, the sound seemed to emanate from the zombie dog's throat. The zombie dog itself showed no reaction to those sounds. Instead, Yu, seeing the chunks of blood and flesh, along with blood, shooting out from its mouth, could no longer help but turn his head away, his face filled with a nauseous expression. Of course, he hadn't seen the even more disgusting sight of the completely shapeless blood mass sliding out from the zombie dog's ragged belly, which thought it was a new piece of flesh and proceeded to fumble and carry it back to its mouth to tear and chew again. This continued for 7 or 8 times, and the blood mass had become completely shapeless, looking like nothing more than a pile of minced meat. Only then did the scream gradually diminish. At this point, the zombie dog also realized that the pile before was already tainted with its saliva and was content to prepare to leave. Just beyond the yard door, behind the third-floor window, which was also blocked by the yard wall, a young man wearing a leather jacket suddenly jumped out, shouting as he swung at the zombie dog. The zombie dog didn't have time to howl before its head rolled into a snowdrift, spilling blood everywhere. The man appeared particularly satisfied with his surprise attack, proudly tilting his head back as he took out a towel to wipe clean his blade, which was curved and jagged, resembling a prop from a juggling act. He even remembered to adjust the cowboy hat on his head. However, Jiang Si couldn't help but widen her eyes, as the pile of blood and flesh that had been lying on the ground, vaguely resembling a baby crying, seemed to come to life and began to boil. In the blink of an eye, it congealed into the shape of a large maggot behind the young man. She hurriedly opened the window and shouted a warning, "Run." The young man, startled by the source of the voice, turned toward the building, evidently not having considered that someone was inside. The same action was mirrored by the large maggot. Jiang Si immediately felt a wave of malice wash over her. She had been targeted. There was no time to regret her meddling. In her hand, she held a notebook she had found in the 17th floor office of the business building, used for doodling. Special item. Ruan Yang's notebook, the content within could be transformed into scene reality. Duration. Determined by the richness of the user's imagination. User. Ruan Yang himself. The duration of this item can be doubled. It was this shout that made the young man see the bizarre scene behind him. For a moment, he couldn't recognize what it was, instinctively letting out a scream. But before he could run out, two flesh-colored whips, resembling chicken claws with sharp nails, suddenly shot out from the maggot. The whips pierced through his thick cotton coat and deeply penetrated his body. The intense impact and excruciating pain made him scream as he fell to the ground. However, the desire to survive was even more pronounced. The young man glanced at Jiang Si and struggled to get up, rushing toward the yard entrance. At that moment, Jiang Si was somewhat shocked, for what conveyed through his eyes was a message of "you better run." But misfortune did not end because of this young man's good intentions. The long whips, with barbs deeply embedded in his flesh, treated him like a fish hooked on a line trying to escape. However, the fisherman had little patience. After 2 or 3 breaths, it wanted to reel him in. With irresistible force, it yanked the young man back. The tremendous pull elicited even louder screams from him. No matter how hard he clawed at the snow-covered ground, his nails broke, and those claw-like appendages remained deeply embedded in his flesh, seemingly merging instantly with his bones. In the chaos, he grabbed the long knife that had fallen to the ground, but the maggot was faster, instantly adding another flesh whip that knocked this threatening weapon away with a metallic sound. This one was different from the others, its tip resembling a 10-centimeter-long needle, which then rose high and effortlessly pierced into the young man's side, as something wriggled from that flesh whip and injected into the young man's body. All his strength suddenly relaxed, as if a puppet had lost the strings of its master, leaving only his eyes wide open, tears washing his unremarkable features into a bizarre flatness. Soon after, he saw the top of the maggot opening a crack with unbelievable biological characteristics, slowly enveloping him. Even though he didn't understand the purpose of this creature, at this moment, he was acutely aware that this maggot was preparing to swallow him whole from head to toe. At this time, Jiang Si had found the abstract painting page she needed. She quickly tore it off and crumpled it into a ball to throw at the maggot. In fact, her accuracy wasn't as good as she had imagined, and with the wind outside, mixed with the snowflakes, the paper ball was about to veer toward the yard wall. However, the blood mass was too alert, extending a flesh whip to pierce through the paper ball. Immediately, a flame burst forth from that paper. This flame was not a normal color, but black, as if it came from hell. Although it was just a small ball, it carried a shocking power, instantly melting the needle that had pierced through the paper ball. Truly, it was the hellfire that could burn everything. The maggot was clearly taken aback, immediately letting out a piercing scream. It instantly retracted all its flesh whips. But this instinctively caused the originally pea-sized flame to burn its body. It began to roll on the ground, as if numerous giant maggots were writhing on it. Jiang Si did not consider herself an imaginative person. Now was the time to act. Quick, into my pocket watch. She wasn't sure when the flame would disappear, so she grabbed her backpack and the handy boning knife and dashed down the stairs. Her slippers flew off, and there was no time to change into other shoes. She had no choice but to run into the icy world outside in her socks. Chapter 63. Self-Defense Forces. What is your birthplace, name, and age? Have you awakened any abilities? What weapons are you carrying? Have you had any close encounters with other species so far? How many times? Where are you planning to go? Why do you want to go there? What is your relationship with Jiang Ming? Why is he in a coma? What kind of monster injured him? Why did it attack her instead of you? If Jiang Si had known she would be facing several dart gun muzzles and endure over half an hour of questioning, she definitely wouldn't have cared about that young man's life. When she rushed down the stairs and out of the courtyard, she inadvertently glanced back at him. He seemed to be in some sort of paralysis, completely motionless, with only his eyes moving, filled with a strong desire to live, like two clusters of burning flames. Jiang Si never admitted to being soft-hearted, but at that moment, she felt that being indifferent to human life, as long as it was within her capabilities, made her no different from a zombie or even those with Tianyu babbled all the way. She still insisted on dragging that person along to escape. Although she was an intelligence-based, evolved being, her physical condition was still several times better than that of an ordinary person. Produce. She found a rolling trash can by the roadside. However, bringing this person along greatly reduced her speed. Before she found the next temporary refuge, she sensed many gazes piercing through the nearby buildings. Among these gazes, there were both kindness and malice. She once considered leaving that person to fend for himself, but the distant gunfire stopped her. She wasn't sure if anyone was aiming at her, nor did she know how many bullets she could dodge. So, after half an hour of chaotic escape from the zombie dog and giant maggot, she was surrounded by several people. These people claimed to belong to the self-defense forces and asserted they had the duty to help their human compatriots. Despite shouting such slogans, they were the first to snatch her backpack and weapon, ordering her to raise her hands above her head, regardless of her willingness to join the self-defense forces. Long before these people appeared, Jiang Si had warned with Tianyu not to speak. In such a critical time, keeping a card up your sleeve wouldn't be a bad thing. It seemed to be a woman. One emaciated man from the group couldn't wait to approach her for a search. Just as Jiang Si tensed up, debating whether to kick him, he suddenly froze in place. Then a woman in her 30s grabbed him by the collar and threw him to the ground. "You're everywhere. Old pervert, hurry up and get lost." The woman clearly had a bit of status in this group. She kicked the man, who looked like a dried-up bitter melon, and he could only curl up and retreat behind others without daring to say a word. However, a short, oily-faced man beside him shouted, "Sister Jean, don't go too far." The woman called Sister Jean narrowed her eyes, her upturned phoenix eyes showing some wrinkles, looking very dignified. "If it's a woman we encounter, she belongs to our team first. If you don't understand this rule, I can teach you on behalf of Brother Bao." Upon hearing Brother Bao's name, the short man flashed a look of fear in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared as he lowered his head and changed his expression. Smiling obsequiously, "She is wearing men's clothes. Who can tell if she's a man or a woman?" "No wonder so, Lao-san." Sister Jean replied coldly, ignoring his sophistry, and instructed a girl to step forward. "Jean Yen, go check if she is injured." The young girl, who had freckles and seemed quite young, responded cheerfully, "Okay." Compared to the wariness on the faces of others, she maintained such a personality, likely because she was protected and hadn't suffered much hardship, or perhaps her own abilities were strong enough to control her life and death. Jean Yin approached, smiling and greeting Jiang Si, her rosy cheeks like a vibrant sunflower. "Don't worry, as long as you're not infected, we won't make things difficult for you." Although she was young, she was definitely skilled at searching. She immediately went under Jiang Si's armpits, along her sides to her waist, and then down to her hips, being both thorough and not making one feel uncomfortable. However, when she pulled out a small knife Jiang Si had strapped to her thigh and a gun with no bullets from her back pocket and threw them to the side, Jiang Si's expression changed. "What do you want to do? Don't be so nervous. We'll keep these for you and return them later," Jean Yin said with a smile. She noticed the red string around Jiang Si's neck and reached out to pull it, but Jiang Si scolded her, "Don't go too far." Jean Yin, noticing the commotion, Sister Jean scolded her. Jean Yin pouted, but then tugged at the woolen fabric on Jiang Si, pocketing the brooch from it, and mouthed to her, "Give me this," as if afraid Jiang Si would regret it. Then she ran back to Sister Jean to report, "She is not injured." Standing close, one could see the similarities between the two women, and since they shared the same surname, they were probably very close relatives. However, Jiang Si's attention was elsewhere. This girl was also a junior evolved being, and her ability was animal control, which likely required close contact with animals to be effective. However, in today's apocalypse, one had to be extremely vigilant around any living creature other than humans, let alone get close. She probably didn't even know she had this ability. As for Sister Jean, who appeared decisive and capable, she looked like an evolved being at first glance, but she was, in fact, an ordinary person. While Jean Yin was searching Jiang Si, Others pulled the young man she had brought along from the trash can. But at this moment, he was already unconscious. Soon someone recognized him. Isn't this Jiang Ming? Oh, it really is Jiang Ming. Isn't this kid pretty clever? How did he end up like this? The short man exclaimed. Sister Jean said, Don't get close to him. He's injured. She then turned her gaze to Jiang Si and asked, How did he get hurt? Her question made everyone turn a look at her, their eyes flickering with different lights. The atmosphere became somewhat strange, and the oily-faced short man was the first to mutter. She's not the murderer, is she? This made Jiang Si frown. What are you saying? Perhaps her sharp gaze startled the short man, who hid behind others, but his voice was not low. She's an evolved being. She's very dangerous. I bet she's that freak. Sister Jean scolded. Shut up. Then she asked Jiang Si what happened. Can you briefly explain? Her attitude wasn't particularly friendly, but it was definitely the most fair. This made Jiang Si feel somewhat reassured, not having to worry about being wrongly accused. Jiang Si recounted the events, of course omitting the parts about Tianyu and the special items. However, her words did not fully convince these people. Instead, they raised more questions. Why didn't the creature born from the zombie dog attack you? How did you manage to escape? If it had nothing to do with you, why did you bring him along? Chapter 64 Suspect Sister Jean interrupted the criticisms from the crowd and said to Jiang Si, Don't be nervous. Recently, there has been a cannibalistic murderer in this area, similar to Jiang Ming's current injuries. I'm not sure if this murderer is you, but since Jiang Ming hasn't woken up yet, you are the prime suspect. Therefore, we must ask you to come with us. This was interesting. I saved someone and ended up in trouble? Jiang Si asked in confusion. Sister Jean pondered for a moment, scrutinizing Jiang Si, and pointed her gun at her. I just don't want to overlook any suspicious individuals. Please cooperate. This request was truly. Jiang Si was a bit speechless and scolded, but don't chill the hearts of good people. Sister Jean gave her a deep look, expressionless, and waved her hand to the others. Take her back. Thus, Jiang Si was taken to a prison, which was referred to as their base, relying on the building's defenses to keep the zombies out. After a round of questioning, she was brought to the deepest cell. A torch on the steps served as lighting. Before entering the cell, Jean Yin kindly gave her a pair of dry socks and shoes. Although the shoes were man-size, they were better than just wet socks. Jiang Si's complexion improved slightly as she asked, How long do you plan to keep me here? Jean Yin looked anxious, clearly unwilling to talk much with her. Once Jiang Ming wakes up, you will be cleared of suspicion. And if he doesn't wake up, this accusation is really inexplicable. Jiang Si swore at this moment that if she had to deal with more sympathy, she would. But before she could think of what she would do, Jean Yin hurriedly said, Then wait for that murderer to show up. Asking me is useless. My sister used to be a police officer and hates people like that the most. She suspects you now, so you can only stay here, understand? She obviously wouldn't say much more to her. The only reason she was being decent was out of guilt for taking her brooch. Jean Yin quickly left, replaced by a middle-aged man dressed in prison guard attire, who locked the cell door with chains and a copper lock. Hello, could you do me a favor? Jiang Si called out quickly. The man didn't even lift his eyelids, looking as if he had lost all hope in the world. What? Could you give me a blanket or something? She hurriedly asked. The prison she was in was likely underground, cold, and damp. In such cold weather, she might freeze to death before she could prove her innocence. Only then did the man look up at her, rolling his eyes. You have blood on you. I don't know if it might be infectious. If you get infected and turn into a zombie, the blanket would be a waste. His words were disheartening. Jiang Si immediately retorted angrily. Is there no humanity at all? I already said I didn't hurt him. If I had known saving someone would be this troublesome, I would have left him there. Hey. You're getting angry again. I've seen many people like you. Don't act so innocent. Don't you know what you've done? The guard said slowly while rolling his eyes. What have I done that you know about? Come on, explain it clearly. Jiang Si's face turned red with anger. The guard probably didn't expect her to react so fiercely, and instead, he shrank back a little, mumbling awkwardly. What a foul temper. I don't argue with women. Saying this, he turned to leave, but his peripheral vision still lingered in the prison. He could see the woman slumped on the wooden bed in the cell, looking like she wanted to cry, but couldn't. After sitting for a while, perhaps feeling cold, she curled up in the corner, hugging her knees, looking pitiful. Could it be that they really wronged this woman? The guard couldn't help but have this thought. If she really saved Jiang Ming, she shouldn't be suffering like this. With this in mind, he stepped into the supply room. "Big sister, are you okay?" Noticing that no one was around, Zhuo Tianyu finally spoke from Jiang Sha's pocket watch. However, Jiang Sha seemed not to hear, emitting a soft cry. Zhuo Tianyu was a bit worried and almost wanted to show himself, but was met with Jiang Sha's cold reprimand. "Shut up." Sure enough, footsteps approached from afar, and Zhuo Tianyu quickly covered his mouth. At that moment, Jiang Sha pretended to wipe her tears, and only when she heard the sound of the copper lock opening did she look up in confusion. It was indeed the guard returning, holding a thick blanket in his arms. "Let me make it clear, this is just a loan. Don't dirty it." His face showed a bit of stubborn embarrassment. Jiang Sha bit her lip, sniffled, and remained silent. "Wait." As he was about to put down the blanket and relock the door, Jiang Sha called out to him, "I don't have anything else. This is for you." She took off the bracelet from her wrist and spoke softly. Her hair fell on her shoulders, and with her reddened eyes from crying, she looked gentle and lovely, not like a high and mighty ability evolver, and certainly not a cannibalistic murderer. The guard, however, looked as if he had been insulted, his face instantly hardening. Jiang Sha didn't press him, just gazing at him with a confused and fragile expression, saying, "I'm not a murderer." "Really?" The guard's expression relaxed a bit, but his actions were still awkward, muttering, "How do I know if I need to check? It's not written on your face." Jiang Sha had already wrapped herself in the blanket and seriously said, "Thank you." The guard's face flushed instantly, almost overwhelmed by the impulse to burst out the door. After a moment, he finally locked the door, hesitating to add, "Don't worry, you'll be fine." Jiang Sha simply responded with an as if she trusted him. This recognition exploded in the guard's heart, bringing an indescribable joy. He looked at her several times before hesitantly walking away. Once he left, Zhuo Tianyu spoke again. "Big sister, why didn't you knock him out when you had such a good opportunity? There are still several people above. Originally, there was nothing wrong, but with this escape, it really became a problem." "Don't worry, I have a plan." Jiang Sha's expression changed instantly. If earlier she seemed weak and helpless, now was when her true nature emerged. "How long will I be locked up here?" Zhuo Tianyu asked. "I don't know," Jiang Sha replied. "Although it's cold here, it's still very safe. The stone underground is thick, and those rats and such avoid it, so there won't be any danger for now." After a pause, she thoughtfully added, "It's rare to have such free time without having to rush around. Looking at it from a different perspective, it's a good thing. Being wronged is uncomfortable." Zhuo Tianyu expressed sympathy. "That's just how society is. If you don't have strength, even if you're innocent, people will say you're guilty. You have to get used to it," Jiang Sha said. Zhuo Tianyu paused. He had heard her cry, and now she was comforting herself instead. He felt a bit reluctant and slowly said, "I'm just feeling wrong for you. I already have a blanket, and I have someone to keep watch for me. It's not a bad thing." Jiang Sha didn't want to discuss this matter, seriously wrapping herself up. It wasn't shameful to take advantage of others' kindness for one's own benefit. Zhuo Tianyu suddenly realized, exclaiming, "Big sister, were you pretending just now?" Chapter 65. Skill Upgrade: What to Equip? The fear of helplessness is just in line with my current situation. If I don't cry or make a fuss, that would be abnormal, Jiang Si said. She thought of something and asked, "By the way, has your ability upgraded after all this time?" "Huh? Can skills upgrade?" Zhuo Tianyu asked curiously. Hearing his reaction, Jiang Si was not surprised at all, since it was just a resource in saturated rescue. The lower his strength, the easier it was to control. How could Zhao Zhishuan and the others teach him more? However, there is a hierarchy in evolution abilities, which naturally needs to be distinguished by level. In later generations, abilities are divided into D, C, B, A, S, SS based on their rarity, and further divided into levels 1, 2, 3, etc. based on their effects, according to the usual recording methods of the Apocalypse base. Shi Weiwei's ability should be classified as Water System C Level 1. Zhao Zhishuan and Shi Weiwei belong to the same type of ability users. And in terms of ability control, they are much stronger than Shi Weiwei, which should be recorded as Water System C Level 2. If in the future they can condense water into a flying knife shape to cut through zombie skin, it could be considered a Level 3 standard. At this moment, Zhuotianyu thought for a moment and continued. Actually, my skill is a bit like entering a small black room. Entering this small black room can be understood as entering a two-dimensional world. If I were to go to another small black room in this state, from one painting to another, a two-dimensional passage will form between these two small black rooms. During this state, things from the three-dimensional world cannot harm me. But that said, I was still scratched by Mr. Chung. Oh right, last time when I possessed the doll. I also felt unbearable pain when Meifei hit me. When he said this, Jiang Si frowned. You don't even understand your own skill? Big sister? Perhaps sensing Jiang Si's serious tone, Zhuotianyu felt a bit guilty. Isn't there enough time to think it over? Jiang Si felt frustrated. What are you doing staying in the painting every day? Sleeping, he said, and then wanted to bite off his own tongue. Oh no, big sister. Let me explain. Explain what? You're not living for me, Jiang Si interrupted him. Zhuotianyu was taken aback and took a long time to respond. Then he heard Jiang Si continue. Your ability is indeed very convenient, but it will only become more dangerous in the future. As more things target you, hiding in the painting will no longer be an option. What will you do when there is nowhere to hide? Before the apocalypse, Zhuotianyu was not a sporty boy. After the apocalypse, he had been possessing the painting and really had no practical experience. You could say that if he were placed alone on a deserted road, without any character painting to possess, he would just be a moving piece of food in the apocalypse. You know now, not only can cats harm you, even I can. Big sister, don't joke. Zhuotianyu forced a smile. He knew what Jiang Si was saying, but what could he do about his skill? What did I joke? Jiang Si said, gently grabbing her chest. Almost instantly, Zhuotianyu felt something constricting his neck. When Jiang Si extended her other hand, he felt something covering his mouth and nose. Help! Help! I can't breathe. Zhuotianyu couldn't help but shout. Jiang Si decisively withdrew her hand and waited for Zhuotianyu to catch his breath. Big sister, how? Zhuotianyu's tone was inevitably complicated. He originally thought Jiang Si was just a bit good-looking. He didn't expect her strength to be so formidable. Yeah, I also have abilities. She didn't hide it and said. No wonder. Although he couldn't see her expression, he could hear his shock. Only then did he realize that he had previously thought that Hu Chun respected Jiang Si because Zhao Zhishuan liked her. But now it seemed that they had long known she was also an evolver, hence they were wary of her. However, many evolvers indeed seem no different from ordinary people, and their differences are not visible to the naked eye. If Zhuotianyu could see Jiang Si's nightmare, he would know that what truly troubles humanity are those inconspicuous creatures. For example, the mutated rat groups that survive by eating humans during the transitional seasons, or the ubiquitous mold that breeds in large quantities after spring, causing food to rot. In the apocalypse, true strength is not determined by physical appearance. She responded. She not only has the ability of an evolver, but her appraisal skill has also reached the intermediate level. According to later generation statistical methods, it is counted as level 2. Name, Jiang Si species. Human evolver, evolution level, primary evolution direction, intelligence talent, alertness skills, appraisal, intermediate, secrets of the magician, survivor's collection room. Determination physical value, 9100 energy value, 225, 240 armor, 20 resistance, 32 damage, 64 in addition. Her appraisal skill now also has explanations for the conditions of skill activation. Appraisal, intermediate consumes 5 energy points, can obtain basic information of targets within 1 meter. Secrets of the magician, associated skill of appraisal, no consumption. Can cartography unowned special items within a range of 0. 1 meters, visible only to the magician. Cannot be upgraded. Survivor's collection room, associated skill of appraisal, no consumption. Can store special items in a space cabinet, accessible only to the holder in the special items. Cannot be upgraded. Determination, consumes 200 energy points. Believe in what you persist in. Nothing is impossible. Cannot be upgraded. At the initial level of appraisal, she could not perceive Zhuotianyu in a possessed state. But now it seems that her perception ability is clearer, and she can see a shadow hovering in front of her chest. That mutated cat, Mr. Chung, probably also has the same feeling as her now, which is why he attacked him as a foreign object. So it would be easy for her to kill Zhuotianyu. Not only that, With the upgrade of her skills, she seems to have a deeper understanding of everything around her. Why is the weather so cold? Where do the watermarks on the floor come from? Where does the humidity in the gaps of the stone bricks come from? What is the probability of successfully escaping from this building? Even that guard who just came back in front of her, if he spoke a few more words, she might guess his hometown, whether he prefers sweet or salty food, what kind of music style he likes, and how he views this world. Just give her one night, and she could make him see her as his only confidant, worrying about every word and action of hers. This feeling is like something that humanity should inherently master when standing on Earth. However, after gaining wisdom, for the sake of balance, it had to be buried. And now, with the evolution of her body, her original attributes are revealing themselves, simultaneously showcasing a real aspect of the dreamlike reality. Chapter 66, 3 People Walking. Jiang Si said, "Think about it carefully. You might find that the range of your little black room will expand. In fact, upgrading one's ability cannot solely rely on contemplation. In Jiang Si's nightmare, humans could only enhance their abilities through consuming higher-level mutated food or by the intense sense of crisis that arises when danger approaches, which promotes evolution. Most high-level ability users indeed come from a group of evolved individuals who have fought on the edge of danger. Of course, at the moment she was pushed into the zombie horde, her base exploded with a major news report claiming that one could enhance their abilities by absorbing the energy stones from the brains of mutated animals. However, this claim was soon refuted by an expert, who pointed out that the impurities in the energy stones from the brains of alien species would form non-excretable toxins in the human body. This toxin bears a structural similarity to certain substances frequently found in zombies, which might cause irreversible zombification in humans. But whether there is a way to purify the energy stones, and if they can be used by ability users, remained unclear to Jiang Si. Her nightmare ended with her death, making the scenes feel as though she had experienced them herself. However, these energy stones, capable of providing light, energy, and warmth for humans, only appeared in the skulls of mutated creatures above level 4, replacing currency as the medium of exchange in human bases. According to the classification of alien species by humans, common zombies are merely level 1 aliens, zombies that have consumed mutated fish and possess field viewing powers, as well as the octopus that was accidentally thrown out by Qin Meifei using a teleportation skill while hiding in the underground passage, can be considered level 2. However, the octopus zombie created by combining these two, specifically targeting their relentless pursuit, likely wouldn't even be rated as level 3. This all reflects a level of primary alien species. Yet even so, it was enough for them to suffer greatly. Hence, it was urgent for Zhuo Tianyu to travel with her to enhance his abilities. Zhuo Tianyu hesitated for a moment and said, "Then I'll think about it personally." However, after only a short while, he began to feel restless. How should he even start? Jiang Si did not answer, as she genuinely could not. Each person's abilities are different, and their experiences and feelings vary, so only the individual can explore for themselves. If Zhuo Tianyu wanted to survive in this world, he could only rely on himself. However, if Zhuo Tianyu suggested he needed some stimulation, Jiang Si wouldn't mind giving him a few more squeezes around his neck. For a moment, the entire prison was quiet, with only the sound of the torch crackling on the steps. However, this silence did not last long. Suddenly, someone on the steps exclaimed, followed by the sound of a heavy object falling. Soon after, there were stealthy movements, as if they were dragging something. Had they knocked out the guard? Jiang Si opened her eyes, slowly furrowing her brow. Accompanied by heavy breathing, one of the men asked, "Is this really okay?" He swallowed several times, seemingly to relieve his tension. Another man chuckled softly, his voice somewhat hoarse, clearly lowered intentionally. "I heard you're the most excited about going to do women. Now you can't even knock someone out? Useless." It was the little man with a shiny face from earlier. The unfamiliar voice hesitated. "I'm just afraid if Sister Jean finds out. Xiao Lai is also her relative. If she knows we treated him this way. What are you afraid of that woman for?" The little man was a bit impatient. "Now we have guns. With a wave of our arms, who can outdo us?" "Isn't there also Brother Bao?" The other man meekly reminded. "He has special abilities. One can take on 10. "What Brother Bao?" "Lu Tianbao disappeared last night, remember? This is the apocalypse. Do you think just looking for him will bring him back? Stop dreaming. I suspect he is dead somewhere, probably eaten by zombies. Without Lu Tianbao, that Jean woman is worth nothing. The little man said, not forgetting to remind, tie him up tight and gag him. If he wakes up later, it'll ruin the fun. But the other man was still hesitant. The little man, however, was already losing patience. So, are you going to do it or not? If you're that useless, just roll back to bed. Don't come crying me later about good things. Brother Qian, I didn't mean that. The man hurriedly defended himself, but due to his timid nature, his few monotonous words lacked persuasiveness. This drew a series of cold snorts from the little man. Hurry up. Even if today's matter gets exposed, it has nothing to do with you, Liang Yi. Zhou Tianyu was aware of the commotion outside and was filled with righteous anger. He was also a man and understood why the newcomers had come, igniting his fury. His head had already poked out. Big sister, see which beast dares to touch you. I'll fight him to the death. Jiang Si easily shoved him back. Don't make trouble. I can handle this. With just a push, Zhou Tianyu fell back into his own two-dimensional world. When he got up and tried to peek outside, he found that the black passage leading out had been erased. At this moment, he was truly in a little black room. Big sister, big sister. He couldn't help but shout loudly. But Jiang Si easily severed his connection to the three-dimensional space, preventing his voice from being heard. She continued to listen to the conversation among the few people. At this time, a third person advised, Brother Qian, don't be calculative with old Yan. We've spent our lives in prison. We don't know much. Among the people in this cell, only you, Brother Qian, have vision and culture. You're the one who will lead us in the future. Look at Zhou Lao-san. He is quiet but is a character. The little man laughed with his palms together. Liang Yi quickly slapped his face in self-reproach. Brother Qian, I can't speak well. Look at your cowardly appearance. You really can't tell you were once a rapist. Brother Qian clicked his tongue, his tone somewhat disdainful. Women used to be too scared to speak up when things happened. I was just unlucky. I almost killed someone by being too rough. Liang Yi lamented. Enough. Let us move quickly. We're here to do business. Who wants to hear your past misfortunes? The little man said. All right. Liang Yi quickly responded, his breathing becoming excited in an instant. Unconcealed footsteps came from above, and Jiang Si's view added 3 people. If one were to assess who posed the most threat among them, it would be Liang Yi, the timid rapist, although he had not specifically trained his muscles. His physique from long-term labor appeared stronger than the average person. In comparison, Zhou Lao-san and the little man, Brother Qian, standing beside him were like weaklings. However, interestingly, Brother Qian, who lacked the physical advantage and was not an evolved ability user, was the most arrogant among the 3. When he approached the prison gate and shone his flashlight towards Jiang Si, she suddenly understood the reason for his arrogance. Chapter 67. The Noisy Ability Special Item. Armament Girl Owner. Qian Hui can summon a violent girl with an infinite bullet-light machine gun. Duration: 5 minutes. Cooldown: 12 hours. Can enhance intimacy with the armament girl through gift-giving to increase duration. Note: when intimacy falls below -60, there is a certain probability of triggering a devouring action. Current intimacy: -15. A special item that could devour its owner, and he dares to play recklessly? It's better to give this thing to myself than let it fall into the hands of this scum. Jiang Si lowered her head, hiding a smile. In the eyes of the 3, they thought she was afraid. A woman in fear has a kind of charm that is captivating. This left the 3 of them mesmerized. Lao Yin swallowed and said, Indeed, it's exciting. She's better looking than the ones we had before. Qian Hui stepped forward with a grin and said, Don't be afraid. Brother will take good care of you. As he spoke, he turned back and urged, What are you standing there for? Go open the door. Oh. Zhou Lao-san came to his senses and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. He rummaged in his pants pocket and pulled out a piece of iron wire. However, before he could poke it into the copper lock, Jiang Si suddenly said, I don't like any of you 3. Her voice was alluring. In the dim environment, it was like a clear song, all 3 of you together. I will be scared. And this place is so small. Zhou Lao-san's hand stopped moving, and he turned to Qian Hui and said, Brother Qian, that makes sense. Why not get her out? She can't run away anyway. Qian Hui instead showed a look of suspicion and took a step back. I suspect this woman is up to something. She might really have some strange ability. He only thought for a moment before pulling out the gun from his waist, aiming it at Jiang Si, and directing the big guy beside him. You go test her. Lao Yin, hearing this, showed hesitation on his face, and after a long while said haltingly, No way. How can so many people have abilities? We have 30 people in total, and only a few have. The reason I called you first is that I think highly of you. Qian Hui kicked him in the butt. Such a good opportunity. Why aren't you going? Why don't you go? Although Lao Yin mumbled, he still moved over, constantly shining the flashlight at Jiang Si. Jiang Si raised her arm to shield herself from the annoying light. Zhou Laosan's hand continued to move, and within a few moments, the copper lock opened and the chain fell to the ground, making a sound as if dust had settled. His greedy gaze shifted from the shadow in the room, a little reluctant. How about I go first? What are you doing, you beasts? Suddenly, an old but powerful voice shouted from a few meters away from Jiang Zi's cell. Shall I, where have you gone? For a moment, helplessness flashed across the faces of the three. The voice sounded like a piercing magical sound. Zhou Daming, Qian Hui, Yin Liang. Don't think I don't know it's you three. Born of the same parents. How can you be so wicked? Qian Hui's facial muscles twitched, showing a look of disgust. I thought there was no sound for a long time. I thought this old man was already dead. He couldn't help but shout back. Old man, save your breath. Your Shao Lai sleeps like a pig. Even if you shout your throat out, he won't hear. Did you kill Shao Lai? Did you kill Shao Lai? The voice sounded a bit panicked. How could that be? We're still relying on him and his sister to protect us. Qian Hui said. You old man, stop talking nonsense. Just stay put. Who knows, if I'm happy today, I might let you try something new. You haven't used that thing in years. Who knows if it still works? As he spoke, he kicked Lao Yin and said, What are you standing there for? Hurry up. I'll go first. Although Lao Yin hesitated, he felt a bit excited as he took in Jiang Zi's appearance. However, being naturally tall, he felt a bit uncomfortable in this space that was less than 2 meters wide. Then I'm going? He said, decisively taking off his outer pants. At that moment, another roar came, the old man's voice filled with a heart-wrenching tone. The country locks you up to hope you can reform. You've been in prison for so many years. Do you have no intention of changing your ways? What are you doing now? Someone come quickly. You beasts. If someone treated your daughter like this, wouldn't you feel pain in your conscience? Yin Liang, 2 years ago, didn't you promise your mother to turn over a new leaf and never commit crimes again? Look at what you are doing now. Are you not afraid your mother will jump out of her coffin? She is still waiting for you to go home and marry a wife to continue the family line. If he had heard this normally, Lao Yin would have definitely cursed. But in this situation, for some reason, he felt uneasy. After hesitating for a long time, feeling a bit ashamed, he quickly pulled up his pants and refastened his belt, saying, Brother Qian, I. He felt embarrassed to say it. His face flushed, finally making up his mind. I'll go give him a beating first, tell him to shut up. Qian Hui's expression was also not good, and he pulled him out of the cell, disdainfully saying, Useless coward. Hitting him is useless. With his ability, we'll be worse off. I say, can't you just pretend you don't hear it? And a rapist? You haven't tasted meat in so many years. Is that thing shriveled up? As he spoke, he dove in and started to unbuckle his belt, but soon turned around and shouted, What the hell? Turn around. I don't like being watched. Zhou Laosan, standing by the door, could only turn his head away. But this still didn't satisfy him. Qian Hui said, Go up and keep watch. One old man is already annoying enough. When I'm done, it'll be your turn. He glared fiercely at Yin Liang and said, You're just a coward. The two had to get up and slowly walk up. Only then did Qian Hui say, Little girl, it's just the two of us left. But before he could pounce on Jiang Si, he heard the voice over there calling out, It's you, I'm talking about you, Qian Hui, you scoundrel. Instead of being a good person, you want to be a beast. Look at what you've done. Don't you think about your daughter? Don't you want to set a good example for her? I bet you don't care. Your brain is filled with black stuff. Damn it. Is this ever going to end? Qian Hui pulled out his belt and cursed loudly, ready to rush out. But soon, he let out a startled cry, instinctively touching his neck, where a sharp pain had arisen, as if something sharp had cut it. He turned around warily, but in this dim and narrow space, there was only a seemingly weak and helpless beauty. From beginning to end, she had remained silent, not saying a word, seemingly scared. But was she really scared? Qianhui couldn't help but wonder. Compared to the women he had played with before, she seemed unbelievably quiet. She neither begged for mercy nor screamed in fear. At this moment, the woman's snow-white face seemed to glow in the darkness, and he could even see the dimples at the corners of her mouth. Qianhui felt a shiver run down his spine, realizing that the woman was smiling. Hadn't all the weapons been confiscated? Was it an ability? Is this your ability? He immediately wanted to draw his gun, but the gun was in the holster stuffed in his pants pocket, and when he was preparing to take off his pants, he had thrown it onto the tray at the door, thinking it was in the way. Instinctively, he turned and ran. How could Jiang Si let him go? She jumped up, and the thing in her hand once again slashed towards the artery in his neck. Chapter 68. Lowly Special Item. Rough Knife Creator. Jiang Si Killing Power. 29. Extremely low probability to ignore opponent's defense, causing a bleeding state of 200 milliliters S on the target. Lasting for 10 seconds. This was the dagger she modified from the scales of mutated fish during her few days of rest at the hotel. Since she couldn't find a suitable sheath, she kept it hidden away. Unexpectedly, it came in handy at this moment. When Jiang Si swung the second strike, Qianhui had already been on guard, and only the tip of the blade lightly grazed the skin on his chin. In fact, with the physical capabilities of an adult male, he shouldn't have felt threatened by a woman, but he preconceived that Jiang Si had some remarkable abilities, and a sense of fear took hold of him. In his panic, he collided with the iron door, losing his balance and rolling to the ground. But he managed to grab the gun from the tray at the door. In the ensuing struggle, his elbow accidentally struck Jiang Si's nose. Jiang Si immediately felt a sharp pain and took 2 steps back. Qianhui revealed a fierce expression, touching the wound on his face. "Damn it! How dare you hurt me? I'll make you pay." Fortunately, it was just a minor wound. He felt relieved in his heart. But then a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he staggered to his knees, only to discover that his palms were already covered in blood. The wound on his chin was just a scratch, yet blood gushed out like a stream. Jiang Si braced herself against the wall and stepped out. She was lucky enough to activate the dagger's extremely low probability bleeding state. An adult's blood volume is around 4,000 to 5,000 milliliters, and acute blood loss over 30 can be life-threatening. She wanted to see if he could still escape after losing 2,000 milliliters of blood in 10 seconds. Qianhui sensed something was wrong. The massive blood loss made his fingers tremble, and the gun holster he had hastily grabbed fell uncontrollably to the ground. With the loss of blood came the loss of his strength, consciousness, and vitality. "Help! Help!" He couldn't help but scream, as if someone was choking him, only able to produce a sheep-like voice. In that moment, the loquacious old man's voice was even louder than his. "If you walk by the water often, how can you not get your shoes wet? Young people never listen to advice. Now you've suffered. Why seek temporary pleasure? Finally encountering a tricky situation. You brought this upon yourself. You can't blame others." Qianhui might hate Jiang Si, but at this moment, he should hate that nagging old man even more. "Damn it, I'll wipe you all out." Driven to desperation, Qianhui finally remembered he had a powerful artifact. "Si, come out, kid." Before he could finish, Jiang Si, with a fierce look, lunged at him, plunging the knife deep into his neck. Qianhui was still in the posture of raising a small doll resembling a lowly, but his voice suddenly stopped, along with Qianhui's disappearance. The old man's muttering also vanished. He seemed to regret such an ending, letting out a deep sigh. When Jiang Si got up from Qianhui's corpse, she realized her previous action had been too sudden, and her calves were aching severely. But she quickly froze, looking in terror at a certain spot. The bright light that Qianhui had summoned did not vanish with his death. Instead, it gradually revealed a humanoid figure. She quickly jumped up to grab the gun on the ground. But before she could pull the gun from the holster, a 2-meter-tall lowly in a maid outfit, holding a light machine gun, suddenly jumped out of thin air. "Master, you called for me." As soon as she appeared, she struck a seductive pose for herself. However, she quickly realized, like a startled cat, and jumped away to avoid the blood flowing towards her. Wrinkling her nose in disgust, she said, "EW? What is this? No Master S sent? Oh, turns out he's dead. Dead is just right. This pervert was really bad." She swung the light machine gun onto her shoulder, immediately breaking into a carefree smile. But what did the Master command just now? This lowly had a presence unlike that of a human. She resembled another kind of dangerous species, merely draped in human skin. Jiang Si dared not act rashly. She had previously thought about claiming this special item for herself, but upon seeing its true form, all those thoughts vanished. No wonder there was a warning about devouring the master on the special item. How could such a powerful being with its own consciousness willingly submit to a weaker human? Even if Qian Hui didn't die today, he would eventually meet his end at the hands of this creature. The lowly, after a while of not understanding what Qian Hui had said, bounced up the stairs. And just when Jiang Si thought she was about to move away, the old man's voice, which had been silent for a while, lamented. If there is a chance to spare someone, you should. You're a too hard-hearted girl. You killed a person without even blinking. Damn it. Why do you have to speak at a critical moment? Jiang Si thought to herself, realizing it was bad, since he could sense the surroundings. How could he not know there was a monster here? Sure enough, upon hearing other sounds, the lowly halted her foot in midair, preparing to step up the stairs. And then she tilted her head at an impossible angle, her dark eyes like glass balls seeming to pierce through all walls to see right inside. The old man's voice continued to drone on. Aren't you afraid the life you took will come back from the underworld to find you? Although Qian Hui was not a good person, filled with malice, you cannot let him dirty your hands. Once you go to the underworld and bear the burden of a life, the king of hell won't care whether you're a good person or a bad person. The lowly's slightly plastic round face was illuminated by the fire, forming a mischievous smile. So they're the powerful old grandpa? This must be interesting. What did the master say just now? Oh, it seemed to say to kill something. As she said this, she jumped down the stairs, landing right on Qian Hui's corpse. And with one more step, she inadvertently stepped on it. Qian Hui's once solid calf instantly became a puddle of mush. She jumped back as if she had touched something dirty, exaggeratingly pulling a surprised expression. Then she looked around, seemingly wanting to cover up the squashed foot with something. Little did she know that a gentle kick caused the severed limb, still trapped in the boot, to topple to the other side. This clearly took the lowly by surprise. Her eyes popped out as if they were springs springing out of their sockets. Jiang Si covered her mouth to suppress a sound. She had a vague idea for a long time that this lowly could not see or hear silent things. But the old man continued to sigh ignorantly. Ah, child, I know you don't want to hear this, but I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. You may not feel anything now, but one day you will hate this feeling. Put down the butcher's knife, and you'll find your way back. This prison was made up of individual small rooms. After coming down the stairs to a small hall in the middle, she faced a total of 12 rooms lined up side by side. Jiang Si's prison was the fifth one from the front, while that old warden should be in the second to last room. Since Jiang Si entered here, the dot representing the old man on her electric field had remained motionless. If he hadn't spoken, no one would have guessed he was the warden of this prison. But he inadvertently helped her. At this moment, the lowly stuffed her eyeballs back into her sockets, seemingly recalling her business and stepping towards that direction, needing only 2 steps to reach the cell where the warden was located. Kill, kill, kill. She clicked off the safety on the light machine gun, excitedly shaking her head, her long ponytails swaying back and forth like snakes. Kill, kill, kill. She continued to hum a little tune. Though it consisted solely of the word kill, it transformed into various pitches from her mouth and nose. Light and eerie, just as she pointed the light machine gun at the cell over there. Jiang Si gritted her teeth and couldn't help but shout at her. Hey. Chapter 69, confrontation with the old man's incessant chatter abruptly stopping. The lowly turned her head 360 degrees, glancing left and right, then pointed at her own nose and slightly leaned back, asking, "Are you calling me?" Her eyebrows were raised high, clearly both surprised and excited. As she spoke, she couldn't help but crack a smile, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth. It was then that she noticed Jiang Si, regarding her with a nonchalant attitude typical of a superior being looking down on an inferior one. "What is that smell on you? It seems familiar." As she said this, she suddenly darted back, covering a distance of 4 or 5 meters in the blink of an eye. She extended a finger. It was not a human finger, but more like a plastic one from a mall mannequin. The plastic finger brushed against Jiang Si's cheek, which was splattered with Qian Hui's blood. Jiang Si found herself unable to move, not because she was bound by some force, but due to the uncontrollable stillness and tremor of her body, crushed under absolute power. She didn't even have the courage to draw her gun. All she could hear was the sound of her heart pounding in her ears like ribs cracking. The lowly sniffed her blood-stained finger, then immediately put in her mouth to suck on it, savoring it slowly, as if she were licking ice cream. She then revealed a satisfied expression. "This is truly exquisite. Do you like it too?" Her tone was filled with exaggerated surprise, making one involuntarily shudder. "I don't like it." Jiang Si heard her own teeth clashing, the words almost squeezed out of her throat. "Oh." The lowly leaned closer, pressing her forehead against Jiang Si's. In that proximity, Jiang Si could smell the strong plastic scent on her. "Then what do you like?" Jiang Si was forced to confront two pitch-black eyeballs. They didn't look like normal human eyes. More accurately, they resembled two crudely made glass spheres. Those glass spheres rolled around in their sockets, staring deeply at her, filled with malicious anticipation for her response. It seemed that any misstep would give her a reason to unleash a light machine gun. At that moment, Jiang Si inadvertently glanced at the wall behind her, where an old clock hung as it ascended the staircase. She couldn't help but mentally count down. 3, 2, 1. She slowly exhaled a breath of stale air and smiled sincerely at the lowly, saying, "Time's up." The lowly was taken aback, clearly surprised, and then anger flashed across her plastic-like, reflective cheeks in a belated realization. Jiang Si only saw her mouth form curses and the action of raising the light machine gun. In a flash of bright light, before the 2-meter-tall creature could do anything, it became a small, lowly doll, landing in the blood pool of Qian not far away. It wasn't until the lowly transformed into a doll that Jiang Si felt her entire body go limp as she leaned against the wall and sat on the ground, her hands trembling uncontrollably. The lingering scent of the lowly's plastic still remained on her forehead, like a stain that couldn't be wiped clean. Not far away lay Qian's corpse, the second person Jiang Si had killed with her own hands, yet she felt not a single ripple of emotion inside her. Perhaps in her heart, such a person was merely a thing wrapped in human skin. She struggled to stand up, ignoring the faint sounds coming from the stairs above. It was clear that Qian's intimidation over Zhou Laosan and Yin Liang was deeply rooted. When told not to peek, they remained seated above, showing no interest in investigating the suspicious noises below. The intimacy had plummeted to a negative value before it even began. Jiang Si, with lingering fear, turned the lowly doll into a card and put it away. "Old man, are you all right?" She picked up Qian's flashlight and walked towards the second-to-last cell at the very end. On a simple wooden bed, wrapped in several blankets into a large ball, a head with disheveled white hair was exposed. When illuminated by the flashlight, the eyeballs on that head did not instinctively dodge from the light. They were covered by a layer of white, indicating a cataract patient. He looked as if he had been severely frightened, staring blankly ahead. He was completely unaware of Jiang Si's approach. "Are you okay?" She couldn't help but lower her voice and call out. Leaning against the iron door, she discovered it was not locked. After hesitating for a moment, she walked inside. Before she could get close, an invisible force pushed her away from the old man. Although the force was not strong enough to harm anyone, it warned her not to come any closer. Is this an extraordinary ability? No. This is a special item. Special item. Yeoman Prison Warden Privilege 1. Always maintain a safety distance of at least 0.2 meters from prisoners and their weapons. 2. Anyone forcibly breaking this safety distance will be considered an attack on the warden, and the prisoner will suffer a backlash of 150 of the attack power. 3. The warden can monitor the situation within a 50 square meter radius at any time, with the clarity of the monitoring screen affected by real-time lighting. 4. Once leaving Yeoman Prison, the above 3 rules become invalid. Note, this special item, once equipped, cannot be removed. Otherwise, there will be a risk to life. So it's you. The old man seemed to have just emerged from deep water, taking a big breath before tremblingly asking, "What was that thing just now?" Clearly, the malice that the lowly had briefly shown had frightened him badly. Jiang Si opened her mouth, unsure of how to respond to his question. Or rather, she hadn't even heard what he was asking. Her expression turned grave as something exceeded her understanding. At this moment, The secrets of the magician continually informed her that the special item on the old man was in an unknown state. Should I card it? Should I card it? Should I card it? Similar reminders made her head throb. Yet, in terms of identification, this old man was undeniably an ordinary person. How could a special item on the old man not have an owner? The only explanation that made sense was that this old man, besides being an ordinary person, was also the carrier of the special item, the yeoman prison warden privilege, just as she herself was a carrier of the electromagnetic field. Because when she checked her own status, the electromagnetic field did not display as a special item on her equipment. At first, she thought it was an issue with the identification, but later vaguely realized that the carrier itself might not belong to the category of special item holders. It merely functioned by being attached to the carrier. The current problem was that she could card the electromagnetic field she was equipped with at any time without affecting herself. However, if she were to card the yeoman prison warden privilege, there could be two outcomes. One was that the old man, as the carrier, would be sealed in the card along with it. The other was that the item would automatically detach from the old man, using the card itself as a new carrier, based on the item's own prompt. Once removed, there would be a risk to life. Jiang Si did not necessarily want to obtain this special item. She had not lost her sanity to experiment with an old man's dying life. It was just that in that moment, she suddenly had an unprecedented question. What is a special item? Chapter 70. The warden's privilege at yeoman prison. Special items indeed exist due to the arrival of the apocalypse. All living beings on Earth have begun to undergo irresistible changes because of this disaster. Combining what she has seen and heard in the years following the apocalypse in her nightmares, she attributes the transformations occurring in living beings to the evolution of biological genes. This does make sense. However, what is the principle behind the changes in ordinary items that grant these lifeless objects various incredible abilities? Whether it's the electromagnetic force field or the warden's privileges at yeoman prison, these were things invisible to the naked eye before the apocalypse. What means attach them to their carriers to produce the corresponding effects? What kind of theory should support and explain all this? Or perhaps what she really wants to ask is, what is the essence of this apocalypse? A wave of headache crawled over her scalp, like a centipede swiftly making its way across, causing her to shudder physiologically. When she came to her senses, she found herself uncontrollably sitting on the ground. Low blood sugar? She was a bit dazed. Looking up, the cataract-ridden old man was still on the wooden bed, showing her a concerned expression. "Miss, are you okay? Are you hungry? I still have a piece of bread here." The old man tried to help her up from the ground, but due to the abilities of the special item, he could only tremble and pull out a small cake wrapped in plastic from under the blanket and throw it to her. He wasn't very strong, and after making this motion, he started to gasp for breath as if he had exhausted all his energy. He must be over 80 years old, with various age spots on his arms and exposed face. The reason he didn't turn into a zombie on the night the apocalypse struck may be because he simultaneously became a carrier of a special item. Jiang Si did not refuse his kindness and tore open the packaging, just as she was about to swallow it. She suddenly stopped, feeling a twinge of shame as the old man began to doze off, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at rice, still mumbling reminders. "Go ahead and eat. I only have this little bit. I can't help you much." She almost ate the old man's last bit of food, surveying the cell that exuded the unique scent of age. There were no living supplies except for a few blankets on the bed that prevented him from freezing to death. This seemed a bit excessive for a blind old man. "Why are they keeping you here?" Jiang Si couldn't help but ask. Although the prison he was in had no locks, locked up was not quite the right term. However, the old man was already dozing off and did not answer her. She felt a bit regretful that she couldn't get any useful information about the prison from this kind-hearted old man. She had to put down the cake and was just about to walk out when a wave of bloodiness hit her face, slamming against the iron door. Jiang Si instinctively stepped aside and returned to the old man's cell, instantly recalling that she had made a fatal mistake by not destroying Qian Hui's head. At this moment, the zombie that had mutated from Qian Hui did not pounce on its prey, but got up from the ground and charged back over. However, as a deformed human, its intelligence had degraded first. Now relying on its sense of smell and hearing, it would choose the shortest direct line, causing its outstretched hands to get caught in the iron bars. No matter how it tried, it couldn't reach the food, yet it still persisted in squeezing closer. completely unaware that moving a couple of steps would bring it to the prison door. The iron bars emitted dull sounds from its repeated impacts. But as a prison meant to guard criminals, this place was definitely not built of flimsy materials. Jiang Si didn't have to worry about the iron bars suddenly twisting or breaking. They wouldn't just rush over like that. She walked in front of the zombie. Its skin had dried out in a very short time, with black veins protruding like earthworms. Its eyes had lost their previous luster, turning into a murky white. Meanwhile, sharp teeth grew in its mouth like a wild beast, dripping with black, foul-smelling saliva. Sensing Jiang Si's proximity, more saliva flowed from its open mouth. Clearly excited by the nearness of food, Jiang Si drew her gun and aimed at its head, just as she had thought. This creature showed no fear of such a weapon. Lacking language, blind, impervious to pain, and devoid of intelligence, these later-stage zombies could evolve to compensate for their deficiencies. But the unique emotions of humans would forever close the door on them. To survive, would humans really be willing to turn into such monsters that only crave flesh and blood? No matter how many times she observed zombies up close, Jiang Si always felt her stomach twist. She ended the short life of this zombie with a gunshot. The moment she fired, the old man lifted his head in shock. "Is that Qianhui?" His tone was filled with deep regret. That was his life. Jiang Si collected the zombified body of Qianhui as a special item, not saying much to him, and tiptoed into the shadows behind the steps. Would this gunshot attract the attention of the two people upstairs? Sure enough, within a breath or two, she heard chaotic footsteps and breath from above. Zhou Laosan didn't dare rush down directly, but stood on the steps shouting, Brother Qian, Brother Qian." "What happened?" Beside him, Yan Liang whispered, "Did you kill that girl?" His tone still carried a hint of regret. Zhou Laosan was clearly more cautious than Yan Liang. After a moment of hesitation, he shouted, "Old man, are you dead? If you don't speak, I guarantee I'll do something to your little eye." The old man cursed loudly. "You ungrateful Zhou Daming. When you were locked up, when did I or shall I ever mistreat you? When you first came, you couldn't even poop, and it was shall I who didn't mind the trouble and took you to the toilet. Now that your butt is better, you pull up your pants and don't recognize people, and you're still trying to threaten me. You ungrateful dog." Yan Liang chuckled at this and elbowed Zhou Laosan. "When was it that you couldn't poop?" Zhou Laosan had already put on a serious face. From past experiences, anyone who did something bad within the old man's ability range would be nagged until they gave up. If Qianhui was doing something to that girl, logically, the old man wouldn't stop nagging. But it was unclear when it had started that the old man had fallen silent. Ever since the gunshot rang out, he had not said a word. He remembered once when someone in the prison accidentally fired a gun. The old man nagged for over 10 minutes. This is national resource. Every bullet counts. Why shoot a gun for no reason? Even if you didn't hit anyone, if it ricocheted and hit the wall, the ground, or the flowers and grass by the road, it's still not good. Could it be that Qianhui killed the old man? How could that be? Qianhui was risking his own life too? Moreover, he had just tested it. The old man was still alive. Since the old man was still alive and hadn't nagged to stop Qianhui from doing anything bad, nor mention wasting bullets, it meant that for the old man, the bullets weren't wasted or that Qianhui hadn't done anything wrong. This left only one possibility. Damn, Zhou Laosan couldn't help but curse quietly. But he didn't tell Yan Liang about Qianhui being killed. Chapter 71 Adventure Old Yan, with his stout body and dull mind, still hadn't realized something was wrong. As he went down the stairs, he muttered to himself, "It must be that woman not cooperating. That's why Brother Qian couldn't hold back. But her figure is quite nice. While there's still some warmth, I might as well enjoy it too. Brother Qian, I'm coming down. I'm about to suffocate." He automatically assumed that Qianhui agreed and rushed down eagerly. As soon as he reached the bottom of the steps, he charged directly towards the 5th cell. However, there was a gunshot and a bullet pierced through his temple. Before he could comprehend what had happened, he collapsed with a thud. Zhou Laosan didn't come down at all. He was somewhat surprised and opened his mouth. He hadn't expected the woman below to be so decisive in killing. However, he didn't turn around and flee. Instead, he immediately shouted, Miss Jiang, please don't shoot. I didn't touch you. We have no grievances. Trust me, I won't harm you. Even if you kill me, you can't escape. This is the lowest level of the prison. Without a key, you can't leave here. No matter the reason, You killed someone, and you killed two at once. Sister Jean won't let you go. She's a police officer. Even if she understands you were forced into killing, she believes in an eye for an eye. Even if you have special abilities, it won't help. If you fall into her hands, you'll wish you were dead. As he spoke, he licked his lips and continued. I'm telling you all this because I want to help you, and I can let you out. Really, don't shoot. It's late at night, and in the entire base. Only I can help you. Don't believe him. Zhou Daming lies 9.5 times out of 10, and the other half is him lying to himself. He's the most cunning thing in the entire prison, and he has told more lies than I've eaten salt, the old man said leisurely. It's hard to imagine that his physical state could still support such a loud voice. You old fool, stop spouting nonsense, Zhou Laosan retorted. Miss Jiang, the warden is getting old and has dementia. I'm sincere, I know I was confused just now, but I did nothing. We had no grudges before. There's no need to make it ugly. Nonsense, the old man said angrily. I may be old, but I'm not senile. Back when I was at the prosecutor's office, I dealt with more criminals than the stars in the sky, and you were still a bawling little brat. Miss Jiang, I really want to help you. The warden was right before. People should turn over a new leaf. You see, I haven't made a big mistake yet. Just give me this chance. If I truly don't repent this time, let me die without a whole corpse. His tone seemed very sincere. Miss Jiang, really? Everything I said is true. You have to believe me. Jiang Si couldn't help but chuckle. This person would say anything to achieve his goals. The old man, however, still held a glimmer of hope. Are you really going to turn over a new leaf? You won't be lying again, will you? Really. Everything I say comes from the heart. You've seen my performance these days. Aside from being incited by that bastard Qian Hui today, I've been determined to be an honest person. Otherwise, how would Sister Jean have assigned me a handgun and let me handle outdoor duties? Zhou Laosan patted his chest firmly. To be honest, I was just momentarily blinded by greed earlier. Now that we're in the apocalypse, the survivors should unite. There is no need for you to die and for me to live. Girl, what do you think? The old man asked in a lowered voice. His privilege allowed his voice to reach her ears directly without others hearing. Jiang Si didn't have this ability. Instead, she returned to his cell and whispered back. You shouldn't have such expectations. Qian Hui originally had a treasure that he coveted. Now that he's dead, he wants to claim it for himself. The reason he said all this is to make me lower my guard. He is probably guessing that the thing is already in my hands, waiting for me to go up and silence me. She added in her heart, Oh, I see. The old man was taken aback, then sighed, That girl. You need to be careful. He doesn't have many bullets in his gun. Only 2 left, while yours only has 1. What? This caught Jiang Si off guard. The old man seemed a bit embarrassed. There is nothing I can do. Bullets are limited. The more you use, the fewer you have. You have to save them. All right, I understand. Jiang Si nodded. No matter what, although this old man couldn't be of much help, at least he was on her side. Zhou Laosan, hearing no movement below for a long time, didn't dare to poke his head out directly and called out a few times. Miss Jiang? Miss Jiang? As he shouted, he picked up something in his hand and splashed it onto the burning torch stuck by the steps. The originally dim underground prison was suddenly plunged into darkness. I can't see, the old man lamented. What is that beast doing? You couldn't see to begin with. Jiang Si understood he was referring to his sensory vision. That kind of ability also depended on real-time light, similar to surveillance videos. Zhou Laosan was actually an agile type of evolved human, possessing the ability to identify objects at night. In complete darkness, he was definitely in his element. Now that he had actively extinguished the torch, it meant he was ready to take action himself. If others encountered such a situation, they would surely be at a loss. However, Jiang Si possessed an electromagnetic field. Even in the dark, even without sight, she could sense Zhou Daming moving carefully along the wall. He was very cautious, plus he had the agility enhancement, so his footsteps on the steps were as quiet as if he had 2 layers of cushioning beneath his feet. The atmosphere in the underground prison became tense all at once. The most threatening thing about Zhou Laosan was his handgun, followed by his adult male physique enhanced by agility. He was determined to have that military girl, even risking coming down to take action. It seemed this fight wouldn't be easy. Jiang Si thought for a moment and took out a card for a substitute doll. A guard, a Western warrior, silently appeared in the hall outside the cell. As soon as he appeared, there were 2 gunshots followed by the sound of an empty gun being pulled. Zhou Laosan subconsciously believed he was the only one capable of moving below, so he naturally attacked the first humanoid entity that appeared. Little did he expect that these 2 bullets would be of no use at all. The attacked Western warrior instantly identified the direction and soon reached him, wielding dual blades. What the hell is this thing? Jiang Si could hear Zhou Laosan scream in the dark. From the perspective of night vision, the guard doll was nothing more than a monstrous figure wielding twin blades. Miss Jiang, help, help, let me go, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. A man of 7 feet encountering such a situation didn't fight back, but directly knelt and bowed his head to show repentance. This greatly surprised both Jiang Si and the old man. Chapter 72 Triple Kill. As the guard doll, the Western warrior, determined that this target posed no further threat. It slowly lowered the twin blades in its hands. Zhou Laosan, who had been begging for mercy with a hoarse voice, seized the opportunity, leaped up, and crashed into the Western warrior, pinning it firmly to the ground. At the same time, a sharp knife plunged deep into the guard doll's abdomen. You filthy bitch. Always playing tricks. Let's see if you die now. I'll stab you. No matter where, I'll stab. He thrust with all his might, like a mad dog. But soon he sensed that something was off. A normal human shouldn't feel this soft. It was like stabbing a sponge. He quickly turned the person beneath him. But with too much force, the Western warrior's neck snapped with a crack, and its head rolled to the side, staring at him with a lifeless expression. Accompanied by a piercing scream, Zhou Laosan jumped up. He hadn't run 2 steps before tripping over something, and the sensation in his palm made him realize it was the corpse of his accomplice, Lao Yan. He sat back down, crawling 2 or 3 meters until he reached the steps behind him. At least he was safe from behind. This is too eerie. He regretted his decision to come down alone. Look, we can't do anything to each other. How about we shake hands and make peace? He widened his eyes, looking around. The nearest cells were clear, but several rooms next to him were in his visual blind spot, blocked by walls, making it impossible to see deeper inside. He only had night vision, not X-ray vision. But no matter what he said, that woman remained silent, truly cunning. As he pondered where that woman was hiding, he suddenly felt a gust of wind in the darkness, and something lunged at him from the right. Is it coming? He didn't panic. Instead, he felt a surge of joy. His agile evolution had heightened his reflexes, and without even turning his face, he thrust the knife towards the source of danger. The sensation of flesh connected with the blade, and he revealed a crazed expression of triumph. Ensuring the target was completely dead, he exploded with force, pinning the opponent beneath him, not forgetting to apply pressure with the knife, confirming they could no longer move before laboriously standing up. His voice was hoarse as he muttered, "Filthy bitch, quite a few tricks, falling into my hands." Before he could finish, a sudden pain tore through his throat, sending a chill through his body, followed by a sinister voice from behind him. That was Qian Hui. "I'm right here." "You?" Zhou Daming never expected Jiang Si to be behind him. With the sound of a body hitting the ground, the underground prison returned to a dead silence. Jiang Si suddenly felt darkness closing in, nearly falling as she used the teleportation from the electromagnetic field, which drained her mental energy. She couldn't care about anything else. Closing her eyes and slowly easing the impending headache, an old man's voice came from the darkness. "Miss, are you all right?" Jiang Si gasped and replied, "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern." After a pause, she added, "I'm preparing to go up now. Would you like to come with me?" The old man sighed. "I won't go. I'm old. I can only stay here. I can't go anywhere. Miss, I have one request." Jiang Si stopped, waiting for him to speak. The old man had helped her, and she felt it was respectful to listen. The old man said, "I don't know what misunderstanding you have with Jean Lan and the others, but Jean Lan and the others are good people. They're different from the 3 you killed. Please show them mercy." Jiang Si forced a helpless smile. "You think too highly of me." "I'm serious," the old man insisted. "The country has already spoken for us to save ourselves. There are too many monsters outside, and the remaining people can only work together to get through this crisis." Jiang Si suddenly froze. "Old man, when did the country say that?" Since the apocalypse began, it seemed that an unknown force had disrupted everything, and all previous means of communication had failed. She quickly realized that it was an order from before the apocalypse. This realization hit her like a blunt force, plunging her into despair. So they knew. Of course, Zhao Zixuan and the others knew. How could such a large national system not be aware? It was because they understood that their current combined strength could not withstand this disaster. So they opted for selective relocation for their citizens, with limited relocation slots. The vast majority were left to seek self-redemption in this hell. It felt like being surrounded and squeezed by countless tides, and Jiang Si felt her heart was being shredded. Even though her precognitive nightmares had revealed this truth, she still couldn't catch her breath. The feeling of being abandoned was unbearable. Guessing that there would be no rescue operation was one thing. Being clearly informed of the harsh reality was another. After a long time, Jiang Si finally heard her own voice. "Old man, why don't you come with me? I've been a soldier my whole life. How can I shrink back to the back of the crowd at a critical moment? National resources are limited. Those who should be protected are the scientists and talents useful to society. Only by preserving the core can there be hope for the country's future. Someone half in the ground, shouldn't take up space," the old man said, his tone calming. In Jiang Si's precognitive nightmares, the country indeed built 5 large human bases nationwide with the highest military strength. But during the 2 years after the apocalypse began, 3 of the human bases fell, leaving only the Morning Star base in Kyoto and the sparsely populated southwestern base by the 3rd year. Shortly after, the woman with healing abilities had her mutated cat go berserk, slaughtering nearly half of the Morning Star base's inhabitants. The remaining people, cursed by that mutated cat, developed mold-like green algae on their bodies, which seemed painless and itch-free at first glance. Later, due to death and awakening from dreams, she couldn't see the aftermath, but could sense that the fate of the country and even all humanity was not as optimistic as she had imagined. "Old man, you're a true soldier." Jiang Si felt a surge of respect. However, she soon furrowed her brows as the electromagnetic field indicated several bright spots above her head. At some point, the unconscious Xiao Lai had broken free from the ropes and called for his accomplices. Including the guard Xiao Lai, there were a total of 4 people. Jiang Si secretly groaned. At this moment, she had no strength to fight back. Sister Jin's voice suddenly echoed throughout the space. "Qian Hui, Zhou Lao-san, what did you do to that girl?" She shouted several times without hearing a response, growing wary, and said to the others, "Be careful, I'm going down." Then she asked, "Miss Jiang, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Jiang Si replied from the depths of the darkness. Chapter 73. Jin Lan. Although Jin Lan is not an evolved being, she evidently possesses strong combat skills. Such abilities are rarely displayed in front of ordinary people during peacetime, but have found better use in the apocalypse. At this moment, Jin Lan personally holds a torch, illuminating the steps. The firelight reflects on her oval face, and upon seeing several corpses at the bottom of the steps, her slender eyebrows slightly raise in surprise. "Did you kill them?" Jiang Si replies, "Yes." "Why?" "Because they deserve to die," Jiang Si says calmly. Jin Lan is momentarily taken aback. The tone of the other person surprises her. Her professional demeanor quickly brings her back to calm. "Xiao Lai has already explained the situation to me. It was our negligence that startled you." After a moment of hesitation, she asks, "What did you do to old Do? He's just an old man. You shouldn't." Before she finishes speaking, the old man coughs heavily and curses. "You bastard, I'm still alive." Jin Lan breathes a sigh of relief. "It's good that old Do is fine. I didn't hear your voice, so I was momentarily misled. What happened just now? Could you tell me, since Miss Jiang is unwilling to say?" Old Do's abilities make it impossible for him to be held hostage. He surely knows what happened. After a moment of silence, Old Do begins to recount the events. It's actually quite simple. These 3 people attempted something untoward, but were ultimately outmatched and killed by the woman they locked up. Serves them right. A girl behind Jin Lan chuckles. Jin Lan can't help but glance back at her. Meeting Jin Lan's warning gaze, the girl does not back down. "Sister Jin, am I wrong?" A hint of embarrassment flashes across Jin Lan's face. Jin Yin sees her sister in a difficult position and quickly tugs at her companion's sleeve. "Zhu Minmin, what are you saying?" "Miss Jiang was forced to kill," Jin Lan continues, "but these 3 were our companions. It's unclear how they died at your hands, and I can't explain it to others." Jin Lan doesn't need to argue with the girls around her. and continues. Miss Jiang cannot stay here any longer. As she speaks, she puts away the gun in her hand, expressing great sincerity. I will let you go now. Please leave here quickly. No, she can't go. Xiaolai, who had rushed down the steps, interjects. The young man, looking just over 20, wears a strong expression of resentment. Sister Jean, no matter what, she's a murderer. She killed 3 of us in one go. As a graduate of the police academy, he has been taught that the people come first, that life is paramount. Yet this woman has killed right before his eyes. How can such a dangerous person be released back into society? I killed in self-defense, Jiang Si replies. At this moment, she does not seem as weak as she pretended to be earlier when she needed a blanket. The stark contrast in her demeanor leaves Xiaolai shocked, making him question his judgment. You didn't have to kill them all. He can't help but exclaim. This rare display of emotion on his otherwise disinterested face surprises even him. He doesn't know whether he feels sorrow for losing 3 companions or simply feels humiliated by realizing he was fooled by this woman. Jinlan hesitates, having heard Old Do make it clear that this woman was forced to act. Both Jin Yin and Zhu Minmin beside her show dissatisfaction with Xiaolai's attitude. In matters of bullying women, men often subconsciously believe it is a crime not deserving of death. Jin Yin can't help but scold. Xiaolai, what's wrong with you? Jiang Si, with a smile that doesn't reach her eyes, asks, So what do you think I should have done? Not resist and let them succeed? Xiaolai can sense the sarcasm in her tone, and his cheeks flush instinctively, but he still defiantly replies, You shouldn't be so unreasonable. Besides, they didn't really harm you. Before he can finish, a loud slap lands on his face. Jinlan turns around, her face filled with shock. The one who struck is not the usually impulsive Jin Yin, but Zhu Minmin, who is usually quiet yet unyielding when it matters. She appears delicate and unassuming, but after hitting someone, a fleeting look of panic flashes in her eyes before quickly disappearing, her expression returning to normal. The slap is powerful enough to make Xiaolai's cheeks swell instantly, but more than that, he is surprised, covering his face with a reddened expression and a slightly aggrieved tone. Minmin, why did you hit me? The girl lightly bites her lip and glances at him coldly. If you can't speak properly, then shut up. Minmin, why don't we talk things over calmly? Why resort to violence? Jinlan wants to express that they shouldn't have internal conflict in front of outsiders, but when she meets Jiang Si's half-smiling expression, she decides against saying it. Zhu Minmin merely lowers her eyelids and lightly hums, leaving it unclear whether she is acknowledging the reprimand or if it doesn't concern her at all. Xiaolai clearly has feelings for Zhu Minmin, as even after being slapped, he shows no other emotions, seemingly more concerned about whether she is upset. Jinlan, not wanting to explode in front of Jiang Si, doesn't say much to Zhu Minmin. I had some misunderstandings about you before. Now that the misunderstandings are cleared up, I apologize for wronging you. However, killing is wrong, and we cannot keep you here. She tells Jiang Si. Of the 3 people, aside from Yin Liang who was shot dead, the other 2 sustained fatal injuries from close combat. The physical abilities of evolved beings are indeed strong. If Jiang Si could hear Jean Lan's exclamation, she would surely think it's a huge misunderstanding. Evolved beings are indeed physically superior to ordinary people, but in the early stages, apart from strength-type evolved beings, the other 2 types do not show significant advantages in strength confrontation and physical recovery. If it comes to close combat, she herself wouldn't last 2 rounds against Jinlan. Killing 3 people was largely due to Old Do's assistance, giving her an opportunity. However, Jiang Si would not share this with Jinlan. Often, what is more terrifying than a different species is the unpredictable nature of one's own kind. This is truly the tragedy of humanity. However, noticing Jean Lan's softened attitude and her not holding it against her for killing 3 people, Jiang Si realizes something. So, Jiang Ming has woken up? Jean Lan stiffens. The woman's acuity exceeds her expectations. However, this matter indeed does not need to be hidden. After a brief pause, she nods in acknowledgement. Professor Guan extracted the substance that caused the paralysis from his body. He has already regained consciousness. He also confirmed that the injuries had nothing to do with you, and that you even helped him. So you cannot be the murderer. He asked me to say thank you. If I didn't have the ability, I probably wouldn't have heard that thank you. However, Jiang Ming's life can be exchanged for those 3 lives. It shouldn't be considered a loss for you, Jiang Si states bluntly. Otherwise, you wouldn't have this attitude. Chapter 74. A House of Cards. Jean Lan's face flashed with embarrassment again, feeling as if her secret thoughts had been instantly seen through. In fact, the other party was right. If it were her colleagues or friends who had been killed, she definitely wouldn't have let it go so easily. So when she saw that those who died were a few certain people, she inexplicably felt relieved. Although she was a People's police officer, when it came to making choices, there were indeed priorities to consider. It's my problem. I apologize, she said again. The education she received from the social organization in school emphasized principles and evidence, striving for impartiality. Regarding the matter of imprisoning Jiang Si, she felt she had done nothing wrong. However, as a manager of the base, she seemed unable to regulate the behavior of her subordinates, which allowed for loopholes. This was something she had to admit was her oversight. But Jean Lan did not know that her managerial loopholes were not the first instance. If it weren't for Jiang Si having a bit more capability than the average woman, killing those 3 would have eliminated future troubles. And today, as incident wouldn't have been a last. All right, then we have a consensus. I will leave here as soon as possible, Jiang Si said as she stepped out of the darkness. With a delicate and exceptional oval face, her eyebrows arched gracefully, giving her features a balanced appearance. Jean Lan seemed to finally see her clearly, slightly surprised. A woman who dared to appear alone on the streets in a post-apocalyptic world was certainly not a weakling. Compared to others who survived under the protection of others, she was incredibly courageous. However, Jean Lan understood that the decision she made had forever offended her. They could never become partners side by side in their lives. As Jiang Si walked past Jean Lan, she looked at the large iron door on the upper level, which closed seamlessly at the entrance and exit. Even firing a gun inside wouldn't disturb the outside. It seemed the security was indeed very good. When she was brought in earlier, she had seen such iron doors all the way. From a defensive perspective, if one did not assault from the inside, the prison's closure could indeed serve as a temporary stronghold. She turned back and asked, "How about you send someone to guide me? I'm afraid my appearance might cause some misunderstanding." Jean Lan naturally thought of this and assigned Jin Yin and Xiao Lai, saying, "Go ahead. Tell Uncle Kai to open the door. I'll stay here and talk to Old Do. Min Min, you stay too." Jiang Si casually inquired, "Do you know if the highways are clear recently?" Jin Yin exclaimed, "Are you planning to leave the city?" "Don't. We had someone try to cross the second bridge, but there are monsters in the water that attack passing vehicles. People around here are too afraid to go that way." Jean Lan added, "The road over there is indeed not safe. Those who returned said the aquatic animals have mutated and are specifically waiting to eat passersby. If you want to leave the city, you'll probably need to detour to the northern section, which is quite a distance." Sure enough, it was as she said. Jiang Si had no reason to doubt Jean Lan's words. Although she didn't like this female police officer, she had to admit that dealing with her was easier than with others. This police officer seemed to be born without guile. Whether it was beneficial or harmful to you, she would clarify it to your face at the first opportunity, demonstrating a great degree of impartiality. This was something that still existed and was extremely precious in the apocalypse. However, she also wondered how long this quality could be maintained. Jiang Si reminded, "By the way, remember to return my things." "Okay." Jean Lan simply looked deeply at her face and agreed to the request. She had never thought of coveting this woman's belongings. In her view, the supplies that the guard army had collected during this time were already plentiful, and there was no need to take someone else's things. When Jiang Si came out of the underground prison, it was already 2 or 3 in the morning. She carefully searched her backpack in front of everyone, confirming that nothing was missing, and then smiled in satisfaction. She felt that there was nothing wrong with her behavior. However, Xiao Lai's face completely fell, unable to help but mumble softly, "Who would want your little things?" Beside her, Jin Yin couldn't help but blush. She had previously taken the accessories from Jiang Si's clothes. "Are you leaving now?" She seemed hesitant. "Why are you still talking to her?" Xiao Lai looked very impatient, but he could sense the dangerous aura around Jiang Si, which made him refrain from acting recklessly. At this moment, Jin Yin clearly had something to say to Jiang Si, gesturing for Xiao Lai to return first. She didn't care about Xiao Lai's tone, It was unclear whether it was her nature or if she simply didn't take Xiao Lai's personality seriously. Then I won't care about you. Xiao Lai stomped his foot, but he only walked a few steps before leaning against the wall, waiting in place. His eyes fixed over there, as if afraid Jin Yin would be deceived. Do you have something to say? Jiang Si asked. Jin Yin cautiously turned on a flashlight and scanned the surroundings, saying, I'm really sorry about what happened before, but my sister just has that temperament. So please don't take it to heart. It's fine. Jiang Si took back her belongings, feeling in a good mood. She had always been this way, very precise. It was quite annoying, but definitely not bad. Knowing that she might be bullied by those scumbags, she ran over immediately. Fortunately, you were strong and killed them all. She peeked at Jiang Si, seeing that she wasn't impatient, and continued. Although they said they wanted to turn over a new leaf, they were still very bad. They peeked at us girls taking baths several times and even teased us. My sister beat them several times, but they still didn't repent. Such people should have been killed long ago. Jiang Si fully agreed. Why didn't you think of driving them out? Jin Yin was taken aback. We thought about it too, but it's so dangerous outside. My sister said that prisoners are also human, so she kept them all. But some had other plans and ran away to save themselves. So, Jiang Si sneered. Just can't tell right from wrong. Don't say that about my sister. Jin Yin suddenly became agitated. So far, my sister hasn't had a good night's sleep. During the day, she takes us out to find food and supplies. And at night, she has to keep watch for us. Without her, we wouldn't have been able to hold on. She might be a bit old-fashioned, but she is definitely a good person. Jiang Si looked at the little girl in front of her who was getting worked up and Miss Qin Mei Fei a bit. I understand. Jin Yin was dumbfounded. What kind of reaction was this? She was a bit anxious and followed her, saying, Did you hear what I said? If it weren't for my sister, we would have been dead long ago. The person I admire the most is my sister. How many of you are there in total? Jiang Si asked. Jin Yin didn't understand the abrupt change. 18. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? How many evolved people are there? 2. Jin Yin replied. Jiang Si couldn't help but glance at her. This girl was staring at her with round eyes, showing a bit of embarrassment. Still bothered by Jiang Si's indifference to the explanation about Jin Lan. She had not yet formed the concept of confidentiality, not realizing she had leaked something. She wasn't lying. She believed there were only 2 evolved people in the base. But when they were surrounded during the day, Jiang Si felt there were more than that. Chapter 75. Ogres, what are the 2 evolvers? Jiang Si asked, not feeling like she was probing for secrets. Naturally, Jin Yin, who had no concept of confidentiality, wouldn't think this was something taboo. One can control fire, and the other can control metal. Bao Gu, who can control fire, hasn't returned for 2 days, leaving only Jiang Ming, who can control metal. They're both very powerful. Are you sure? Jiang Si asked. We only have this many people in our base. How could I not be sure? Jin Yin said angrily, feeling inexplicably annoyed by Jiang Si's doubtful tone. Are you sure they are very powerful? Jiang Si actually wanted to ask this question. If Jiang Ming was skilled in controlling metal, he wouldn't have sneaked over to kill that zombie dog and then gotten seriously injured by the mutated zombie dog pup when he was struggling for survival. He also didn't use his evolved ability to save himself. Among the 5 elemental abilities, aside from fire having a natural restraint on many creatures, metal is the most domineering and tough. Many metal-type evolvers can attack, retreat, and defend, and are regarded as powerful beings. So how come this ability is used like that in Jiang Ming's hands? Jiang Si was curious, but Jin Yin became alert. Why are you asking this? You aren't planning something bad, are you? If I really wanted to do something, could you still stand here properly? Jiang Si was amused by the silly girl and played along with her words. With your guard team being so powerful, what could I possibly do? That's true. Jin Yin breathed a sigh of relief, then realized it was a sarcastic remark and angrily stomped her foot. What do you mean? You know Zhou Daming, right? Before we acted, he extinguished the torches illuminating the area below. Do you know what that means? Jiang Si said leisurely. Doesn't that mean you can't see anything? Jin Yin suddenly thought of something and became a bit excited. Are you saying he has an ability? No wonder. She evidently recalled suspicious things about Zhou Daming from the past. Evolvers might not even be aware of their changes, like Jin Yin. Another possibility is that they know they're evolvers but haven't told anyone, waiting for the right moment to catch others off guard, like Zhou Daming. Every sign indicated that Jiang Lan's management skills were indeed poor. The people gathered here were like a scattered mess, and among this small group, clearly, many had their own agendas. Even if they weren't targeted by outside forces, it was only a matter of time before they would be destroyed by internal strife. This was also evident from what Qian Hui had said. However, Jiang Si wasn't interested in understanding the relationships among these people. She just wanted to leave the city quickly and find her stepfather. If all went smoothly, she would get a vehicle that could travel on the road filled with abandoned cars and then head to the southwestern base with her stepfather. From her premonitions of nightmares, that place seemed to be safer than the Polaris base in Kyoto. As for her fiancé, Yi Cheng, although the events in her premonitions had yet to occur, it was only a matter of time. She didn't need to look for him, nor did she need to question him about his relationship with other women. Since the apocalypse began, there was no longer any possibility between them. "You sent me far enough," Jiang Si added. "All right, little girl. It's not safe to walk alone at night. You should go back." After hearing that Zhou Daming was an evolver, the little girl had her mouth agape, unable to come back to her senses for a while. When she heard Jiang Si was leaving, she instinctively reached to pull her sleeve. "Wait. What is it?" Jiang Si was very patient with the young girl. Jin Yan shook her sleeve and said, "I'm telling you, my sister's suspicion about you isn't aimed at you personally. It's just that some strange things have happened around here, and my sister couldn't help it. So you need to be careful too." "Oh, go on," Jiang Si encouraged. "We only have 18 people now. But do you know how many we had before? Over 80. I register the roster every day, so I know best," Jin Yan said. Jiang Si didn't find it strange. At this time, personnel losses were very normal. If they encountered a horde of zombies, total annihilation was also common. Not to mention that there were too many people in the team with their own agendas. As long as someone had bad intentions, it could easily implicate a lot of others. A good team doesn't need to be large. As long as everyone fulfills their responsibilities and cooperates, they can overcome any challenge. But it was clear that the guard team was not that kind of team. If we really encountered a powerful monster, that would be our fate. But that's not the case. Although we don't have many weapons, we have Jin Jie, Bao Ge, and Jiangming. We can still kill some zombies. We've cleaned up the area around here pretty well. Occasionally, there are a few mutated animals, but we could drive them away. But then we found something was off. Every time we went out to search for supplies, no matter how close to here, 1 or 2 people would disappear. How could good people suddenly disappear? Did they leave on their own? Jiang Si asked. 1 or 2 people disappearing is one thing, but so far, about 30 lives have been lost. We don't even know when those people went missing. When they were found, their stomachs had been ripped open and their organs were gone. Initially, we suspected that it was done by more ferocious animals. But a few days ago, Professor Guan found human saliva on the bodies and said the culprit was a person. Everyone was terrified, and many left on their own, but not long after, we still found their bodies. Their stomachs were also ripped open. Jiang Si understood from her words why they reacted the way they did upon seeing her. In the apocalypse, the instinct for survival necessitates forming groups. Encountering a lone woman on the road alone could seem suspicious. She couldn't help but recall the several corpses in the yard where she had stayed overnight, initially thinking they had been ripped open by some fierce beast. After Jin Yan's explanation, she couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. She had completely lost consciousness after throwing herself onto the pillow at that time. If someone had wanted to do something to her, it would have been incredibly easy. But more terrifying suspicion arose in her heart. In the apocalypse, there are some people who, in order to gain stronger powers, do not eat other animals, but instead feed on their own kind. They look and have abilities just like humans, showing no other differences, but they can attract their own kind and cannot control the urge to prey on them. People have named this type of being ogres. The situation Jin Yan described closely matched the predatory style of ogres. They usually operate around areas where people gather, specifically lurking for isolated individuals. If there really are ogres preying around this prison, then the stronghold built, there is no longer a safe haven for their kind, but more like a breeding ground for food. In later generations, such a breeding ground was aptly named a meat cage. Chapter 76. Mental power. Seeing Jiang Si's face suddenly turn pale, Jin Yan thought she was scared and quickly comforted her. "I'm not trying to scare you. You have such great skills, you'll be fine." I just want to remind you to be careful when you're alone." At that moment, Jiang Si looked at Jin Yin earnestly and said, "Thank you." Jin Yin smiled at this, and her freckled face became much more lively. "Greenwave Community, Building 9, Room 702. Just go straight, and after one more intersection, you'll get there. The key is under the potted plant at the door." She repeated the address again, worried Jiang Si wouldn't remember it. Jiang Si was puzzled by Jin Yin's meaning. "It's my sister's place. She said you might not have anywhere to stay. I've also told you about the murder. I've completed her task, so I'm heading back now." With that, she jogged away. "Is this all part of Jinlan's plan?" Jiang Si frowned, slightly in a daze. To be fair, she didn't think much of Jin Yan's personality. But who is a born manager? This woman will eventually suffer from her softness. No, she is already suffering. She just hasn't realized it yet. But at this moment, should she go to the place Jin Yan mentioned or not? Standing in the pitch-black surroundings, she didn't turn on her flashlight. Even in front of Jin Yan, she was still on guard, holding her breath. Only when she was alone did she slowly relax. As she did, she felt pain all over her body. After killing 3 people, she was not unscathed either. It was already deep into the night, and danger lurked everywhere outside. There was no place safer than an available house. If she were unlucky, she might encounter a cannibal ogre roaming around looking for human organs. She didn't know if she still had the luck to kill those 3 people. So, she had no reason to refuse Jinlan's good intention. The community where Jinlan lived was not far away, and since there were people cleaning up the area, there weren't many wandering zombies along the way. Silently dealing with a few scattered zombies that came from elsewhere, Jiang Si quickly found the address Jin Yin mentioned and arrived at the door of her room. However, she didn't enter Jinlan's home, but climbed up 2 more flights of stairs. This building had 3 apartments on each floor, and only one of them was unlocked. Jiang Si, however, did not want to choose this one. She wanted to try the lock-picking skill she had just learned. Although the electromagnetic field told her there were no living people around, her guilty conscience made her involuntarily look around. Then, revealing her fingers, she produced a wire for picking the lock. Jiang Si had never done this before, but for some reason, after seeing Zhou Daming do it once, she felt she could give it a try. As she thought, after inserting the wire into the keyhole for a few seconds, she heard a soft click from the spring inside the lock. The door silently opened in the dark. This house had been unoccupied for a long time, and with the doors and windows tightly shut, it didn't have much dust and appeared unusually tidy. Unlike the house across the hall, where a family of 4 zombies was aimlessly wandering in a now chaotic room, occasionally tearing flesh from each other's bodies and stuffing it into their mouths to satiate their hunger, nor like the unlocked house, where a corpse of a woman with a crushed head lay naked on the bedroom floor. Jiang Si entered the room quietly and locked the door behind her. The post-apocalyptic life had trained her to move on her toes instinctively, allowing her to make minimal noise. She sat down in the dark room, took out the pocket watch from around her neck, randomly grabbed it, and released Zhuo Tianyu, who was trapped in the 2-dimensional world. At that moment, Zhuo Tianyu, feeling bored, was trying hard to doze off. The moment he sensed freedom, he popped his head out of the pocket watch, his apple cheeks beaming with a smile, revealing 2 shining tiger teeth in the dark. "Big sister, I figured out the key to my ability. It's mental power." Jiang Si was too exhausted to move. After pulling Zhuo Tianyu out of the pocket watch, she slumped onto the sofa, immobile. Her body was very tired, but the throbbing at her temples prevented her from falling into a deep sleep. "Oh," she replied. Zhuo Tianyu continued, "I overheard them say that human brain tissue can release an invisible force. Ever since I got this ability, I feel like there's something extra in my head. Just now, when I was alone in the small dark room, it seemed like I could see this thing. It was vague, like a white substance, but I couldn't touch it. However, it could move freely inside my body, compressing. Activating the ability is about pulling it out of my body and releasing it purposefully." Jiang Si gave him a light slap. He immediately stopped talking, straightened up slightly in the dark, alert, and asked in a low voice, "Big sister? Use that mental power you just mentioned to sense it," Jiang Si said. "This?" Zhuo Tianyu hesitated, but he was willing to try Jiang Si's suggestion. He calmed himself, closed his eyes, and found a bit of the feeling he had grasped in the 2-dimensional world. From his skin, white threads resembling mycelium wrapped around him, densely intertwined. He separated some of them, trying to let them spread out from his body. Soon, he felt a thin branch growing from his fingertips, swaying in the dark as if it were alive, with graceful lines. He heard Jiang Si's gentle voice, "Focus more." The branch gently elongated, and in no time, it turned into an old tree with several flower buds growing on it. "Be more specific." Jiang Si's voice continued to guide him. Zhuo Tianyu felt as if he heard a pop by his ear, and the topmost flower bud suddenly swelled, releasing a bit of pollen that silently dissolved into the boundless darkness. At that moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, revealing an enthusiastic excitement. "Big sister, I sense someone coming. It's a man." He even held her hand tightly. The surroundings were too quiet, and in such silence, any slight abnormality would be magnified many times. Zhuo Tianyu could hear someone jumping into the stairwell from the darkness, like when we used to rush home from school, waiting for the sensor lights to turn on above us. After a while, he became puzzled. "Big sister, could this person live here too? Maybe. But isn't that too coincidental?" Jiang Si thought it was worth being suspicious. However, the guards themselves were not reliable. Many people must know about her being here. Who should she be suspicious of? After all, when she left the prison with Jin Yin, she could feel many eyes on her from behind tightly drawn curtains. The two of them widened their eyes, gripping their weapons as they waited in the dark, within their perception range. The man did nothing but enter the room in the middle of the 4th floor. The man locked the door, put down his backpack, and then merged himself with the soft bed. The surroundings fell silent again, with only the distant roar of monsters. Chapter 77. Rest. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Zhuo Tianyu then asked, "Big sister, what happened next?" Jiang Si recounted the events to him. After more than 10 minutes of silence, just as Jiang Si was dozing off, he said, "Let me be involved in things like this in the future. Big sister, I feel like I need to fight too." Jiang Si buried her face in the sofa. Through the electromagnetic field, she could feel the person on the 4th floor, wide awake, staring at the ceiling, seemingly gazing deeply at them through the sleepless night. An unsettling thought crossed her mind. Could the cannibal mentioned by Jin Yin be someone from the guard army itself? She heard her own hoarse voice reply, "Okay." That night was not a restful one. When she opened her eyes again, the sky was already bright. The person on the 4th floor had vanished. Compared to being in the two-dimensional world, Zhuo Tianyu preferred to lie comfortably on soft things, and it was evident that he liked to sleep in. Jiang Si ignored him and brushed her teeth with water from a bottle. When leaving Yin Yun's place, she knew that the apocalypse was a difficult journey, so she prepared a toothbrush and toothpaste. If it weren't for the limited things she could carry, she would have wanted to bring a few bath towels and facial cleanser. Maintaining personal hygiene during the apocalypse was a challenging task. Fortunately, it was winter, so she didn't need to change clothes frequently, or else it would have been unbearable. Jiang Si gathered her hair into a bun in front of the dusty mirror in the bathroom and grabbed a lot of melting snow from the windowsill to wash her face. Feeling much more refreshed, leaning against the sofa, she leisurely ate breakfast. After taking a sip of water, she felt her limbs gradually gaining strength. The snow that had stopped in the middle of the night began to fall heavily again. On such a snowy day, everything around became quieter, and even the roars of the monsters and mutants subsided. Zhuo Tianyu had another tearful nightmare. When he jumped out of bed, Jiang Si was in the kitchen sharpening a knife. Hearing the noise, she glanced back slightly and said, "Awake? There's a bottle of milk. You can drink it." "Big sister?" Zhuo Tianyu couldn't help but widen his eyes. Jiang Si could see the surprise on the boy's face. She nodded nonchalantly. "The snow is heavy. It's not convenient to go out right now. Anyway, we have enough supplies, so there's no rush to leave. We'll wait until the snow stops." Her complexion was naturally very fair. As Yin Yin used to say, it was the kind that would look radiant even at night. But such beauty was not a good thing in the decaying humanity of the apocalypse. So she put on a disguise in front of others, deliberately applying dark powder to her skin that might be exposed, so as not to attract attention because of her skin tone as she used to. After washing her face just now, she happened to use the makeup remover left by the homeowner, which naturally washed away the layer of dark powder, revealing her original beauty. It was no wonder that even just a profile view amazed the boy. "Oh, right, big sister. You said before that you want to leave the city to find your dad. Are you sure he is still at home waiting for you?" As soon as the words left Zhuo Tianyo's mouth, he knew he had said something wrong again. However, this question had to be considered sooner or later. Just like Zhuo Tianyu himself, his parents had him at an old age, over 40 when he was born. Now in his early 20s, his parents had already passed 60. Without needing Zhao Zixuan to explain, he could guess the most likely outcome for them after the apocalypse. Jiang Si smiled faintly. He's alive. This was not a comforting statement for herself, but a fact. In her nightmare, her stepfather, like Old Doe, had a direct rescue quota due to his identity. But he rejected the organization's arrangement to ensure his own survival. In the nightmare, she followed a group of people fleeing north, seemingly ruining her appearance to preserve her innocence. It was a year later when the father and daughter reunited at the Polaris base. At that time, her stepfather's body was corroded by an unknown toxin and soon died from organ failure. Only then did she meet her fiancé. In her nightmare, Jiang Si seemed not to be an evolver, but her fiancé, Yi Cheng, was exceptionally gifted. He not only possessed an A-grade lightning ability, but also had the highest survival rate with agile attributes, later mastering the difficult skill of teleportation. Compared to Jiang Si's obscurity, he established a renowned Thunder God Corps, recruiting a group of reliable teammates and thriving during the apocalypse. When Jiang Si met him, he was already surrounded by many admirers. What could a woman without beauty or power compare to him? Over time, it was only natural that he would become close with a newly joined female evolver with healing abilities in the team. As the apocalypse gradually unveiled a new chapter, the details of Jiang Si's dreams became clearer, becoming an indispensable part of her memory. Sometimes she even wondered, could this be a real experience of hers? After sharpening the knife, Jiang Si began to organize her special items. Sun Bao, usable only by agile-type evolvers, damage 500, increases the holder's agility by 20. When hitting a target, there's a 17 chance to paralyze the target, a 30 chance to steal a certain percentage of the target's agility for 10 seconds, and a 51 chance to create an explosive effect. She had put it away after Zhao Zixuan fainted, and he hadn't asked about the bow since. It looked like an ordinary military bow and crossbow, but unfortunately, it could only be used by those with agile attributes. Ruan Yang's notebook. The contents can be transformed into scenes of reality, duration determined by the user's imagination. The user must be Ruan Yang himself, and the duration of this item can be doubled. Because her identification skill leveled up, she was able to see how to use this special item. This notebook had about 30 to 40 pages, and each use required 30 energy points. One page about Hellfire had a torn mark due to dealing with maggots. One cut to end all. A creature pierced by this knife can retain the biological characteristics of a dying organism. This knife was indeed taken from a corpse that had not transformed. Besides that, it had nothing special about it, looking just like an ordinary kitchen knife. Not as handy as her accustomed boning knife. Guardian Doll, protective doll will sound an alarm if something happens. Can be used 12 times. So far, this doll has been used 4 times, leaving 8 chances. The fact that the Guardian Doll transformed into a Western warrior has proven to be quite useful. At least in appearance, it can scare off the unaware. Fish soup, food made from mutated fish, can slightly increase physical functions, with a certain probability of growing fish scales. Jiang Si had eaten fish soup twice, and later indeed felt rough fish scales on her back. But these scales did not last long and fell off on their own after a few days. Compared to the benefits of the soup, its side effects were almost negligible. Rough small knife, very low probability to ignore the opponent's defense, causing a bleeding status of 200 milliliters S on the target, lasting for 10 seconds. Honestly, Jiang Si was particularly surprised that she could create special items. However, she obtained this special item after wearing down hundreds of fish scales. Later, Zhao Zixuan found the material sharp, like iron pieces, similar to his proficient throwing darts, and voluntarily asked for a few pieces, but afterward, Jiang Si never saw him use them. Body fluid of human degenerators, extremely low probability of increasing physical functions upon consumption, very high probability of increasing biological degeneration, irreversible effects. The first bottle of zombie body fluid was obtained from Yin Yun, and later, whenever there was an opportunity, she would actively collect some, unintentionally amassing over 100 in her collection room. She hopes to meet someone involved in scientific research in the future who might help uncover the fundamental cause of human zombification, thereby producing an immune drug to prevent infection. Subconsciously, she may still hold some hope for this world. Armament Girl can summon a violent girl with an infinite bullet-light machine gun. Duration: 5 minutes. Cooldown: 12 hours. Intimacy with Armament Girl can be increased by giving gifts, which can extend the duration. When intimacy falls below -60, there's a certain probability of triggering a Devourer action. However, Jiang Si is somewhat curious. If Armament Girl really kills its holder, what will happen to it? Will it be damaged and unusable? Or will it revert to being a little puppet, plotting to find a new master? She remembers that lowly image exuding a non-human feeling, which is not a creature originally from this planet. Jiang Si went through all the special items, finally settling on Yin Yun's corpse. Perhaps when things calm down, she should let Yin Yun return to the earth, buried underground, rather than drifting aimlessly with her, uncertain of tomorrow. Then she checked her weapons again: a close-quarters dagger, a newly replaced bone knife, and 2 handguns, one of which was out of bullets exchanged from the toolbox by Bai Xian. The other gun only had 1 bullet left, which was taken from Qianhui. There were no grenades, and the defensive substitute was also gone. Before leaving the Demon City, she had already experienced several brushes with death. Sister, this family still has natural gas. I found some rice, some stored cabbage, and some cured meat. How about we stir-fry cured meat and cabbage for lunch today? Zhuo Tianyu said increasingly cheerfully, but fortunately, he quickly quieted down. However, his eyes still sparkled, clearly craving rice. For a moment, Jiang Si also felt a bit of longing, but she could easily suppress this little desire for food. Cooking would make too much noise and attract unnecessary trouble. Besides zombies or mutated animals, the most dangerous are the malicious humans. Not to mention, there's a cannibal nearby. Zhuo Tianyu felt somewhat disappointed. Jiang Si ignored his expression and tossed him an empty gun. There's a Lianhua police station 5 kilometers from here. When the snow stops, we'll go there. Big sister, are we going to get bullets? I think it's too late to go to the police station now. It will be better to go to the nearby armory. It looks pretty close on the map. Chapter 78. Difficult to let go, are you sure? Jiang Si was a bit surprised. Did you overhear this from Zhao Zhishuan and Hu Chun? Not entirely eavesdropping. They didn't avoid discussing this in front of me. Zhuo Tianyu replied, feeling troubled by their schemes. They all know, and probably others do too. At this point, 9 times out of 10, someone has taken advantage of it. Don't forget about the military troops that haven't retreated yet. If they have any intention, the first thing they'll think of is the arms depot. It's not up to us ordinary people. In her foreboding dreams, Jiang Si indeed saw a military unit leaving the Magic City. Without weapons from the arms depot, they would likely struggle to escape the city overrun by mutants. Thus, for ordinary civilians, following the army was much more reliable than going off on their own. If she wasn't mistaken, the army's destination was Jinling City, which was closest to the Magic City in the northwest. The shelter there was originally built on a military base, reinforced with grand walls for defense. Even the strongest mutants would find it hard to breach. However, they only focused on the ground. 3 months later, when spring arrived and everything began to awaken, the agricultural researchers detected unusual sound waves from underground. 2 days later, thousands of mutant rats carrying the zombie virus emerged from drainage systems and sewage outlets, each the size of an adult cat and aggressive towards humans. The highest commander had no choice but to lead the civilians and troops northward to escape, resulting in the fall of the Jinling base. Zhuo Tianyu continued. I have an older brother up there. He bought a house in my sister-in-law's hometown, Zhanghuai City, and last year they had a pair of twin sons. Now, I don't even know how they're doing, and it's unrealistic to travel so far to rely on them. Right now, I'm on my own, so it doesn't matter where I go. I might as well stick with you, the big sister. At least we can look out for each other. He expressed his thoughts again. For some reason, he felt that Jiang Si was trying to push him away. It wasn't that Jiang Si didn't want to find someone to accompany her. Having another person meant they could take turns keeping watch at night, relieving the constant anxiety. However, her past experiences had made her very cautious. Besides her stepfather, she needed a long time to trust anyone else. It was indeed very hard to find someone to fully trust, especially in the apocalypse. She couldn't help but recall Zhao Zixuan's displeased expression, lips tightly pressed together. Next, she would have to thoroughly blacklist this childhood friend. Jiang Jia, do you think I'm useless? Zhuo Tianyu asked courageously as he noticed her deep in thought. How could that be? Jiang Si thought he was overthinking it. Zhuo Tianyu said, I just feel pretty useless. I watched Zhang Xiaoqiao and Wang Yang die. If I really had any ability, I would have stood up and told them that this was wrong, that this wouldn't work, instead of hiding and hoping it wasn't me who died this time. There's no need to carry the burden of others' deaths. In this world, living isn't necessarily easier than dying. Don't think too much, Jiang Si replied. From now on, the two of us will work together. As long as there are no principled issues, we should get along well. Don't you have the ability to protect yourself? You want to be a burden. What principled issues could we have? Don't be overly kind-hearted. That's the first point, Jiang Si said. Being overly kind can lead to death. Is there a second point? Zhuo Tianyu quickly asked. Act within your means. Don't be a hero. Survive first. Only then can you be useful, Jiang Si replied. Jiang Jia, did you used to play games? Not much. I'm not good at it. The principles are the same. Oh, that makes sense. Zhuo Tianyu then asked. What about the third point? I'll let you know when I think of it, Jiang Si said. Zhuo Tianyu solemnly called out, Big sister. Jiang Si looked up at him. What is wrong? Since the rules are set, we are teammates now. He seemed very excited. Jiang Jia, big sister. I will definitely protect you well from now on. You have to trust me. Jiang Si skillfully twirled a knife, aiming it at Zhuo Tianyu's finger resting on his arm. The kid flinched and quickly withdrew his hand. Jiang Si successfully intimidated him. Just protect yourself well. Zhuo Tianyu nervously moved his hand. Got it, big sister. I'll listen to you. I'll practice my abilities more and master my mental strength. Abilities are one thing. Physical strength is another. In danger, not being physically fit is also a problem, Jiang Si said, taking a piece of paper to write down his basic information. Name, Zhuo Tianyu species. Human evolutionary evolution level. Beginner evolution direction. Intelligence talent. None skills. Possession, beginner. Stamina. 89-90 energy. 175-180 armor. 25 resistance. 25 damage. 30 as an intelligence-oriented evolutionary. Jiang Si's stamina limit was 100, while Zhuo Tianyu, as an adult male, only had 90. Before the apocalypse, he must have been a typical recluse. However, he still had aspects Jiang Si envied. He maintained a relatively standard physique even without exercise. After all, he was young and had a good metabolism. Unlike her, at her age, even a little extra food would make her stomach uncomfortable, while eating less could easily lead to low blood sugar. She absent-mindedly thought of the female evolutionary with healing abilities who appeared next to Yicheng. She seemed to be quite young as well. A look of difficulty crossed her face. Xiao Zhuo, can I ask you something? Call me Tianyu. They only call me Xiao Zhuo, which feels distant, Zhuo Tianyu replied. All right. Tianyu, can I ask you something? Big sister, go ahead. What kind of women do men generally like? Good-looking ones like Big Sister, Zhuo Tianyu answered without hesitation. Jiang Si mimicked a knife against her face. What if I got disfigured? What if I had an incurable scar? Zhuo Tianyu trembled a bit. Big sister, don't think like that. How could you get disfigured? Come on, put down the knife. How could a good girl hold a knife? Jiang Si smiled a bit. Realizing she had asked a foolish question, I asked the wrong person. You're not a man, you're a boy. Without waiting for him to object, she continued. All right, I'm not joking anymore. I'll rest a bit. You can do as you please, just don't make too much noise. Okay, Zhuo Tianyu pouted, muttering about being a man, as he left the room where Jiang Si was. Jiang Si sighed to herself. Over the years, besides her stepfather and Yin Yun, the only one who could enter her heart was her fiancé Yicheng. Just when she finally cared about someone, they were taken away, leaving her with a deep sense of loss. Chapter 79. Normal reactions when encountering strangers in the apocalypse. The snow outside stopped only around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. After the first snowfall of the apocalypse, creatures would undergo changes again. It should be said that in harsh environments, living beings develop corresponding means of resistance. They would soon see the first batch of zombies and mutated animals with abilities related to ice, snow, and wind. Big sister, are you saying we should go to the southwest base? Zhuo Tianyu asked. There are 2 options. One is the southwest base, and the other is choosing an inland city. Jiang Si said, if we were to go to the southwest base, we should be in the wilderness by spring. At that time, the weather will warm up, and the danger level of creatures will increase geometrically. The journey won't be smooth. If we stay in the city, it can't be Magic City either. It's too dangerous here. Half of it relies on the ocean. The reason for choosing an inland city is that cities are always the ecological niche of humanity. The concrete roads, buildings, and various industrialized things isolate and severely hinder the growth of plants. In places with few plants, the types of animals are also monotonous. Of course, the threat in cities is still the population density. The more prosperous the city, the more zombies there are. It's up to you to decide. Of course, if you have other ideas, feel free to share. That said, I'm a bit scared now, is what Tianyu said. We're not in a hurry to make a decision. We still have at least a month. At this rate, spring won't come quickly, she added silently in her heart. Hoping it wouldn't come quickly, the two of them went out one after the other. Just as they exited the stairwell, they saw a tall figure approaching from a distance. What would a normal person's reaction be upon seeing a stranger in the apocalypse? Zhou Tianyu instinctively pulled Jiang Si to hide in a side stairwell. The other party's movements were not slower than theirs and quickly darted behind a nearby bush. Zhou Tianyu, with sharp eyes, noticed that the person was holding a sniper rifle, aiming through the gaps in the bushes in their direction. Hey buddy, let us talk this over, he said, trembling for a while. Neither side moved first. It was with Tianyu who couldn't hold back and waved a hand towards that direction, saying, we are not bad people. We just happen to go out. The person assessed the distance between them, slowly backing away to signal a safe distance. You guys go to the right. Don't come near me, he said, his voice hoarse and abnormal, as if his throat had been injured. I have to admit, I'm not the only one feeling paranoid right now. I'm scared of everyone I see. So Tianyu couldn't help but mutter to Jiang Si, stop talking nonsense. Let us go. We scared him, Jiang Si said. You scare me too, okay? So Tianyu replied. When they were about 5 or 6 meters away from the stranger, Jiang Si reminded him, there's an animal in room 11 on the 8th floor. It might be a mutated cat, so be careful. The man's face was covered with a thick layer of cloth, making it impossible to discern his real age. Only his 2 eyes glimmered with a shimmering light. He merely nodded slightly at her words, but his gun remained raised. Big sister, you're quite kind, but it seems he doesn't appreciate it. So Tianyu couldn't help but chuckle. It was just a casual remark. Let's hurry up, she said. When they reached the community, the snow was nearly ankle deep. If it weren't for the plastic bags they had layered beforehand, their shoes would have been soaked. Looking out from the community entrance, the road was covered in a layer of ice and snow, with various heights, creating a pristine white world. There are a lot of footprints here. They probably belong to the self-defense forces. I don't want to run into them. Let us go that way, Jiang Si said. So Tianyu nodded, his entire head covered by a dog fur hat, his nose slightly reddened by the cold wind, looking somewhat cute. He said, my hometown is in the north, where it often drops to -20 or 30 degrees. I studied and worked in the south for 4 or 5 years without going back. And now seeing the snow suddenly makes me miss it. Home, no matter how close it is now, is a distant place we can't return to. Jiang Si sighed silently and pointed at another set of footprints on the snow against the community wall. This clearly belongs to some animal. There are no bloodstains in the snow, so it might be a mutated animal. There are many stray cats and dogs in this area, so the probability of mutation is high. We still need to be cautious. So Tianyu was reluctant to move. How about we go back and steal a car from the underground garage? Can we manage without keys? Jiang Si was taken aback and asked. Anyway, she couldn't figure this out herself. I've only seen videos and tried a few times before, but I didn't succeed. Zhou Tianyu scratched his face, but one must bravely face mistakes and take risks. Who knows, we might succeed. It's better than getting stuck in the snow, unable to move. With this thick snow, it's slippery and icy if any monsters come. Jiang Si was too lazy to listen to his complaints and quickly said, Okay, I believe you. Let us try it. Let us go back. However, she had to admit that traveling in deep snow with just 2 legs was really difficult. The two of them didn't waste any time talking and turned straight towards the underground garage at the community entrance. As they entered the underground garage, Jiang Si suddenly felt something was off, as if something was watching her. Instinctively, she looked for nearby obstacles and that feeling disappeared. She shook her head, brushing off her paranoid thoughts. This underground garage was quite large. Any little sound could be heard echoing from afar. There weren't many parked cars. It seemed the residents preferred to park above ground. We'll have to spend a long time in the car from now on. We should pick a better performing SUV. So Tianyu turned on a flashlight and looked around. Is a city SUV okay? Jiang Si pointed at a black sedan not far away. That is just a gimmick to showcase its features. It's useless. Tianyu waved his hand. Suddenly his eyes lit up. That one looks good. He pointed to a gray-green Hummer deeper inside, his tone a bit excited. The door is locked. I need to break the glass first. If I'm going to break it, I'll break the rear seat window. It's cold with the front window down. Jiang Si didn't know much about cars, but could tell that this was a modified model. Having a sturdy vehicle was more important than anything else. Wait, someone. Her expression changed, and she suddenly exclaimed. In the electromagnetic field, a dot appeared. Then they saw a figure sway. It seemed to have come down directly from the residential building via the stairs. The person quickly dashed behind the wall. The two quickly crouched behind the car. This car was in a lonely position with no cover nearby. Besides this car, they had little space to hide. It's him. Tianyu remembered the shiny sniper rifle and couldn't help but call out. What's he doing here? Jiang Si vaguely sensed the earlier gaze. Could he also be here for the car? For a moment, both sides were at a standoff. Tianyu and Jiang Si exchanged glances and said, Buddy, we just want to find a car. We'll leave right away. No eating tensions. The person remained silent behind the wall. Tianyu felt awkward, crouching behind the car and wiping non-existent sweat. It's really awkward when he doesn't say anything. There are quite a few cars here. We just picked this one. You can choose any of the others, buddy, he said. Only then did the person speak. No. What? That's my car. Unfortunately, as Tianyu responded, he had already hit the rear window with a wrench. The rebound made his palm hurt, and his face instantly turned a rainbow of colors. What? Now, this is really awkward. The person continued to remind him. The windows are bulletproof. Big sister, what should we do next? Tianyu felt a bit guilty. This was the first time he had been caught by the owner while trying to steal, kill, and take the car. Unfortunately, he didn't muster the confidence and immediately doubted himself. We don't need to complicate things, do we? On what grounds do you say this is your car? Jiang Si asked, calming herself and countering. The other party clearly hadn't anticipated her question, momentarily taken aback. And then he pulled out a set of keys from his pocket and waved them in his hand. You could just be fooling us with any random car key. Tianyu shouted. Before he finished speaking, the man seemed to know what he was thinking and pressed the car key. The car beeped twice, and the front and rear lights flashed on, startling both of them. Tianyu wiped his face. This is so embarrassing. Jiang Si also broke into a cold sweat. Should we leave? Tianyu quickly shouted. Sorry, man. The two reached an agreement, crouching as if to run. But they heard the man hoarsely shout, Stop! At the sound of a gun cocking, the two had to freeze and come to their senses, only to see the man stepping forward with a submachine gun in hand. You two are also trying to leave the city? If you're heading the same way, I can give you a ride, he said. If you weren't holding a gun, they might have felt grateful. The two exchanged glances, their expressions grim, and for a moment, no one spoke. The man stepped closer, stopping about 2 to 3 meters away. I've been hurt, some wounds on my back. It's hard to apply medicine. I need someone to help me. As he spoke, he pulled down the cloth covering his face, and Tianyu instantly gasped, unable to hold back a gasp. His face was covered in ugly scars, especially the newest one that looked fresh, bloodily cutting through both sides of his face from the bridge of his nose, nearly disfiguring him, making anyone who looked at him shiver. Aren't you afraid of my appearance? The man seemed used to people's initial reactions, but noticed Jiang Si's calm demeanor. Showing some curiosity, in her nightmares, Jiang Si had disfigured herself for self-preservation, which was exactly the same as this man's appearance. What's there to be afraid of? I'm just more surprised that you're so badly injured, yet acting like it's nothing, Jiang Si said. Such wounds are still fresh, deep to the bone. It must hurt a lot, right? There's still something to finish, just holding on for now, he replied. Jiang Si hesitated for a moment and asked, There's a militia nearby. Why don't you go find them? I just came out of that prison, he said, looking deeply at Jiang Si and emphasizing, I was a death row inmate in there and don't want to have any contact with them. What crime did you commit? Jiang Si asked. Naturally murder, he said, seemingly smiling, and I could kill someone like you too. Although Jiang was trembling all over, he held his neck high and said, don't scare people. Murder is against the law. Don't act rashly. To be threatened like this and still stand in front of Jiang Si was indeed quite rare. If we don't cooperate, you'll kill us, right? Jiang Si asked. The man nodded. Now that it's the apocalypse, killing doesn't need a reason anymore. But helping me is beneficial with no harm. In this city, it's hard to survive alone. Why us? Jiang Si asked. The survivors around here, except for that group in prison, have mostly been killed off. The man replied, trust me, you'll also be targeted. Following me at least guarantees your safety. Now, come with me upstairs. My injuries need urgent attention. As he spoke, he looked at them deeply once more, a strong warning contained in his gaze. Chapter 80, another non-human species. The person turned and left, and the Hummer's headlights went out as well. In the darkness of the underground garage, the two stared at each other. Jiang, feeling unconvinced, said, Big Sister, are we too afraid of him alone? We are afraid. Jiang Si sighed and stated the fact. Could they really ignore guns? Moreover, what this person said was similar to what Jiang mentioned. There was indeed a perverted killer chasing the survivors nearby. Anyway, he is alone. Can't we just sneak away now? Jiang, unaware of the seriousness of the situation, was still thinking of a bad idea. Outside is freezing cold. Where can we run with just 2 legs? Suddenly, Jiang Si tilted her head and softly asked, Tianyu, do you smell a very sweet milk scent? No. Tianyu sniffed and shook his head. There is only a damp smell from the underground. Big Sister, do you want milk? I should have given you that pack of milk this morning. No, it's another smell. Can't you really smell it? She asked with some confusion. A wonderful aroma wafted through the air, making her mouth water, and she couldn't help but look deeper into the underground garage. Big Sister, what's wrong with you? Tianyu noticed something was off and asked. Jiang Si was a bit dazed. What is it? I want to take a look. That person is still waiting for us. Tianyu did not agree to the idea of venturing deeper into the darkness. But at this moment, Jiang Si was somewhat lost in reason due to the smell. You go deal with him first. I'll be back soon. Saying this, she didn't care whether Tianyu agreed or not. Quickly turned a corner and hurried through a hallway, soon putting distance between them. By the time Tianyu chased after her, she had already run about several dozen meters away, and he could only hear her distant echo. Big Sister? Tianyu didn't dare to shout loudly, but Jiang Si had already disappeared. He called out again, only to hear a zombie's roar. Turning around a pillar, he saw a zombie banging on the steering wheel in the driver's seat, but unfortunately, with the seat belt and the door, it could only twist its body inside the car. Sister Jiang? Big Sister? Tianyu took 2 more steps and suddenly felt something strange under his feet. There was a puddle on the ground. Looking up, he realized water was dripping onto his face, sticky and smelling fishy. There was no time to see what was above him. He instinctively crouched down behind a nearby vehicle. Even though his movements were quick, something still managed to yank off the dogskin hat on his head. Only then did Tianyu take a look at what was above. It was something squatting in the middle of the pipe, covered in greenish spots, about the size of a regular pillow, with a huge mouth. It probably didn't like the dogskin hat, as it casually spat it out, the wet hat falling to the ground. Obviously not something he could pick up and wear again. A pair of compound eyes remained fixed on Tianyu's direction. Is that a frog? Where did a frog come from in this season? Tianyu realized it must be someone's pet from the community that somehow ended up here. He was most afraid of such animals, let alone one this size, and he quickly backed away. As he moved, the pet frog's flesh-colored long tongue shot out in an instant, landing with a thud on the hood of the car next to him. Fortunately, it seemed to be stuck in the pipe, unable to move its body, and could only rely on its tongue to hunt. After missing its target, it made no further move. The tongue had limited reach, and Tianyu had already escaped its attack range. Trembling with fear, he crouched back and turned around only to see the sniper who had been waiting for him against the wall. Where's your companion? The person asked, holding a submachine gun. She said there was something in the underground passage and wanted to take a look, Tianyu said, trembling involuntarily, immediately wishing to slap himself. After all, they both had 2 eyes and 1 nose. Why was he so scared? Though he thought this, he still weakly added, we didn't think about escaping. I know. The person casually looked around It was my oversight that allowed that thing to take advantage of the situation. What thing? Zhuotianyu was momentarily confused, not understanding what he meant. Nothing serious. The person thought for a moment and asked, "Are you and your companion couple?" "How is that possible?" Zhuotianyu shouted without thinking, but quickly added, "Why? Do we look like a couple?" The person laughed again. "If you weren't in a relationship, there wouldn't have been such misunderstandings." "What misunderstandings?" Zhuotianyu was puzzled. "Let us go. We'll wait for her upstairs," the person said, his attitude seeming much softer. Zhuotianyu even had the illusion that this person had been with them for a long time. "What about my big sister? She can handle it." She just got a little tempted. Zhuotianyu recalled Jiang Si's appearance. "Is it really just a little?" Meanwhile, Jiang Si, who had been slightly tempted, was now struggling. Just as she regained her senses amidst Zhuotianyu's calls, she was suddenly pulled into a room by an irresistible force. This room was still in the underground garage, but it clearly didn't belong to this world. It was another enclosed space. She saw Zhuotianyu being ambushed, and the pet frog squatting above him, hunting with its tongue. But no matter how she shouted, Zhuotianyu couldn't hear anything. At the end of the room, a fleshy creature was muttering to itself in the corner, and the enticing aroma indeed came from it. However, at this moment, although the fragrance was tempting, it didn't make her feel as impatient as before. Jiang Si held a boning knife and walked closer, her rising and falling chest betraying her fear. When she finally saw the fleshy creature clearly, it turned out to be a naked baby. She couldn't help but freeze. Hearing the noise, the baby turned around. With a round face, stout arms and legs like lotus roots, and wearing a big red apron embroidered with the character for fortune, the baby made sounds as it crawled. The bells on its hand and foot rings jingling. It had a milk bottle hanging around its neck, and the milk scent came from there. However, this baby was unlike a normal one. It was about twice the size of an adult. When the oversized baby saw Jiang Si, it waved its hand in displeasure, its baby voice sounding serious. "What a hassle. You wasted a lot of my good stuff. If the old ladies find out I wasted food, they will definitely lock me in a little dark room." Jiang Si figured out if it was human or not when it suddenly spoke. Startling her, "What are you?" Before she could turn or run, the baby slammed the ground, causing the whole room to shake like an earthquake. "You woman, really not likable," the baby said solemnly, with a bit of snot visible under its flattened nose. "But there is no choice. I have no other options. Be quick. I'm going to give you a gift." "What?" Jiang Si didn't react in time. The baby leaned closer to her, looking very displeased. "Huh? You seem scared of me, woman." As it spoke, a string of green snot flowed from its nostrils, about to drip down, but it quickly sucked it back in. With its chubby face, which was both cute and deliberately serious, for a moment, Jiang Si felt like laughing. The baby continued, "The old ladies all like me. Why are you different from them?" As it spoke, it pulled out a gray-white mouse from behind. The mouse squeaked loudly, turning to climb up its hand, and bit down hard on the back of its hand, which had 5 deep dimples. The baby let out a small ah, furrowing his brows as he stared at it for a while. Although his eyebrows were faint and almost negligible, he stretched out 2 fingers to lift the mouse by the back of its neck, pulling its teeth off his own hand. The skin, there was only a little red, not even scraped. Then he sniffed and seriously presented the gift to Jiang Si, saying, "Woman, this is for you." Jiang Si glanced at the mouse, which was about the size of an adult cat, and her face instantly paled a few shades. She replied straightforwardly, "I don't want it." "Don't you like it?" The baby tilted his head slightly, looking quite conflicted. "I don't like it." The awkward silence lingered for 2 seconds. The baby sighed. "So you don't like living things, huh? Women are really troublesome." He then extended 2 other fingers and squeezed the mouse. Its head immediately caved in. Bright red blood flowed from his fingertips, and he wiped his hand on his own belly pocket before handing it back to Jiang Si, saying, "Here, it's all taken care of now. You need to help me with something. I don't like dead things either." Jiang Si roared in her heart. She glanced at the dead mouse and then at the baby's round eyes, and could only respond pale-faced. "What do you need help with?" "When I first came to this world, I happened to run into a mortal enemy. I haven't regained my strength yet, so I can't beat him for now." The baby's face turned awkward for a moment, but quickly regained its confidence. His strength is just average. He only relies on that butcher's knife in his hand. which can cut my skin. But don't worry, he's very picky about food and won't eat things like you that are full of impurities. He just mentioned this world. Are there other worlds besides this one? Us? Impure things? Before Jiang Si could think more, the baby's hand reached over and grabbed her arm. With just a little more force, her arm would break. Although this baby looked harmless, Jiang Si could still feel the terrifying physical power he possessed. Another non-human species? The identification technique cannot recognize him. Woman, why do you keep staring at my milk bottle? Do you want to drink it too? He hid the large milk bottle hanging around his neck behind his back, thinking, no, if you drink my water, the old ladies will find out. By then, they will chase me to this world and take me back. As for you, they will play fun games with you and tear you apart. He said this with a grin, revealing 2 rows of neat teeth. Jiang Si saw a hint of mischievous innocence in his smile, and she couldn't help but shiver. Then, she wisely said, how can I help you with that? Chapter 81, Self-Healing Ability. When they returned to the apartment building, Tianyu was already waiting at the door on the 4th floor. Seeing Jiang Si safe and sound, he let out a sigh of relief. The place was quite messy. The previous owner had left a room full of old furniture in the living room, and later, Lu Zhe collected a variety of parts, filling every available space. When Jiang Si tiptoed in, the person introduced himself as Lu Zhe. They exchanged names, and then he went into the room. Big sister, are you really okay? Tianyu couldn't help but ask again. I'm Fina. Although Jiang Si said this, her face turned an unnatural shade of red as she instinctively placed her hand on her abdomen. If it weren't for the heavy winter clothing, the anomaly in her body would have been discovered long ago. The so-called baby had actually entered her womb. Thinking about the scene of something 2 sizes bigger than her squeezing in her belly made her feel as if she had swallowed a turtle whole. The only thing she felt grateful for now was that her belly looked like it was only 4 or 5 months pregnant. It wouldn't affect her movements too much. It seemed that the way she held her abdomen caught Lu Zhe's attention, as he furrowed his brow and glanced at her belly a few times. However, he didn't say much, instead handing her 2 military knives. These are weapons produced by a legitimate arms factory, made of alloy steel with sharp blades. Much better than the kitchen knives you have. Jiang Si immediately felt a spasm in her abdomen. The thing inside her was afraid of this person. So Tianyu took the knives first and swung them in the air a few times, producing a slight whooshing sound. Jiang Si didn't understand knives, but seeing how sharp they were, she acknowledged they were indeed good and thanked him. Lu Zhe said, "You've seen my sincerity. Now it's time for you to show your sincerity. Come with me to the room." He pointed at Jiang Si. When it comes to treating wounds, women are usually more meticulous than men. This statement immediately made Tianyu nervous. What do you want to do? Jiang Si was taken aback by his tense demeanor and couldn't help but pat his arm. What are you thinking? Lu Zhe turned to glance at him and suddenly realized what he meant. It's so cold. You don't expect me to strip down here, do you? Besides, my injuries are severe and there are many areas that need treatment. If the smell is too strong, it might attract other things. So I need someone to stay outside to keep watch. If you think you can handle my injuries, you can switch places. His voice was hoarse from his injuries, and it was quite a feat for him to explain so much. So Tianyu hesitated for a moment, glancing at Lu Zhe, who had a fresh wound on the back of his hand, bloodied and gruesome. He felt he couldn't handle such delicate work, so he conceded, let Jiang Jie do it. But I want to stand at the door. How could he trust Jiang Si to be alone with a death row inmate? Lu Zhe chuckled lightly and pushed the door into the bedroom. Both of them paused for a moment. Instead of a bed, there was an automatic operating table where a variety of medical instruments and bottles were displayed. You managed to get all this. Why not just grab a doctor too? Jiang Si walked in and picked up a small bottle, recognizing it as iodine for disinfection. I found 3 doctors in total. Unfortunately, they didn't live long. I originally planned to find another one outside, but most of the people around here have been killed. Then I ran into you guys, Lu Zhe explained. So Tianyu couldn't help but grumble. Speaking of which, we're the unlucky ones. Do you have enemies? Although medical conditions in the apocalypse weren't as complete as before, humans had to survive among various species, and injuries such as scratches, sprains, and fractures were common, leading to a high demand for doctors. Despite Lu Zhe being injured, he seemed more than capable of protecting someone. Why was the mortality rate of the doctors he worked with so high? Thus, Jiang Si couldn't help but ask. Enemies? Not exactly. Lu Zhe pondered for a moment, but didn't elaborate further. At that moment, he had already taken off his outer clothing, revealing his muscular shoulders. Clothes look slim, but without them, there's meat, Jiang Si thought to herself. She wiped her hands with a disinfecting wet wipe and asked, "Why don't you take it off completely?" "It stuck to the wound," Lu Zhe replied innocently. She stepped forward to take a look and saw a large bloodstain blooming on the back of his white sleeveless shirt. "We need scissors." "Don't worry about the clothes," she said, turning to find the scissors, only to see Lu Zhe frowning, staring at her with a grim expression. "What's wrong?" Jiang Si asked, confused while holding up the scissors. For a moment, Lu Zhe's expression was strange, and after a long while, he finally said, "Just do it." It was as if cutting wasn't just about the fabric, but something more critical. After finally removing all the clothing, Jiang Si noticed the look of regret that flashed across Lu Zhe's eyes. Did this clothing have some story? But it looked just like the typical style sold for $10 on the street. Do you often get injured? However, upon seeing the scars on Lu Zhe's back, Jiang Si couldn't help but exclaim. There were many scars, old and new, layered upon each other, with hardly a patch of healthy skin. The most shocking were 3 deep claw marks that pierced through his shoulder, seemingly a recent addition, measuring about 20 to 30 centimeters. The open wounds showed muscle twitching as if trying to heal, but something was clearly obstructing the process, with black powdery substances bubbling up and mixing with the discolored blood. Looking quite disgusting. "Is this black stuff poison?" Jiang Si asked. "Aren't you afraid?" Lu Zhe countered. "Afraid of what? Afraid of the poison on him? Or afraid that his muscles are moving?" Name: Lu Zhe species. Human evolutionary evolution level. Intermediate evolution direction. Agility talent. Healing skills. Wild bloodline health points. 38800 energy points. 26300 armor. 90 resistance. 60 damage. 490. Lu Zhe's talent was different from Mr. Cheng's healing ability. He could only restore his own body, not affect others. The first time she saw such self-healing ability was in a zombie dog that, despite being bitten and torn apart, could quickly reassemble into a large maggot-like creature. Intermediate evolution? This is the highest level of human evolution Jiang Si has ever seen. It was highly likely that he, like Zhao Zixuan, was also an ability user before the apocalypse began. Or perhaps he was here to carry out some unknown mission, possibly to protect someone and conduct a saturated rescue to save some mythical creature. In an apocalypse, strange things happening was quite normal, right? Jiang Si said, continuing her work without stopping, using a cotton swab dipped in disinfectant to clean the blood scabs around the wound. Besides, if someone sees you like this, there's a good chance they'll catch you for some dissection experiments. Shouldn't you be the one afraid? The ability to self-heal clearly had strong scientific research value. Jiang Si might not know much about others, but she understood that if the queen knew about someone like him, she would definitely not let such a good research subject slip away. What are you talking about? Lu Zhe gritted his teeth, not sure whether it was from pain or anger. All right, the surface is clean now, Jiang Si said, but some areas are festering and need additional treatment. Lu Zhe seemed a bit uneasy. Let me give you a heads up. There were 3 doctors in total. The first one snuck out in the middle of the night and ended up getting bitten to death by zombies. The second was a woman, a young and beautiful woman. Not only did she sneak out, but she also took all the food with her. The outcome, as you can imagine, was predictable. When I found the third person, it was also when my body was at its weakest. He injected an anesthetic into my painkiller with the intention of taking my weapons. However, these 2 guns utilized biometric technology, so no one else could use them except for me. Just then, Jiang Si was cleaning the wound with cotton, and her grip was inevitably a bit heavy. When she touched the flesh that had no skin covering, fresh blood began to seep out. So, Lu Zhe couldn't help but groan softly, the veins on his forehead slightly bulging. You did that on purpose, didn't you? He was capable of self-healing, but that didn't mean he could completely block out pain. Jiang Si gently patted his uninjured shoulder and said softly, "Don't move." As she spoke, she bent down to examine the thickest and longest wound, where scabs formed by unknown toxins and dirty blood piled up around the skin, causing redness and rotting in the surrounding healthy tissue. She used tweezers to pick at one of the scabs, causing the man to involuntarily twitch his back from the pain. She immediately stopped. Do you want me to give you anesthesia? Lu Zhe suddenly turned to glare at her. You? His eyes suddenly gleamed with ferocity, and his face contorted like a fierce beast. Jiang Si's heart raced. Could this be his wild bloodline? Yet, she remained calm. Actually, you don't need to threaten us. If you really want to do something, I could stab you right now. Although it wouldn't kill you, we wouldn't gain anything good from it either. What benefit is there for us to make an enemy of someone like you? I think, since both sides have reached an agreement, we should build it on a foundation of peace. You trust me. I help you, and we trust each other. Isn't that good? Trust each other? He seemed to find something amusing, slightly curling his lips. However, he didn't say anything more, but his entire body trembled from the pain of the wound. Just moving a bit was so painful. What was supporting him to appear normal in front of others? Jiang Si handed him a piece of soft cork. Bite on this. Lu Zhe was taken aback, his voice trembling. It's not that I don't trust you. It's that I don't trust the situation. Jiang Si thought to herself that it might be because she was a woman that he would explain this to her. If it was with Tianyu helping him with the dressing, he might have shot him on the spot. In any case, this person in front of her wouldn't be too distant from them. She softened her tone, picked up a small scalpel, and said, Then you bear with it a bit. I need to dig out all these rotten parts. Chapter 82 Theological Script. The wound treatment lasted for over an hour. By the time Jiang Si finished reapplying the bandage and tied a bow at his waist, the sky outside had darkened. The clouds hung low outside the window, resembling cotton used for decorations. All done, she said softly. However, Lu Zhe remained motionless, as if he had fallen asleep. She draped a coat over him and covered him with a quilt, preparing to close the door and leave. It's a Wu Jin beast, Lu Zhe said with his eyes closed. Huh? Are you talking about your injuries? That's a type of space beast that survives by preying on organic matter. They have incredibly strong vitality and can go for thousands of years without food. To survive, they float in space in a dormant state and only wake up when struck by a significant impact. Are you saying that during the meteor shower, a Wu Jin beast came to our planet? Jiang Si asked softly. You're very clever, he said, reaching out and pulling the baby hidden in Jiang Si's abdomen out. Eavesdropping is quite enjoyable for you, isn't it? Look at what you've become. The room, which was originally spacious, suddenly felt much narrower with the appearance of a giant baby that was 2 people wide. Oh my gosh, what on earth is this? As soon as the baby's feet touched the ground, it sprang up and tried to run outside, standing at a height of over 5 meters. It turned its head and bumped into the chandelier above, causing its nose to turn red. It immediately covered its nose, tears welling up in its eyes. Then, Lu Zhe called out from behind, If you run again, I'll slice you up and send you away. At that moment, Zhou Tianyu heard the commotion and rushed out of the bathroom, coming face to face with the giant baby. He probably didn't expect to see such a large figure in the room, and for a moment, he was so startled that he couldn't speak, stiffly closing the door while reassuring himself that it was just an illusion. When he opened the door again, the giant baby was sitting on the floor, exposing its round butt. It turned back and grinned at him. Is that a lollipop you're holding? Zhou Tianyu closed the door again. The giant baby pouted, its big eyes glistening with tears. It bit down on a corner of its belly band, looking very pitiful. Lu Zhe, don't bully me in front of others. It's so embarrassing. Saying this, it glanced at Jiang Si, who couldn't help but shiver and awkwardly moved behind Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe said, What are you afraid of? He's the weakest one among those unreasonable alien species. Jiang Si was astonished and couldn't close her mouth for a long time. You know each other? You are the weakest. Your whole family is weak. But he only said it verbally, pinched his doughy hand, gestured a bit, then let it drop in disappointment. We haven't seen each other for 300 years. Don't you miss me? I do. I've been thinking about when you'd come back. Lu Zhe reached out and pinched the giant baby's chubby face. By the way, have you gained a lot of weight? You're obviously just a meat bun, and you still eat so much. Are you looking to get yourself killed here? The giant baby forcefully pulled his hand down and said, Can you stop being so itchy? Be serious. I'm still the prince of our clan. You treat me like this, what does that say about you? Lu Zhe chuckled lightly. Still prince? Why do your old ladies keep sending you down to earth? Didn't they say you have over 100 siblings? Don't they have to work? Or are you just the laziest? Nonsense, I'm not the laziest. It covered its nose and grunted. The old ladies sent me along with my 23rd sister. She's the fiercest among my sisters. I was worried you guys wouldn't be able to handle it, so I sneaked out to tell you in advance. Is that so? Luze slowly buttoned up his clothes, revealing a half-smile. When did you become so kind-hearted? The giant baby felt a bit guilty. It's just that I saw you were injured, and it wasn't convenient to worry about so many trivial matters, so I got delayed. Luze sighed with a serious smile. If that's the case, why are you still wandering around my vicinity? The giant baby choked up and suddenly threw itself at his leg, crying loudly. Isn't my arch-nemesis also here? She's been eyeing me for a long time, and if she finds out I'm alone, she'll definitely come eat me. Lucia, please help me. Luze kicked him away in disgust. Get lost. As the giant baby's cries stopped, it obediently knelt down beside him again. I saw it. The Wujin beast spat water at you. You're beyond saving. If you can't protect yourself, don't drag me down with you. It suddenly covered its mouth and rolled its eyes. Why do I keep speaking the truth? I'm the one hurt. Crushing you would be easy. Luze smiled sinisterly. The giant baby held its belly and shrank back in fear. Didn't we agree not to fight? Besides, you're a patient now. You need to rest, right? It's not suitable for intense activities. After not seeing you for hundreds of years, your mouth is quite nimble. Luze couldn't help but laugh. Kicking it in the belly. Why are you eating so well and still worried about attracting other things? What do you know? The more meat someone has in my family, the higher their status. After being raised for 300 years, it's hard to grow this much meat, and I haven't even eaten your family's rice. He started to tear up again, biting his belly band and accusing. You humans really are something else. For 300 years, you, this turtle grandson, left me with Xuanji. Do you know what kind of suffering I went through with that poisonous woman? I used to be so plump, like a beautiful king oyster mushroom. When I went back, do you know what my old lady said? They said after one trip to the human world, I became a golden needle mushroom. Do you know how much I suffered? I finally grew back, and you still complain about me being too fleshy. As he spoke, he rolled around on the ground, his chubby body shaking wildly. Luze rubbed his forehead in annoyance. Stop messing around and talk about serious matters. The stubborn Bao continued to roll and throw a tantrum, until Luze called out sharply again, Gone Bao. Only then did he roll over, his eyeballs glancing sideways. His fingers poking together, speaking in a nasal tone. You used to call me baby, now you call me by my full name, Gone Bao. Have you been watching too many brainless dramas? Do you believe I could send you back right now? Lucia frowned. Don't. Gone Bao shouted, quickly sitting up properly, regaining his composure. Such a quick change of expression was rare. Please speak. Luze, accustomed to this, raised an eyebrow slightly. First, tell me why you possessed her. Gone Bao replied, I never intended to harm her. At most, 10 months of pregnancy, she just needs to give birth to me. Jiang Si couldn't help but widen her eyes, and Luze slapped his head. Can't you tell her identity? Are you seeking death? I know. I just thought I'd hide for now. If I can't deal with the enemy in front of me, what is the use of worrying about enemies far away? The light is dim. The light is dim. Am I not clever? Gone Bao clapped happily, giving himself a thumbs up for his temporary wit. However, my rival seems to be acting a bit strange lately. Her menu seems to have changed, and she has started eating people. That's why I specifically sought refuge in a human. No matter how greedy she is, she should still respect the heavenly principles. She wouldn't think to eat her, right? Are you looking for attention? 10 months of pregnancy. What will you do after you're born? Are you preparing for another round? Lucia retorted. Why not? Gunbalbo replied. Luze slapped him again. Being your mom is not easy. Gone Bao felt a bit irritated. This can't be done. That can't be done. What exactly is to be done? I don't want to be sliced into ginseng slices. Luze fell silent, clearly unable to think of a better solution. Seeing both of them frowning, Jiang Si couldn't help but interject. I'm sorry, but regarding what you just said about me, I'd like to ask, what is a light person? Oh dear, you don't know? Gone Bao tilted his head, a bit confused. Aren't there supposed to be a special ceremony when you become a lantern person? He said, leaning closer, touching Jiang Si's face, their noses almost touching, both of their eyes crossing in a comical way. Suddenly, he realized, no wonder. I get it now. Jiang Si wiped her nose, which had gotten a bit runny, and instinctively glanced at Luze, who appeared calm and clearly understood what was happening to her. But what exactly was it? Jiang Si couldn't help but ask again. Even if I tell you, you won't understand. Woman, you are so silly. In the room, he could only bully Jiang Si, so he instantly changed his expression, revealing the arrogance he had when they first met. Lu Zhe said, what is most important for you now is to find the lampshade quickly. What? Jiang Si was bewildered, as if she was listening to a myth. Seeing her confused expression, Gan Baobao couldn't help but laugh. You're so dumb, woman. Right now, you are a lamp, and if you go out, you die. If you don't go out, you'll attract moths. If you want to save your life, you need to find something to block the light and stop the moths. Do you understand this? He snapped his fingers, and the room transformed into another space. This space floated in the void of space, vast and boundless. Looking around, all directions were filled with black spheres of various sizes. The universe and everything in it were orderly and functioning on their own. Just a glance could draw someone in. Gan Baobao coldly snorted. Isn't it beautiful? I thought so the first time I entered here. Jiang Si couldn't help but turn a look at him. If she were to say she could see him. She couldn't see his human form, only a lone stone spinning in circles. The stone continued to speak. You wouldn't normally hear the sound, but if you calm down, you can feel the dense sound of silkworms eating mulberry leaves below. Following his words, Jiang Si focused, unable to help but frown. Where are they? You are too bright. Those in bright places can't see things in the dark, he said. Come, let me help you see yourself. How? Before Jiang Si could ask, she suddenly felt as if she were being pushed out, instinctively wanting to grab onto something to avoid falling into the endless darkness around her. Turning back, she saw two small stones where she had just been. Those two stones, compared to the numerous black spheres near and far, were like grains of sand floating within them. She furrowed her brow slightly, immediately sensing something was off. The stone that belonged to her flickered, constantly sending out signals like a beacon in the all-black world, saying, I'm here. Meanwhile, in the distant depths of darkness, it seemed countless things were rushing towards her light with great momentum, as if they could swallow her whole in an instant, leaving her in an irreversible situation. Is this my current predicament? Jiang Si was startled, and when she came to her senses, she felt her hands and feet were cold. Gan Baobao and Lu Zhe said, I find it strange too. If we're talking about your role as the gatekeeper, isn't to extinguish the lantern person's light? How come you are still entangled with each other? Jiang Si looked at Lu Zhe with fear in her eyes, trembling as she asked, Will you kill me? She felt like she had picked up the wrong script. If her previous discussions with Bai Xian about evolving abilities were still within the realm of science, what she was experiencing now was likely stepping into theological theory. Lu Zhe reached out and pulled her up from the ground, his expression complex. For otherworldly beings, you are the guiding light that leads them here. For example, the Wujin beast, the legendary Tao Tai. They come because of you. No, that's not accurate. It should be because of you all. I was supposed to kill you, but this time is different from before. Jiang Si felt her hands and feet grow cold. There are more than just me as the lantern person. Yes, there are too many lanterns. Lu Zhe pointed at Gan Baobao. Now, do you know what he is? Jiang Si glanced at the pouting Gan Baobao, honestly shaking her head. There are legends in ancient times that whenever the world is in chaos, the Taishui descends. He is the prince of the Taishui clan gone. Although he sneaked out, the heavenly path will not go wrong. Now, is equivalent to two Taishui descending. Humanity is indeed facing a catastrophic disaster this time. Chapter 83, it was her, I don't believe it. Jiang Si was in a daze, her steps a bit unsteady. Crazy, all crazy. She jumped up and rushed out the door, whereas Tianyu was waiting outside with a similarly bewildered expression. He had just been eavesdropping at the door and shared Jiang Si's feelings of thunder crashing down. Hey, big sis, are you okay? He asked with concern. After all, she was the beacon that shone in the darkness to attract the other species. I need to go out and clear my head. She burst out the door, her expression lost. She thought she had the ability to foresee and could avoid certain death. However, the wheel of life and the strange path of fate lay there like an unchangeable chasm. All her hopes had become a joke. She couldn't help but recall the end of that nightmare, where she was pushed into a pile of, and countless monsters surged toward her, ripping her to shreds in an instant. After her body became food for the there was a long, silent darkness, as if her soul looked down from a dare. On this planet, where all things compete for life, a gray insect fluttered clumsily among broadleaf plants, and in the next second, a huge, deep purple bud suddenly swelled up among the vines entangled in the tree trunk. The bud burst open abruptly, like a large mouth opening, and in the next moment, it closed tightly, wrapping the insect completely. Then the bud squirmed, along with the entire vine, making a popping sound. And when the bud opened again, the insect had vanished, leaving only a bit of slime clinging to the messy flower stamens, illuminated by the bright moonlight. Wasn't she just that little insect, weak and ignorant? Where are you going? A young woman's voice came from behind a rigid mask, her tone revealing surprise. The snow's brightness cast her body outline. She was a well-proportioned woman. Jiang Si jolted. In her previous days, she had unknowingly wandered several streets away from her community. Looking around, the surrounding buildings had no light, but the roars of monsters trapped in the hard structures grew clearer. Where is this? Looking back at the masked woman advancing toward her step by step, Jiang Si noticed that the woman's height was taller than that of an average woman, at least half a head taller than her, and then she noticed the woman was wearing high boots with heels like hammers, about 10 centimeters high. What do you want? She didn't believe the woman was here just to chat. Me? Naturally, I want to eat you. The woman spoke as if discussing the weather. Jiang Si's pupils instantly contracted. The words cannibal involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Acting faster than her rationality, she turned to run back. But she quickly stopped. At some point, a group of rats had surrounded her from behind, coming from the underground passage and the base of the buildings, closing in with squeaky sounds. Each was about the size of an adult cat, their eyes shining with a blood-red light. It was these mutated rats that made her frown. Are you Jian? The masked woman froze, clearly surprised, but then relaxed her shoulders and chuckled. I underestimated you. How'd you know it was me? I said no wonder you didn't go to my sister's house. You had already suspected me. How did you know I didn't go? Jiang Si couldn't help but ask. In her sensing range, besides Lu Zhe, there were no other people. You don't need to know that. But it doesn't matter. Even if you don't stay in 704, you still can't escape my grasp. As she spoke, she removed her mask, revealing a face that belonged to Jean Yin, slightly speckled with freckles. However, on the face resembling Jean Yin, her mouth curved wide back to her ears, saliva cascading down like a waterfall. She sucked in a breath and wiped her face. Her dark eye sockets were filled with a burning desire to pounce and tear apart food. Eat, eat, eat. Confirming her speculation was not a pleasant thing. The reason Jean Yin admitted it so readily was simply because today she could only become food, with no chance to expose the truth to the Guardian Army base. So, you have so many people in the Guardian Army, all eaten by you and your rats? Jiang Si couldn't help but ask. Yeah, you got it right. Isn't my ability great? Jean Yin smiled, looking innocent and romantic. Jiang Si instinctively pulled out her gun and aimed it at Jean Yin. Don't come any closer. Jean Yin casually laughed. Don't bother. I've checked. Your gun has no bullets. But she was mistaken. When they came out of the underground prison, they couldn't search her again. And she had taken away Qian Hui's gun, which had one bullet left. However, at this moment, Jiang Si couldn't be sure if that bullet could hit her. To use her skill decisively would likely take some time. But that little time would allow the group of mutated rats to rush at her and tear her apart. She needed them to come closer. Jiang Si pretended to be flustered and shook her hand, a card appearing in her palm, which she hurled toward Jean Yin. Zhang Rui's zombie-like body startled the girl, causing her to panic and dodge clumsily, and by the time she screamed and regained her composure, Jiang Si had already run far away. A scratch from the mutated nails of the corpse marked her face, and she touched it, screaming in anger. Food should look like food. Chase her. How could Jiang Si let the rats touch her? She pulled out Ruan Yang's notebook and tore out a page with a drawing of a fierce beast. A tall, sleek, and agile figure leaped up, pouncing on the approaching swarm of rats, and they immediately began to tear at each other. Jiang Si seized the opportunity to dart into a construction site, running toward a building deeper inside. It was the only unfinished building. The originally erected fence had been smashed open, and she nimbly jumped over several horizontal bars, stepping up the stairs with varying depths. A rough cement step wound upward, and outside the bamboo scaffold, two zombies hung from the window's ropes. Sensing the smell of food, they couldn't help but twist their bodies, reaching out toward her. However, the two zombies maintained a delicate balance in midair, putting force in one direction, barely supporting the weight of a human on a bamboo frame, tilting to one side, and soon one of them fell, landing on the pile of chaotic bricks and rubble concealed by the snow, turning into a mushy mass. Just then, Jiang Si arrived, splattering her with blood. In the dim light, her black pupils shrank to the size of pinheads, and she laughed in rage. Very good, very good. Saying this, she looked up, too late to make eye contact with her food. The other zombie, claws outstretched, fell from above and pounced on her. At that height, she should have been crushed to pieces, right? Jiang Si gripped the dagger that had cut the ropes, looking down with lingering fear. But on the snow, the figure that should have remained motionless turned its eyes, pulling back its lips into a wide grin. Chapter 84. The light extinguishing game. Jiang Si opened her eyes and immediately realized she was dreaming. The next moment, her breath caught in her throat. Previously, Tianyu had been telling Gan Bao many mythological stories, and Jiang Si had been a listener, knowing that the deities she was familiar with could be traced back to the history of human disasters. It was while listening to these stories that she had unknowingly fallen asleep, dreaming of a cannibalistic monster in the form of Jin Yan. What was unbelievable to Jiang Si was that she was now clinging to Lu Zai's thigh like an octopus, curled up on the sofa in the corner of the room. The other person was wiping his weapon in the dark. It was a curved dagger, the blade extremely thin, resembling a willow leaf. The white moonlight outside seeped in through a crack in the curtain, illuminating the once soft bed where Gan Bao, in a shrunken baby form, was nestled with Tianyu amidst the piled bedding. These blankets were collected from nearby rooms, thick, soft, and warm, carrying the scent of their previous owners, seemingly weaving a beautiful dream of peace and prosperity. Jiang Si couldn't help but feel embarrassed. It was truly awkward. She must have felt too cold after falling asleep and instinctively sought warmth. Mlusha responded nonchalantly. Did you have a nightmare? She shyly adjusted her hair, feeling quite ridiculous. What did you dream about? He asked casually. His voice was very soft, like a vague dream itself. I dreamed that a monster was killing me, and my body was hanging from a tall building, like a kite, she said truthfully. Oh, Lu Zai's tone held a hint of envy. That must have been terrifying. I'm already used to it. It's been so long since the apocalypse began. It's human nature to seek life and avoid death. Being scared doesn't help. You can only choose to get used to it. I'll go guard outside. Why don't you sleep for a bit? She thought of his injuries and spoke softly. Lu Zai responded with a but did not get up. In the dimly lit room, Jiang Si couldn't see his face clearly, but from his nasal tone, she sensed a faint sadness. I haven't dreamed in a long time. I've almost forgotten what it feels like, he said, shifting his shoulders into a more comfortable position, leaning back in his chair. Why? No matter how good the sleep is, one will dream. There are no humans who don't dream. Lu Zai said, that's the price of being a gatekeeper. Immortality is a good thing, but we can't sleep. What happens if you fall asleep? Jiang Si asked. Lu Zai fell silent. But even without his words, Jiang Si could guess that the consequences would be severe. Gan Bao had previously told Tianyu that there were currently 8 gatekeepers guarding this planet from all directions. If one of those positions fell, creatures called shadows would take the opportunity to infiltrate this world. It's what Tianyu had asked at that time, which was more powerful, the shadow or the Tao Tai. Legends about the Tao Tai, still circulating today, describe it as a monster with a human head and a goat's body, with eyes under its armpits. Some records say it is the 5th of the 9 dragon sons, with a particularly large head and mouth, consuming everything it sees, and eventually eating its own body until only a big mouth remains. Other records state that it is on par with Chaos, the TNGL, and the Chi-NGQ. Born at the beginning of Pangu's creation of the world, coexisting with heaven and earth, immortal and indestructible. But regardless of the interpretation, the common information provided is that it is a ferocious beast, the difficult kind. However, compared to the Tao Tai, the shadow lurks deep in the universe, embodying extreme fear. According to the inheritance memories of the Tai Sui clan, Gan Bao could not clearly explain its origins. But all this seemed too distant. Yet, The legendary killer, the Tao Tai, had actually been slain by the gatekeeper Lu Zhe. Jiang Si looked at Lu Zhe. Although he was powerful, someone who had long been deprived of sleep should show signs of agitation. So would he also have mood swings leading to severe hair loss? For a moment, she suddenly wanted to see where his hairline was. Do you have no heirs? Jiang Si couldn't help but ask. Or, in your position, why not find two people to take turns? After saying this, Jiang Si felt a bit ridiculous, thinking it was as if this were a company implementing a shift system. But after a longer silence, Lu Zhe paused. There were originally some. The gatekeepers are chosen by the will of heaven, which is why there are many candidates for each area. In other words, they are individuals with extraordinary abilities. Those selected will receive a kind of guideline that cannot be described in words. However, as humanity's interference with nature deepens, the restrictions of the will of heaven have become increasingly thin. Sometimes, he can't even sense the existence of the will of heaven, nor have candidates found him. He had to delve into the mortal population to find possible candidates. But upon hearing that there was no accommodation, no meals provided, and no holidays, many directly rejected him. Eternal life, surpassing the abilities of mortals, yet he had to survive among them. This is absolutely unreasonable. It's just that the aberrants haven't come yet, and they themselves have become monsters. Another duty of us gatekeepers is to eliminate those companions who have changed their hearts, but some are too powerful, too disdainful of the resources of this planet, and flee outside. Once they leave this planet, they themselves become aberrants outside this world. Our hands have cleared out more companions than lamp people. Jiang Si opened her mouth, and, after a long time, she finally heard her own voice. So the outsiders are not just other creatures, but also humans themselves? No one knows what humans who leave this planet will evolve into. How can you still call them humans? Lu Zhe gently corrected. Jiang Si thought of an obvious question about this disaster, so you can foresee it? The lamp people manifest. The apocalypse is imminent. This is an ancient teaching. As long as the lamp is lit, all gatekeepers can sense it, Lu Zhe said, but generally, apocalypses are regional. Only one lamp person will appear, resolved by the nearest gatekeeper. However, this time the situation is severe, with 8 lamps lit simultaneously. According to past observations, lamp people appear randomly, regardless of their background, age, or gender. To the gatekeepers, they're like ants that cannot even tie a chicken. But since the lamp people appeared 3 months ago, not a single lamp has gone out. Do you know why? Jiang Si's eyes widened in the darkness. She could hear her own rapid breathing, as if something was missing in her chest. Then she heard Lu Zhe continue. On this planet, every place is bright. Where would the weak aberrants hide? Naturally, in places where the light does not reach. Jiang Si squeezed out those few words. Lu Zhe nodded. If aberrants invade, the gatekeepers will not back down. If there were only one lamp, extinguishing it would lead to guiding the world and calming the apocalypse. But now with 8 lamps lit, as long as one lamp goes out, the aberrants attracted by the light will hide in the extinguished area to avoid possibly coming other creatures. The gatekeeper in that extinguished area would naturally struggle to cope. So it's better to keep the lamps lit, and everyone shares the damage. Jiang Si couldn't help but shiver. The decision to extinguish the lamps or not had actually become a game among the gatekeepers. Now he was still holding on, just to maintain this balance. If all 8 lamps were to extinguish at the same time, at least the incoming aberrants could be kept outside the door. You must have a way to reach a consensus. She couldn't help but chuckle. Gon Baobao had said that gatekeepers could not leave their own areas. Once they did, they would be hunted by the will of heaven. But for hundreds of years, they must have had ways to communicate with each other. It's not that simple. Some disagree. At least half of them disagree, Lu Zhe said. Why? Jiang Si asked in surprise. Do you know about the conservation of energy? The energy of the entire planet is limited, and the abilities of the gatekeepers have bottlenecks. Just like this room can only accommodate so tall a person. The addition of aberrants is seen as an opportunity by some gatekeepers. She took a deep breath and couldn't help but ask, You don't kill me because you think the same way? Yes. At that moment, his gaze was so indifferent that Jiang Si had never seen such eyes before. Among the various people she had met, there were the queen's charm, Yi Cheng's gentleness, her stepfather's kindness, Qin Meifei's innocence, and Zhao Zhishuan's vigilance towards others. However, Lu Zhe was different. There was nothing in his eyes, Or perhaps, in his long life, life and death were commonplace, as normal as breathing. He had grown accustomed to it, so he didn't see any difference in living or dying, nor did he feel any sorrow in how one might die. Even as he endured the constant pain of his body being tormented by the corruption of Tao Tai. For this planet, a deity with eternal life, it was an opportunity to transcend oneself, even if the chances of success were slim. In the nightmare Jiang Si had foreseen, she had never seen Lu Zhe and didn't know about beings like the Lantern Man and the Gatekeeper. But she quickly realized that perhaps in that foresight, Lu Zhe died from the poison of Tao Tai, while she had barely survived for 3 years, only to be used as bait and thrown into a pile of alien beings. Then she heard Lu Zhe say, disasters have nothing to do with the Lantern Man. Even if the Lantern Man dies, disasters will still come. The Lantern Man is merely a warning. But they don't listen, and the world doesn't listen. Many fragments from his past flashed through his mind, not fading with his years. Those innocent Lantern Men who bore the name of disaster perished in various tragic forms, leaving only him, who escaped the calamity because of a heavenly garment. Actually, I was also a Lantern Man before. So don't worry, whether or not this game exists, I won't kill you. Huh? Jiang Si was truly surprised at that moment. She opened her mouth, wanting to ask something. Lu Zhe had already walked to the curtain, and he pulled it aside, allowing the cold moonlight to shine in. The black gold beast that injured me is only the size of an adult rooster. It is clearly just a cub. Over billions of years, its kind has come here many times, leaving behind many legends. Do you know the reason that guided it here? That black gold beast said there was a drop of its ancestors' blood left at the center of the Sahara Desert. So for generations, this has been their homeland. It was just going home, but I killed it. Are you saying? Jiang Si suddenly looked at him. In the moonlight, his scarred face and those eyes gleamed with a greenish light. Jiang Si's heart suddenly raced. She understood that Lu Zhe was feeling guilty. Guilty for having killed a potential ally. And she had seen the most likely truth in the wheel of fate. After a long period of sleep deprivation, most of the gatekeepers had gone mad, and the rest were just holding on. This apocalypse could also be an opportunity for him to continue bearing the burden. Lu Zhe said, the way of heaven still exists. The way of heaven has left an opportunity. So, let's go to the capital and get something. Chapter 85. Lu Zhe's past, what is it? Jiang Si asked. A piece of clothing made by the previous gatekeeper, Lu Zhe replied. Jiang Si instantly understood. It was something he had used when he was a lamplighter. Lu Zhe had been protected by the gatekeeper before, and she hoped for a bit of that good fortune as well. With this thought, Jiang Si gained a bit more confidence. I want to visit my father's residence before going to Kyoto. If he is still there, I want to bring him along, she said. Logically speaking, she was no safer than anyone else now, and bringing her stepfather along might even put him at risk. But it was better than him dying from poisoning 2 years later after just spending 2 or 3 days together. Lu Zhe said, the resources on this planet are limited. Some alien species have human-like thinking and will actively choose to kill lamplighters, not allowing other visitors to share in their spoils. Even with me by your side, it might not be absolutely safe. Moreover, he is now heavily injured, only at 1/10 of his full strength. I know, Jiang Si said softly, which was equivalent to showing a stubborn attitude. Lu Zhe did not refuse her. Human relationships were normal, although he thought the decision was not rational at all. My vehicle, plus gone bao, and your father won't be cramped, he said. Jiang Si glanced at the large figure sprawled across the entire bed, which had collapsed into a tatami mat under his weight. Do we really have to bring him along? Yes, Lu Zhe replied. If we don't take him, he will quietly follow us. He is just a child in the Tai Sui clan and probably does not understand the dangers of this chaotic world. Don't worry, he will shrink to the size of a normal child. Jiang Si blinked, realizing that Lu Zhe was quite familiar with Gong Bao. How do you know him? Previously, Lu Zhe had mentioned that with the onset of the apocalypse, the Tai Sui appeared alongside the lamplighters. The lamplighters heralded disaster, while the age of the Tai Sui indicated the magnitude of the disaster. During the calamity 300 years ago, there were many years of consecutive disasters, and instances of cannibalism were not uncommon. Gong Bao came as a response to the disaster, and when he first arrived in the human world, he landed on the roof of Lu Zhe's house. At that time, the Lu family was celebrating as Lu Zhe was getting married. As the son of a gentry family, he was marrying the daughter of another wealthy family, and his parents were beaming with joy, hosting a banquet that lasted for 7 days and nights. However, the aroma of the lavish banquet attracted the surrounding disaster victims. Hungry people with green eyes broke in, killing his parents and friends. Only he was knocked unconscious in the chaos, narrowly escaping death. When he opened his eyes, he saw a chubby little boy clinging to the corner of the roof, kicking his legs to prevent himself from falling. He had no time to think about how the child got on the roof. Seeing him about to fall, he rolled over and used his body as a cushion. The immense impact should have taken his life, but he woke up because this grateful little boy had already fed him a piece of Tai Sui meat. Their bond began at that moment. Afterward, Gan Baobao accompanied Lu Zhe through 10 years of disasters. When the calamity ended, Gan Baobao returned to the Tai Sui clan and gifted him another piece of Tai Sui meat. For them, Tai Sui meat was the best gift, to use one's own body to sustain another. However, one could only eat one piece of Tai Sui meat in a lifetime. Later, when Lu Zhe encountered the next lamplighter, he gave the Tai Sui meat to her, but that woman, dressed in heavenly garments, pushed him off a cliff. By the time he crawled back up, his face had been cut by the rocks, making him unrecognizable, even to that woman. Actually, his ability could easily heal these wounds. But to the gatekeeper, appearance held little significance. So you want revenge? Jiang Si hesitated to ask. Revenge? Immortality is not necessarily a good thing. It's normal for her to want to kill me. Lu Zhe said. Jiang Si was speechless. How do you know the heavenly garments are in Kyoto? There was news showing it displayed in the Kyoto Museum. I think she must have done it to attract me. Could there be another set of heavenly garments? Jiang Si inquired. No, Lu Zhe affirmed. Jiang Si sensed something unusual in his tone. She did not press further. His certainty must have had a solid reason behind it. Since the heavenly garments are not in your possession, what happened to the lamplighters you encountered afterward? She couldn't help but ask another question. They died, Lu Zhe said flatly. Jiang Si looked at him in horror as he continued. The heavenly principle does not aim to kill lamplighters. So ordinary humans chosen as lamplighters will have some divine power from the heavenly principle. So she will have related premonitions or nightmares before the apocalypse. Humans themselves have a sense of disasters and are sensitive to anything that might threaten them. For example, the wars among feudal lords during the spring and autumn period, the plagues at the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, and the Qinghai tsunami during the Western Han Dynasty. Where lamplighters appear, chaos will ensue around them. If one pays attention, others can notice the differences. Therefore, many times, there is no need for the gatekeeper to take action. Lamplighters will die in the ensuing chaos. The slight divine power bestowed by the heavenly principle is insignificant in a frenzied crowd. Jiang Si felt as if her heart was gripped tightly by something. Thinking about those who were used as live sacrifices during historical calamities, they might have been captured for being different. Humans detest the different and categorize anything unlike themselves as alien. Is divine power considered a special ability? You could say that, Lu Zhe replied. Then how are lamplighters chosen? Don't ask that either, because I don't know. Next came a long silence, only interrupted by Lu Zhe's discomfort as he shifted positions. Jiang Si shrank her stiff fingers, hugging her knees, quietly watching the darkness. Then what is the cause of this disaster? She asked. I don't know either. Aren't you the gatekeeper? She asked. The gatekeeper is not omniscient. The breath of the heavenly principle has weakened. In fact, it has been very inactive since 300 years ago. But recently, it suddenly became active again. The heavenly principle was another mysterious term Jiang Si couldn't comprehend. Originally, it referred to the laws of all things, the principles of existence. But from Lu Zhe's words, it seemed to be a living entity. The heavenly principle could be said to be the God that governs all things on this planet. But humanity's ambitions are too great. They wish to contend with the divine. Therefore, the heavenly principle is displeased. Can be persuaded? Lu Zhe scoffed. Do the desires of ants matter to humans? So, this disaster is a punishment from the heavenly principle to humanity? One could say that. Lu Zhe chuckled lightly, adjusted to a comfortable position, and continued polishing his willow leaf curved blade. 300 years ago, when he traveled with the Tai Sui, It was also the beginning of a disastrous year. Soon after, he encountered the gatekeeper who came to kill him. She was a white-clad woman who wore a veil and called herself Jiwu. Upon seeing him, she sighed and turned to leave. 10 days later, when they met again, she gave him a piece of heavenly garment, saying it was made from a certain plant that grew on cliffs in the depths of the ocean, capable of shielding his light as a lamplighter. During the 10 years of calamity, Gan Baobao accompanied Lu Zhe as they roamed. After the calamity ended, Gan Baobao had to ascend and then revealed to him the secret of Tai Sui meat. Since ancient times, immortality has been humanity's luxury. Countless emperors have spent vast sums seeking immortal mountains, refining elixirs, and building tombs. Yet he obtained it so easily. So, during the 10 years without Gan Baobao, Lu Zhe traveled to all the mountains he could reach, only to finally encounter Jiwu by the sea. When old friends meet, Jiwu feels little joy. She slowly removes her veil, revealing a head of shiny black hair beneath. At first, Lao's only finds her familiar, but later he realizes she is his newlywed wife. The gatekeeper has a certain ability to glimpse the fateful paths of those about to leave, but on that night, she could only choose to stand by and watch. She coldly observes the disaster victims breaking down doors, coldly watches them wield weapons, mercilessly killing her in-laws, and coldly sees her husband struggling and shouting among a group of madmen before getting his face slashed by someone. The home she had just managed to stabilize was destroyed due to the chaos of the end times. No intervention, no involvement. Aside from a lantern people she could not get involved with anyone. Once entangled, the heavenly way would turn it into misfortune, returning the force 100-fold. This is the fate of a gatekeeper. So Lao's killed Jiwu, taking revenge for his parents and relatives. In doing so, he bore Jiwu's fate. Later, Lao's thought that being killed must be the destiny of the gatekeeper. In the days that followed, life was not boring for Laos. In this world, there was no threat to him. The meat of the Tai Sui granted him longevity, and the fate of the gatekeeper bestowed him with divine power. He could traverse all the regions under his jurisdiction, diving deep into the sea and walking on clouds in the high sky. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Thus, the second apocalypse arrived. It was already the late Qing dynasty, with foreign invasions, rampant drug use, and a populace struggling to survive. As the gatekeeper, Laos walked among the impoverished crowd and soon discovered the lantern person. She was a child bride of family, and after her husband died, her in-laws followed suit. She sold herself to a wealthy local squire as a concubine to buy 2 coffins for her in-laws. However, on the day she entered his household, the squire's foolish son drowned in the pond, and she was deemed a harbinger of misfortune, thrown into the cage of a Tibetan mastiff raised by the squire. By the time Laos found her, she had already been torn apart by the beast and was barely alive. She said 3 words to him. In truth, she was asking him to kill her. But Laos misunderstood her intent, fed her the meat of the Tai Sui, and even gave her a new name, Xiaoji. In the following era, Xiaoji did not gain lasting peace. The meat of the Tai Sui could only grant mortals eternal life, and she was no different in strength from ordinary men. She was merely an ordinary woman with a longer lifespan. This woman needed love, needed a family. But Laos could not give her that. So after being rejected in matters of intimacy, Xiaoji ran away. She went to a remote, simple village, married an ordinary man, and had 2 sons and a daughter. However, her enduring beauty became a source of misfortune, and her children were pointed at by others. On a moonless night, her husband and children conspired to bind her in a sack and throw her into the rushing river as a sacrifice to the river god. She thought her life had come to an end, but the water did not swallow her life. As she flowed along the riverbed, the sack that bound her had long rotted, and she slipped out, caught by fishermen at the river mouth. By that time, a new era had dawned. Humanity's strength had grown ever more powerful, leading to a colorful future. They destroyed forests to build skyscrapers, mined materials to construct railways and roads, researched large-scale destructive weapons, and created spaceships to break free from the planet's constraints. Human wisdom enabled them to create various tools, assisting them in diving into the sea and even fishing for the moon. For a time, humanity seemed to be capable of anything. As Lao sensed the increasing frequency of the Lantern People's appearances in this new era, Xiaoji merged into the sea like a drop of water, entering a vibrant new age filled with opportunities. She eagerly learned new things, and her growing knowledge armed her mind, allowing her to start accumulating wealth in this world. Due to her previous experiences, she began to simplify her interactions in public, rarely showing her face. Even when she had to reveal her appearance, she could think of new ways to continue her family's legacy. However, she would not stay in one place for more than 5 years at most. This strategy worked well, and thanks to the new era, transportation and culture developed rapidly, making it less noticeable for a woman to travel alone. Yet, she would ultimately encounter unpredictable dangers. After experiencing numerous wars, bankruptcies, and personal threats, she began to contemplate how she could possess abilities equal to Lao's. So, she chose to kill, much like Lao's had replaced Zhiwu. However, Xiaoji underestimated the effects of the Tai Sui meat. Even if Lao's were to fall off a cliff, which should have shattered him, that powerful healing ability would allow him to slowly recover, just as before. Xiaoji, Lao's sighed, pondering that for centuries, he still hadn't connected the woman who pushed him off the cliff with the pitiful little girl he had saved. However, the poison of greed is incurable. If he could see her, his death could fulfill her wish. Lao's thought this, feeling somewhat at peace. He even closed his eyes, seemingly enjoying the tranquility that sleep brings. But as soon as he closed his eyes, he suddenly felt a jolt beneath him, as if someone had forcefully dragged the sofa he was sitting on. Dust fell from the ceiling above, landing on his head and body. He hesitated for a moment, as if straining to listen to something. On the bed, the sleeping Gan Bao was choked by the falling dust and began to cough. Before he could cry out, a more intense tremor followed, and the entire building tilted. Left Tianyu, who was cradled in his arms, suddenly sat up and shouted, "It's an earthquake." The geographical location of Magic City is not on a seismic belt, and the frequency of felt earthquakes is very low, mostly influenced by surrounding quakes, and the magnitude is usually not high. "It's not an earthquake," Lao stood up and said. "Something is underground." Chapter 86, Imagination. Before the voice fell, there was another loud crash. Jiang Si suddenly pulled open the curtains, and her gaze fell on a building behind the one across the street, which had already collapsed. A large amount of dust rose up in a huge cloud, and in the distance, someone was screaming. At the same time, they could feel a tremor coming from beneath them, 100 times more intense than before, causing the entire building to shake. Clearly, underground, a group of creatures was violently colliding with the surface. The concrete and buildings constructed by humans were blocking them. Given the collapsed building, it was evident that their own building would not hold out much longer. Their building was going to fall too. They exchanged glances, both seeing the fear reflected in each other's eyes. "Get out!" Lucia shouted. But the next moment, a deafening sound of the ground cracking echoed. There was no time. The building was going to collapse, unless they jumped directly from the 9th floor. Jiang Si gritted her teeth, suddenly opened the glass window, and looked down at the height below. The cold northern wind made her dizzy. At this height, it would be deadly. "Big sister," Zhu Tianyu called out with a trembling voice, "don't do anything foolish. Trust me," she shouted, noticing that a blanket had somehow appeared in her hands. Zhu Tianyu staggered toward her, his eyes filled with disbelief. Only Gan Bao was still jumping up and down, screaming, "I won't jump! I won't jump! Hurry up!" As she spoke, the building shook violently again, and Gan Bao's body swayed, crashing hard against the window. Fortunately, his large frame wedged him into the window, preventing him from falling out, but it also squeezed Jiang Si and Zhu Tianyu into a corner, leaving them gasping for breath. They heard Lu Zhe's voice coming back. "What are you still hesitating for?" The building suddenly tilted in another direction, and Lu Zhe stumbled, grabbing the door frame to steady himself. But Gan Bao was not so lucky. He fell like a meatball, tumbling with the shaking and the disassembled bed. The room quickly filled with cold air. Jiang Si pulled Zhu Tianyu and moved back to the window. This was the only exit in the room. It was their only chance. Lu Zhe squeezed in with difficulty, clearly realizing what Jiang Si intended to do, and opened his mouth. Jiang Si didn't have time to explain. She saw his eyes brighten and suddenly lunged toward him in the direction the building was swaying. A hint of surprise appeared in Lu Zhe's eyes. The building swayed again, as if struck by a heavy hammer. Lu Zhe felt his whole body lurch forward out of the window. Two terrified screams rang out, and without hesitation. In his peripheral vision, he saw the dark shadow of Tianyu and the white shadow of Gan Baobao, both lunging toward him, or rather toward Jiang Si. Amidst the dull sound of collapse and the swirling dust, Jiang Si tightly grasped the flying carpet in her hands, while Lu Zhe held onto her tightly. The sensation of weightlessness followed, and, at the same time, the blanket fell with them, just as they were about to hit the ground. It suddenly wrapped around them like it had a mind of its own, gliding along the ground to avoid the collapsing ruins and shooting them out. Ruan Yang's notebook, the flying carpet of the witch, only needs to be commanded with the phrase, "Take me flying," and it can take you wherever you want to go. Then let us go to a place where the monsters can't reach. Half a minute later, the carpet vanished, and due to inertia, Jiang Si and Lu Zhe rolled onto the snow. Lu Zhe jumped up first, clearly angry. "How did you?" He didn't finish his sentence when a building about 10 meters away twisted as if it were alive. He scooped her up from the ground and ran desperately into the distance. Just as they had run away, that building collapsed where they had just been. Debris scattered everywhere. Even so, a few chunks of rock shot in their direction. Lu Zhe felt a sharp pain. When he finally found a relatively safe spot, he realized that the recently bandaged wound might have opened up again. The woman in his arms met his gaze, her eyes glistening with tears. "Are you hurt?" he asked. Although the fall had been cushioned by the snow, she could have been injured anywhere. "No, I'm fine," Jiang Si replied. Lu Zhe had protected her well just now. The reason she couldn't get up for a while was simply due to her fear of heights. As she spoke, the cold air filled her lungs, making her feel much better, but her limbs were still weak. Only then did Lu Zhe feel relieved, looking toward the collapsed neighborhood. A strong, fishy smell wafted over with the wind. The underground creatures had mutated, growing larger than imagined, each about 20 meters in diameter. They were creatures with many pairs of legs like centipedes. However, they had no heads, just a long mouth filled with sharp teeth at the top. Perhaps due to their enormous size, they were not very fast. They could be heard chewing from afar. They were eating the buildings. Lu Zhe stared intently at the group of monsters hovering around the ruins and said, "Normally, they shouldn't grow this fast. They must have escaped from a nearby lab. Look, they still have numbered metal rings on their tails." Jiang Si's eyesight was not as good as his. However, hearing him say that sent a chill running through her. The former queen loved to study all sorts of peculiar things. During her high spirits, she would take Jiang Si to visit various nutrient tanks, explaining the origins of various deformed creatures, which biological gene fragments they came from, and what characteristics the combined living beings possessed. However, those monsters did not have long lifespans. Even those that struggled to stay alive would develop many complications. Either they couldn't be exposed to light or couldn't be touched by water, not like the creatures in front of them, each one capable of shaking an entire building, and with strong jaws that could consume even lime bricks as food. Given time, who knows how large they could grow. Jiang Si shifted her gaze away. "Let's hurry." As she spoke, she cradled her belly, feeling Gan Baobao squirming inside, causing her slight pain. She glanced back, sensing something higher up watching everything. But when she looked closely, that figure was gone. "Without a vehicle, we can only walk," Lu Zhe sighed. It was still early morning, and the night would last for several more hours. Walking in the snow without any cover was not safe. Jiang Si bit her lip, her voice a bit hoarse. "I have a special item." Lu Zhe showed little surprise. Special items were common in the apocalypse. The heavens love humanity, providing some tools for self-rescue while punishing them. However, when Jiang Si took out Ruan Yang's notebook, he was puzzled. "Isn't this a drawing? Why is a notebook?" Using a flashlight, Jiang Si flipped through it, looking for the most suitable image. "Wait," Tianyu called out, raising his hand. "Big sister, let me try." Lu Zhe reached out to push him back and pulled Gan Baobao away from her. "Let him do it," he said before he wanted to be a poet. As he spoke, he kicked Gan Baobao, complaining about his greasiness. "Haven't I told you? Don't you think you have enough meat? Change back to your original form." "Are you kidding? I worked hard to gain this meat." Gan Baobao rubbed his butt, looking unwilling, but he turned around, squatted down, and made a peculiar hand gesture. Feeling Jiang Si's gaze on him, he shifted his body and frowned. I can't change back like this. It's not like I'm watching you poop. Zhuotianyu couldn't help but laugh in Jiang Si's arms. Clearly, Gan Baobao heard the sound. His brow twitched, and he snorted coldly. You dare come out? If you do, I'll sit on you. The friendship they had just established was on the verge of breaking. Zhuotianyu dared not speak. Jiang Si could only hold back her laughter and said, All right, I won't look. Luo Zhe kicked him on the butt again. What are you dawdling for? Gunbobo, with tear-filled eyes, got up from the snow and muttered, If it weren't for the fact that you're about to die, I wouldn't hesitate to beat you until you can't find your teeth. But when Luo Zhe's gaze turned back to him, he didn't dare to say anything more and obediently assumed the previous posture. He then saw a soft glow emanating from his body, and upon looking closely, the 2.5 tall, burly figure gradually shrank to the size of an ordinary baby. However, the child's face bore an expression of utter despair. Originally, as a big fat man, he didn't feel much, but suddenly becoming petite and wearing a big red apron in the snow made him look adorably silly. Jiang Si reached out to pick him up. Gan Baobao naturally rubbed against her chest, pressing his face against her neck to absorb her warmth. This made Luo Zhe frown as he extended his hand to take out a page from Wan Yang's notebook. Unicorn, get to work. This little brat probably didn't remember getting kicked earlier and was quite annoyed about losing his warm spot. He snorted coldly, his attitude rather haughty. What is this? But in the blink of an eye, his tone changed to curiosity, finding the object interesting. He tossed the plain sketch on the ground, and in a flash of light, the sound of a horse's neigh echoed in the air. Immediately, a creature with a 20-centimeter long horn on its forehead appeared. Its fur was snow white, yet its skin shimmered with a layer of rainbow light. Truly beautiful. Jiang Si couldn't help but reach out to touch it. However, the unicorn proudly lifted its head, suddenly raising its front hooves and unfurling a pair of silver wings from its sides. Wow, so cool. Jiang Si couldn't help but widen her eyes, astonished by the elegance of such a creature, while gaining a deeper understanding of Gan Baobao's imaginative mind. She had previously not known that unicorns, these fairy tale creatures, could also have wings. Gan Baobao himself seemed quite pleased with the unicorn's appearance, stroking his non-existent beard with a mature demeanor. Not bad, just as I imagined. Saying this, he jumped down from Luo Zhe's hands, using both hands and feet to climb up the long hair on the unicorn's belly, but he was clumsy, and his short legs took a long time to lift. Instead, he irritated the legendary beautiful creature, tugging at its fur painfully. Luo Zhe couldn't bear to watch any longer, picked him up and placed him into Jiang Si's arms, then quickly jumped onto the unicorn. The duration of imagination is hard to say. Hurry up. Where to? It was evident that this creature could fly, which was a bit different from Jiang Si's imagination. The unicorn took a few steps and spread its wings, quickly soaring into the sky. She instinctively closed her eyes. In that moment, she thought if the imagination were to fail just as the unicorn was flying high. To the Provincial Academy of Sciences, Luo Zhe said, Oh, Jiang Si's worries were clearly unnecessary. 3 minutes later, the unicorn landed on a large, flat rooftop and slowly transformed into sparkling starlight, disappearing from sight. The Academy of Sciences in Magic City is located in the Yudong area, about 10 to 20 kilometers from here. Given the unicorn's speed, she widened her eyes, beginning to understand the gap in imagination between her and Gan Baobao. If it were her, she would probably only think of the unicorn moving at the speed of an ordinary horse, let alone flying. When Gan Baobao unleashed hellfire back then, that maggot would have been turned to ashes instantly, rather than her having to burn it bit by bit. You really are amazing, she sincerely praised, hugging Gan Baobao and rubbing her face against his. However, Luo Zhe frowned. The rooftop, which should have been for landing helicopters, was littered with the wreckage of a helicopter. Some bodies in white work uniforms lay sprawled on the ground. Clearly, there had been an accident during evacuation, resulting in misfortune. They were in a research area covering 20 hectares, which, in Luo Zhe's memory, was usually garrisoned by armed police equipped with ample weaponry. As the apocalypse descended, some research personnel had not evacuated, and presumably, there were plenty of supplies and vehicles inside. If all went well, they could find a sturdy mode of transportation there. However, At this moment, the only main entrance leading down from the building was locked from the inside, with a pool of blood left by the door, frozen by the low temperature and snow, making it look like agate at first glance. Perhaps hearing the zombies' roars, Zhuotianyu felt a bit anxious in his pocket watch and hurriedly called out, "Big sis, can I come out?" Gan Baobao also heard the commotion of the zombies in the building beneath them and shrank in Jiang Si's arms, saying, "Great, just in time for someone to stop us while escaping." "No, it's cold on the rooftop." Jiang Si shivered. She was speaking the truth. Although this technology building was only 12 stories tall, the rooftop, exposed to the heavy snow, was particularly harsh, with the north wind blowing fiercely as if it could blow a person away. Jiang Si felt quite conflicted for a moment. She really wanted winter to pass quickly. But when she thought about the more hardships that would come with spring, she sighed. Misfortunes never come singly. This was clearly an unexpected situation for Luo Zhe, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. It seemed that after his strength had diminished, the events he encountered were also turning unfavorable for him. He glanced down from the edge of the rooftop and caught sight of some buildings in the area still illuminated, sensing that there were people here, as a laser light flashed in their direction. However, it was evident that the building they had stopped at had encountered an accident. Those people were merely peeking out from the windows, curious about how they had appeared on the rooftop, but had no intention of offering help. Luo Zhe let out a, "Now I have to think about how to get down from here." Gan Baobao wrapped his arms around Jiang Si's neck, his voice filled with enthusiasm. "Is there another unicorn?" Chapter 87, Provincial Academy of Sciences. In Wan Yang's notebook, there were no identical drawings. It was Gan Baobao who pulled out a piece of paper depicting a fairy-like figure. The female demon, wielding the magic wand, extended a vine to send them to the ground. However, as soon as they landed, they were surrounded by a group of fully armed people. "You all come here." One person, who appeared to be the leader, shouted. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, stood tall and straight, exuding a strong masculine aura, and his demeanor was very capable. He was a regular soldier by background. Before Lu Zhe could speak, the soldier, with a beaming face, continued, "We just saw everything. You are ability evolvers, right? We need talents like you to assist us. Welcome, welcome." Although Lu Zhe's scarred face was somewhat intimidating, soldiers generally have high psychological resilience, and he quickly returned to normal despite a brief flicker of unease. In his eyes, a man who could protect his wife and children safely in the apocalypse was undoubtedly very capable. Thus, he regarded Lu Zhe with a higher estimation. At that time, Jiang Si learned that several days ago, the armed police team stationed here had split into two groups. One stayed behind to build temporary defenses, while the other escorted researchers and the surrounding gathered survivors to the nearest Jinling base. However, due to the apocalypse, previous communication methods had failed, so it was uncertain whether that group had reached their destination safely. Another point worth noting was that within the Provincial Academy of Sciences, areas A and B, specifically buildings 12, 13, and buildings 6, 8, and 9, along with the experimental building they had just descended from, were all filled with monsters. Areas A and B were separated by the original courtyard walls, but the experimental building was located in the center of the academy, completely exposed, and they could only block the large door at the bottom to prevent the creatures inside from escaping. "There's no other way. It's become a zombie den inside. We have to block the exits," the leader soldier said, introducing himself as Xiao. However, it was evident that the current situation could not be resolved by staying in Magic City. The increasingly deteriorating environment forced those left behind to have differing opinions. Just a few hours before Lu Zhe and the others arrived, there had been disputes over related issues. Many locals were unwilling to leave, while others felt that staying was just waiting for death. Lu Zhe could not offer any good advice, merely stating the earlier experience objectively and informing them that even hiding in tall buildings could lead to massive creatures emerging from below. This was undoubtedly devastating news for those who wanted to stay. "All right, it's getting late. Why don't you all rest first? I'll go discuss with everyone whether we should set out tomorrow, and I'll notify you all early in the morning," he said, calling over a young man. Dolly, take them to the dormitory." "But we don't have any space left, do we?" The dark-skinned young man looked somewhat troubled. "Isn't there one empty room left?" "That one has been taken. You know that boss, Su, has superpowers. We can't fight against him." The soldier frowned. Is there no organizational rule? I need to see for myself. Lu Zhe glanced back at the experimental building not far away. It was a modern structure covered in glass. Because the laboratory had its own power supply, some rooms inside still had electricity. They could see zombies that had transformed from humans wandering mindlessly in front of the glass. Uncertain if it was an illusion, he vaguely heard the sound of glass cracking. Following his worried gaze, Captain Xiao explained, "Don't worry about the glass strength. It's bulletproof. The sound insulation is also excellent." Lu Zhe was about to say something when Jiang Si gently patted his hand and whispered, "Bao Bao needs to sleep." Captain Xiao instinctively glanced at her hand, where the child wrapped in clothing looked even more cheerful, furrowing his brows tightly and appearing very serious. Could he be a fool? He thought to himself while quickly saying, "I'll take you over there." His voice unconsciously softened, clearly afraid of scaring the child. "Let the young comrade take us over. It's all minor matters. No need for the officer to worry," Jiang Si said softly. Her tone was gentle but carried an undeniable meaning. Captain Xiao nodded and called to the young man, "Dolly, hurry back." After the dark-skinned young man saw his direct superior leave, he revealed a hint of concern. "If you don't mind, could you squeeze into our room? There are 10 of us in total. I can share with Xiaofeng. It might be a bit cramped. Those people I mentioned earlier are from the underworld, not easy to deal with." Jiang Si glanced at Lu Zhe and shook her head, refusing. "It's fine. He is also very difficult to deal with." As if thinking of something, the young man's eyes brightened. "Big brother, what was that move you did earlier? How did you suddenly grow a tree?" We were all stunned when we saw it. Lu Zhe remained silent, while Jiang Si softly replied, "It's just a little trick. You're the impressive one. Are you a sniper?" "Yeah." Mentioning the weapon on his back, a hint of pride flashed across the young man's face. Jiang Si nodded. "You have good eyesight. Being a sniper suits you." This thought crossed the young man's mind. How did she know I have good eyesight? But it was quickly dismissed. Perhaps she meant that my eyes look bright. As they spoke, they had already arrived at a dormitory building. Although it was a dormitory, due to limited bed space, only one floor was designated for it. There were not only soldiers, but also researchers and at least 100 ordinary people. However, the number of evolved individuals was not high, only a sparse dozen or so. Jiang Si sensed again and found that the foundation of the building was very solid, with no signs of underground movement. She contemplated that in areas dense with zombies, mutated creatures seemed to be scarce. It appeared that outside of humans, other abnormal species could maintain a safe distance. Is it true that in this world, only humans are the most superfluous? At this moment, it was deep into the night, and many people were resting in their respective rooms. Hearing the commotion outside, some secretly opened their doors. It seemed to be a family of 3, including a child. I wonder if the child will cry. It would be bad if they made any noise. Exactly. Gon Bao Bao's chubby body trembled, agitated by the unfriendly atmosphere, as if he would burst into tears at any moment. Jiang Si quickly wrapped him in her coat and held him tightly in her arms, preventing his restless temper from flaring up. Her gentleness indeed resembled that of a mother. The young man, seeing this, couldn't help but soften his heart, looking at Gon Bao Bao several times, wanting to reach out to tease him, but fearing he might cry. He quickly lowered his voice and shouted toward the whispering direction. "Everyone quiet down. Is it time to sleep?" The soldier's authority still had an effect on ordinary people. However, the more intense whispering did not stop. In the apocalypse, even the slightest disturbance could be life-threatening, and the arrival of newcomers filled the entire dormitory floor with hope. They looked forward to the visitors bringing some good news. "Where are you from? Have you seen a handsome young man? He's my son. He has a mole on his face." Yeah, what's it like outside now? Will other troops come to rescue us?" The young man quickly ordered, "Keep your voices down, keep your voices down." He then led them to the innermost room. There were already 3 people in this room. Although there were not many armed police stationed here, the sudden increase in people made the space feel crowded. While the number of beds was limited, there were not many warm items either. However, compared to the other small rooms with dense breathing, the 3-person room had more than 6 sets of blankets piled up, making it seem somewhat luxurious. The young man walked in with a scalp-tingling gaze and said to the 3 people, "Captain Xiao said this couple will rest here tonight." "You, Captain Xiao, what good is that?" "Did I agree?" Before he could finish speaking, one of the 3, who looked particularly rogue, suddenly turned on a flashlight, causing the young man to instinctively shield his eyes. Immediately after, a leg kicked out. The explosive power of a junior strength type evolved being could make this ordinary person suffer. But before the kick landed, the young man felt himself being lifted by a force and lightly set aside. Luze casually remarked, "If you have this ability, go out and kill zombies, why bully your own kind?" The kick missed, causing the attacker to stumble slightly. To maintain face, the person barely steadied himself and shouted, "So you have a backing now. You can leave." Jiang Si patted the terrified young man. To scare a good kid like this, one could imagine how fierce the opponent was. "But you guys?" The young man showed sincere concern. "It's fine, just minor stuff," Jiang Si said, then quietly reminded him, "Tell your roommate not to sleep too deeply tonight, remember." "Oh." Although the young man didn't quite understand, he walked out thoughtfully. Just as he wanted to remind him a couple more times, the door closed. Through the door, he could hear the sounds of fists hitting flesh, as if someone had their mouth covered and was being harshly taught a lesson. After a few minutes, the noise stopped, and the door opened from the inside. The originally arrogant three fled like stray dogs. The young man was left dumbfounded, but he heard the woman in the room complaining softly while holding the child. "If I had known we were going to beat them, I should have covered the baby's eyes first. Look at this child so amused. If he keeps laughing like this, his eyes will turn into slits, and he'll end up looking foolish." The scarred man leisurely adjusted his sleeves and pulled the bed closer together, saying, "This seems more spacious." Noticing that he was still outside, the woman smiled at him, her eyes curving like crescent moons, as if they contained a shimmering galaxy. "How old are you? Are you an adult?" "No, but I'll be 18 in a month." He didn't know why he felt a bit nervous. Still a child, the woman sighed, her voice softer. "What's your name?" "Huang. Huang Dali." As soon as he said it, he regretted it, feeling for the first time that his parents hadn't given him a very nice name. "Dali, huh?" The woman turned to look at him seriously and said, "You should go back." "What's wrong?" Huang Dali couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. The woman sighed again. "The good deeds you did, of course, you have to bear the consequences." "What deeds?" The woman exchanged a glance with the scarred man, both showing a hint of pity. Huang Dali suddenly felt his intelligence wasn't enough and touched his face. But just then he suddenly heard a crisp sound, as if something was coming from not far away. He instinctively turned to look at the experimental building, seeming to see many things spouting out like water from above. What could that be? He couldn't help but widen his eyes, revealing a look of terror. Chapter 88 Experiment. Building. The experimental building housing the zombies was blocked at the main entrance and surrounded by a ring of iron plates 2 to 3 meters high. From the outside, it looked overly tidy. Indeed, it was clean, having been burned to ashes. All traces of a struggle had turned into a patch of blackened ground. Huang Dali watched the zombies pouring out of the experimental building and suddenly recalled the scene from over 10 days ago. At that time, the evolutionary abilities of the mutants did not exhibit a timely display of deterrent lethality, relying entirely on the armed police's firearms for suppression. However, the gunfire attracted more zombies, and with limited personnel and weapons, the endless horde of zombies posed an overwhelming challenge. Team Xiao had to make two plans. One was to establish a firepower line with the armed police to suppress the zombie horde, and the other was to send people to seal off other potential entry points for the zombies. Try to reduce the safe zone to a range that could sustain thousands of people. Thus, the battle lasted for a day and a night, and the supply of bullets quickly became insufficient. Fortunately, the large armored cargo warehouse, pushed over by everyone, could block the main entrance. Although a small number of zombies managed to crawl in, they were quickly dispatched. At that time, it was the moment when everyone feared zombies the most. Everyone knew that once bitten or scratched by a zombie, the time it took to turn into a zombie varied based on individual constitution and the severity of the wound. Some transformed almost instantaneously, while others had to wait for a long time. Not long after the battle for self-rescue ended, internal conflicts began to arise. The people who had escaped from nearby residential areas had varying degrees of direct contact with zombies, including some individuals from the armed police team who, when the bullets ran out, engaged in direct combat with the zombies. The bites and scratches from zombies would present a murky gray, and the blood that oozed would have a foul smell, distinctly different from ordinary wounds. However, even ordinary wounds carried the risk of infection. And who knew how the virus that turned people into zombies spread? Once interests and lives were at stake, humanity would breed selfishness. They had just united to face external dangers, but once the door was closed, they began to be wary of those around them. The armed police had decent execution capabilities, but their numbers were too few, with thousands of researchers matched with military personnel and weapons at a ratio of 1 to 100. Hence, some were dissatisfied, and even when pointed at by weapons, louder voices drowned out the armed intimidation. Moreover, soldiers were reluctant to waste bullets on their own kind. Thus, the scene quickly fell into chaos again. Additionally, the Provincial Academy of Sciences itself was not impenetrable. There were several elderly scholars who had directly transformed into zombies at the onset of the apocalypse. Individual zombies could be lurking anywhere. While everyone was focused on the main entrance, several zombies emerged from within the park and attacked the crowd. As they cleared away their visibly infected zombie-like companions, the looks exchanged among the crowd were filled with doubt. Anyone who got blood on them could have already been infected. Therefore, stripping down to check for wounds was the most straightforward approach. But no one trusted anyone else. For a moment, the armed police formed their own group. Researchers huddled together, and ordinary residents instinctively clustered together. They divided into factions, with researchers and ordinary residents heading into two inner zones, A and B. They requested the allocation of weapons from the armed police, which was refused. This left everyone feeling resentful. Such divisions indeed posed hidden dangers. That night, someone in Zone B underwent a transformation. A man disregarded the scratch on his ankle inflicted by a zombie. In Zone A, a scholar suddenly suffered a heart attack and died silently, only to awaken as a zombie and attack others sleeping in the same room. Thus, Zones A and B quickly fell. They could only rely on the high walls of the park to separate danger from the rest of the crowd. The armed police, due to their possession of firearms and their often exercised physiques, suffered the least losses. As a result, the personnel differences among the various groups diminished, and the armed police's words carried more weight. This led to the current scene where they followed the soldiers' arrangements. They cleared out the relatively peaceful zones C and D, choosing the dormitory building in Zone C used by the armed police as a stronghold, while Zone D served as an important supply depot with 4 people stationed there. Originally, Zone D was the area for the cafeteria, warehouse, and the management of incoming and outgoing cargo vehicles, providing a safe passage for vehicles. It represented their hope for survival. The heavy personnel losses brought everyone together again. This time, representatives from all sides quickly reached an agreement to clear out all the injured and weak individuals. They encouraged mutual reporting, promising that if a report was successful, the armed police would provide weapons such as knives, crossbows, and even guns. As a result, suspicious individuals were quickly filtered out, including many elderly researchers. They were to be placed in the isolation room within the experimental building for unified observation. The isolation room had several meters of soundproofing panels. Once the gate was lowered, no matter how much noise erupted inside, it could not be heard outside. Even if they turned into zombies, they wouldn't be able to escape. As they were herded into the experimental building at gunpoint, these individuals were in tears. One researcher, who appeared to have graying hair but a youthful face, raised an objection. The severity of each person's wounds varies. Placing everyone in the same place may lead to secondary infections. From my personal perspective, it's fine to isolate us, but if there's no further isolation, this method will lead to our demise. But no one listened. In the face of a shortage of food, medicine, and warm clothing, the death of one more person would mean more resources for the remaining individuals. The researcher emphasized again, we are not infected. We are just physically weak. However, our brain regions are highly active, which can be beneficial for human survival in the later stages of development. Someone impatiently shouted, "Stop trying to harm others, okay? We're already in a tough spot. It's not like we haven't seen this before. Survival of the fittest. This is the apocalypse. Being physically weak is a burden and can easily lead to death. Why can't you be less selfish?" The more people debated, the more desperate his expression became. Suddenly, he thought of something and mustered the courage to say, "The newly developed vaccine in the laboratory that increases human resistance." Although it's just a small segment of protein peptides extracted from target cells, it remains active 24 hours after extraction. This is clearly a significant breakthrough in the scientific field. I think if we inject this into our bodies. But before he could express the fervor and passion difficult for ordinary people to understand, a brick struck his face, and blood immediately flowed from his temple. It's because you all have created so many nonsensical things that we have those monsters outside now. Why don't you go die? The speaker was a robust woman who had just lost her husband and son. But no one dared to underestimate her, because she was an evolved human, incredibly strong. Another person stepped forward and said, "Link, that's just an individual fragment proposed. The specific effects are still in the simulation and editing stage. The data we have now shows that this protein peptide is too aggressive. Once it enters the human body, it could cause uncontrollable changes that we cannot predict. Clinical trials are not recommended." He looked at Link, whose eyes were red from despair, and revealed a sorrowful expression. "Don't think like that, Link. The protein peptide you mentioned is still in Zone A. It's probably already been destroyed. Don't think too much about it. Putting everyone together indiscriminately would ultimately lead to a dead end." The young researcher wiped his eyes, which were clogged with blood. He had been reported for his leukemia. Despite having an IQ of 183, he could not overcome his frail body. He had survived the night when the zombie numbers exploded, only to be pushed into the whirlpool of death by his own kind. He ignored the person in front of him, even though this person had said many good things about him in front of the soldiers before being reported and pushed out. The researchers, who were obsessed with their studies and had not undergone physical training, were the most vulnerable group among them. No matter how much he pleaded, it was useless. Link knew he couldn't resist. But since he couldn't resist, couldn't he still control his own fate? He turned to the others who also couldn't resist and asked, "Is anyone willing to inject what I just mentioned?" The crowd was as confused as ashes. Compared to being isolated in the laboratory, living a little longer seemed like a better plan, and injecting something unknown into their bodies sounded very unreliable. However, this young researcher took out a syringe filled with light blue liquid from his lab coat pocket, showed it to everyone, and then injected it into his own arm. Link's friend screamed, "Are you crazy?" Link was crazy, but as 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, he didn't turn into a monster. Instead, the blue liquid brought an unprecedented glow to his face. That was the vitality that could only be displayed by a healthy body. He gently stomped his foot, and the originally flat floor cracked. This otherworldly power caused a stir among the crowd. The soldiers instinctively raised their guns at him, aiming at his head. Link's fingers cracked as he grinned mischievously at his friend. "The purified sample I kept is different from those in the lab." This gave the dying crowd a glimmer of hope, and soon someone asked, "Is there more?" "Give me a shot," followed by a series of similar voices. Since it had come to this, what was there to be afraid of? Some showed their worsening wounds to others. The young researcher smiled with satisfaction and continued talking to his friend. "I feel great right now. There's still time. You could go get my data device. This is the last contribution I can make to the research project." His colleague only stared in terror, while others came to pull him away, and someone covered his mouth before he could scream. But he still shouted, "No, Link, you can't do this. This extraction fragment is only in the simulation phase. The significance of purification is only to increase concentration. It doesn't change their instinct to attack." Link didn't listen to his words and had already turned to walk into the laboratory building. He still had many things to do. The others thought this was hope and excitedly followed him, especially those researchers who had spent their lives conducting experiments. However, later, everyone could only conclude their failure by seeing the zombies appearing through the glass windows. But now it had come out. Chapter 89, Departing Overnight at First. Jiang Si thought what was in front of her was a mutated zombie. However, Gon Baobao reacted quicker than her, jumping out from the clothes that wrapped around him and hanging on the corridor windowsill, exclaiming, "Wow, what is that?" Previously, he had wandered the human world with Lu Zhe and seen all kinds of creatures, but none were as bizarre as this one. It was a slender being with long limbs that still retained a human shape, but where eyes, ears, and a mouth should have been. There was only a swirling black hole. Its entire body seemed to be black, but upon closer inspection, it was made up of twisted blood vessels and muscles. One could even see the blood flowing within the vessels and the muscle contractions caused by movement. After the bulletproof glass shattered, it leaned out from the broken space and reached up to hook onto the roof of the upper two floors. Huang Dali, unable to think further, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Stand guard! Stand guard!" As he ran, the entire floor erupted in chaos. Then, a scream pierced the air. The monster was already on the rooftop, throwing its head back and howling. The massive sound waves were sharp and piercing, causing the glass in the corridor to shatter. Huang Dali dropped to the ground, and when he got back up, the crowd in the room was already rushing towards the staircase. He turned and reminded everyone, keep it down, keep it down. Do you want to track the monster?" Only then did the crowd stifle their screams and sobs, moving with more caution. Even those who had been injured by the glass dared only to groan quietly. People's judgment of danger was more precise than they thought. Jiang Si and the others were originally in the last room, leaving only the two of them and gone bao on the entire floor. "Let's catch up," Lu Zhe said, moving towards the crowd. He heard Team Zhao's low voice giving orders. "Team 1, take up defensive positions. Team 2, clear a path to Area D. Everyone else, grab what you can. We need to evacuate now. Try not to make any noise while leaving." "I'm not going," a middle-aged man shouted. Team Zhao's face darkened, and beside him, a handsome young man bluntly replied, "Fine. You don't have to go. Everyone else, move quickly." Jiang Si picked up Gon Bao again, which made the little chubby boy somewhat dissatisfied. While pulling glass shard from his face, he muttered, "Does she really think of herself as my mom?" Lu Zhe flicked his forehead, and he pouted in silence. They had previously agreed that in front of others, he would act like an ordinary baby. Human infants at his age wouldn't speak. As they passed by the middle-aged man who insisted on staying behind, Gon Bao heard his suppressed sobs. Unable to help himself, he said he is just asking for death by staying behind. Sometimes death is a relief. Lu Zhe pinched his mouth, signaling him to be quiet. There were no lights on in the darkness, but everyone moved quickly. Among the crowd, someone was still whispering angrily to the person next to them. "Do you want to get everyone killed?" My eyes, my eyes." The one who kept groaning had to lower his voice to sob, but everyone was saying, just hold on, just hold on." Some with strong tempers directly threatened, "If you do that again, just get out." The one who had been injured in the eye didn't dare to speak up again, but after a while, he couldn't help but whimper. From the appearance of the humanoid monster to the gathering at the cargo depot next to Area D, only 10 minutes had passed. Yet, just as everyone was squeezing into the vehicle, a series of gunshots rang out. The humanoid monster had found Team 1. The crowd fell silent for a moment. Team 1 consisted not only of armed police, but also researchers and ordinary residents. They had spent so long together that they had developed some feelings for one another. As soon as the gun was fired, it was destined that tonight would not end well. It also meant that Team 1 wouldn't be able to escape with the fleeing group. Jiang Si hurriedly poked her head out of the vehicle. The humanoid monster seemed to have grown even taller. It leaped down from the rooftop, and despite layers of buildings, trees, and walls blocking the view, they could still see half of its body. It waved its hand, sending dust flying in the air. With another wave, the sound of bullets seemed to diminish by half. So weak. Excited yet pained roars emanated from its swirling mouth. Everyone couldn't help but cover their ears again. Even the driver, disturbed by the disruptive sound waves, slammed on the brakes. A loud crash was heard as the first vehicle slammed into a nearby wall. Following that, the second and third vehicles also halted. Jiang Si's vehicle was the fourth. They could vaguely hear complaints from the front, but soon the leading vehicle restarted. Quickly driving through Area D towards the security checkpoint at the northeast gate of the Provincial Academy of Sciences. Jiang Si squinted her eyes. "That thing has turned around. It has noticed us." Before she could finish, she suddenly felt a strong push against her. She was sitting at the back of the vehicle, still holding Gon Bao in her arms, and the force nearly made her fall off the vehicle. Lu Zhe reached out to pull her and Gon Bao to him and glared at the skinny man who had pushed Jiang Si, asking, "What is the meaning of this?" The man merely leaked a hint of his fear, and the other party's face tightened, trembling as he expressed his thoughts. The child's crying will attract the monster. "I just didn't want her to get on the vehicle. I never meant to harm her." This was not just his thought, but the consensus of everyone in the vehicle. The passengers in this compartment were weaker in size and presence compared to those in the other compartments, and there were fewer of them. In terms of ecological advantage, stronger individuals had better survival capabilities. Out of 4 vehicles, smart people would choose the front ones, and even smarter ones would pick the 2 in the middle. Only those without strength and no other choice would end up in the last vehicle. The commotion from the gunfire had long since ceased. Team 1 had clearly been wiped out. If the monster were to pursue, the 4th vehicle, being last, was likely to meet the same fate as Team 1. However, Liu Ze thought those who could not survive on their own would push the reasons for their inability to others. He reached out and lifted the man. Before he could intimidate him by sending half of his body out, he caught a whiff of urine. Disgusted, he frowned and then let go. The man narrowly escaped a fate worse than death and hurriedly squeezed to the back. The others in the vehicle, seeing Liu Ze's strength, showed signs of fear, and the vague complaints vanished, replaced by expressions of anger they dared not voice. Jiang Si didn't care about this little matter and said again, "It's coming after us." The driver of the vehicle likely saw this scene in the rearview mirror. As soon as they hit the road, he stepped on the gas, quickly catching up with the first 3 vehicles. However, at that moment, a car with high beams was speeding towards them. There was a shrill screech of brakes followed by a loud crash. The small car collided directly with a truck in the adjacent lane. The tremendous sound scattered many vehicle parts across the snowy ground. The impact from such speed meant that the people in the cabins of both vehicles could not possibly survive. What about the people in the back of the truck? There might still be survivors. Indeed, after the accident, someone jumped out of the truck's cabin, seeking help from the other 3 vehicles. But the drivers of the other 3 vehicles merely glanced at them in the rearview mirror and expressionlessly said, "Sorry," in their hearts. They felt a hint of gratitude. If it weren't for this accident, the humanoid monster would have caught up with them. Let those survivors from the accident lead the monster away from them. For a moment, there was no sound in the vehicle. However, silence lasted only a few minutes before a loud rumble was heard, and the vehicle suddenly came to a screeching halt. "What happened?" someone asked in a panic. Liu Ze jumped out to take a look and said to them, "The road ahead is blocked." "How could it be blocked? There are no obstacles in this area." "We cleared it earlier," someone said. "It's a horde of zombies," Liu Ze replied. This vehicle model is a large truck that can directly crush individual zombies. However, in the snow, charging toward a horde of zombies would likely result in a rollover. "We need to take a detour." The large truck restarted, turned around, and looked for another fork in the road. Jiang Si was able to see the scene of the elevated bridge not far away. The horde of zombies, covered in ice and snow, stood still, all raising their arms towards the eastern sky, completely oblivious to the sounds of nearby vehicles. Just one glance at this scene was enough to send chills down one's spine, as if they were performing some eerie ritual. Liu Ze said, "There is a method for demons and monsters to cultivate mentioned in the Taiping Guangji, called the Taiyin lynching method. It's quite similar to this." Jiang Si couldn't help but get goosebumps. These zombies have no intelligence or wisdom and attack living beings purely by instinct. "Can they understand what you mean by the lynching method?" Zhou Tianyu, in Jiang Si's pocket watch, quietly asked, unwilling to be left out. Jiang Si noticed that a few people in the same car were straining to listen to their conversation, so she cleared her throat and repeated the previous question. "Ordinary zombies need to undergo 2 to 3 evolutions to barely reach the level of normal animals that can seek good fortune and avoid misfortune." Liu Shishkoft, lightly chuckling. "Have you heard of the corpse drivers in Jiangxi?" Initially, it was because people had a deeply rooted belief in returning to their roots. In the past, when transportation was inconvenient, corpse drivers existed out of necessity. They could use herbs and incantations to make corpses follow them. Although it's just a legend, there must be some truth to the specific tricks involved. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been passed down for centuries in such a mysterious manner. I recall that corpse driving seemed to be a prevalent witchcraft among the Miao people in Jiangxi around the mid to late Qing dynasty. Jiang Si calculated the time. At that point, Liu Ze was already immortal, traveling around, so didn't he think of going to Jiangxi to satisfy his curiosity? The other people in the car had already crowded to the other side, and those who were straining to listen to their conversation all showed strange expressions. Among them, a pale-skinned, refined researcher seriously interrupted, saying, "Those are just folk stories that have been distorted over time. They are not credible." Before he could voice his opinion, The vehicle lurched again and then came to a stop, as if it had collided with something and had to brake suddenly. They could hear someone in front screaming in terror and the sound of chewing. Chapter 90. The road back immediately. A man in the passenger seat of the driver's cab screamed, in a distorted voice, "Reverse! Reverse!" The cargo compartment of this transport vehicle was surrounded by iron sheets. And aside from the cargo door at the back, there was only a small window connecting the front and the driver's cab. Unless they got out of the vehicle, the people in the back compartment had no idea what was happening in front. All they could hear were increasingly louder screams and sporadic gunfire. Luo Zhe frowned and said, "It seems like mutated creatures." The driver was decisive. Upon realizing something was wrong ahead, he immediately turned the vehicle to the side. They could not care about the original traffic rules anymore, and he quickly made a sharp turn, smashing into the road's central barrier. The group of people in the compartment swayed from side to side, but dared not complain, all wearing grim expressions. Before the vehicle could straighten up and start again, something heavy struck the side of the compartment with a loud bang, as if something had leapt up, grabbed the wall, and then climbed onto the top of the compartment, letting out a yowl. It was a mutated cat. However, judging by the sound it made upon hitting the wall, this mutated cat was certainly not of ordinary size. The people in the compartment gasped, their eyes meeting in tension. Because of the sudden turn, they had already seen the fate of the first truck ahead, which had crashed into the greenbelt on the side, clearly indicating that the driver and the passenger had already lost their lives. Several mutated cats, about the size of adult tigers, had jumped into the back compartment, and one of them, attempting to escape, was grabbed by another by the neck and quickly fell to the ground, convulsing. Another one had veered off to the right path, being chased by several mutated cats. They did not dare to feel relieved and quickly realized their possible fate, but it was already too late. Knock, 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 knock. It was the sound of claws tapping on the front windshield. The claws of the mutated cat were sharp and hard, scraping against the metal roof, producing a piercing sound. Get down, get down. The driver, unable to free his hands to swat away whatever was tapping on the windshield, had to rely on the man in the passenger seat to lean out the window and shoot at it. However, as soon as he leaned out, he fired 3 shots without hitting the target before a nimble figure lunged forward from the road, yanking half of his arm out of the driver's seat, causing him to fall onto the speeding road, becoming an unconscious corpse. Before anyone had time to feel terrified, they heard the driver of the front vehicle shout, "Hold on tight." Then, they felt the whole vehicle turn, hearing a pitiful yowl as the mutated cat that had nearly smashed through the windshield was flung out by inertia, rolling far away and not getting up for a long time. Everyone involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief, but before they could fully relax, their hearts sank again, because silently, several more mutated cats had followed them. No, there were even more, their round eyes glowing eerily in the darkness. Cats are naturally agile creatures, and in full sprint, they could outrun a speeding cargo truck. "Old Jew, speed up, speed up." Several people pounded on the small window, shouting. Old Jew, the driver, had already seen the movement in the rearview mirror and pressed down hard on the gas pedal without letting up. However, before he could find a way to escape, a nimble figure had already caught up to the door, squeezing halfway through the passenger window. Just as he quickly tried to close the window, the mutated cat got stuck, its sharp claws nearly raking off his face. Up close, he could smell the bloody scent of the mutated cat. His anger surged, and with one hand on the steering wheel and the other holding a sickle, he prepared to defend himself. The sickle, used in the Botanical Research Institute's backyard for cutting plants, was sharper and more efficient than regular farming tools but shorter. He swung it a couple of times, easily slicing off a small part of the mutated cat's claw. The mutated cat, angered, swatted at him with its front paws, tearing at his coat sleeve. The sharp claws drew blood from his skin, and the smell of fresh blood only fueled the cat's bloodlust. Its eyes suddenly turned red, and with a mighty effort, it pushed itself inside, pouncing at his face. Old Jew was occupied with fending off the mutated cat while keeping his grip on the steering wheel. And out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of something that made his heart skip a beat. In an effort to escape the cat swarm, he somehow found himself back on the original road. On top of the wall of the Botanical Research Institute, a humanoid black monster, around 5 stories tall, was gazing up at the moon. Not good, Old Jew thought to himself, quickly slamming on the brakes, but at the same time, the mutated cat in the passenger seat had already squeezed in, its sharp claws leaving several bloody scratches on his arm. Instinctively, he raised his hand to block, and the sickle's blade just happened to stab into the mutated cat's throat. Even if it didn't die immediately, it bled profusely, and its life was surely numbered. However, even so, the front of the vehicle crashed like a stubborn mule into one of the monster's legs left on the road. In that moment, old Ju wished he could just close his eyes and faint. But his instinct for survival calmed him down, and he frantically turned the steering wheel. This humanoid monster, while large, was clearly not fast. Perhaps it hadn't reacted yet. Moreover, he had timely turned the steering wheel, so might not have sensed it. Old Ju still held onto a glimmer of hope. But just as he slowed down, he heard screams from the back of the truck, and in the rearview mirror, he saw a mutated cat dragging someone away and starting to tear into them. Who was the unlucky one? Old Ju didn't have time to pity anyone. The heavy snow had sealed the city, cutting off the stray cat's means of survival. To stay alive, they had to eat zombies or humans. And compared to zombies, fresh human flesh seemed much more delicious. However, after a while of biting, the mutated cats realized something was off. They weren't tasting the delicacy they had imagined. Because as the mutated cats prepared to leap into the compartment, Jiang Si threw several zombie corpses at them. These special items were the most common in the apocalypse. This brief delay was enough for the truck to regain speed. The mutated cats, wanting to catch up again, found their speed had already slowed significantly. 2 or 3 minutes later, everyone finally came to their senses and realized that the mutated cat swarm had given up on them. After all, they were cats, a species with poor endurance. Luo Zhe said, "The cats are no longer chasing, but the trouble isn't over yet." Jiang Si sighed. Her electromagnetic field had formed a large dot. This was the most dangerous thing. Sure enough, the vehicle hadn't moved far before the truck came to a stop again. The people inside the compartment trembled and asked, Old Ju, why did we stop?" Old Ju was shaking like a leaf under the headlights. The humanoid monster had its fingers blocking the path, resembling a true five-finger mountain. He had overheard that the name of the armed police captain was Xiao, and that the androgynous young person by his side had said that the life strength of an ordinary person maxed out at 5, while the life strength of that black monster was stable, but at least 50, which could not be countered by standard weapons. When encountering such a monster, the only option was to run. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and run. He was the first to grab the sickle, open the car door, and unlike his bulk, ran nimbly toward a side road. The people in the compartment were stunned to see him get out, but they quickly followed suit, jumping out in a rush. As soon as they jumped down, they were jolted by the cold wind and saw the humanoid black shadow in front of them. This was a creature that had wiped out their first squad. That squad had been given the most weapons and had the strongest capabilities. Yet they were still obliterated by this monster with a single hand. Which way to go? Humans have an instinctive herd mentality. Seeing driver Old Ju running in a further direction, many people followed him. Suddenly, a black barrier rose between heaven and earth, with black veins and muscles visible on it, and blood vessels flowing with liquid inside. The humanoid monster could ignore fixed physiological structures and flow to form this shape, surrounding the group of survivors. Only the driver managed to escape its encirclement in time. But did he really escape? Who knows? Who would have thought that the originally 5-story-high humanoid monster could turn into this grotesque form? Was it planning to capture everyone in one go? Its head displayed curved eyes and a round mouth, and for some unknown reason, it tilted its head slightly, seemingly pondering. Then its mouth curved into a crescent shape, as if smiling. Just as it was about to crash into the wall, the man following Old Ju stopped, pulled a sharp knife from his pocket, and thrust it fiercely into the flesh wall, only to see the black muscle contract rapidly, creating a hole about half a meter high. Outside the big hole, the alley where Old Ju had run and could still be seen, with footprints lingering in the snow. Overjoyed, he dove into the hole, but as he half emerged, the black hole suddenly shrank, as if countless wriggling creatures had latched onto his waist. Following his waist, the blood vessel-like black lines pierced into his flesh, weaving into a net of the same color on his skin surface. In an instant, it was like a horizontal humanoid tumor had formed on the flesh wall. This was not the end. The tumor seemed to be squeezed hard by someone, accompanied by the man's screams and the occasional sound of bones breaking. Initially shaped like long legs, the tumor then transformed into short legs, and finally into a large lump growing on the wall, until the lump deflated, and the black hole that had just trapped a person returned to normal, as if what had just happened had never occurred. This scene happened quickly and ended even faster. Everyone was stunned, and those who had imitated him by using their weapons to dig into the flesh wall had stopped, instinctively moving far away from it. Only that head, grinning and curving into a smile, intermittently expressed its joyous remarks. So weak. Even though these words were just vague self-talk, Jiang Si still felt as if her eardrums were being pierced by sharp needles, and she vaguely sensed blood oozing from her ear. It was over. A small, thin woman beside her sat limply on the wet road, covering her ears and displaying the same look of despair. Chapter 91. Surrounding help. Help! Don't come closer. Inside the encirclement of the black flesh wall, black vein-like blood vessels seeped from the walls, weaving like spider webs from the ground, lunging at the panicked people. Jiang Si returned to the carriage holding Gan Bao. Inside the carriage was a half-grown child, half-crouching behind the iron railing, blood streaming down his forehead. When he locked eyes with Jiang Si, he quickly said to her, "Be quiet." While saying this, he kept a vigilant and agile gaze on the black web spread across the ground. Jiang Si quickly noticed that the louder someone shouted, the faster the black web attacked them. One could imagine what it would be like to be completely ensnared by the web. So this thing also hunts by sound? With this thought, Jiang Si wanted to remind Lu Zhe. But she saw Lu Zhe snatch a gun from a man whose lower leg was half wrapped in the black web. It was a silenced pistol. The original owner was a pale, short man with a chunk missing from his cheekbone. The black web was as thin as a cicada's wing, but incredibly tough. Once entangled, it couldn't be torn apart no matter how hard he tried. His eyes filled with terror and bloodshot. When Lu Zhe took his gun, the man trembled as if he thought his life was about to be taken. The mutated creatures outside had destroyed the entire building. When Lu Zhe jumped down from a height with Jiang Si, all their weapons had been buried in the rubble. The bone saw in his hand was the one Jiang Si had discarded earlier and wasn't very handy. He chopped the bone saw down onto the black spider web on the ground a couple of times, as if cutting into cotton. This thing was incredibly tough and couldn't be forcefully torn apart. He then aimed and fired at the black human face with curved lips. The face showed a painful expression, and where it was hit, a small spray of blood erupted, but quickly healed. However, the healing surface swelled up, and soon a bullet emerged like a pimple being squeezed. After firing again, another spray of blood appeared, healing quickly and swelling up again, squeezing out another bullet. The time it took for the second bullet to drop out was shorter than the first. It was evident that the healing ability was becoming stronger. And because Lu Zhe fired, a black web spread out from the ground, attacking his ankles. Lu Zhe pressed his lips together, his expression frighteningly calm. He raised his hand and fired at a higher building behind the black wall. Not far away, the glass shattered, creating a loud crash. The sound made the black human face visibly freeze for a moment, turning its head in the direction of the falling glass with a strange expression. The black web that had climbed up Lu Zhe's boots paused. Lu Zhe raised his hand and fired again, another crash of breaking glass. The black face extended a long neck, supporting its entire face to turn towards the source of the sound. The black web that had climbed up Lu Zhe's boots and others seemed to lessen. This black monster indeed hunted by sound. As it moved, a gap appeared in the previously impenetrable black wall. Lu Zhe pressed on. He continuously pulled the trigger. A series of explosions echoed from deep within the overly quiet building, accompanied by the roars of alien creatures from the darkness. This sound excited the black-faced creature with a swirling black hole, and the gap grew larger. One person rushed out first, followed by another, but he was still entangled in black threads. With this movement, the threads tightened, ripping away the entire part he was entangled with, bursting out a spray of blood. The pain caused him to scream, which attracted the black threads to surround him again. Stronger. The piercing frequency made everyone cover their mouths tightly. At this critical moment, even the most terrifying scenes couldn't elicit a sound from anyone. Anyone entangled in black threads dared not make any unnecessary movements. They had to endure while the black threads were still drawn away, seizing the opportunity to escape before other distractions attracted attention. As they saw parts of the black web slowly being pulled away from the human body, suddenly, a nearby evergreen tree snapped, and a massive, hideous, ape-like creature burst through the wall, leaping out from the pile of darkness, rushing towards them. Some couldn't hold back and screamed, trying to run out. The spider webs, still writhing on the ground, suddenly became alert, leaping up and transforming into spiral spikes. Setting a center from below, the screams stopped abruptly. The second person to make a sound was also silenced in the same way. The remaining people were filled with despair, tears in their eyes, tightly covering their mouths. "Let us go." Luze appeared at the side of the carriage without knowing when. The man from whom he had taken the gun, with an injury on his cheekbone, clung tightly to him like a frightened child. Jiang Si handed Gon Bao to him and then pulled the half-grown child up from the carriage. "Take him too." She only said this one sentence, and Luze frowned. This was just a kid. Even if he had some ability, he couldn't protect himself and would only be a burden. But this wasn't the time for reasoning. They needed to take advantage of the strange black thing being distracted to escape quickly. So he said nothing more, simply extending his hand to pull Jiang Si down and then taking the half-grown child. As soon as the child touched the ground, a woman hiding under the car grabbed his leg. "Take me with you." She was half wrapped in black spider webs, tears and snot mixed together, her lips bitten and bleeding. Although she looked weak, her arms were strong. The half-grown child couldn't break free, and when Luze loosened his grip, he was tripped and fell to the ground. "Don't pull me." The half-grown child was both scared and terrified, lowering his voice, raising the other leg, and stopping just before kicking her in the face, lightly kicking her instead. The woman's eyes shone through her disheveled hair, as if burning with her last bit of light. "If you don't take me, then let him die with me." Her voice trembled, but she was speaking to Jiang Si. This couple, the man was an ugly freak, surely doting on his wife. When his wife said to take someone, he didn't hesitate for a second. In this apocalypse, perhaps this ugly freak did have that ability. Jiang Si didn't expect this matter to fall on her. Was this a threat? Luze couldn't help but chuckle. This woman really liked to stir up trouble. He held Gon Bao and turned to leave. The man beside him hesitated for a moment, somewhat doubtful. He was sure what this man's attitude was. But thinking of Luze's decisiveness earlier, he quickly picked up his pace and followed. In this world, it was hard enough to save one's life. The weak had no right to even plead for mercy. Jiang Si looked helplessly at Luze's back. Although they hadn't known each other for long, it was clear he wanted to resolve this himself. The constraints on the gatekeepers in this world were many. He wouldn't interfere in anyone's life. So he couldn't save this woman. Jiang Si glanced at the increasingly approaching ape-like creature. She had heard that a new zoo had been built nearby. It might have escaped from there. But with a body size of nearly 3 meters, how much food had it consumed to grow that big? Primates were the closest to humans, and their intelligence wasn't low. After mutation, its alertness kept it 10 meters away. It was clear it had eaten humans before, salivating at the dozen or so humans on the road, drool dripping from its chin. But at the same time, it was wary of the black things surrounding the humans, unable to discern what kind of existence they were. The instincts of the creature made it hesitate, letting out a low growl, which attracted the black spider webs to continue pulling away from the motionless and soundless bodies. This gave everyone present a glimmer of hope. But it was also at this moment, the bodies pierced to death by the black monster's sharp spikes, writhed as if electrocuted, as if they were about to come back to life. This was a sign of corpse transformation. They were dead, but from then on, they would also come alive. Were these zombies brought back to life like this, ordinary zombies, or part of that black humanoid monster? Jiang Si shook her head helplessly. Was it because she looked softer and easier to bully that they threatened her with an unrelated person? She pulled out her gun, ready to pull the trigger under the woman's surprised gaze. The woman was faster than her, lunging at her fiercely and quickly, screaming, "Let's go to hell together." If she remained silent, taking advantage of the two monsters confronting each other, the black webs would slowly detach from her body. At that time, she could quietly run away. Unfortunately, she wanted to entrust her fate to someone else. She was seeking her own death. The gun in Jiang Si's hand fell. It was a gun without bullets. She was only using a gun without bullets to threaten the other party, hoping that she would let go and spare the innocent child. This woman, appearing to be in her 30s or 40s, should also have children. Could she tolerate her own child being threatened and involved in this life and death situation? Unfortunately, when it came to her own life, this person had no moral bottom line. Out of sheer rage, she released the half-grown child and lunged at Jiang Si. As she let go, the half-grown child crawled out. Children in the apocalypse were not completely foolish. They understood what they needed to do. However, she did not expect that Jiang Si was not an ordinary person. She was an evolved being, inherently more alert than ordinary women. When the woman lunged at her, she let go of the gun and retreated far away. Jiang Si looked at her with pity, pulled up the half-grown child from the ground, and followed the direction where Lu Zhe had just disappeared. Meanwhile, the woman, due to her screams, attracted the black webs to refocus on her, transforming into sharp black spikes that pierced her calf. A horrific scream escaped her lips. Before she lost consciousness, she saw the zombies, transformed from her companions, twisting their bodies as they approached her. They seemed to have black flesh as well, and the first one to get close to her, a creature with a distorted face, reached into its throat and pulled out a piece of flesh, shoving it into her throat. Veins like worms bulged from her face, and she felt her whole body twisting. Yet she felt no pain at all. This dissonant fear made her unable to help but scream, but all that came out was a sharp, zombie-like howl. Chapter 92, Companionship. Jiang Si pulled the half-grown child upstairs with her, and the sky was slowly brightening. The large blue expanse appeared after the dark clouds, signaling that the weather was about to clear up. The temporary refuge chosen by Lu Zhe was in a dilapidated building, through a thin layer of lime walls. The sounds of zombies scratching the walls next door could still be heard. This was a forced choice. If they went any deeper, they would encounter the mutated cats that had attacked them before. That area was clearly a waste disposal site, where hundreds of stray cats gathered. From a distance, it resembled a kingdom of cats. "Sister, I want to drink water too." While Jiang Si sipped water slowly, the half-grown child squatted beside her, looking pitifully at her and instinctively licking his lips. Even though the ground was covered in ice and snow, no one dared to melt snow for water. Long ago, rumors had spread among the survivors that after the meteor shower, the water sources, air, and food available to people had been contaminated with a dangerous virus that could cause zombification. This was the earliest explanation for the evolutionary factor. Jiang Si handed her water bottle to the boy, who looked to be about 13 or 14. His name was Lu Mian, an evolved individual with the ability to sense. The short man who had been following Lu Zhe was named Bang, a former chef. Upon seeing Lu Mian's appearance, Bang displayed a hint of terror, suddenly jumping up and lowering his voice. "You little jinx, haven't you already sided with that guy named Xiao? What are you doing following us?" Lu Mian's bright eyes darted around, instinctively looking at Lu Zhe, who was not paying attention to them at all. Puffed up, he retorted, "How can you falsely accuse someone like that? Who's the real jinx?" "You're the jinx." Though he was young, he was not lacking in bravado, puffing out his chest as if he were not afraid of a fight. He knew the other party wouldn't make a move, even if they wanted to. The others present wouldn't let it escalate too much. He was always aware of his situation. As long as he could attach himself to the strongest in a team, he could survive. He was clear on this point. However, the person he wanted to attach to still hadn't looked at him, leaning by the window and speaking to the woman beside him. They had another child with them. That child was fair and tender, looking as if they had never suffered. When the apocalypse began, the world was in chaos. Who hadn't suffered? Even the wealthy second generation who had run out with him had been defeated by reality, begging for food through kneeling and bowing to others' mercy to survive. Yet this small infant was being protected so well. It was truly enviable. Lu Mian couldn't help but lick his lips again. Bang shot him a disdainful glance, moved closer to Lu Zhe, and whispered something to him. Lu Mian smiled and didn't care at all. The other party was simply saying, "We can't take him along. He will bring misfortune. Whoever is with him will be unlucky. He's the only one left after his parents died. Sent to his grandparents' house, and within a few years, both grandparents died. Went to his uncle's house, and 2 years later, his cousin went mad. His aunt loved him the most, but he caused her to go blind in one eye. Later, whenever he went out, those with him would be doomed, while he remained fine. in the entire Academy of Sciences. He just clung to Team Xiao, seeking protection. When the car Team Xiao was in was destroyed, he wanted to hitch a ride with us. Lu Zhe's expression shifted slightly, and only then did he look at Lu Mian. The latter thought he could see disgust in his expression, which was a reaction everyone had when they heard about his past. Occasionally, a few gazes would even mix in some pity. However, Lu Zhe simply looked at him, his expression complex. After a long time, he seemed to smile slightly and said in a hoarse voice, "What does it matter?" Compared to Lu Mian's past, Zheng Guobang's chatter seemed particularly noisy. "What does it matter?" Zheng Guobang exclaimed, his eyes wide with horror as he looked at Lu Zhe. Was he not afraid of this jinx? Not afraid for himself and his family? His child was chubby and fair, and his wife was also petite and lovely. It was precisely because he had such rare beauty that he should fear losing it even more. Lu Mian himself was equally shocked. Previously, there were others in the provincial academy who had families, and upon hearing about his background, they would avoid him. Later, they indeed met misfortune, and their anger was vented on him. They feared the armed police officers, feared Team Xiao, and did not dare to cause casualties within the provincial academy. They also feared the monsters outside and did not dare to act recklessly. They would only sneak into their rooms in the dead of night, pinch the flesh under their clothes, cover their mouths tightly, and wait until it was over before kicking their legs in frustration. This world was too bitter. What was the meaning of living? But despite enduring so much suffering, he still wanted to survive. Those who were 1,000 times uglier than him were still hanging on. Why shouldn't he live well? Fortunately, he had awakened his abilities, allowing him to sense the strength of living beings and help the armed police teams avoid dangers while searching for supplies. He caught the attention of Team Xiao and became a favored one, giving him a moment of respite. However, that peace lasted only 2 days before the monster locked in the glass building escaped. During the evacuation, Team Xiao had him follow him and the first squad to cover for everyone. What a joke. That monster was so powerful. What use would he be if he stayed behind? Even if everyone had guns and knives, what could they do? So, while they were all focused on that black humanoid monster, he sneaked away, slipping through a hole in the wall and hiding in the vehicle before anyone else. Sure enough, the first squad was completely wiped out. In order to survive, he needed to find someone stronger. Perhaps he was sympathizing with himself? No, not at all. He showed no signs of sympathy for anyone. Previously, when he jumped off the vehicle and was grabbed by that crazy woman, he didn't even glance at himself. If it weren't for the woman beside him showing mercy and insisting on taking him along, he would have been ensnared by that black net and would have been dead by now. So, was the woman beside him kind-hearted? Yes, generally speaking, women are kinder than men, but they can also change their faces faster. He recalled the scene where she decisively pulled out her gun and pointed it at the crazy woman. How could such a person be kind-hearted? A truly kind-hearted person would have taken that crazy woman along, right? But it was precisely because of this occasional empathy that he could survive in the present. Every time he was bullied enough, there would always be 1 or 2 people who would step forward and say a few polite words. It's fine. It's just a child. He's also a pitiful person. Those evil people would then let him off the hook. He survived in this nauseating kindness. It would surely be the same now. All he needed to do was blink his eyes and pretend to be pitiful. Before causing any other trouble, they would probably shelter him. Lu Mian thought this way, and tears rolled down his cheeks. Though he was a boy, he was as delicate as a girl, possessing a look that made one want to cherish him. If it weren't for such a past, he would likely be well-liked. But what if he was well-liked? Such charm, such allure, without anyone to protect him. How long could it last? Zheng Guobang wanted to say something more, but was rudely interrupted by Jiang Si. He is an evolved individual with sensing abilities. He can help us avoid danger. If you feel uncomfortable staying with him, you can leave on your own. Zheng Guobang's eyes widened, and his expression clearly showed disdain for women. In places where humans gathered, there were few women. To get a bite to eat, they could sell their bodies. Husbands sold their wives, fathers sold their daughters. Single women faced even worse fates. Even if they were strong-willed, leaving the crowd meant certain death. Choosing to live in groups and relying on the power of the crowd to survive only means depending on stronger force, living in the most humble way. He subconsciously looked at Lu Zhe, believing that the reason this woman could make decisions was because of Lu Zhe. Without this scarred man, What difference would there be between her and the women who flatter and seek pleasure under men? He opened his mouth, looking at this woman and the child in the man's arms, rationally suppressing the urge to curse. Lu Zhe raised her chin and pointed outside, saying, "Everyone stop talking. Something is coming." The breath of the crowd caught in their throats as they saw a man emerge from the nearby alley, holding a bloody long stick. The man cautiously looked around to ensure nothing was amiss before turning into another small path, quickly disappearing from sight. "This person seems a bit off," Lu Zhe said. "What's off about him?" Jiang Si asked. "I mean, he's injured," she replied, "and he's badly hurt, leaving bloodstains in the snow." Sure enough, not long after, something came following the scent of warmth. First, a rat emerged from the underground passage, then a mutated cat. "Should we go save him?" Zheng Bang asked. Lu Zhe glanced at him in surprise. The latter quickly realized he had asked a very stupid question. "That's not what I meant," he hurriedly clarified. "He asked beyond saving," Lu Zhe said in a hoarse voice. It wasn't an explanation, but a statement of fact. This city, and even the entire planet, must be abandoned. Who is there to save whom? Zheng Bang nodded repeatedly, uncertain if the scarred Lu Zhe was angry. Once everyone had rested for a while, he saw Lu Zhe turning to another room and hurriedly followed, saying a few words. Lu Zhe then felt that this man was somewhat conflicted. If you want to follow, then follow. If you don't want to, then don't chatter. Why always slander the children? Zheng Guobang's cheeks instantly flushed red, as if someone had slapped him. But he took a deep breath, his tone appearing very calm. "You have a kind heart, but there should be a limit. Look, you are now taking care of a child and a woman, and now you want to take him along too. You're thinking too much." Lu Zhe was not good at dealing with people, especially those who overthought things and considered themselves thorough. Zheng Guobang had no success in persuading him and could only return in frustration. He leaned against the wall of the room where the woman and child were, not forgetting to glare fiercely at the child. The latter stuck out his tongue at him, looking quite pleased. It was a sunny day. He jumped up, pointing to the east. The horizon is glowing with a hint of red, and the piled lead clouds are moving further south, about to sink below the horizon. "Do you think it's better when the sky is clear?" Jiang Si couldn't help but reveal a solemn expression. This city had already seen too much hardship. The low temperatures from the heavy snow sealing off the city limited the evolutionary speed of living beings to some extent. This could be considered the safest time. "Actually, staying in the city is quite good," Jiang Si expressed her thoughts. "If we could leave the magic city, under normal circumstances, we would still go with the crowd to find a base." From the perspective of biological evolution, the rise of one species threatens the survival of others. In cities with many traces of humanity, the activity frequency of other species is much lower. Chapter 93. The Crash, however. The mutated creatures in the magic city bear too many artificial traces. Humans, these self-righteous beings, always think they can create gods, but they are more likely to unleash devils from hell. Here, one can still find bread and biscuits. Outside in the countryside, one can only eat dirt, Lu Mian said. He stretched out his hand, his fingers sliding over the glass window behind the curtain, and then he covered his mouth in terror. Bug. The tip of his finger pointed as a strange-shaped beetle flew over from afar, crashing into the glass window. It was about the length of a finger, with many fine spines on its 8 slender legs, and its brown skin was covered with numerous white dots. Its water droplet-shaped abdomen contracted and expanded, leaving deep brown blood trails as it crawled. It raised its front legs to pry at the gap in the window, seemingly trying to get in. Zheng Guobang scoffed. "It's just a beetle." Lu Mian's face turned slightly red, so ugly. It was unclear whether he was referring to the bug or Zheng Guobang. Zheng Guobang glared at him again, while Lu Mian rolled his eyes playfully, trying to tease Gan Bao Bao, but was sharply slapped on the hand by Gan Bao Bao. Lu Mian felt a bit awkward. He could understand that adults didn't like him, but why didn't children like him either? He paused, slightly pulling the corners of his mouth, showing a hint of disappointment. However, Jiang Si was not a soft woman. She simply said, "He doesn't like strangers touching him." Lu Mian immediately flashed her a big smile. "It's okay, I just think the baby looks so cute." Cute? Jiang Si wanted to laugh a little. Aside from being chubby all over, Gan Baobao's expression was far from cute, with a flat nose and a serious look that seemed ready to cry at any moment. His indifferent eyebrows barely gave off a sense of cuteness. Upon closer inspection, he even seemed a bit ugly. Of course, Jiang Si wouldn't voice her true thoughts. She was afraid of being hit. "Let's rest a bit longer," Jiang Si said softly, holding Gan Bao. After a night of turmoil, her energy was almost depleted, and they needed to rest a little longer before continuing their journey. If luck was on their side, they might find a vehicle. If not, they'd have to rely on their 2 legs. She was now a bit worried. If they arrived late, her stepfather might have already left, before the apocalypse due to nightmares. She had called her stepfather several times, and he had wanted her to come stay for a while. However, it was close to the end of the year, work was too busy, and she barely had normal weekends, let alone vacations, so she told him she'd postpone her visit for a few days. At that time, her stepfather had said over the phone, "It's okay. Wait until you're done. Dad'll be here waiting for you, to talk with you." He was not her biological father, yet he was more considerate than anyone else. So he must be there. Thinking this way, Jiang Si gradually felt at ease, and her consciousness began to fade. Just as she was about to fall asleep, a rumbling sound came from the sky, growing closer. In the week following the apocalypse, small aircraft similar to extermination machines had been flying continuously over the city. However, it was evident that something invisible in the air had changed, as they easily exploded into a ball of light in the distant sky. So later, human-made flying objects disappeared from the sky. But now, the aircraft had reappeared. Was it part of a rescue team? The enormous roar jolted Jiang Si awake. She opened her eyes, realizing this was not a dream. The wind outside was strong, and the bug she had seen earlier had vanished. Whether it had given up or gone to find another entrance was unknown. She looked up. A snow-white helicopter was suddenly swaying in the air at a height of 100 meters, and then it tilted downwards, crashing into a waste disposal plant where mutated cats had gathered. The ground trembled violently, and thick smoke with flames rose from the wreckage of the aircraft. Lu Zhe was also awakened, staring in the direction of the helicopter for a long time before getting up and heading outside, clearly wanting to check out that direction. Jiang Si never stopped him. At such a high place, with such thick smoke, the people inside must have no chance of survival. He probably wanted to obtain some useful information from the aircraft. As he moved, Jiang Si followed with Gan Bao, while the other 2 exchanged glances. Although they were uncertain, they had no choice but to get up, fearing they would be left behind. Avoiding 2 zombies lying in the snow, missing limbs, they quickly arrived at the accident site. It might explode at any moment. "Who wants to come with me?" Lu Zhe asked, glancing at Lu Mian and Zheng Guobang. I'm still a kid," Lu Mian said, showing some fear, hiding behind Jiang Si. Zheng Guobang hesitated for a moment, not moving his feet, and hesitantly said, "Big brother, I'm too slow. I can't run fast." Jiang Si said, "I'll go with you. You still have a child to take care of," Lu Zhe said, walking over and quickly climbing into the cockpit. The 2 pilots in the front cockpit were wearing the same deep blue uniforms covered in blood and had completely lost their lives. Only the hissing sound of the communicator remained, mixed with a vague voice. The interference nearby seemed severe. Lu Zhe could only make out the words Jinling. The passenger cabin behind was also silent, with 2 people lying there. However, one of them seemed to still have some consciousness. They were indeed military personnel. Lu Zhe quickly tore away one of their weapons and secured it on himself. The other suddenly opened his eyes and swung a punch at Lu Zhe's face. He caught it with a reverse grip. Lu Zhe dragged the only survivor from the aircraft down. The person stumbled and rolled into a depression filled with melting snow and water. Yet he was quick, soon leaping up and lunging at Lu Zhe to grab the gun from his hand. Instead, Lu Zhe elbowed him in the face, knocking him unconscious again. Lu Zhe couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, raising the newly acquired gun and the person's neck as he walked a distance through the snow and water. Until he had walked about 30 or 40 meters, a deafening explosion sounded behind him. Turning around, the aircraft had exploded into a cloud of thick smoke, the fragments flying apart in all directions, igniting sparks. The plane had self-destructed. After a few seconds, the explosion ceased, leaving only the sound of flames roaring. Lu Zhe felt the person in his hand move slightly, so he let go and dashed away. The man was left half sitting on the ground. staring blankly at the rolling smoke behind him. He vaguely remembered what had just happened. If he hadn't woken up in time, if the other hadn't pulled him from the plane, if after being pulled down he hadn't found a safe place, he would have. The experience of narrowly escaping death made his heart feel heavy, and his ears buzzed. He reached for the gun at his waist, still there. The man had saved him. Yet, he suddenly felt a bit ashamed. By the way, where was his benefactor? He looked around, only finding some footprints in the snow and a vague figure in the distance. Just as he was about to chase after it, a mutated cat emerged from behind a nearby building, letting out a low whimper. His gaze suddenly sharpened. Was this a tiger? No, it was a mutated cat. The speed of biological evolution was astonishing. This was an important specimen. After he had gone to great lengths to deal with the mutated cat, he looked back to see that the vague figure had completely disappeared. Forget it. He would remember this kindness. A man with a face full of scars should be easy to find. But now, without a plane, how would he return to the Jinling base? He looked out at the desolate land around him, once again showing a confused expression. However, he quickly realized that this was not a place to linger. He approached the wreckage of the aircraft, casually picking up some scattered parts from the ground, prying open the tail of the aircraft and retrieving a bright orange box. After finding some other items, he wrapped them up and secured them to himself. When he lowered his head, he saw a section of shiny metal exposed beneath the melted snow. He took out the detector he carried with him to measure it, his expression becoming serious. After a long time, he guessed. Could this be the reason for the signal failure? There's a laboratory nearby. It's best to find equipment to check thoroughly. Right? That it Lu Zhe took 2 handguns from the plane, and Gon Bao rushed to grab one, but he lifted it up a bit, smiling as he said, "You're just a kid. What do you want with a weapon?" Only in front of Gon Bao would he reveal some of his true character. Gon Bao pouted in dissatisfaction, his already furrowed brows knitting even closer together. Lu Zhe loved this look of his and couldn't help but pinch his cheek. There was also an infrared device. Jiang Si watched their interaction. One was filled with anger, while the other was indifferent, and she couldn't help but smile along. This scene looked a bit bittersweet to the other two. When the plane crashed, the other party had asked them, but they didn't dare to approach. Now that they had retrieved their weapons, they were eager to get a share. How could such a beautiful thing happen in this world? Big brother, sister-in-law, still needs to take care of the child. Let me have one too, Zheng Guobang tentatively asked. Lu Zhe glanced at him coldly, making Zheng Guobang swallow hard. Feeling a bit guilty, Lu Mian, seeing this, rolled her eyes and covered her mouth, giggling softly, shameless. Jiang Si continued, "This is different from the few handguns I had before. The thickness and weight are more substantial." Lu Mian slowly moved closer, staring at her with unabashed hope, and whispered, "Sister, I've never touched a real gun." He looked delicate, and his shy demeanor was appealing to some people, always able to satisfy certain purposes. Unfortunately, Jiang Si was not the kind of person he thought she was. She only took him along because she found him useful, not because he was unique. Perhaps there was an element of pity, but when it came to her own survival, that pity could disappear in an instant. "Don't go too far," Lu Zhe said. He wasn't too young, but he had a lot on his mind. His pupils had a hint of green, like a deep pool. Anyone who locked eyes with him would feel frozen, even if they didn't drown in it. Jiang Si shook her head, seemingly playfully chiding, "Yes, just a child." Saying this, she didn't look at Lu Mian, as if she hadn't noticed how pressured he was by Lu Zhe, and continued demonstrating the newly acquired gun. However, this gun wasn't equipped with a silencer. Testing it would not only attract trouble, but also waste bullets. This might have been manufactured by a military factory, specifically for dealing with mutated creatures. "Look, the bullets are different," Lu Zhe said, releasing the magazine to explain to her. There were a total of 6 bullets in the magazine, and the bullet diameter was larger than normal, with a slightly greenish sheen, as if there were liquid flowing inside. Jiang Si nodded, understanding why he had brought the person from earlier. He had previously arranged to come to the Provincial Academy of Sciences because he knew they had certain supplies, and even earlier, the firearms on him indicated he might have been to the munitions depot near the prison. He clearly understood the military, but was unwilling to deal with military personnel. Was he afraid of being dissected? Jiang Si tucked the newly acquired gun in her waist and continued to ask, "What do we do next?" Chapter 94. Level 4 zombie this world is no longer under Luze's control. The wounds on his body that cannot heal torment him constantly. He cannot make rational judgments at all. Just a moment ago, he even saved someone out of compassion. He glanced at Lu Mian and Zheng Guobang. Was it weakness that allowed them to follow him? To be honest, he didn't like this feeling. At most, he could tolerate Gan Bao Bao and the Lampman. If the young man on the Lampman's body remained silent and didn't drag him down, he could barely accept him too. But what about the other two? He let out a barely audible sigh deep inside. Stopping in his tracks, he pressed his body against the wall, and the few people behind him understood that something was wrong. However, where his gaze fell, a zombie was chasing a mutated cat. The mutated cat obviously treated it as a game, deliberately jumping onto the roof of an abandoned car to wait for the zombie to pounce. When the zombie truly lunged, it nimbly jumped onto the roof of another car. It was only then that Jiang Si noticed there were quite a few cars parked on both sides of this area. It wasn't a traffic jam causing the obstruction. It looked more like they had been parked here in neat rows for a long time. Sensing her confusion, Zheng Guobang explained, some residential areas were built earlier. Back then, there weren't so many cars and the corresponding facilities didn't keep up. Later, underground parking lots were built, but they didn't coordinate well with the property management. People of this generation want to save money, so they just park their cars by the roadside. You want to see this situation elsewhere. Don't traffic police issue tickets? Jiang Si asked. During the new year, they cracked down harder. On ordinary days, the law doesn't punish the many. Zheng Guobang seemed to smile, but this smile didn't reach his eyes. Upon closer inspection, one could still see a hint of sadness within. This aura, in the apocalypse, seemed to have infected almost everyone. Though there was no sadness on their faces, they were always grieving. Are you familiar with this place? Luze asked, staring at the mutated cat nearby that was teasing the zombie and having a great time. Of course, I am familiar, Zheng Guobang replied quickly. This is Donglian Community, and this road in the middle is called Lianhua Street. The opposite side is Shilian Community. My home is in Building 23, Unit B, Room 501 of Shilian Community. I moved here many years ago. As he spoke, two more zombies suddenly emerged from the direction of the community he mentioned. A man and a woman, both wearing identical patterned loungewear, clearly a couple from before. Is your car parked here? Luze asked. He shuddered. I have a car. His eyes filled with deeper sadness, but it's not here. It's in the community. The community is usually densely populated with zombies. If it hasn't been specially cleared, it's packed with zombies, and calling them over is not worth the risk. They needed to find a means of transportation, which wasn't difficult. After all, in this magic city, there were abandoned cars everywhere. The challenge was ensuring that the car they found could navigate through areas filled with abandoned vehicles without rolling over after running over a few zombies. That would be tantamount to suicide. Just as Zheng Guobang was speaking, a sudden alarm went off from a vehicle in front, sharp and piercing. A few zombies appeared from who knows where, violently banging on the car, causing one of the vehicles to make a loud, crashing noise. The mutated cat was startled by the sudden sound, let out a loud cry, leaped up, and then jumped onto the roof of the car that made the noise, squinting its eyes and lazily licking its paws, completely unfazed by the approaching zombies. Even if a zombie climbed up and extended its finger towards it, it would simply show its knife-like claws and gesture a few times. Lu frowned, just about to turn around and change routes when Lu Mian, with keen eyes, suddenly pointed ahead and said, There's a car that's running. At the distance of two cars, there was a high-chassis van, for which a zombie slid out of the front passenger door, its fingers twisted like a black tree branch. It crawled up from the ground, its originally pale and dry skin now oxidized to a deep black. Its head was longer than that of an ordinary zombie. With all its hair completely fallen out, eyes and eye sockets entirely gone, the bridge of its nose and both cheeks level, leaving only two round nostrils and a mouth that was just a slit which would only open to reveal blade-like teeth when in a hunting state. Jiang Si recognized this type of zombie. It should be said that any zombie evolving in any direction would reach this state. They belong to level 4 zombies. They hunt using smell and hearing, possess a certain level of intelligence, and have animal instincts. Some have even begun to comprehend certain abilities on their own. Level 4 zombies are in a transitional state between the lower and intermediate levels of zombies. It is at this point that something within their brains starts to generate crystal-like substances, which become the most important energy source and currency in the late apocalypse. This level 4 zombie moved with grace. Although it mostly retained a human shape, it leaned forward when walking, with its mutated arms hanging in front. Its speed was fast, and in no time, it lunged at the vehicle that had made the sound, raising its arms to dent the hood of the car. The other zombies, confused, approached it, perhaps unable to discern whether it was food or a fellow zombie. The level 4 zombie grabbed the nearest one, tore off its head in one swift motion, and peeled back the skull to suck on the entire brain. Unlike ordinary zombies that eat flesh, starting from level 4 zombies, they consciously only consume the fluids within their food, including plasma, brain fluid, and bone marrow. The lower-level zombies that had gathered around, unaware of fear, were completely devoured by this freshly emerged level 4 zombie. The mutated cat, witnessing all this, had its eyes shining with curiosity, somewhat confused as to why they would turn on each other. However, it felt some emotions about losing its toys. Its ears twitched, and it stood up, letting out a low growl at the level 4 zombie, its throat producing a whimpering warning. To this level 4 zombie, this was the sound of another type of food. It instantly released the zombie in its grasp, turned its head, and grinned, with red-gray liquid still lingering on the corners of its mouth. Then it lunged at the mutated cat with the speed of a sprinter. Cats are naturally quick animals, but at that moment, fear appeared in the cat's pupils. The fight didn't last long, ending with the mutated cat running away in a panic. The price was that this level 4 zombie had ripped open its belly. The blood left on the ground led the zombie to chase after it. In a short while, Lianhua Street fell silent, with only the sound of melting snow trickling on the ground. Luze looked around and stepped out first. They were somewhat lucky that the level 4 zombie had slid out of that vehicle, inserted the car key, and that there was enough fuel in the tank. Zhang Wubang volunteered to be the driver. Luze took the front passenger seat, and Jiang Si held on Bao and Lu Mian together in the back seat. Zhang Wubang said, "If we go straight from our position, there's a chain supermarket at the end. Not long ago, Team Xiao sent someone to search it, and I heard it has been pretty much wrecked by rats. Further down to the intersection is Fangchao Road, which is a commercial street with seasonal clothing shops on both sides, and there are also some convenience stores. Where should we go now?" Luze had been used to being alone and never thought about gathering food or clothing. He had eaten the meat of the Tai Sui, was immortal, feared neither heat nor cold, and didn't he know hunger or thirst. Sometimes he would eat, but only to satisfy temporary cravings. There was no need to search for supplies. "Just leave the city," Jiang Si said. Seeing the blank expressions on everyone's faces, she explained, "Low temperatures can originally inhibit biological activity. Now that the temperature is rising so quickly, I'm worried that microorganisms and plants might also mutate." She didn't realize it until she came outside. Lu Mian had already taken off his cotton padded jacket, as little kids are most afraid of heat. But just the day before, everyone was still shivering. The temperature difference is indeed quite large. Yes, it said that snow doesn't feel cold, but melted snow is cold. "Why don't I feel cold?" Zhang Guobang patted his head. "But has it ever snowed here before?" "In all these years, such thick snow is a first." Jiang Si nodded. "The temperature has risen too quickly. I'm afraid the plants in the wild will start to grow." "Not afraid, but it's reality. In this brief winter sealed by heavy snow, spring is not ready, and summer comes rushing in. The mutated plants, rooted deep in the soil, quickly became the dominant species on this planet. Various creatures automatically gathered and thrived in the areas covered by plants, and the Doomsday Forest became a forbidden zone that made humans tremble with fear. Therefore, every time a base was destroyed, groups of people passing through the forest to the next human settlement faced countless dangers. No one knew who would perish in the next moment. This high temperature lasted for nearly 10 months, and when it finally ended, the ice and snow season followed. Strictly speaking, after the apocalypse, this world only has 2 extreme seasons: the high temperature season and the ice and snow season. Sometimes Jiang Si lamented that she had lived for 3 years in a premonition of nightmares, and it was pure luck. After she said this, everyone felt tense. After a few hours of warming up, They noticed that the magnolia trees on both sides had sprouted new buds, each with patterns resembling human eyes. Let me introduce a new partner to you. As they smoothly passed through the city without being attacked by sudden dangers, Jiang Si reached out and pulled out Tianyu. The sudden presence of this stranger in the car startled Zheng Guobang and Lu Mian, especially Lu Mian, who had not sensed Tianyu's presence before. Once Tianyu appeared, he let out a big sigh of relief and naturally took Gan Bao into his arms. My little ancestor, I missed you so much. Even when Gan Bao reached out to slap his face, he wasn't angry and playfully teased him. The two of them had a great time playing together. Since everyone was in the same car, they discussed their plans. After introducing Tianyu to the two of them, Jiang Si first mentioned that she was going to the suburbs to pick up her stepfather and also conveyed Lu Zhe's plan to head to the Polaris base afterward. I keep forgetting to ask about your plans. This was directed at Tianyu. Tianyu, who was making a face at Gan Bao, found an opportunity to say, "Didn't I mention it before? My parents are far away. They're old and probably won't survive. My brother and sister-in-law are in the north, closer to Kyoto, so I think going to the Polaris base is the best choice. If I'm lucky, I might meet them." "What about Mr. Zheng?" Jiang Si asked. Zheng Guobang waved his hand from the rearview mirror. "I can't go that far. There are some brothers of mine in the previous group that went to the Jinling base. If possible, I want to meet him. After all these years, we have never even left the city. My wife and son are all dead, and there's only this one sworn brother left. I must find him. But the Jinling base won't last long either. The people in the Jinling base will eventually have to head north. This must be left at Jinling." Jiang Si sighed slightly in her heart, not knowing how to start this conversation. She turned to Lu Mian and asked, "What about you? What are your plans?" "My sister saved me. My life belongs to my sister. I have no other relatives. My sister is my family." He blinked sincerely. Jiang Si smiled slightly and patted him on the head. "If you have better plans in the future, don't hesitate to tell us." This was sincere. The safety of the Polaris base is only relative. Lu Mian raised his face, and in his gaze towards her seemed to contain endless admiration. He firmly shook his head. "I'm following my sister." At this moment, the vehicle gradually slowed down. "What's wrong? Is there a situation ahead?" Tianyu asked. "It's not in front," Zheng Guobang said. He was very familiar with the nearby road conditions and could easily estimate the situation around here, effortlessly bypassing potential traffic jams. Lu Zhe frowned. "Behind us, someone is following us." As soon as he finished speaking, a Mercedes, still topped with unmelted ice and snow, rushed out from around the corner. Perhaps not expecting the car to slow down, the Mercedes suddenly slammed on the brakes and then swerved to run away. Sure enough, they are following us. Are they planning to rob us? Tianyu and Gan Bao pressed against the back window to look outside. There were only two people in that car. The life intensity of one was 5.6, and the other was 5.9. Lu Mian's ability manifested, and he quickly emphasized to everyone that ordinary people generally have a life intensity around 5. "Then let's ignore them. Let's go," Lu Zhe said. Besides Lu Mian's perception, he could also see that there were no threatening weapons in the car. These two might just want to keep company and leave the city together. Sure enough, the business vehicle accelerated again, and the Mercedes quickly followed. Tianyu leaned against the car window and reported, "The driver is a man. I didn't see the other person. The other one is lying in the back seat." Lu Mian squeezed over and said, "Oh, your ability is pretty good. You said ordinary people's life intensity is around 5. What about our car?" As he asked this question, he noticed Zheng Guobang's ears perked up. Lu Mian instinctively turned to Jiang Si and asked, "Sister, can I say it? I'm a bit curious too." "Go ahead," Jiang Si said. The life intensity that Lu Mian sensed should correspond to a different calculation system than her identification technique. Lu Mian closed his eyes to sense for a moment, and after just a few seconds, he opened them again. "Bao is 3, I am 5.2, sister is 5.8, and brother Tianyu is 5.5. What about me? What about me?" Zheng Guobang couldn't help but ask. 5.1, he whispered, curling his lips. "Oh," Zheng Guobang responded, unsure if he felt disappointed or something else. He then reacted, "How much is Mr. Lu's?" 24, Lu Mian said. However, a look of confusion flashed in his eyes. This data was different from what he sensed at first. It has decreased. Compared to when they first met last night, It had dropped by a full 3 points. Is he injured? And is it worsening? Chapter 95. The blocking jellyfish. This thought flashed through Lu Mion's mind, and before he realized what he had perceived, a body suddenly lunged forward. The car slammed to a halt. Ahead was an arched bridge, the most recent expressway out of the city. However, something strange was tangled in the steel cables of the bridge, flapping wildly in the wind. Compared to the other roads, the surface leading to the bridge was remarkably clean, with not a single abandoned vehicle in sight. However, it was not the strange object on the distant cables that made Jiang Si stop, but the sound of a tire bursting. Before he could get out to check, he saw 10 burly men pouring out from a nearby bar, the leader wielding a baton. This was a muscular man draped in fur, with a snakehead tattoo on his face. Seeing this tattoo again after more than half a month, Jiang Si's expression darkened. She had a poor impression of this group. "What should we do?" asked Switianyo. "What else can we do?" Jiang Si replied, getting out of the car and noticing the ground was strewn with shards of glass. Sensing the dissatisfaction from this group, the tattooed man laughed heartily. "What a bunch of losers. I'm here to save you. If you rush over like that, do you want to feed that monster?" He casually pointed to the object flapping on the bridge, which looked more like a parachute tangled up there. Someone reported to him, "Boss, there's another vehicle behind." But they immediately changed course, and our brothers couldn't catch up. "Don't chase them. Let them go," he said, sizing up the group in the car, which included old, young, and women. He frowned and chose Lu Zhe over Zheng Guobang, saying, "Big brother, you're their leader, right? Perfect. I have something to discuss with you." "What is there to discuss, boss?" Someone next to him jeered. The tattooed man slapped the back of that person's head. "Is there no rule in the underworld?" The reprimanded man rubbed his head, muttering, "What rules? We're starving to death." These people were not very strong. The strongest among them was the long-haired man sitting at the bar's entrance. He carried a bloody scent. This aura of someone who had killed was not something he had recently acquired. Before the apocalypse, he was either a notorious murderer or a killer specializing in secretive business. "Are you planning to rob us?" Before they were asked to get out of the car, Lu Mion had already reported the group's stats. By the time Lu Zhe confirmed it himself, he really didn't take them seriously. "Look at what you're saying. That sounds so unpleasant. We're here for an equal trade." "We're very sincere," the tattooed man smiled. "Come on in. We have all kinds of liquor here, plenty to eat." He gestured for them to enter. Lu Zhe and Jiang Si exchanged glances, prompting her to abandon her move to draw her gun. The group was surrounded and brought into the bar. Upon entering, they were hit with a strong smell of alcohol that left them speechless. Gan Baobao wrinkled her nose, uncomfortable, and grunted a couple of times. Only Zheng Guobang licked his lips, showing some desire. Lu Zhe was invited to a seat by the window. People in the apocalypse had some sense and knew he was the leader. "What do you want to trade?" he asked. "You definitely want to leave the city. But with that monster guarding the way, if you try to cross that bridge, it will wipe you all out. It's not worth the risk. If you take a detour, it will take even more time, not to mention the dangers you might encounter in the city. Do you think what I say makes sense?" The tattooed man replied, displaying an honesty that belied his appearance. Lu Zhe nodded. "Do you have information about that monster? I've been running this bar for almost 10 years, and I remember exactly when that monster first appeared. No one knows it better than us. And we can make a deal. Even though we're bandits, we aspire to be civilized bandits. After exchanging information, you can trade us something in return. Of course, food would be even better. This way, it benefits you and us. Since it's a trade, why did you scatter glass on the road? In this world, people are wary of each other. If I say it nicely, no one listens and thinks I want to harm them. Just a couple of days ago, a car rushed past, refusing to stop no matter how he shouted, and when it got on the bridge, it was blown to bits." He waved his hand dismissively. "Big brother, the tire burst is not a big deal. Once we make the trade, we can get you a new one, right? There are plenty of tires lying around." Zheng Guobang interjected. "How do we know what you're saying is true? What you said doesn't sound right." "Big brother," the tattooed man said, pulling his fur coat tighter around himself, looking somewhat insulted. He slammed the table and stood up. "When have I ever cheated anyone on the Golden Bar Road? You'd better take responsibility for what you say." Zheng Guobang was startled and stepped back, not daring to speak again. Jiang Si interjected, "Zo. Is there a way to safely cross the bridge?" "Yes, I guarantee it." The tattooed man pounded his chest, his gaze sweeping across Jiang Si's face. Her face was already painted, and her hair was deliberately disheveled, so he regarded her only as an ordinary woman. He clicked his tongue and quickly averted his eyes, looking disdainfully at Zheng Wubang, thinking that even a big man like him was not as discerning as this older sister. Jiang Si nodded at Lu Zhe, throwing her bag onto the table. The bag was filled with snacks and candies, weighing about 2 pounds. The other half was hidden on Zhuo Tianyu. Before getting out of the car, he had taken a bag into the pocket watch photo of Jiang Si's chest. From this elevated expressway out of the city to her stepfather's house, it would take no more than half an hour. Since they were already at the doorstep, she naturally did not want to take a detour. Is that all? Clearly, when the bag of food was revealed, the rough men in the room looked somewhat disappointed. Jiang Si said, "That's all we have." After a pause, she added, "You're holding the bridge here, and we need food after leaving the city. We have no other options." A young man next to the tattooed man reached out to grab the military knife Jiang Si was holding. Nice weapon. But before he could touch it, Jiang Si struck it down onto the table with her knife. "We've already shown our sincerity. If you want more, don't blame us for turning hostile," she declared, her face taking on a fierce expression. Gan Bao, tucked in her arm, had her mouth shaped like an O. In the apocalypse, taking someone's weapon was no less than robbing them of their life. The young man shivered under the tattooed man's fierce glare. "Don't be angry, sister. My little brother doesn't know better." He took the bag, signaling that the deal was done. "We'll take these. And as for the situation at the bridge, I'll call our second-in-command over." He shouted, Second. Brother, you called me?" The person who stepped forward was a man in black clothes and pants, with long hair and a bloody scent. He looked thin, and his unsmiling face bore some minor wounds. Han Bo, an agile evolutionary with a knife weapon specialization, explained to these folks about the mutated jellyfish the tattooed man instructed. Han Bo nodded, his voice flat and devoid of embellishment. The mutated jellyfish comes from the sea, flowing upstream. Its diameter can reach 500 to 600 meters when fully expanded. What you see now is just its head. It has been attempting to cover the bridge since half a month ago. It does not actively attack people, is insensitive to sound and smell, but will get angry if touched on any part of its body. From its drooping tentacles, it emits bubble-like substances, each with the power of a grenade. Its entire body is semi-transparent, covering the ground with no clear boundaries. To avoid touching it while crossing the bridge, you cannot drive, you must walk. After saying this, he nodded at the tattooed strong man and retreated back to the door where he was standing earlier. "Has anyone tried this before us?" Jiang Si asked with a frown. The tattooed strong man was taken aback for a moment, thought for a while, and said, "To be honest, there was one person, but that person was a bit weak. Halfway through, he jumped into the river and committed suicide." Upon hearing this, everyone present fell silent. Death is never a good omen. "All right, we understand," Jiang Si said. "How about we discuss it? Can we borrow a bit of your space?" The tattooed strong man weighed his backpack, nodded with a smile, and understandingly signaled his men to disperse. Sunlight streamed in through the glass window, and from this south-facing angle, the foggy river surface could be seen not far away. "Lu Mian, can you sense the mutated octopus's readings?" Jiang Si asked. "No, it's a bit far." The child felt a bit shy, blushing. "If we got a bit closer, maybe I could." "All right then." Jiang Si decisively nodded, tucking Gan Bao into the crook of his arm. "Let's go take a look first and come back to report the readings before making a decision." As she stood up, the tattooed strong man hurriedly called out, "Sister-in-law, are you going to scout? Do you want me to send someone with you?" Of course, this was just a polite remark. Jiang Si ignored him and walked towards the bridge with Lu Mian. The dark road surface had not a speck of snow, blown by the cold wind. "Are you scared?" Jiang Si asked. Lu Mian rolled his eyes, his calves already shaking, but he bravely said, "Not scared. If I were scared, what is there to be embarrassed about?" Jiang Si said, "Your ability can quantify danger. You must be more scared than others." She sighed. "It's hard for you. Sometimes it's good to be a fool. Ignorance is fearless. Those who know everything are always anxious." "Sister, are you scared?" Lu Mian asked, looking intently at Jiang Si with his dark eyes. "Scared, terrified, to the point of wanting to cry under the covers." Jiang Si said, "Her ability allows her to foresee her own death. For her, it's not the physical pain at the moment of dying but the endless loneliness and desolation that follows death. Once dead, there is nothing left at all. That feeling is scarier than all suffering. Lu Mian thought for a moment and said, "When I am scared, I also hide under the covers and cry. But they don't like me crying. They hit me and pinch my flesh. So I dare not cry. I can only laugh." Chapter 96. Relying on oneself, that's right. This is how you will be liked by others. A slightly teasing tone came from behind them. Two people who had been following them suddenly appeared. These two had previously belonged to the tattooed man's group, but had not shown themselves until now. Taking advantage of their separation, the speaker had a dark face with brown spots on the whites of his eyes and a sly smile as he looked at Lu Mian. In the apocalypse, there are few fat people. For example, Zheng Guobang used to be fat, but now he only has sagging skin with many wrinkles around his cheeks, making him look older than he is. The man in front of Lu Mian was genuinely plump, and with his not-so-short stature, he had a certain intimidating presence. Clearly, he was doing well in this world, at least not starving. In the next moment, Lu Mian's wrist was grabbed by him, and his large palm reached under his armpit, asking in a voice that didn't match his appearance, "You're a good catch. How about you follow me?" The other person beside him was a disheveled young man with an average appearance and thick lips, holding a blood-stained stick, openly staring at Jiang Si, whistling flirtatiously while sizing her up as if he had already stripped her bare. A woman and a child together looked like weaklings, and they were sent to scout, perhaps seen as insignificant. Therefore, they had no need to hide their intentions. Lu Mian trembled in fear and instinctively looked up, responding with a bright smile. "What did you say?" But then, a sudden scream pierced the air. The disheveled young man had tried to grab Jiang Si, but she kicked him in the lower body in resistance, causing him to curl up instinctively. He was furious. "Damn bitch, don't push your luck." He charged at her, slapping her across the face and knocking her down, causing her small face to swell immediately. Jiang Si, an agile evolved being, was unable to dodge him, and she felt her head go numb, liquid flowing from her neck, and her military knife fell to the ground. The young man kicked it to the side of the road, making it impossible for her to reach. Lu Mian gasped instinctively, glancing toward the bar. Lu Zhe was sitting behind the glass window, looking in their direction but showing no intention of getting up. He and T thought of saving her. A flash of surprise crossed Lu Mian's mind, feeling a bit sorry for Jiang Si. When Team Xiao was protecting him, he never allowed anyone else to touch him. People have an instinctive possessiveness. Even if they don't like someone, they don't allow others to pry. What was up with Lu Zhe? But the pain in his wrist reminded him that he had no right to sympathize with others in his current situation. Moreover, it was better this way. Let everyone sink into hell together. He lowered his head, a tear welling up in the corner of his eye. The fat man reached out and pulled him into his embrace, his hand sliding under Lu Mian's clothing to his chest, licking the tear away with his tongue, and said with a laugh, "Don't be afraid, baby, I won't be that rough with you." Lu Mian quickly lowered his head. This obedient demeanor pleased the fat man greatly. Not struggling indeed, saved a lot of trouble. He laughed at his companion. "You like women? This one's not interesting at all. Still not obedient." The young man unbuckled his belt, showing no embarrassment, and instead seemed excited. "It's fine. I don't mind teaching her a lesson in public." He swung the belt, striking the ground with a crisp sound. What would she do? Lu Mian was a bit curious, staring at Jiang Si with unblinking eyes from beneath his lowered lashes. When she got up from the ground, she frowned, looking very angry. Was it anger at the young man's violence against her? Or was it anger at Lu Zhe's abandonment? Or perhaps both? "Disgusting," Jiang Si said. "You people are no different from beasts." Indeed, they were beasts, but this was the reality. It was a world where beasts ran rampant. Good people didn't live long, like his parents, his grandparents, aunts, and uncles, or the unknown soldier who brought him out of the zombie horde, or the woman who shared her last half a piece of bread with him when he was starving. But they were all dead, in the torrent of disaster. They had lost their lives without a chance. Instead, it was those beasts who gained strength stronger than others and ran rampant. "Curse away," the young man said nonchalantly. "The more you curse, the more excited I get." He walked toward Jiang Si, but she quickly lunged at him. Her speed might not have been faster than his, but she had the determination to face death. She had a dagger in her hand, and when they crossed paths, the knife plunged into his throat. Because the action was so quick, he didn't even have time to react. As he fell, he wore an expression of disbelief. "You kill someone?" The fat man's expression changed drastically, scolding her solemnly. "Killing is against the law." Jiang Si pointed a gun at him from her waist. "Let him go. I have powers. You can't hurt me." The fat man glanced at the bleeding corpse briefly, uncertain where the woman's knife had come from. From her waist? Or her pocket? She was fast. Could she also be an evolved being? Li Fan, a strength-type evolved being, can resist some damage, right? "I know," Jiang Si replied. "That depends on whether the bullet's power can break through the thickness of your defense shield." The fat man stared at her in terror, disbelief written all over his face. But he quickly regained composure, grabbing Lu Mian by the neck and pulling him in front as a human shield. "Don't come closer. If you do, I'll choke him to death." His rough hand on Lu Mian's delicate neck contrasted sharply, giving the impression that he could easily snap it. Jiang Si frowned. "Let him go, and I'll let you leave." "Really?" he asked, puzzled, glancing instinctively toward the bar not far away. Most of those people were watching, arms crossed, looking on with a sense of superiority. Clearly, they were prepared to be bandits, but it turned out they were all cowards, engaging in some friendly trade. Anyway, he had no expectations of them. Even a man with this woman was just watching from a distance. He suddenly realized this was a trap. "Fine." After pondering for a few seconds, he agreed. He spoke while backing away, quickly retreating to the roadside. The cleared roadside was lined with many abandoned vehicles. He hid behind one of the car bodies and pushed Lu Mian out. However, before he could run far, he suddenly heard a whistle and felt a sharp pain in his throat. Instinctively, he rolled on a car hood and squatted down, cursing, "Damn bitch." But when he touched his neck, blood was gushing out. Fortunately, although it looked frightening, it was just a superficial wound. He realized he had cursed the wrong person. Fuming, he shouted Han Air. Han Bo, dressed in black with long hair, appeared on top of a nearby abandoned car, lamenting that his flying knife hadn't taken the man's life. "Li Fan, you broke the rules here. I have no grudges against you," the fat man emphasized, "but you broke the rules. When the rules are broken, I don't like it. So you better run. I have plenty more flying knives," he said as he threw another knife. As the fat man poked his head out, he was nicked on the scalp, screaming in pain. At this moment, Jiang Si held Lu Mian close. The teenager, only slightly shorter than her, had a light frame. His youthful face, despite just having gone through something so disgusting, bore a bright expression that was almost blinding, raising doubts about whether he was faking a smile. "You really don't have to do this," Jiang Si said. The moment she laid eyes on the child, she instinctively disliked him, and after what had just happened, she suddenly understood the reason for her aversion. Lu Mian's smile grew sweeter as he tilted his head, one hand resting on his collar, revealing a slightly raised Adam's apple and two collarbones beneath an unbuttoned shirt, exuding an innocent purity of youth. "Sister, do you think I look bad like this?" His slightly seductive tone and actions flowed effortlessly, even though he was extremely scared. His eyelashes fluttered like two resting butterflies. Yet he still smiled, a smile that was exceptionally charming, as if he was born that way. Jiang Si instinctively covered his face. In this apocalypse, beauty could be both a blessing and a curse. This child was still a minor, yet he displayed an extraordinary allure. Without the capability to match his beauty, his future was predictable. "You can't smile like this anymore," she said, a bit annoyed. "Sister, what do you mean? Which way am I not allowed to smile? Isn't it good for me to smile like this?" He blinked, looking a bit aggrieved. Jiang Si furrowed her brows tighter. What is the point of living like this? There were still traces of blood splattered on her face from the earlier killing, creating a suffocating sense of power. Lu Mian's face instantly paled, and his smile seemed to fade, replaced by a look of sadness. He didn't even know where this sadness came from. And then a dagger was shoved into his hand. It was a crudely made dagger, but for some reason, it felt reassuring to hold. Jiang Si patted his arm. "If someone treats you that way again, just kill them. There are many bad people in this world. If you want to survive, you have to be stronger than them. Relying on others won't work. Sooner or later, they will abandon you, but you will never abandon yourself." Lu Mian instinctively widened his eyes, staring at her in a daze. However, Jiang Si didn't say anything further and instead dashed into the wreckage of the cars with her gun. She had already made enemies, and it was best to eradicate them completely. Han Bo glanced at her, seemingly smiling. "Thank you," she said. "I just prefer rules," he replied. As he spoke, he threw out a flying knife, which struck Li Fan in the back, not even penetrating his cotton-padded jacket. However, the force pushed him to roll on the ground, disappearing behind a toppled advertisement board. His skills were quite good, Han Bo thought deeply. Jiang Si frowned, feeling a bit regretful. Before she could return with her regrets, she saw Li Fan running back. He was followed by two people, both armed with guns. Jiang Si squinted her eyes, looking closely, feeling that they looked somewhat familiar. After a while, she recognized that among the man and woman, the woman was Jean Lan, whom she had seen not long ago. The man beside her was young and tall, with red lips and white teeth, and he carried a wide knife on his back. He swiftly cut Li Fan's neck and smiled at Jiang Si, revealing 8 perfect white teeth, greeting her first, "Sister, I finally found you." Chapter 97. A new cousin. Jiang Si didn't used to have the surname Jiang. It was only after her mother married her stepfather that she changed her surname. Her stepfather, Jiang Chongshan, had an older brother who worked for a secret organization and did not attend the wedding when her stepfather married her mother, only sending his eldest son, Jiang Xian, to congratulate them on his behalf. At that time, there were also 2 little boys in suits, crying and snotting, following Jiang Xian. However, the wedding did not go smoothly, and Jiang Si only remembered the 2 little boys with their toothless grins. Later, she told her fiancé, Yi Cheng, that if her future wedding had such flower boys, she would probably want to die. In terms of relationships, Jiang Si was only close to her nominal eldest cousin, Jiang Xian, purely a young girl's one-sided admiration for a young soldier. After the wedding, her stepfather and mother went to a remote town, and she followed them. With her stepfather's permission, she wrote letters to Jiang Xian, asking many questions about weapons out of personal interest. Jiang Xian was indeed a very gentle boy. No matter what she asked, he always replied with what she wanted to know. At that time, he even recommended related books to her, considering that some books on the market were exceptionally hard to find, and sent them to her by mail. This made her very grateful, and she regarded her eldest cousin as the most important person. However, after about a year of correspondence, Jiang Xian was reassigned to the secret organization, and he solemnly entrusted the task of replying to his 2 younger brothers. Obviously, 1 monk carries water, 2 monks have no water to drink. After that, the twin brothers' replies became whimsical. Sometimes the beginning was normal, but later there were disagreements, and the letters they sent her contained various scribbles defaming each other. Of course, compared to bickering, they preferred to mock her ignorance and immaturity in their letters. Such correspondence lost its meaning for Jiang Si. 2 months before the radiation incident in the small town, Jiang Si stopped replying. Neither Jiang Peng nor Jiang Ming left a good impression on her. They were just a couple of troublemaking kids. Suddenly hearing someone call her sister, Jiang Si instinctively squinted her eyes, vaguely finding a resemblance to her stepfather in his bright features. The Jiang family members all had high noses and deep-set eyes, as if there was endless wisdom hidden within. Of course, this person in front of her seemed to have nothing to do with wisdom, grinning widely with a mouthful of white teeth, like a complete fool. "Sister, don't you recognize me? I'm Jiang Ming. I'm Ming, your cousin. My uncle is your father," he said with a smile, trying to hug Jiang Si, but she stopped him with her gun. Her stepfather had said that his brother's twin sons could not compare to the eldest, Jiang Xian, who was the pride of the family, while the other 2 were just troublemakers, better left unmentioned. So, when she heard Jiang Ming's name in prison, she never would have thought he was the same person as her cousin. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Si frowned, scrutinizing Jiang Ming. "Where's Jiang Peng?" This pair of twins had always been inseparable. "You should be in Kyoto now. I just took the opportunity while he was busy with his new girlfriend to come find you." Jiang Ming paused, then added, "Sister, why did you leave last time? I haven't thanked you for saving me yet." Then he seemed to realize something. "Sister, did you not recognize me at that time?" Jiang Si couldn't help but blush, tucking her gun away under her clothes and turning to leave. Jiang Ming hurriedly caught up. "Sister, my dear sister, I showed you my photo. How could you not recognize me?" Jiang Si had seen Jiang Ming's recent photo, but after so many years, how could a photo look the same as the real person? Moreover, they met under such circumstances. Not to mention whether she recognized Jiang Ming. He probably didn't even know that she was his cousin without blood relation at that time. When did you come to the Magic City? Jiang Si asked. Not long ago. I heard some news and wanted to sneakily take you and my uncle back to Kyoto. But my uncle wouldn't agree, so I had to come find you. Unfortunately, I remember the wrong phone number. I mixed up the last 2 digits. By the time I realized I was trapped. Luckily, you saved my life, Jiang Ming said, scratching his head awkwardly. Jiang Si suddenly stopped. Do your parents know you're here? No, I don't think so. Jiang Ming waved his hand dismissively. If they knew I was coming to take you and my uncle home, they would definitely praise me greatly. Nonsense. She couldn't help but scold. Now look, you can't go back either. Yeah, Jiang Ming's expression darkened for a moment, but quickly brightened again. But now that I've seen you, it's okay. I'm already an evolved being with powerful abilities. If any zombies come, I'll take care of them all. Sister, don't worry, I'll protect you, he said, drawing a long knife from his back and making a few slashing motions. Just then, Hanbo walked past her, nodding slightly. Is he really your brother? For some reason, Jiang Si felt a bit embarrassed. She forced herself to respond, yeah. But before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Ming had already squeezed over to shake Hanbo's hand. I saw everything just now. Although your darts can't compare to mine, they're still pretty impressive. Hanbo's eyes twitched, and he struggled to pull his hand away, walking away without saying a word. Jiang Ming was still waving at him. Thanks for helping my sister just now. Come play my house often. Jiang Si's gaze shifted to Jean Lan behind Jiang Ming. After a few days, she looked much more haggard than before, with several fine lines appearing at the corners of her eyes. Clearly, she had gone through a lot of hardships. What happened? She asked. The community where they lived was not far from the prison. With such a big commotion, the prison must have been affected. She was actually also asking about the old man in the prison and the others, and also whether Jean Yin was a cannibal. But she didn't ask directly. Jean Lan's condition was not good. She seemed like a stiff tree, lacking any resilience. If pressed, she might just break down. But Jiang Si could read all the answers from her expression. Inside the prison, the old man Do, who had the privileges of a warden, and even the girl named Min Min were all dead. Only she and Jiang Ming remained. How they escaped was largely due to the person controlling the giant insects letting them go. Jean Lan opened her mouth, but said nothing. Don't mind her. She just can't come to terms with it, Jiang Ming snorted. She thinks it's her fault. But can she control others besides herself? He must be a typical guy. No wonder he has been single for over 20 years. There's a reason for that. But his words implied that Jean Yin's identity was exposed, that ability to communicate with animals. In the apocalypse, it was indeed enviable, perhaps because they had escaped together. Jiang Ming had become immune to Jean Lan's despondency and didn't see it as a problem. He kept pestering Jiang Si with questions and occasionally tried to ask for hugs. Jiang Si didn't let him succeed. Even Lu Mian couldn't help but ask. This brother, is he a fool? Jiang Si couldn't help but facepalm, but she still roughly talked about her experiences since the apocalypse. Jiang Ming listened, full of emotion. Of course, his points of sympathy were different from ordinary people. Sister, I'm not saying it, but you're really silly. You can't even handle a car. I really don't know if you took the books that Big Brother bought you seriously. Okay, this kid still can't find a girlfriend for a reason. But don't be afraid in the future. You have me. The road ahead is clear. He patted his chest, making a promise. Jiang Si just smiled, not forgetting her purpose. After a long journey to the riverbank, the water was dried up, leaving only a small amount of deep water in the middle, with a narrow surface and more exposed black sand. A cargo ship had broken into 2 sections and crashed onto the shore, with the undamaged bow raised high. Several grayish birds perched on it, and as a gust of wind blew by, they took off, their bright feathers producing a metallic whistling sound. Jiang Ming looked up and noticed something entangled in the cables of the cable-stayed bridge. Across the several kilometers long bridge, a layer of grayish-white, translucent gelatinous substance covered it, with long tendrils hanging down into the water. He squinted and stared for a while, feeling a dryness in his throat. Isn't this something from the sea? How did it end up here? This is a single-celled organism with a simple structure, Jiang Si said. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows, showing a look of understanding. I see. It was expelled and had no choice but to enter the freshwater zone. But in the freshwater zone, with its size, It is also an invincible presence. As Jiang Si spoke, one of the birds that had taken flight landed on it and pecked it hard. The entire irregular, mushroom-like entity reacted swiftly. From the tentacle closest to the wound, a bubble about the height of an adult emerged, trembling and inflating like a pump. The bubble seemed to have eyes as it lunged at the bird. The bird was quick to take off, but the explosive flames were not slow either, and the massive shockwave caused everyone to crouch down. The bird couldn't escape in time and turned to ash. Its companions, witnessing this scene, had no choice but to flap their wings desperately and flee from this brainless monster that could explode at any moment. A single feather fell in front of everyone, and Jiang Si picked it up to collect it as a card. "It's a carbon monoxide explosion," she said. "But in doing so, isn't it also injuring itself?" "Oh." She instantly understood and looked at Lu Mian. Lu Mian's expression was not good. Many people survive today due to their own ignorance. Because the more truths one understands, the harder it is to prove that one can survive. In any case, Lu Mian felt somewhat desperate. The life strength of that black humanoid monster in the provincial academy was 10 times that of a normal person. This super jellyfish was even 10 times stronger. Coupled with the recent explosion, the thought of having to navigate through the gaps in this super jellyfish's body made him feel that it would be better to die immediately. Chapter 98. Crossing the bridge. Jiang Si spent more than half an hour circling around the bridgehead, confirming that crossing the bridge was the only safest option. Only then did she support the almost unsteady Lu Mian back to the bar. Lu Zhe had a few drinks, and his scarred cheeks were slightly flushed. He quietly listened to Jiang Si's description and did not voice any objections to her decision. "I think I'm a bit drunk. Give me an hour, and when I sober up, we'll set off," he said, lowering his head as if to rest on the table. Jiang Ming was somewhat puzzled and pulled Jiang Si aside, saying, "Sister, what's going on? Aren't you going with my brother-in-law? Why are you with another man?" Before the incident, he had happened to be on a business trip to Kyoto and hadn't had time to return. It was hard to explain the details about the gatekeeper, the lantern man, and the Tai Sui, so she briefly summarized, saying that Lu Zhe had encountered Gon Bao on the road. Jiang Ming looked quite suspicious with that guy's face. Why doesn't he find something to cover it? Isn't he afraid others will mistake him for a zombie? This comment was a bit awkward, and Jiang Si couldn't help but pat his arm. They only had a few unpleasant letters exchanged, but as adults, a few simple actions could convey their meanings. Jiang Ming realized he had been a bit too blunt and stopped talking, his demeanor no longer showing disdain. The journey north was long, and the siblings knew they shouldn't let small matters sour their relationship with their companions. "It's about time. We won't disturb them while they eat," Jiang Si said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming realized they needed to avoid eavesdroppers. The group walked out and got into the car, pulling Zhu Tianyu along to grab a bite. Originally, there weren't many seats in the car, and now there were 2 more people. Jinlan took the initiative to say, "You guys chat, I'll go for a walk." "You?" Before Jiang Si could call her back, Jiang Ming gestured for her to let it go. "Even if she wants to harm herself right now, I won't stop her. You really lack attention to detail." Zheng Guobang interjected. Jiang Ming widened his eyes, almost exploding. "That's not my wife." Jiang Si couldn't help but pat him again. "Don't be like that. Everyone has different tolerance levels. Give her some time." Jiang Ming retorted, "What can be done has already been done. But if the outcome is still wrong, then it's not meant to be." Instead of sighing and wallowing in despair, we should genuinely lift our spirits and see what can be salvaged. I'm not denying her time to digest. I just look down on her. As a soldier, how could she be like this? With this kind of mental quality, how could she become a prison-armed police officer? Did she perhaps take a shortcut? I feel ashamed that she lowers the overall quality of soldiers. This reaction was even stronger than before. It would have been better not to say anything. Jiang Si said, all right, your mental quality is tough. As for Jinlan's matter, I won't interfere, okay? Let's talk about crossing the bridge now. I've mentioned the situation. Danger and opportunity coexist. Whether we can pass smoothly is uncertain, but considering the detour, we would have to veer about 30 kilometers east or go directly across the river. Just then, Lu Zhe staggered over and bit off half of the biscuit in Jiang Si's hand. Both Jiang Si and Jiang Ming were stunned. However, Jiang Si quickly reacted, pretending nothing had happened, and made room for him. Lu Zhe simply took her original spot and asked her, "What are you talking about?" "Let's talk about the detour." Zheng Wabang quickly opened the map. The distance isn't far. Considering the drive, it would only take a couple of hours. Jiang Si sighed. Traveling east requires following the riverbank, and we don't know the specifics of the situation in between. Normally, a drive of a couple of hours is enough for us to die many times. If we encounter a group of mutated cats again, or that bad thing from last night, it wouldn't just be a couple of hours. Besides, you've also seen the emergence of new types of zombies. From how it attacks other zombies and mutated cats, it seems to have a certain hunting instinct like cats and dogs, so it won't be long before they team up to hunt. Therefore, what we will encounter in these 30 kilometers remains unknown. After a pause, Jiang Si continued. As for me personally, my father is just across the river. I prefer the direct route. As for what you all think, I won't force anyone. We can part ways amicably when the time comes. Lu Mian couldn't help but shiver. The level 4 zombies felt less terrifying to him than the black humanoid monster, but if they had a certain scale like the mutated cats, it would also be quite frightening. The pressure from that giant jellyfish was equally significant. What if it discovers us when we try to cross directly without taking the detour? He asked cautiously. Jiang Si replied, "If we don't want to cross the bridge, we can find a way to cross the river." Everyone's faces lit up at this suggestion. Jiang Si continued, "We can look for a salvage boat under the bridge. But having a boat doesn't mean it's safe. I've seen grounded ships cut in half, the torn edges looking like they were crushed by something heavy. So I suspect there are huge monsters underwater." "That's just your speculation," Zheng Wabang said quietly. His voice was low, but the car's interior was small, and everyone heard him clearly. Jiang Ming and Zhuo Tianyu instinctively glared at him in unison. Jiang Si continued, "I found some blood and scales on the sandy beach by the river." She revealed a nearly palm-sized translucent fish scale, its edges smooth and sharp. "How big must that fish be?" Lu Mian couldn't help but touch it, but quickly withdrew his hand, fearing he might cut himself. "The fish that appear on the shore are largely the failures," Jiang Si said. "Survival of the fittest." This remark made Lu Zhe lift his head, and only then did Jiang Si notice that his eyes were red. In winter, the river water is lower than in any other season, with many areas being sandy beaches. "How big can the fish there be?" Zheng Wabang couldn't help but ask. "The deep water areas can still hide monsters," Jiang Si replied. "I tested it with the salvage boat. Once something floats on the surface, there's movement underwater. Fish are very fast. If we fear danger, we should return. At this time, you can also see that the boats in the river have already capsized." Jiang Si said, "If we take a boat across the river, people have no advantage in the water. If someone accidentally falls in, they won't be saved. Sister, don't worry. No matter what, I'm with you," Jiang Ming quickly said. "Me too, big sister." Zhuo Tianyu followed suit, expressing his determination. The two big boys exchanged a look, feeling a sense of camaraderie. Jiang Si turned to Lu Zhe and asked, "What did you say to Bao Bao?" "You made a lot of sense," he replied, though he hadn't heard everything clearly. The gatekeeper often doesn't care about the details when doing things. With absolute strength, all difficulties are merely paper tigers. His past experiences could be considered smooth sailing. He no longer had the strength he once did, but maintained a carefree attitude. "Huh, Mr. Liu, aren't you going to think about it any longer? This matter requires careful planning," Zheng Guobang hastily said. "As for how to cross the bridge, we need to establish steps." Lu Zhe thought for a moment and interjected. He hadn't had time to think about other opinions. Zheng Guobang couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, took a deep breath, and made up his mind. "If you all want to cross the river, I'm afraid I can't accompany you." Jiang Si was taken aback. "Are you leaving?" "Yes." He glanced at Lu Zhe, but unfortunately, Lu Zhe didn't seem to care about anyone's comings and goings. He sighed in disappointment and said, "I had a good talk with the bar owner before. They offer good treatment for employees, including food and accommodation. So I want to stay." "Don't you have a brother who went to the Jinling base?" Lu Mian asked. This remark was clearly meant to provoke him, but he didn't take offense. "That is only if I have this life to begin with." He spoke as he got out of the car and walked towards the bar. From a distance, he saw him talking to a tattooed, muscular man, who squeezed his arm and warmly pulled him onto his shoulder. Clearly, he was welcoming his participation. Jiang Si turned to continue asking, "Lu Mian, what about you? Any thoughts?" "No, I have no thoughts." He seemed to find it inappropriate and reorganized his words. My life was saved by my sister, so I listened to her. This statement showed a bit more sincerity compared to before. Jiang Si didn't want this child to have no opinions at all because of her influence, so she advised, you just saw the situation. If you really can't withstand the intimidation of the giant jellyfish, you can stay here. No, sister, I really want to be with you. He suddenly thought of something. Feeling anxious, does my sister dislike me? Jiang Ming shivered all over, pushing him lightly. Speak properly, don't be so disgusting, okay? Lu Mian then wiped his tears and said, anyway, I want to follow my sister. If you don't let me, I'll hold onto the wheel and not let go. Jiang Ming complained, how disgusting, just like a little girl, always likes to cling. You're the one who clings. Lu Mian replied seriously. With that, they managed to agree on crossing the bridge together. However, once everything was ready, Jiang Si noticed something was off with Lu Zhe. Of course, the first to notice was Gong Bao. He slipped directly from Lu Zhe's hand and fell into the gap between the car seats, crying out loudly. What is wrong with him? Jiang Si asked as she picked him up. He probably got sick, Gong Bao replied affirmatively. I know he is injured, but how can we talk about being sick? ISNT it said that those who are immortal one T be troubled by illness? Jiang Si asked quietly. Gong Bao looked at her with the perspective of someone who had been through it, expressing disdain. Actually, nowadays humans are second-class beings. In ancient times, the gods descended and spread knowledge and civilization to humans. From then on, a plague grew between the gods and humans. This is recorded as the first disease in ancient history. It's called love. There is a trace left by a girl on that table. Who is she? Jiang Si instinctively asked. Chapter 99. Join you interested? Gong Bao grinned mischievously. Just then, Jiang Ming leaned over to take a look, and he quickly closed his mouth. Jiang Ming stared for a moment, looking somewhat disdainful. Sister, this thing is a bit ugly. It looks silly and cute. Did you give birth to it? Gong Bao's face darkened. You're the silly one. Your whole family is silly. Jiang Si, fearing Gong Bao would explode, quickly stuffed him into Zhu Tianyo's arms. What nonsense are you talking about? She said. Well, if you were to give birth to such a little fatty, my uncle would be overjoyed, Jiang Ming said. Jiang Si patted his hand, feeling he was straying too far, and said, you should ask Jean Lan about her plans. If she is willing, she can join us. If not, we want to stop her from making other choices. Okay, Jiang Ming said as he got out of the car. Just then, Lu Mian urgently needed to pee and fidgeted for a while. So Tianyu, seeing this, placed Gong Bao on Lu Zhe's lap, saying he also needed to go out to relieve himself. Regarding the earlier incident of killing, although Hanbo supported it, it didn't mean others didn't have bad thoughts. Jiang Si reminded them to be careful. She then asked Gong Bao again. How did they separate? Who knows? Probably all drama. Aren't you humans like that? Gong Bao climbed up by himself and sat in the passenger seat. Lu Zhe got up from the back seat, rubbed his head, clearly having a bit of a headache. I wasn't completely drunk. I heard everything clearly. Gong Bao, don't talk nonsense. He added, if you want to know, you could just ask me directly. The scars on his face crisscrossed, and over time, they still made people fearful. But those shining eyes, because of the alcohol, were covered with a layer of gentle light, quite different from his appearance. Why do I want to know? This is your private matter. I just think that since we are traveling together, your behavior is inappropriate. If suddenly there is danger or an enemy, would you have me and Gong Bao abandon you to escape, or go to death with you? Her tone wasn't intense, but one could feel her genuine concern about this matter. Lu Zhe looked a bit awkward, sincerely apologizing. I'm sorry, I forgot my alcohol tolerance. Made you worry. Gong Bao's mouth formed an O shape. Jiang Si said seriously, let me make this clear to you. If we get into trouble because of you, and if I have the ability, I will just leave you behind. Similarly, if it's because of me, I would do the same. Why are you being so polite with us? You keep saying you and we. Gong Bao said, woman, you're playing with fire? Without rules, there's south no square. Jiang Si said, clarifying that it would be better. Also, don't mention our identities in front of others. Things like gatekeepers and lanterns are just myths. They don't need to know. Are you worried your family will be concerned? Gong Bao asked. Lu Zhe rolled his eyes. I senti that obvious. Gong Bao suddenly climbed up from the passenger seat and burrowed into Jiang Zi's arms. Ah Zi, you're so nice. Jiang Zi's back stiffened. The name Zi was only used by her closest friends and family. Gan Bao wrapped her neck and rubbed against her neck, suspiciously wiping his nose, but was lifted by Lu Zhe by the back of his neck. Stop being cute. Your butt is exposed. Hearing this, Gan Bao quickly covered his rear with his hands, shouting that it was indecent. Lu Zhe laughed. Okay, don't move around. Once we get to Kyoto and find that heavenly garment, I'll help you find your 23rd sister. I don't want to see her. Although Gan Bao's words were awkward, he still obediently leaned against Lu Zhe's shoulder and quieted down. Lu Zhe then continued to Jiang Si. Miss Jiang, you make a valid point. I will be more careful in the future. Since we are traveling together, we need to be reliable to each other. Today, it was indeed my fault. I originally planned to have just one drink. I ended up having 2 small cups and couldn't recover in time. Gan Bao added. It's also because women came to toast you. Your soft heart will eventually lead to your demise at the hands of a woman. The women in the bar held little power. In the apocalypse, strength ruled, and those women clung to men like parasitic plants, having no voice. They called her a princess, tearing open her cotton coat to expose her shoulder and presenting it to him. Lu Zhe didn't want her to be overly troubled, which is why he had those 2 drinks. It wasn't tea because, as Gan Bao said, he saw the carved words on the table. However, it was evident that something had been added to the drink, and the person who did it had their nose broken by Lu Zhe's fist and never dared to show up again. Of course, there were indeed carved words on that old wooden table. When the wind comes, you may not know my window is already filled with grapes. It wasn't a song or a famous poem, just a small fragment of prose poetry. Gan Bao lamented. Even the face that could be seen is ruined like this. Can't you learn a lesson? What nonsense! Lu Zhe tossed him into the trunk and laughed with Jiang Si. Miss Jiang from now on. Unless the world is at peace, I, Lu Zhe, will definitely not touch alcohol. If I break this vow, let me. He thought for a moment and continued. Be like Gan Bao, forever a single dog. Gan Bao pushed his face away with one hand. Don't drag me into this. You'll die without women. You, Tai Sui, understand nothing. Lu Zhe retorted, unwilling to back down, and pinched his face. It's true. Can't you give me some encouragement for my vow? Hee. Gan Bao sneered. Unless you forget about your late wife. Lu Zhe's expression didn't change, but for a moment, it felt as if a layer of ice had formed around him. Want to go back? I can send you directly, he threatened ominously. Gan Bao, recognizing the situation, shrank his neck and climbed back onto Jiang Si for warmth. At this crucial moment, pursuing the matter of Lu Zhe drinking was pointless. Since the other party had expressed their stance, she wouldn't be the petty person to pour cold water on them and make things awkward. This matter was left behind. Just as they reached an unwritten agreement, Zhuo Tianyu and Lu Mian returned. Clearly, the 2 had overheard some gossip and looked displeased, especially Zhuo Tianyu, who had a dark, gloomy face. Among everyone, Jiang Si had spent the most time with him and understood his character. As soon as she noticed his bad mood, she quietly asked, what is wrong? With so many people in the car, Zhuo Tianyu didn't want to whisper in front of everyone. He just smiled at her, signaling her to get out of the car. Once they got out, they happened to see Jinlan walking over with Jiang Ming. Jinlan nodded at Jiang Si. I am now all alone. It doesn't matter where I go. It seemed this was when she noticed Lu Zhe. Her gaze shifting from Jiang Si to him. Her vacant eyes paused for a moment, and she said, Oldo asked me to say hello to you. I can't, Lu Zhe replied. When I was in jail, Oldo took good care of me. He often said that no matter how serious the crime, as long as one was alive, there was a chance for redemption. If one died immediately, the bad reputation would never be washed away. Jinlan's face finally had some color. Oldo is a good person. He speaks a lot of reason. It's a pity such a good person. How is he now? Lu Zhe asked. He spent a total of 6 years in that prison. On the night of the apocalypse, he escaped. The world changed drastically, with zombies everywhere. When the prison counted the numbers, he had disappeared, and it's uncertain whether he escaped or died. In any case, all the records became worthless paper. Therefore, he was also unclear about the specific operations within the prison. The reason he ended up in the same community as Jinlan was purely coincidental. He has already gone. Jinlan tried to keep calm, but couldn't help her trembling voice. It's my fault for not protecting him. Lu Zhe didn't know about Jin Yan's situation, but he could guess it was close to the truth. He said, "It's a natural part of life to age and die." He's already over 80, having fought all his life. He certainly wouldn't want to be paralyzed in bed. Death is the best respect for him. Jiang Si stared at him blankly, not saying a word, only shedding large tears. Lu Zhe couldn't help but want to reach out. He had always been patient with women. However, the sideways glance from Gan Bao made him startle, and he forcibly withdrew his hand. Without Lu Zhe's physical comfort, Jiang could only bite her palm and cry for a while. After a long time, she slowly stopped her tears and said softly, "If you don't mind me, I will join you." Although she was facing Jiang Si, she was genuinely speaking to Lu Zhe. In other words, the companion she recognized was Lu Zhe. Jiang Si had a scale in her heart. Besides Jiang Ming, there were also Zhuo Tianyu, Lu Mian, and even her stepfather, making a total of 5 people. Lu Zhe could only say he had gone Bao, and now added Jiang, making only 3 people. Sometimes strength can't just be measured by numbers. If possible, she would prefer their friendship to last long. Jiang Si naturally had no objections. She originally had no conflict with Jiang. However, it was Jiang Ming who raised an objection. When arranging to alternate crossing the bridge, he came to whisper to her, "That woman is no good. She's a saintly BTCH. What are you slandering? Such a big person, only learning to be strict with others, but lenient with herself?" Jiang Si replied, "If you don't believe it, that's fine," Jiang Ming said. "But don't say I didn't warn you. You'll see later." After saying that, he turned and left. Once he was gone, Lu Mian came over and said, "Sister, can you not put me in the first position? I'm a bit scared." Considering that the area they were crossing was quite wide, Jiang Si arranged for someone to go every 500 meters. Since he was scared, there was no need for him to go first. She thought for a moment and nodded, "Then you switch places with Lu Zhe. I'll tell him later." "Okay," Lu Mian said happily. After Lu Mian left, Jiang came to find Jiang Si. For a moment, Jiang Si felt overwhelmed, as if she had become a managing matron. Chapter 100. Preparation. Since the plan was to cross the bridge, everyone gathered again at the bridgehead. The tattooed, muscular man came over with his lackeys. Jiang Ming frowned at this sight, feeling uneasy, and said to Jiang Si, "If any of them have bad intentions and stab that thing, we're finished." Jiang Si shared his concerns with Lu Zhe. "All right, you guys go ahead first, I'll stay behind. If anyone misbehaves, I'll make them wish they were dead." Despite being injured, he was more than capable of handling the current humans. Good. Jiang Si finally felt relieved. There was still some distance between her and Lu Zhe, but it didn't prevent her from trusting him to some extent. It was just that he needed a bit longer to sober up. They had delayed for quite some time. When it was confirmed that Jiang Ming would be the first to clear the way, a woman squeezed out from the crowd watching the excitement, shouting, "Take me with you." She rolled on the ground, lifting part of her loose cotton coat, revealing the bruises on her back. Big brother, please." She crawled in front of Lu Zhe, her face weak and desperate. This was a woman in her early 20s, with fluffy light brown hair. She wore a rabbit-shaped earring in her left ear, her lips pale, tears in her eyes. Although she looked haggard, there was a kind of beauty that made one feel pity. A trace of regret flashed across Lu Zhe's face as he instinctively took a step back. "What are you doing? Get up. If you don't take me away from here." She gritted her teeth, a moment of determination flashing across her expression. "I'll die here." She held her slender neck high, staring at him unwaveringly. This woman was intriguing. She was pleading for help from the strongest person in the group. Was this the instinct for survival? If it were a man kneeling before Lu Zhe, would he care about his life? But if it was a woman, he might hesitate. Yes, he hesitated. His movements and expression revealed his attitude. He felt pity for such a woman. Originally, this disposition went against his duty as a gatekeeper. But how can one control their instincts? If the previous lantern bearer weren't a woman, would he have given her a heavenly garment, allowing her to roam freely in this world? Just as this generation's lantern bearer was not a beauty like Jiang Si, would he have let her off the hook and suggested a compromise to go to Kyoto together? Gan Bao grinned widely, a bit gleeful at the situation. At that moment, not far away, Jiang Si saw this scene and exchanged a glance with Jiang Ming, both tacitly refraining from commenting, while Lu Mian beside them stared wide-eyed. Showing some curiosity toward the woman on the ground. Only Jiang Si showed soft compassion. "Don't kneel on the ground." She hurried over, wanted to pull the woman up, but the woman deftly sidestepped and tightly grabbed Liu Zhe's pant leg. She had just rushed out from behind, and the group of men from the bar hadn't reacted yet. By the time they did, they were intimidated by the gun at Liu Zhe's waist and dared not approach. Only one handsome man attempted to pull her back, which only caused her to scream in fear, as if she had touched something filthy, and she shouted, "Don't touch me." It was less about disdain and more about fear. Someone nearby jeered, "Boss Chow, your wife is trying to run off with someone else." The man gritted his teeth and spat, glaring at the woman and Liu Zhe with a fierce look, as if he had been greatly insulted and wanted to eat them alive. But he only watched, not daring to step forward. Jean Lan's suspicious gaze flickered between the man and the woman as she asked, "Are you two married?" "Not at all. Just boyfriend and girlfriend. He used me to trade for cigarettes and instant noodles." The woman interjected, her voice quick and sharp. "Look at what they turned me into." But before she could finish, the man rushed over, trying to drag her back. Jean Lan quickly kicked him to the ground. However, the other party was quick, already grabbing her hair and pulling her down hard. When she got up from the ground, her wrist was scraped raw, quickly turning a purplish red, blood oozing out. Liu Zhe was filled with anger and kicked the man, hitting a woman. "What kind of thing are you?" He was already disfigured, and now that he was enraged, his brows furrowed, not suppressing the pressure emanating from him. The tattooed, muscular man, wearing a mink coat, wanted to say something, but suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The disfigured man in front of him seemed no different from a second ago, but in an instant, it was as if a mechanism had been activated. The tattooed man felt like a wave of dread washed over him, all his hair standing on end, instinctively wanting to turn and flee, but his legs felt like they were glued to the ground. Some beside him, with weaker mental fortitude, even knelt down. The man who had been kicked to the ground immediately bounced back up, rolling his eyes back and biting his lip, spitting out a mouthful of blood. So strong. In that moment, this thought rose in the hearts of everyone present. "All right." Jiang Si supported Lu Mian, who was about to faint, and stepped forward to pat Liu Zhe's arm. The oppressive atmosphere, like dust settling after a storm, eased up instantly. "It's getting late. We need to go," Jiang Si said. "Please, take me with you." The woman got up from the ground and even grabbed Jiang Si's leg. Jiang Si took a step back, remaining silent. Jean Lan quickly stepped forward to help the woman up, saying, "Don't be afraid." The woman then held onto her hand, smiling gratefully. "Thank you." She wiped her tears from her face and noticed that Liu Zhe wasn't looking at her, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. "Are you all not welcoming me?" she asked, biting her lip. She looked at Jiang Si and Jiang Ming, her expression hesitant. Jean Lan shot a quick glance at the two, somewhat displeased, then leaned in to whisper to Liu Zhe, saying quietly, "Look at how pitiful she is. If we leave, she probably won't survive." Liu Zhe could only say, "She can leave at any time. We won't restrict her freedom." Accepting this woman was thus decided. But for some reason, Jiang Si felt that Jean Lan's gaze toward her was a bit strange. "Since we're traveling together, I think everyone should work together. There shouldn't be any personal emotions," Jean Lan said. Jiang Si casually listened, heading straight for the bridgehead. At this moment, a giant jellyfish lifted one of its tentacles, floating in midair like a balloon. A small, unmutated sparrow flew over, landing on top, lightly bouncing and pecking at it with its head tilted, showing no signs of abnormality. Clearly, this giant jellyfish had its own system for assessing danger and didn't regard these small creatures as threats. However, when Jiang Ming, as the first to cross the bridge, stepped forward, Lu Mian immediately responded. There's a fluctuation. The life intensity value sensing in Lu Mian's ability was related to the emotions of the detected object. If the other party became angry, the value could suddenly spike several times, and the corresponding color would change. Just like before, when the giant jellyfish was green, but as Jiang Ming approached, it showed a light yellow in Lu Mian's mind. "Stop!" Jiang Si shouted. Jiang Ming immediately dared not breathe, hurriedly stopping in his tracks. At this critical moment, a single mistake could lead to irreversible consequences. A semi-transparent, fishy, gelatinous substance hung on the horizontal iron chain. appearing from a distance to be a mist. But upon closer inspection, it became evident that this thing was enormous, more like a flesh wall that could swallow a person whole at any moment. Jiang Ming stood still, somewhat at a loss. He probably trusted Jiang Si, his uncle's stepdaughter. He and his family believed in her. Moreover, she had saved him before. The situation was not as optimistic as imagined when he paused. A huge tentacle emerged from the water, swaying and stretching around him, seemingly curious about his presence. This thing was so massive that as it approached, it created an overwhelming sense of pressure. Even though Jiang Ming had a natural optimism, he was reduced to trembling in fear. The crowd dared only to observe from a distance, unable to see Jiang Ming's small, fearful movements. They felt that being surrounded by such a large tentacle would likely suffocate them with fear. The woman who had been rescued peeked out from behind Jianlan, thinking that this person was decisive and resolute. She couldn't help but show just the right amount of worry on her face. Isn't he afraid? If it were me, I would definitely be scared to tears. Jianlan was also a bit nervous. Among the self-defense forces, only they had escaped together, and he had saved her life. Jianlan did not want anything to happen to Jiang Ming. However, seeing Jiang Si talking to a child with her head down, with no visible thoughts on her face, made him somewhat annoyed. This woman seemed to have an unusual indifference. While Jianlan was thinking this, Jiang Si was also contemplating. Many details in her premonitory nightmares were unclear, but the general direction aligned with the apocalyptic developments. In the past, in the Yin family's wine cellar, she had taken notes on her premonitory nightmares, writing them down in detail. As she encountered more people and events, the events in her nightmares became more vivid and specific. She clearly remembered that she had never seen Jiang Ming, not only him, but seemingly all other members of the Jiang family, except for her stepfather, had disappeared, wiped out in the apocalyptic disaster. So could Jiang Ming die? This thought suddenly popped in her mind. She quickly recalled how she had unintentionally saved him before, when a zombie dog had given birth to maggots. She intervened in Qin Meifei's fate, so her fate was intertwined with Qin Meifei's. But the same thing did not happen between her and Jiang Ming. So even though she had saved him, it did not change his fate. Or rather, if she hadn't saved him at that time, he wouldn't have died. This meant that the event that would lead to Jiang Ming's inevitable death had not yet occurred. Could this be the event before her? Jiang Si showed no outward signs but was deeply worried. She had no special feelings for Jiang Ming. They were merely cousins. And there was no blood relation, let alone the fact that they had hardly met before. But if he died, her stepfather would be very sad. Wouldn't he? Just based on the fact that it would make her stepfather sad, she couldn't turn a blind eye to it. Chapter 101. Divergence. A tentacle belonging to the jellyfish appeared translucent, and under the sunlight, it had a crystalline beauty, as if a gentle pinch would turn it into a splash of water. It lightly brushed against Jiang Ming's face, like an intimate hand caressing a lover. Jiang Ming instinctively held his breath. He couldn't help but recall many years ago when he participated in a Boy Scout summer camp, where he had been held underwater by a bigger child to escape the revenge of poisonous bees. Under the water, he struggled to open his eyes and could see leeches and spiders crawling on the water's surface, as if someone had torn the sunlight into soft breadcrumbs. This created a certain stress response in him. Whenever he saw a beautifully tearful scene, it felt as if his lungs were filled with water, causing immense pain. At this moment, he again felt that suffocating sensation as the translucent tentacle, like a sprawling broad leaf, enveloped his entire body. He rolled on the ground, and the giant jellyfish's tentacle struck the spot where he had just been standing, instantly shattering the ground. He was still shaken and hurriedly ran away. The gigantic jellyfish was not quick due to its size, but what was terrifying was the explosive things it could produce. Those quickly formed bubbles, appearing colorful under the sunlight, were ejected. Jiang Ming barely managed to dodge, and the bubbles burst with a loud bang, lethal objects exploding one after another behind him. The explosions left his ears ringing, making it hard to hear other sounds for a while. After a while, he got up and rushed towards the crowd that was constantly paying attention to this side, throwing a punch at the tattooed man's jaw. Just as he was about to throw a second punch, Han Bo's palm stopped his fist, blocking his force. Jiang Si called out to him. Only then did Jiang Ming stop, his expression filled with indignation. He glanced at Hanbo and said, "You helped my sister, so I'll give you face." The tattooed man spat out a bloody tooth and yelled from behind Hanbo, "Why are you hitting me?" Jiang Ming suddenly turned around and glared at him fiercely. The other party was not afraid of Jiang Ming. In the apocalypse, survivors had a very intuitive judgment of strength, and he was merely afraid of Lu Zhe, who was just leaning against the wall holding a child, showing no apparent attitude. He could only show some aggrieved expression. Jiang Ming had narrowly escaped death and was angrier than anyone else. Fortunately, it was just a test. If that giant jellyfish had attacked when he was halfway across, the outcome would have been different. "Return what belongs to my sister," Jiang Ming shouted. "How can something swallowed be easily spit out?" The tattooed man covered his mouth and fainted. Jiang Ming hurriedly rushed over, but was stopped by Jiang Si grabbing the corner of his clothes. She suddenly noticed something. Hanbo was quicker than her. Jiang Si accidentally placed her palm on the back of her hand. Hanbo looked up and smiled at her. Jiang Si felt embarrassed. The dark coat Jiang Ming was wearing did not show its color. However, when a corner was pulled out, it revealed a stain on the hem. That was blood splattered on him when he had just killed Li Fan. People only knew that blood attracted zombies, but were unaware that human blood also had a deadly allure to mutated animals. It was this blood that attracted the giant jellyfish, making it see him as a threat. The tattooed man opened one eye and jumped up, shouting, "You were careless. How can you blame me?" As he spoke, he pushed Jiang Ming with a hand. Jiang Ming was not someone who would take any loss. He kicked the man's calf and said, "Bullshit. The information you provided didn't include this. You almost got us killed when you killed one of us. Why didn't you think of this?" The tattooed man cried out, holding his foot in pain. Jiang Ming was once again furious and waved his fist, saying, "What kind of scum are you? Since you were in cahoots, I might as well kill you now to prevent you from seeking revenge for them." Perhaps his expression was too ferocious. The tattooed man felt a bit scared and quickly shouted, "We're not in cahoots. A person like Li Fan deserves to die, whether in peaceful times or in the apocalypse. Where there are people, there are rules, and Li Fan liked to break the rules." Most of the people gathered in the bar were middle-aged, dividing food according to labor, and living relatively well. But Li Fan contributed nothing. Besides that, he relied on being an evolved individual with abilities to frequently rob the fruits of others' labor. And he was extremely lustful, not distinguishing between men and women. Recently, he had raped a young girl who had come to the bar for refuge, killing her in the process. For this, they had driven Li Fan out. However, there weren't many safe places outside. Because of the giant jellyfish's presence at the bridgehead, there weren't many zombies, so Li Fan hadn't gone far. Out of humanitarianism, everyone didn't drive him away again, turning a blind eye to his presence nearby. Just yesterday, he and his picked-up little brother were searching for supplies when they were chased by zombies. The supply team sent by the bar encountered them and conveniently rescued them. He also expressed a sincere attitude of admitting his mistakes. But not long after, he encountered Jiang Si and her group here, and upon seeing the young Lu Mian, his lustful thoughts were stirred. Unfortunately for him, he underestimated Jiang Si, thinking she was just an ordinary woman. It was also his misfortune to meet Jiang Ming, who was as decisive as Jiang Si, which cost him his life. Li Fan's outcome was self-inflicted. However, to kill someone for this was ultimately excessive. This was the tattooed man's thought. He could not see through the background of these newcomers, and naturally did not intend to become enemies with them. He himself is not a quarrelsome person. With Li Fan's death and no family or friends around, it naturally ended without resolution. He didn't dare to meet Jiang Ming's gaze and could only cover his mouth in grievance, saying, "It was clearly Hanbo who provided the information. Why are you hitting me?" Hanbo replied, "Since it's my problem, I'll deal with it." The tattooed strong man immediately became anxious and said, What do you mean?" Literally, Hanbo said, "Are you leaving?" He said in disbelief. Hanbo nodded, raised his foot towards Jiang Si, and said goodbye. The tattooed strong man couldn't stop him. His gaze shifted past Jiang Si's face with some resentment as he gritted his teeth and said, "If you leave with this woman, don't recognize me as your big brother anymore." Hanbo didn't even pause his steps, just raised his hand and waved. Hanbo was decisive and clean-cut. The tattooed strong man, however, sat down on the ground, wiping his tears and shouting, "We clearly agreed to be brothers, but now this is what happens." Han Bo pretended not to hear and turned his face away. Jiang Ming, however, looked wary and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Han Bo didn't give him a glance, but instead spoke gently to Jiang Si. "I'm really sorry. The information was wrong. If you want to continue crossing the bridge, I'll be the first to try. As for the food, I'm afraid we can't trade it for you. We've already gone a day without eating." This was the truth. Since the apocalypse, they had searched all around for supplies and consumed all the food. To survive, they could only go further away. But this was no longer the world of the past. Zombies were everywhere, and living creatures had become increasingly dangerous. The people from a bar had significant disagreements, with most unwilling to take risks and agreeing to rob passing travelers. Trading information for supplies was a last resort. However, his tone surprised Jiang Si. She could sense Han Bo's goodwill towards her. Strange men and women. Showing goodwill upon first meeting? Was he infatuated with her at first sight? Jiang Si instinctively touched her face. Thanks to her parents' genes, she was extraordinarily beautiful. But in the apocalypse, without abilities to match her looks, she was merely a moving target. It seemed her disguise wasn't sufficient. Or perhaps, she should try carving a few cuts on her face. But the pain of cutting skin was something most people couldn't endure. She couldn't bring herself to do it either. Fortunately, Han Bo wasn't a bad person. He radiated kindness towards her. Convincing her to disfigure herself for self-preservation could be postponed. Moreover, Han Bo had decent abilities and seemed quite reliable. If she could trade a backpack of snacks for his companionship, it wouldn't be a loss. However, to avoid unnecessary trouble, some things still needed to be clarified first. What to do now? A few of them got into the car, and Jiang Si glanced at Han Bo, who had decided to follow her. His back was straight, standing in the middle of the road like a tree. She asked Lu Zhe. From start to finish, he remained silent, making it hard to tell what he was thinking. At this moment, he came back to his senses and asked, "Change the route?" Compared to the worries of others, the wounds on his body tormented his nerves. He wasn't very focused on other matters. Changing the route would waste some time, but it was relatively safer than crossing the bridge. Although he was injured, ensuring the safety of himself and Gan Bao was not an issue. As for the others, he was indifferent. "If you want to change the route, I'll part ways with you here," Jiang Si said directly to Lu Zhe. The others' expressions varied upon hearing this. Jinlan instinctively looked at Lu Zhe, who said, "To be honest, I have serious injuries. If I have to look after myself, I might not be able to manage others." The gatekeeper avoided interfering in the fates of others. This was an ingrained understanding passed down through generations of gatekeepers. Even if he saw someone suffering on the road, Lu Zhe wouldn't spare them a glance. The only thing that occasionally caught his attention was a frail beauty in distress. Zhu Tianyu rushed ahead of others, his eyes full of determination, saying, "Big sister, I want to be with you." What nonsense! She had a collection room to hide in, a crucial place to slip into at critical moments, but Zhu Tianyu didn't have such a power. He wondered if his state of possessing the pocket watch could also enter the collection room with her. If it could, that would be great, as she had a unique trust in Zhu Tianyu compared to others. But if he couldn't be taken into the collection room, it would be dangerous. Just imagine the scenario if she entered the collection room to escape but left him outside. Originally, crossing the bridge from here was to meet her stepfather. Leaving her aside, the normal survival route for the others should be to head west to Jinling. Jiang Si felt there was no need to drag everyone along with her. This girl clearly separated her own matters from those of others. She would never add burden to anyone else. "Brother Lu, won't you take care of me?" The new girl, named Lu Xiaowei, looked at Lu Zhe with tearful eyes. Lu Zhe felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head, instinctively turning his face away and saying awkwardly, "I'm really sorry. My abilities are limited." Gan Bao squeezed his hand, almost choking him with her grip. Lu Xiaowei seemed momentarily stunned, then managed a forced smile after a while, trying to be strong, and said, "Wherever Brother Lu goes, I will go." Lu Mian also expressed his intention to follow her. He had also been close to the giant jellyfish, and the intimidating aura of that jellyfish was still making his legs tremble. For a child, it was really tough. Jinlan hesitated for a moment and also chose Lu Zhe. When she made her choice, she comforted Jiang Ming. The bond they shared was different from that with others. She didn't want Jiang Ming to fall here. But Jiang Ming remained silent. Zhu Tianyu also urgently poked his head out of her pocket watch, saying, "Sister, I'm going with you." Jiang Si pushed her back in, saying, "Nonsense." Zhutanyu stubbornly squeezed out, "If you don't take me, I will. I will make a big fuss and make it so you can't leave either." This road was the closest distance to her stepfather. If she took another route, they might encounter other dangers. She had no idea when she would see her stepfather in person. This was Jiang Si's worry, but not the others. "Sister, are you so eager to see Uncle because you know something?" Jiang Ming pulled Jiang Si down from the car, avoiding Hanbo's gaze, and asked behind a tree. This ornamental tree had burned down to just black branches during the previous meteor shower, but now it seemed to show signs of spring, with many green buds sprouting from its branches. Jiang Si casually pinched one, her fingertips stained with sticky sap. She was silent for a moment and said, "Indeed, I'm very worried about him. However, my concerns are not convenient to discuss with you. In any case, I need to find my dad as soon as possible." In her nightmare, her stepfather died from an unknown poison after suffering a lot. If she could do it again, she hoped he could completely avoid that pain. "I have the ability to protect myself, and am confident I can safely cross the bridge. This ability can only help me. If you come with me." To put it bluntly, it would be a burden. "Even if you don't come looking for me, I will find you alone. Really, don't waste any more time. I don't want my stepfather to encounter misfortune." With this, Jiang Ming could only compromise. As for Zhutanyu, he simply refused to engage in any conversation with Jiang Si and retreated into her pocket watch. Though reluctant, Jiang Si still handed the pocket watch to Jiang Ming. "Remember to return it to me later," she said. Once it changed hands, Zhutanyu knew and started crying and rolling on the ground. Jiang Ming found him noisy and hit him a few times on the head before stopping. They then returned to inform everyone of their decision. Ganbao stretched her neck out from Lu Zhe's arms, looking somewhat unable to accept it. To be honest, he liked Jiang Si a little. The girl was quiet, but she was much more reliable than the female companion who had previously accompanied Lu Zhe. "I'm really worried about my dad," she said, "but I can't hold you back. Can you go to the Jinling base and wait for me?" However, Lu Zhe frowned. He understood that for her, they were not on the same side. She couldn't be like other women. He subconsciously glanced at Lu Xiaowei. Her delicate face was filled with fear of the unknown choices, as if she would collapse under the slightest disturbance. Such a woman clung to men like a dodder vine, while maintaining the most favored delicate appearance. She was different from her, perhaps lost in thought. Lu Xiaowei thought Lu Zhe was staring at her. She was terrified of his appearance, her small heart pounding. But when she thought of seeking his help to escape the men in the bar who were leering at her body, she still politely returned a smile, as pure as a flower bud glistening with dew on an autumn morning. Lu Zhe's expression was complex. The differences between people became evident. If it were Jiang Si who met his gaze, she would have turned the tables and asked, "What's the matter?" Instead of pretending to be shy and demure like other women who were clearly afraid of him. At that moment, Jiang Ming asked worriedly, "Sis, why don't you think it over again?" He moved closer to the giant jellyfish, feeling it more profoundly than others. Not to mention the explosive bubbles. Just being near any part of the jellyfish, one could almost hear the sound of its bones being crushed. Crossing the bridge under it, there was almost no way out. "I've thought it through clearly," Jiang Si said. Jiang Ming grabbed her hand. "This matter requires careful consideration. There's no rush." Jiang Si noticed the worry on Jiang Ming's face. This cousin, who had no blood relation to her, had genuine feelings for her. This was something Jiang Si had never had before. She truly didn't want to make things difficult for him and nodded in agreement with his words. But she had already made up her mind. That night, they chose an empty house nearby to rest. In the apocalypse, there were plenty of houses without owners. The temporary overnight spot they were in was a model room in a new building. They pried open the door lock. The room was fully furnished and ready for immediate move-in. However, as dusk fell, Lu Mian was the first to feel uneasy. He was originally in the same room as Jiang Ming, but in the dark he suddenly heard a noise. Someone opened the door and walked out. Survivors in the apocalypse were very alert, and almost simultaneously, Jiang Ming jumped up as well. The two opened the door, and Jiang Si was pouring mineral water into a glass, looking innocently at the two. "It's my turn to keep watch," she said. "I'll keep you company," Jiang Ming said. Jiang Si finished the water in one go, slowly furrowing her brows. "It's not your turn yet. Don't be willful." Lacking sleep at this time is dangerous. Her tone was light, but left no room for rebuttal. In his youth, he could joke about her being a novice in areas he was familiar with, thanks to his good family environment, but after they met as adults, she had become all-knowing and omnipotent, exuding the authority of an older sister in her words and actions. In her presence, he suddenly thought of his elder brother. Their expressions when disagreeing were strikingly similar. "Then I'll keep you company for a while," Jiang Ming urged Lu Mian to sleep. While he lay down on the sofa next to Jiang Si straightened her posture and thought of another matter. "By the way, I was just about to ask you, do you know this person named Zhu Chue?" Chapter 1, Oh, Tu Han, Bo Zhuke? Jiang Ming thought carefully and said, "There's a saying in the capital that it is not the government that monitors this country, but a mysterious underground organization. Everyone calls it Tianwang Skynet. Tianwang has vast powers, gathering many talented individuals, and it is hard to say whether it serves the country or not, as its actions are inscrutable. From what my brother said, it is not an organization with noble ideals. As for the Zhuke mentioned by Zhuo Tianyu, Taoism worships the star gods, reveres the 4 symbols and the 28 mansions, believing that the trajectories of the stars are closely related to human destiny, pushing the Eastern Azure Dragon, Southern Zhuke, Western White Tiger, and Northern Xuanwu as the 4 directional deities. Correspondingly, there are also 4 major guardians in the Tianwang organization. However, the Zhuke he mentioned, in a certain sense, cannot be considered a separate individual. It should belong to a group. As for what form they exist in when appearing before the world, I know very little. If such an organization exists and intends to take action, it is not solely your concern. It inevitably involves a lot. The family should also know some information. Perhaps we should go ask my brother for clarification. In this case, heading north is an inevitable thing. If trouble doesn't find me, I won't seek it. But if trouble finds me, then I won't hold back. I'm telling you this, so pay attention. Their saturated rescue approach sounds unreliable. Just make sure you don't get targeted." Jiang Si said, "Also, going to the capital is definitely necessary, but it's not an absolutely safe place. Personally, I suggest that after this, if there's an opportunity, we should still return to the southwestern base, but with such a large north-south span, we still don't know if there will be conditions for travel then." Jiang Ming nodded, indicating he would remember these words. Jiang Si then asked about Jiang Ming's family members' recent conditions, health and mental state, etc., and Jiang Ming responded according to the situation before the apocalypse. After 1 or 2 hours, the siblings' conversation finally came to an end. From Jiang Ming's words, Jiang Si gathered that her stepfather's brother, her nominal uncle and aunt, held significant positions in the central government, and her cousin Jiang Xian was also a rising star. The apocalypse originally had certain signs. Given the Jiang family status, they should have been well protected and would not be in danger of losing their lives. However, this did not match her premonitory nightmares, suggesting there was some deviation. But now, with communication paralyzed, it was difficult for her to know what changes had occurred in the capital. From Jiang Si's mouth, Jiang Ming learned that the impending apocalypse situation was not optimistic. For a moment, both of them were worried. Finally, Jiang Si patted Jiang Ming's hand, urging him to rest, until she saw him return to his room and sensed him lying down and instantly entering deep sleep. She stood up again, tiptoed out the door. Hanbo was waiting downstairs. Although the temperature had risen, the air was still somewhat cool at night. He was only wearing a fleece sweater, tall and slender, with a side profile that was quite elongated, and his clothing style seemed somewhat familiar. When he saw her appear, he nodded at her and took the lead in walking towards the bridge. "This time I'll take the lead," he said. "No need. I'll go with you," Jiang Si followed. The two walked side by side, like friends who had known each other for many years. Hanbo asked, "Aren't you afraid?" "Life and death are fated," Jiang Si replied. "Do you believe in fate?" "I originally didn't believe it," Jiang Si said. "What made you believe?" "I had no choice but to believe." As she spoke, she stopped in her tracks. A low, shallow growl came from the nearby shadow, and a low-level zombie had somehow crawled over, lying under a car and eating half of a rotting animal carcass. Sensing a living being, the zombie struggled to crawl out, but before it could raise its body, Hanbo swiftly slashed its neck with a knife, causing it to fall to the ground and die completely. "You're wearing my clothes?" Hanbo pointed at her woolen outfit, and said, "My initials are embroidered under the collar." This cashmere sweater had wide shoulders and a long hem. But in the apocalypse, survival was a challenge. Who would have the leisure to care about clothing? Jiang Si skeptically opened the collar, and sure enough, it was embroidered with the initials HB. She was taken aback. What a coincidence. She couldn't help but recall that day when she opened the wardrobe on the third floor and saw that row of clothes, wondering what kind of person this was. The object that had only existed as a fleeting thought in her mind was now standing right in front of her. It could only be described as miraculous. "So that's your home," Jiang Si suddenly realized. "Do you have other people at home?" "No, but I have a dog," Hanbo said. "After the meteor shower, I haven't seen it." "Could it be that zombie dog?" Jiang Si asked. "Is it a male or female dog?" "Female. A little local dog I brought back from the countryside," Hanbo replied. Jiang Si instinctively looked at him. He was not an expressive person, and it was hard to discern any affection or sadness. But since he mentioned that dog, it must have been important to him. The most painful aspect of the apocalypse lies in the constant loss of what one deems important. For humans, it is the apocalypse. For other beings, perhaps it is paradise. "Try to think positively," she said. "I think so too." He seemed to smile slightly, faint wrinkles forming at the corners of his mouth. "You should be a bit older." Jiang Si thought involuntarily. "Thank you for today," she said. "You're too polite," he replied. "I just feel a stronger connection with you." His temperament could be described as aloof, and his slightly more animated expressions made others feel inexplicably flattered. It seemed like it was a privilege to be noticed by him. Jiang Si thought to herself that his temperament and character were very similar to her stepfather's. At this moment, the massive body of a giant jellyfish spread like an umbrella across a large section of the bridge, with half of it hanging straight down, resembling a semi-transparent water curtain that curled down into the water. Gurgling sounds came from the water, and shining the flashlight over revealed colorful aquatic snake-like creatures curled up and rolling in the crevices of the rocks where the water met the shore, giving one goosebumps just a glance. The creatures in this world were rapidly undergoing changes, while humans were still standing still. "Let's go," Hanbo said. Jiang Si exchanged a glance with him and directed the flashlight towards the distance. On the bridge surface covered by the giant jellyfish, numerous damaged vehicles were scattered, many bearing traces of burning and explosions. These things, originally belonging to single-celled organisms, did not fear being caught in the explosion's aftermath. Their bodies, similar to water, vibrated significantly, alleviating the pressure caused by the impact. "Do you have anyone important on the other side of the bridge?" Jiang Si was the first to step onto the darkened bridge surface and couldn't help but ask. There were still some remnants of paper fragments here, with a soft texture, making a rustling sound as her shoes rubbed against them. Jiang Si felt a chill run down her spine, instinctively rising on her toes. Hanbo paused and said, "Important? I guess. But most likely, the other party may have forgotten me." "Oh, how so?" Jiang Si asked. "Many years ago, I was a firefighter. That person was a survivor of a fire. When we arrived at the scene of a high-rise fire in a residential area, she had already been rescued by my colleagues. But her twin sons were still in the room. The flames were too fierce, and the crib of the twin infants had already collapsed. We could only abandon the rescue." It was at that moment that the woman went mad. After the incident, her health deteriorated, and her husband took care of her for a while before getting tired and quickly divorced her, starting a new family with another woman. Since then, she has lived with her sister. To this day, she still goes mad from dreaming about that fire. Jiang Si hesitated. "Do you blame yourself for not being able to help her?" "Not really. Given the circumstances at the time, we had already done what we could," Hanbo said. "I just regret that she encountered such a man and ended up living such a life." Jiang Si was puzzled. "Don't laugh at me for saying this, but she was my first love. Back then, I liked her so much. But being young, I believe in the idea of chivalry and thought men are brothers. Women are like clothes, so I let her go, leading her to such a life." "Do you still love her?" Jiang Si asked. Hanbo glanced at Jiang Si, surprised that she would ask such a question. Where is love for adults? Besides, too many thoughts can distort that feeling. "The reason I can't forget her is just a sense of regret in my heart." As he spoke, he moved his stiff fingers and had already walked close to a swaying umbrella of a giant jellyfish, his hand holding the knife, starting to sweat. "Do you want to confirm if she is still alive?" Jiang Si asked. To be precise, I don't even know what I want. But if I don't take another look, I believe she will become a thorn in my heart that I can never get rid of. Jiang Si said, she might already be dead. Even if she turned into a zombie, it would still be a form of death for a normal person. So I need to confirm, Hanbo replied. If she is still alive, would you travel with her? Jiang Si asked. As soon as she finished speaking, the translucent liquid inside the giant jellyfish's bell pulsed, and its whole body swayed. The two immediately stopped talking, staring intently at the jellyfish's strange behavior. Fortunately, this phenomenon only lasted for 2 seconds, and the jellyfish's movement stopped, as natural as a person snoring while sleeping. Then Hanbo continued, no, I just seek inner peace, not to burden myself. Jiang Si instinctively raised an eyebrow. Do you think she is a burden? No, I just think it would be more troublesome. Rather than choosing to travel with someone tangled in emotions, I would prefer solitude. You don't want to take responsibility? Who wants to take responsibility? Isn't it better to be carefree? Hanbo said, instead of choosing her, I would rather choose you. Do I seem more valuable? Jiang Si asked. Yes. Although your skills aren't top-notch, you are decisive enough. Hanbo replied. Decisive people don't want to be a burden to others. Jiang Si smiled slightly. You are right. The rarest thing in this world is to have value. Based on that statement, if we can cross the bridge smoothly, let's officially be companions? Chapter 103. Crossing the bridge, that's fine, he replied softly. This thing seems to sense us. However, it means no harm to us. They had ensured that they were not tainted by blood before coming here. As they approached, the tentacles clinging to the steel cables naturally moved over, as if to check whether they were carrying contraband. Jiang Si stopped talking. At this moment, they had reached under the massive jellyfish. This jellyfish consumed a considerable amount of food daily, and with the flashlight's beam, they could see many partially digested fish remains in its stomach. In the winter, aquatic life is already scarce, and with such a quantity of feeding, this body of water will eventually be emptied by it. Jiang Si instinctively turned her face to the side, where Hanbo had stopped, staring intently at that stomach area, seemingly searching for something. Noticing Jiang Si's confusion, he whispered, I'm looking for human bones. Many people had tried various ways to leave the city before them, but the outcome around this area was not good. Many had fallen into the water and never resurfaced. Soon after, this giant jellyfish appeared here. It's hard to say if the tragedies of those who fell into the water were caused by it. However, its unusual size and behavior set it apart from regular freshwater jellyfish, making it difficult to say it was completely unrelated. According to Hanbo, at first, this jellyfish was only about 10 meters long, not considered a giant. But soon, someone noticed that in just half a month, it had grown at a visible rate to the size it is today. Recently, however, it seemed to have stopped growing. There are many reasons why organisms cease to grow. Generally, there are two. One indicates reaching maturity, and the other signifies aging. However, in Jiang Si's foreboding nightmares, ever since the apocalypse began, the organisms on this planet have become increasingly formidable, matching their strength with corresponding lifespans. This giant jellyfish has grown so large. It cannot immediately choose to meet its demise now. It is very likely that it has evolved to the limit of its size and will soon change in other directions. Whichever kind of evolution it undergoes will require a massive energy expenditure. Thus, it needs to update its menu. If that's the case, this bridge crossing will be a no-go zone for humans and animals alike. Did you find anything? Jiang Si, unable to look, couldn't help but ask. Can't tell, but it seems like it mainly eats aquatic creatures. Now that it has eaten enough, it's not very interested in us, Hanbo replied. Even so, the two remained cautious, fearing that any sudden movement might provoke this giant creature. The tentacles, adorned with fine patterns, silently roamed around them. They pressed against one side of the bridge railing as they moved forward, worried that these tentacles might suddenly reach out to them. The bridge surface was not as chaotic as imagined. The scenes of past accidents had mostly been cleared. Several railings had holes, exposing the connecting rebar. It looks like this trip will go smoothly, Hanbo remarked. This statement seemed to have a comforting effect, and Jiang Si felt more relaxed. But no matter what, caution was still necessary. She remained alert, watching her surroundings. Before Jiang Si could speak, she suddenly heard a splash from beneath. It seemed that some massive creature was swimming below the bridge. Following this commotion, A tentacle that resembled a feather suddenly swept down from above with a loud smack. That tentacle probably weighed around 100 kilograms and slammed down onto the small cart in front of them, making a deafening noise. Jiang Si's heart raced, and an ominous premonition arose within her. Just as she frowned, one of the tentacles of the giant jellyfish that hung in the water twitched, and almost instantly, several bubbles squeezed out from a pore on that tentacle. The bubbles, which seemed underdeveloped and about the size of a fist, burst upon contact with the air, making a muffled popping sound. Is there something underwater? She felt her eyelids twitching and shouted, "Run!" Hanbo was confused, but didn't waste any time. He was naturally agile and, with all his might, instantly covered a distance of 5 to 6 meters. Meanwhile, the entire giant jellyfish reacted to some stimulus, blooming like a flower, its body shimmering with a faint blue light. Jiang Si had no time to appreciate such a spectacle. Before she could take a few steps, a semi-transparent wall swept over, aimed at Hanbo. Hanbo reacted quickly, dodging just in time, but Jiang Si was behind him. She could see, but couldn't react in time. Just as it was about to hit her face, she suddenly felt a tight grip around her waist, and her whole body was lifted off the ground. Looking up, she saw that it was Lu Zhe who had come to help her. Hadn't he planned not to cross the bridge? How would he be here? The thought flashed through her mind, and she shouted, "Be careful." Just then, a tentacle swung in from the left, and Lu Zhe lowered himself while pulling her behind an abandoned vehicle. At that moment, the giant jellyfish seemed to be going mad, its ragged tentacles twisting incessantly, shaking the iron locks on both sides of the bridge with a terrifying creaking sound. The entire bridge shook violently. "Be careful." Hanbo's loud warning echoed in front of them. Jiang Si had no time to see what it was. She instinctively dove to the ground, feeling something sweep over her head. Nearby, a car door was directly smashed in and fell to the ground. In the chaos, her flashlight rolled to the bottom of a nearby car. Instinctively reaching for it, she saw a vague figure crouching under the car, the flashlight firmly gripped in its hand. Jiang Si felt a shiver run through her. How could someone be hiding under the car? Could it be a zombie? Though she thought so, she couldn't help but glance at that position as she got up. However, her vision was limited, and she couldn't see clearly. Though unclear, she could sense that the figure's face twisted into a pale, haunting smile. Meanwhile, with the giant jellyfish going berserk, those under it had to escape for their lives. Jiang Si had no time to grab the flashlight and took off running. Not long after, the bridge surface swayed violently like a swing. She lost her balance and fell to one side. Lu Zhe reacted too late and couldn't catch her. Fortunately, the bridge railing was intact, and Jiang Si rolled to the ground, grabbing the handrail to steady herself. Just as she barely stood up, the bridge shook again, and inertia caused her upper body to almost hang over the edge, her gaze directed toward the originally dark river below. A glow emerged on the surface of the water about 10 meters down. The light was cold and haunting, carrying a sense of sadness. In that moment, Jiang Si felt her heart wash clean, as if all worldly matters had lost their appeal. She almost wanted to let go and jump into that shimmering glow. Just as she was lost in thought, a strong grip caught her by the back of her neck. The choking sensation from her collar suddenly brought her back to reality, making her instinctively shake her head. Lu Zhe had pulled her back entirely. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of that glow, faintly hearing the sounds of splashing water, as if a large animal was hunting in the water. Who knows what kind of commotion it was causing? "Are you okay?" Lu Zhe asked, unable to help but notice her dazed expression. For Jiang Si, who had experienced several emotional upheavals, it had only been a matter of a few breaths. Lu Zhe returned, shoving the fallen flashlight back into her hand. She looked puzzled and instinctively glanced toward the bottom of the car where the vague figure had been. But the light was limited, making it hard to say whether she had seen incorrectly. Suddenly, she felt herself being lifted off the ground by Lu Zhe. At that moment, Hanbo had returned, feeling that they had wasted too much time in one place. Seeing the scene, he instinctively asked, "Did you get hurt?" "No," Jiang Si replied, feeling a bit embarrassed to be held in Lu Zhe's arms. She instinctively tried to struggle free, but the man was very determined. With no choice, she said, "Let's go." Hanbo nodded, sighed in relief, and ran forward again. Lu Zhe nodded as well, dodging the incoming flesh wall while asking, "What did you see just now?" Although it was a brief moment, Jiang Si's abnormality couldn't escape Lu Zei's eyes. Being held by him was somewhat uncomfortable for Jiang Si, but his arm was as strong as steel, and she could only squirm like a little cat, and quickly said, "There is something in the water that glows." Then she quickly described the scene she had just witnessed. Hanbo said, "It must be an ephemerid creature. Is it the hatching season for ephemerids now?" Jiang Si was about to ask, but then thought that the rules of the apocalypse couldn't be understood with conventional knowledge. So she said, "The food chain is always interconnected, so there must be fish down there that eat ephemerids. I just don't know how it bit onto this jellyfish." At that moment, Lu Zei suddenly stopped and shouted, "Slow down." Almost simultaneously, Hanbo shouted, "My God." Following his line of sight, not far ahead in the darkness surrounding the jellyfish's body, countless bubbles were already floating. The bubbles danced wildly in the night wind, and whenever they encountered an obstacle, they would immediately burst, producing a dull explosion sound. It turned out that these destructive things had already appeared around the jellyfish due to the stimulation. Just a moment ago, when they were beneath the jellyfish, this thing hadn't yet been confused enough to stuff bombs under its own body, which had allowed them to escape so far. Each bubble was only the size of a fist, but having seen the power of these bubbles, the three couldn't help but turn pale. Hanbo stared at the jellyfish's body, which was twisting constantly due to the stimulation. Because of its enormous size, this jellyfish seemed less agile. Although it was in pain and going crazy, only its tentacles were thrashing around while the other half of its body was tightly wrapped around a pillar in the middle of the bridge. There was also a gas bag opening on top that continuously blew out bubbles. Unlike a normal gas bag opening, this one seemed to faintly have a reddish hue, and something flickered within its semi-transparent, gelatinous body. Jiang Si suddenly understood what he intended to do and hurriedly stopped him, saying, "You're going to poke a hornet's nest." But it was too late. Lu Zei and Hanbo had already thought of the same thing, and he had already acted, throwing a piece of broken iron from the ground towards that gas bag opening. Chapter 104. The goddesses skirt the gatekeeper, who had lived for hundreds of years, had astonishing arm strength. A piece of scrap iron pierced directly into the air sac hole, going half a meter deep. The giant jellyfish seemed to have opened a water hole, with brown water spraying out. One air sac hole was not enough, so he grabbed a handful of debris and threw it at the other air sac holes. Hanbo was a bit slow, but reacted as well. Using the faint glow from the jellyfish, he pierced one air sac hole that was about to expel a bubble. "It's over." Jiang Si felt like crying without tears. This giant jellyfish was massive, and the air sac holes on its body were far more than what could be seen with the naked eye. Their actions were just a drop in the bucket and would only anger the giant jellyfish. "Do you think it would let us go if we did nothing?" Lu Zei said, not forgetting to throw the debris on the bridge towards the bubble clusters ahead, forcing a safe space open. The giant jellyfish's tentacles had been constantly wriggling, but upon being injured, the bubble-expelling action stopped abruptly, and the wriggling of the tentacles seemed to cease as well. However, the next second, a low hiss came from above, and at the same time, Jiang Si sharply sensed a certain aura in the air. It was like the lingering smell of ozone in the sky after a thunderstorm on the grassland. Then, the entire body of the giant jellyfish suddenly slammed down, indiscriminately striking towards the group. But it was too clumsy. Just lifting its tentacle revealed its intentions. Lu Zei pulled Jiang Si to dodge, standing on the bridge railing, instinctively grabbing the iron railing. The moment he grabbed it, he felt a jolt, and even Jiang Si's hair stood on end. There was electricity. Jiang Si suddenly understood that the real danger of this giant jellyfish was not the explosive bubbles, but the biological electricity carried by its body. Generally speaking, a single jellyfish is not frightening. Its individual biological electricity is not enough to harm other prey. But once in a group, the instantaneous current could scorch internal organs. This giant jellyfish was so large that one of it equated to a group. Now stimulated, they could see electrical arcs shimmering on the giant jellyfish's body in the darkness. Even without Jiang Si's reminder, Hanbo sensed something was wrong. He had just crawled on the ground to avoid a tentacle attack and had barely gotten up when a small tentacle swept across his arm, instantly revealing a pained expression on his face. The situation was urgent. He didn't have time to check his arm, and wished he could grow a few more legs. As the giant jellyfish was injured, it exerted considerable brute force, causing the ground to shake, and the bridge surface where it struck became pockmarked. Such force, if it hit anyone, would likely turn them into a puddle of flesh. In this critical situation, even with difficulties ahead, they had to take the risk to fight back. However, as they ran out from under the jellyfish, other bubbles floating in the air suddenly seemed to have eyes, rushing towards them. Luze stepped forward, now holding an umbrella. This umbrella, called the five-color glazed umbrella, had a beautiful name, but in reality, it was dull gray and made of special materials that were resistant to water and fire. It managed to withstand the first wave of bubbles. The giant jellyfish's tentacles followed closely, with one tentacle as wide as a car coming after them, leaving the three clearly with no way to avoid. In this critical moment, Jiang Si threw the piece of paper she had been holding towards the direction of the tentacle. A translucent, tall female figure appeared above her head. The figure looked like a goddess from ancient Greek mythology, holding a clay water jar, with blue hair flowing to the ground, a blue gem hanging between her brows, and her eyes closed, exuding a sense of pure compassion. As soon as the goddess appeared, she raised the water jar to block the fatal strike. But almost simultaneously, the jar shattered into countless specks of starlight. Han Bo was taken aback, unable to comprehend what was happening, when he heard Jiang Si shout at him, "Come over quickly." He saw the goddess's hands crossed over her abdomen, spinning in midair, and her skirt formed a flower bud shape, enveloping the pale-faced Jiang Si inside. As Jiang Si ran, the goddess floated above her head, clearly protecting her. Han Bo was momentarily stunned, feeling it was somewhat inappropriate to dive into a woman's skirt. But at that moment, a few bubbles were already less than half a meter away from him. Gritting his teeth, he lunged forward, thinking he needed to lift the skirt, but unexpectedly, Jiang Si was quicker, reaching through the translucent gauzy skirt with one hand and quickly pulling him in. In an instant, Han Bo felt the light fabric brush against his face, and he could smell the fragrance of blooming flowers. At the same time, the bubbles followed closely behind, making sharp explosion sounds. Though separated by the skirt, the two were unharmed underneath. Both experienced a ringing in their ears, while the skirt could block harm. It did not muffle sound. Han Bo felt curious and reached out to grab, wanting to see if the thin fabric was a tangible object. Well, he grasped at emptiness. He was momentarily dumbfounded, then sighed in relief. With this ability, what do we have to worry about? In the midst of danger, they unexpectedly burst into laughter. Jiang Si kept running, smiling wryly as she replied, "It's a consumable." At most, before she could finish, she suddenly turned her head and paled. It was because another electrified tentacle from the giant jellyfish had followed and swung directly at the three of them. Luze, holding the five-color glazed umbrella, also had a bad expression. This umbrella could block explosions, but could not withstand electric shocks. The previous current had coursed through his body, and, thanks to his special physique, he didn't die on the spot, but it was not a pleasant experience. Seeing another attack coming, he quickly darted under the skirt, pulling Jiang Si close. The space was limited, and the three could only huddle tightly together. Jiang Si could smell the burnt odor on him. As he entered, the tentacles swept over. Hearing a crisp sound behind them, Jiang Si's face contorted as she lunged forward, letting out a scream. The three were protected by the goddess's skirt, and the damage was absorbed by the skirt. However, this goddess was imagined by Jiang Si based on the page of the Guardian in Ruan Yang's notebook. In other words, this protective goddess's skirt entirely stemmed from Jiang Si's imagination. Jiang Si's imagination was average, and the blow just now was the extreme limit she could bear. She didn't have time to check her injured palm. Instead, she used the momentum to bounce up and ran a distance of several dozen meters. Han Bo followed closely behind, noticing blood on her mouth and nose, unable to help but worry. "Are you okay?" Jiang Si didn't have time to respond. All she could hear was the crisp sound of the skirt, and her gaze was filled with small cracks spreading across the fabric. Just then, a bubble the size of a person chased after them, exploding behind with a loud bang. Jiang Si felt her eardrums throb. The cracking sounds of the skirt intensified, and it seemed like it would fall apart at any moment. After running another 5 or 6 meters, there was another explosion behind them, and the terrifying heat almost touched the back of her head. She was hit by the shock wave, her body staggered, and it felt as if she had been struck heavily. Instinctively, she opened her mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood, while at the same time, the goddess's skirt was already covered in cracks. Then, there was another crisp sound, and the skirt suddenly exploded, forming countless blue ice crystals in the air. The goddess nodded, opened her eyes, and sighed softly, dissipating like smoke. The giant jellyfish would not stop attacking because of the goddess's disappearance. They could hear the sizzling sound behind them, and the next round of attacks followed closely. But at this moment, the group had already crossed the bridge. They were now in a place where the giant jellyfish could not reach. For safety's sake, the three ran a few hundred meters down the desolate road, confirming they had truly crossed the bridge before finally stopping. Jiang Si looked back at the giant jellyfish still thrashing about, feeling weak all over, with her internal organs aching. She wanted to lower her head to tend to her palm's wound, when suddenly she heard someone say something by her ear. It was like a bird flying past. What? She turned her head to look at Hanbo beside her, thinking the person speaking to her was him. As she turned her head, a sudden wave of metallic sweetness filled her mouth, and everything before her went dark. Her whole body seemed to be grabbed by a giant hand from the ground, pulling her into an endless abyss, and she fell to the ground. Her consciousness did not dissipate immediately. She struggled to get up, but at that moment, Hanbo and Lu Zhe did not notice her unusual state. A group of zombies appeared before them. These were level 4 zombies, looking more like a different kind of creature than humans, mysterious and deadly. Lu Zhe, holding a glass umbrella, charged toward the horde of zombies, while Hanbo searched for a vehicle that could be started. After a while, Hanbo ran over, and it was then that Jiang Si noticed another version of herself on the ground, her own body bleeding from all 7 orifices and unconscious. In her gaze, Hanbo was horrified, stuffing the unconscious version of herself into a car, then calling Lu Zhe to get in. Not far away, the horde of zombies surged, overwhelming and endless. Despite the dire situation, Jiang Si felt as if she were watching a movie. A few minutes later, the car spewed exhaust and disappeared into the darkness. Jiang Si stood in place, feeling a sense of loss. She couldn't help but recall her conversation with death. Your soul is gone. At that time, she was bewildered, not understanding what a soul was or how it could be lost. Of course, she didn't think it was something very important back then. But now, in a moment of clarity, she suddenly understood. No, I haven't lost my soul. My soul simply felt danger and hid itself away. Now, due to the threat of death, it has automatically separated from the body. Was that body dead? Jiang Si was filled with questions, clutching her chest, feeling lost. Unlike her real body, this state had no heartbeat, no warmth. It was like a gust of wind, a piece of moonlight, cold and empty. A soul without a physical body seemed very lonely. She sighed and walked toward the zombies that were quickly chasing the car. Perhaps as an observer, she did not feel their danger. Their limbs were more coordinated than human thighs, and their running capabilities were more refined, closely resembling primates. She approached one zombie, which clearly had a bit of intelligence, being the first to stop its mindless pursuit. On the side of its jaw, there was a burn scar from its human days, but the scar was already shallow and would likely fade soon. Jiang Si wanted to take a closer look, but suddenly a force from the void reached out toward her. There was no way to avoid it. She instinctively let out a scream. Chapter 105. The small farewell palace. The sky was black, and the ground was black. It was peaceful and quiet. In the black sky, there was a round full moon, shining bright and clear. Anyone's first reaction would be to realize that this was not the original apocalyptic world. But where was this? And what kind of existence was she? When Jiang Si came to her senses, she found herself standing on a crystal-clear stone staircase, suspended in midair. The staircase was 5 or 6 meters wide, without any railings. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the bottom of the steps was adorned with images of creatures resembling lions and leopards, strong and powerful, some playing with their cubs, while others chased and ran, soaring through the clouds, their majestic aura evident with just a few strokes, a feat no ordinary person could achieve. What kind of animals were these? And where was this place? Jiang Si looked down at the steps she had come from. Although the moonlight was bright, she couldn't see more details, only that the clouds were deep and ethereal, and with the naked eye, she couldn't discern what supported it, suggesting an unfathomable depth below. Since the way back was unclear, how should she proceed? She gazed up and indeed saw a corner of an eave at the end of the staircase, indicating the presence of some architecture. A bronze bell hung down from the corner. The cold wind was fierce on the staircase, yet the bronze bell remained completely still, making one suspect it had lost its heart. However, at this moment, she had no time to dwell on these details. Just as she hesitated whether to go up and take a look, she suddenly felt a heat at her waist, as if something scalding was pressed against her skin. What was it? She searched her body for a long time, but couldn't find the source of the color. Suddenly, she had a thought about her ability as a survivor storage room. And, just as she thought, in an ethereal storage room, the black card placed at the highest slot was glowing red, as if someone was burning it with a blazing fire. The words death written on it had also become alluring, as if they were about to transform into something tangible. Jiang Si's heart raced as she suddenly realized her predicament. She had always harbored a fluke mentality, thinking that as long as she put this thing aside, the absurdity of trading her soul for life would cease to exist. But she didn't seek the other party, yet the other party came to find her. If her stepfather were here, he would definitely criticize her for being irresponsible with her life. She hadn't taken the previous exchange seriously. To save Jiang Si, she had encountered death and traded her soul. Although if given a choice again, she would still do so. After all, Jiang Si had saved her before. It was worth noting that saving him was one thing, but not wanting to accompany him again was another. Just recalling it made her feel more regretful. If she could, she really wanted to swallow this thing. But just as she was about to bite down, she couldn't help but slap herself. Jiang Si thought to herself how unambitious she was, facing challenges as they came. That person merely reminded her to find her soul and fulfill her promise, rather than directly taking her soul away, and considering this matter still had room for maneuvering. With this thought, her state of mind gradually calmed down. She had calmed down, but the other party seemed to be unable to wait. Even before she could grab it, she could feel the scorching temperature of the invitation, which had turned from black to a visibly burning crimson. She couldn't help but shiver, and the storage room vanished, the reddened invitation fluttering down. She wanted to reach out to catch it, but that small card seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, plummeting straight down, disappearing with a swish from the edge of the staircase. However, at that moment, a crane's call suddenly echoed from below. A gigantic bird soared up from beneath the steps, with a red-clad elder holding a feathered duster sitting on its head. The elder wore a long robe, had his long hair tied up in a bun, and his beard reached his chest, exuding an air of immortality. However, his expression was not good. He occasionally rubbed his head, looking somewhat exasperated. Who did I think it was? Turns out it's you. You naughty girl. You don't know how to cherish things at all. Do you know where this has landed me? On my head. Even if I had 9 heads, I couldn't withstand your antics. This is just the beginning. If there's a next time, I'll tell Shunjun. If he finds out you've thrown away his message talisman again, he definitely won't spare you. After saying this, he threw an object at her face, lightly patted the bird's head, and the bird let out another loud call, flapping its wings and soaring high, disappearing in an instant. Jiang Si opened her palm. What the elder had just given her was the black card that had fallen earlier. Strangely, it no longer had the intense heat from before, and even had an additional layer of visible fluorescence, shimmering with light, faintly pulsating with spiritual energy. Hey. She realized and hurriedly wanted to ask him questions, chasing up the staircase. But at the end of the staircase, there was only a tall door sign, with 3 large characters inscribed, Small Farewell Palace. Behind the sign, there was an endless void, with a strong wind blowing upwards, causing her face to pale. She instinctively took a step back. At that moment, a hand silently reached from her shoulder, pulling her sharply. Jiang Si was not the type to panic easily. However, above the abyss, this intimidation was genuinely terrifying. She couldn't help but change color, screaming in fear. Turning around, she saw an exceptionally handsome young man in ancient attire, with a red mole on his forehead. The young man looked surprised. I didn't know I would scare you. You've always been so bold. Seeing your terrified face, with tears in your eyes, I know you are not pretending. I can't help but tone down my smile, my tone becoming earnest, revealing a hint of shame. Are you really scared? I see your face has turned pale. Are you all right? Jiang Si was afraid he would disappear like the red-clad elder on the bird, so she grabbed his hand tightly. What did you call me? Nuwu? What's wrong with you? His tone seemed very familiar with her, as if this was not their first meeting. But then he burst into hearty laughter. Did you run off somewhere again? Look at your strange clothes. I don't even know where you got them from. All right, it's normal that you don't recognize me. Wait until the side effects wear off, and you'll know who I am. He glanced at the full moon, revealing a look of urgency. It's getting late. Shun Jun's banquet is about to start. Let us hurry, otherwise we'll be punished with standing, and everyone will laugh at us. Without further ado, he grabbed her hand and stepped into the endless void. Jiang Si subconsciously clutched his clothes, closing her eyes. But the anticipated sensation of weightlessness did not come. Instead, she felt herself in a different scene, a sweet and lively fragrance lingering in her nose. Jiang Si opened her eyes to find they were standing in a cluster of buildings, surrounded by towering palaces, as if they were in a celestial realm. Everything exceeded Jiang Si's knowledge and experience, leaving her dumbfounded. At that moment, a burst of laughter echoed, and she saw a group of palace maids wearing high hairdos adorned with pearls approaching gracefully along the corridor. They were all dressed in splendid attire, holding trays filled with fruits and fine wines. Upon seeing them, the leading maid's eyes lit up, and she quickly knelt to pay her respects. Before the maid with slightly baby-fat cheeks could say anything, the young man snatched the wine pot from her tray and pulled Jiang Si into the nearest palace. Although it was called a palace, that wasn't entirely accurate. It seemed to be built on a hollow cloud. Inside, a beautifully dressed woman was performing various graceful movements to the rhythm of drums. As they entered, people were floating in mid-air from all directions. The red-clad elder who had been sitting on the bird was among them, fiddling with a grape, captivated by the dancer's exquisite performance, staring intently. To avoid drawing attention, they had to stand behind two thick pillars that they could wrap their arms around. The young man took a big gulp of wine, pointed in a direction, and sighed in relief. Fortunately, we made it in time. Jiang Si followed his gaze and saw an empty seat at the highest point. It was a black chair, and if one were to say what made it different, it might be more luxurious than an ordinary chair, entirely carved from a piece of jade and embedded with various gemstones. This is the position of the Lord of the Shanshin. What is the relationship between the Lord of the Shanshin and the Lady Wu? At this moment, Jiang Si couldn't figure out why the Grim Reaper placed herself in this scene. Or is it that the Grim Reaper herself has some special relationship with the Lord of the Shanshin, or the character she is portraying named Lady Wu? Jiang Si couldn't help but look around, wanting to see if there was the Grim Reaper in the crowd, needing to ask her face to face for clarification. The young man beside her clicked his tongue, revealing an expression of disappointment. Even at this time, you are still so oblivious. If this Lady Ji wins first place at the banquet and gains the approval of the other elders, then the position of the High Priestess will probably be hers. And by then, the Lady Wu will be a joke in the Nine Heavens Palace. Yet you remain so unconcerned? So, the dancer is called Lady Ji? Lady Wu and Lady Ji have similar names. Could they be biological sisters? Here, would sisters turn against each other for better power and status? Jiang Si was taken aback, instinctively looking towards the stage. That Lady Ji had a red veil covering her face, revealing only a pair of eyes accentuated with red makeup. But those eyes were more beautiful than any she had ever seen, as if they contained a pool of autumn water. Just by looking at those eyes, one could tell that this woman was an absolute beauty. It turns out that in this palace of clouds, those who dance well can be selected to become the High Priestess. Jiang Si showed a hint of realization. No matter the place or time, having a special skill is never a bad thing. She didn't know what temperament Lady Wu had, so it was naturally better to speak less at this moment. But she silently watched Lady Ji a few more times, showing her concern about this matter. However, these few glances caught the attention of Lady Ji in the arena. Although she was veiled, Jiang Si could sense that she had just directed a cold smile towards her. Even the flirtatious gaze she cast during the dance suddenly felt like it was mixed with ice daggers. When Jiang Si was swept by such a gaze, she felt as if she were in an ice cellar and couldn't help but shiver. Could it be that these two have some deep-seated grudge? Jiang Si's heart trembled, and the young man was exceptionally perceptive, immediately noticing her abnormality. He quickly stood in front of her, forming a faint light that created a wall to barely block the chill. Only then did Jiang Si feel a bit better, but her face remained pale. The young man couldn't help but feel distressed. How could your ordinary little white dragon withstand her cold poison? He clicked his tongue again and said, "This Nine Heavens Palace is so dangerous. Apart from having a mustard seed space, you look average. How could you have survived to this day?" He hurriedly took her arm and said, "Let's go. Let me take you back to your palace. You look like this and still have that silly expression. I will send a Ming to report to the Lord of the Shanshin. You won't be attending this banquet today." Chapter 106. The mustard seed space. The young man spoke without allowing Jiang Si to question him, grabbing her hand and pulling her behind him. She felt as if the scene in front of her changed in an instant, and when she regained her senses, the two of them were standing by a moonlit lotus pond. The surrounding fields were vast and empty, clearly far from the Nine Heavens Palace. The lotus pond was shallow, with a gentle stream flowing and a small bridge floating on the surface of the lake. In the shimmering water, countless fireflies danced, creating a beautiful sight. The young man's hand did not let go, warm and moist, giving a sense of reassurance. He said, "I know you love fresh and tender things, so I specially asked them to leave some for you. Look." He pointed to the water, and a few fireflies seemed to sense it, all resting together on the nearest wilted lotus branch, which had a tender green lotus pod in the middle. This made Jiang Si unable to help but softly ask, "Who are you? Why are you so kind?" She felt a bit envious of Nu Wu. The young man then released her, walked on the water, and reached out to pluck several fresh lotus pods closest to the shore. After gathering a large handful, he sat down on the ground. The fireflies lingered around him, illuminating his figure like a celestial being. With his lowered brows and gentle demeanor, his fingers skillfully began to peel the lotus seeds. His fingers were long, the lotus seeds full, and he picked another lotus leaf to wrap them up before softly saying, "You are not her." Jiang Si trembled all over, hearing the young man, who had a beautiful appearance and a red mole on his forehead, continue, "She is different from us. She has never known what love is, so she cannot appreciate my goodness." Jiang Si instinctively looked at him in surprise. The young man glanced back at her, and his gaze was like a collection of stars, filled with emotions that could weave a tangible net, capable of stirring even the hardest of hearts. In that beautiful moment, Jiang Si felt her heart move. But was it only Nu Wu who faced this? Would Nu Wu choose the young man? Where do you come from? How did you occupy her body? The young man collected a large bag of fresh lotus seeds, and then looked up at the moon and stars in the sky, his face showing a hint of confusion. "This is quite strange. Our dragon clan is the most powerful race. How can we be exterminated?" This doubt flashed by, and he returned to a calm demeanor. Life and death are fated. It is natural. However, he did note one thing. The one who brought you here has some abilities. But this divine power does not belong to our heavenly palace dragon clan. It seems to belong to the mere folk in the depths of the sea. They're not good at fighting, but prefer such flashy things. Since they have chosen you, it is certain you have something in common with Nu Wu. I cannot sense your true essence. It seems you are not of the dragon clan. And since you are not of the dragon clan, you cannot be her descendant. The only way you could come here is if you possess a magical artifact that belongs to her. After billions of years, her belongings can still be used, but they have already changed hands. It seems she cannot live long. As he said this, his tone darkened, revealing some worry. If she has died, that would be fine, but I hope it is not too painful. That would align with her long-standing wish. He clasped his hands together and looked at Jiang Si again. "This is not your place. You cannot stay long. I already know what you want to do, but unfortunately, I will not let you succeed. Go back and do not come again. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning hostile." As he spoke, half of his face transformed into a creature covered in scales. Jiang Si did not catch a clear glimpse of the young man's true appearance before she felt a powerful force push her away, and in an instant, she was dragged into a cave. She could sense the young man standing at the cave entrance, gazing at her as she completely left the time and space he occupied before he turned and left. Whether it was the young man, Nu Wu, or even the Shun Jun, they were certainly not ordinary beings, Jiang Si thought uncertainly. When she came to her senses again, the lotus pond remained. But it was now a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance dressed in modern attire, standing by the water with his hands clasped behind his back. Jiang Si looked around. Although it resembled the lotus pond filled with fireflies from billions of years ago, it was at most only similar. Sure enough, the middle-aged man said, "This place is modeled after a celestial paradise." He had changed his appearance, yet the aura emanating from him still made Jiang Si shiver. This was the Grim Reaper who had come to take her soul. "You don't seem surprised at all." The middle-aged man turned his head at this moment. His face would likely be easily forgotten in a crowd. Does this person's face change all the time? Jiang Si was uncertain about how he looked the first time she saw him. Hello," she stammered. What she had experienced was beyond her past understanding. "What have you seen?" the Grim Reaper asked, leisurely tightening his fingers, making it hard to tell if he was expecting something or feeling nervous. His unmoving expression put immense pressure on Jiang Si. She had no choice but to speak honestly. In the face of absolute power, any scheming was futile. The Grim Reaper slowly frowned. "How is this different from what I imagined? However, this matter is too urgent. It will inevitably go awry. Fortunately, there are finally some clues, so there is no need to rush." Thinking of this, he relaxed and said, "You have helped me a lot, so I won't take your soul. But you must guarantee that you will be at my beck and call in the future and not make me use such means to summon you." Jiang Si was suddenly taken aback. This was indeed an unexpected joy. However, the notion of being at his beck and call implied she would have to be under his control in the future. But fortune and misfortune are interdependent. She hoped he could become an ally. Now, she had too many troubles, but she didn't feel anything about it. She thought for a moment and quickly nodded. "I will definitely be at your beck and call." With a shift of her gaze, she added, "However, the outside world is apocalyptic and fraught with danger. If I find myself in deep trouble and cannot come, please bear some responsibility." The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow. "What does that matter? You can stay with me in this outer heaven." With his abilities, protecting an ordinary person was simply effortless. As he spoke, he pointed to the top of his head, and Jiang Si noticed it was a transparent dome. Outside the dome, many meteors flew by, creating a dazzling display. She was suddenly terrified, realizing that this outer heaven was suspended above the original planet. What kind of divine power could create such a space? She couldn't help but look at the Grim Reaper again, revealing her true awe. "No, I still have very important matters to deal with." "Oh." The middle-aged man was unconcerned. "This was a great opportunity. If you miss it, you won't have another chance. You don't know how many people covet my outer heaven." He stretched out his long arms, showing a sense of pride. Jiang Si, feeling a sense of urgency, asked, "Is this the mustard seed space?" The middle-aged man laughed. "Oh, you know quite a bit." Jiang Si recalled that the beautiful young man with the mole on his forehead had mentioned that Nu Wu had a mustard seed space, which was worth pointing out. It seemed that this mustard seed space was also rare in the past. Was this space now part of what Nu Wu once possessed? You could only come here if you have a magical artifact that belongs to her. After billions of years, her belongings can still be used, but they have already changed hands. It seems she cannot live long. She couldn't help but recall the young man's words. It had already been billions of years since then, and both the young man and Nu Wu had faded into history. A sense of emptiness suddenly surged from her heart. This was the feeling of insignificance when standing before the river of time, deeply rooted and unshakable. The Grim Reaper noticed her sorrowful expression and frowned. "The soul cannot be separated from the body for too long. I will find you again. You must bring your physical body with you. Otherwise, if I accidentally kill you, I will have to find you another skin." It seemed that, to him, she still had some usefulness. Jiang Si wished to distance herself from such a dangerous figure and nodded repeatedly. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself under a car roof, and the bright light inside the car was a bit blinding. Noticing her movement, Han Bo's face lit up, but before Jiang Si could speak, he quickly covered her mouth and whispered urgently, "Don't make sound." She then realized that Lu Zhe was sitting motionless in his seat. At this moment, the sky had not yet fully brightened, and the dimness before dawn resembled a shadow. Jiang Si did not ask what was happening. Suddenly, she felt the car shake and saw something with four limbs quickly jump past the windshield. The windows were tightly shut, yet she could still hear a faint sound. It was not a sound made by any familiar creature. Squeaking, close and dense. They were surrounding the car. Jiang Si couldn't help but lean closer to the window. And just then, she locked eyes with a pair of blood-red eyes, making her heart race. In that instant, she understood their predicament. After escaping the horde of zombies, the car had mistakenly entered a rabbit farm. But the rabbits were no longer the docile creatures they used to be. Each one stood half a person's height, their front teeth sharpened, capable of easily tearing through flesh. Although they knew there were 3 people inside the car, they seemed in no hurry, patiently waiting for their food to exit the vehicle and walk into their trap. Jiang Si suddenly thought of the rabbit Xiaoyu and wondered how it was doing with Bao Bao now. Her thoughts flashed by, and she asked in confusion, "Can't we just force our way out?" Rabbits are not persistent creatures. Once the vehicle starts moving, they might not be able to catch up. Han Bo shook his head helplessly and explained to her that the car's tires had sunk into a mud pit as soon as they entered the farm, and it wouldn't start any time soon. To get it moving, they would have to get out and push the car. He had already tried once, but those rabbits were too fierce. Fortunately, the rabbits were not particularly fixated on their prey, which gave them a chance to catch their breath locked inside the car. Upon hearing this, Jiang Si was momentarily stunned and felt a bit lost. With a bit of projected dim light, she saw a billboard outside the car, depicting green mountains and clear waters, with the big words, "Welcome to Happy Village Farm." So this was the place. Jiang Si remembered that her stepfather had taken her here to play before, but at that time, she did not enjoy watching pigs eat or playing with rabbits. The only fun she had was fishing with her stepfather at the lake in the back mountain. For many years after losing her mother, it was just her and her stepfather depending on each other. She steadied her mind and turned to Lu Zhe in the passenger seat, softly asking, "Are you okay?" Lu Zhe shook his head and did not speak, but the veins popping up on his neck indicated he was in extreme pain. Han Bo's attention was on Jiang Si, and suddenly hearing her speak, he asked in surprise, "What? Are you injured?" The consequences of being injured in the apocalypse were more terrifying than one could imagine. He instinctively tightened his grip on his weapon. Jiang Si patted the back of his hand, signaling him not to misunderstand. It's not a zombie bite on him. He is poisoned. Chapter 107. 9 Phoenixes. I have some painkillers on me. Han Bo hesitated for a moment and took out a small white bottle. He then asked, "Sorry, brother. I didn't realize you were uncomfortable earlier. Do you want some water or something to eat? I still have half a chocolate bar." At the moment, both medicine and food were scarce. This made Jiang Si glance at Han Bo a couple more times, surprised by his thoughtfulness. After all, they had just met. They probably hadn't even exchanged a complete sentence alone. Or perhaps, they couldn't even be considered acquainted. "I don't need it," Lu Zhe said stiffly. Although he said this, his tone didn't convey that sentiment. The light inside the car wasn't bright, and he tilted his head slightly, hiding behind the backrest of the passenger seat. The two could only see the back of his head and a shadowy outline that seemed to be changing strangely. He appeared tired, but was making an effort to stay awake. Just then, there was a loud bang from the car door next to Han Bo, followed by a flash of light that revealed a mutated rabbit crashing into their vehicle. The impact left a small crack on the rear window. As the crack splintered, a piece of the silicon glass window fell out, creating a hole that allowed the outside noise to flood in. The sound of gnashing teeth filled the air, denser than the rain in the late autumn nights. Amidst the gnashing, a loud scream echoed from afar, as if a highly aggressive creature was approaching. The sound resembled a drumbeat, inexplicably evoking images of ancient battlefields. Jiang Si was stunned and instinctively looked out the car window. All she could see were the distant outlines of mountains and forests, unaware of where the creature would come from. The rabbit that had smashed the window did not stop but bounced further away, panicking as if fleeing from a natural enemy. But beyond the farm, there was only wilderness and the unknown, and no one knew what it might encounter next. Its kind showed little empathy, unable to relate to its experience, and continued to wander around in search of something to stop their front teeth from growing too fast. A few did react, glancing toward the ominous noise, but only instinctively moved away from the sound without making any effective defense. Domesticated rabbits had lost their primal alertness to some extent, remaining indifferent to the impending danger. Jiang Si felt inexplicably tense and instinctively clutched the corner of the seat cushion beneath her. She felt a sense of urgency, her instincts warning her that she needed to leave immediately. A few seconds later, she shouted, "Get out of the car, get out of the car." But these rabbits. Where do we go? Hanbo scanned their surroundings. They had stopped at the open gate of the farm, with a gravel path winding toward an old-fashioned street lamp. Behind the trees across the road was a small tin shed. Luze reacted faster than they did, suddenly leaping out of the car. The sound of the door opening startled the surrounding mutated rabbits, causing them to jump away. Not allowing them to get too close, he circled around to Jiang Si's side, opened her door, and lifted her up. Hurry! He was close to her face, and Jiang Si noticed a layer of grayish-white fuzz growing on his scarred cheeks, and his hands were covered in thick hair. Are you okay? Jiang Si also noticed the inhuman bloodlust in his pupils, as if he might unleash a furious rage at the slightest provocation, possibly baring his teeth and devouring her without leaving a trace. Luze did not answer, only breathing heavily as if his chest were a wind-blown sieve. His breathlessness was not due to Jiang Si's weight, but rather the wound on his shoulder. Jiang Si pressed against him, feeling the tautness of the muscles under his shirt like steel. Jiang Si thought to herself, how should his injury be dealt with? It was truly a dilemma. Perhaps, in her premonitory nightmares, Luze never appeared because there was no cure for him. So, could their encounter now provide him with a chance to survive? Jiang Si felt uncertain. However, Luze's actions in coming over to her genuinely moved her. Despite his condition, he still thought of protecting her. Compared to her own actions and decisions, was she being too distant with him? Various thoughts flashed through her mind. The farm preserved the original rustic style, with much of the ground muddy. The previous heavy snowfall had melted, turning the exposed land into a mire. At that moment, Luze's entire face scrunched up, making him appear even more terrifying than usual. Jiang Si wisely refrained from asking any more questions, remaining still and trying to minimize her presence. Just then, Luze stumbled, half kneeling while holding Jiang Si. Yet even so, he managed not to let her fall into the mud. Though he was a few hundred years old, he seemed to possess an admirable, knightly demeanor. Jiang Si felt somewhat touched, instinctively biting her lip. Half a minute later, Hanbo followed with a sour expression. They could hear the sounds behind them growing closer, as if something was descending from the sky. Was a bird? With no time to see what it was, they hurriedly dashed into an abandoned bungalow, working together to block the tin door with a discarded refrigerator box. Before they could carefully assess their surroundings, a terrifying scream rang out again, seemingly just a wall away from them. Hanbo tiptoed cautiously toward the window, and in the faint morning light, he saw a large bird perched on the farm's wall. This bird had a blood-red crest and colorful feathers. Jiang Si leaned over to take a look, involuntarily twitching her eyelids. She asked Hanbo with her eyes, "A chicken?" "Yes," Hanbo replied with a glance. Between their silent exchange, there was an indescribable feeling. Just a chicken. What were they so nervous about? A few mutated rabbits jumped toward the mutated bird, which stood on one leg on the wall, tilting its head, its round eyes wide open, displaying a natural innocence. Just as the two thought this chicken would be overrun by the group of gnashing rabbits, it suddenly pecked down at the nearest rabbit's head. Because there was a distance of 10 to 20 meters, there was likely no sound. But it seemed as if a crisp bang echoed in their eardrums simultaneously. The mutated rabbit's head burst like a popped balloon, completely turning into mush. The event happened too quickly, and Hanbo instinctively rubbed his eyes. However, it was clear he wasn't seeing things. On the wall, the mutated rabbits rushed toward it without any regard for their lives. Yet the chicken remained standing on its claws, only its mouth moving. 1, 2, 3 blood and flesh flew everywhere, splattering across the scene. The speed of the attacks was almost too fast for the naked eye to catch. By the time the chicken stopped, the annoying sound of gnashing teeth had vanished completely. The farm fell into complete silence. The seemingly ancient wall had turned into a blood-soaked barrier. Jiang Si and Hanbo found it hard to tear their gaze away. They couldn't imagine what it would be like if that thing pecked at them. Suddenly, Jiang Si shuddered, realizing the possible origin of this creature. Her palms sweating as she instinctively turned to look at Luze for help. As she turned, she met Luze's eyes. They were no longer human eyes, but a pair of walnut-shaped, blood-colored amber. Luze's entire appearance was also different from before. He seemed taller, his facial hair denser. But his voice remained hoarse, sounding despairing in the dark space. It's called 9 Phoenixes, and it's said to have 9 heads. This species is naturally aggressive, with extremely strong attack power, and will actively attack other living beings. You are not mistaken. It does not belong to the life forms of this planet. It came from afar, drawn by the light of the call, crossing through the nebula, and still carries remnants of extraterrestrial light particles on its body, making it look very different. Therefore, Jiang Si, you need to hide. This creature is much smarter than others, and it may attack the Lantern people, intending to turn this planet into its slaughterhouse. Jiang Si was greatly alarmed, wishing there were a hole in the ground for her to curl up her hands and feet and completely hide. However, at that moment, there was no such hole. Chapter 108. White Mist. She could only look at Lu Zhe with a hint of despair, hoping that he could come up with a solution. Among the three present, only Han Bo had not yet realized the situation they were in. He was completely focused on the 9 Phoenix on the high wall. The alien creature, bathed in blood, was now proud and strutting, as if celebrating its victory. Han Bo hoped it would leave immediately, as that would allow them to escape smoothly. But this hope ended before it even began. The 9 Phoenix scanned the entire farmhouse and suddenly flapped its wings, accurately swooping toward their direction. But it only briefly soared over the road. Han Bo understood what it intended to do. His face changed drastically, and he hurriedly jumped up, moving away from the window. Turning around, he saw Lu Zhe and Jiang Si violently banging against the back door of the house. So he quickly picked up a piece of wood from the ground to join them. Just as the 9 Phoenix was about to smash through the wall, they finally managed to break a hole in the door together. Lu Zhe reached through the hole to grab the iron bolt hanging outside and open the door. The morning light suddenly appeared from the east, revealing his completely beast-like face. His body was covered in a layer of grayish-white fur, and his facial features had already deviated from those of an ordinary person, which left Han Bo stunned, his hands and feet cold. "Hurry up," Jiang Si called out, not understanding the situation, urging him to catch up. But Han Bo recalled some horrifying past experiences and took a few steps back. "What are you still doing? Run," Jiang Si shouted. Han Bo shook his head and kept retreating. When he was young, he had been bitten on the neck by a large dog from behind, and for a long time, that became a major theme in his nightmares. Seeing such an image suddenly made him feel like he was back in that terrifying experience from his childhood. As he stepped back, he suddenly felt the ground give way beneath him, and he dropped down, while Jiang Si turned back to try to pull him up. But the 9 Phoenix had already broken through the wall and was attacking the two of them. Lu Zhe had no choice but to quickly grab Jiang Si and run toward the woods behind the house. As for Han Bo, he was beyond help. After struggling a bit, Han Bo suddenly came to his senses. The wooden floor of the house had rotted over time and could not withstand his weight. The place where he landed was suspended, seemingly over a considerable space below. This made him feel a bit awkward, as he temporarily didn't know whether to climb up or jump down. But he had no time to choose, as the 9 Phoenix flapped its wings and swept over. He kicked hard, and the wooden plank that had trapped his legs loosened, sending him plummeting down to the underground, about 3 or 4 meters deep. The underground space was pitch black, truly a place where one could not see one's hand in front of their face. He couldn't take care about the injuries on his body and directly pressed himself against a corner, grabbing whatever was nearby, holding his breath, and staring intently at the hole above. The 9 Phoenix stood proudly above the hole, one claw resting on a piece of Han Bo's torn pants. From its elevated position, its eyes were filled with disdain. However, at this moment, it was in the light while Han Bo was in the dark, and it could not determine the location of its prey, quickly revealing its impatience. Clearly, it was quite averse to searching for its prey in the darkness. A few seconds later, its figure left the hole. Han Bo did not relax because of this. He remained stiff and motionless in the darkness. After more than a minute, just when he thought he might have overreacted and wanted to completely relax, the head of the 9 Phoenix suddenly appeared at the hole, letting out a roar directed at him below. In that moment, fear threatened to burst out of him, but just as it reached his throat, he forced himself to swallow it down. Han Bo's eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth. The 9 Phoenix did not hear any expected sounds, which made it leave reluctantly. This time, it was 5 or 6 minutes later before Han Bo made his next move, confirming that the surroundings were indeed safe. His mouth was filled with the taste of rust, his back was completely soaked, and the pain throughout his body surged like a tide. making him unable to resist rubbing his sore backside. After finally catching his breath, he noticed that his right leg was unbearably painful. It turned out that a nail had torn his entire calf when he fell from the height. When he reached down to touch it, his hand was covered in blood. Great! He lay down on the ground, looking up at the hole above, feeling a bit lost about the road ahead. In such a dangerous world, could humans really survive? Would his Na'vi wish ever come true? While Han Bo was trapped underground, attracting the Nine Phoenix for a few minutes. Lu Zhe and Jiang Si had not managed to escape either. The woods behind the house were, as the name suggested, just a small patch of hills, overgrown with thorns and cedar trees. They could even see the straight mountain wall further into the woods, as well as the winding elevated highway behind the mountain wall. However, in this palm-sized area, as soon as the two rushed in, a thick mist as dense as milk suddenly rose, obscuring their vision beyond 5 steps. Lu Zhe sensed something was wrong and realized he had lost track of their way back. He turned around, and apart from the nearby wild grass and muddy footprints, everything around him was a uniform white. What now? Jiang Si asked. Follow closely behind me. Lu Zhe wanted to carry Jiang Si on his back, but she shook her head firmly, unwilling to add to his burden. The two walked closely together in one direction. However, after what seemed like half an hour, the Nine Phoenix had not caught up with them, yet they had not exited the woods either, not wanting to disturb anything. They both felt compelled to keep their voices low. They couldn't help but exchange glances, sensing something was off. It was as if there were only the two of them in the world. They could not hear any sounds of wind or birds, and even the sound of their own heartbeats and the rustling of their feet seemed far away. This strange white mist not only obscured their vision, but also seemed to absorb sound. If they got lost here, they might never see each other again. In their shared gaze, there was a sense of fear and unease. What was it that had led them into this predicament? Was it the Nine Phoenix? It didn't seem so. Lu Zhe, while cautiously observing the surroundings, said, "Have you heard of a creature that can emit breath to form mist, making those who enter unable to discover the treasures within? Mountain demons and monsters? But we didn't come here to look for treasure." Her words were unfinished when they found themselves standing at the edge of a peach grove. Deep within the grove, peach blossoms were in full bloom, glowing brightly. But was there a peach grove here before? Both of them looked incredulous, and as a gentle breeze passed, delicate petals brushed against Lu Zhe's cheek, causing his facial hair to seem to fade slightly, revealing some handsome contours. He casually pinched one, gently kneading it, and a bit of flower juice dampened his fingertips. This is a real sensation. Could this be the home of the mountain demon? Jiang Si mumbled beside him. If that's the case, it's quite a creature that knows how to enjoy life. Just then, a familiar figure appeared among the peach trees, causing her eyes to suddenly moisten as she rushed forward.